Yo, so get this. The world was super chill, like you could hear a pin drop. Then bam. These whack things called gates just popped up out of nowhere, completely wrecking the vibe. In a flash, all these demons and monsters spilled out, basically pushing humanity to the edge of extinction. But hold up, because a few special peeps actually had the juice to fight back. They were called the Awakened. Then floating down from the sky, this blonde dude with major main character energy shows up, a freaking longsword in his hand. The sword in his hand was like straight up lightning, unleashing slashes so fast you couldn't even see him. That massive monster, oh my god, it got diced into, like, 1,000 pieces of monster confetti that went everywhere. Gross, but also kinda epic. Meanwhile, the blonde dude just stood there looking all stoic, like he just taken out the trash. But our boy, Jason Miller, was completely shook. With just one move, that guy obliterated a monster Jason couldn't even put a scratch on. The power gap was insane, for real. So, plot twist, this super OP blonde dude who just showed up was Brandon Carter, Jason's so-called best friend and the heir to his family's legendary martial arts legacy. And Jason, he's just clutching his own bloody arm on the sidelines. A super bitter thought crossed his mind, like, if he just inherited the family talent, he wouldn't have gotten clapped so easily. The more he stewed on it, the more Jason's blood boiled with straight-up jealousy, and he squeezed his wound, not even caring that blood was pouring out. The salt was real, y'all. If he could be as strong as Brandon Carter, he'd be in the middle of the fight, saving everyone, not sitting there holding his busted arm, helplessly watching his bestie get all the glory. Jason Miller was just a painful exception to the whole cool hero thing. He was a low-rank Awakened, with absolutely no special sauce in his DNA. No matter how hard he grinded, pushing himself to the brink, Jason Miller was still stuck at the bottom of the food chain. Total F tier, no cap. If only I inherited the family gift and got to a rank higher than D rank, would my life be different? That thought just made Jason feel even more hopeless. But at that exact moment, a system screen just materialized out of thin air, martial arts trait unlocked. Talk about timing. Jason Miller just stared at the words, totally stunned, muttering, "What the hell is this?" Then he just let out this bitter laugh. Are you kidding me? Even my luck is trash. What's the point of unlocking this now when I'm literally about to cash out? Jason's eyes slowly closed, feeling heavy as all that blood loss was draining the life out of him. He knew he was about to kick the bucket. His hand, gripping the ground, was shaking with bitterness. His very last thought was, what a useless awakening system. Like, thanks for nothing, dude. But just as the darkness was about to completely swallow Jason Miller's last breath, suddenly, this brilliant light flashed. To be more specific, an invisible magic circle popped up right in front of him. Jason's eyes shot wide open, feeling like he'd just been yanked back from death's door. Whoa. When he finally came to, the dude found himself lying in a super comfy bed, and for some reason, all the pain was just gone. Jason shot up in a panic, his eyes darting around the room. The vibe was so familiar, the desk, the bookshelf, everything was all neat and tidy. He was stunned for a few seconds, then asked himself in a total daze, what is going on? Is this my old dorm room at like ASU or something? The more Jason thought, the more his brain just short-circuited. This was definitely his dorm room, but he clearly moved out from his place at 123 University Drive after graduating high school. So why was he here now? The memories of that beast chomping on his arm, of fighting till he dropped to save civilians, were still super vivid in his head. Why am I here? Didn't I literally just die from that wound protecting people? Just then, something wild appeared in front of Jason Miller's eyes, making them go huge. A strange screen popped up, showing the date clear as day, May 1st, 2025. The moment he saw it, Jason couldn't help but let out a massive scream. 2025? No freaking way. The scream made people passing by in the hallway outside turn and look, probably wondering what he was bugging out about. Inside the room, Jason was still in a total panic. His head was spinning, and he couldn't make sense of anything. Is this a dream? This is trippy as hell. The dude decided he had to see for himself. Jason put his feet on the floor, tried to play it cool, and opened the dorm room door. Morning light just poured in, lighting everything up. The scene outside was totally peaceful and chill, with zero signs of destruction or bloodshed. Friends were out for a morning jog, and a few others were practicing their swordsmanship with a professor out on the quad. These were scenes Jason Miller used to be so sick of, but now, seeing them again, it was like everything was just starting over. Jason's eyes widened, feeling like he couldn't lie to himself anymore. Did I really just get yeeted back 7 years? The more he thought about it, the more absurd it all seemed. Jason numbly sat back down on the bed, chin in his hands, and started to break it all down. Did I really come back to life? I for sure died from that gnarly wound just a hot minute ago. He could still remember that horrible pain, but now, it vanished without a trace. Going back in time with death as the trigger, something you'd only think happens in web novels was actually happening to him. What a glow-up! He lifted his shirt to check himself out. The old wound that took him out was completely gone, not even a scar left behind. Jason muttered grimly, "Okay, so what am I supposed to do now?" He knew all too well that in just 7 years, a terrifying great war was going to pop off, and the future Jason Miller, with all his effort, was ultimately powerless. He temporarily pushed that worry aside, took a deep breath, and reached out to tap the system screen floating in front of him. "All right, let's peep my stats first." Immediately, a bunch of stats appeared on the screen. It was Jason's detailed status window, with the super flattering nickname Loser right at the top, along with his basic stats. Ouch, dude. Stamina was 10 out of 100, endurance was 10 out of 100, and his strength and agility were just as pathetic. Not only was Jason Miller not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he clearly wasn't hitting the gym either. And yet, looking at this, Jason felt kinda hyped. He wondered, yo, this is the path selection window, just like the one I saw before I died, right? If that's the case, what does this unlocked martial arts trait even look like? He reached out and touched the newly appeared martial arts trait line. A notification popped up instantly. Martial arts trait has been unlocked. Please choose your path. Once chosen, it cannot be changed. This is it, y'all. No take backsies. On the screen was a list of legendary ultimate techniques. We're talking 9 Suns Divine Art, Bodhidharma's Muscle Tendon Change Classic, 9 Yang Manual. All of them were S-tier martial arts that anyone would kill for. Jason Miller thought to himself, so I get to choose one of these, huh? In my past life, I couldn't do anything but die for nothing. Alright, I'll choose this one then. This time, he was definitely not going to fumble the bag again. These days, the whole vibe, especially in places with deep martial arts roots, felt like it was straight out of a classic kung fu movie. Let me know in the comments which one you pick, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more of this crazy story. Okay, so to get the real tea on why everything's so messed up, you gotta rewind way back to the OG Awakeners. They basically had 2 paths, right? You could either go full-on wizard mode with magic from the continent of Grantis, or you could get your kung fu on with martial arts from the Murim. So basically, Europe and the Americas were all in on Team Grantis, while Asia was repping Team Murim. And boom, that's pretty much why everyone's beefing today. Jason's just sitting there thinking, man, you see these insane martial artists everywhere now, pulling off some wild stuff. He's like, I wonder if there are any lone wolves out there, you know? Martial artists doing their own thing, not tied to some big crew. So my boy starts filtering his search, trying to cut out all the basic, mainstream factions, and what pops up? A whole new list, and one name just jumps out at him, the Chaos Divine Art. Ooh, spicy. From what Jason could tell, this Chaos Divine Art was totally indie. No school, no clique, just a straight-up solo act. He's like, this is it, this is the one. And without even thinking twice, he smashes that select button. You go, Jason. But yo, the second his finger hits the screen, my dude just freezes up. His heart's beating like a drum solo about to yeet itself right out of his chest. The screen flashes. You have acquired the SSS rank Chaos Divine Art. Jason is bugging out, yelling, wait, what? I just accidentally picked an SSS rank trait? Welp, I guess what's done is done, right? Asterisk shrugs times. Fast forward a bit, the sun's dipping low over the hills behind his school in Irvine, California. Jason's out there, cross-legged, trying to train solo. But ugh, the flashbacks from his past life start creeping back in. Dude, this was his secret spot back in the day. He'd come up here to train because it was chill, and honestly, he didn't want to deal with all the haters staring him down. Jason just shakes his head hard, trying to clear it. Nah, we're not doing this. No more dwelling on the past. From now on, it's a whole new game. So he takes this super deep breath, trying to get in the zone. And suddenly, this insane energy starts swirling all around his body. He can literally feel the difference, like his blood is buzzing with pure power. Jason grins, looking down at his hands like, yo, so this is the SSS rank vibe? This is wild. And bam, the system screen pops right back up in his face, spelling out all the deets. Chaos Divine Art, SSS, Level 1. A technique that helps the user gather and soak up all that good energy from the world. And get this, it's compatible with ALL, other types of martial arts. Jason can feel the juice just pumping through him. This is on a whole other level compared to that lame 3 Origins control technique from his last go-around. He's barely even started, and it's already nuts. Jason had to admit, the level-up speed on this thing was completely broken. It made 0 sense. He clenches his fist, totally fired up, thinking, with this OP martial art, yeah, I can actually get strong this time. For real. And right on cue, the system drops the first main quest on him. Chaos Divine Art SSS. Entrance training for the Genesis sect. Difficulty D rank. Jason's just staring at the screen, and you can see a single drop of sweat roll down his face. Oof, the pressure is on. He's thinking to himself, okay, this is gonna be kinda rough. but with my new glow-up, I can probably handle it. Hours go by, the moon's high up in the sky, and my boy Jason is still out there grinding. He's focusing every last bit of his brain power, staying at max concentration. He's so deep in the zone that he's basically getting swept away by all this energy, like he can't get out. And then, this freaky voice echoes right inside his head. You foolish child, fumbling around like a newborn baby. That's enough. Open your eyes. The words have this weird power, literally yanking Jason out of his trance. He jolts awake, completely drenched in sweat. He's coughing like crazy, shaking like he just saw a ghost. Man, what just happened? Drop a comment below if you've ever had a training session go this wrong. After he finally gets his breath back, he's just panting, thinking, I'm alive. What the heck was that? He looks down at his shaky hands and can still feel the chaos divine art energy going absolutely bonkers inside him. Dude, if he had pushed it for even a second longer, he would have been toast, for real. While Jason is still totally spaced out, that mystery voice comes back. So, you've decided to return from death's door, have you? And this soft, glowy light just wraps around him. Jason whips around, trying to find where the voice is coming from, but it's like everywhere. He gets up and asks all shaky, can I ask, who's there? And then suddenly, a figure pops up right behind him with a low chuckle. Who do you think I am? Jason spins around, totally shocked, and there, in the moonlight, is this old-school master dude. Master William, dressed in all white. His eyes are like, kinda nice, but also totally don't mess with me. Jason's trembling, and he stammers out, a ghost. Oh my god, that was the wrong thing to say. He literally roars, you foolish brat. What do you think I am? How dare you compare me to some basic, wandering spirit? Jason is just stunned, silent, getting yelled at, and can barely even process it. He asks again, super hesitant. So you're not a ghost? Then, who in the world are you? The old master kinda calms down, clears his throat, and goes, listen up, kid. I'm only saying this once. This old man is the G-O-A-T of the Murim. That makes Jason pause for a sec. He frowns and mutters to himself, the Murim. Why does that sound so familiar? He's digging through his brain files, and then bing. Lightbulb moment. The system screen. When he picked the Chaos Divine Art, the description said it was a technique left by some martial artist who reached, like, final boss level enlightenment at the end of his life. Jason just stares at Master William in front of him, totally mind blown, thinking, no way. Are you the dude who actually made the Chaos Divine Art? The old master just chuckles. Huh. Guess you're not a complete idiot after all. Since I'm just a spirit right now, I guess I'm hard to recognize, huh? Jason is dead silent for a few seconds. Then he just grabs his head and starts screaming like a total madman. I can't believe it. Creators of martial arts are real. In my entire life. I've never even heard of that. How are you even talking to me? Does this mean you're, not living anymore? Master William just rubs his temples, looking so done already. It's because the Chaos Divine Art fell into the hands of a foolish kid like you that I can't even rest in peace. The Chaos Divine Art is the most powerful technique in history, and if it gets lost, it's going to cause major problems. So, I showed up to stop that from happening. Hearing that, Jason starts sweating bullets. Man, no pressure, right? If you think Jason can handle it, smash that like button. Yeah, I think I get the gist of it. And oh my god, Master William completely loses it. The gist. You just get the gist, you insolent brat. How dare you talk to a legendary master like me that way? Do you have any idea that there are thousands upon thousands of people, lining up from here to Austin, Texas, just hoping I'll say one single word to them? Hey brat, are you even listening to me? Jason's getting an earful and he's pretty sure his eardrums are gonna explode. This is just asking for a headache, so my boy tries to sneak away with this goofy grin. Yes sir, I gotta go train now. See you later. But just as he's about to dip, the old man speaks again. Go ahead and try practicing that control technique for a full 100 days. If you don't suffer from a total energy meltdown, you can count your lucky stars. Hearing that, Jason whips back around, his face a picture of pure shock. Master William is just chilling, like, what's with the shocked face? I'm just telling it like it is. If you keep training like that, you won't even hit level 2 in your next lifetime. Ouch, what a burn. Yo, those words were literally living rent-free in Jason Miller's head. He's totally scowling and whining, like, bro, you never hyped me up. Why you gotta be so harsh all the time? So, what's the plan? How do I actually get stronger? And Master William? Oh, he fired back instantly. Zero chill. There isn't a single training plan you could actually handle, kid. But Jason, trying to hold onto that last sliver of hope, was like, I'll find a way. I swear. Master William just stood there for a sec, sizing Jason up with this little smirk in his eyes, totally judging him. Finally, he snaps his fan shut and lets out a little chuckle. All right, I mess with your vibe. You got spirit. Fine, I'm already a ghost. What's a little generosity gonna do? Kill me twice? Laugh my ass off. So after that super trippy, bizarre night, Jason went back to his so-called normal life as a high schooler in downtown Chicago. He was just trying to grab his usual morning coffee, but honestly, the vibe was totally off. Jason lets out this quiet sigh, but before he can even finish, boom, Master William pops up right next to him screaming, "You've got all this potential and you're sighing? What is wrong with you, fam?" My dude nearly jumped out of his Jordans. Jason's clutching his chest, trying to catch his breath, muttering, "Yo, can you please stop materializing like that? You almost sent me to the ER." Trying to get a grip, Jason glances at the notification on his phone. Payment successful. A whopping $4,000 for some custom job at a workshop over on Main Street. Master William sees the absolute pain on Jason's face as he stares at his bank account and just casually drops, "Hey, it's the only way you're gonna improve your skills, kiddo." Jason was literally speechless. The skill this ghost guru was talking about was strapping a 110-pound weight to his leg. For real, when he went to the workshop to order it, the blacksmith gave him a look that could have melted steel. The dude even straight up asked something that made Jason just laugh, like a sad, broke laugh. "Are you for real, kid, bro?" All Jason could do now was slump onto the coffee shop table and groan. Isn't this method, like, super old school? Are we in a retro training montage? Hearing that, Master William went from 0 to 100, just raging. If you were anyone else, you'd already be ghosted for all this whining. Oof, right in the pride. Jason slams the table and jumps to his feet, yelling, "Hey, you said you wouldn't get on my case about that anymore. But, like, Master William is invisible, right? So here's Jason in the middle of a quiet Starbucks, just screaming at thin air, and everyone is staring at him like he's completely lost it. His face goes beet red with embarrassment as he just sinks back into his chair, and you can hear the whispers. That dude's gotta be nuts. Jason just sighs, telling himself, "Okay, new rule, keep my mouth shut forever." He quietly pulls up his system screen. His stats had changed, but the increase was a total joke, barely a blip on the radar. Jason's thinking with a groan, leveling up skills is way harder than it looks in the games. Still, after absorbing that chaotic divine art, his internal energy cap had skyrocketed to 620. That number made even Jason whistle, like DAANG. The chaotic divine art is definitely some seriously OP stuff. Master William, looking smug AF, clears his throat and gets all dramatic. "As your master, I have to stress this one more time. It is my one and only rule. Get this. The chaotic divine art is my life's work, the ultimate technique, the absolute peak of martial arts." Even though Jason had heard this TED Talk a million times, he couldn't deny one thing. It was legit, thanks to Master William's guidance, that training this thing was so much easier. And that's exactly why he'd already hit level 2. Jason reaches out and selects an item on the system screen. Smash that like button if you think Master William is the best ghost coach ever. Just then, his phone starts blowing up. He picks it up, and Master William immediately gets nosy. "So, where are we going?" Jason doesn't even try to hide it, saying calmly, "The workshop just finished my leg weight." He pushes the door open and walks out of the coffee shop. But before he could even get to the corner of 5th and Oak, he runs into some seriously unwelcome company. 3 wannabe thugs are blocking his path, giving him the major stink eye. The leader smirks. Well, if it ain't the kid who took a dive out of that tree." He keeps running his mouth. "I'm shocked a shut-in like you, who hides in a corner all day, actually decided to see the sun. What's up?" Jason just silently stares them down. The clowns in front of him were his classmates, all level E. Basically nothing special. But still, they were better than the level F he was stuck with in his past life. And unlike Jason, these guys were all from powerful families with clout. Jason just sighs and says quietly, "Don't start with me. Guys, just go about your business." But this dude was not about to let him walk. He steps up and shoves Jason's shoulder hard. He sneers, "Listen to this piece of trash talking big. You got an attitude because you haven't been put in your place in a while." The whole crew starts laughing. Then one of them says, "Oh, my bad. I forgot you told me not to mess with him until the semester starts. Whoopsie." That comment sent a legit chill down Jason's spine, but the dude still wasn't done. He keeps pushing. "Hey, you want to roll with us? We're heading to St. Zong's place over in Beverly Hills. Maybe if you show up with us, they'll treat you a little better, you know?" Jason just sneers, coldly spitting out 2 words, "Shut up." The leader's voice is dripping with sarcasm. "Kinda bold for a nobody, aren't ya? But I guess that's what you get from someone with your trash-tier family line. If the master sees you, he might want to challenge you to a duel, and we all know how that's gonna go." The second those words left his mouth, Jason just snapped. He lunges forward, ice in his veins, and throws a massive punch. Bam! The impact sends the dude flying backward, with a whole Jackson Pollock painting of blood spraying from his nose. Jason calmly looks at his hand, then back at the dude, his gaze absolutely chilling. The other two goons were completely shook, like they couldn't believe what they just saw. Jason glances at the punk on the ground and says coldly, "I told you to shut up." Immediately, his little buddies charge at him, screaming, "You bastard, you've gone too far." But Jason didn't even flinch. He started circulating his internal energy, his breathing getting steady as the power inside him started to vibe. His eyes sharpened with some serious focus. When Jason opened his eyes again, it was like the world went into bullet time. Their movements were crawling. Every step, every punch, was in super slow-mo. So predictable, it was like taking candy from a baby. Jason lifts a hand, parries the first punch, and launches a wicked counter. He grabs the first guy's arm, twists his body, and gives it a little times snap asterisk. It was a subtle move, but a blood-curdling scream immediately ripped through the air. The dude's clutching his arm, writhing on the ground in total agony. The last one, let's call him Mr. Hair Gel, still refused to back down and charges in, throwing a haymaker. Jason calmly catches the punch, stopping the guy dead in his tracks. The dude's face was pure confusion. Then, Jason tightens his grip, crushing the guy's fist. It was just a light squeeze, but Mr. Hair Gel started screaming like he saw a spider. All the fight just drained out of him, and he crumpled to the ground, looking absolutely pathetic. It only took a few minutes, but the outcome was a total beatdown. Jason stood in the middle of the chaos, his eyes scanning over them, his voice low and kinda tired. "I know I'm a failure who couldn't even inherit my family's legacy." Old memories suddenly came flooding back, squeezing Jason's heart. He was flashing back to the dark days of his childhood, when he had to endure these random disciplinary sessions from his own mother. Back when he was only 7 or 8 years old, Jason was constantly getting torn down by his mom. The things he heard most were, "You ruined my life, you're the reason I'm stuck like this," and other really dark stuff that got whispered. The discipline was relentless and cruel. Let us know in the comments if you think Jason was right to finally fight back. Oh my god, so the tea is that these insane chases just left a little kid bawling and running for his life. In this super desperate moment, Jason Miller actually saw his dad as, like, his last hope. He was literally clinging to the idea of begging his dad for help, praying he'd save him from his mom and just, have his back for once. But, get this. The look his dad gave him is burned into Jason's brain forever. It was ice cold and just full of disgust. Then, my dude just turned his back and straight up bounced, like Jason wasn't even his own kid, but some random, nasty thing he found on the street in downtown Chicago. So, little Jason, who was only 8 years old, was totally terrified with his mom hunting him down, his dad ditching him, and basically the whole world ghosting him. That whole scene, that memory, was seared into his mind so bad it just broke him. He really tried to reach out for that last tiny bit of hope, But his dad straight up slammed the door to that house of horrors shut with his own 2 hands, leaving poor Jason behind to take all the brutal hits that no kid should ever have to go through. Seriously, what a monster. And that messed up memory haunted Jason well into his adult years in his past life. He used to be a total people pleaser, doing anything for his family's approval. But this life? Nah, it's a whole new game. You could just see this fire flash in Jason's eyes. He balled up his fists, basically telling himself, "Yo, I am not about to waste this second chance. I'm gonna get swole on my own and walk tall. No more living like a doormat like in my last life. Nobody's gonna push me around ever again." And y'all, Jason's insane glow up today, it's all because of what went down last night. Drop a glow up in the comments if you're here for this transformation. So last night, he went back to the clearing on the mountain behind his school, probably somewhere like the hills near Berkeley, to train in the divine art of chaos. This fighting style is wild. It comes from chaos itself, and it's this legendary power-up that only kicks in when your body is pushed to its absolute breaking point. And of course, who's there to be his personal trainer? Master William, duh. His first lesson for Jason was basically to turn him into Sun Wukong 2.0, making him carry this huge boulder on his back. And for extra credit, Master William was just chilling on top of it to build his stamina. LOL, savage. Jason is freaking out, yelling, "Are you for real? Is this actually how we're doing this?" And Master William just scowls and snaps back. "This little punk is already gassed and you still have the breath to complain. You've got a long road ahead, kid, so shut your trap and move your feet." So picture this. Middle of the night, one dude silently dragging himself through some creepy woods out in rural Oregon, carrying a giant rock. Jason was totally wrecked. He just collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, his arms and legs so dead he couldn't even move. And Master William just barks, "You rest, standing up. Who told you to take a seat? Get up." Oh my god, Jason felt so played, but he was way too tired to even argue. So, he pulls up his system screen to check his current stats, right? The second he sees it, my guy nearly has a heart attack. For real. The divine art of chaos hit 2 stars, The first main quest was officially done, and he even got a bonus reward for leveling up so dang fast. Jason was shook, he could not believe his eyes. And he was even more floored when the system just dropped the reward on him instantly. Poof, a gold ring just appears in his hand. The reward, the Ring of Origin. Jason's squinting at it like, okay, nice, the design is pretty intricate. Then Master William clears his throat all smug and goes, that's because this old man's got good taste. It's an artifact from our origin sect. Not wasting a second, Jason slides that Ring of Origin right onto his finger. The moment it's on, bam, the system screen pops up with a new notification, showing a ton of stats for the ring. So this thing basically collects internal energy non-stop in his core, helping Jason avoid the risk of his power going haywire. As Jason is reading this, he's bugging out, like, am I tripping? Master, is this seriously an S-rank item? Master William is fanning himself with a paper fan, laughing all proud, like, did you not read the label, kid? It's a treasure from the Origin sect. Jason was just speechless, thinking to himself, what kind of crew is this, just handing out loot like this? Is this actually a good thing, or am I getting played? But whatever, he shook off his worries and told the system to pull up the next quest line. The screen instantly flipped to a new menu, showing a notification for the next phase of his Divine Art of Chaos training. This time, the quest was called Regret of the Endless World, and the difficulty level was set to Nightmare. Jason looks up to ask Master William, hey Master, is that second option about you? But Master William, who was literally just there laughing it up, had pulled a total Houdini and vanished. Jason's looking around all stressed, thinking, how did he just peace out like that? He was literally standing right here a second ago. For real, left high and dry with no one to explain things, Jason had to actually use his brain and think it through. So, later that afternoon, after, casually handling those goons, Jason strolls back to his dorm at, like, UCLA, opens up his system, and finally picks Regret of the Endless World as his next move. Then all of a sudden, a voice rings out right next to him. Why'd you pick that one? And who else would it be but Master William, the king of popping up out of thin air? He tilts his head and asks, the other two options look solid. Why didn't you go for one of them? Jason just smiles and says, all cool. I think this one's perfect. Then he totally fakes being regretful. Actually, I was kind of leaning towards the third one. This comment, which dropped right when Master William was starting to look happy, made him so salty he was grinding his teeth. Jason glanced at his moody but caring master, thinking that he couldn't ditch his master's path anyway. Master William suddenly gets all quiet, like he's remembering something. He'd just seen those three clowns messing with Jason, especially when their leader mentioned the Divine Power sect, so he asks straight up, what's this Divine Power sect those punks were running their mouths about? Jason calmly replies, the Divine Power sect is where you go to learn the fighting style of the Huangbo clan. Hearing this, Master William strokes his beard, all impressed. A whole school where you can learn the Huangbo clan's techniques? Man, that sounds pretty legit. Wait, you haven't mastered the Huangbo clan's style yet? Oof, that question was like a gut punch for Jason. From his last life to this one, he just stared off into space and said quietly, I didn't get the bloodline inheritance. Okay, so, bloodline inheritance means there's a 95% chance a kid gets their parents' powers. If the parents are awakeners, their kid is born an awakener too, with all the skills literally in their DNA. The other 5% are these super special kids chosen for, like, God-tier training. Think of Derek Wong from the Snow Blood Swords sect, a crew with a fighting style based on the Namgung family. To everyone else, they're a whole family of geniuses. Master William just sighed, what a freaking mess. Back in my day, you learned to fight when you found a teacher. So your dad just ditched you because you didn't win the genetic lottery. Jason just gave this sad little smile and didn't even argue. Master William totally exploded, smacking his fan into his hand and yelling, that is the dumbest reason I have ever heard. That's insane. Let me know in the comments, guys, is that the worst reason to abandon your kid or what? To just abandon his own kid. A dude like that doesn't even deserve to be called a father. But look, you don't have to worry anymore. I'm your master now, and I'm going to teach you every single move I know. And hearing that just opened the floodgates of memories for Jason. He remembered one late fall night, his father had told his younger self, with zero emotion, I promise you, no one will ever trust you, and you'll never be able to trust anyone. That's just your life, because you are a complete and total failure. And that's the tea for today, y'all. Make sure to like and subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Oh my god, that death, glare, those brutal words, and the way he just turned his back on him. That stuff still gives Jason Miller nightmares. For real. But this time, Jason muttered, a little smirk playing on his lips as he looked at Master William. I'm flipping the script. I'm counting on you, teach. Yo, Master William, for real though, why is it always about my drama? Spill the tea. What's your backstory, man? Master William literally jumped, breaking out in a cold sweat and stuttering. Dude, I've got way too many skeletons in my closet. I'm trying to lay low, you know? Jason leaned in, whispering, so, you were like, a bad guy or something? Were you, like, the head of some mob crew out of Chicago? That question made Master William absolutely lose it. He started playfully smacking Jason around, yelling, "Get out of my face with that nonsense. How dare you accuse me of that?" And just like that, the two of them were in a full-on cartoon chase scene. Yeah, they were running around like Tom and Jerry. But only Jason knew that in that moment, he could finally, actually trust someone. He was slowly breaking out of that mental cage his own father had built with all his messed up head games. After that, under the super strict but awesome guidance of his master, Jason Miller went all in on training the Chaos Divine Art. He was like, these so-called awakeners at this school are straight-up weak sauce compared to the cats back home. They're all using cheat codes to level up but have zero clue about the real soul of the art. You know he didn't get the real meaning of what it takes to be a master. So, Jason put in the work, grinding like crazy and hanging on every single word of advice, dead set on becoming the next big thing. You could literally see his footprints gliding across the floor, tracing these insane lines of energy. His speed was getting ridiculous, his moves were getting super slick, and his body was practically humming with this insane power. Master William just laughed, puffing out his chest. "I'm gonna make you the second strongest fighter on the entire scene, kid." The second he said that, Jason unleashed a palm strike on a wooden dummy, and the pure force of it sent a million cracks spiderwebbing across the wood. A second later, snap, it just exploded into splinters. Jason paused, looking genuinely curious. "Wait, why only second place, Master?" Master William casually fanned himself with this ridiculously smug grin. "Isn't it obvious? Yours truly is number one, baby. The GOAT." Jason was just speechless. Like, bruh. But his master wasn't about to let him catch a break. He snapped his fan shut, his whole vibe turning dead serious. A real deal, life or death situation is the best place to level up. Jason was totally lost. And where exactly am I supposed to find one of those? And right then, Jason's spidey senses started going absolutely bonkers. A cold sweat started dripping down his back, soaking his shirt. He looked over at Master William, his voice cracking. Don't you dare tell me you're talking about some creepy dungeon where crazy powerful monsters hang out." Seeing the freakishly psycho grin spreading across Master William's face, Jason knew he hit the nail right on the head. Yikes. The next morning, Jason was quietly sneaking down to the dorm basement, probably located somewhere like 123 Elm Street on campus. His master popped up behind him. "And where do you think you're going?" Jason just sighed. "This place is called the Sixth Gate. It's in the basement of this building, a total no-go zone for any awakener below C rank, so the academy keeps it on lockdown. The campus gossip is that the president herself sealed the barrier." Just as he finished talking, they arrived at the infamous Sixth Gate. In front of them was this massive, creepy-looking door, plastered with weird paper talismans and glowing, complicated magic circles. Seriously, one look and you just knew some seriously messed up stuff was waiting on the other side. Jason just stared at the magic circle and sighed, guessing they'd sealed it up again. But Master William just shrugged like it was nothing. "A 5 elements formation? Pfft, child's play. I can pop that lock in my sleep." Jason was floored, his eyes wide as he stared at the old guy, who just chuckled. "The 5 elements formation is a piece of cake, kid. Just use that little trick I taught you." And get this, literally a few minutes later, the huge door slowly creaked open, a thin slice of light cutting through the darkness inside. Jason was totally bugging. He couldn't believe he'd actually cracked it as he stepped into the Sixth Gate. He glanced back at the door, completely bewildered. Okay, that was way too easy. Suspiciously easy. But when he turned back around, bam, a giant freaking vortex of energy just appeared out of nowhere, sucking everything in. Jason flinched back. So this was the crazy barrier from the rumors. He was just about to slip off the iron weights on his arms when Master William gave him the stink eye. "My student, what do you think you're doing?" Jason shot back without even a hint of shame. "Just, taking these off to get through." The master saw right through his little plan and totally blew up, yelling, "Don't even try it, you little punk." Jason was trapped. He reluctantly put the weights back on, screaming internally, "Asterisk, are you kidding me? It's hard enough without hauling these things that weigh more than a pickup truck." Asterisk. Staring into that swirling tornado of energy, Jason couldn't hide how freaked out he was. His master's voice softened a bit. "Hey, you don't need to be scared. You got me here with you." Then, his voice dropped, getting super serious. "It's time. I'm now officially passing down a secret technique to you." Jason was completely floored. He could feel this weird energy flowing into him, literally changing his body from the inside out. A system window popped up with a times ding asterisk. Jason has learned the B-rank skill, Sky King's Stride. He can now officially use this footwork. Jason was ecstatic. Asterisk, no way. A B-rank skill? Let's go. Asterisk. But his celebration lasted about half a second before his master just let out a cold, unimpressed snort. Perfect timing. And right on cue, a few giant, slobbering beasts materialized in front of them, their eyes glowing blood red, looking like they wanted to snack on their faces. Master William just said flatly, "All right, showtime. Get ready to throw down." Jason clenched his fists, immediately snapping into a fighting stance. There was no way he was going out like a chump again, not like in his past life where some scrub-tier monster got the drop on him. Master William calmly explained, "The Sky King's stride I just gave you is the signature move of the legendary Huangbo clan. It's built on a foundation of pure, raw power. This version is tweaked a little, super simple, and absolutely perfect for where you're at right now. Show me you were paying attention. Do it just like we practiced." Jason used every ounce of his being to dodge and weave between the beasts. After all those non-stop, brutal training sessions, his speed was on another level. But holy cow, these monsters were relentless. They were on him like glue, not giving him a single second to breathe. Just dodging one attack was gassing him out, big time. Jason gritted his teeth, pure frustration in his eyes. The attacks were coming one after another, backing him into a corner where he couldn't even think. In that split second of panic, his master's voice cut through the chaos like a foghorn. "Use the Sky King's stride. 2 steps right, lean all the way back, and drop." Without even thinking, Jason's body moved. He took 2 perfect steps, and just as the beast lunged, he threw himself backward, doing a full-on Matrix limbo. And just like that, the tables were turned. The beast's stance was wide open. The monster right above him had its weak spot just sitting there like a giant hit-me sign. Not wasting a single moment, he drove a powerful fist straight into the gut of the beast over his head. The beast totally couldn't handle that critical hit. It coughed up some nasty black gunk and dropped dead on the spot. That one successful move sent a jolt of courage through Jason, and he was absolutely screaming with joy on the inside. Asterisk IDID. I actually did it. I took down a monster from the 6th gate all by myself. Asterisk. Let's go. If you guys think that was epic, smash that like button and tell us in the comments what you would have done. But yo, my boy totally spaced on one crucial detail. Besides this one freaky monster, there were like a gazillion others just waiting to turn him into a chew toy. His master, Master William, just deadpanned, giving the cocky kid a major reality check. But before he could even finish his sentence, bam, reality hit Jason Miller like a freight train on the I-5. A super terrifying, murderous vibe just surged from behind, and Jason Miller went on high alert, like, instantly. He whipped his head around, and fam, you are not going to believe this, he saw this massive mouth, big enough to swallow a Tesla, lined with hundreds of razor-sharp teeth, just wide open and ready to chomp him whole. Master William just hit him with a cold wake-up call. "It ain't over yet, you absolute clown." See, Jason Miller was so hyped about his first little victory he totally forgot this was the 6th gate, a place crawling with nightmare fuel. One little slip-up here could cost you some serious blood, or straight up your life. Oh my god, the monster totally sunk its teeth into him. This time, it wasn't his arm like in his past life, nope, it went straight for the neck. Blood was literally spraying everywhere, and Jason Miller could feel that creepy, ice-cold grip of death being like, "Hey, bestie." He gritted his teeth, his heart just filled with instant regret. Like, if he'd been 1 second slower, the Grim Reaper would have swiped right on him for good. The beasts kept rushing him like it was Black Friday. Jason tried to dodge, but as soon as he juked one, another one just lunged from behind. He could not believe it, asking himself, when the heck did these things get behind me? With one hand clamped on his neck wound, Jason tried to chill and actually think of a game plan. If he just kept dodging, there'd always be another monster ready to pounce from the back. His master had taught him how to dodge, but a real fight ain't just about playing tag. You gotta hit back, you gotta find a way to put him down for good. Jason Miller realized a huge mistake he'd made in both his lives. Bro was way too cocky. Before he bit the dust in his past life, he was so confident because he'd awakened as a D-rank warrior and trained his butt off. But reality check, that was nowhere near enough. And right when Jason was lost in his own head, beating himself up over it, Master William could not take it anymore and just yelled, "Snap out of it and do something." That shout was like a jolt of lightning, pulling Jason Miller right back to the crazy present. The master put a hand on his shoulder, his voice all encouraging. "Nothing's impossible, my guy. Don't lose your nerve. Keep using the Heavenly King's footwork and just wait for the perfect moment." Bro, those words totally reignited his fighting spirit. Jason took a deep breath, shoved down the panic, and got his head straight. He gritted his teeth, ripped a strip of fabric from his sleeve, and tied it tight around his neck to stop the bleeding. Savage. He focused with everything he had, dodging the ferocious attacks from the charging monsters like a pro. He thought to himself, "That's right, I've wasted enough time moping around. Time to get it together." Once Jason Miller was in the zone, these monsters were about to get absolutely schooled. And just like that, like he got a second wind, Jason landed a picture-perfect punch right on a monster's snoot. The more he fought, the more fired up he got, unleashing this non-stop storm of punches and kicks. In that moment, Jason Miller had totally figured out his combat style. He was focusing all his power into the chaos, divine art, and the Heavenly King's footwork. Time just flew by. A whole 12 hours had passed. Jason had fought until he was about to collapse, sweat just pouring off him, his energy completely toast. Even so, the horde of monsters didn't even flinch. They just kept coming, not giving him a single second to catch his breath. Jason gritted his teeth, his heart sinking. Their attacks had slowed down. Now they were just playing defense. He thought, if I'm out of juice, I'll just have to buy time with my footwork. And so, Jason used the Heavenly King's footwork to evade, just trying to hang on. While dodging, he was secretly waiting for his chaos divine art to recharge his energy. His body felt like it was going to fall apart. Jason felt himself on the edge of collapsing. But, thanks to his insane willpower, he stayed on his feet. He was not about to die here. Just then, his master spoke up slowly. It's time. When your enemy is exhausted, send their heads flying. Sounds great, Jason thought blankly. But it's not just the enemy who's gassed. I am too. Smash that like button if you've ever felt this drained. Totally exhausted, he asked Master William. Can I, take a 5? His master just shot him this sharp look and said casually, you really think you recover faster than they do? Oof, sick burn. Trust the recovery power of the Chaos Divine Art. This is the perfect chance to boost your internal energy and your stamina. Jason Miller had no other choice. He clenched his fists, narrowed his eyes, and said firmly, I bet, let's run it. Right after that, he channeled his energy, feeling that power surge through his whole body. The look in Jason's eyes changed completely. His pupils were blazing with spiritual energy, just filled with determination. His master, standing nearby, nodded, totally satisfied. Nice work. To reward that fighting spirit, after you put these things down, I'll give you a fist technique that's perfect for you. The moment Master William finished speaking, a beast suddenly opened its jaws and charged straight for Jason. But he just casually raised an arm and effortlessly caught its snout, like it was nothing. Then, in one smooth motion, Jason Miller delivered a fatal blow, making the beast drop dead on the spot. Clearly, his master's promise had given Jason a serious power-up. He grinned, all excited. You promised, master. But in that exact moment, Jason felt this immense, crazy killing intent wash over him from behind. The aura was burning with some ferocious heat. In a flash, a colossal beast appeared behind Jason, its mouth wide open, letting out this furious roar. It blasted a powerful stream of fire right at Jason. The inferno was raging, literally incinerating everything in its path, turning solid rock into ash. But the spot where Jason had been standing was now empty. The beast was shook. It just stared at the empty space, having no clue that Jason had launched himself into the air before the flames even hit. And from that perfect vantage point, Jason did not waste the opportunity. He poured all his energy into his arm, gritted his teeth, and roared, "Let's see you take this." Then he unleashed this world-shaking blow. The attack slammed down, leaving the monsters below either crippled or straight-up deleted. Immediately, a system notification popped up. Jason Miller's Chaos Divine Art had reached a whole 3 stars. The notifications just kept coming. Chaos Divine Art is fully charged. The dungeon has been instantly cleared. Stamina, which was below 10%, has been completely restored. Jason could feel waves of vitality flowing back into him, his body just overflowing with energy. The system displayed yet another notification. Due to his ridiculously impressive growth, Jason Miller received 25,000 accumulated points. He unwrapped the cloth from his neck. The wound was completely healed, without a single scar. At the same time, the system chimed in again. The Chaos Divine Art's innate ability, Fear, has been unlocked. Once this ability is activated, all surrounding monsters will fear the user. And just like that, the beasts that were so ferocious moments ago were now all timid and hesitant, acting all shy and stuff. It was hilarious. His master, Master William, chuckled smugly beside him, fanning himself and muttering, "You're a real prodigy. Who would have guessed this kid would hit 3 stars with the Chaos Divine Art in just 2 months? This kid, he's a lot like the first one." Jason asked, all confused. "The first one?" Master William replied all nonchalantly, his tone super vague. "He was my first disciple." "Which makes him your senior." Jason nodded slowly, getting it. "Oh, I see." But as soon as he said it, he realized something was off. He immediately shouted, "Wait, you've had another student before." "Oh my god, the drama. Who do you guys think it is? Drop your theories in the comments, and don't forget to sub for more." "So, how many other dudes were there before me?" Master William literally slapped his hands over his ears like they were gonna explode and snapped, "You're my student too, chill. There were only, 4 others before you." Oh, Jason was so ticked off. Seriously, and you're just telling me this now. But get this, Master William totally pulled a slick one and dodged the question, pointing at the pack of beasts. Yo, look, they're bouncing. You better go clap 'em. Jason just scowled, looking around. Nice try changing the subject, dude. They already dipped while we were chatting. And for real, there wasn't even a single paw print left. Poof, gone. Master William smacked Jason right on the back of the head, totally frustrated. This is why I told you to smoke 'em quick. Do you ever listen to me? What are you even doing? Go get 'em, now. Jason hit him with the side eye. You didn't forget your promise, did you, old man? Master William took a deep breath, fanning himself dramatically. You think a guy like me goes back on his word? Peeved. This technique is called the striking fist. It's like the OG of throwing hands. So, what do you say? You want to learn? Jason's eyes went wide. Wait, is striking fist like the Sky King style? Isn't that the Wagner family's whole martial arts thing? When Master William just nodded, Jason went quiet for a sec, then looked dead serious. I'm in. I'll learn it. Just like that, Master William zapped the B-rank striking fist skill over to Jason. Asterisk bling. Asterisk. The system notification popped up, you already know. Jason was just shook, processing it all. The family reject who couldn't even get his own bloodline powers was now about to learn the secret sauce of a super prestigious clan. The irony is times chef's kiss asterisk. Man, if I get stronger than all of them, I wonder what their faces will look like. But Jason shook it off. No time to get lost in the sauce. After getting the striking fist download, he was immediately back on the hunt for those beasts. Dude walked until his legs felt like jelly, but still, not a single sign of him. Talk about ghosting. Let me know in the comments if you think his family will eat their words. Jason let out a huge sigh. For real, how far did those things even run? Did they book a flight to Miami or something? And right on cue, Master William started nagging again. I told you to handle them, didn't I? This is what happens when you don't listen to your elders, ya little punk. Jason was trying so hard to keep his cool. Okay, I already said I was sorry. My bad, for real. Then, suddenly, his face went totally blank. Master. Wasn't the thing we were hunting a mid-tier four-tailed beast? After Master William was like, yep, Jason just pointed. Well, look over there. And bam, a freaking blue fox. Oh, snap. That wasn't just any monster. That was the final boss of this whole zone. The blue fox was the king of this little slice of hell. Its speed was on par with red-level monsters, and it was so OP that a whole squad of C-rank Awakened would probably get wiped trying to fight it. Y'all, this thing was on a completely different level from the trash mobs he'd been fighting. Jason was more stressed than a student during finals week, knowing that one wrong move meant game over. For real. And of course, Master William seemed to read his mind. The old man said all slow and wise, don't be scared, kid. There's nothing more valuable than almost kicking the bucket. Jason was like, huh, and hesitantly asked, so? I still gotta fight it. Master William immediately lost it, yelling, get in there. Back in my day, we didn't question our masters. This new generation is so soft, he grumbled. Laugh my ass off. Even with Master William talking all that smack, Jason was still sweating bullets. Could he actually beat this blue fox? This was the real deal. No respawns. No one to bail him out. But then, Jason steeled himself. If he bailed now, he'd be the same loser he was in his past life. Yeah, no different from that weak, pathetic kid who was basically everyone's punching bag, the one everyone clowned on. The cringe memories came flooding back. Those brutal beatdowns from the same jerks who actually got the family powers. He remembered being beaten so bad he could barely stand. His whole body just gave out and he collapsed. As he tried to push himself up, some grimy boots stomped right on his face. The owner, Leo Wagner, the biggest jerk at their old high school in downtown Austin, the punk who led the crew that always jumped him. Leo Wagner just ground his face into the dirt. Your gate's busted, dude. You're done. You'll never fight again. Even in that state, a panicked Jason managed to ask, Leo Wagner, what the heck are you doing? The principal would never let this fly. But Leo Wagner just gave him this ice-cold look. The principal already signed off on it. Those words hit Jason like a truck, leaving him completely speechless. Wagner, on the other hand, just burst out laughing like a total psycho. I told you he gave the green light. Messing up a useless nobody like you is literally no big deal. In that moment, Jason hit rock bottom. Total despair. Tears were streaming down his face, not from the pain, but because he was so angry and humiliated he could barely breathe. He knew he'd never, ever forget that. But no. Not this time. This life had to be different. Smash that like button if you're rooting for his comeback story. He had to level up, get way stronger, so he could get payback on every single one of them, including the family that treated him like trash. For a guy who's already died once, what's there to be afraid of? Jason pushed himself up, his eyes blazing with pure fire. I've come this far, he thought, might as well go all in. He looked up at his master and declared, I'll fight it. At that exact moment, the blue fox, which had been snoozing by a stream, suddenly snapped awake. Why? Because a massive wave of energy just blasted out from Jason. It was his battle aura, turning on like a freaking floodlight. The Chaos Divine Art's passive ability had just activated. Jason remembered this skill. It was basically a fear debuff for all the monsters nearby. But it only worked on the low-level noobs. Against the blue fox, that defense got shattered faster than a cheap phone screen. The system immediately hit him with a notification, and it was not good news. The blue fox's innate skill, Alpha's Howl, has been activated. And thanks to that little buff, the pack of smaller monsters not only stopped being scared of Jason, but their speed stat literally doubled. Well, that backfired spectacularly. Jason was just completely floored. He kind of figured his fear thing might not work on the main boss, but he never thought a single one of its skills could just completely cancel his out. Freaking heck. So this was the real power of the legendary blue fox. This thing was a straight-up cheat code. The blue fox was now fully prepped to turn him into a human Capri Sun at any second. Jason knew he couldn't just stand there and become lunch. He powered up his internal energy and yelled, Master, I'm going in. But then Jason looked around and, wait, where'd the old man go? He was gone. Not a soul in sight. He'd been ditched. In that instant, another awful memory flashed in his mind. The principal of his school back in Chicago, his own father, had once coldly said he'd get rid of all the useless students, and that included his own son, Jason. Shaking his head, Jason snapped back to reality. He was standing in the sixth gate, basically a giant scorching desert. But the real heat wasn't from the sun. It was from the roaring wall of flames the blue fox pack had cooked up. He was totally surrounded by a sea of fire. Talk about the floor as lava, one wrong step and he'd be charcoal. But of course, the blue fox and its crew were totally immune to the fire. Number hacks. Jason forced himself to take a breath. He knew freaking out was a one-way ticket to being extra crispy. He had to use his brain, all that monster knowledge he'd grinded for, to make up for the fact that his fighting skills were still pretty meh. I've got all this book smarts about monsters, but it turns out theory and reality are two very different things. I might actually end up as a kebab. But then, a light bulb went off in his head. Cut off the head of the snake. The pack will totally scatter if the alpha's gone. I have to one-shot this thing. In the blink of an eye, Jason launched himself forward, unleashing the most epic kick he could muster, putting literally everything he had into this one attack. It was all or nothing. But just as his foot was about to connect, the blue fox just vanished. Poof. What? Don't forget to share this vid with a friend who loves cliffhangers. Bro, Jason Miller was straight up frozen for like a solid 30 seconds. He could not believe that blue fox dodged so easy. And yo, it totally vanished. Just as he started to panic, this nasty mouth with gnarly fangs lunged out from behind, trying to swallow him whole. Oh my god, you guys. Jason Miller was totally cornered. He immediately squared up, gritting his teeth, and was like, damn it. But get this, right at that life or death moment, Master William's voice just rings out. Use the Heavenly King's step and move forward. Jason felt like he'd just caught the golden snitch. For real. Without even thinking, he did exactly what his master said, instantly using the Heavenly King's step to flash right in front of that blue fang monster. He totally dodged a bullet, and even better, his new spot was perfect for a clapback. The blue fang thing let out this furious roar, but Jason didn't back down one bit. He clenched his fists, his energy was practically boiling as he gathered all his inner strength and screamed, "You think I'm gonna go down in a place like this, huh?" With that, Jason poured every last bit of power into one earth-shattering punch. So, out in the middle of the Six Gates Desert, like somewhere past Barstow, California, this deafening explosion just erupts. It sent yellow sand flying everywhere and blasted the whole area as fresh blood stained the ground red. The terrifying battle was finally over. Our boy Jason was completely gassed. His body just went limp as he collapsed, panting like crazy trying to get it together. Leaning against Blue Fang's huge blue corpse, Jason whispered, "I bet I'll really die next time." And then, ding. The training system pops up a notification. You have defeated the monster boss. For this insane achievement, he got an extra 500,000 accumulated points and was also awarded another 250 points as like a sign of respect from the system for his absolutely phenomenal performance. Total legend. Not only that, but Jason also copped a B-rank mana stone and an A-rank vampire mana skill. The Blue Fang's body slowly just vanished under the sun, leaving this weird skill book on the ground. His master finally showed up, chuckling, "Yo, you got a lot of useful stuff there. That A-rank vampire mana skill can drain an opponent's life force. It's literally the best way for you to level up." But Jason wasn't hearing a word of it. He shot back, "Master, where the heck have you been this whole time? I was screaming your name. I thought you straight up ditched me because I wasn't useful anymore. The drama. To calm Jason's totally fried mind, Master William coughed and was like, ahem, no way would I ever abandon my own student. It's not like I hate you or something. Yeah, sure. Jason was still just staring at his hands. I beat that monster with these very hands. In just one blow, his master offered some advice. First, just learn the Vampire Mana skill. Trust me, your abilities will definitely get a major glow up. Jason looked back with some serious side-eye. For real? His master frowned. You think I'm lying to you? Jason just smirked and ripped the book in half. Total boss move. The system announced, you have learned the A-rank Vampire Mana skill. You can now use the A-rank Vampire Mana skill. Master William tapped his fan, all satisfied. Good, now you just have one more thing to do. Use your Vampire Mana skill to drain all the blood from the monsters around here. After a totally soul-crushing morning, Jason finally got to return to his beloved dorm room at West Coast University. He threw on his robe and opened the system's status window. It showed all his updated info, and you guys, his stats had skyrocketed compared to last time. Jason was so moved he almost shed a tear of joy. We love to see it. He was now ranked higher than his C-rank Awakened in all 4 skills. Insane, right? His master appeared and asked bluntly, what are you doing? Jason smiled softly. I'm heading out now. He closed the system window and bounced. So while all the other students were running for their lives, trying not to be late for class, Jason was just strolling along, taking his sweet time. Laugh my ass off. His master looked at him all suspicious and asked, my student, aren't you late, too? Billy replied, if I'm already late, might as well take my time and be really late. Master William nearly fainted from anger and yelled, how can you even think that? You should be looking forward to your teacher's class. Jason just glanced over calmly and chuckled. The only teacher I need is you, master. So smooth. And just that one sentence was enough to fix his master's grumpy mood. He chuckled to himself all smug. Well, that's true. Having one good teacher is all you need. Jason was thinking to himself, my master is so easy to please. Lol. But then, this unexpected voice called out, Jason, you heading to school? Jason turned around and saw it was those clowns from before, the ones he'd already put in their place. The only difference was this time, they brought Jay with them. This guy. How could Jason forget that punchable face? Jay stood there, his gelled-up hair blowing in the wind with this arrogant, mocking smirk. Looking pretty tough, huh? Jason just gave him a stone-cold stare and replied flatly, don't start with me, just get lost. But of course, those words just made Jay even angrier. He cleared his throat. Haven't seen you in a few months and you're still the same old loser, huh? The official match is tomorrow. What's with the confidence? Hearing about an official match, the master was totally surprised. Jason quickly explained in a low voice, it's an official one-on-one match on campus that decides student rankings. But to everyone else, it looked like he was just muttering to himself, which made Jay even more irritated as he growled. What are you mumbling about, huh? My patience has its limits. Jason looked at Jay with his tired expression and retorted sarcastically. Patience for what? What does a guy whose fists move faster than his brain have to be patient about? Ooh, drop a fire emoji in the comments if that was a sick burn. That comment made Jay's blood boil, his face turning bright red. The other students nearby couldn't help but snicker. Jay was completely triggered and roared. How does a loser like you dare talk to me like that, huh? Without another word, he charged like a wild beast, screaming, I'm gonna kill you. But to Jason, this attack was a complete joke, and he easily dodged it with a single, tiny step. After that, it was all the Jason Miller show. Jay kept throwing this wild flurry of punches and kicks, but Jason just gracefully weaved past them, dodging effortlessly without even breaking a sweat. And to top it all off, Jason was even smirking at him. Jay started to panic. Big time. He couldn't understand why he couldn't land a single hit on this so-called loser. Suddenly, Jason's system displayed a notification for his first side quest. Defeat Jay with an absolute victory. The reward? 100,000 accumulated points. Easy money. Jason smirked, thinking to himself, seriously, master? Giving me a quest this easy? He channeled his inner energy into his leg, changing his mind. He was going to deal with Jay in the official match, but he might as well just end it now. All Jason did was lightly trip Jay's leg with his foot. Jay immediately felt the world spin as he crashed to the ground, gritting his teeth in pain and glaring daggers at Jason. Jason leaned down with a smirk and said, you're way too slow. Those words made Jay tremble with rage, his blood just boiling. He shot back up, ready to unleash a fatal blow. The air grew incredibly tense. The surrounding students fell dead silent, not daring to even breathe. But what made them all freeze wasn't how ruthless Jay's attack was, but the fact that Jason had effortlessly blocked that terrifying blow with a single hand. Jay couldn't budge an inch, and fear started to creep in as he yelled at Jason, what the hell are you doing? And that's the T. Smash that like button if you need to see what happens next. Let go of my hand. Yo, the scene was wild. The dude who attacked him was literally begging to be let go. Jason Miller just smirked, ice cold, and was like, "Oh, I'll let go." And he did, but in that split second, Tyler Harrison knew something was majorly wrong. The energy in his arm just went completely haywire. A searing pain just ripped through his entire arm. He's grabbing it, screaming his head off, feeling like it's about to be totally useless. Jason Miller just looks down at him, his eyes like daggers, and says, "I know what you were trying to pull. Did your little crew from downtown put you up to this? 'Cause I'm not going to be your punching bag this time." Then Jason Miller reaches out. His energy just goes supernova. His whole aura is pulsing like crazy, and there's this sharp, cold glint in his eyes. "I'm about to return everything I've been through with interest." Tyler Harrison was in a full-blown panic, shaking like a leaf out in a Chicago winter, asking, "What are you doing?" But you could tell he knew he couldn't stop this train wreck. Jason took him down clean in an instant. All you could hear was Tyler's horrifying, agonizing scream hanging in the air after that beatdown. And then, Jason Miller just casually strolls into the classroom like nothing happened. The system dings with a notification. First side quest complete. And you know those reward points hit his account instantly. Jason's smirking, totally satisfied. But that just sets the teacher off. "You think this is funny? Are you laughing at me?" Jason immediately wiped that smile off his face. Master William chimes in, all sly, "Bro, you're grinning like a total creep." The teacher just roars at him. "You destroyed the student dungeon and beat up a disciple from a top-tier family. Do you have any idea what you've done?" Turns out Jason had been hauled into the faculty office at Vanguard Academy and was getting an earful from a whole panel of teachers. But Jason just calmly hits him with, "Technically, I haven't broken any school rules." The teacher was absolutely livid. "Oh, yeah? And where exactly is that written in the rules?" Jason just states, cool as a cucumber. Article 1, Section 4 of the rulebook. It says when you sense that your opponent is about to unalive you, you have the right to self-defense. And sure enough, there it was, Article 1, Section 4, leaving the teacher so shook he was literally speechless. Just as the tension in that office was about to snap, the chairman himself speaks up, stopping the fuming teacher. The chairman smirks, asking Jason Miller in this super smug, condescending tone, "Okay, let's just say you acted in self-defense, like you claim. So what's your plan now? Tyler Harrison is a big deal from a ranked family. You really think they're just going to let this slide from their mansion in Beverly Hills?" This guy was Han Min Woong, the chairman of the Vanguard Academy for Martial Elites, from the main J family line and the heir to the legendary J martial arts. Jason Miller carefully sized up Han Min Woong, thinking to himself that with an aura like that, he had to be an A-lister. If it weren't for the primal divine art, he probably would have passed out right there. But he kept his cool and answered loud and clear. "The school doesn't need to worry about this. It seems like everyone's forgotten, but I'm also from a ranked family, and my father is the head of it. I'll let my family handle this matter personally." And yo, even though his words were calm, you could hear a pin drop in that room. Chairman Han Min Woong looked intrigued, a little bit of appreciation in his eyes as he thought, "So there's another student besides the sword dragon who can handle my vibe. From what I've heard, he's the total failure who got kicked out by his own family." In the end, the meeting wrapped up exactly the way he wanted. The vibe afterward was still super tense, and the whole school was blowing up with talk about Jason Miller. Nobody saw him being that strong. Most people were just shocked, but there was one person who was absolutely fuming. That teacher, Mr. Kevin Smith, the one who was screaming at Jason. He was cursing to himself, "That damn punk Jason Miller should have been punished. By looking out for the rich kids from ranked families, I get expensive gifts, fat stacks of cash, and even secret techniques. But that cast-off brat from the family totally ruined everything. If I just let this go, I'm not just going to lose their support. The other families are going to come after me too. I have to handle that punk by any means necessary." From that moment on, you could literally hear the whispers and tea being spilled everywhere Jason Miller went, but he just casually ignored it. Yo, that's him? The one who completely bodied that tyrant? No way a loser like him could do something like that. Jason smiled, whispering to Master William, "Man, if that meeting had gone sideways, it would have been a huge problem, but thank goodness for the primal divine art." His master just fanned himself and said smugly, "Poof, the outcome was totally predictable. Back in my day, I ate situations just like yours for breakfast. The 9 major syndicates and the 5 founding families all came for my head, and in the end, I was the one who came out on top." Jason heard him but was obviously tuning him out. LOL. What he was really focused on was that meeting. Jason had already figured out the one pulling the strings was Mr. Kevin Smith, his own homeroom teacher, because he was totally in the pocket of the ranked families. But things were different now, especially with the whole issue of Tyler Harrison's Danshin. Standing by the window, Jason happened to overhear a super juicy conversation coming from Mr. Kevin Smith himself. he was on this super tense phone call. The incident with Tyler Harrison was truly unfortunate. I pushed for that meeting to happen, but it didn't accomplish anything. It sounded like the person on the other end was threatening to cut off his funding. Oof. Mr. Kevin Smith flinched. What do you mean? Cut my funding? You can't do that. Sweat was literally dripping down his forehead as he kept pleading. If you just give me one more chance, I'll pay. Asterisk special attention times to Tyler Harrison during the rankings. Hearing this, Jason started putting the pieces together. He thought to himself, looks like they're not going to risk an official match after all. His master asked curiously, spill the tea. Kid, why does your family hate you so much? It feels like there's got to be more to it than you just not inheriting the bloodline. Jason crossed his arms and answered coldly, because I'm an illegitimate child. My aunt can't even stand the sight of me, and my father loved my mother more than his own wife. His master frowned. Hold up, that's weird. If your dad loved your mom, he should be protecting you. Jason just let out this bitter laugh. My father loves the family name more than he ever loved my mother. He's the kind of man who would sell his soul to the devil for the family. Master William looked at Jason with pity and said sarcastically, wow, you're a real lucky guy. Huh? Takes some serious cosmic bad luck to be that unlucky. Jason just smiled faintly. I'm used to it. He smiled on the outside, but deep down, how could anyone get used to that? Then and now, his family was always trying to drag him down to rock bottom. Jason angrily clenched the Coke can in his hand, crushing it flat with zero effort. But he was different now. He wasn't going to let anyone, not even his own so-called family, bully him anymore. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was the next school day. The whole campus was still buzzing about Jason. Hey, look, it's Jason Miller. He definitely wiped the floor with Tyler Harrison. Seriously, how strong is he? Can a D rank really get that good that fast? Hearing this, his master's ego swelled up again, and he asked, whose disciple are you? Huh? Getting noticed everywhere you go. Jason knew just how to play him and replied with a huge grin. It's all thanks to your guidance, master. Just then, Mr. Kevin Smith shot a glare at Jason and snapped. Enough of the chatter. Get in the classroom, now. Then he started his instructions. I will generate a random simulated monster for each of you. You'll be matched against an opponent based on your level, as usual. Now, enter by your student number. Besides the barrier fields, there's no more perfect place for an unfortunate accident to happen, because the difficulty can be manipulated from the control room. Man, if that's not a threat, I don't know what is. Drop a comment with what you think is going to happen next. Oh my god, this dude was already scheming, planning to crank the difficulty way up for Jason Miller's turn and then just blame it on a system error. What a snake. Today was his big chance to get rid of this kid for good. And get this, mister. Kevin Smith kept throwing these shady glances at Jason. Master William, his mentor, leaned in and whispered, bro, he's practically wearing a sign that says, I'm gonna try to end you. How is that guy even a teacher at a place like Northwood High in Chicago? Jason just smirked, like, there's zero chance I'm gonna let that happen. And then, boom, it was Jason's turn to step into the virtual reality room. Mister, Kevin Smith's voice dripped with fake nice sarcasm. Is there any specific times monster you'd like to face? Jason shot back, deadpan. Whatever. I'm good. Mr. Smith's smile got all twisted. Then how about you fight a demon? So, you gotta understand, demon is what they call awakened ones who were straight-up criminals, like the psychos from the infamous Crimson Serpent Syndicate. Jason just smiled to himself, thinking, I can't believe he'd tell a student to fight someone like that. The absolute nerve. So he's finally showing his true colors, huh? Jason smirked, all confident, and said, all right then, let's do this. Even with his evil plan totally exposed, Mr. Smith tried to play the caring teacher role to the end. He whispered into the mic, all soft and fake, if things get too dangerous, you let me know immediately, okay? And right after that, this dude coldly slammed the start button. A sick-looking magic circle flared to life in the VR room, its light just flickering and trembling all over the place. Jason Miller closed his eyes, focusing to get a read on the simulation's location. This time, it was a snowfield, difficulty level D. He blinked, and bam, he was standing on a foggy, frozen solid mountain. Mister, Kevin Smith's phony voice crackled over the speaker. Good luck out there. Jason just curled his lip. This psycho is really trying to get me smoked. In the thick, snowy fog, Jason could barely see 5 feet in front of him. Moving was a total nightmare. But the scariest part, his opponent was the Frostbite Fiend, one of the 7 psycho leaders of the Crimson Serpent Syndicate. This wasn't some random monster fam. This was a crazy old dude who loved unaliving people, a legit assassin. A chill went straight down Jason's spine. He couldn't wrap his head around a teacher making a student face a threat like this. You were certifiably insane, Mr. Kevin Smith. The demon in front of him just stood there, completely still, but the murderous vibe coming off him was so thick you could choke on it. Suddenly, the system flashed the first emergency quest for Jason. will of the youngest. The mission. He had to use his Chaos Edge technique to take down his opponent. Here's the catch. He could only use Chaos Edge below level 2. If he used Chaos Edge level 3 or higher, he'd fail. Talk about pressure. Jason just smirked. Well, now I have another reason to absolutely body this guy. The Frostbite Fiend finally moved. Without a word, he channeled his energy into his hands and blasted a deadly palm strike right at Jason. Jason instantly dodged, but plot twist. The energy blast from the Frostbite Fiend could freaking change direction, looping back around to hunt him down. No cap. This time, Jason couldn't dodge it, a major screw-up. His arm started to freeze solid. This was the signature move of the Frost Grandmaster from the legendary Frost Spire. But the Frostbite Fiend wasn't done. He shot towards Jason at an insane speed, raising his hand to deliver a final, fatal blow. If that thing landed, Jason would be crippled, if not worse. Jason immediately threw both hands up to block, but the power of this crazy old dude was off the charts. He struggled but refused to back down an inch. Even though the Frostbite Fiend was just a simulation, his skills were legit, a seriously tough opponent. But guess what? Jason Miller wasn't the same washed-up kid from his past life anymore. He blocked the attack perfectly, a rush of excitement hitting him. He thought, okay, now this is getting interesting. Jason immediately went on the counterattack, unleashing his own strike. His energy exploded with so much force, the entire snowy mountain literally started to shake. With unbelievable speed, Jason zipped behind the Frostbite Fiend, getting ready to launch a devastating blow. But the demon was no joke. He totally predicted Jason's move and quickly dodged the fatal punch. Jason gave a cold smirk, not letting this chance slip by. Wherever the Frostbite Fiend dodged, Jason was right there on him. It was a true high-stakes game of cat and mouse. Jason wasn't scared at all. In fact, he was having a blast fighting such a strong opponent. Drop a comment below if you think Jason's got this. But the Frostbite Fiend wasn't just good at dodging. He started channeling all his energy into his hands. Both of them were ready to clash head-on, their killing intent flaring up like crazy. And then, just when it looked like they were about to throw down in the ultimate one-on-one showdown, Jason realized something was seriously wrong. The demon in front of him just vanished. Poof. What Jason had just punched was nothing but an afterimage. The Frostbite Fiend was gone without a trace. Jason frowned, figuring it out. Did Mr. Smith just shut down the system? So annoyed, he kicked the floor. Hard. It was just getting good, and he cuts it off. Outside, Mr. Kevin Smith was having a full-on meltdown. He was staring at the glitching VR screen, thinking, what is going on? His energy is making the whole system crash. Mr. Smith's face was a picture of pure horror because, even as a sim, this fight's difficulty was at least C rank. Not even the top-tier students, or even he himself, could easily go toe-to-toe with Jason Miller. The more Mr. Kevin Smith thought about it, the more furious he got. He just let out a roar and punched the VR screen, hard. Meanwhile, inside the VR room, Jason was totally relaxed, not a single care in the world. He closed his eyes to chill, just enjoying the feeling of relief after that super intense battle. The training system immediately announced that the first emergency quest was complete. The reward points were instantly wired to Jason's account. He smiled, 100% satisfied. Thanks to the Origin system, Jason was finally recognized as a D rank. From a total, useless F rank, he shot all the way up to D rank, and he even knocked out that jerk Tyler Harrison. Thinking about it, Jason told himself, at this rate, I'll be strong enough to challenge the major pro leagues. While Jason was lost in a daydream about his epic future, a sudden voice calling his name snapped him right back to reality. He whipped around to see who would dare interrupt this rare moment of peace and quiet. And there, standing right in front of Jason, were his classmates. But they weren't giving him the usual looks of disgust. It was a look of pure, shining admiration. They were cheering like crazy. Jason, that was amazing. You're seriously strong, dude. The whole scene just made Jason freeze for a few seconds. The dude just stared, totally stunned and bewildered, at the complete 180-degree flip in his classmates' attitude. For the first time in either of his lives, Jason had gotten this kind of hype. He let out a little laugh, his warmest smile ever. This wasn't bad at all. His friends couldn't hear what he mumbled and asked, "What'd you say?" Jason just shook his head a little, smiling happily. It's nothing. From that day on, Jason Miller's life at the academy in Austin, Texas, changed in the blink of an eye. The second he stepped into the school lobby, a whole crowd of underclassmen all bowed respectfully. Greetings, Senior Jason Miller. It was so overwhelming. Jason just stood there, frozen in the middle of the hall. He couldn't help but question his own sanity, like, what in the fresh heck was going on? Then, the leader of this new student pack steps up, all polite, and goes, "I'm Marcus Williams, a new student." And then, y'all, the entire crew bows down super low, all at once, chanting, "Please, look out for us, Senior." Jason Miller was totally bugging, thinking, Why are these dudes bowing to me like I'm some kind of mob boss from a movie? And for real, do these kids actually look 17? Did I accidentally walk into a casting call for a gangster flick? The more he thought, the more his head hurt, so he just said, "Yo, you guys really don't have to greet me like that from now on." But oh my god, that just made the kids freak out even more, asking if they did something wrong. Jason had to just sigh and spell it out for them. "Who am I to get this super formal greeting from you? I'm not in the mafia, my dudes." So what do? They immediately bow down again to apologize, making Jason awkwardly yell, "I told you guys to knock it off." After finally escaping that whole mob-style welcoming committee in the lobby, Jason Miller finally dragged his tired butt up to the classroom. He let out a sigh so heavy it could have its own zip code. The new kids literally escorted him all the way to the classroom door before they'd say goodbye and peel off. His master, Master William, was just stroking his beard next to him, laughing. "See, this is just another Tuesday for the powerful." Jason was too ticked off to even respond, but oh honey, the drama was just getting started. Along with these fantastic times, new changes, Jason's life now included a few extra migraines. The second he sat down at his desk in some random classroom in Miami, Florida, a classmate struts up to him all confident. "Spar with me." Jason, completely over it, just goes, "I'm tired, man, just beat it." But this dude, Blake Morrison, clearly had a death wish and was not taking no for an answer. He suddenly pulls out his sword and lunges for a duel right there in class, not even caring if Jason said yes or no. In a single second, just as the blade was about to hit, Jason just sticks out his hand and, so casually, twists the sword, shattering it into a million pieces like it was a dry twig. The cocky dude from a second ago went silent, his face completely drained of color. Jason quietly clenched his fist, and a split second later, after this massive surge of energy blasted out, the classmate fainted right there on the floor. Jason scoffed, "You should try listening to what people say for once." Master William was laughing beside him, totally loving the show. "Well, look at you, getting pretty famous." "Huh?" Jason shot back, exhausted. "You call this famous?" And so, the never-ending days of chaos began. One challenger after another, every single day someone would roll up, demanding a one-on-one with Jason. It felt like every 3 minutes, some new punk was trying to start something, driving Jason absolutely bonkers. His head was spinning so much he complained he'd rather be sent to deal with 10 monsters than have to deal with these petty squabbles with these kids. Master William stroked his beard and chuckled. "Maybe they just doubt your skills because they've never seen you in action with their own eyes." Jason let out a tired sigh. Even if that's true, the rumors have already gotten way out of hand. Just then, the classroom door flew open with a crazy loud yell. "Settle down. Who was the one causing a ruckus during homeroom this morning?" The homeroom teacher, a guy named Mr. Kevin Smith, stormed in, his eyes scanning the room before locking onto Jason with a full-on death glare. It looked like he was ready to pounce and eat the kid alive right then and there. Jason just sighed, not even bothering to look back at the laser stare. Mr. Smith quickly put on his serious teacher face, walked to the front, passed out schedules, and told the students to fill them out. His master, Master William, curiously peeked at the paper in Jason's hands and asked, "Is this how you usually do school?" Jason replied, all chill, "Normally, I just focus on 3 main subjects: footwork, weapon arts, and aura control. Just mastering one martial art is tough enough, but learning a completely new one is way harder." Master William pushed, "So what are you going to do?" Jason stayed quiet, not answering right away, as his classmates started turning in their schedules one by one. Jason walked over to the class president, President Sophia Lee, handed over his schedule, and asked, "I can just turn this into you, right?" Sophia answered coolly, "Just hand it over." After that, Jason turned and walked out, leaving a super curious Sophia to sneak a peek at the schedule he'd just given her. And with just one look, her eyes practically popped out of her head. On Jason Miller's schedule, there wasn't a single empty slot. He had signed up for literally every single class. The first period was outside on the soccer field. The female instructor in charge looked around the field, thinking to herself that there seemed to be a ton of students this year. Her eyes drifted over to the boys, where Jason stood right at the front of the line. Out of courtesy, she gave a small bow. Jason just nodded back lightly. He, of course, recognized this person. Miss Sarah Davis, an instructor from a ranked family, famous for always staying neutral. Jason gave a small smile. He knew she respected everyone, even a family outcast like him, treating them like they were her own family. "We love to see it." Miss Davis began the lesson. "The martial art you're about to learn is the 10-step divine palm, which is the successor to the 100-step divine palm. The Dragon Temple itself bestowed this technique upon our school." She signaled to an assistant next to her, "We'll start with the fundamentals." The assistant brought out a box and set it on a table. Inside were these heavy metal cuffs, and no one knew what for. Miss Davis explained, Each of you will put one of these 20-kilogram iron cuffs on both of your wrists. The students quickly did what she said, kinda laughing as they put on the weights. I heard this class was supposed to be hard, but this is a piece of cake. Only Jason was secretly feeling blessed. He never thought that lugging around those 50-kilogram weights on his master's orders would ever come in handy like this. Life is full of surprises, right guys? Miss Davis continued, now, we will officially begin. She had her assistant demonstrate the pose. Everyone, get into a horse stance just like the student model here. Also, raise both of your arms. You are forbidden from using your internal energy. Another student raised a hand to ask, how long do we have to hold the position for? Miss Davis smiled faintly. Until class is over, of course. Savage. So, in the middle of the soccer field, the whole class started holding the stance. Time ticked by silently, 40 minutes, then an hour, and half the students had already tapped out. By the final 2 hours, only Jason was left standing steady in the field, not even shaking a little bit. What a beast. The students watching from the sidelines were buzzing. How much longer can Jason possibly last? Is that guy even human? He's not even shaking. Naturally, this made Miss Davis look at Jason in a whole new light. Seriously, smash that like button if you think Jason is a total legend. She watched him quietly, thinking, this kid definitely didn't beat that Tyler Harrison dude by using some dirty trick. Finally, Miss Davis called an end to the class and walked over to Jason. You can stop now. Jason just casually stood up straight and replied, there's still some time before the bell rings. Miss Davis smiled gently and said softly, I don't think you need to push it that far. Miss Davis held out her hand, and the assistant beside her immediately offered up a carefully wrapped book. Ooh, what's this? She turned to Jason, her eyes thoughtful but full of confidence, and said, from this moment forward, I will personally teach you the 10-step divine palm. Y'all, her words left Jason completely stunned. His shock was written all over his face. The plot thickens. Right after, Miss Davis placed the valuable manual directly into his hands, her voice soft but firm. This is the secret manual for the 10-step divine palm. It's an improved version, but make no mistake, it's still one tough martial art to learn. Yo, Jason Miller's heart was literally about to explode. He was so hyped to finally be holding this book. Miss Jennifer Brown had to patiently explain that this wasn't some mystical scroll from a video game dungeon, so it wasn't like an official manual in their system. She was like, you have to learn exactly what's written in here, no shortcuts. But Jason just speed flips through the pages, barely even looking. Miss Jennifer Brown gets all serious but warm, you know the vibe, and is like, you have to be 100% committed. But before she could even finish, Jason suddenly clenches his fists. He straight up pops into his stance. Dude could not wait another second to test out this new energy he was feeling. Instantly, he just yeets his hand out, unleashing a 10-step divine palm strike, and the move left Miss Jennifer Brown absolutely frozen. The energy wave from the strike Jason just threw literally zipped right past her face. It was so on point, she had to admit it was the exact move from the book. She was thinking, how in the world did he pull that off after just skimming through it once? Jason just scratches his head with this super awkward laugh, like, my bad. But then his training system screen immediately pops up. You have failed to learn the 10-step divine palm. Laugh my ass off. His mentor, Master William, is standing nearby just smirking, reminding him, this ain't something you can just pick up in one go, kid. Jason gets all pouty and claps back. I'll get it in a few more tries. Watch. While Jason laser-focused on the stances, Master William watched him in silence. It was the first time he really got how stubborn this kid was, especially for someone who everyone used to look down on. Now Jason was pulling out skills that were way beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Master William fanned himself, his eyes totally sparkling with excitement. He's thinking, I thought he was just some goofball, but this kid's talent is getting insane. I can't wait to see what this punk does next. Even Miss Jennifer Brown couldn't hide how shook she was. Jason didn't have a special heavenly demonic body to just absorb martial arts, and he wasn't some genius born with a heavenly general body cheat code either. So how did he go from a total nobody to this prodigy? Jason suddenly speaks up, cutting right through her thoughts. My training totally failed when I used my internal energy. So, does that mean the key to the 10-step divine palm is all about controlling that energy? Miss Jennifer Brown hesitated for like a single second before nodding. That's exactly right, which is why your control over internal energy has to be perfect. Just him asking that question was enough to leave her even more stunned than before. He had literally only glanced at the manual, and my guy Jason had already figured out the core concept. Without wasting another second, he tried again. He slowly got into his stance. Every single move was textbook perfect, and he carefully channeled his internal energy, controlling it piece by piece, just like the instructions said. And then boom, he unleashes this super powerful palm strike, the exact technique from the manual. This time, Miss Jennifer Brown completely lost her cool. Her jaw hit the floor as she gasped. That's impossible. As for Jason, he was just grinning from ear to ear, cheering his head off. I did it. The training system immediately flashed a confirmation. Jason Miller has successfully mastered the 10-step divine palm. This technique is now a general skill in your inventory. Let's go. Because of that absolutely legendary display, Jason was showered with praise and even got invited to a special meeting with the school's instructors, probably held down at their campus at 123 University Drive, Berkeley, California. But that meeting, you guys, it turned into a total brawl to recruit our boy. Jason, with a massive headache coming on, tried to cut in. Professors, can we please go one at a time? But immediately, one professor just jumps in, all excited. I'll go first. I'm telling you, you were born to use a spear. Your power, your grip, your precision, the way your body flows like water, it's all natural, my dude. This is the way of the Holy Spear clan. But before he could even finish his pitch, the sword arts professor literally shoved him aside and announced, You're way more suited for the sword. This professor just went on and on. Your swordsmanship is already on par with the dragon's sword, so why don't you join my blood sword clan? But he couldn't even finish before the alchemy professor leaped in, cutting him off. No, no. Jason is a natural for alchemy. His performance proved it all. The 10,000 Poisons clan would welcome you with open arms. And immediately, the three professors exploded into this massive argument. It was pure chaos. They were all literally fighting to get Jason to join their squad. Amidst all the drama, Jason was totally overwhelmed, so he just quietly backed out of the room, leaving the three of them to their screaming match. He followed a trail up the mountain behind the school. He just flopped down on the green grass, sighing in frustration. I'm not trying to join another clan, so why won't they leave me alone? His master was about to give him a lecture when Jason beat him to it. You were about to say this is just one of the challenges strong people have to deal with, weren't you? Getting cut off like that left his master seriously annoyed, but Jason just gave him this smug little grin. Suddenly, someone else appeared. It was his teacher, Miss Jennifer Brown. Jason shot up, giving her a sheepish grin. Oh, hey. I was just taking a little break to hide from the other professors. Miss Jennifer Brown just smiled, handing him a can of Coke. Are you having fun in class? Jason happily took the soda from her. He nodded, saying, Yeah, class is awesome. I'm always learning new stuff. She sat down next to him and asked gently, Aren't you tired? It seems like you already mastered the 10-step divine palm all by yourself. Jason took a cool sip of his Coke and smiled back. Not at all. For a guy like me with no special bloodline, just getting the chance to learn martial arts at this school is a blessing. It's 100 times better than learning nothing. Oh my God, his words left Miss Jennifer Brown totally stunned for a moment. She couldn't take her eyes off him. But just then, they heard a commotion. The three professors who had been fighting over him earlier had actually tracked him down. Jason just sighed, totally annoyed. You've got to be kidding me. They followed me all the way out here. He immediately got up and bowed respectfully. Professor, I should probably get going. Miss Jennifer Brown could only watch helplessly, giving him a little wave. For real though, having been reborn, Jason had gone through some seriously dark times, but now he was able to just vibe and enjoy a peaceful, blue sky. It was something that seemed completely impossible in his past life. After leveling up his skills, Jason started hitting up the Green Gate to train regularly. He wasn't just there to push his limits, but also to farm monsters and boost his stats. Drop a comment below if you've ever had a favorite grinding spot in a game. And get this, every monster Jason defeated had its life force completely drained and converted into his own internal energy. As a result, the dried-up husks of fox monsters were scattered all over the Green Gate. His training system just kept pinging with notifications. Jason gained a small amount of mana and some bonus stats. He was thinking to himself that even the boss monster, the blue fox, was already defeated. But luckily, the other monsters kept respawning. That meant he could just keep coming back to grind for experience. Still, Jason knew the rewards he was getting from these fox monsters were becoming pretty pathetic. Ever since he smoked the blue fox for the first time, he hadn't gotten a single mana stone. The struggle is real, y'all. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what happens next. He turned to his master, like, Yo, Master William, shouldn't I be getting that mana stone by now? The master snapped his fan shut, looking all thoughtful. Nah, I've changed my mind. You're leveling up way faster than I expected, so let's make a bigger bet. Jason Miller just froze for a sec, totally lost on what the old dude was even talking about. Master William casually continued. All that chaotic energy from the barrier is still just vibing in the air. Aren't you curious what would happen if you used your blood art magic skill to just slurp it all up? Hearing that, Jason Miller was floored. Wait, for real? You can actually absorb that stuff? Bro, you gotta understand. The magic energy coming off that barrier is super potent. If you could absorb it, it'd basically be a miracle cure. Master William stroked his beard with a smirk. Just using your blood art magic skill alone probably won't cut it, though. But don't you also have that chaos divine art? It's worth a shot, right? But then the old man gave him a super cryptic warning. Here's the deal. Your body's already maxed out on energy, and you're pretty much running on fumes if you try to absorb a massive amount of energy like that. There's a 90% chance you'll get seriously messed up. But you still want to give it a go, don't you? Jason Miller hesitated, but just for a split second. Then, a huge, wild grin spread across his face, answering the question for him. His mind was made up. Jason Miller walked right into the zone with the most intense energy to start absorbing the magic. He knew damn well that if he was the type to back down, he never would have gotten to where he is today. And the training system started blowing up with new notifications. Let's go. Jason Miller gained a bit of magic power from his blood art magic skill, followed by a notification that the skill had hit 4 stars. His Chaos Divine Art also hit 4 stars, and with it, his stats for endurance, vitality, strength, agility, and willpower all hit their max. The dude is cracked. In that space, thick with raw magic, Jason Miller was completely lost in absorbing every last bit of energy from the barrier, pushing on with pure grit and hunger. His entire body was tensed up, bracing against the brutal onslaught of chaotic energy. His master stood to the side, his sharp gaze tracking Jason Miller's every move. He thought to himself, it's his first time using the Chaos Divine Art, so I'm not sure if the kid will go into a trance, but he's clearly cleared the first hurdle. Suddenly, Jason Miller's eyes shot open, his pupils blazing with light as if fierce aura swirled within them. A second later, his body gave out, completely drained of energy. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Oh my God, so dramatic. Master William shuffled over, leaned down, and asked in a half-joking, half-serious tone. So, how we feelin'? Jason Miller, barely able to breathe, managed to gasp out, felt like I just clawed my way back from hell. The old man smirked, crossing his arms. From the sound of it, I'd say you nailed it. And just as the old man said, a satisfied grin spread across Jason Miller's face. The system screen was still lit up in front of him, with a non-stop flood of notifications. Even when he tried to dismiss them, they just kept piling up, scrolling like a crazy Twitter feed. Suddenly, a wild notification caught his eye. The system announced that he had absorbed all the magic radiating from the barrier and received the first clear reward for purifying it, 250,000 store points. Che-shing. But that wasn't all. Jason Miller had also officially become the new master of the Fox's Den, taking the place of the monster, the Blue Fox. Jason Miller was completely baffled. A human could become the master of this barrier? No way. This was completely unheard of, and he was totally thrown for a loop. A human can be a barrier master? For real? Just then, a strange noise behind him made him jump out of his skin. Jason Miller whipped around, totally on guard. Master, was that you? Master William snapped back. What the heck do you take me for? Jason Miller's eyes darted behind him, where a tiny creature had appeared. Its fur was a brilliant blue that was almost blinding. The second he saw it, Jason Miller knew that blue fur was the unmistakable legacy of the Blue Fox monster. This little guy was the little Blue Fox, looking cute as heck but still carrying the DNA of the former boss monster of this place. He gently scooped the little creature into his hands, a huge grin on his face. It looked like this was the little Blue Fox privilege in action, because even his master seemed to soften up at how cute it was. The old man crossed his arms and squinted, remarking, once that thing grows up, it'll be a seriously dependable asset. It can have up to 10 tails, you know. Jason Miller, who was busy cooing over the little Blue Fox, froze when he heard his master's comment. A shiver ran down his spine. This adorable little creature was going to turn into asterisk, that asterisk. His master tilted his head and asked softly, you're not going to give it a name? Jason Miller thought for a second, completely drawing a blank on a good name. But after just a beat, an idea popped into his head. He looked at his master with a radiant, mischievous grin. How about we call it Bluey? The name Jason Miller just came up with made both his master and the little Blue Fox go completely still. LOL. Master and student just stared at each other, dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Jason Miller was thrilled, thinking Bluey was the most adorable name ever, a sentiment clearly not shared by anyone else. One look at the little Blue Fox's helpless face was enough to see how much it hated the name. Too bad it couldn't actually protest. Master William didn't even bother arguing, just waved his hand in defeat. Fine, call it whatever you want. And just like that, the little Blue Fox was officially stuck with the name Bluey. Drop an F in the chat for Bluey, guys. He happily cradled Bluey in his arms, asking softly, you like the name too, don't you? Looking at the little Blue Fox's face, you could tell that if it could talk, its first word would have been hell no. The next morning, Jason Miller had just woken up at his dorm near Miami Beach when an uninvited guest showed up. A female classmate was standing right at his door, and he was about to shut her down immediately. I can't. I've got something important to do. But she kept insisting. It'll only take a couple of minutes. but when he saw her desperate look and pleading eyes, Jason Miller's resolve weakened. He felt bad for her and couldn't bring himself to say no, so he finally nodded and agreed to go. Before heading out, he didn't forget to turn back and ask, "Hey, could you grab me some milk?" Meanwhile, over in the chairman's office at the school, Chairman Harrison was calmly dusting the leaves of a potted plant. Suddenly, the door flew open and his secretary burst in, panting. "Chairman, we have a situation." Chairman Harrison frowned. "What's wrong?" The secretary, still trying to catch her breath, rushed out the report. "There's a problem with the basement barrier. The Blue Fox's den has been cleared." Chairman Harrison immediately went down to the basement himself. In front of him, the ceiling talismans that had once covered the green gate were torn to shreds and scattered all over the floor. He bent down and picked up a fragment, his face a mask of pure shock. Who could have possibly broken the Five Elements formation? That formation was the pride of the school, a supposedly unbreakable barrier. "This is getting so juicy, smash that like button if you agree." Chairman Harrison said grimly. "I need to see the barrier for myself." He pushed open the green gate, but after taking just a few steps inside, a virtual system screen popped up right in front of his face with a cold, hard notification. "What do you think it says? Drop your theories in the comments below." Okay, so get this, Chairman Miles is locked out of his own crib, the super exclusive Blue Lake estate. Like, the security system is all new phone. Who dis? He's bugging, thinking to himself. What in the actual heck? Did some rando just hijack my barrier and become the new master? Bro is shook. He snaps at his poor secretary. All like, find out who hacked my barrier, like, yesterday. Okay, so let's rewind to the night before. Our boy, Jason Miller, is leaving that same spot, and he's all deep in his feels, asking Master William, "Yo, isn't this place good enough?" Master William is totally chill, just like, "Nah, fam, that's not the play." But Jason gets all defensive, his voice tight. "But dude, that's where I can see Azure all the time." Master William just shakes his head, like he's talking to a toddler. "My guy, it's so obvious you've never raised a magical pet before. Creatures like this need to roam free. They're not about that apartment life in downtown Chicago." Then he glances around Jason's tiny room and just starts laughing. "How about, like, right next to your bed?" And yo, before the words are even out of his mouth, Azure's slick blue tails are all curled up at the foot of the bed. That little critter just sprawls out, totally vibing and looking completely blissful, 100% loving the bed. Jason is grinning from ear to ear, all hyped up. Yes, let's just leave it there. And Master William's just watching him, low-key getting a little emotional about it. I mean, it's been a hot minute since he's seen Jason this genuinely happy, you know? Just a moment with no doom and gloom, guard totally down. After getting kicked out of the family for not inheriting the bloodline and getting clowned on by everyone, it's no shock he's been in a dark place. But unlike these other dudes who get a power-up and immediately crash and burn, Jason kept his head down and stayed on his grind, always keeping that positive vibe. Master William couldn't help but totally respect the kid for it. At least he's nothing like his first student. That dude was high-key on a revenge tour fueled by pure hate. Meanwhile, Jason is just vibing, petting Azure, not a care in the world. He's whispering sweet nothings until it falls asleep, and he just gets this goofy little smile. Alright, just one last thing on the to-do list. Asterisk bling, asterisk, he gets a notification from his training system. His energy channels are maxed out, his life force is flowing, and his power level just went through the roof. Jason pulls up his stats, screen and, bruh, he just freezes solid. Master William clocks his expression and tilts his head. You good, bro? Jason is legit freaking out, pointing at the screen with a shaky hand. Dude, what is this? Cause, what he's looking at is a completely new stat screen. It's like Jason Miller 2.0. Stronger than he's ever been. His stamina, strength, agility. All the numbers on his screen just went parabolic. He's absolutely floored. I mean, usually, even finding a double A rank awakened is like spotting a unicorn in Times Square. And get this, their max stat value usually caps out around the 300 mark. That's a level only for the big dogs, the 5 overlords, the shot callers of the major clans. And somehow, our boy just hit that level. He's speechless for a minute, his heart is pounding like a drum solo. You know what they say, a real glow-up only happens when you put in the work, and my guy just cashed in. Jason can now roll with the most powerful people on the planet. Master William slides up, raises an eyebrow, and asks, all slick, "So, what are you waiting for? Go spend those skill points." Jason finally catches his breath after the shock. He's like, "Wait, I have points saved up, right?" The system screen flashes, and bam, over 2 million skill points. Can you even imagine? That's a number that would make anyone's jaw drop to the floor. Jason is muttering to himself, looking kinda sus. More points, more problems. Maybe I should just dump it all into my combat stats. Master William is stroking his beard, answering all casual. Yeah, with your current stats, learning the Sovereign's step right now would be a straight-up disaster. And UKNO that just made Jason even more curious. Like, how ridiculously OP is this Sovereign's step that Master William is trying so hard to gatekeep it? Jason gets this little smirk, thinking to himself that his curiosity is going to get him wrecked one day. So, he decides to pull a classic move, points out the window of his apartment at 456 Oak Street, and yells, "Whoa, Master, check it out." And Master William totally falls for it. He whips around to look, but there's literally nothing there. He turns back, all annoyed. What am I even looking at? But it was too late. Jason used that split second to smash that unlock button for the Sovereign's step in the system. Asterisk ping. 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 Asterisk notifications are blowing up his screen. Jason has mastered the Sovereign's step. New skill unlocked. Infinite spear arts established. He's holding his breath, ears turning red, just waiting for Master William to go off on him. But nothing. Silence. I can't stand it. Jason finally breaks. Aren't you gonna yell at me or something? And Master William just bursts out laughing, all smug. I can you were gonna do that. A good teacher's gotta know his knucklehead student's personality, right? Oh, the shade. Jason's totally confused. Huh, what do you mean? And right on cue, a brutal notification pops up from the system. Jason cannot use the Sovereign's step, stat requirements not met. OOF. Master William is absolutely cackling now. He is loving this, just watching his students squirm. You just flushed all those points down the toilet, kid. Jason's face goes white, and he wants to scream, no way, but you can't get a refund on skill points. He's in too deep to back out now. So Jason's just gotta tell himself, alright, bet. Time to grind until I can actually use this skill. Fast forward to the next morning, Jason wakes up all groggy with a massive yawn. He feels like he had the best sleep of his life, and he knows exactly why. Azure. His little pet basically turned into the world's best weighted blanket and slept next to him all night. First thing he does is check his stats, hoping for a miracle, but nope, everything's exactly the same. Since he blew all his points on that Sovereign's step, Jason has no choice but to grind like a madman to hit those stat requirements. He frowns, muttering, wait a sec, I feel like I'm forgetting something important. And then it hits him. He immediately starts petting Azure, all smiles and baby talk. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Azure. I'll go get you some breakfast right now. You're just a baby, so you can probably have some milk, right? He stumbles out of bed, and Azure is right there, stuck to him like Velcro, following his every move. Jason just smiles, scoops Azure up for a cuddle. You don't want to leave my side, huh? Want to come with me? He tucks the little guy inside his jacket, but just as he's about to head out, there's this frantic knocking at the door. He squints through the peephole, like, who on earth is banging on my door this early? Outside, there's this super serious lady in a pantsuit who says in the most robotic voice ever, I am the chairman's secretary. Are you Jason Miller? Jason opens the door, trying to act all casual. Yeah, that's me. What's good? The secretary does not have time for games. The chairman wants to see you. Jason's like, me? But then the light bulb goes off, and he whispers to Master William. Bruh, Miles probably wants to grill me about that whole barrier thing. Why do I even have to go see him? Still, seeing the secretary's totally pathetic, pleading look, he finally agrees to make a trip to the chairman's office. Man, the drama never stops. What do you guys think Miles is gonna do? Drop your theories in the comments, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more. So get this, inside the room, Chairman Robert Harrison is totally sizing up Jason Miller from head to toe, and you can just see the doubt on his face. He's probably thinking, this average-looking dude, for real? Did he actually break the barrier at the Azure Den? Right next to him, Master William, who's basically a mind reader, whispers a little heads up to Jason. Psst, I don't think you can tell how OP you are. Jason just smirks, messaging his master back with pure confidence. Yeah, I'm not falling for that old trick again, fam. See, before Jason even showed up, he made sure to put on this thing called the Ring of Origin, making it totally impossible for Harrison to scan his real power levels. After a super awkward and tense silence, Jason's the one to break it. So, I heard you wanted a word with me? Robert Harrison takes a sip of his fancy tea, his eyes still trying to figure Jason out. I called you because I was worried you'd get into some mess with Jae Hong. Then he puts his cup down, asking all sneaky like, so, is the Crimson King doing all right? But Jason, he doesn't even flinch, just answers super casually. Honestly, I was an abandoned kid, so I literally know nothing about my father. And oh my god, this made Harrison almost spit out his tea. He coughs a few times and backpedals so fast. My apologies, that was totally out of line. In the end, Harrison just let him go. He didn't say a single thing about the Azure Den barrier. The second Jason was out the door, Secretary Nash couldn't take it anymore and just had to ask. So what do you think, sir? Spill the tea, Robert Harrison just slowly answered, and his voice was super tense. I can't tell. I have absolutely no read on what kind of person he is. Even Secretary Nash was shook by that answer. I mean, Robert Harrison is famous for reading people like a book, so for him to say that? Wild. He just shook his head, looking tired and completely stunned. This is the first time I've ever dealt with something like this. I'm still in total shock. Anyway, I need to get Jude on the phone, like, right now. After that super weird and cryptic chat, Jason just walks back to his dorm in silence. And what's the first thing he does? He goes looking for Azure, of course. The second that little guy sees Jason, his tail starts wagging like crazy, and he happily scampers over. The whole carton of milk Jason left this morning was completely gone, not a single drop left. So Jason pours more into the bowl, smiling like a proud dad. And boom, the system dings with a notification. Azure's affection has increased by 5 points. Azure is full. Aw. Jason just chuckled and started petting Azure's head. The screen then automatically popped up with all of Azure's info. You guys, if you think Azure is the cutest, smash that like button right now. But when he looked at the stat sheet, Jason just burst out laughing. Laugh my ass off. All its stats were ridiculously low, and some lines were just totally blank. Jason thought to himself, okay, it's probably just because he's still a baby. His stats are probably still loading or something. Don't you worry, little dude. Once you're all grown up, I'm gonna make you a legendary red grade monster. Azure, huh. But then, thinking about it, Jason started to get a little worried about how big Azure would get. I mean, he's seen a full-grown Azure beast before, and that thing was huge. Just then, Master William silently appeared next to Jason, his calm voice echoing, "That's not the only thing you need to worry about." Jason nodded. He knew a much bigger problem was brewing. Robert Harrison is getting suspicious. I have to be extremely careful. And it's not just Harrison breathing down his neck. He also had to watch out for this chick Bianca. Bianca is the Iron Fist clan's top information broker. It's because of her that they've monopolized countless barriers and artifacts. If they find out about him, he could be put under 24/7 surveillance. No joke. Jason was thinking hard. Right now, I can use my perks as the master of the Azure Den to stay off the grid. Master William looked at him and asked casually, "Are you thinking about times that asterisk?" Jason just sighed. "Bro, I'm always times thinking about that." That afternoon, Jason snuck out of school again, heading for this empty lot behind that mountain he always goes to, like some abandoned lot over in Fresno. This spot was about to become the new secret entrance to the Azure Den. The system immediately lit up with a notification, establishing connection path. All of a sudden, a crack in space just appeared in mid-air, and this swirling energy coiled together, forming a massive portal with thousands of energy streams pouring out of it. It was epic. Jason just calmly stepped inside, probably thinking, yes, no more going down into that creepy basement anymore. When Azure gets bigger, I'm totally bringing it here. The system flashed a confirmation message. Connection successful. And not only that, Jason set up another portal, this one connecting directly to his dorm room. The absolute mad lad. So now, he could literally teleport back to his dorm in the blink of an eye. Standing in front of the window, the dude looked at his reflection, his eyes sparkling with determination. I just need to get stronger. For the next few days, Jason just went about his life, acting totally normal and not revealing a thing. But in reality, he was secretly hiding in the barrier, training like a beast. The system was being quiet, though, with no new missions. Jason realized it was time to level up and take on a higher-level barrier, and he'd already picked his next target. It's called the Chlorite Cave, a place with a blue-grade barrier and a super special artifact called the Firestone hidden inside. Before he time-traveled, some monster tamer found the Firestone and fed it to his beast. And get this, afterward, the originally weak, white-grade monster suddenly evolved into a badass blue-grade monster. Jason couldn't help but daydream, yo, what if I let Azure eat the Firestone? While he was totally lost in this fantasy of his future glory, a huge commotion down the hall suddenly snapped him out of it. A new student was walking into the classroom, and literally every single eye was on her. It was Emily Thompson, nicknamed Ice Blossom. She stopped right at the door of Jason's class, and he was just stunned for a solid few seconds. Emily walked right over, stopped in front of Jason, and asked, "Are you Jason Miller?" Our boy had no clue what was happening. Emily just smirked. "I'm sure you already know who I am. I was just assigned to class 6, too." Jason was completely floored. "Y'all, this is Emily Thompson, the eldest daughter of the freaking Iron Fist clan, the girl who inherited all the martial arts of the Stratton family. She was a B-rank awakened, known as the Ice Blossom. He thought for sure she'd be in the fancy nobles class 1. He had no idea why she was suddenly here in class 6 with all the F-rank students." Emily held out her hand with a smile. "Let's help each other out." Jason, on the other hand, went full savage and just slapped her hand away. "Cold. Just leave me alone. I'm not looking to make friends. You could feel the murderous aura radiating off her immediately. It looked like getting rejected made Emily want to take him out, right then and there. Jason clutched his head and groaned. Ugh, dealing with her is such a pain. Seeing this, Master William got curious. So, what's the plan? Jason just replied warily. Dude, Derek Wong is my half-brother. And that psycho has a major creepy crush on Emily. Why the hell is she sitting next to me? If he sees this, Derek Wong is going to go totally ballistic and try to kill me. You already know that. He kept whining. Why is she even talking to me? Master William thought for a sec, then asked, so what's the power structure like here at this school? Jason explained. Okay, so there are 15 noble families here, plus the Wudang Alliance, the Lotus Death Cult, and the Nine Saints sect. But out of all of them, 5 major families basically run the whole show. The old master asked again, the Iron Fist clan. They inherited the martial arts of the Stratton family, right? Jason nodded to confirm. His master thought for a moment before saying, those bastards. Aren't they always out there scouting for talented people? Jason jumped, and his master continued. Unlike the other families. What do you think he meant by that? Drop your theories in the comments below, and don't forget to share this video with your friends. Their fighting skills are kinda trash, so this huge fam is all about headhunting. That's the tea. Anyway, they even pulled Ice Queen Emily into it. Bro, they're probably trying to scout times you asterisk. That's why they're all up in your business, gathering intel. Jason Miller was shook. So that scary chick is gonna be stalking me now? Master William just shrugged. You're weaker than her, my dude, so you better figure out how to play this. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Jason just held his head like, oh, I want nothing to do with her. So, the next class was whatever, but Jason's brain was a total dumpster fire. Today was Swordsmanship 101. Up front, the professor scanned the room with a super serious face, like, I trust you're all prepped for this pop quiz. Alright, time for 1v1 combat practice. Any takers? And guess who raises their hand? Of course, it was the Ice Queen herself, Emily Thompson. The professor was beaming, totally pleased. Emily, who you want to throw down with? And without even blinking, she points straight at Jason. I want to go against him. So boom, they're in the training hall at the University Rec Center, facing off. She's sizing him up like, you ready for this? Jason looked so over it, like, why is this chick always coming for me? Then he just hits her with a dry, didn't prep a thing. The professor clasps his hands behind his back. You two ready? Then one word echoes out, begin. Oh my god, Emily moved like a freaking ghost, sword in hand, her long hair whipping around. Jason was too stunned to even flinch, she just straight up vanished. Next thing you know, she's at his feet, aiming for his thigh. Jason was bugging, like, yo, she's way too fast. Her stare was so intense, like she could see right through your soul. Emily swung her sword lightning fast, but he dodged it, leaning back like he was in the Matrix. Jason went to grab the sword, but she sidestepped like a pro. Then Emily leaped up and swung down at him, but times whoosh times total miss. Jason started channeling his energy into the blade, but his eyes were locked on her. He swung hard at Emily, and this crazy powerful aura just exploded and filled the whole room. But get this, she wasn't even hurt and launched a counterattack, making him get real serious real fast. She's way stronger than I thought, he's thinking. At this rate, I'm toast. Jason gritted his teeth, using his sword to block a hit that would have ended him. A spark flashed in his eyes, but he's like, it's not like I can't block her moves. This battle was getting intense, a total nail-biter. Jason focused, like 1,000 rays of pure energy, into his sword. His eyes snapped open, and you could see this blue glow in his pupils, just flaring. Jason swung his sword, all like, I bet, let's see what you got for real. You'd think a move like that would be aimed at Emily, right? Nope. He focused all that energy on times himself asterisk. She was floored, like, what the actual heck? Her mind was racing. Did he really just find the weak spots in my iron blood sword technique and hit times those asterisk? This time, Emily could only block. How does he know my moves so well? If she keeps messing around, she's gonna catch this L. Their eyes met, and the tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. All right, she thinks. Guess I gotta pull out my secret weapon to flip this. But it was like Jason read her mind. You're planning to use the Supreme Sword slash, aren't you? Emily literally froze for 5 whole seconds. Huh? The sword in her hand flashed. How did you? Her eyes were wide with disbelief. And in that split second, she was stunned. He zipped past her and landed the final blow to end it. Game over. Drop a good game in the comments for Jason, my guys. The whole vibe in the room just chilled out. Jason sheathed his sword, basically saying, test's over, folks. A long, awkward moment passed, and Emily was just standing there, completely mind blown. A lock of her hair fell to the ground, and dude, the mood got times heavy asterisk. Y'all, Emily's signature long hair, Yeah, one side was just gone, sliced right off by him. Jason turned back to look, and she still hadn't moved a muscle. Emily slowly put her sword away, and things got even more awkward and quiet. Her fists were clenched so tight, you could tell she was shook to her core. Emily's lips trembled as she whispered, "I lost." A few days later, back in the classroom at UCLA, sunlight was pouring through the windows. She was just staring outside, totally zoned out. Jason, sitting up front, turned back to look at her, all pensive and confused. Jason cautiously whispered, "Is she still that bent out of shape over a practice match?" Suddenly, Master William popped up, totally scolding him. "Why'd you cut her hair, you idiot? What if she had some kind of power seal on it or something?" "I already told you it was an accident," the sage explained. "Look, the Divine Finger Clan and the Iron Blood Sword are the only families that hate them. One day, they're gonna team up and clap back." Jason scratched his head, realizing he probably shouldn't be making enemies. The sun was setting, painting the sky all red and orange over Santa Monica. He was just vibing, wandering around campus like any other student. Suddenly, a voice from behind him calls out, "Jason Miller." And there's Emily, walking up with this super serious look you just couldn't ignore. She spoke first. "You busy?" Jason's like, "Nah." Emily just started walking. "Cool, let's go get dinner." He just stammered, okay." Meanwhile, his brain is going a mile a minute. What is happening? Why is she being so weird all of a sudden? He's stressing. "Yo, you think she's finally decided to unalive me?" Master William just teases him. "Well, R.I.P., my dude." After class, they meet up and hit this little pizza joint in downtown Austin. Emily picks up a slice, and you guys, the cheese pull was insane, with all this pinkish pepperoni. She cupped her face, totally fangirling. "This is so good." Jason just gave this weak, fake smile watching her, thinking, "Damn, this girl can eat." His eyes went to the pizza on the table. "Is it really that good? It looks like basic pizza to me." Emily was like, "Why aren't you eating?" And the question totally threw Jason off. It's just, I don't really know what this is." Emily's face just dropped. "Are you mad at me?" He flinched, like, "Huh. I buy you good food, and you're over there pouting." Hearing that, he just froze solid. Emily wiped her mouth. "Anyway, I'm just gonna cut to the chase." Her eyes were locked on his face. "How did you beat me?" And Jason was just stuck there, like a deer in headlights. "I just saw your weak spots." Emily repeated, "Weak spots?" He started explaining the openings in her fighting style. "Your sword game is sharp for real, but I felt like something was off, you know? Disconnected." Hearing Jason's explanation, it sounded so simple. "I just aimed for those openings and attacked." Emily was shook. "You mean you figured all that out after just a few moves?" He tried to play it cool. It was just a coincidence. Jason then tried to cheer her up. "Look, I answered your question, so don't be sad about your hair anymore, okay?" But she looked totally surprised. "My hair?" Emily touched it. "Why would I be sad?" Then she smiled, all graceful. "It's a fresh look. I actually kind of love it." She explained, totally relieved. "Honestly, I've been wanting to cut my hair shorter for a while now anyway." Oh my god, plot twist. If you saw that coming, smash that like button, cause I sure didn't. Meanwhile, that night over in some Beverly Hills mansion, the crescent moon was shining bright, lighting up everything. The lights were still blazing inside, but looking at it, you couldn't help but get a creepy vibe. Inside the mansion, it was a total disaster zone, shattered glass everywhere, and blood was slowly pooling from somewhere. Tyler Harrison was screaming, full-on rage mode, "Jason Miller, I'm gonna tear you apart, you son of a..." The old butler was like, "Young Master Tyler, please calm down, your hand is bleeding." Tyler just turned to the servant, tears streaming down his face. "So what?" Oh my god, so Tyler Harrison just went full-on psycho, right? He grabbed a piece of glass and straight up slashed the hired help's face. He was all like, "You think you can look down on me now that I'm messed up, huh?" He started creeping towards the poor dude, totally unhinged. "My body's wrecked because of that stupid glass, and you're telling me to times chill asterisk." He's screaming, "My core." And get this, dude's literally crying blood. Like, straight out of a horror movie. He's all, "My core." It's shattered into 100 pieces. And just as he's about to go for another slice, bam, someone grabs his wrist. Tyler Harrison freezes, still clutching that shard like his life depends on it. He looks up, totally stuttering, and goes, "Dad." It's Robert Harrison. He yanks the glass out of his son's hand, telling him to calm down. And then, total breakdown. Tyler just collapses into his dad's arms, sobbing his eyes out. "Dad, Robert's just holding him, like, "Shh, don't worry." But you could see his fist clench, and he promised, "Your father will fix your core for you." Then Robert Harrison drops this massive bombshell. He's like, "I've found the miracle cure that can fix you." Tyler's eyes light up, for real. And his dad pulls out this crazy glowing golden orb. He calls it a firestone, some legendary treasure packed with insane fire energy. They say if you eat this thing, your core will be good as new, like, instantly. I'm gonna get it for you, Robert promises. Tyler just buries his face in his dad's chest. All, Dad, thank you. Robert's hugging him back, but you guys, the look on his face, pure, silent rage for what happened to his son. He's thinking, that useless punk, Jason Miller. You can just feel the dad rage building. How dare you? I'll make you regret ever laying a hand on my son. Meanwhile, cut to Jason Miller, just casually strolling down the hall at his high school in Los Angeles. He pops into the restroom, but the vibe is totally off. The restroom door creaked shut, and these warm sunbeams hit the tiled floor. The dude following him was all sneaky, whispering into his earpiece, "He's in the bathroom." The voice on the other end was like, "Copy that. Stay on him." He's like, "Roger that." So the dude waits. And waits, checking his watch like every 5 seconds. He's practically turning blue, but Jason never comes out. Over 10 minutes pass. He radios back all antsy. "Dude, he's been in there for 40 minutes now." And the guy on the other end just deadpans. Taco Tuesday hit him hard or what? The tail just stares at the closed door, not saying anything. Then he totally panics and rushes over. "I've got a bad feeling about this. I'm going in." His handler is screaming in his ear, trying to stop him, but it's way too late. The voice in his ear is yelling, "What are you doing?" His hand is on the doorknob when his handler reminds him. A shadow agent should never make direct contact with the, and before he can finish, whoosh. Jason Miller shoves the door open from the inside, smacking the guy right in the face. Jason's all like, "Whoa, you okay, man?" pretending to be shocked. "I totally didn't see you standing there. My bad." The agent's holding his bleeding nose, trying to play it cool. I'm fine." Jason's laying on the fake concern. "You sure? 'Cause I gotta jet to my next class. Watch out next time, bro." You can hear the guy on the earpiece just teasing him. "Looks like I was worried for nothing." And the agent is just like, super awkwardly, "My apologies, sir." The line goes dead. And right then, Jason Miller glances back with this smirk that just screams, "I knew you were there the whole time." He's like, "See you around." As he walks off, he mutters, "Man, that was a close one. Took way longer than I thought." But Master William pops in his head. "But you pulled it off, didn't you?" Jason Miller's eyes totally light up. "Heck yeah. I bet they never saw that time's coming, right?" And then he holds up this piece of paper. It's a receipt. The fact that I slipped out of that barrier and sold a C-rank stone. Bro, he sold an E-rank stone for $500. Then another E-rank stone, an F-rank stone. And then Jason gets this wicked grin, looking at the list. And get this. He sold a B-rank stone for a whopping $100,000. He's debriefing with Master William about the shadow agents. Setting up a few different drop-off spots beforehand was definitely the move. You gotta go to those kinds of lengths to trick these guys. Master William is like, "True. But are you sure this is a good idea?" Jason tucks the paper in his jacket. "What's not a good idea?" And Master William explains, "Those contracts you signed to sell the mana stones." Master William says all seriously, "You just gave the Family Alliance permission to look at everything. And you just see this image of a super official contract, right? And at the bottom, clear as day, is Jason Miller's signature for the Divine Family Bank. So, plot twist, that bank is owned by the Divine Family. But Jason just laughs it off. It's cool. I'd rather keep them on their toes." A little green mana stone sparkles on screen. "That B-rank mana stone I sold? You almost only ever find those in forest-type barriers. They're gonna be asking themselves, how did some random nobody get his hands on one of those?" Jason just waves his hand like it's nothing. Let him wonder. Then, bam. We're in the school cafeteria at lunch. It's packed. Everyone's laughing and talking, and there's Jason, sitting all by himself at an empty table, just quietly eating his food. So a couple of dudes walk up. "Hey Miller, this seat taken." Jason's like, "Nah, go for it." But then, slam. Emily Thompson slams her tray down on the table. It is now. She gives the guys this death glare, and they just nope right out of there. Our bad. Sorry about that." Emily just casually sits down, and Jason is completely thrown off. He's like, super cautiously, "Why'd you scare them off? We could have all chilled together." She just shrugs, "I don't do crowds." He snaps back, "Yo. Asterisk, your time's the one making things awkward just by showing up. Didn't you notice?" Emily is so unbothered. "So what?" Jason is just stunned, like, wow, she is stubborn AF. He rolls his eyes, "Whatever, forget it." She starts eating, then just stops, like she just remembered why she's even there. And right as Jason is about to take a bite of his burger, she hits him with a question that makes Jason totally freeze. "Do you know any other techniques besides the tri-element control art?" He turns to her. "Why you askin'?" Emily explains. Because with just that technique alone, it's literally impossible for someone to be at your level. Jason just closes his eyes. You think so? She's about to argue, but he completely shuts her down. I'm done eating. I'm out. And he just gets up and walks away, leaving Emily sitting there looking like a total fool. She just watches him go, and her expression is so intense, you have no idea what she's thinking. Drop a comment below with your theories, guys. Next scene, we're in a lecture hall down at some community college in Austin, Texas. The sun is shining, it's a vibe. Mr. Kevin Smith is up at the front. All right, class, we've got the training schedule for next week. Some kid in the back is like, where are we going? Mr. Smith pulls up a slide. First up, the Mystic Treasury. Second option is the Sea of Despair, which has a giant octopus. By the way, yikes. And the final choice, for all you daredevils, is the Inferno Cave, where you'll face some seriously nasty tentacled monsters. Mr. Smith asks, so, where do you guys want to go? And all the students are just kind of mumbling. Whatever, anywhere's cool. But Jason is just leaning on his hand, thinking, whoa, I was literally just planning to go to the Inferno Cave to train. This is way too convenient. He's staring straight ahead, like, is this for real, just a coincidence? And suddenly he gets this major chill down his spine, like he can feel someone just staring daggers into the back of his head. He tries to ignore it, just close his eyes and act casual, but the vibe is way too intense. Finally, Jason just snaps, whipping his head around to glare at Emily. What? What's your problem? You got something to say or what? And she just tosses this little folded-up note at him. Jason unfolds it, and it just says, I'm just observing. Ignore it. After reading that, he feels like he's gonna lose his mind. This girl is so freaking weird. He's just like, what is with this quirky, bizarre chick? Cut to the schoolyard, and now it's totally empty. Spooky. So Jason gets home to his apartment at 123 Main Street, Anytown, USA, and just flops onto his bed. Phew. He grabs a pillow and just whines, I'm so tired. Then his face gets all serious. Why are these weirdos so obsessed with me? You've got Danny Garcia being all extra. Hey, senior, you look so awesome today. And then there's creepy Emily with her, just observing. Ignore me. So annoying, right? Master William is just fanning himself, all-wise guy. This is just the burden of the strong, my boy. Jason just smushes his face into his pillow. Why do you always go on about how the strong have to deal with all this crap? The old man just kinda grumbles to himself. Lol. If you think Emily is weird, smash that like button. Don't be talking back when your master is speaking. Jason literally froze, hands halfway to his ears, looking all confused. Then he starts frantically scanning the room. Guys, is it just me or did our little mascot just straight up vanish? Master William noticed it too. Huh. And he dropped the most random excuse ever. What if he just, like, crawled into a corner to take a nap? Master William floated up behind him. That's right, Lamb should have been all over me by now. He started yelling its name, Lamb. Jason was pacing the room like a psycho. Lamb, where are you, little dude? He even ducked down to check under the bed. Meanwhile, Lamb's eyes shot wide open, its pupils shrinking to pinpricks as pure panic took over. Jason gently called out to the little green fox huddled in the corner. Lamb. It flinched hard, cold sweat pouring off it like it was living its worst nightmare. So get this. A bus was parked out in the schoolyard over on Elm Street, ready for one heck of a field trip. All the other students were laughing and messing around, totally ignoring Jason sitting by himself on a bench. He carefully unzipped his backpack, looking for something. Jason smiled softly. Sorry, dude. I know it's a little cramped in there, huh? Just hang tight a little longer. And then, Lamb's head popped out, its tiny pink tongue just dangling adorably. Man, what a throwback to last night when the little guy was curled up on the bed, looking like it was in so much pain. The system status popped up. Basic info name, Lamb, growth stage. 1. Species, blue fox. Rarity, rare. Attribute, fire. Yo, my mana has been seriously weakened. Territory, purified zone layer. Jason stared at the flashing system window, his stomach totally dropping with worry. So that's why he's hurting so bad. It's a lack of mana. Jason reached out to touch him. Just hang on, Lamb. But suddenly, Master William freaking roared. What in the fresh heck do you think you're doing? Chill. I'm just giving Lamb some of my mana, he explained. Master William smacked his hand away. Don't you dare. If that dark energy of yours flares up, we're gonna have a massive problem. Jason's shoulders slumped. But what am I supposed to do, then? Master William calmed him down. Look, it's not some weak little thing. It can totally hang on until your training day. Just bring it with you to the training grounds. He gently patted Lamb's head. Yeah, the warm afternoon sun was beating down on the schoolyard where a whole fleet of buses was lined up, ready to roll out from downtown Miami. Back in the present, Jason watched it playing around, feeling this huge wave of relief. Man, it's a good thing Master William juiced him up with some energy. He's not totally wiped out anymore. He grinned. It'd be sick if you're feeling 100% by the time we get back inside the barrier. But then, out of nowhere, Emily Thompson walked up, making Jason slam his backpack shut so fast you'd think he was hiding secrets. What was that all about? She asked. Jason clutched his chest, panting. Geez, you scared the life out of me. What's your deal? Aren't you getting on the bus? Emily just shrugged. I was waiting for you to get on first. He smirked. Whatever you say. Finally, it was time to dip, so Jason grabbed his bag and hopped on the bus. Danny Garcia saw him and yelled out, all happy, "Senior, you made it." Jason paused. Wait, you're that super talkative kid, right? I guess I haven't officially introduced myself. Huh? Danny Garcia puffed out his chest. I'm Danny Garcia. I'll be in your care during this training, Senior. Hearing that, Jason got this thoughtful look. Danny Garcia. I feel like I've heard that name before. He paused. Or am I just bugging? Then he warned him. Danny? Next time, you can chill with the formal stuff, all right? The second he said it, the kid bowed super deep again. I'll be sure to remember that. Jason flinched. Bro, seriously, stop. He went to find a window seat and, what do you know, ended up right next to Emily. Mr. Kevin Smith was checking the rows. Is everyone here? Make sure you all buckle up. His eyes locked onto Jason. Jason Miller, you absolute fool. Walking right into my trap by picking this hellscape of a dungeon, he thought. This just makes my job a whole lot easier. His glare was pure, uncut haterade. This time, I'm taking you out for good. Under a bridge somewhere in upstate New York, the crystal clear water was a perfect mirror for the sky. In a corner nearby, this dense stream of spiritual energy was swirling into a little vortex. Captain Ryan Martinez stepped out of it, looking dead serious. Welcome, everyone. I am Captain Ryan Martinez, captain of Squad 3. I'm with the Divine Clan's combat team. I'll be your guide for today. As long as you do exactly what we say, nothing will go wrong once we step through this gate. Jason just shoved his hands in his pockets. A combat team, he thought, his eyes kinda glazed over. The combat team is an elite squad made up of awakeners who are C ranking up. Sending them to babysit a high school field trip seems a little extra, don't you think? The spiritual energy from his thoughts started to get thick. So are they here to smoke me? Or do they know where the Firestone is? Or, plot twist, is it both? Jason looked up, like he could feel some seriously bad vibes nearby. Captain Martinez, rocking sunglasses, was seriously leading the student group forward. Someone whispered, Captain, let's take it slow to start. He just replied, got it, let's move. Jason smirked from the back of the line. Wow, not even pretending to be nice. What a professional clan. But then his face got grim. They're only acting this way for now. For real, if I were to, take care of someone in here, nobody could even call for help. Up ahead, Emily Thompson suddenly stumbled like she'd been hit by a ton of bricks. She spun around, hand gripped on her sword, totally ready for a fight. Emily stared at the blue aura just radiating off him. She was frozen for a solid 5 seconds. What is that? Emily was like a statue, her eyes glued to Jason's face. And what's with that psycho look on his face? Entering the cave, it was pitch black, lit up only by these glowing blue bugs. The group moved slow, nobody trying to be a hero. Captain Martinez held up a hand, stopping them. Halt, he explained, all professor-like. From this point on is an unexplored zone, and while it's a bummer, you're only allowed to tour the cleared areas. As soon as he finished, someone whispered. He said it's an unexplored zone. Another thrill-seeker added, Yo, I wonder what's in there. I'm so curious, I gotta come back here another time. Mr. Kevin Smith broke the slightly sus silence. It's not like these kids can just swing by this place in Chicago anytime. How about we let them wander for a bit? Captain Martinez stroked his chin. All right then, let's all meet back here. Suddenly, Emily jumped in. I really think we should. Wait. She raised her hand to talk. We should stick to the safe zones. This is supposed to be a training day. Hearing this, Mr. Kevin Smith was grinding his teeth, absolutely fuming inside. Why would we do that? Let's just go check it out, Mr. Smith was stunned, silent by Emily's objection. Jason raised an eyebrow, totally intrigued. I think it could be fun. She stammered. You, he smirked. It's what everyone wants, right? A little peek around won't hurt anybody. Plus, we've got the combat team right here with us. Captain Martinez pointed deeper into the cave. All right then, majority rules. Let's get going. Inside the cave, a goblin Lin was just chilling, totally clueless about the doom heading its way. Captain Martinez literally materialized out of his shadow right behind it. The goblin sensed a person, but it was way too late. Captain Martinez swiped the goblin Lin across the neck. It dropped, its face covered in blood, which put the goblin next to it on high alert. Seeing its homie get dropped, it went totally berserk and charged. Thousands of sharp daggers just appeared in the air and flew right into the goblin's neck, making it let out this horrible scream. Captain Martinez calmly wiped his blade. All done. Should we head back now? The students were shook. Huh, it's over already? We barely saw anything. But before they could whine, he cut them off. What a savage. Drop a comment below if you think Captain Martinez is kinda sus. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more drama. No cap, it's totally pointless to go any deeper. There's no big boss in here, which is the only reason we even made it this far, you know? Mace was just staring down at these two goblin bodies, totally poker-faced. Then, oh my god, the whole ground starts shaking like a 7 on the Richter scale, knocking everyone over. All the students are screaming their heads off, like, earthquake. Mace is freaking out, waving for everyone to get back. But yo, this wasn't an earthquake. It was a full-on stampede of people shoving their way out, like Black Friday at a Best Buy. Emily Thompson scrambled out with everyone else, but you know she had to sneak a peek back at the drama. And girl, she gasped. Emily Thompson just bolts towards him, all panicked, like, why are you just standing there? Then boom, an arm wraps around her waist, holding her back. It was Mr. Hayes, getting all up in her business, talking about, you can't go, it's way too dangerous. Emily Thompson is struggling, like, what are you doing? Let me go. And then Jace charges in too. He's reaching for Jason Miller, so close, when this crazy flash of light just pops up in front of him. And holy crap, a massive boulder just falls from the ceiling. Danger, Will Robinson. But Jason just stood there, not moving a muscle, like a mannequin at a mall in downtown Chicago. Emily was frozen solid, and that absolute creep, Mr. Hayes, is just smirking, looking so proud of himself. Ugh. Jace looks absolutely gutted, clenching his jaw like he just missed the game-winning shot. He slowly reaches out to touch the boulder. You could just feel how helpless he was, man. Jace drops to his knees, giving off these ice-cold vibes that made the wall feel even more final. He just starts banging on the rock, over and over, yelling, Jason Miller. Jason, you good in there? And Jason, cool as a cucumber, just casually yells back from the other side. I'm not dead yet, so chill out, my ears are bleeding. Hale lets out this huge sigh of relief, like, thank God, Captain Jason Miller is trapped. Mace claps him on the shoulder, trying to be the calm one. We don't know if more rocks are gonna fall, so we should dip back to the entrance for now. He'll be safe for a bit, there's no monsters around here. We'll circle back for him once we have a solid plan. Jace is totally stuck, so he just has to agree. Fine. Next to him, Emily Thompson finally snaps out of it and literally shoves Mr. Hayes off of her. Get him, girl. She screams through the rock, Jason Miller, don't you dare go anywhere, just hang tight and wait for us. And he just sounds so unbothered, like, yeah, got it, now scram. Classic Jason. He waits till he can't hear them anymore, crosses his arms and goes, Shadow, you can come out now. Ooh, the plot thickens. Shadow stretches out, and Jason lets out this low whistle, like dang. This little dude's been absolutely vibing ever since we were in that barrier. He puts the little creature on his shoulder and is like, aight, let's roll. Meanwhile, a whole pack of goblins are huddled up, scheming like they're at a villain convention in Vegas. Suddenly, one of them spots a human shape and lets out this sketchy growl. They start cackling, literally debating the gnarliest way to cook a human. I'm talking BBQ versus deep fried. Gross. Then one of them just full sends it, charging with its mouth wide open like it hasn't eaten in weeks. But then bam, it stops dead in its tracks. Sweat is pouring down its face, and it looks absolutely terrified. At the exact same time, a system notification pops up. Innate skill. Fear has been activated. The goblin just collapses, its red eyes going all milky white. Yikes. They all scattered, but Jason couldn't care less. He's just strolling deeper into the cave, and his notifications are blowing up. Shadow's affinity for you has increased by 20 points. Shadow has absorbed low-level demonic energy. Shadow has learned an innate skill. Go off, Shadow. Demonic energy acquired due to meeting compatibility requirements. Shadow has learned the skill, Shred. Jason just smiles as the little guy nuzzles his neck. You finally learned your first skill. So, Shadow didn't just get his energy back, he got a major glow-up. We love to see it. Okay, so the skill is demonic energy, rank D, growth type. Basically, it breathes in bad juju from the air and spits out pure, powerful energy. And with high-level energy, it can unleash some seriously concentrated power. It's giving main character energy, for sure. And the other skill, Shred, rank SS. That's right, SS rank, people. Description says Shadow's not a picky eater and will chow down on any demonic energy. The effect, it absorbs it. Jason is just staring at the screen, totally shook. I mean, who wouldn't be? This is kind of like some vampire move, isn't it? He's wondering. And poof, Master William appears. I suppose so. Like master, like pet. LOL, what a burn. It's a divine beast, right? But the old dude looks worried. I really don't think it should ever take human form. And Jason's just like, completely over it. Hey, whose side are you on, dude? Suddenly, Jason's eyes lock onto something on the ground. This insane golden glow is coming from a meteorite, lighting up the whole tunnel. The firestone looks a little beat up, but it's still radiating these super powerful vibes. Jason creeps up on it and carefully picks it up, totally mesmerized by how sick it looks. So this is a firestone. And boom, system pop-up. You have obtained a firestone. Would you like to use it? What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments if you click yes. Yes or no? Duh. Yes. Our boy Jason is not about to miss this opportunity. Use it. Master William floats up next to him, all mysterious. I sense that an incarnation is about to appear. Jason's just like, okay, you're the GOAT, you know everything, I get it. So Jason is on the hunt for a secret door. Shadow's blue glow is making this cool protective bubble around them. He pushes on this one boulder that looks totally normal, but it won't budge. So he tries the old put the magic rock in the non-existent keyhole trick. And it works. The system announces, you have discovered the secret chamber in the Hell Cave. And get this, you have received 250,000 points for finding a secret dungeon. Cha-ching. The rocks just crumble away, revealing a whole new path. You have entered the secret chamber of the Hell Cave. This is getting good. Meanwhile, back at the entrance, this weird blue light surrounds all the students. Emily Thompson is not having it. Why can't I go with you guys? I have to go get Jason. Mace is trying to talk her down. Emily, you're basically royalty from the Divine Clan. If anything happens to you, your family will literally have our hides. But she is not backing down, so the teacher finally snaps. Emily, that's enough. Mr. Hayes tries to butter her up. If you get a scratch, the chairman will have us working at a Starbucks in rural Ohio. Just let the strike team handle this, okay? But Emily's grinding her teeth. You can just feel her anxiety. Something's not right. I've got a really bad feeling about this. She's staring daggers at Mr. Hayes and his goons. Hold up, they're not here to rescue Jason. Jason walked right into a trap. The realization hits her. Was this whole thing a setup? Suddenly, a system window pops up right in front of Mr. Hayes, and he looks totally stunned. And oh my god, the same notification appears for Emily, too. What is happening? May sees the system window too, but he's acting way too chill about this, which is super sus. And it's not just them, everyone got the same system-wide announcement. Emily is freaking out. What's going on? The screen says, the green zone barrier has been upgraded to a blue zone barrier. Oh. Drop a comment below if you think Mace is shady AF. Sunny just flies into a rage, thinking someone's on its master's turf. Stats go brr. Attack plus 20, speed plus 30. All the students' minds are blown. A teleportation barrier. Back inside the cave, it's dead silent. Like, so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat from across the room. Get this. Thousands of Grublins are standing in perfect formation, bows drawn, aimed right at Jason Miller. They let loose a whole volley of flaming arrows, but he's just standing there, unbothered, like he's waiting for his Uber. He just casually uses some divine technique and blocks the whole freaking barrage. He's dodging like he's in the Matrix, and then he glances over and spots some little creep trying to ambush him. A Grublin on horseback with a freaking flaming spear is charging right at him. It swings its weapon, but it gets instantly caught in Jason's spiritual aura. Game over, dude. Make sure to smash that like button if you think Jason is a total legend. A sick-looking blade of pure energy just sliced right across the Gnasher's face, and oh my god, the blood went flying. He did one clean sweep, and bam. Heads were literally rolling. He stuck the landing like an Olympic gymnast, and his whole vibe got even more menacing. Then the system notifications started blowing up his phone. You have defeated a Spearman Gnasher. You have defeated a Speed Gnasher. You have defeated a Speed Gnasher. Jason just stared at the screen, totally annoyed. He's like, are you kidding me? It's still not over. I was finally about to clap this level I've been stuck on for ages. He looks up and sees, like, millions of these ugly Gnashers just lurking in the shadows. I bet. If there's a silver lining, this is just a perfect training montage sesh. There's no limit on how many times I can run this back, right? Then some wannabe general starts barking orders. Yo, we got a live one over here. Get him. Turn him into a party favor for the Overlord. Jason just raises an eyebrow like, you talking to me? Millions of these Gnashers are staring him down, looking absolutely hangry. One slap from our boy and that Gnasher's head turned into straight up mush. Jason just swings his arm, and this wave of pure times get wrecked times energy takes out like half the crowd. For the rest, he goes full-on flash mode, ripping every single one of them to shreds. The closer Jason got and the more of these things he dropped, the more their leader started sweating bullets like he was in a sauna in Miami. He's thinking, oh no, he's coming this way, isn't he? They're roaring in desperation, going all out just to try and land a single hit. The main Gnasher's eyes are glowing with bad intentions. It's getting serious now. It tries to slash at his feet, but nah, Jason was already airborne, pulling some Matrix-level dodges. The Gnasher is trying to act tough, snarling and everything, but the sweat pouring down its face is a dead giveaway. He's shook. Jason pops up right behind him like Peek, a boo, and his aura is just screaming, "You're done for." He lands this insane kick to the back of its neck, and its head just goes flying like a home run out of Wrigley Field. The head just bounces across the stone floor with this nasty times thump asterisk. Its eyes that were all fiery a second ago, just empty, black holes now. So creepy. Then this massive foot just stomps down, crushing the skull into dust. Talk about a dramatic entrance. It's eyeing Jason with this weird mix of huh and ooh, a new toy. The Gnasher Overlord's shadow just completely swallows him. Well, this is a plot twist. It hefts this giant cleaver onto its shoulder. You're telling me the trespasser in my crib was just some weak human? Meanwhile, outside the cave, the students finally made it out of the barrier. All the other students are out now, safe and sound. Marcus Williams stood there, hands in his pockets, cool as a cucumber. Thanks to that barrier glitching, I didn't even have to use my teleport cheat code. It's already been upgraded to a red zone anyway. The search party's got to be getting close to the Firestone. His own system window confirmed the red zone upgrade. Marcus Williams just smirks. Time to find Jason Miller's corpse and bounce. Back in the cave, Mr. Big and Ugly is still monologuing. You said the trespasser in my territory was just some pathetic human? Jason looks up at this monstrosity. You're the blue rank final boss of this hellhole, aren't you?
NGL, you look kinda goofy. A rat's head on a human body?
What even is that? The Gnasher Overlord and Jason are having a classic anime stare down, neither one backing down. It lets out this massive roar. I'm gonna rip out your tongue and chew it to bits, you little punk. Jason's aura flares up as he raises his fists, totally ready to throw down, but suddenly his eyes go wide with pure panic. Lam Lam shot out like a freaking cannonball to protect its master. Lam Lam, Jason yelled, seeing that giant cleaver coming straight down. Danger! Blue flames just erupted in Lam Lam's eyes, making it look straight up god tier. A system notification pinged. Lam Lam has used the skill Ravage. Bro, what? It opens its tiny mouth like it's about to Kirby this entire Gnasher Overlord. The Overlord braces itself like, this pathetic little fluffball dares to challenge ME? The Gnasher Overlord roared with rage. Who the heck do you think you are? Then its face just twists in total despair. I can't just die like this. The Overlord's whole massive body just crashes to the ground, warm blood gushing from its neck. Yikes. Jason is just watching, feeling totally useless. I was all hyped up for a boss fight and this is how it ends? He turns to his little buddy, completely in awe. Besides that, I am seriously shook. I never expected you to just go Super Saiyan like that. He remembered what he told it. I'll handle this and be right back. You just rest here, okay? Then he gently scolds it. Dude, I told you to stay put and rest somewhere safe. Jason scoops it up in a big hug. Don't you ever do that again, you hear me? He places Lam Lam on his shoulder. Still, I had no idea a monster could even use a skill like Ravage. That's insane. And of course, the system notifications start going absolutely bonkers again. You have single-handedly defeated a high-rank boss monster. Reward. You have received 1 million achievement points. The barrier has been destroyed. You have received 500,000 achievement points. Main quest 2, Hermit's Ordeal, has been completed. You have received 650,000 achievement points. Jason was floored. The rewards were just nuts. Suddenly, his eyes started darting from side to side like he'd noticed something. Jason glances down at the Gnasher Overlord just laying there in a pool of its own mess. He bends over and picks up a book that was on its body. The book looked totally brand new. The Karmic King's Dominion. What kind of deep secrets did this thing hold? The Karmic King's Dominion is the foundation of the royal arts, a spin-off of the control technique that only his father, the big boss of the divine Jiko clan, could ever master. He seemed to know something about this mysterious book, the word karma. That prefix meant its level was even higher than the ultimate stage of the control technique. Jason's hand holding the book was literally shaking. But how could a martial art from my family show up in a place like this? He tucks the book into his shirt, looking super serious. First chance I get, this thing is getting tossed into a volcano. No way in hell the Patriarch can ever get his hands on it. But then Master William's voice chimed in. You're not going to use it for yourself. Jason closed his eyes for a sec. I don't know if it's because of all the drama with my family, but I honestly have zero interest in this thing. He gives this sly grin. Better to not use it at all than to drag my family's name through the mud again. The system totally cuts through his thoughts. The Master of the Hell's Crypt no longer exists. Do you wish to claim this area as your territory? Jason taps on the system panel. Why even ask something so obvious? Duh. Another notification appeared. The Hell's Crypt has become Lam Lam's territory. He thought to himself, is it done yet? Oh snap, I almost forgot about something important. Jason gave an order. Lam Lam, bring me that mana stone. Lam Lam trots over with the firestone in its mouth. Good job, now bring it over here. But it just refused to get any closer, just standing there frozen like a statue. Jason forced a smile. Lam Lam. Lam Lam looked up and stared right at him. A system notification pinged. Lam Lam has used Ravage. Jason's eyes widened in absolute terror. No, a fresh smear of red stained the rock. Marcus Williams's voice cuts through the air. All right, then. So the firestone that was supposed to be chilling at 123 Main Street, Anytown, USA, is gone. He clenched his fists. And you're saying Jason Miller went into this secret dungeon? His crewmate answered. Yeah, the exact location is still pinned on the map, but it looks like Jason already swiped the firestone. Marcus Williams's face soured. Damn it, how the hell did that pretty boy even find this place? No way. How did he even get here in the first place? Abruptly, his eyes dropped to the notification board. A flash of light filled the space. The upgraded barrier has reverted to a green zone. The shadow guards started stuttering. Oh my god, what is happening? You guys, make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what happens next. Jason Miller casually walks out of the light, and bam. Whoa, what the heck? Why is everybody posted up here like it's a block party in Brooklyn? He deadass freezes. Jason just pops an eyebrow, totally challenging them. Sup, fellas? Y'all lost or something? Robert Harrison's crew is just trying to scope out his vibe. Yo, you're still breathing? That means you smoked the final boss. Did you absorb the firestone? Jason Miller's just chilling, totally unfazed. And so, a cold sweat starts dripping down Robert Harrison's forehead. Oh my god, this just got messy. His boss had drilled it into his head. Bring back that firestone. No excuses. He's just staring daggers at this kid who looks like he couldn't hurt a fly. Even if he did absorb the firestone, there's no way he's fully powered up yet. Something that OP takes time, right? He's thinking, I gotta take Jason Miller out and at least bring back a sample of his DNA. Suddenly, this insane pressure, like a whole building from downtown Chicago, just slams down on Robert Harrison. Oh my god, the whole squad of shadow guards totally freaked when the ground started shaking. Lai Jun was just standing there in the middle of this insane vortex of spiritual energy, not even flinching. Minde was shook. No way he got this jack just from the firestone, he thought, and then he signaled his crew like, yo, we gotta dip, now. And then, out of nowhere, Jason just busts out laughing, and the whole crew just stops dead. Lol. Jason's over here, wiping a fake tear from his eye. You really think I'd show you my final form? Get real. Then the system alert pops up like a text from your mom. The master of the Hell Chamber has locked the doors. Yikes. Robert Harrison is absolutely horrified. Wait, didn't we already beat the boss? Jason Miller is towering over them, giving off this major pressure cooker vibe. From this moment on, ain't nobody leaving this party. The doors are locked. Okay, so all the students are lined up in front of this glowing barrier, right? This kid Danny Garcia is fidgeting like he needs the bathroom, and Emily Thompson is giving him the iciest death stare. She snaps. Can you just stand still for 2 seconds? You're driving me nuts. He totally flinches. Oh, sorry. Emily Thompson is just staring at these chains wrapped around the barrier. This isn't a bad chance to see what Jason Miller's really made of. A bajillion thoughts are racing through her head, trying to get a read on his power level. I've been stalking this dude all day and got absolutely nothing. He's just too OP. He clapped at tyrant Tyler Harrison and even talked back to Master William during the exam. And he's the one who beat me. Emily reasoned that he's definitely still hiding his true power. She knew it, like, 100% for sure. He's absolutely gonna walk out of there and prove I'm right. And girl, just as she thinks that, the chains around the barrier just smash together and then bam, they explode into a million tiny pieces from some crazy force inside. All the students are glued to the scene as the barrier finally opens up. This massive wave of energy just pours out, and something gets yeeted out from inside. A single drop of warm blood hits the ground. Oh my god, you guys. That is not a good sign. Drop a comment below if you think Jason's in trouble. Jason Miller just collapses, totally wiped out, and all the students start losing their minds. Emily Thompson rushes over and grabs his shoulder. Hey, look at me. Are you okay? Her eyes go wide. This dude. Emily literally screams when she sees the blood spreading on his side. Jason. The whole crowd starts whispering, oh my god, how long has it even been? Someone guessed it's been about 3 hours. The reporter dude looks super nervous. Yeah, that's a crazy long time. I wonder if it's because the Elite Syndicate's Crimson Squad just went in. The cameraman looks over like, oh, for real? The reporter explains. Normally, this stuff only lasts for like 15 minutes, and most people are done way faster. The cameraman is like, whoa, that squad is legit. The The reporter just waves him off. Nah, forget him. Then suddenly, his eyes pop open. Okay, cameras, get ready to roll. The barrier flashes with this blinding light. It's been busted open. But then the reporter gets all confused. What the actual heck? A second ago, it was wide open, and now it's wrapped in a gazillion chains again. Did it just lock itself back up? Okay, rewind. A few hours earlier, inside this pitch-black cave, the vibe was straight up hostile. Jason Miller and the shadow guards are having a stare down. The guards are all tensed up, but Jason's just chilling like he's waiting for his Uber. One of them yells, "I don't care how tough he is, he's mine." Bro. Before the dude could even finish his sentence, Jason Miller just sends his head flying with one hit. Deleted. Robert Harrison is literally shaking in his Nikes. It was so fast, I didn't even see it. But he tries to play it cool. What are you guys doing? You scared of some high school kid? Get him. The whole crew charges in like it's Black Friday at a Walmart in Miami. Jason Miller crouches down a little, scanning all their faces. Then he stomps his foot on the ground. Boom. A wave of electricity mixed with his own energy zaps out. It's his signature move. Y'all. The dudes charging him just scream as they get totally zapped. Ouch. One guy is like, he was just a coward, all talk. While another is thinking, I have never seen a monster like this dude before. Robert Harrison is stammering now. You think you can just do this and walk away? The elite syndicate will hunt you down. Jason Miller just scoffs. Looks like you forgot. I've got the blood of the elite syndicate in me too. Hearing that, the dude's eyes pop wide open. With that trashy bloodline? How dare you? Jason grabs his loud mouth and just squeezes it shut, hitting the mute button on his screams. Savage. Jason leans in, totally enjoying the look of pure terror on this guy's face. Besides, there's no proof. Who's gonna know I took you out? He pulls out a blade to deal with this noisy clown. Jason's eyes get vicious. Y'all started this. So don't be crying to me about what happens next. So, Jason Miller is just standing there, surrounded by the aftermath. He sighs and glances behind him, like he's got a sixth sense or something. Jason commands, Yo, you can come out now. The last little Sukmung creature crawls out super timidly. Did you call for me, my lord? He closes his eyes for a sec. Clean up this mess. The creature immediately starts calling its friends for help. Yes, my lord. The boss has an order. Everybody get out here. Chop chop. Jason watches the Sukmungs scramble around and thinks to himself, Sukmungs can understand English and have the IQ of a 7th grader. Wild. They're basically the perfect little minions. He calls out, Hey, you. The creature bows super low and answers, Yes. Jason Miller pats its head. All right, from now on, you're the new manager. I'm leaving this whole joint for you to run. The little Sukmung is so grateful. Thank you, my lord. Then Jason puts the blade in its hand. Just one more thing. Holding the knife, the Sukmung can only manage this super awkward smile. Jason is smiling all warmly. But you just know he's cooking up some serious drama. What do you guys think his plan is? Let me know in the comments. So, the sky is clear blue over the skyscrapers of Los Angeles. Jason's clutching his bleeding side. Emily Thompson and Danny Garcia are next to him, looking super worried. She's just firing questions at him. What happened to you? What went down in there? Danny Garcia is a bit more chill. Dude, are you okay? Jason Miller struggles to answer as this voice just booms in his head. Don't you say a single word. Master William appears and starts roasting him. My God, your acting is absolute garbage. Jason scratches his head, totally embarrassed. I know, I'm cringing at myself, so please just stop dragging me. But then a thought makes him super mad. Dang it, that stupid Sukmung. He's thinking. I only told it to stab me couple times of times. The Sukmung puts on its best puppy dog face. Sorry, master. I kinda got into the role a little too much. Laugh my ass off. Please forgive me. Jason groans about his wound. Geez, how many times did it get me? This hurts like a mother. He looks at the innocent, worried faces in front of him. Well, at least this way, they won't be sus. Meanwhile, the reporter is still live. We are coming to you live from the entrance of the Hell Dungeon. Man, this whole thing was a setup. If you saw it coming, smash that like button and share this with your friends. Alright, so we got an update. One student is confirmed alive. But oh my God, the rest of them, still totally missing in action. Then, of course, Ethan Moore, Mr. Main character himself, strolls up and barks, move it. And everyone just, parts like the Red Sea for him. He's just standing there with this whole pack of reporters, trying to look all serious for the cameras. And get this, even with all the chaos, some news anchor is out here hyping up Ethan Moore. He's all like, I can't believe Mr. Ethan Moore, the literal heir to the Divine Clan, is here in person. So cringe. So Ethan walks up to Jason Miller, all slow and dramatic with his shadow looming over him in the twilight. Then he looks down at Jason with this super punchable, smug face and just says, Talk. So Jason, playing the traumatized victim, spills his story. There was another blue-level monster in there. Caden Min sacrificed himself so I could be the only one to make it out alive. But Ethan just scoffs, totally sarcastic. You really expect me to believe that fairy tale about a squad sacrificing themselves to save times, you asterisk. Jason Miller just smirks. Doesn't matter if you believe me or not. Oh my god, the nerve. Ethan grits his teeth, cause literally no one has ever clapped back at him like that before. You. He lunges forward with electricity sparking in his hand. You piece of trash. Jason squeezes his eyes shut, looking all helpless, like he's about to get rocked. But plot twist, the punch Ethan was about to throw never lands. Jason opens his eyes, totally confused. And there's Emily Thompson, with a sword pointed right at Ethan's neck. She's gripping his wrist so tight, her face is like stone cold. Queen behavior, honestly. Attacking someone for no reason isn't really the vibe of the noble clans, is it? Yikes. Senior Ethan Moore was totally shook. Why are you protecting him? His little sidekick whispers to him, young master, we're kinda drawing a crowd here on, like, Fifth Avenue. But Ethan just shoves him away. Get lost. He's scowling so hard, it's actually kind of funny. His brow is so furrowed you could park a car in it, but he can't do a single thing to Jason Miller. And Jason just shoots back this icy glare, not backing down one bit. Then Emily announces, from this moment on, this barrier is under the management of the Divine Clan. Mic drop. She gives the teacher a look. Go tell the chairman. We'll take it from here. Tyler looks totally spooked. Yes, of course. The other students rush to help Jason up and start patching up his bleeding wound. Then Emily calls out to him, and Jason turns back and is like, yeah. What's up? She clenches her fists and gets right in his face. Is what you just said the whole truth? He's floored. Are you seriously grilling someone who just escaped with their life? I knew you were cold, but damn, girl. And then Emily just slaps him hard on the back. Fine then, take care of yourself. What even was that? Danny Garcia totally jumps. Senior, he's injured. Meanwhile, back on the school campus, under some leafy green trees in Austin, Texas, with birds chirping and everything, Mr. Miles is in the faculty office, just vibing and sipping tea. He hears a knock and quietly goes, come in. And in walks Emily Thompson, looking dead serious, like she's about to crack a cold case. She sits down across from him, and the silence is, like, super awkward. Mr. Miles takes a sip of his tea. How's Jason Miller? Emily replies, looking all troubled. I've been keeping an eye on him, but he's not doing anything weird. He sets his teacup down, real slow and dramatic. Jason is one seriously gifted student to be able to pull the wool over your time's eyes. And then Mr. Miles drops this absolute bomb. A little while ago, I got a call from our bank contact over on Wacker Drive in downtown Chicago. Seems Jason Miller just sold a high-grade mana stone. She was completely shook. What? He adds. And according to our shadow guards, Jason Miller didn't even take a single step off campus during that time. Emily just goes silent. So he really has been hiding his true power. She lowers her head. You can practically see the gears turning in her brain. I need to figure out just how strong he is, and where that power is coming from. Then she smirks, like she just figured out the whole mystery. Emily looks up all confident. Jason Miller has a deep-seated hatred for the Divine Clan. This is our chance. She thumps her chest, making a whole dramatic promise. Just trust me, uncle. I'll get Jason Miller on our side. Cut to a beach in Malibu with golden sand and clear blue water. Coconuts swaying in the breeze. Jason gives a signal. Okay, sit. He holds out his hand for Flamey to put its little paw on it. Good boy. Jason Miller tosses it a firestone to snack on. Okay, chow down. And bam, system notifications start blowing up his screen. Flamey has successfully absorbed the firestone. Flamey's level has increased. Current level 35. All skill points have been improved. Let's go. Fireball skill training. He picks up Flamey, who's got this perfectly round little belly. Was that good? Jason's eyes scan its body. It should have grown at least a little bit, right? But its size hasn't changed at all. The system then explains in detail. 5th tier Fireball. This is an infinite flame. It just keeps burning until the opponent is completely turned to ash. Okay, that's hardcore. Purpose of the Fireball. The system then pops up Flamey's stats. Basic information. Name, Flamey. Growth, 35. Species, Flame Fox. Rarity, Fire Attribute. Affinity, 85. Territory, 2. Lairs, 2 Blue Fox Sanctuaries. Hidden Lair, Blue Sanctuary. Attack Power, Special. Attack Speed, Special. Defense, Special. None. He's looking at it and just thinking that's so weird. At the very least, its ability points should have gone up, right? Master William floats up next to him and explains, it's possible that even if it hits B rank or higher, its growth level stays low. That's probably what's happening here. Jason asks, looking all worried. So if I find more stuff like the Firestone for Flamey to eat, I'll figure it out. He replies, that's right. And Master William, with all his ancient wisdom, adds, more importantly, don't forget you need to step up your own game, kid. No matter how hard you try to hide who you are, the truth always finds a way to come out. Before you get exposed, you have to become as strong as you possibly can. Jason obediently replies, yes, sir, I'll keep that in mind. Master William calmly reminds him, but it's already too late. And Jason suddenly realizes, what? Oh no, it's time. He scrambles into the barrier. Flamey, I'm heading to the academy. I'll be back soon. Jason Miller teleports back to where he was, stepping out like nothing happened. And Danny Garcia is right there, bowing super deep to greet him. Senior, you're back. Then he straightens up all awkwardly. I shall compose myself. Jason Miller is just feeling so done. This guy never changes, but Danny is still beaming at him. Did you sleep well last night? Is your wound feeling any better? Jason looks down, then turns to him, totally confused. I've only met you, like once or twice, and all I remember is that formal greeting. Why are you so worried about me? Danny scratches his nose, looking a little embarrassed. Well, Haley talks about you like you're some kind of legend. Senior Jason Miller has a long record of absolutely wrecking the other seniors at the dojo. He's scratching his head, still not buying it. I was just really impressed. So I look up to you a lot, Senior Jason Miller. Jason just sighs. Ah, whatever, he mutters. I'm too lazy to deal with this. He tilts his head, thinking. Wait a minute, there was someone just like this in my past life, too. Flashback time. Eugene raises his hand for an intro. Ashley, let me introduce you to my first and most trusted right-hand man, Isaac Wang. And he so chimes in, Master, please just get to the good part. But Eugene just ignores him. Then he runs off, leaving Jason Miller and Danny Garcia looking totally lost. Hey Eugene, where are you going? Jason was so exasperated. Seriously, you should finish the introduction before you just peace out. The guy hesitated. Oh right. Jason's like, yeah. And suddenly, Danny's eyes light up like he just found buried treasure. I'm seriously impressed. You're a straight shooter who doesn't make excuses. You're a true master. Jason was kind of freaked out by this dude's intense fanboy energy. Yeah, you found a good mentor. The guy smiles, super bright, and starts to introduce himself. That's right. I'm not Isaac. My name is lost deep in that memory. A voice snaps him back to reality. Senior, Jason Miller compares the face from his past life to the one right in front of him. Is something wrong? And you guys, it was a perfect match. A jolt went through him like he'd been hit by lightning. No way. What do you guys think is going to happen next? Drop your theories in the comments. Whoa, hold up. This is wild. Isn't that Danny Garcia? Jaden Park has got to be off his rocker, dude. Who plans to spy by literally changing their name? Jason was thinking, totally shook. Even though this dude has the personality of a chaotic reality TV star, this psycho is going to be in the major leagues someday. Then my guy Danny just casually throws an arm around Jason's shoulder like they're long-lost bros from some frat house on Greek Row. Jason kicks things off like, yo Danny, let's be cool from now on, aight. And Danny's just like, yeah. So, they're walking down the main hall at Northwood High, all buddy-buddy, when bam, Jaden comes charging at Jason like a freaking linebacker. Jason was so shook he couldn't even move. Then, y'all, this scream echoes through the hall, like something out of a horror movie. After this massive crash, Jason is just seeing stars. What in the actual heck was that? He yells. Turns out, Jaden Park swooped in and caught him. Bro, you still this much of a lightweight? Jaden asks, dead serious. But yo, who's this new guy? Jason, still trying to breathe, goes, my secret protege, my dude. Danny introduces himself all friendly like, first time meeting you, man. Nice to meet you. I'm Danny Garcia. Jaden puffs out his chest. I'm your senior, Jaden Park from the Golden Lions crew. And Danny just bows all polite. What a world. Yeah, I'm Danny Garcia, he says. Then Jaden puts his hands on his hips, all cocky, and teases, Jason's protege is my protege, too. I'll look out for you, lil bro. Danny's like, it's an honor. But then Jaden just stares him down, sizing him up like he's a steak at a Texas roadhouse. He just scoffs at the kid from the Iron Blade Syndicate. Jason has to pat Jaden's shoulder to get him to chill with a death stare. Jaden's like, so, you want to roll with us? And Jason gets all grumpy. Hey, I wasn't done. I'm claiming him. I saw him first. I called dibs. Got it. Jaden just smirks. This time, it's what Danny wants that matters. And poor Danny's on the side like, excuse me, guys. I have zero power here. Please don't fight over little old me. Meanwhile, Master William is just fanning himself, thinking, that boy's always got a good head on his shoulders. Oh my god, the drama. If you think this is hilarious, smash that like button right now. Master William looks down at Jason, just goofing off and thinks, huh, turns out he can act his age sometimes. The sun is just beating down on the school cafeteria over at, like, 123 Main Street, Anytown, USA, not a single breeze. And Jason is holding a croissant with the longest face ever. You just know there's a mandatory meeting during lunch. We've all been there. Jaden's like, you're not going, are you? He points to the side. I'm gonna ditch just like her, 'cause I want to hang with you. And there, y'all, is Emily Thompson, sitting between two mountains of pastries, just calmly having a snack. Jason's internal monologue is just, great. Another stalker. Emily, are you literally a stalker? My little crew of weirdos is getting bigger, but Jaden just casually high-fives him. So Jason slams the table and points right at her. No, this is not a joke. Emily, ever since she transferred here, she's been following me like my own shadow. You have no idea what it's like. Emily, completely unbothered, just goes, that's right. I'm really into Jason. And Jaden, oh my god. He closes his eyes and tells himself, Jaden, you still have a bright future ahead of you. Then he grabs her and shakes her shoulders. I can't let you get mixed up with this jerk. And Jason's like, you trying to catch these hands? Jaden, he's all annoyed. Speaking of which, we gotta settle this now. Let's just decide. He turns to Emily. Emily, what in the world do you want from me? Emily slowly wipes her mouth, looks him dead in the eye and says, what I want. She points right at him. What I want is you, Jason. Our boy is stunned silent, but Emily just keeps insisting it's him. Then, scene change. The sun is shining into the student council office. Are you kidding me? Jason slams his fist on his presidential desk. What do they think the student council is, a joke? He's fuming. Y'all. They dared to skip my meeting, both of them. And Emily is with Jaden right now. Kimberly just raises an eyebrow. Or, you know, I could have my people intervene. Jason immediately shuts that down. Kimberly. That's way too far. And then Chad Wilson chimes in. It's fine, just let Kimberly handle it. Jason screams back at Chad Wilson. Are you crazy? You know Kimberly always goes overboard. But Chad just calmly lays it out. Cena. Our targets are Jaden and Emily. Letting Kimberly handle it will put the fear of God in them. Jason just sighs, totally defeated. Fine. I get it. Just remember to go easy on Emily. As for Jaden, you can crush him all you want. Kimberly gets this wicked little smirk and goes, just leave it to me. Cut to the school cafeteria, where Emily is pointing at Jason's face. What I want is you, Jason. She starts laying out her sales pitch. If you join my family's circle, I guarantee I'll grant all your wishes. Just name your price. Jason's thinking, damn, that's a bold offer. He's like, even though I don't want to be tied down, I do need some powerful friends to watch my back. What would you do? Drop a comment below. Take the deal or stay independent. He just stares at her, not saying a word. His mind is racing. And it'd be great if that crew had some insane intel gathering skills, but now's not the time. Jason slowly closes his eyes. Okay, I get it. Then he opens them and says, what I want is you, Emily. And then, get this, Jason Miller pointed right back at Emily Thompson. The whole vibe just went silent for a few seconds. She was stunned, like, huh? He just laughed, LOL, just kidding. Emily mumbled back, ugh, whatever. But then she whipped out her sword with a look that could kill and screamed, I'm about to turn you into sushi. Jason flinched so hard, laughed my ass off. Whoa, whoa, whoa. He starts shaking his head like a bobblehead. No, I was just joking. I was just copying you. Where the heck did Jaden go? Wait, Emily. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The sky is blue, the clouds are fluffy, and a scream echoes across the entire Northwood Academy campus. Up on the rooftop, the sun is shining as Jason finally escapes, panting like he just ran a marathon. Dude, I almost died. He collapses onto the ground. I have to see her in the next class. She wouldn't actually swing her sword in the middle of calculus, right? Master William just reassures him. No one would dare do that. And Jason whines, even she has to follow the rules. Then, out of nowhere, Jaden pops up behind him. Jason, you dodged so fast you freaked me out. When did you get up here? Jason just deadpans, just now. Jason says sarcastically, oh, I thought you'd vanished into thin air again like last time. Jaden just gestures around. Hey, the important thing is that Emily is still on a manhunt for you all over school. We're almost late for class. Then he gets serious. Besides, your sword skills back there were no joke, man. She said you took down Kian. Our boy Jason has gotten super strong. Jaden's looking him up and down, like he's trying to see the secret, but Jason just looks like Jason. So he holds up his hand. That's only because I have a really good magical artifact. He shows off this insane magical ring. This was a gift from someone really important to me. This ring can hide my true power level. Jaden is totally bug-eyed. Who would give you something this amazing? Who was it? Jason just gives this little secret smile. Yeah, it's from someone I care about a lot. Master William awkwardly looks away, suddenly very interested in the weather. Wow, sure is sunny today, huh? He floats over and whispers, you're telling this kid an awful lot. Jason just shrugs. It's cool. Jaden's solid. He's someone I can trust. Master William just hesitates for a second. If you say so. Jaden is just laughing. Jason, my man, let me try it on for a second. And then the rooftop door gets slammed open and Emily is standing there. I finally found you. The two of them whip their heads around with a look of pure, unadulterated terror. She charges at Jason like a starving lioness. Nowhere left to run. Then Kimberly just strolls up. Oh my, why did you run so fast? All the way to the rooftop. She covers her mouth and giggles. You even broke the rooftop door. As student council members, we have to set an example, you know. Emily and Jaden immediately get defensive. Long time no see, Senior Kimberly. He turns to Kimberly, and the narrator's gotta give you the tea. Kimberly is basically a living legend from the Summit Syndicate. They call her the Plum Blossom, and she's the heir to the entire Apex Guild. She knows all the secret moves of the Summit Syndicate. Jason is just wondering why a big shot like her would be looking for Emily. He asks, all nervous. Is something wrong, Senior? She explains with this super confident vibe, because you two ditched the meeting, President Miller is really, really mad. Kimberly smirks, and you know it's bad news. This time he told me to come teach you all a lesson. Oh snap, don't forget to share this vid with a friend who loves drama. Jason Miller totally jumped, like, huh? Is the Senior talking about me? Cause she pointed right at Axel and said, except for you. If we touched you, he wouldn't let it slide. I'm just gonna handle these other two. You asking why me? Axel just patted Jason's shoulder. Be careful, man. And yo, the whispers started popping off everywhere on that rooftop in downtown Chicago. Yo, Snowflower and Plum Blossom are about to throw down. Someone else chimed in, this is like a pregame for the Sky Dragon tournament. For real. Emily Thompson turned her head. Jason, why are you backing up? Aren't we supposed to fight together? Jason just explained. It looks like she's coming for you first, so I'm letting you have the spotlight. What a guy, right? Sienna smirked, all cocky. How thoughtful. Just wait a minute, I'll be done in a flash. He smiled right back. Yeah, Senior. She started caressing the blade of her sword, all dramatic. Since I'm the upperclassman, I'll make the first move, Kay? The nerve on this girl. And boom, Sienna lunged, slashing at her, but Emily Thompson knocked it back like it was nothing. The two auras collided, creating this massive shockwave that probably shook the whole building. Sienna gritted her teeth and attacked. You stubborn punk. But Emily swung her sword with these razor-sharp eyes, not saying a word back. Get this, Emily wrapped lightning around Sienna's sword, then zipped in and smacked her on the hand. Just like that, CLAing, the sword clattered onto the ground in front of everyone. She slumped down, looking more humiliated than ever. Meanwhile, Jason Miller held up his phone. Master William, what's your take on that performance? The old master gave his verdict from his place out in the Hamptons. The whole point of the Plum Blossom sword style is to trick your opponent's eyes. He sounded so disappointed, y'all. But that kid only knows how to use brute force. That ain't the Plum Blossom style anymore. Emily Thompson stood tall. I got nothing else to say to you, Senior. I hope you'll stop bothering me now. Sienna was literally shaken with rage. How did things end up like this? She roared at her crew. Are you guys just gonna stand there and watch? Then Sienna ordered, she's all by herself, everybody get her. Emily Thompson just calmly closed her eyes, not even focusing on these nobodies. Queen behavior. A single swing from Emily was enough to send anyone who dared to step up flying. She slowly explained, super chill. The cut ain't deep. Then Emily brandished her sword. But if you guys try me again, this blade doesn't have eyes. Sienna's face went pale. Emily's that strong? No way. I can't believe this. Seeing the fight was about to wrap up, everyone started whispering and gossiping. Snowflower is seriously strong. Oh my god. They were amazed. She's even stronger than a junior instructor. One person hesitated. On the other hand, Plum Blossom. Someone else cut in. She's really gone downhill, hasn't she? The tea is scorching. The sarcastic comments just kept coming. She always ditches practice and only knows how to pick on the weak. The trash talk was non-stop. She didn't train it all over the break, just messed around. And she still expects to get better? The final blow made a vein pop on her hand. She was about to lose it. Such a waste of talent. Sienna reached into her pocket and pulled something out. Hey, Emily Thompson. She threw a little sphere at her. Let's see how long you can keep that smug look on your face. Emily reacted on instinct, slashing forward. But nope, this time, her face twisted like she'd messed with the wrong thing. The sphere exploded into thousands of sharp needles aimed at Pearson right through her. She braced herself. There are too many needles. I can't dodge in time. Emily tried to use her sword as a shield, gritting her teeth in fury. Emily gritted her teeth, staring at the swarm of needles in front of her. So many needles, I can't dodge them all. Axel yelled out, super worried, Emily. Then, blood splattered across the rooftop, making a sharp contrast, and Jason Miller just teased, you're pretty tough. All those needles flying at your face and you didn't even blink. And why? 'Cause his arm had blocked all the needles for her. Looks like I saved you again. Jason looked at the busted bomb that had fallen to the ground. A needle bomb, is that the secret art of the Mandercam clan? Then his eyes shifted to his own purple, swollen arm. For sure, these needles were laced with poison, but Master William reassured him over the phone. Don't worry, your aura harmonization technique will automatically neutralize the poison. Jason just rubbed his arm. Thank God for that. That clan's always had a reputation for being ruthless, but I never thought they'd go this far. Master William said mysteriously. You think they plan on leaving any evidence? Jason raised an eyebrow. Probably not. And then, ding, the system popped up with a side quest notification. Take care of the bullies, difficulty D. The description read, the hermits hate the phonies in the sect. They want you to teach Kim Sienna, who reminds them of a certain hypocrite, a lesson. Completion condition, defeat Kim Sienna. And the reward, a stronger bond with Emily Thompson and a boost in reputation. Let's get it. And the reputation description was like, reputation is one of the most important things in this day and age. With a high rep, people will flock to you without you even trying. And the effect? It increases power, wealth, and fame. Basically, get that clout. Then we get a flashback. The dark history has never been forgotten. The G. Manson Corporation betrayed everyone. They didn't just slaughter the awakened, but also regular civilians. So messed up. A bombshell secret was revealed. One of the vanguard groups had turned into monsters. Back in the present, Jason used his aura to push all the needles out of his arm, giving them a taste of their own medicine. No big deal. Emily ran over, looking panicked. Are you okay? He waved his hand dismissively. You should have known better. Sienna was collapsed on the ground, trembling, as beads of sweat dripped onto the floor. Jason grabbed her by the collar and yanked hard, making her let out a groan. He said in this ice-cold voice, the rule for using the Mandem clan's poison needle bomb is... Jason tightened his grip on her collar. That you only use it against monsters or when you're facing an enemy like the Samarin. He looked down at Sienna with pure disgust. If it ain't either of those, you can only use it when your life is on the line. No matter how wild this age of power gets, there are still rules that even the weak have to follow. She screamed, shut up. Sienna broke free from his grip. Who do you think you are, lecturing me? You pathetic nobody. And then she secretly fumbled for her sword. One of her goons was already a mess, but Tyler Chen still came charging in like a total psycho. You trying to test me? Danny Garcia suddenly freaked out, letting out a terrified, trembling scream. On the other side, another one of her crew was just as shook. Blood splattered onto Jason's face. Sienna's pupils shrank like she'd just seen a ghost. She looked up at the sword sticking out of his shoulder. What? Jason was still standing tall. He didn't even move. He casually pulled the sword out without even flinching. This dude is a beast. Jason lowered the sword, blood dripping down the blade. He stood in front of her and dropped the sword, as if proven he didn't even need a weapon. Jason raised his hand, absorbing aura, since you were the one who crossed the line. Everything I do from here on out is just self-defense. Sienna looked terrified. What are you gonna do? Wait, don't come near me. A glowing pink orb floated in her chest. Don't. Suddenly, Emily Thompson screamed, don't do it. He was too focused on absorbing that pink orb to notice. Emily grabbed his outstretched wrist to stop him from doing something stupid. She stood in front of Sienna, shielding her. Stop it. Jason shot back with a cold look. Why? You know it too, right? For people like her, we should just be planning our revenge. She squeezed his hand tight, her face blushing a little, her lips sealed shut. Emily looked at his murderous expression and thought to herself, this power. It totally reminded her of the time she was inside the barrier. It's just like the power I felt before I entered that cave. That bloodthirsty face flashed through Emily's mind again. Just then, Lynn walked in. That's enough. His brow furrowed. What the hell do you think you're doing? Jason just smirked. You see the scene. You should know what's up. Ooh, the drama. What do you guys think will happen next? Drop it in the comments and smash that like button. Yo, if you wanted to teach me a lesson, you should have rolled up solo, he said, totally dissing the guy and making his friend's beatdown look pointless. Kevin shot back, Jason, is your face getting puffy or something? You look salty. You know Kim Sadie is the second daughter of the Ganson group, right? Jason just glanced over like he couldn't give a single crap. And, so what? You scared the Ganson group is going to come for us? He added, maybe you should have thought about that before you let Kim Sadie get checked. Kevin gritted his teeth, totally furious. I have no idea what you're talking about, Kevin said, trying to act all high and mighty. As the family heir, I gotta think about our connections with other players, right? Jason Miller just walked right past him like he was invisible. Some air. An air who's not even a lock for the top spot. Ouch. The burn. Kevin was absolutely fuming. What's that supposed to mean? Then he got all preachy. Jason, if you keep running your mouth and calling people out, you better watch your back. Jason just scoffed. Yeah, whatever. I'll probably outlive you anyway, bro. The sun was dipping low, painting the sky this warm, orange color. A massive skyscraper down on Park Avenue, with slick, dark glass windows, was reflecting the whole sunset. Inside his private room, Jason Miller was grinding on his computer when the system pinged with a notification showing his current stats. He was grinning, muttering to himself, yes, I finally got some rep points. The screen read, Special Category, Inner Strength, 450 out of 1,000. Mental Power, 300 out of 300. Reputation, up and comer. Money, fame, power. Jason Miller wanted the whole package. Once you hit A rank or higher, you start building that rep. And the higher your rep, the more the big families, guilds, and even the government will simp for you. Reputation was everything in this game. Y'all, all these organizations are fighting tooth and nail to recruit new talent. Reputation is a major key for anyone who's awakened. Jason smirked. This is a total reset. That's when Master William chimed in, to achieve great things. You still have a long road ahead of you, Master William said, glowing with his own hype aura. Back in my day, I ran things up in the Bronx. You hear me? Jason completely ignored him and clicked a button on his computer. Yeah, I know. Jason stretched his arms out wide. I'm gonna go check on Blue, he said. Master, William sounded worried. Huh, if you move your arm like that. He watched as Jason winced in pain. It's gonna sting for a while. Jason clutched his arm, totally screaming on the inside. He grumbled. A little heads up would have been nice. Master William shot back. Nah, that's a you problem, kid. Jason scowled. What was that? But while they were bickering, neither of them saw the notification on the screen. Breaking news. Leaked video from the Academy featuring Emily Thompson and Blue goes viral, hitting 40,000 views in just 5 hours. Jason watched the clip of Emily and Sadie literally brawling in front of the whole school. Whoa, this is some next-level drama. Oh my god, is Snow Blossom really fighting Plum Blossom? For real. Then Sadie screamed and just cold-cocked Emily, yelling, let's see how long you can act all high and mighty. He just stared, like, what the heck was that? Did Plum Blossom just throw something? He paused the video and zoomed in. But what is it? The crowd in the video went nuts when she just sliced right through the needle bomb without even hesitating, totally vaporizing it. Jason Miller was glued to his screen, just talking to himself like, whoa, hold up. Is that a freaking needle bomb from the Mandarin clan? Did she seriously just chuck that at someone? And at Snow Blossom, of all people? What is even wrong with the Chomson Corporation? They're about to get so canceled for this. And then, y'all, he just flew into a rage and completely wrecked his PC. What the hell is this? Meanwhile, Ingram's son was giving a report. Sir, the media's all over it. TMZ, everyone. And yeah, the public is dragging us online. It's not a good look. The man looked like his head was about to explode. Who filmed this and put it online? His son hesitated for a sec. It was Jason Miller, from the Power Clan. Ingram's face got all twisted up when he heard that name. The Power Clan. He glared at the old, scraggly bearded Mr. Harrison, who was just strolling up like he didn't have a care in the world. After all the chaos you cause, you have the nerve to show your face here asking for a favor, the old man said, shamelessly. The Power Clan washed their hands of Jason Miller ages ago. Then Mr. Harrison's eyes narrowed and his voice dropped, getting all threatening. And if Jason really is the one who posted that video, then maybe our chairman will be a little more receptive to our proposal. The old man was dead serious. I'm here to put a hit out on Jason Miller. At that exact moment, Jason's computer screen showed a simple command. Empty trash folder. He wondered, I already wiped all the emails. You think they can trace it back to me? LOL, I doubt it. Jason Miller leaned back in his chair with this super cocky look on his face. Now the 15 Families Alliance is going to be blowing up my phone trying to sign me. Master William was like, so, are you going to join? Jason just scoffed. Nah, joining a crew just puts you in a box. Master William's eyes were full of pride. Do whatever you want. You'll be strong enough to roll solo soon enough. Jason was impressed. You know it. He was planning to squeeze every last drop of opportunity out of this. But I might still look into getting some insurance. For now, it's time to play this little pawn for everything he's got. Master William's eyes went totally wide. You already have a strategy. But Jason didn't even blink. Before I cash in that martial arts textbook for my pawn, I'm grabbing the succession flower first. He then started explaining what the flower was. The succession flower is also known as the flower of the gods. It's this insane item that basically lets you do a skill tree reset on all your martial arts. Jason thought to himself, From here on out, Hudson is gonna have to learn some seriously specialized moves. He was being super careful. Trying the ascending sword technique with the old build doesn't just nerf the move, it could literally take Hudson out for good if his internal energy gets messed up. Jason was concerned. The succession flower only grows in the absolute sketchiest, darkest places. In a super harsh environment. I know where to find one that hasn't bloomed yet. A little later, out in some random, busted-looking desert near Area 51, Jason was chilling with his pet, Blue. You good? Then he smiled at his little mole summons. What's up, you two? Still kicking? Digger scurried forward, respectfully. Master, you've returned. The little guy was so grateful. Thanks to the materials you gave us, we're doing great. Jason was curious. That's what's up. And your name's Digger, right? The mole answered super fast. Yes, Master. I am Digger. Jason barely touched its shoulder, and the little creature totally jumped. All right, Digger, you're the big boss around here now. He stared at the mole cowering in front of him. Yo, why are you trembling? You think I'm gonna smack you around again or something? Chill. Then Jason Miller hit him with a warning. Like, yo, I already paid you back for last time. Your face is so busted, it looks like a busted-up road in downtown L. Hey, there's literally nothing left for me to punch. You feel me? That little Digger was so shook, it could barely squeak out a word. Master William told us to live here, right? I get it. So Jason laid down the law. You're gonna lead the others and dig a bunch of little tunnels connecting all the gates. It immediately saluted. Yes, sir. We'll get right on it, boss. The whole mole crew was hyped, chittering like crazy. Then, bam, Master William just pops up out of nowhere right behind Jason. Oh, what's with the monster construction crew? Jason just calmly explained, the succession flower totally wilts the second you pull it out of a gate. So, to get that flower back to my own private gate, there's literally no other way. He puffed out his chest, looking at his little minion squad like a proud dad. Except to use their little gate-warping subway system they're building to connect the two spots and zip the flower over. Okay, so get this. Jason was totally stumped, like, why not just drag the sacrificial pig over and have it scarf down the succession flower right there? But then Jason Miller's whole vibe just went dark, dude. Yo, Master, that's a seriously messed up idea. You really think I'm some kind of power-hungry lunatic? What do you even see me as? He's like, am I not your apprentice? I've got a plan. Chill. Meanwhile, over in his swanky high-rise in Chicago, the Phantom's secretary comes in like, I've located the target, sir. But my guy was seriously cheesed off, because apparently his secretary couldn't even handle a simple background check properly. Can't find good help these days, am I right? So the Phantom's like, where is he? And she's all nervous, like, about that. She whispers, the target went through the blue gate. He's in the Grand Abyss, sir. The Phantom just kicks his feet up on his desk, all casual, and is like, the Grand Abyss? Isn't that the gate nobody can beat? Why the heck would he go in there? The secretary's just shrugging. Beats me, sir. Then bam. He jumps up from his chair. Doesn't matter. 'Cause the chairman wants this done yesterday. And then the Phantom throws open the door for his whole squad of goons, and they roll out with this major swagger, ready to show our boy what happens when you mess with the Arcane clan. Oof, the drama is real. Drop a like if you think this is about to get messy. At the exact same time, deep in Serenity Woods, probably somewhere near Asheville, North Carolina, this cute little deer is just vibing, right? Then suddenly, it hears footsteps and its heart practically leaps out of its chest. It's Jason, looking all spooky, and the poor deer just ets itself out of there. Bye, Bambi. Our boy Jason is slogging through all this mud and moss, like, ugh, this is impossible, but it has to be around here somewhere. And then, bam, a light shines right in his face from the side of the trail. His eyes go wide, like he just hit the lottery. Jason is absolutely freaking out. I found it. The succession flower? Let's go. Without even wasting a second, he whips out his magic, calling on the molekin to summon a gate. And POF, these little digger dudes pop up. Master, you're finally here. We've been waiting. And Jason just points right at the flower, like a total boss. Dig a gate around this flower. Tegu, their leader, is looking super confused. What is this thing, sir? It doesn't exactly look like a daisy. So Jason tells him it's the succession flower. And when Tegu hears that, y'all, his eyes nearly bugged out of his skull. This is the succession flower. But Jason is playing it super cool, not even surprised. Yup. And since you can't just snip it and bag it, we gotta move the whole freaking thing. But Tegu is already over there with his villain monologue, thinking, oh man, with this, humanity is so toast. Jason sees this, runs over, and smacks Tegu on the shoulder, snapping him out of his evil daydream. Jason's words hit deep, like, you got your eye on this, huh? Tegu totally freezes up, shaking his head like a bobblehead on a dashboard. Nope, not interested. Not at all. So then Jason dangles this little carrot in front of him. Who knows? If this all goes off without a hitch, I might just break a piece off for you. Ooh, the temptation. And you guys, Tegu does a complete 180. I will give it my all, sir. Then Jason starts to peace out. All right then, I'm counting on you. Tegu is totally shook. Wait, you're not coming with us, sir? But Jason's playing it all mysterious. Nah, I'll catch up. I've got a couple errands to run. Okay, so fast forward a few hours. Back in the forest with the super important flower, the screams of wild boars are literally shaking the ground, freaking out the little villages down the road. And leading the pack is this totally jacked boar named Wirak with his little crew of wannabes. We found him. Jason's watching from a distance, scoping out these absolute unit wild boars. 1, 2, 7 of them. That's a whole lot of bacon. Then he just zips away. Wirak is just chilling, soaking up the sun behind a fence when suddenly he's scared out of his mind. Jason Miller just casually strolled right up to him. The Odyssey. System voice. The king's command has been used. And to top it all off, Jason just cheerfully introduces himself to this ferocious beast like he's ordering a coffee in downtown LA. Hello there. Wirak completely loses it and starts screaming his head off. It's a human. All his little minions jump out of their skin, too. Hysterical. And just then, Master William pops up out of nowhere and calmly explains, like he's giving a lecture, the king's command has many features: fear, majesty, and provocation. That's why its power is so insane. With just one tiny step, I can literally shake the world. Talk about an OP skill. Master William barely gets the words out before the wild boars charge from behind, and poor, clueless, Jason just has to bolt. Damn it. A heads up would have been nice. I was gonna stealth kill the boss, and now the whole plan is trashed. But let's be real, you can't outrun a beast on beast mode. So yeah, he had no choice but to stop and get ready to throw down. So, it's come to this. Jason busts through the fence and jumps right into the boar pen. My dude's tiny frame is now staring down a whole pack of angry, ferocious wild boars. Drop a comment below with who you think is gonna win this. He's thinking, alright, it's a showdown, but Jason still pushes down his fear and starts trash-talking them. This human is right here. Hey, piggies. Wirak steps up. It's been a hot minute since a human showed up here. Bring it. Wirak will handle you. And then he takes the first shot. Sorry, but it's not your turn yet. Use King's command. The second, Jason summons the system, a crazy earthquake just erupts. He whips up a whole whirlwind that sends these massive boars flying through the air like ragdolls. Oh my god. The boar mage sees what's up and frantically starts chanting, trying to cast a spell to cancel the skill. But before it can even finish, Jason rushes in and just decks the thing into next Tuesday. He drops it to the ground without a second thought, like, you first, buddy. The poor mage is just lying there motionless in a cloud of white smoke. Then Jason, without missing a beat, charges right at the other jacked-up boars. But get this, he doesn't go for Wirak. Nope, he starts swinging at his brothers first. Then he uses magic to tie up the big boss. Savage move. All in, but Jason's hit-and-run game is totally messing with them. The hyped-up boars are losing their steam. Like, how dare you? Where are you hiding? Come out. And then, out of nowhere, one of Wirak's brothers just screams. Asterisk, gasp, asterisk. He totally froze when he saw the two biggest boars in the crew get taken out so easily. Then the fourth one goes down, then the two beer-bellied besties get sent to piggy heaven, and finally Wirak's last brother gets absolutely wrecked. Stop. He was seeing red, just watching Jason beat every single one of his brothers into bacon bits. Wirak lets out this scream that sounds like it came straight from the underworld. I will not forgive you. And boom, all of Wirak's stats just shot up by 100. His defense skill, up by 300. This is getting intense, y'all. And now there's a timer. If Wirak isn't defeated within 5 minutes, the Berserk skill activates. Master William is freaking out, seeing Jason just chilling in the face of this god-tier rage. You have time to be using skills and talking like this? But Jason is like a devil in disguise, you guys. He literally picks up a baby piglet to threaten Wirak. The little thing is so scared it's sweating bullets. Jason's just taunting him. The avatar is so different from the real you. Huh. This one seems pretty weak. Feels like I could snap it with one hand. Dude. That's cold. Wirak's heart is pounding, seeing his kid in danger. No, but Jason just keeps pushing his buttons, yes. And then a second later, the system notifications just start flooding the screen. You have defeated Wirak, the boss of the Wirak Plains. And that's how it's done, folks. You've received 500,000 points. You have successfully cleared the notorious Blue Gate. You will receive a point reward based on the gate's notoriety. Gate notoriety, 790,000, you will be rewarded. A whopping 1,800,000 points. He was so hyped after taking down that giant boar. Clearing these gates gives you some crazy good rewards, Jason said. All cocky. But I'm still a little salty I didn't get any martial arts scrolls. Then he's just standing there in front of his loot, looking smug AF. But hey, this is still pretty sweet. The system pops up the item info. Werex Vesta, Grade B. The description says, this ain't your average vest. It was a favorite of the great wizard Maruk. Then there's the red double-bladed axe of, ooh, cliffhanger. Make sure you smash that subscribe button so you don't miss what happens next. So get this, the B-rank Werex axe is literally described as being soaked in the blood of hundreds of people. So metal. This thing grants a plus 45 to strength and a whopping plus 500 to attack power. But of course, Jason Miller still wasn't satisfied with this haul. Like, dude, for a B-rank item, this thing is straight up god tier. I bet the auction house on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills will go absolutely bananas for this. He's thinking, should I grab another weapon? Then the system pops up like, the master of the Wasteland Gate has vanished. Do you wish to become the master of the gate? But his greed is, like a bottomless pit, even though his inventory is totally full. But he's like, nah, I can make it work. LOL. Then the system goes, congratulations, you've exceeded the number of gates you can possess. And then whoops, Jason casually finds himself completely paralyzed. The system announces, you have abandoned the Hell Cave. You have become the new master of the Wasteland Gate. Talk about an upgrade. My man Master William floats over, all like, yo, you sure about making such a quick decision? Jason then lays out his master plan, sounding so slick. I've already moved all the key players. The succession flower will be nurtured in the Azure Fox Gate. We should, you know, clean up the unnecessary trash. Oof, cold-blooded. So Jason's about to bounce. That's enough, I can head back now. And then hey. Suddenly, the system alerts him to unauthorized intruders in his new crib, the Wasteland Gate. He immediately switches to the security feed and sees a whole crew just standing there, bold as anything, right on his property. He zooms in, and this crew looks super sketchy. The arrogant dude in the front is named Phantom, from the Exorcist Squad. Peef, what a name. Master William just scoffs. Jason glances around like, yeah, they're just a bunch of clowns who'll do anything for cash. Turns out they're from the Apex Corporation, so they're basically pros at bending the rules and being shady. Hearing this, Master William warns him, bro, if they're from Apex, they're definitely here for payback against you. Jason starts to get a little antsy. He's all like, I already saw this coming, but this is way too predictable. Classic Jason. The system curiously asks how he wants to handle the intruders. He gives the order like a total boss. Kick 'em all out. The system announces everyone who steps through the gate is considered an intruder and will be expelled. Bye, Felicia. So Phantom's crew, forced to just stand around, starts whining. What's this dude's deal dragging us all the way out here to the middle of nowhere, like some warehouse district in Chicago? This is such a pointless hassle. But despite that, Phantom pulls a boss move to intimidate his own guys. Knock it off. Then he turns back to get them hyped up again. Some arrogant, naive high school kid walks out of the gate and gets himself totally smoked. Isn't that a pretty sick story? This freak is already celebrating. He's probably dead already. We didn't even have to lift a finger, so I guess there's nothing to do. Famous last words, buddy. Suddenly, one of his goons screams out, boss. Phantom frowns, all confused. Huh? All his useless lackeys are tied up, completely unable to move. What is this? Even Phantom's feet are shackled. Iron chains, y'all. Instantly, a whole swarm of demonic chains flies right at them. Every single one of them gets dragged into some invisible space. Phantom is losing his mind, screaming, no way. But the void slowly closes, cutting him off before he can even finish his sentence. No, Jason just waves goodbye from up high, like, what a bunch of morons. If you love that takedown, smash that like button. See ya, you Exorcist wannabes. Later, at a music festival in Koreatown, LA, Jason casually strolls into a nightclub. He's got his face all covered up so nobody can spot him. Just as he's about to enter, a bouncer stops him. Hold on, I don't recognize you. You're not a high school kid, are you? Let me see some ID. Suddenly, the bouncer is totally freaked out by what Jason says next. It's been 40 years since the Golden Revenge, but I'll never forget. Then Jason throws some serious shade. You don't need to know my name, I'm just passing through. The absolute nerve. I love it. The bouncer is scared out of his mind and has no choice but to let him inside. You've passed the protocol. Please, come in. Jason coldly pushes the door open and walks right in. Then, our boy expertly navigates the stairs like he owns the place. Probably been there 100 times before. Finally, he reaches the secret auction room. The auctioneer reveals the first item. The artifact I'm offering this time can boost your fire resistance, with a starting bid of $50 million. Sheesh. Jason just nonchalantly weaves through the screaming crowd. 55 million. 60 million. He steps right up to the item exchange counter. I want to sell some items. The appraiser is all chill. Yes, please place your items here. Then his jaw hits the floor when he sees a huge pile of magic stones. He's like, wait, he's planning to sell this entire stash? Jason is completely unfazed. Sell these as fast as you can and wire the advance to my offshore account. The appraiser is shocked, since offshore accounts are super secure and shady. The fee will be 50%. Do you agree to that? But Jason agrees without even blinking. The loot from the Wasteland Gate is as good as sold. He just turns and walks away, totally ignoring the appraiser who's still talking. Thank you for your business, sir. You can check the status on the account app. The swagger is unreal. A little later, in some dude named Milo's office, he's like, let's see here. He carefully inspects the pile of magic stones. At first glance, they just look like C rank, but there's a wild variety of colors. Then Milo brings his little jeweler's loupe in close, examining each stone one by one. The system immediately flashes an alert, Magic Shock Stone. Overall evaluation, B. He totally hit the jackpot and yells out, even if it's a B-, this is still top-tier gear. Then Milo turns to a sapphire. This one too. The system displays its info. Rare item, overall evaluation, B+. Rare gauntlets, overall evaluation, B+. He's getting so hyped, that one too. The system keeps pinging nonstop. Armor, overall evaluation, B+. Moira's boots, overall evaluation, B+. Crimson double-bladed axe. Oh my god. Overall evaluation, B+. Bronze armor, overall evaluation, B+. Milo is ecstatic, screaming. There's so much. He literally can't believe his eyes. Glory items? Did they clear the Grand Labyrinth dungeon? Milo turns to his staff. Do any of you remember who sold this stuff? The appraiser only vaguely remembers. He was wearing a hoodie, so I couldn't see his face, but he looked like a high school kid. The bouncer, however, answers firmly, I remember. He retells the entire crazy incident that happened outside the club on Sunset Boulevard. He mentioned the Golden Revenge on his first try with the password, so I let him in. Hearing this, Milo is completely speechless. The Golden Revenge? He feels like this is all some kind of insane prank. This is getting spicy, guys. That's a password the chairman only gives to his absolute closest allies. A high school kid knows a password that not even the VVIPs get? This whole thing is messing with Milo's head. I have to report this to the boss. The next day, Jason is just chilling, glued to a live stream from OTV. Drop a comment below with your theories on this secret password. Welcome, subscribers. This is the OTV channel. Right now, I'm at the famous Grand Labyrinth in a remote part of Nevada. Now, let's check it out. The kid on the stream immediately gets hit with a system message. The master of the dungeon does not grant viewing permission. Laugh my ass off. You are considered an intruder and will be expelled. And poof, he's gone. There. See, I can't get in. The chat immediately blows up. What the hell is that? Who's the master? The dungeon has a master now? Stop lying to us. This is hilarious. The streamer is frantically trying to explain. No, for real. I'm not making this up. This place is seriously dangerous. Meanwhile, Jason's system chimes in. An uninvited guest has entered the Grand Labyrinth. What will you do? Jason gets so annoyed just watching. Don't these people ever get tired? Kick them all out, the system warns. You are considered an intruder and will be expelled. But he doesn't even pay it any attention. That notification has been popping up for days now, like spam calls. Suddenly, Jason's phone buzzes. A message about the deposit from yesterday's auction pops up. Cha-ching. Yo, Master William is ballin' out of control. Jason was totally stoked, thinking he was gonna get nickeled and dimed on commission. But nah, not only did the old man pay up, he covered the transaction fees too. Bro, how do you think I got the T on the Golden Faction's payback plan? So then Jason Miller promised they'd link up again soon, but Master William was super strict, like, do not answer that call, telling him if he didn't have a legit reason, he was gonna be in some deep trouble. Jason was like, I bet he'd just handle the fallout later. Cause right now, this was way more important. Jason Miller was just staring at this massive green-covered rock just floating in the air, with a legit waterfall pouring down from the sky. And get this, Parang was just snoozing right next to the Succession flower, cute little dude. He was so proud, cause thanks to Parang, that Succession flower totally bloomed. Jason explained it like, Parang was sucking up all the magic from the Great Labyrinth through a portal and then just shooting it back into its own gate. Thanks to that little power move, the energy at the lakeside sanctuary, like, doubled, spreading out further than ever. What a legend. Okay, focus up, people. This is where it gets wild. He ran over to give Parang some pets, and bam, the system menu pops up, saying the magic at the lakeside sanctuary hit a new level. The whole place got upgraded from a green gate to a blue gate, like, a total historic moment. And check this, you have received 1 million achievement points. Master William saw Jason Miller stacking points like that and was so hyped for him. He was all cheerful like, congrats, my dude. You've saved up a pretty sick amount of points. Everything was going perfect, right? Suddenly, the system announces a special mission. The divine flower is complete. And then, y'all, the sky around him literally starts shattering. Jason is bugging out, and all the masters of the black zones are totally shook. Jason Miller was completely freaking out. What? The black zones? Hold up, what is even happening? The ground cracks open into this giant sinkhole, and my man just falls right through. Jason passed through so many cities, and because of that, his system notifications were blowing up non-stop. The master of the land of ice is wary of the master of the lakeside sanctuary. The master of the radiant land is wary of the master of the lakeside sanctuary. The master of the cruel land is wary of the master of the lakeside sanctuary. The master of the castle of nobles is wary of the master of the lakeside sanctuary. Oh my God, his brain felt like it was going to melt. Enough, enough. A voice called out, finally waking him up. Jason Miller. Our boy was gasping for air after that terrifying nightmare. He was completely out of it. Where am I? Master William just gently floated over. You got a reward and got so hyped you passed out for, like, ages. You were even convulsing. I deadass thought you were losing your marbles. Jason was so skeptical. What? What was all that? And something about the black zones too. He knew something was off. It was all gone. The system just showed the normal info. The magic in the lakeside sanctuary has reached a certain level. This place has been upgraded from a green gate to a blue gate. A historic milestone has been achieved. You have received 1 million points. Master William was fanning himself, always complaining. I knew sooner or later you'd get a taste of this feeling. But Jason Miller still hadn't snapped out of the shock. Was it my fault? No, it can't be a mistake. What the heck just happened? I've never even heard of something like this before. He was getting so anxious. There are, like, at least 20 black zones known to the world, I think. But the number of black zones I just saw was way more than 20. If word of this got out from my place at 123 Main Street, Anytown, USA, it would cause absolute chaos. Jason Miller unconsciously called out, Master. But Master William had no clue what was going on. What's up with you? Then Jason turned and asked the most random question. Am I the type of person who makes a big deal out of things? And, oh my God, the master jumped right in to roast him. You're just figuring that out now? LOL. The next day, over at Miriam High School, glistening under the morning sun in Miami, Florida, this shady dude named Ghost was dead set on finding Jason Miller, no matter what. So this is the school that kid goes to. He had this creepy, mysterious smile. A prestigious school for the gifted, huh? Interesting. His goon reported back all proper. I've already investigated it, sir. Ghost just smirked like some wannabe big shot CEO. Good. He lowered his head. This was his second chance after the first hit failed so miserably. If he messed up again, he'd be way too embarrassed to face the chairman. Our target is Jason Miller from SoCon. Meanwhile, Jason was just happily chilling and chatting with his friends in class, with literally no idea he was about to get ambushed by Ghost's crew. Search everywhere. They just obeyed. Yes, sir. Back at Miriam High, Jason was zoned out in the classroom for ages. Turns out he was just deep diving his system panel. Drop a comment below if you think Ghost is gonna get wrecked. Basic information. Title: Disciple of a Transcendent Hidden Master. Name: Jason Miller. Potential: Transcendent rank. Special skills: Energy Absorption Technique A, Overlord's Palm B, Absolute Spear Technique SS. Normal skills: Heavenly Arts B, Tyrant Strength B, 10-Step Divine Fist D, Dragon Scale Technique C, Myriad Poisons C, 7 Origins Divine Fist, Returning Spear Technique C, Trait: Path of Eternal Damnation. Master of the Transcendent Heavenly Pavilion, 7 points remaining, 2,330,000 B, 1,000 B. Attributes: Vitality, 236 out of 300. Stamina, 238 out of 300. Strength, 250 out of 300. Agility, 240 out of 300. Special attributes: Internal Energy, 495 out of 1,000. Mental Strength, 300 out of 300. Fame, 2,000. Young Prodigy. Status: Combat Power plus 50. Elemental Control plus 70. Magic Resistance plus 35. Internal Energy Recovery plus 15. Path of Eternal Damnation, Seal of the Primal World, 0 out of 10 million. Martial Arts, 2. Absolute Spear Technique, 0 out of 15 million. Attributes: 36. Internal Key plus 15, 0 out of 1 million. Points remaining, 2,330,000 B. He just kept stressing over the same thing. The points you need to level up just keep getting more insane. Jason Miller's head was pounding so hard he was sweating buckets, so no matter what he upgraded, He had to be strategic about it. This weirdo then takes all his stress out on Emily Thompson. I'm going crazy. Why the hell do you keep staring at me? Weren't you supposed to be on a snack run with Mia? She just growled back. It was you, wasn't it? Jason looked totally clueless. Then Emily hit him with the killer question. The Great Labyrinth. This question made Jason go full-on denial mode. I have literally no idea what you're talking about. She was not buying it for a second. You're lying. But Jason Miller just kept dodging. If you don't believe me, then why are you even asking? Emily then made her move. Come to my family with me. He looked so annoyed. Didn't we already settle this? But she was not letting it go. Only after you agree to join my family. I can give you whatever you want, literally anything. Just name it. But, plot twist, Jason flat out refused all of those insane offers. I don't need anything. I'm good with what I have right now. Emily was just as stubborn, though. If you're still going to be so headstrong, then you're not giving me a choice. Jason was bewildered. She then threatened to tell everyone that he was the master of the gate, but Jason called her bluff right to the very end. Show me the proof. So Emily started playing mind games. Even the slightest bit of suspicion is enough to make the 15 allied families and the Sama Council start watching you. You don't like being the center of attention, do you? Yikes, the vibe between them got so intense. Jason Miller had no comeback for that one and just had to fold. Fine, I lose. But only as an equal alliance between us, nothing more. She was so thrilled. Okay, that's good enough for me. He just said sarcastically, you're pretty stubborn yourself, you know. And scene. Smash that like button if you love that drama. Emily Thompson wasn't even giving him the time of day, just staring lasers at the spears in front of her. Jason Miller tries to act all chill, like, yo, you practice with the spear too? She just hits him with a, yeah, senior. Then boom, a system notification pops up for Jason, hyping some insane SS rank spear technique. Get this, it's the signature martial art of the absolute god, and it's literally just 2 moves, poke 'em and slice 'em. Dude, once he masters this thing, it's a one-hit K. Oh, no questions asked. The catch? He has to master the origin art first, another wild SS rank offensive skill, seeing how much of a grind this new spear technique was gonna be. Jason Miller had to just accept that he needed to hit the gym and practice, unlike his sovereign's palm, which he could use right out of the box. Next thing you know, he zapped to the spear training room, and my guy Jason is just going ham on the training dummy. But for real, no matter how hard he tried, he looked like a total amateur. Is it? 'Cause I'm not used to the spear. Man, this is tough. Suddenly, a noise snaps Jason out of it. And bam, that psycho ghost drops from the ceiling with 2 daggers like some budget Spider-Man. Jason barely blocked the first attack, for real, but the force of it sent him flying across the room. Ghost couldn't believe his eyes. He blocked it, but Jason just hits him with a slick taunt. You again. In his head, Jason's thinking, this little cockroach, I'd recognize you, even if you were a pile of ash. Ghost tried to sound all tough. So you know who I am, huh? Too bad for you, 'cause your life is over. Then Emily Thompson, what a queen, just charges in. Who are you? Murray High isn't some dive bar on Sunset Boulevard you can just waltz into. Ghost threatened her back. I don't know who you are, but get lost. I got no beef with you. Oh, she felt that diss deep in her soul. What? Jason just swaggers forward. Make your move already. Enough with the monologuing. So Ghost flexes his spooky dark power, and the air gets all thin and creepy. You block one of my attacks and you're already getting cocky. This is why I say taking out these rookies is a piece of cake. But Jason wasn't scared at all. Nah, my dude stood there, analyzing him like a detective. According to the intel I got, his power is somewhere between C and D rank. Jason was only now getting a little cautious, because facing him head-on, he realized Ghost was at least a B rank awakened. He was so smug in his own head he didn't even notice the psycho was already right behind him. Still, he's thinking, that's still nothing to me. He was about to send Jason to his maker with those daggers when suddenly, Ghost just froze. He instantly leaped back. Even Ichi felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell? My gut is screaming that if I had made that move, I'd be the one who's dead. Jason Miller just mocked him. Good instincts. I was planning on slicing off your wrist if you came at me. Oof, the burn. Ghost flew into a rage and lunged at him like a starved wolf. The arrogant psycho leaped into the air and pulled a teleport move to get behind Jason again. But Jason totally saw it coming and blocked the attack with his spear. Always aiming for my back, isn't that a little basic? The psycho scowled, then screamed, then try and block this. He unleashed a chaotic flurry of stabs at Jason. But Jason was no pushover. He blocked every single attack. Even Ghost himself was totally shocked. Lower the spear. Jason remembered the moves, took a step back with his right foot, planted his feet, and bam! He unleashed a killer blow, activating the absolute spear technique. 4 freaking magical arrows shot out from the spear he just whipped up, aiming straight for Ghost. My body won't move. All Ghost could do was cringe and brace for impact. But then, plot twist, the spear just disintegrated. Jason was left standing there, totally stunned, holding a splintered piece of wood. The weapon literally couldn't handle his power level. Looks like I can't practice this move again until I find a proper spear. Ghost was horrified. Y'all. He couldn't believe some high school kid was too strong for him to beat. His brain was just screaming, I need to find a way out of here, now. But before he could dip, Jason clocked him with a jaw-shattering punch. Jason threatened, where do you think you're going? Just then, Ghost's little backup crew pops up. Stop right there. The punks were about to take out Jason's friends. If you hurt our boss, these guys aren't walking away from this. Jason just sneered. Oh, you brought friends? You should have brought some actual pros. These guys are so weak, I can't even sense their vibe. Then he just swiftly cracked Ghost's leg. What a savage. If you think Jason is a legend, smash that like button right now. The goons could only stand there and watch their boss get wrecked. Jason was completely unfazed about the kids being held hostage. Do whatever you want. I'm not even friends with them. They actually used to bully and humiliate me. His cold words left everyone completely shook. The tea is pee-pieing hot. Jason grilled him. Who sent you? But the stubborn Ghost refused to say a word. You think I'm gonna talk? Jason calmly picked up his daggers. Fine, don't talk. I wasn't expecting much from you anyway. Then Jason went full dark mode to freak Ghost out. He threatened, I absolutely despise guys like you. Jason dragged a dagger across the wall, leaving a deep gash. You were born with a natural talent for martial arts and always treated like you were hot stuff. While threatening him, Jason prepared to end the psycho. And yet here you are, doing this pathetic crap. Death was closing in on Ghost. I've had to live a miserable life because of this martial arts garbage. Seeing their boss in danger, his goons started yelling like crazy. Hey, you psycho, stop right now. Jason said sarcastically, looks like your crew can't read the room at all. Ghost screamed at them, hey, all of you shut the hell up, you idiots. But Jason took pity anyway and pulled the dagger back. Having escaped death, he started scheming again. Damn it, I have to find a way to live. I can get this kid later. With no other choice, Ghost totally humbled himself and knelt down, begging for his life. From psycho killer to pathetic loser in 5 seconds flat. Suddenly, the door to the training room burst open. Ghost celebrated internally. Even though things went south, you guys came at the perfect time. It was Chairman Robert Harrison and his bodyguards showing up to shut down the chaos. Everyone, drop your weapons. If anyone even twitches, you'll answer to me. Emily Thompson finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ghost was overjoyed, while Jason Miller's expression just went dark. A moment later, his goons were tied up, and even the assassin, Ghost, was in cuffs. Robert Harrison looked at Jason with this look of pure awe. The entire academy was safe, and the only person injured was the assassin Ghost. Robert was trying to process it. So Jason Miller defeated the assassin Ghost all by himself. The thought alone left him stunned. I knew the kid was strong, but this is on another level entirely. Robert Harrison turned to look at Jason Miller, full of doubt. I'm even starting to wonder if he's really a high school student. He was totally surprised when the psycho Ghost suddenly burst out laughing. Something funny? Ghost gloated, I'm glad you showed up when you did. I was about to be sent to the afterlife by that maniac. Robert Harrison warned him, don't even think you're walking away from this. But the dude was completely unfazed. Does that really matter? Robert Harrison got pissed. Such arrogance. He's probably thinking, he obviously knows he'll face heat from his own bosses. Robert proposed to Jason Miller, Jason, let us handle it from here, all right? But Jason refused to back down. Ooh, the drama. What's he gonna do? Yo, his words literally made everyone's jaw drop. And Jason's like, oh, I'm not finished with you, and stomps over to Ghost. Just you wait. Next thing you know, you can hear Ghost's blood-curdling screams echoing all the way from the Muirwood High football field in freaking Pasadena. Jason straight up knocked his teeth out. Ghost was a total mess, all bloody, and could barely even mumble. Please, dude, stop. But Jason, nah, he wasn't having it and landed another solid one on that clown. The dude went ghost white, begging, I get it, I was wrong. Isn't this enough? What else do you want? But Jason just tuned him out and kept giving that scumbag the business. His little crew's over there panicking, like, boss, boss. Meanwhile, Mr. Mason is just standing there, shook, like, what is this kid even doing? He's thinking, you can't just punch your way through life, my guy. You mess around, you find out. Karma's real, you know. He's just staring at Jason, who's got this look, like, dead set and confident, you know? And, oh my god, this whole vibe reminded Mr. Mason of someone else, another dude with that same crazy look in his eyes. That man was Master Yin of the Crimson Blade clan, and the only S-rank awakened in the entire country, like, ever. The memory hits him and my man starts sweating bullets. Chairman Mason is getting antsy, like, Student Jason, you done yet? He just strolls over. Yep, Jason's totally chill, like he was just ordering a latte. He's like, hey, let's chat in private. Get these clowns out of here. Jason's cool with it. 8. So, a minute later, they're out behind the school, maybe near the old bleachers on the edge of campus in Austin, and it's just Mr. Mason and Jason, sitting there in the most awkward silence ever. Finally, Jason breaks the tension. Yo, it's actually kinda chill back here. Never knew this spot existed. Mr. Mason just grins. Yeah, this is my secret spot. Only me and my inner circle know about it. Jason totally clocked the old man's game immediately. Look, whatever this is, I told Jules the same thing. But if you're trying to recruit me, it's a hard pass. Even the chairman was like, whoa, how'd you know? Jason's just like, dude, it's written all over your face. So Mr. Mason decides to drop some serious bait. In that case, I'll be direct. Are you sure about that? I'm talking the best deal you'll ever see. For a talent like you, we'd roll out the red carpet. But Jason, of course, just shuts him down flat. No hesitation. I'm not interested in joining the alliance. The chairman is surprisingly chill. Like, you don't have to. This dude, Mr. Mason, is really pulling out all the stops to get Jason on his team. What about we trade some stuff? Like, an awakened artifact, he says, dangling the real juicy bait, or maybe a domain. And bam, Jason's eyes totally light up. Jason can't even believe what he's hearing. Wait, you're trying to give me a whole domain. Mr. Mason's acting all casual, like, if you want it, it's yours, bro. Jason is just speechless. For a hot minute. Giving away your family's domain, that's like handing over your entire neighborhood. It basically weakens your whole crew's power. Are they really that desperate to make a move this huge for him? The chairman's all polite, just think about it, no rush. Here's my number, hit me up anytime. Jason snags the business card right away. Got it, I should probably get back to class now. Mr. Mason just sits there, watching Jason walk away, thinking, man, I really hope he takes the deal. The next day, back at Mirrorwood High, Jason's scrolling the news on his phone, and the headlines are all like, the big push to conquer the Great Territory, the Celestial Fox Domain by the 4 great families. It's all over the place, the 4 great families are teaming up to make a huge play for the Celestial Fox Domain. Right then, Jules pops up. There you are. Follow me. She takes Jason down to some secret room, and who's waiting there? Mr. Mason. He's all smiles, glad you could make it. Jason's like, you wanted to see me, sir. Mr. Mason's real calm. Yeah, we need to figure out what to do with these guys. Jason gets sarcastic. Wow, you work fast. The chairman's straight up, admitting there's major heat coming from the Celestial Council and the Oversight Committee. Then Mr. Mason gets a look at Ghost's crew, all beat up and looking rough, and he's horrified. The 16th generation of the family, and they pull a stunt like this, trying to secretly take out their own family members? That's messed up. But Jason's just chillin'. Sir, you know my family. This is just another Tuesday for us. The chairman is super cautious now, you can tell he's worried. He's thinking, these people are powerful, stone-cold killers who'd backstab their own grandma. Even a beast like him needs backup. Can he really handle a whole crew on his own? Mr. Mason asks, Jason, you good? I'm gonna immediately. But Jason cuts him right off. I'm fine. Besides, this whole Celestial Fox Domain takeover is the hot topic right now. You're probably way too busy to worry about little old me, right? The chairman tries to play it cool. Well, if you say so, then I guess I'm less worried. Looks like Jason's got a new read on this guy. He's thinking, what a weird old dude. After everything I've shown I can do, it's kind of funny he's still tripping about me. Jason lets out a little smirk. You know, this ain't so bad. Then he's like, hey sir, there's actually something I need your help with. Mr. Mason looks a little surprised. Oh, go on. Jason is dead set on making those clowns who tried to jump him pay. It's time to serve them a big L and put them on blast. But first, I gotta set the stage. He just drops it. Sir, can you help me start a rumor? The sun's setting over at some temple in the hills outside of San Francisco, and this dude, John Moore, is trying to do his magic thing. He's straining, trying with all his might to cook up this big-time magic aura to surround himself. And boom, this crazy purple magic flame pops up where he's sitting, but it's all glitchy and unstable. Total fail, and he's getting so ticked off, screaming, this is impossible. John Moore is grinding his teeth, all like, why? Why isn't this working yet? He is absolutely fuming. I've wasted a whole year trying to nail this Imperial Aura technique. I've tried everything, and I still can't get it. The only domains I've been able to conquer are the ones that don't even have the Imperial Aura technique. He's racking his brain. I've checked every single domain. Only the Celestial Fox domain is left. If it's not there, then someone must have already absorbed it. But that's impossible. No way. All of a sudden, he hears footsteps outside the temple, and it totally breaks his concentration. He's super annoyed. Didn't I say N01 was allowed to interrupt my training? It's this dude Denzel, peeking in. Sir, it's urgent. That's why I had to come report. He throws on his robe real quick. Fine, what is it? Denzel drops the bomb. Sir, the Celestial Fox mission was a failure. Hearing this, John Moore yanks the door open. Figured. I knew they couldn't handle it. He starts barking orders. Get the backup team ready. And bring the 5 Phantoms this time. We're going all in. Denzel is on it, no questions asked. Yes, sir. Understood. But John Moore can tell there's more. What else? And what Denzel says next makes him freeze. I was also told that young Master Jason took down the assassins. John Moore whips around. The assassins? You mean the A-rank awakened from the Crimson Mountain sect? Denzel spills the tea. Yep. The report says he took down the entire crew all by himself. They even had a hostage, but he didn't care. Just went straight for the assassins. Man, this is getting intense. Drop a comment below and let me know what you think John Moore's gonna do next. And don't forget to share this with a friend who loves the drama. He just kinda chuckled at first, but then Brandon Carter totally lost it, laughing his head off like he thought the whole thing was a joke. Then he starts throwing shade, like, for real? Look at this guy, showing his ambition to be the next big boss. Yo, thanks to him, the family's rep is skyrocketing. He could only say, trying to stick up for Jason Miller. But it's not exactly like that, sir, Dennis whispered, spilling the tea. Rumors are blowing up online that someone's trying to take Jason out. The internet thinks the assassins were definitely sent by the top dogs. That's just gossip. Of course, Mr. Carter wasn't buying it for a second. Who would even spread a baseless rumor like that? But Dennis doubled down. It's not totally baseless, sir. And then he dropped the whole truth bomb. Robert Harrison had actually teamed up with Brandon Carter's crew to assassinate Jason Miller. Hearing this, he absolutely flipped out. Robert Harrison, that damn troublemaker. Then Mr. Carter got real quiet, lost in thought for a long time. He said grimly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I need to see for myself how that kid has changed. He was like, all right, bet. I'll check it out myself. From a distance, over in some abandoned industrial park in Detroit, Jason Miller was proudly looking at this sick miniature city the mud golems had finished building. He was wondering if those little monsters had just snatched a bunch of people and forced them to work. It was looking pretty sus, even from far away. Then Jason Miller picked up the spellbook. Time to do my thing. But he was still hesitating a little, like, I was originally going to use this as bait to lure in the big players, but can I really pull this off? Jason Miller thought it over hard. What if they find where I stashed it? What if someone plays me and then just steals it? I guess the best way to keep anyone from getting their hands on it is. Then he just straight up ripped the book in half. So savage. A notification popped up. You have successfully learned the S-rank Great Heavenly Dragon Palm. You can now use the Great Heavenly Dragon Palm skill. The reward for mastering an S-rank skill is 5 million skill points. Bro. Jason just stood there for a long moment, thinking. He felt like the skill was kinda mid, you know? Not as epic as he'd imagined. What a letdown. Jason Miller thought to himself, I had such high hopes for an S-rank martial art that the monarch was literally dying for, and it's just a strong surge of energy flowing through me? Lame. He tossed the Great Heavenly Dragon Palm book away without a second thought. He was thinking, the way I was hunted like prey just for this mid-level martial art is unbelievable. A moment later, Jason Miller showed up to class, looking absolutely ticked off. I'm so freaking mad. His boy, Kevin, greeted him with a huge grin. Yo, you're here. Jason Miller stomped his foot, all frustrated. What are all these people doing? Don't they have class? Kevin just said, it's just a little crowded, that's all. Remembering how everyone swarmed him with offers made Jason feel totally smothered. Why are so many people tailing me? I don't know. I'm from the Golan family estate in the Hamptons. I'm a Jin. The Sinrong crew is always waiting for you, Jason Miller. He couldn't even walk straight. He was about to collapse from pure exhaustion. Then, out of nowhere, Jessica held out a spear. Take it. Jason Miller stared blankly. What's this? She explained. Can't you tell? It's a spear. You should use one, too. This is a gift from the student council. Jason was confused. Is this a bribe? Jessica replied calmly. Yup. So Jason happily took the spear in his hands. Well, in that case, I'll take it. Please send them my thanks. She muttered, you accepted that way faster than I expected. I thought you'd at least pretend to refuse. Hearing that, he decided he wasn't about to lose face over it. Do I look like the kind of guy who takes bribes? Besides, he checked out the spear for a second as the system displayed its info. A-rank blood spear. The description was insane. The more blood it's stained with, the sharper it gets. Options, attack speed plus 45, agility plus 75, firepower increases attack power plus 50. And just like that, Jason Miller did a complete 180. You know what? I'm actually starting to like this spear. Jessica sighed. Thank goodness, I had to dig through the entire armory back at the student hall in Austin to find that thing. A curious Kevin ran over to eavesdrop. But what's this about a bribe? Jason Miller just dodged the question. You don't need to know, but my guy was dying to find out. Come on, I'm super curious. Jason warned the dummy, stop whining and get back to your own class. Kevin said resentfully, you two are messing with me, aren't you? Just you wait, I'll make you both regret this. He declared it so bluntly. You'll definitely regret it. A little later, on the Murham High campus, Jason Miller sat alone in the courtyard, just staring at his phone. He was glued to the screen, couldn't even look away. He couldn't wait any longer. Turns out it was a text from his father. I'm looking forward to seeing you. Jason Miller got all cocky again. Being famous is exhausting, right, Master William? The old master's reply could not have been more blunt, a total vibe check. I'm not so sure about that, but I know you have a reason to be angry. Oof, the old man's words were a total reality check. Suddenly, Mr. Carter's followers approached. Dennis bowed respectfully to Jason Miller. The elder of the Heavenly Society, he said, wishes to meet with you, Mr. Miller. Please spare a moment of your time. At first, Jason Miller was hesitant and didn't want to go right away. One of the followers, seeing Jason taking his sweet time, lost his patience and yelled, Hey, the elder is calling for you. Jason immediately whipped the spear around and aimed it right at the guy's face, issuing a harsh warning. You're being rude. That one comment was enough to set Jason off. The Heavenly Society has insulted the direct bloodline of the family. How should I respond to this? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Dennis saw things were about to get ugly and stepped forward, all earnest. I apologize on his behalf. We were out of line, but the icy glare in Jason's eyes showed he had no intention of letting this disrespectful punk off the hook. Jason turned away coldly. I'll let it slide this time, now get lost. He still tried to persuade him, but the elder is very eager to meet. Jason Miller immediately cut him off. I've made up my mind. He glared at the followers. I told you to get lost. Dennis was frozen for a few seconds by that unwavering gaze, and with no other choice, he bowed and retreated. I understand. Until next time, sir. After they left, Jason Miller took a casual stroll around campus. Suddenly, Robert Harrison's voice came from behind. You're more restrained than I expected. You should have just taken out that whole crew. They're not worth your patience. Jason Miller had zero desire to talk to this guy. I have no idea what you're talking about. He just sneered. Still playing dumb? Huh. Then Robert Harrison introduced himself. I'm Robert Harrison, from the Sama faction. Hearing this, Jason Miller's face filled with disgust. One of the 7 demons, a crew of heartless butchers. He immediately refused. Your presence is making my skin crawl. I have no intention of joining you guys. But Robert Harrison made a grand promise. I will help you become the ultimate assassin. Robert Harrison tried to tempt him. If you join me, you won't have to put up with this kind of disrespect anymore. Just imagine it, everyone will kneel. They'll crawl on the ground like bugs, begging you for mercy. Isn't that what you want deep down? Don't you remember? He acted all patient. I've said my piece, let me know when you change your mind. Robert Harrison then vanished in an instant. I'll be waiting. That last comment really struck a nerve with Jason Miller. I wasn't being patient. Jason Miller was fuming with frustration and could only take it out on a nearby rock. Bam. At that same moment, Master William appeared. He called out, Jason Miller. Suddenly, that hyper kid Kevin came flying out of nowhere and tackled him. Jason. Jason yelled back, what the hell are you yelling for all of a sudden? That fool smirked. That's what you get, bro. Told you I'd make you regret it. Anyway, I'm heading to the gym. You good? Jason Miller looked totally down. Just vibing, I guess. You know how it is. Today was a straight-up dumpster fire. My boy immediately puffed up his chest. What? Who was it? Who messed with my dude Jason? I'll roll up on him. For real. Just give me the word. Why the long face, man? A friend teased. Jason, you're so big time now you're gonna leave your bro on read. And just like that, his buddy got Jason to crack a smile. Oh, friendship goals. Am I right? Smash that like button if you love a good bromance. The two bros headed into class, totally vibing again. Master William frowned. Such a sensitive kid. He was worried. Like, how much angst is this dude bottling up inside that small frame? Master William was stressing, thinking, as his mentor, I really hope I can steer him down the right path. But then he was like, sometimes a physical problem is way easier to deal with than all this emotional drama. A friend asked, Yo, Jason, did you fill out that survey thing yet? Jason was totally in the zone with his spear training, had no clue what survey he was talking about. He just kind of shrugged it off. Midterms are coming up, dude. You gotta pick which barrier you're gonna hit. Jason paused. Oh, right, that. He totally spaced for a sec, like, where am I even supposed to go? And then, bam, Master William just pops up out of nowhere. He whispered, what style do you need to work on? He answered straight up, if I got a pick, I'm going with that Moxan technique that got passed down to Tyler Chen. Master William was like, then go where I tell you to go. Jason was like, and where's that? Master William got this super mysterious look on his face. Go to the summit of Mount Whitney. Hearing that, he literally jumped. The summit of Mount Whitney? Even his friend was shook. You're going to the top of Mount Whitney? Jason stammered. Yeah. Master told me to, so I guess I am. He looked worried for his boy. Isn't that the Azure Barrier over in Denver? Dude, that's a 5-person squad mission. You for real? Jason clapped back immediately. Enough about me. Where you headed? His friend said, all confident, I picked the ice fortress. Jason reminded him, low-key. You're the one who should be worried. That's a bold move, bro. And of course, his friend immediately started flexing. Who do you think I am? I'm the #1 sword genius in this whole school. No cap. Don't you worry about me. Even the king of confidence himself, Jason, couldn't top this dude's ego. I know. But then Jason remembered something. Oh yeah, Jason tried to bait him. Hey man, you want to hear some tea? His friend looked confused. What tea? Jason leaned in and whispered something about the ice fortress. A sec later, the homeroom teacher walks in. All right, everyone. Settle down. I've got an announcement. Then he started laying down the rules. You all know the midterm is a school-wide throwdown, right? You'll be competing in squads of 5, and yeah, that includes guys like Brandon and Chris. If you want to rank high, pick your squad smart and take down a high-level barrier. The teacher gave them a serious warning. Don't get cocky, or you're going to find yourselves in deep trouble. The second he said that, all the other students immediately looked at the star player, Jason Miller. Yo, where you going? Squad up with me. And again, Master William just materialized out of thin air. So, who are you teaming up with? Jason put on this whole sad boy face. Probably no one. No one wants to team up with me. I was a total jerk last time, for real. Jason was basically reminding his master how he totally ghosted his friends before. Master William just could not get a read on this kid. Are you, like, proud of having 0 friends? So Jason tried to play it cool. It's not that I can't get a team, it's that I don't want one. This clueless dude Jason was taking the whole thing way too lightly. I think I'll be fine rolling solo. A girl immediately shot that down. Not a chance. She was firm. You're coming with me. Jason tried to act all tough again. What? Who died and made you boss? But obviously, she knew this dude inside and out. You know you want to come too. He put on this icy front, but low-key, he was totally stoked. We just get each other, don't we? A shy girl walked up to join them. Jason gave her a warm, hey. Can I join you guys? Jason was actually surprised. Whoa, didn't see that coming. I never thought she'd be the one to ask first. Then Jason actually thought about it. Okay, so she's only E rank, but she's one of the top students in class 5, and she's wicked smart. Finally, he was like, yeah, okay. Sure, no prob. The second they saw this, everyone wanted to jump on the bandwagon. When the rest of the class saw Jason actually letting people on his team, it turned into total chaos. Me too. I want to go with Jason. Let me in. Hey, we're all in this together. He absolutely did not see this coming. Hold up. Why is everyone acting like this? The girl wasn't surprised at all. If you get on his team, it's a guaranteed first place. It's a no-brainer, duh. She suddenly clapped her hands and started calling the shots. Okay, Maya's our engineer, Zoe is the healer, and the last spot goes to Leo. What do you guys think of this team comp? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Any objections? Nobody had a single reason to say no. Nope. Even Jason had to admit he was impressed. Damn, her influence is no joke. The shy girl, Maya, was so grateful. Thank you so much for picking me. The girl playing leader and the healer, Zoe, swore, I'll do my absolute best to heal everyone. And Leo made a serious promise. I'll do everything I can to not be dead weight. The leader said calmly, I just picked based on roles. No need to thank me. Jason was actually pretty happy with this setup. This squad composition is actually solid. Their ranks are kinda low, but they've all got unique skills that totally work together. Even if nobody actually asked for my opinion, he was getting hyped. I have to get first place this time, so having a good team is clutch. Jason was dead set on getting first place because the top student gets a special prize, the right to pick any one artifact from the school's vault. Ooh, the plot thickens. It's a chance to snag a treasure that's at least A rank, and there's something in there I absolutely have to get my hands on. What do you think he's after? Let me know your theories. Jason felt kind of bad about his best friend, so he decided to apologize in advance. Sorry, bro, but I'm taking your #1 spot this time. On midterm day, the campus of Westwood Academy was eerily quiet. Principal Evans was personally overseeing the exam. Are you all ready? He said with a smile. You all look fired up. Be confident. don't be nervous. The school board is very pleased with this. Then Principal Evans started his speech. Today could get dangerous for all of you. I can't just tell you to be careful. Instead, I'll make you a promise. He laid it all out. The second you beat a barrier and exit, there'll be a recovery station waiting for you, and of course, the grand prize for the #1 team. Principal Evans told everyone, I guarantee we prepared everything down to the last detail. All you need to do is give it everything you've got. He announced officially, now, proceed to your chosen barriers. The healer, Zoe, was already looking skeptical. I'm not sure I can totally trust you. Jason immediately tried to chill her out. Don't sweat it. Just trust me and follow my lead. There wasn't a single hint of worry on his face. This dude was cool as a cucumber. If we want that #1 spot, we don't have another choice. The team leader asked quietly, you guys in? Maya was resolute. Yes. We promise to trust you and follow your lead. The leader added a reminder. If things get too sketchy, we bounce. Got it? This is getting intense. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what happens next. Understood? Jason was already rushing everyone. Let's get a move on. He hurried them along. Let's head inside now. The squad of 5 arrived at the exact spot Master William told Jason about days ago, the Mount Whitney Peak Azure Barrier. He carefully spread out a map. All right, baddies are going to spawn right here. This zone is split into 2 sections. Jason carefully planned their route. If we go east, we hit the summit of Mount Whitney. The other path leads to a place called Fairy Valley. Our target isn't the summit. It's this place right here. Okay, so Jason Miller, our boy genius, has already got this whole thing mapped out. He's like, yo, the pixies are totally defenseless while the fairies are up top grabbing that sweet, sweet nectar. Emily Thompson and I got this, he says. Y'all just have our backs. And they're all like, bet, we got you. Give the word. So they're all geared up to roll out, and bam. System notification just crashes the party. It's basically saying, even if they look cute, a monster is still a monster. The message is dire, like, these things are enemies of humanity and gotta be gone. The mission? Eliminate every single fairy. The prize? A fat mana boost and 850,000 skill points. But wait, plot twist. An urgent quest pops up, save the fairy chieftain. Apparently, the fairies are being strong-armed into giving up their nectar. And get this, if you help them, they'll owe you big time. Even Jason Miller had to take a beat on that one, like a full-on record scratch moment. He didn't expect the quest to flip so fast with a whole new reward. Which one do I even pick? Seeing him just frozen there, Abby starts getting super antsy. Jason, what's wrong? But Jason just flashes this little smirk. It's nothing. Just running some calculations, let's roll. But in his head, he's like, I'll just wing it and figure it out on the way. A little while later, the whole squad of 5 pulls up to this pixie field that looks like it's straight out of rural Vermont. And oh my god, you guys, the flowers were absolutely poppin', just dazzling. Abby was completely captivated by these wild-looking demon flowers, and she's just gasping. So beautiful. She was totally under their spell. I gotta get a closer look. And she just carelessly starts drifting towards them, just a little bit closer. Luckily, Jason Miller has reflexes like a cat and snags Abby just in time. She just freezes solid. He warns her, yo, do not touch the angels or they will go berserk. Hearing that, Abby literally shudders. I'm so sorry. What was I even thinking? When I saw them, I just had this crazy urge to get closer. Jason breaks it down for her. The angels have this charm ability. It messes with low-level awakened peeps. So, low-key, it's not even your fault. Just, like, don't stare directly at them. Then he gets all serious and tells the crew, all right, from now on, we drop the drama and just watch where the angels go. Emily Thompson is all confused. Attack from the inside? Then Jason just drops a bomb. Nope, scratch that. Plans changed. And you guys, everyone's jaw literally hit the floor. Huh? He explains, it looks like the monsters times inside times are beefing with the angels. Jason lays it all out. We're going to take that thing. And oh my god, Emily Thompson is so ticked off. Change the plan? We have literally zero prep for this. It's way too rushed. And this is where he pulls out his classic mind games. Raiding a gate never goes 100% according to plan, right? If we take a secret path, we might even score some bonus points. She's still looking super hesitant. A secret path? Are you for real? Of course. Jason says it with so much confidence, not a single doubt. Yeah, I'm sure. Abby's whispering, a secret path. And it looks like Tyler Chen is buying it too. For real? The sky's getting brighter. Meanwhile, across town, Ethan Moore is in an all-out street brawl with the Lizard Queen's minions. He's been going at it for a minute, so he's starting to get a little gassed. And get this, the other 3 on his squad are literally just standing there watching him go to work. Nicole Adams is so over it. Are you seriously trying to show off your skills right now? Chad Wilson just smirks. He's probably going ham like this because of his little brother, I guess. Then Brittany Clark just had to jump in with the shade. His little brother. You mean Jason Miller? Oof. That really set Ethan Moore off. He whips around screaming, "Didn't I tell you guys to never say that punk's name?" But she just would not let it go. He literally loses his mind the second he hears Jason's name. He was seeing red. My rivalry just spikes every time Jason is mentioned. And on top of that, Brittany Clark just scoffs. Just so you know, guys with weird obsessions aren't exactly a hit with the ladies. Besides, Emily Thompson is not interested in you. At all. Even's eyes are practically glowing as he threatens her. You got a death wish, Brittany. But this chick just kept up that same sassy energy. Am I wrong, though? I'm seriously so over this. If it wasn't for the points, I would never team up with a clown like you. Poor Chad Wilson has to play dad and step in between these two drama queens. That's enough. You two are always at each other's throats. He tries to focus on the mission. This ain't the time. Let's just clear the gate. The second he says that, a whole swarm of lizards charges in like they're trying to eat Chad for lunch. But for Brittany Clark, psh, easy mode. These little guys were nothing. A few quick slashes and they were toast. She lands with this total final girl vibe. It was iconic. Then Brittany says, all cold, right? The most important thing now is clearing the gate, not your little inferiority complex. She turns with this epic smirk while Chad is trying to calm everyone down. Stop fighting, let's go. And Brittany's just thinking, wow, even a powerhouse like Ethan Moore is jealous of him. Jason Miller. When did that cute kid get so OP? She literally made a pact with herself to meet him as soon as she could. Back with Jason's crew, they've hit their first major roadblock. A freaking massive Ranny Dragon is just chilling right in front of them. Yikes. Emily Thompson was shook. Completely speechless. A Ranny Dragon. Even Tyler Chen had to take off his glasses to make sure he wasn't tripping. I've only ever seen these in textbooks, and now one's right here in my face. But Jason Miller? Cool as a cucumber. We gotta capture it, he says. Emily, I got a job for you. She's all confused. What job? And he calmly says, protect the team and the Angels. Emily asks nervously, the Angels too? Okay, but are you gonna be good all by yourself? He just reassures her. I'll be fine, just do as I say. She warns him. Okay, be careful. A few seconds later, the Ranny Dragon's fiery eyes slew wildly crack open, and there's our boy Jason, looking tiny with his basic spear, facing off against this absolute nightmare. A voice booms. The Master of the Dream Garden welcomes you. Prepare to battle the disaster of wind. But Jason is still bugging out over the system message. If it's the Master of the Dream Garden, does that mean it's the Fairy King? He's from a whole other gate, but he's still keeping tabs on me? That's wild. Don't you like seeing your people in trouble? Jason confidently aims his spear right at its face. Whatever, watch this. The Ranny Dragon is totally triggered and lunges, but a pro like Jason Miller easily sidesteps its first attack. What a legend. He charges back in, all smug. Too slow. Take this. His strike is aimed straight for the Ranny Dragon's dome, but with its monstrous strength, it wasn't gonna go down that easy. The beast lets out this roar that literally shakes the heavens and the earth. The nearby pixies couldn't even stand the roar. Yet Emily Thompson just calmly walks forward, and while she wasn't looking, a massive rock almost smashes her head. Luckily, Abby and Tyler Chen were on it and shattered the rock. Emily just stands there and casts a healing spell. What an absolute queen. The pixies were totally restored by Emily's power. Jason felt relieved, thinking, they're doing a great job. I've got to keep up. He swiftly jumps back down to continue the throwdown with the Ranny Dragon. Let's go. Jason decisively grips his spear, leaps onto the giant's body, and launches another attack. But this beast was no pushover. You insignificant humans. It just blew out this massive blast of dark energy and wind that completely engulfed the area. Emily screamed, everyone, don't let them fall. Even their ace, Jason, couldn't hold on tight. He was getting shaken around with the dragon's body. Then, in a flash, it whips its tail super hard, sending Jason flying 1,000 yards. Y'all, it looked like he was defeated, just lying there, motionless on the ground. Drop a comment below if you think he's gonna get back up. But get this, Jason Miller was totally fine. Not a single scratch on him. Thank goodness, right? He just lets out this huge sigh, like, phew, glad I blocked that one. 'Cause no cap, if he hadn't, some of the crew would have been seriously messed up. So my boy Jason just jumps right back into the fight. The walls around them were shaking like crazy, like a full-on earthquake just hit downtown LA. He just straight up launched a surprise attack on that arrogant dragon. Ranny. Emily Thompson was on the sidelines, totally bugging. She was like, no way, that power is insane. What kind of crazy training did he even do? I swear, one day I'm gonna surpass Jason. She was absolutely not about to take an L. She's thinking, nah, I can't get left this far in the dust. Emily was determined to get on Jason's level, you feel me? I'm not gonna lose, I'm gonna smoke him for sure. Meanwhile, the dragon Ranny is seeing red, screaming, I'm sending you all to the Shadow Realm. It went full-on final boss mode, unleashing its ultimate move and flooding the whole place with dark energy. Jason was struggling to block it, and this time, a piece of his sleeve got totally fried. He's thinking, dang, just its presence gives off majorly bad vibes. Yikes. Jason zooms forward like the Flash, realizing everything's going sideways fast. He was totally worried for his friends waiting down below. He's thinking, Emily probably doesn't get it, but the rest of the team and the Angel, they're gonna get wiped out by this attack. Jason screams out, everyone, watch out. Then, all of a sudden, something starts moving inside the bag he's carrying. Emily just freezes when she sees the bag open all by itself. And out pops Fluffy, who just playfully hops onto Jason's head and opens its mouth super wide. LOL. What is even happening right now? And would you believe it? Fluffy just straight up inhales the entire attack. With these massive, innocent as heck eyes, Fluffy shoots out these bolts of pure spirit lightning into the air. Then it just zaps Randy the dragon with him. This is wild. Bro, even a terrifying beast like that dragon was completely shook by Fluffy's power. It was a total oh my god moment. In like a single second, Randy the dragon got yeeted off the face of the planet by Fluffy, and the adorable little furball just puts on this smug little face, just like its owner. His friends were literally melting from the cuteness overload. Miss Sarah Davis curiously runs up, like, Jason, is this a fox? Can I pet it? And Jason was totally cool with it. Go ahead. He was so proud. She's like, I can pet it. Ignoring his friends who were basically worshipping Fluffy, Jason stood in a corner checking his system notifications like it was his Twitter feed. The notification read, Fluffy has absorbed the fragments of the Celestial. The Celestial is angry. Your beef with the Celestial has reached its peak. New item, a very complicated relationship. He starts frowning when he sees that weird keyword, Celestial. He's thinking, I've literally never heard of that. Could this be some secret DLC I missed in my past life? A small change to the future is one thing, but if a whole new event pops up, we're gonna have a huge problem. System notification. The Master of the Dream Garden seems to dig your style. Your relationship with the Master of the Dream Garden has increased. Jason was pretty satisfied with that. Getting on the good side of the level boss was a totally unexpected W. Dropping by once in a while wouldn't be so bad, he thought. Then Miss Sarah Davis calls out to Jason. She'd been staring this whole time, like, so, what exactly times this little guy? I mean, a crazy powerful fox that just one-shotted a dragon? Jason figured lying now would just make things way too dramatic. So Jason just spilled all the tea. Fluffy is a monster I'm raising. Hearing that, Master William immediately ran over to give it a cuddle. This fox is really a monster? It's way too cute. I love it. Jason froze up, then just sighed. Fluffy, you little rascal, just enjoy the attention. Jason said shyly, I've been raising it on the down low. Please keep it a secret. His friends all agreed immediately. Of course, dude. Then, a whole squad of Yomos appeared behind them looking super menacing. Welcome, Master of the Speed Station. The Master of the Dream Garden broke out in a cold sweat. The system explained what they meant. The Master of the Dream Garden wants to confirm if Fluffy is the Master of the Speed Station. Jason was just confused. The Master of the what now? He immediately got his answer. So, the Master of the Speed Station has 10 tails, just like Fluffy. There are 11 guardians at the gate. These masters are basically beasts with the power of a hurricane, and they're the bosses of the gates in the Black Zone. They're known to be terrifyingly powerful. Drop a like if you think Fluffy is the GOAT. The Yomos pointed over at Jason's crew. The Master of the Speed Station is one of them. Poor Fluffy was totally clueless and just scratched its head. Jason was skeptical. The Black Zone? Did I hear that right? He thought, dang, this secret is way bigger than a little white lie about a pet. Jason saw right through Master William's act. The old man knew from the very beginning that Fluffy wasn't just some ordinary animal from a shelter in Miami. His gentle reminder was enough to make his master feel totally called out and embarrassed. Can you wipe your drool before you talk? The super mad Master William quickly wiped his chin, while Jason used a commanding tone with the Yomos. Get up. They were stunned. Wait, you're saving us? Jason shot back. Fluffy doesn't want to murk anyone, right? The Yomos started cheering. We're saved. Thank you so much. But Emily Thompson was concerned. Wait, Jason, our goal is to clear the gate. If we don't take them out, how can we clear it? He answered casually. Oh, we've already cleared it. She was just stunned, like, huh. After that, system notifications started flooding his screen. You have defeated the dragon. You will receive 350 million points as a reward for defeating the secret boss. You have completed Emergency Quest 2, Enemy of the Angel. Your relationship with the fairy has increased. You have received 850,000 points as a reward. You have received the fairy's honey as a reward. The fairy's request to be bound to you. Will you accept? Let us know in the comments if you would accept that deal. Jason agreed without even thinking about it. Fluffy's rank is too low to enter the area. You can choose one of your territories to plant the fairy flower. The options popped up. The Blue Fox Den. The Yomo's hideout. He selected it instantly, thinking, I can't give up the Blue Fox Den. You have acquired the Yomo's hideout. You have become the new master of the fairy flower garden. Reward, Mystic Gem, Gongon Pyosin Stone, rank B, and 2 fairy seeds. Jason signaled that it was time to dip. A little later, back at Miriam High School. The school campus was all sparkly under the sun, and Mr. Mason was just chilling, sipping tea. He stared at Jason's team's status and was trying to guess what happened. If anything changes, their team will be the first one back. Mr. Mason was also kind of worried about them. Jason's team is skilled, but still, it seems we're missing a lot of team members. Just then, Ruby burst in, totally out of breath. Chairman. He looked confused. What is it, Secretary Nam? She was completely winded. Yes. Just as Ruby was reporting to Mr. Mason, Jason's team was casually strolling down the hallway like they just got back from a coffee run. Jason's team is back. He showed the system window to the chairman. You have cleared the fairy flower garden in 20 minutes and 30.52 seconds. This is what we cleared. Even Mr. Mason was giving his own niece the side eye. Emily, did you really clear this? She answered firmly. Yes. But he still wanted proof. All right. Did you record the whole thing? Of course. Emily didn't come back empty-handed. Of course I did. She handed the chairman a hard drive with the full video. The entire footage was there, from the moment Jason's team entered the forest to when Ranny the dragon showed up. The moment it spit that dark energy at them was recorded, too. Even Mr. Mason couldn't believe his eyes. A dragon? It was hiding out in the fairy flower garden. And that's where we're ending it. Don't forget to like and share this video. Plus, oh my god, the moment Jason Miller landed that palm strike that totally triggered the dragon was caught on camera, like, in full 4K crystal clear. Watching this, the chairman officially started sweating buckets. The footage showed the dragon just roaring its head off, screaming, I'll send you all straight to hell. Just when it was getting to the good part, the video feed just died. Because of that, Chairman Robert Harrison was just stunned silent for, like, forever. He screamed his lungs out. Why'd it have to cut off right there? The kids had no clue what was going on either. A little later, Jason Miller curiously asked Master William, So, am I trending yet? Master William thought that was the dumbest question he'd ever heard. After all that chaos went down, it'd be way weirder if nobody was talking about him. The kid wondered out loud, Master, I've got a question for you. The old man grumbled, What is it now? His question made even a wise guy like Master William totally freeze up. How did you know a dragon would spawn at the fairy tale garden? Master William immediately tried to play dumb. I have absolutely no idea what my disciple is talking about. A dragon? Where? Sounds fake. Jason was so pissed. Don't even. You literally told me if I wanted to get that special gun item, I had to go to the fairy tale garden over on 5th Avenue. Did you lie to me? Master William had to answer reluctantly. Okay, fine, I get it. Seeing the old man act so shady made the kid incredibly disappointed. Master, you still don't trust me. I've been grinding so hard to become a disciple you could actually be proud of. Master William realized he was in for some serious drama. No, hold up, wait a minute, kid. Seeing Master William soften up, Jason started his ridiculous, over-the-top crying act. That's right, this simple-minded disciple can't serve a master who's always keeping secrets from him. I'm leaving. Deuces. The old man had no choice but to console his dramatic disciple. Oh, I get it. I get it. You stubborn little fool. Master William racked his brain. Look, for some reason, I can just tell which martial arts are going to drop from which gate, but I honestly don't know why myself. It's like a weird sixth sense. That idiot Jason Miller heard that and immediately bought it. For real. But the old man quickly brought him back down to earth. But also, don't forget your master isn't some chump who always tells the truth, you know. I like to troll. Jason got played by his master so hard he wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. He started his mind games again. Master, you don't just tell the truth, you're a real one. The respect I have for you is, like, bigger than the Hollywood sign. So, where do I have to go next? Master William knew him way too well. I knew this was coming. Knew it. The old man got ticked off. I don't want to tell you because I know you'll just rely on my cheat codes instead of trying to figure it out for yourself. Jason joked back. No way. If you've got good intel, you gotta use it, right? Work smarter, not harder. It saves energy and gets the best results. It's perfect. Master William yelled. You talk too damn much. And gave him a little whack. The kid yelped. That hurts. Jason booked it out of there. You're always hitting me. I'm against violence. I'm gonna report you. Meanwhile, Master William looked like he was about to pass out and just floated along behind him. What was that? You want to see what I really look like when I'm mad? At the same time, over at the Miriam High School boardroom in downtown Chicago, They were gathered to review the students' gate-clearing video. A staffer formally announced to all the faculty, "This concludes the video of the fairy tale garden gate clearing." The teachers were in an absolute uproar, unable to believe what they just saw, while some felt dizzy and totally overwhelmed. Who the heck even is this Jason Miller kid anyway? Another one was just vibing with the kid's talent. What else is there to even say? The kid's a beast. But only Mr. Kevin Smith was pissed off by the kid. Dang it, I was so wrong about him. The guy was so mad his eyes were practically bugging out of his head. I shouldn't have slept on that Jason Miller kid. If the powerful clans find out about his energy, they'll claim him as one of their own for sure. At that point, Mr. Smith was so furious he almost bit his own finger clean off. He'll probably come after me for revenge. Luckily, the chairman's voice rang out, stopping him from doing something stupid. "Mr. Kevin Smith." Robert Harrison sensed something was seriously off. "Something on your mind there?" Mr. Smith frantically explained. "Oh no, sir. It's nothing. I was just thinking about how Jason Miller suddenly had this massive glow-up. It's really sus." He then laid out all the dirty laundry about Jason for the school board to hear. Mr. Smith was determined to tear him down no matter what. Jason Miller used to be a student who used the third-rate martial art, Samji John Biot, but suddenly he's using a completely different sword style, like, out of nowhere. He voiced his suspicion. Could he have gotten help from someone else? A secret coach? Maybe. Deep down, Mr. Smith was just trying to do damage control for himself. Anyway, what's done is done. Might as well go all in. So, he tried to trash Jason as much as he possibly could. Honestly, this whole thing is ridiculous. He just waltzed into the boss monster's blue zone all by himself. Who does that? Even for an A-ranker like Chairman Harrison, that would be way too dangerous, basically a suicide run. Then Mr. Smith laid out one argument after another. I suspect a third party is secretly advising Jason Miller, but he was immediately shut down by Chairman Robert Harrison. That's enough. In the end, the chairman completely misunderstood him in the best way possible. "So, you're saying a third party gave Jason the succession flower and taught him new martial arts? Bro, that just means Jason had that much insane potential from the very beginning." Every word Robert Harrison said was a devastating mic drop. It seems you couldn't see the potential in Jason that his real master saw. This statement from the chairman silenced the entire hall. Robert Harrison smiled brightly. "What about the rest of you teachers?" At that same moment, in the fairy tale garden, Jason Miller stepped out of the portal. "What's up, everyone? How we doing?" The Yomos warmly welcomed their hero. "You're here." They excitedly gathered around him. "We're doing great. The master of the Golden Territory is amazing. The whole vibe here is completely different from that dump we used to live in." Jason asked them. "That's good to hear. Have those scammer guys been bothering you?" The Flower Yomos said gratefully. "Nah. They're really good to us now. It's super comfortable." Out of nowhere, Tegu the rat popped up, acting all nice. "Hey, if you fairies need anything at all, you just let me know, okay?" Even Jason was surprised at how fast he switched up his whole personality. That guy. He's only acting like this because he knows the fairies are stronger than him, right? What a clout chaser. Master William gently advised, "That's the importance of knowing how to play the game, kid. That kid can survive anywhere. You should take some notes." Seeing this, Jason felt a little more at ease. "Looks like there's nothing to worry about here anymore." Tegu the goon respectfully said, "Farewell, master." A few minutes later, back at Miriam High, the noise from the schoolyard caught Jason's attention. The teachers and Chairman Harrison were all buzzing about something, totally freaking out. Jason asked curiously, "Master William, what's got the chairman and the teachers so worked up? All this commotion must mean something big is going down. Spill the tea." He eavesdropped for a second and his face got all serious. Is that a sign of gate fluctuation or did the suppressor malfunction? What about contact with the kids inside? Another teacher was also on edge. There are no fluctuations. It doesn't look like any monsters have spilled out, so it's not a suppressor issue. We tried to contact the kids, blowing up their phones, but we're getting no response, just radio silence. Two other teachers added anxiously, "The gate is wrapped tight with iron chains. We can't see anything inside." Another teacher warned that the students inside are heirs to major clans like Yon and Sinnock. If something happens to them, if one of those rich kids gets a scratch, it's going to be a PR nightmare of epic proportions. Because of all the teachers panicking, Chairman Robert Harrison could only curse his terrible luck. Every single exam has some kind of screw-up. But we force these kids into crazy dangerous situations just because this is the age of the strong. While the adults can only stand by and watch, he fumed. It's pathetic. Robert Harrison had no choice but to surrender to the situation. Oh my god, what do you think happened inside that gate? Drop your wildest theories in the comments and smash that like button if you're hyped for the next part. Alright, listen up. There's no way around this. We're hitting pause on midterms, effective immediately. Instead, we're forming a support squad right here from Apex. Even if we can't get through that freaking gate, we gotta be ready for whatever comes out. All the other faculty got the memo from the district office in downtown Chicago. Got it? So, get this. Jason Miller, our boy, is totally eavesdropping from the second floor and connects the dots. He's like, oh snap, Ethan Moore and his squad are in sometimes major times drama. He's thinking, wait, did this even happen last time around? 'Cause in his past life, it was all chill, no one got messed up. So Jason's feeling kinda twisted, you know? Half relieved, half stressing out. I mean, part of him is like, good, Ethan deserves a reality check. But then he remembers Jessica is in there with them. And oh my god, you guys, Jason was only times worried about one person in that whole crew. Jessica Parker, Lake Parker's older sis. She was always looking out for him, but like, in the most annoying way possible. Always all up in his face like, yo, check out this new move. She'd be like, brought you a smoothie. Then, you got 10 seconds to chug it. LOL, she never let up. Jason's thinking, man, she drove me absolutely insane. But like, it was a good kind of crazy, you know? Way better than being ghosted or treated like trash. And then he remembers this one time Jessica totally had his back against some wannabe gangsters from the south side. She straight up told them, yo, back off. Stop messing with Jason Miller. And she was so ridiculously confident about it, he almost fainted. Then she drops this bomb. Only I get to do that. Huh. But even then, Jason felt something was different. It wasn't really bullying from her. And honestly, he was never even mad about it. He's thinking, she's Blake's sister. We should totally kick it sometime. Okay, fast forward a few minutes, back to the mess in the woods where Ethan's crew is fighting for their lives. And you are not going to believe who crashed the party. The literal lizard queen herself showed up. Her little lizard goons are screaming their heads off, and Ethan is absolutely losing his mind. Crap, we have zero intel on this lizard queen. Ethan's panicking. Meanwhile, Jessica is right beside him, just tearing him a new one. Do you have a death wish or something? She is PC'd, you guys, totally lighting him up. This is all your fault because you just had to go and offer kid. You're so selfish, you only do what you want. The entire team is about to get wiped because of you. Oof, she totally hit a nerve, because he had nothing to say back. I just wanted to clear the gate fast. Oh, cut the crap with the excuses. Jessica saw right through his act. I know exactly why you did it. You're just trying to act tough because you're terrified of Jason Miller showing you up. Ah, and there it is. Ethan gets so mad because he got called out. What? But Chris Taylor, who's standing there, is the only one with a brain. Guys, stop. I've got a plan. He lays it all out. Look, if we just camp here, they're gonna find us eventually. Okay, on my signal, we unleash everything. We've got our biggest attacks at those lizard things. Yo, turns out Chris is actually a genius. I noticed all those lizard dudes are basically bodyguards for the queen. If we can create a diversion, we can all make a break for the central outpost and regroup there. Chris totally saw Ethan hesitating, like the coward didn't want to go through with it. But Chris hyped everyone up anyway. Let's move. We have to pass this test in one piece. Okay. Meanwhile, back at Apex Martial Arts Academy's teleportation hub. And if you're liking this drama, smash that like button, y'all. The entrance to the test zone was locked down tighter than Fort Knox. Principal Williams hired this massive bodyguard to make sure nobody snuck in. But then bam, Jason Miller flies out of nowhere and just decks the guy. One punch. The guard was out cold in literally 1 second. 1 second. Master William is just standing there, shook, watching his student start stripping the guard's uniform off him. He's like, son. Do you really need to do that? Obviously, Jason knows the rules. Crashing another team's test is a huge no-no. I'm just gonna pop in, make sure Jessica is okay, and pop right back out. So he tries to use his energy to force the gate open. But nope, the gate to the Gatorback Swamps is locked down. Instead of opening, he gets this crazy system error. Asterisk beep. Asterisk warning. The master of the Azure Citadel is attempting to hack the gate. Entering this territory will trigger the wrath of the gate's master. Do you wish to proceed? And my dude just hits yes without even blinking. I'm going in. The system is basically having a meltdown, flashing warnings all over the place, but Jason could not care less. Asterisk beep. Asterisk warning, you are the master of a different gate. By forcing entry, you will be flagged as hostile by the master of the Gatorback Swamps. And just like that, in a few seconds, he's there. In the swamps. Of course, a guy like Jason was already on their most wanted list. The master of the Gatorback Swamps has activated intruder blocking protocols. The master of the Gatorback Swamps can now use the skill, Division. Wait, what? Jason's processing this. Okay, so Division is the Lizard King's special move, and Outburst is the Lizard Queen's. He's like, hold up, they're showing up at the same time. And right then, Ethan Moore is trying to be a hero, leading the charge against the Lizard Queen. But plot twist, the Lizard King's job is to smoke any intruders at the gate, which means if the Queen finds out Jason snuck in, my guy is probably toast, too. On the flip side, the lizard queen is like a super protective mama bear for her babies. And that's when it clicked for Jason. He cracked her attack pattern. The queen doesn't even show up unless some idiot messes with her kids. Ahem, asterisk, Ethan asterisk. So Jason immediately bolts, moving like he's trying to break a world record. Something feels way off. I gotta check this out, like, now. He's just parkouring through the trees like a superhero. He's moving at the speed of light, no problem, until he skids to a stop on this huge, ancient-looking tree. The heck is that? Jason looks down and spots two people from Ethan's crew running like their lives depend on it. Wait, is that Ethan Moore and Chris Taylor? He's super confused. Why is it just them two? 'Cause last he heard, the whole squad had managed to escape the queen for a minute. Turns out, Madison was totally gassed and couldn't run another step. Chris was having second thoughts, like, dude, is this really the move? But Ethan refused to admit he was being a total coward, using the girls as bait to get away. Chris was like, wouldn't it be smarter to just fight the queen together? But Chris was stressing. It'll take an hour to get to the exit through that tunnel, and there's no guarantee the monsters won't find us. All he could do was try to get through to Ethan. Dude, we're also running on empty with our energy. There's no other choice. We fake an attack and then we bail. We have to survive? Got it. And finally, it clicked for Ethan. Got it. His eyebrows scrunched up so hard he almost had a unibrow. He's thinking, yeah, whatever. The most important thing here isn't them, it's me saving my own skin. But, like, 5 minutes later, the Lizard Queen and her crew caught up and had the two girls completely surrounded. These things looked jacked, with literal fire in their eyes. Madison was freaking out. Jessica, just go. Leave me. You don't have to stay. Jessica was trying to keep her cool for both of them. Just chill out and stop talking crazy. But inside, Jessica was absolutely seething. We were such morons for trusting them. She remembered the exact moment those two punks ditched them. She yelled, "Where are you guys going?" And the jerks just used their strength to book it out of there first. Drop a comment below if you think Ethan is the absolute worst. One of them yelled back, "Sorry, we gotta live." And to top it all off, Ethan shouted some lame promise like, "I'll get revenge for you guys later." Yeah, right. The Lizard Queen, now totally enraged, signals her minions to attack. And Jessica just screams, "Bring it on, you scally freaks." But before Jessica could even throw a punch, Jason Miller comes out of nowhere and one-shots the first lizard. Just like that, it's down. Jessica is just frozen, completely stunned. He walks through a puddle like he's in a music video and says, "Good thing I got here when I did." Then he looks at her and asks, "You okay, sis?" Jessica is literally speechless for a few seconds. Jason. She can't believe what she's seeing. It's Jason, walking toward her, dragging the two guys who betrayed them like sacks of potatoes. Jason. Yep, Chris and Ethan were completely knocked out, courtesy of our boy. Jessica is all worried. What are you even doing here? But before she can even finish, she just collapses. It's dangerous. Luckily, Jason has reflexes like a cat and catches her. He gives her this super gentle smile and is like, "Get some rest. I'll take it from here." Jason Miller was low-key disgusted. Like, he knew times these dudes were trash, but seeing them in person made him want to hurl. His whole plan was to handle this on the down low, but nah, he snapped. He straight up aimed his spear right at the lizard freaks' faces and was like, "Guess what? You're my new punching bags." And the system goes wild with a critical warning. LOL. The Master of the Crimson Citadel is throwing major shade at the Master of the Twin Swamps. Uh-oh, the Swamp Master is officially giving you the side eye. Health check, 236 out of 300. Things are getting spicy. Let's peep the rest of the stats, y'all. Stamina is at 238 out of 300. Strength is a beefy 250, and agility is 240. His special Eternal Energy is at 495 out of 1,000. Mental strength is maxed out at 300, and his rep is 2,000. Looking promising. Buwoot, his relationship status with Eastern Paradise. It's complicated. Just kidding. It's extremely hostile. Drama. The buffs are insane, though. The schemer is totally submissive. The fairy is practically his best friends forever, giving him a plus 50 to combat, plus 70 to ALL elements, plus 35 magic resistance, and plus 15 energy recovery. Tech points, just a casual 9,680,000 B. And my man is just calmly plotting how to absolutely wreck the king and queen. The smartest play was to respec his stats, obviously. With his cracked movement, Jason easily dodged the first blast from the lizard minion. He's thinking, okay, I got 9 points to play with. I could pump one stat to 135 if I go all in. Then he swerves past the second blast like it's nothing. He knows the lizardmen's whole deal is their speed, so to clown on the king and queen, he's got to max out agility to 300. Bet, after dropping the points, Jason literally yeets himself out of the swamp. Okay, agility gets a plus 60 boost, Stamina gets plus 30, and a new item just dropped. Strength gets a plus 40. Then he does this insane somersault in midair that just leaves the whole lizard squad speechless. My dude then dives down like a superhero landing. He slams his spear down, and this wave of spiritual energy just sends the lizardmen flying. But wait, suddenly, Jason winces. Across the way, the big buff lizard dude attacks with a giant wooden sword, but Jason parries it like a pro. In a blink, Jason's spear gets knocked right out of his hand. He reaches for it, and the buff lizard thinks he's got an opening when an absolute moron. He throws this big showy punch, but by the time his sword swings around, Jason's already ghosted him. The other lizard gets distracted by Jason's voice, like, "Hey, over here." This was not going according to their plan at all. He was literally just chilling behind its back, you know. Jason immediately dives in, and for starters, he just casually knocks off the lizard's golden rings. Savage. Jason just grits his teeth when he sees the final boss, the Lizard Queen, charging at him with her massive golden shield. This is such a pain. Now it's a 2-on-1, and the system starts spamming him with notifications. Lizard Queen Habasa's defense has increased by 100. Seriously, another one. Lizard Queen Habasa's defense has increased by 100. Then, Lizard Queen Habasa uses Rage Burst. Oh, and Lizard King Urogan uses Fission. Jason gets a little overwhelmed by the data dump but snaps out of it and dives back into the action. Our boy Jason dodges every single one of the Lizard Queen's attacks. After swinging her weapon around, she's totally out of breath. Lol. Lizard Queen Habasa's defense buff has decreased by 100 after using Rage Burst. Lizard Queen Habasa's defense buff has decreased by 200 due to the after effects of Rage Burst. He smirks, like, perfect. The queen is basically useless until her cooldown is over. Jason sees his chance and goes for it, thinking, this is the moment I've been waiting for. Let's go. The buff lizard sees his girl is in trouble and lets out this deafening roar. By this point, he's standing in the swamp water. Jason just gives him a little smirk. Then he literally runs across the water to go after the big guy first. What a flex! But, plot twist, his little spear gets blocked when the Lizard King just casually lifts his sword. Jason's already figured it out, though. The Lizard King's weakness is the opening he creates during fission. After psychoanalyzing the lizard, Jason channels a ton of spiritual energy into his spear. Sorry, my dude, but you were the real target all along. He pulls a fast one and stabs the king right in the gut, sending these massive beams of energy into the sky. But wait, there's more. The energy beams turn into arrows that rain down on the Lizard Queen, who's so confused she can't even fight back. And just like that, in a few minutes, Jason cleared the Twin Swamps gate. You have cleared the Twin Swamps, you have received 500 million P as a reward. And because you found the secret route, boom. The bonus multiplier kicks in. You have received 3,750,000 P as a reward. And again, you have received 3,750,000 P as a reward. A few hours later, back at Murray High in Denver, Colorado, the faculty buses are pulling in. Mr. Mason steps off and just stops dead in his tracks. Huh. What in the actual heck happened here? He's so shook he literally stumbles back when he sees Lex's crew, the supposed A-team, all tied up, while the two girls look totally defeated. Mr. Mason rushes over, freaking out. You're all badly hurt. It's a miracle you're alive. Have the paramedics not gotten here from downtown yet? Nicole Adams was also super worried about her friend. Julia had just collapsed. He could feel something was off. The gate is closed. How did you guys even get out? And of course, that dirtbag Lex uses this moment to start screaming his head off. Manager, help us. Mr. Mason is completely lost. What is going on? Nicole Adams is filled with so much rage, she just spills all the tea. Those two used us as bait to escape. If that person hadn't saved us, Julia and I would have been monster food, she said, holding nothing back. I'm telling my family about this, and we're going public. Mr. Mason is intrigued. Who saved you too? But, of course, Nicole had been knocked out and didn't see anything clearly. I didn't see his face. He helps the two girls up. That's not what's important right now. Come on, up you go. Let's get you to the hospital. After Julia is loaded into the ambulance, Nicole still hesitates. She turns back to give the two traitors the dirtiest look. Meanwhile, Jason's watching from a rooftop. Just gotta say, she's pretty sharp. He totally called it. I think she figured out I don't want to be seen. Master William, chilling with him, isn't surprised either. You're even using a disguise. You really are a careful kid. Jason already knows what's gonna happen to those two clowns. The Crimson Citadel, with the Venom Fang Cliff's crew, and Julia's family with the Iron Blood clan. Yeah, those are some powerful families. They are not gonna let this go. He just looks down at the city lights of Miami below. I'm just curious how the Divine Power and the Supreme King are gonna make their grand entrance. Back at Murray High, a worried Jason went to the hospital on First Street to check on Julia. She finally starts to wake up. He says, Just having a friendly personality is enough to make someone a good person. Then out of nowhere, this guy Marcus Williams barges in yelling, "Hey, Julia, I heard you got hurt." Jason, seeing him go from 0 to 100, tries to calm him down. "Dude, Julia's sleeping. Keep it down." He even plays dumb about the whole thing. "For real? You don't know what happened either." Marcus was seeing red, absolutely furious his sister got hurt. The gate had a glitch, and Lex and Chad Wilson used everyone else's bait to escape. Jason was so stunned by the guy's pure rage that he just froze for a second. Marcus Williams was absolutely livid. Those psycho bastards. Jason was so confused when Marcus just turned to leave right after getting there. "Yo, where are you going?" But Marcus was already storming off with this whole CEO on a revenge mission vibe. Seeing how reckless he was, Jason immediately stepped in. "You don't have to do that." His eyes practically bugged out of his head as he screamed at him, "Yo, if I don't step up, who will?" But then Hugh Jin had to dial it back, like, immediately. He just stared hard at Jason Miller, who was sitting there all quiet and menacing. "Let me handle this." But Jason Miller warned him, "Nah, 'cause you have no idea what's about to go down." Hugh Jin was totally shook. He was thinking, is this dude seriously trying to punk me with this vibe? He knew Jason Miller got a power-up, but damn, not this much. He was bugging. "Don't tell me you actually found the guy who messed with my sister." Jun Jian blurted out, and Hyuk Jin's jaw hit the floor. He rushed over, all worried, asking, "Hey, are you good?" She had just woken up and was totally out of it. Where am I?" Hyuk Jin answered super fast. "You're in the school nurse's office, down at Washington High." Jun Jian shot up like a rocket. "What about Nicole's poison? Is she okay? Was she hurt?" Jason Miller immediately shut that down. "Chill. If it's that weak sauce poison, she's gonna be fine." She let out a huge sigh of relief. "For real? Oh, thank God." Then suddenly, her eyes went wide. "Wait a minute." Jung Gyeon started grabbing at his face like a maniac. "Jason, is that really you?" Jason Miller just joked, "Who else would it be? Dude, you're acting like you saw a ghost or something." She was floored. "You actually made it through that gate?" Hyuk Jin wasn't even surprised. "Shh, that gate was already wide open." He was just being real about it. "I saw an opening and just booked it straight in." Jun Jion's head was absolutely pounding. "Ugh, my brain is fried. I have, like, a million more questions, but I'm just way too wiped right now." Jason said gently, "Then you should probably get some more sleep. Hyuk-jin just got here when you woke up anyway." Then he was like, "All right, I'm dipping." Hyuk-jin was so confused. "What's the rush, man? Can't you hang out for a bit?" But Jason Miller was firm. "Nah, you two need to talk. I'm just third-wheeling here, right?" He bounced, leaving the two siblings in the most awkward silence ever. He immediately started laying into her. "See? This is what I was talking about. I told you to hang with a better crowd." Jun Jian got heated too. "It's not like I wanted to chill with those losers. Nicole invited me, and that's when it all went sideways." Hyuk-jin laid down the law. "From now on, you stay clear of the Divine Fist and Fallen King crews. The relationships between the crews ain't what they used to be." Hearing that, she totally froze. "Wait. Does that mean Jason too?" He explained. "Jason Miller got kicked out of his crew, so he's an exception. He's a lone wolf now." Jun Jion was still a little sus. "Okay. If you say so, that's cool. But there's something else." Hai Jin was wondering the same thing. "You mean about how Jason got so ridiculously strong?" She looked at him, confused. "Nah, I already know about that part. Like, what kind of secret sauce is he on?" He only knew what his boy had told him. According to Jason, some old master taught him crazy martial arts, and that's how he leveled up so fast. Hearing this, Jun Jion's eyes totally lit up. "A master? Spill the tea. What kind of master are we talking about here? Did he, like, inherit all his skills from him?" Hai Jin just froze up. "Dude, that's literally all I know." She looked so let down by her little bro. "Wow, you are completely useless." So, the mystery remains. Who is this secret sensei? Who's the one that gave Jason this insane power-up? I seriously need to meet this person. Even Hyuk Jin was wondering about Jason Miller's mystery benefactor. If this guy is the one who made Jason a beast, he's got to be on the same level as my own grandpa. Meanwhile, across town at 7-Eleven in downtown Chicago, Jason Miller's crew was having a full-on victory party, hyping Jason up for snagging the #1 rank on the midterms. "Congrats, bro." As they were all chopping it up, Jason decided to stir the pot and mess with his friend. "Yo, Hyuk Jin's buying tonight, so everyone go wild." He was completely blindsided. "What? How did I get stuck with the bill?" He whined. "You said you were treating. That's the only reason I even came." Jason Miller called him out instantly. "Dude, you only got second place because of me. What are you even talking about?" The whole crew was super hyped, you know. At that point, every single eyeball was glued on Hyuk Jin. Hyuk Jin was totally cornered and had no choice but to cave. Oh, alright, fine. It's on me. Meanwhile, Tyler Chen was trying to scarf down his last few bites of ramen when he got interrupted. Yo, let's hit the roof after we're done eating. Seeing Jason Miller get up, Hyuk Jin got all antsy. Jason, my man, where you headed? Jason put on his cool, mysterious act. The restroom. He instinctively glanced over at everyone, then just dipped without another word. He used that moment to slide up right next to Han Ju. What you eating, Ju? Let me get a bite. A few hours later at Marin Prep Academy in Boston, Jason Miller was glued to his phone, scrolling through news about the attack on Ho Chan-dong. The headline read, Another L. The Endless Collapse of the Divine Fist and Fallen King Clans. Another article was titled, The Crew That Shattered the Unbeatable Gate with a Single Iron Sword. A head professor from a top 20 university was quoted saying, In this invasion of Ho Chan-dong, the Divine Fist and Fallen King clans officially took a massive loss. Tyler Chen popped up on the roof just a few seconds later. Jason Miller said casually, You made it. Tyler Chen looked completely lost. Bro, why'd you call me up here? Why aren't you hanging with the squad? Then Jason just tossed a whole bag of magic stones at him. Here, this is for you. Tyler frantically tried to catch them all. Whoa, are these magic stones? Why are you giving these to me? He just stared, completely stunned at the pile of sparkling stones in his hands. Jason Miller said with a warm vibe, It's your cut for following my orders, man. Even Tyler Chen himself couldn't believe what he was seeing. For real? You really have to do this, he said, all cheerful. I'm more than happy, bro. Tyler tried to be polite, but dude, this is way too much. One stone would have been more than enough. Jason just laughed like a total goofball. Alright, I guess magic stones alone aren't gonna cut it. He just kept shoving more stuff into his hands, not even caring if Tyler needed it. Take this too. He was holding the martial arts manual, still in total shock. Tyler Chen didn't dare accept something so priceless. So, about the secret techniques of the Hebi Pang clan. But Jason Miller immediately shut him down. Don't even tell me it's from the Fallen King clan. If we're talking martial arts from the wuxia comics I've read, that's gotta be from the Hebei Pang clan. No cap. Turns out Jason had his own angle. So, this should be enough to cover your retainer fee, right? The sky turned a crazy color over some fancy hall somewhere else in a mansion out in Beverly Hills. Kang-gu was grilling Robert Harrison. Your clan leader is in no show again today. Is there, like, a problem? The man apologized sincerely. My apologies. He's currently busy training with my little brother. He has given me full authority, so the meeting can go on as planned. Robert Harrison was totally beating around the bush. First off, about the incidents that happened during the midterms. Of course, Kang-gu couldn't care less about that petty high school drama. That's small potatoes. As long as we clean up this whole Ho Chan-dong mess, all this drama with the kids will just blow over. Then he looked down. The third strategy is critical. It's not just to flex our power, but also to build a stronger foundation for the future. That's why we need to recruit more muscle for the assault, Kang-gu stressed. What's more, other clans are joining us this time. You get me? To Robert Harrison, this was all just background noise. As long as I get my hands on that extreme ice water, he thought, I couldn't care less about the rest. Now that he got what he wanted, he put on a fake smile. Good, very passionate. This strategy is guaranteed to be a success. The two of them shook hands, sealing the shady deal. Robert was already plotting in his head. This time, I have to get that secret elixir to help Ki-hyun's condition. Oof, the drama. What do you guys think he's up to? Let me know down in the comments. As for Kang-gu, he was cold as ice, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Out in some desolate desert in Nevada, Tyler Chen sat cross-legged, totally focused on controlling the spiritual energy inside his body. Jason Miller was amazed. Whoa, this is the first time I've ever seen the rebirth of magic up close. It's insane, Master William commented. That's a pretty massive amount of magic being released, huh? He added, any monster that soaked that up could probably turn into a celestial being or something. Jason just nodded. Good thing it was Danny Garcia. He actually followed my instructions. He looks so spaced out, like he's never seen magic before in his life. Laugh my ass off. Whoa, is this dude for real? He's actually listening to his upperclassmen. This Air's Blossom power-up is giving him a serious glow-up. It's kinda wild. Jason was thinking, like, hello? At first he was just some random kid. I didn't even notice him. But what are people gonna say when they see this transformation? He totally grimaced, sweating bullets as all that spiritual energy was just going haywire inside him. Jason walked over like, yo, you good? How you feeling? The guy lifted his hand to check it out, but was like, he wasn't feeling anything yet, just this totally empty vibe inside. Jason held out a textbook and was like, all right, try and rip this thing to shreds. Danny Garcia hesitated, asking if he was sure. Jason gave him this killer smile, so he just had to tear it up instantly. If you don't wanna, just give it back, bro. And boom, he felt this insane rush of spiritual power just flooding his system. Jason started clapping, congratulating him on snagging an S-rank skill that not even the super elite Imperial clan could get their hands on. Suddenly, Danny Garcia just drops to his knees, and Jason was totally bugging out. With this dead serious look, Danny said, No one has ever treated a nobody like me this way before. Y'all, if you'd be that loyal, smash that like button. Danny Garcia bowed his head, totally grateful. You gave me the guts to want to be stronger. You actually believed in me. He put his hand over his heart. To pay you back for that trust, I will be 100% loyal to you. After hearing all that, Jason was a little shook, but then he cracked this soft smile. He told him, Hey, don't you forget what you just said. I'm going to teach you a whole lot of stuff. Danny Garcia totally lit up. I'm counting on it. The sunlight was gleaming off the windows of a skyscraper downtown. Jason was just strolling down the hall at Northgate, high in Seattle, hands in his pockets, cool as ever. Master William raised an eyebrow. My, you seem to really like that kid, huh? Jason replied, totally pleased. Of course, it's not every day you find a kid who actually listens. Master William had to give him that. Yeah, he's built pretty solid. If we train him right, he could be a real asset. Jason was hyping him up. I was just going to give him some basic fighting skills, but the kid's so sharp I want to find some other stuff for him now. Master William teased him. Sounds like someone's got a new favorite pet project. Master William waved his fan, all dramatic. So, what skill are you thinking of? Jason just dropped it casually. I'm thinking of giving him the Emperor's Delight. Master William let out a massive sigh. Do you have any idea how to even get that? You're gonna give me gray hairs, I swear. Jason walked up to this crowd of students, totally gawking at something. Hyun stood in front of a group of goons with this tough guy look on his face. He clasped his hands together. It's an honor to see you, young Master Jason. Across from them, Jason was just like, ugh, what do you guys want now? Hyun Jun replied, the boss wanted us to give you a message. Jason turned to open the classroom door. Yeah, not interested. But the dude just kept talking anyway. The boss is officially entering the fight for the succession. Jason grumbled, you cannot be serious right now. Is there something wrong with his legs? Why is it that no matter how much I try to tick him off, he just sends his little minions? Hyun continued, for the first mission, he's ordering you to join the attack on the Dragon's Maw. Jason shot back, yeah, hard pass. I have zero intention of fighting for that position. The guy just stood there like a robot. All clan members with spiritual power are required to obey the boss's orders. Jason answered, all bitter, like I even consider myself part of that messed up family. Jason slammed the door, completely ignoring the shouts behind him. Young Master Jason. He just slumped down at his desk, looking so over it all. Jason rested his chin in his hand, thinking, you really know how to push my buttons, Dad. You're just another piece in John Moo's little chess game. Looks like I'm stuck seeing this disaster my old man started all the way to the end. Man, the family drama is real. If you're loving the tea, make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what happens next. What a total drag, Jason wondered. How am I supposed to get out from under my dad and the Sinnoh clan's control? Just then, Emily Thompson walked in, looking confused. Whoa, what died in here? The vibe is totally tragic. He whipped his head around, startled. She was standing at the door with Mia Rodriguez and Sonia. Jason's eyes locked on Emily Thompson, the Hanzo group. They have that place, Wonderland, and Johnny Wang. He scrambled over to her. Emily, hey, can I steal you for, 2 seconds? Jason said all mysteriously, it's about that important thing I mentioned before. She just stood there. Her face was impossible to read, but you could tell she was thinking it over. Emily Thompson then just walked off, saying, follow me, leaving the other two girls totally confused. An important thing. The campus at USC over by Jefferson Boulevard was huge, with warm sunlight filtering through the trees. They sat on a stone bench, and she finally asked, okay, what do you want? Jason looked the president dead in the eye and said, I'll take that deal. Emily Thompson was stunned for a hot second. For real, you were just full of surprises. She gave him a look, trying to figure him out. Let me guess. This has something to do with that whole divine power glow-up, doesn't it? So, what's your play? Jason explained calmly. I told you before. What I need are exclusive rights to the gate. Emily Thompson crossed her arms. Jason, I need your name. He was confused. My name? She closed her eyes for a sec. Look, you need a legit cover story to get into the divine sanctuary. If I just let you in without a good reason, the other assassins would absolutely lose their minds. Jason was like, okay, I get it. One of the most common rules in the divine sanctuary, set up to support its assassins, is the exclusive gate rights. Recruited assassins get to hunt at the gates, and they split the profits 80-20 with the divine sanctuary. Jason held out a business card. Let's form a partnership. We can have each other's backs as assassins. Emily Thompson took it. Sounds good to me. Jason was thinking, damn, that's a wild rule, totally different from now where it's all about your bloodline. She was just furiously typing on her phone, like, oh my god, gotta text my uncle in Miami about this. Jason looked kind of bummed. Yeah, but there's a pretty massive catch to it, Jason offered. To make sure we start this partnership off right, I'll help you solve a little problem your clan is having. Emily was still glued to her phone. Jason explained patiently, you know, the fact that your recruited assassins have been planted as spies from other clans. She shot up, completely shook. Wait, what? How could you possibly know that? Jason just kept going. Li Hoon is connected to the Phoenix clan. And Big Don, he's tied to the Shinryu clan. You have to find a way to fix this, but you can't, can you? Whoa, plot twist. Drop a comment below if you saw that coming. Then Jason dropped the ultimate bombshell. I can give you the solitary blood technique. The one thing the Divine Sanctuary has been searching for years. Emily, still reeling, was hit with another shocker. You're kidding me. You actually have it. Jason glanced to the side, like he was having a silent convo with Master William using just his eyes. He turned back to her, looking smug as heck. You could say that. A white teapot and a warm cup of tea sat on a table in a high-rise office on Park Avenue in New York City. Emily Thompson and Min Sung were sitting across from each other, his face reflected in the teacup. Emily, is this for real? She sat up straight. Yes, Jason knows about our clan situation. Min Sung stroked his chin, thinking hard. The truth is, our assassins are tied to another group. I've been trying to keep that on the down low, you know? But what am I supposed to do about it? Emily added, and he said he'll give us the solitary blood technique if we let him join the clan. Min Sung looked like he'd just seen a ghost. Jason Miller has the solitary blood technique? If that's true, wouldn't Jason be the one losing out on this deal? She looked down for a second. The Phoenix clan could leak that sensitive info anytime. What they need is some serious backup, and that's the mess I'm supposed to clean up. Emily looked up and asked, so, what's your plan? Min Sung smirked. Isn't it obvious? Looks like we're hitching our wagon to Jason's star from now on. The scene switches to a sandy desert. The sky is super clear and blue, perfect for a training montage. Jason stood there with his hands on his hips. Aw, seriously? Someone beat me to it. Under a palm tree, Marcus Williams sat cross-legged, deep in his training. Oh my god, his eyes were clamped shut, and the vibes coming off him were, like, so pure, it was unreal. Jason Miller just started complaining. Dude, you can't just power up wherever you feel like it. This isn't a Starbucks on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. And of course, Master William just pops up next to him, adding, "Oh, I'm just so glad to see you grinding so hard." Suddenly, Jason Miller's eyes go wide. Whoa, what is that? He was totally shook when he saw Danny Garcia's insane magical power leaking out. Is his energy, like, leaking out of the portal or something? He doesn't even have a clue he's hit the second level, the old man explained, just floating there spilling all the tea. That's right, it's his pure, unproblematic soul. In other words, this is a whole different league from that basic energy you'd find in the Harrison family's territory. It's called valor, Master William said. Jason Miller looked up, just soaking in this super dense energy field coming off the guy. This pure magic is spreading everywhere. But wait, I think I have a similar skill that could give him a boost. Master William shot him the death glare. This is exactly why I told you to just train here. Stop messing around. Jason Miller just rolled his eyes. Yeah, I got it. I'm just gonna juice my stats a little bit. Then the system screen flashed up. Get this. Skill points are at a crazy 8,680,000 and his ability points. Physical strength is at 236 out of 300. Divine power is at 268 out of 300. Strength is almost maxed at 295. And agility is a perfect 300 out of 300. Sheesh. Special stats. Internal attack is 495 out of 1,000. Mental strength is maxed at 300. And his rep is at 486. Jason Miller realized his rep was about to hit AA rank. Wait, if I get all my stats to 300, can I hit AA rank? He's totally wondering which stat to boost first, scratching his chin and thinking. I bet. First, I'll just get everything to 300. Jason Miller turned back, totally confused. Yo, what are you laughing at? Master William covered his mouth. Oh, it's nothing. You do you, kid. Then the old dude starts flying around him with this super sarcastic look. Can you even do that? You're really gonna try. Jason Miller's face twisted up. He was so mad, but he still had to bite his tongue. Can you just stop and show me how? Master William got all condescending. My dear student, that's hardly the right attitude when asking for a favor, is it? So, you won't believe it. Jason Miller actually got on his knees. Master, please teach this foolish disciple. The old man glanced down at him. You should feel lucky, your master is so kind. Then Master William gave him the scoop. You don't need to use all your points, just your internal strength is enough. Jason Miller asked again, Internal strength. He tapped the system panel. Internal strength. Boom. Internal strength plus 15. A new classification has been opened. An announcement popped up that totally blew his mind. You have achieved 5 stars. Rung Dangan has been unlocked. And guys, Jason Miller's whole body started shaking violently. His eyes were bugging out, and energy just poured out of him like a waterfall. The system was going wild. The internal strength in the Dangan is beginning to permeate. His heart was pounding like a war drum, setting off major alarms. Mental chaos is about to erupt. Jason Miller covered his mouth and started coughing, his face all scrunched up. It was not a good look, fam. Then he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood all over the yellow sand. Jason Miller's face was totally dazed. If this keeps up, I'm seriously going to die. He gritted his teeth. You could just tell he was in some crazy pain. Jason Miller clutched his chest. I can't die like this. The system kept pinging a warning. Your endurance is constantly increasing. His heart literally felt like it was going to explode from this terrifying power surge. The system notifications just kept coming. The Dangan has been expanded. The limit of endurance has been raised. Get this. All abilities increased by plus 50. He received new body enhancements and all his consumed internal energy was restored. What a glow-up. When it was finally over, Jason Miller just raised his hand and stared at it, frozen for like 5 seconds, and then he just collapsed onto the sand. I'm dead. Master William asked, so, how does it feel to upgrade to 5 stars? Jason Miller whined, I'm so dizzy. I feel like I'm about to die all over again. The old man was so unhelpful. Well, now all that's left is the Sang Dangon. Jason Miller was exhausted. Do I have to go through that again? Then Master William dropped a line that made Jason Miller's face go completely pale. Even more than that. But then he tried to calm him down. Don't worry. That's a problem for, like, future you. Jason Miller let out a huge sigh of relief. Then the system screen popped up. Physical strength, SS rank. And the description was so epic. A blessing reserved for the few who love to fight. You can predict your opponent's movements in advance. The effect? A bonus of 100 combat power and 100 instant resistance. Jason Miller's eyes were literally brighter than the Vegas Strip. Awesome! 100 combat power and 100 instant resistance. If the power of the Dangon is this insane, what's the Sang Dangon level gonna be like? He was so overjoyed. Every time I see this stuff, I get so curious about who my master really is. Master William got all smug. Your master is a god of martial arts and has reached infinity. I am Pan. After hearing that, Jason Miller was completely speechless. Killing all respect in a single sentence is its own kind of talent, for real. He looked over, and Danny Garcia was still training. The old man gently encouraged him, rest for a bit, then get back to it. Scene change, now we're at the school, golden sunlight shining on the tall campus buildings, and it is packed with students. The loudspeaker blares. For the midterm exams, second place, please come forward. Robert Harrison held out his hand. Congratulations on getting second place. Marcus Williams shook his hand and smiled. Thank you. Then Jason Miller strode forward confidently as the announcer said, and now, first place in the midterm exams, please come forward. He shook everyone's hand. Congratulations to our highest-ranked student. What reward do you want, Jason Miller? He just raised an eyebrow, all mysterious. I'll let you know when we get to the museum. A teacher tilted her head and called out, ranks 1, 2, and 3, please follow me. And they're walking through a city with skyscrapers stretching out everywhere, looking just like New York City. The top students were taken to this huge museum. And the gossip starts immediately. Ugh, I'm so nervous. What should I do? What should I do? What should I pick? Emily Thompson just smiled. As for me, I'm really excited. Marcus Williams looked totally lost. What should I pick? I just came here without thinking about it at all. Someone asks, what are you picking? He just hesitated. What was I even thinking? That's when Jason Miller offered his expert advice. Marcus, listen up. In the middle of building number 2, there's going to be a rusty iron bar. Check if there's a glowing pattern on the hilt and pick that one. Marcus Williams was surprised. Why? Jason Miller explained that the thing came from a gate was used by some legend named Jomzone, and it's way better than the sword you're using now. Marcus Williams ran over. Really? He was shocked. How do you know that? Jason Miller played it cool. My master taught me. Marcus Williams threw a friendly arm around his shoulder. That's awesome. I have to get it then. I'm only trusting you on this, okay, bro? Jason Miller was like, I know. Go get your reward. His voice echoed through the massive museum. See you later. The whole group was now standing in front of this insane, super secure iron door. Robert Harrison led the way inside. And you guys, there were countless precious items just laying out before them. He said generously, come on. Each of you pick one item that you like. Everything was in glass cases, from ancient books to crazy sharp swords, with gold and silver lights sparkling everywhere. One girl picked up a scepter. This thing looks sick. Grace Anderson was curiously exploring. I like this one. While Tyler Chen's eyes were already gleaming. I'll choose this one. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Wait." It was Jason Miller, arms crossed with a mysterious smirk. "All of you, stop." He looked so cool. "Put everything down before I have to change my attitude." The absolute drama. At the Murham High School item vault, Robert Harrison started handing out specific items to each student. The first girl received the ice gauntlets. Grace Anderson was dazedly examining these needles in her hand. She got the yin-yang acupuncture needles. The last one was Tyler Chen, who received the hongbo. He just stood there, completely lost in thought. Amazing. It turns out the ice gauntlets are the perfect match for a girl with strong yin energy. Who would have guessed? The yin-yang acupuncture needles and the red cloth? A total match made in heaven for Sarah Davis and Tyler Chen. And get this, Jason Miller knew exactly what that stuff was. Dude's brain is massive. Then Jason spots Emily Thompson just standing there empty-handed and he's like, "Yo, Emily." Then he points to this insane-looking sword in a glass case, telling her to grab it. But she's being super cautious, like, "Hold up, dude. A sword? Isn't that, like, Raider 101 what times not times to pick? If I can't even handle this thing, I'm gonna end up kebabing myself. Plus, I've literally never touched a sword in my life." So Jason had to break it down for her. Emily, real talk. What's the vibe? Raw power? A heavy hitter? Or something that's easy to use? And of course, Emily goes straight for easy mode. Yeah, I'll take the user-friendly one so I don't look like a total clown. But nope, he shot that idea down so fast. Then Jason goes into full-on TED Talk mode. It's not about swinging fast and hard, or if you can do splits like a cheerleader. It's all about utility, you know? He explained to her that a sword is basically the Swiss Army knife of weapons. It does everything. So if you combine those two things, aren't you dying to see what happens? Meanwhile, Marcus Williams is over here, acting like he just won the Super Bowl over the item he got. "Jason, my dude, peep this. Is this thing sick or what?" He was already. "Can you feel that energy, bro? It's electric. Totally nuts, right?" Jason is just so over it. Laugh my ass off. Then Marcus gets all up in his personal space, poking Jason's cheek, just totally high on his own hype. "Your master is the real deal, huh? That's how you knew to hook me up with the good stuff, right?" Jason just decisively holds up a hammer. "I'll take this one." And Marcus's jaw just hits the floor. He was completely shook. Did someone actually pick that piece of junk from a garage sale in Detroit? He totally got the wrong idea again. "You gave me the god tier item. Are you seriously taking the trash one on purpose? For me? For real?" Jason totally freaks out when Marcus grabs his leg. "Dude, what are you doing?" Then Marcus makes this super dramatic vow. "I will get stronger to protect you." All poor Jason could do was yell, "Get off me, man." And right then, the system window pops up. A-rank hammer. And y'all, this wasn't just some magic rock. It was a hammer that could literally smash a 1,000-year-old railroad track. Attribute: Infinite. Unleashes 100% of its hidden power. Also, it's an alchemy tool with basically unlimited speed and efficiency. My boy Jason knew exactly what this thing could do from the jump. This is insane. Then he starts analyzing the hammer. Okay, so the description says it's just a regular alchemy tool. Is this seriously the key to beating the Crimson Dragon's lair? Something feels way off. A gate is a total wild card. You never know what's going to pop off. Then bam, this blood-chilling scream echoes from the main hall. And inside, Lex is having an absolute toddler tantrum. Jason Miller. He was so ticked off he straight up punched a wall into pieces. It's all that punk's fault. What a sore loser, am I right? He only knows how to blame other people. If it wasn't for him, I would have been #1 on the midterms, no matter what other useless trash showed up. As the older brother getting totally shown up by his little bro, Lex just couldn't handle the heat from the family. I even got suspended for messing up the family's rep. Now I'm stuck in this dark hole of a room in our mansion in the Hamptons with nothing to do. Suddenly, his door just flies open. One of John's guards is there, telling Lex it's time to come out. Young master. Lex is thinking, wait, has it been that long? What's going on out there? Oof. And what the guard says next is like pouring a whole shaker of salt on the wound. The boss has allowed Jason Miller to compete for the succession. Jason will also be joining you in the third raid on the Crimson Dragon's lair. Lex's eyes practically bulged out of his head. What? Why is Dad making me compete against that loser? And on top of that, the guard twists the knife, like, totally on purpose. Jason must have really caught the boss's eye. Maybe Jason is stronger than you. The enraged Lex tries to swing at the guard right there, but the guard just effortlessly shuts him down. He was already humiliated, and this just made it 1,000,000 times worse. What the hell are you even saying? How could some rando who doesn't even have the family blood be stronger than ME? The guard just shrugged. not even trying to explain. It's just a hunch. Maybe. But since he started spilling the tea, he had to finish. Jason Miller. He's been messing with the forbidden arts. Lex whispered it like he was in a trance. The forbidden arts. He had no idea whose side this guard was on, just dropping truth bombs everywhere. It's the only way for people who don't inherit the bloodline to get that strong. Hearing that, Lex bolted like he just found a cheat code. That's it. The forbidden arts. I have to tell Dad right now. But the guard immediately stops the hothead. Is that really necessary? Then he totally threatens him. If you deal with this yourself, your father will definitely be paying you a visit. Then he pulls out this glowing gem. I prepared this for you. The gem just flares to life inside this metal box. This is the power you've been wanting. At first, Lex was just stunned. The power I've been wanting? But a few seconds later, he snatched that thing up like it was the last PS5 on Black Friday. Meanwhile, the news is going live, broadcasting this huge family feud. The third raid on the Crimson Dragon's lair that everyone's been waiting for is finally here. The anchor announced the situation. According to the raid team spokesperson, the gate raid is happening in real time. A huge crowd is gathering at the front gate. It looks like Mardi Gras down in New Orleans. Then he introduced the key players one by one. The families participating in this raid include the Lions, the Burns, followed by the Shinobis and the Hawkeyes. This battle includes some veteran members. Not only that, but he also hinted this was about to be the most intense thing ever. This is a massive assault force of 200 people from each family, totaling 800 people. Smash that like button if you think this is about to be wild. Now that Lex had this power in his hands, he was more arrogant than ever. A projectile suddenly shot straight at him, and Lex just crushed it in his fist like it was a soda can. After that little show, everyone was officially pissed off at this jerk. Back off. Get lost. He felt like his precious pride had been stomped on. Those scumbags. A nervous Marcus Williams tried to hold him back. Just let it go, man. The boss told us to be careful. Then, suddenly, everyone's attention just snapped away. Whoa, it's the Flash. Hey, Jason, over here. The old-timer was so confused hearing the weird nickname. Are they talking to you? Jason just grinned and explained, yeah. I posted a video of me raiding the fairy garden at school. It's the nickname they gave me because I use a spear. The old man just grunted. Oh yeah, in that case, Lance would have been a better fit, Jason said, all innocent-like. Too bad that name was already taken. Suddenly, a voice screamed, Jason. Oh boy, Marcus and Jason are a total circus act whenever they get together. Jason was getting totally squished by Marcus and his sister, Ashley, and he couldn't breathe. Dude, what are you doing? Get off me. Even Marcus had to cry for help. She has to get up before I can move. Ashley was clearly determined to mess with these two knuckleheads. In your dreams. I'm comfy right here. Why would I move? She started teasing them. You guys have been slacking on your training, haven't you? Muscles are supposed to be hard, but yours are all soft like marshmallows. Just then, Emily Thompson walked by this whole mess. She had no choice but to run over and pull the idiot Jason out first. Man, I thought I was going to die before we even got in the gate. Suddenly, the totally shameless Lex spat on the ground near him. He glared at Jason. Then Lex faked some concern. Whatever, just watch yourself. Yup, he's back on his power trip again. Drop a comment below on what you think Lex is going to pull. Worried about times me asterisk. Get real. Lol. And then Ethan Moore, that total weirdo, just whips around like he's in a soap opera. He goes, think whatever you want, bro. Thunder Peak Lake is going to be your final resting place. And Jason's just standing there like, bruh, is this guy for real? He sounds like a B-list movie villain who just misplaced his evil monologue. Yo, why is my shirt all messed up? Anyway, fast forward a few days and BAM. It's go time for the huge clan showdown. Jason Miller is stuck in this massive crowd heading towards a crazy-looking portal. The light from the gate's energy is like a flashbang, totally blinding. The next thing Jason sees is a world straight out of Frozen, all ice and snow. A voice just booms. Asterisk, you have entered Thunder Peak Lake. Asterisk, then the system announces, the master of this domain is totally wary of you. And my boy Jason, he's already getting cocky. He's thinking, poofed, ever since Lam Lam became the boss of the Forbidden Zone, all these other gatekeepers have been shaking in their boots about me. Whatever. I'm about to clean house in this place anyway. Then this official-looking dude, Dagon, starts talking all proper. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dagon, commander of this third raid team. I'm pretty sure everyone here already knows the game plan, so I'll just skip the boring part. But there are a few things I need to emphasize. He starts warning them that unexpected stuff always pops off inside the gate. Not only that, but Dagon lays out every single lurking danger. Getting taken out halfway through is normal, so if you bite the dust, it's just because you were weak. Remember that. Damn, talk about tough love. Among all the students, only Jason Miller is looking him dead in the eye. Not even a little scared. and Jason immediately starts gassing him up in his head. Damn, for an old dude, he's radiating some serious killer aura. No wonder he's Choi Taemin's grandfather. Master William was also beaming with pride. Like, Master is so glad his student is so famous. The system then popped up with info on the challenge. The unbeatable gate, Thunder Peak Lake. In the first stages, monsters are going to start spawning in different areas. In the shallow water, there are blue-grade Nappa monsters. Once you defeat all the Nappas that show up in the swamps, a gate to the next stage will unlock. It had only been a few seconds, but you could already hear the roars of beasts echoing all over Thunder Peak Lake. Get this, that guy Ethan Moore just wiped out all the lizard things with just a few blasts. Go meet your maker, he gloated. A bunch of small fry like you dare to challenge me, and his hype man Hein Jun was right there backing him up. Our only goal is to make sure the young master can hunt without a care in the world. All the other students shouted in unison, understood. But only Jason Miller sat there and watched, totally unimpressed. He's thinking, they're just recklessly blowing all their energy because this raid is being live-streamed. So what are they going to do in the later stages when they're running on fumes? For real, though. Suddenly, a lizard tried to jump him from behind, but then Hanju's spirit sword just unleashed this massive blast, sending the lizard flying. She sliced it clean in half and then swung her spirit sword again, the blade literally grazing Jason Miller's cheek. Yikes, that was close. Hanju asked, all worried, "Are you okay?" He flinched. "I almost died just now." But Hanju didn't even seem to care. "Well, who told you to let your guard down?" Jason immediately tried to play it cool. "Forget about it. You getting used to that spirit sword?" Hanju answered him honestly. "Yeah, it's still a little difficult, but I can swing it faster now." He was sweating bullets looking at the pool of monster guts on the ground, and she calls that a little difficult. For a second, I didn't even sense her sword coming. Jason felt a chill just remembering the moment his cheek got nicked. It was terrifyingly fast. Even a natural talent like him had to look at her with total admiration. No wonder they always call her a genius. The two of them just stood there, chatting for a while. Meanwhile, the students from the other clans had already cleared out the first obstacles at the lake. Daegong stood on a cliff, totally impressed. He's thinking, they say the real top dogs of the Divine Power clan are in the Heavenly Kings group. They weren't kidding. But then he got a little worried about his own grandson's skills. The family drama is real, y'all. Choi Taemin and the Black Lion Brigade are fighting well, but when you put him next to the leader of the Heavenly Kings, he's still got a long way to go. Daegong then zoomed in on Hyung Jun, who was in the middle of all the lizards, rationally controlling his energy. He's using his internal power, his support skills, and making the Divine Power clan look awesome without even showing off his own strength. With a bit of luck, he could hit A rank. It seems this old geezer misjudged a talent. What a shame I didn't try to recruit him for the Divine Power clan way sooner. Then Daegong's eyes darted around, and in total contrast, he looked down on Jason Miller. That kid is just pathetic. Instead of using his clan's martial arts, he's just swinging a spear around like some guy from a back alley in Chicago. But Daegong couldn't get it. Ethan and Taemin both said he defeated the lizardman and put him in his place. Judging a whole person just by looking at a spear, I'm really not seeing it. Meanwhile, Jason was happily teasing Hanju. "Hey, don't go slicing us up again, okay?" She just snapped back. "I'll slice your tongue out." The banter is amazing. Daegong immediately jumped to conclusions. If that's true, he must have used some dirty trick. He thought grimly. You think you can survive after messing with the Overlord clan? A few hours later, the swarm of little minion lizards had been completely wiped out by the students. Not a single one was left. Daegong walked over and praised them. "Good work. We've safely cleared the first stage." He then announced, "Let's move on to the second stage." The system immediately flashed the data for the next challenge. The second stage of Thunder Peak Lake is filled with traps and obstacles. There's a huge river made of heavenly water. Each drop weighs 1,600 kilograms, and you have to safely cross this tiny stone bridge that follows the current. If you don't step on the stones in the right pattern, countless obstacles will appear. The system advised that they are designed to totally wreck anyone trying to cross the bridge. The system warned that if you make one small mistake and fall into the water, or if you jump into the water to escape the obstacles, even the strongest awakened beings will be subjected to immense pressure. The system issued an urgent alert. They will be crushed and disappear without a trace. And Master William was just staring at the shimmering water like, "Oh, they have heavenly water here too. Bro, not the time." Jason Miller was bewildered. "Does the place where you live have heavenly water, Master?" The old man just smiled and replied, "Of course it does. Heavenly water is also the habitat of the 10,000-year-old golden turtle I'm raising." After hearing that, Jason was like, "A 10,000-year-old golden turtle? Isn't that a mythical creature?" Master William puffed out his chest and boasted. "Yep, a turtle whose entire body is made of gold." He was totally showing off. "I was going to catch it to make an elixir, but it was too cute, so I decided to raise it instead." Jason thought the opposite. I sure as hell wouldn't want to be turned into a potion. Good survival tactic, turtle. If I were it, I'd act cute to survive too. Smart. On the other side of the chaos, Dagon commanded. All right. Everyone get ready. Commander Hyun-gu. Set up the formation. Hyun-gu obeyed without hesitating. Understood. She then fanned out 3 talismans. The formation has been established. Each participant has been equipped with a shared skill. Water resistance increased by 30%. He encouraged them. Does anyone want to be the vanguard and go first? The students were dead silent. Not a single person said a word. Then Jun-jian suddenly raised her hand, and everyone's head snapped in her direction. She was burning with determination. The Iron Sword Mountain clan will go first. Dagon was in the middle of saying, then let's send someone forward, when she just cut him off. No, I'll go myself, Jun-jian said proudly. My clan has no cowards. Yes, queen. Smash that like button for her confidence. My grandfather always told me I must lead by example. Dagon was completely stunned. He cursed inwardly, this feisty brat, but on the outside, he had to keep up a civilized front. I was truly short-sighted. Very well, good luck to you. Man, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a spirit sword. What do you guys think will happen? Let me know down below. Master William was totally bugging, like, bro, you're just gonna let that slide? Isn't that your bestie? But Jason Miller was cool as a cucumber. Don't even trip, Pops. He didn't even glance over. I got this handled. Meanwhile, Brandon Carter stepped up, looking like he was about to have a full-blown panic attack, wondering if the stone was gonna just dip if he stood on it too long. Brandon Carter was legit stuck, not knowing what to do next. He's thinking, if I stand on this thing for more than, 2 seconds, I'm taking a swim. He started hopping from stone to stone like he was playing Frogger in real life. Then, out of nowhere, a voice called out. It was Jason Miller's voice, which made Brandon Carter whip his head around so fast he probably got whiplash. Yo, sis, listen up real close to what I'm about to say. He gave him a super detailed, step-by-step walkthrough. See that pointy rock sticking out in front of you? Stop right there. And Brandon Carter did exactly what he was told, no questions asked. The second he did, these huge pillars of water just exploded out of nowhere. Brandon started getting dizzy, seeing a water geyser shoot up from where he was just standing. But Jason Miller's voice popped into his head. All calm, don't panic. Bro was literally projecting his voice like some kind of Jedi mind trick. I'll walk you through this slow-mo. Just pass the message to your Iron Sword clan homies behind you. Brandon frowned. You better spill all the tea on how you know this later. Jason was straight up, bet. The other students saw this and immediately started copying them. Even Derek Wong was over there with his jaw on the floor. How is this even happening? How did every single person from the Iron Sword clan make it across like it was a walk in Central Park? He was completely stunned. He knew for a fact that even the top-ranked raid teams struggled with these random water pillars. But why, though? Then, bam, it hit Derek Wong. I see it now. There's a pattern. The Iron Sword clan must have cracked the code for the water pillars. He immediately started pointing fingers at the Iron Sword clan's master, that darn old geezer. That sneaky old man knew the whole strat and didn't say a word. A system alert popped up saying the Iron Sword clan had all crossed safely. Derek Wong then rallied his crew. All right, fam, it's our turn. He yelled. Y'all memorized the pattern, right? Stick to the plan. His boy timidly replied, yes, sir. His crew also started breezing through the stage. Jason Miller just stood there watching with his arms crossed, thinking, look at him, so confident. But that's about to get shut down real quick. And just like he called it, as one of the clan members was crossing, something started stirring under the water. The dude instinctively looked around, totally missing the massive water pillar rocketing towards him. A few seconds later, zap. The guy got totally vaporized by a bolt of aura lightning. Even Derek Wong and his right-hand man were shook. A spear just yeeted itself out from the bottom of the lake, sending water flying everywhere. This was a plot twist even Derek Wong didn't see coming. What? An explosion, he screamed, watching his clan members start dropping like dominoes. Everyone, get across the bridge. Now, the people in the front just booked it, completely ditching their teammates behind them. Derek Wong was in a full-blown meltdown. This is the final pattern. We're almost there. His eyes went wide with shock. The last few members of his crew finally made it to the shore, only for a bunch of lightning bolts to just rain down from the sky, LOL. The Overlord clan barely scraped by. Seeing Derek looking like a total mess, Brandon Carter actually offered him a hand out of pity. You good, bro? But this arrogant jerk was way too embarrassed and tried to play it off. I'm fine, he roared. How many made it out? His followers hesitated, including the injured. Maybe about 50. All Derek Wong could do was curse, damn it. The other students watching this whole disaster unfold were shook. They were all getting anxious, like, I can't take this anymore. And is this a strategy trial or a straight-up death match from a horror movie? And what if we can't even clear it? Y'all, hit that like button if you think this is absolutely insane. Everyone just stared, mouths wide open, at the absolute train wreck that was the Overlord clan. Meanwhile, back at the Lake of 1,000 Peaks, Derek Wong was screaming his head off, making everyone else turn pale. "Who's next?" Robert Harrison asked, looking terrified. He stammered, "Whoa, whose turn is it next?" Jason Miller just casually goes, "I'll go." Master William was flabbergasted. "Huh? What do you think you're doing? We're not prepped yet." But Jason Miller's next words made Robert Harrison's brain short-circuit. "Who said I was going with you guys? I'm rolling with the Divine Fist clan." This old dude was being so extra and pushy for no reason. "I forbid it, you have to go with us." But for real, Robert Harrison was just scared of the bad press. Normally, he wouldn't care, but they were live from Chicago, with cameras everywhere. If Jason Miller didn't go with them, people would start asking questions and canceling the Divine Power clan on social media. Jason Miller just sighed. "Dude, it was just a suggestion. Why are you freaking out?" He glanced over at his friends who were staying put. Then Jason turned to look at Emily Thompson with this super trusting gaze. She totally got his vibe and nodded. Emily Thompson put a hand on his shoulder. "We'll go on ahead then. Go with your clan, Jason Miller." Jason didn't even hesitate. He brushed his shoulder off like he was rejecting her kindness, which was wild. But clearly, Jason had already figured out the next level of danger that would trigger once a certain number of people crossed the bridge. The whole pattern's mechanism was about to level up. The Overlord clan got totally wrecked because they didn't even notice the pattern changing in stages. This dude was out here calculating every single step like a grandmaster in chess. Okay, so with 200 from the Iron Sword clan and 50 from the Overlord clan already across, we just need about 250 more people to cross for this thing to hit Phase 3. Everything was going exactly according to Jason Miller's plan. The Divine Fist clan was about to cross safely. Jason Miller reminded Emily Thompson, "You saw what happened to the Overlord clan, right? Don't rush it. Move slow, and you'll get to the safe zone in one piece, just like the Iron Sword clan. Trust." She tried to act all high and mighty. I know. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have even come this far down to Austin." Emily Thompson was still solid on her choice, even if it wasn't about her personally trusting him. Trusting Jason Miller based on his track record was just the smart play. She had her doubts, for sure, but she was still dodging those spears like a pro. But how did Jason Miller know the cheat codes for the Lake of 1,000 Peaks? Emily just couldn't wrap her head around it. He keeps giving us all this useful intel, but he doesn't actually trust us. She was still kinda hopeful. Just like I'm trusting him now, I wonder if Jason will ever trust me enough to tell me everything one day. Emily Thompson successfully led her clan to the finish line without a single casualty. She was totally winded from the sprint, though. Her friend ran over, all worried. "Emily, you good?" But her reply was straight ice cold. "Yeah. I was worried, though. Is everyone here? Any injuries?" Emily was so relieved. Everyone made it safely. Derek Wong, who was totally eavesdropping on their convo from his spot in Miami Beach, was fuming. Why did the Divine Fist clan get through without a scratch? It's way too sus that only we took such massive L's. "There's definitely a conspiracy going on here," he muttered. Of course, Jason Miller was thinking the same thing, but in a different way. "The Divine Fist clan is safe now, so I guess it's my clan's turn, right?" The system pinged again. "Only 50 more people, and the mechanism will change." The final phase had the highest difficulty setting. He was on high alert, knowing the most dangerous part is when the game mechanics change while you're mid-level. But then he thought, does it even matter? Robert Harrison is making a huge deal out of this, but whatever. I'll just use the portal if things get messy. Robert Harrison turned back to give his people a pep talk. "The Divine Fist clan made it through just fine, so we can do it too." The old man squinted, looking closer. "There's something real sus about that guy," he asked, totally surprised. "Who? What do you guys think? Who's he talking about? Drop your theories in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe." He literally just pointed right at that psycho, Ethan Moore, who's just standing there in the middle of everyone with this super creepy grin. Master William was like, "Yo, something is way off with this dude." He's all like, "I'm getting a weird vibe from him, like I've felt this energy before, but I can't place it." Keep your eyes peeled. Okay, so a minute later, the crew from the Powerhouse posse starts making their move. And bam! Out of nowhere, these spears come flying at Robert Harrison before he can even blink. Thank God for Captain Ryan Martinez. Dude was on it, just explodes his aura and straight up shatters those things to bits. Ryan zips in front of Robert, looking stressed AF. He's like, "You good, sir?" And the old dude is just stammering. Yeah, I'm cool." Robert was totally getting cocky, thinking, "This is a cakewalk. We can just cruise across at this speed." But oh no, honey. Jason Miller was not about to let them have an easy day. And then you guys, something starts bubbling under the water. It's giving Major Jaws vibes from a lake in upstate New York. It's starting. Meanwhile, the powerhouse posse isn't even halfway there. Seeing this whole situation about to go sideways, the old man just screams, "Everyone chill. Don't freak out. Just get past these water geysers and keep going." For real though, thanks to his magic little gem, Ethan Moore was breezing through this. But then a Saku straight up materializes out of the water and he just freezes. It swings its spear, and I swear, Ethan must have protagonist-level plot armor, because he somehow dodged a one-way ticket to the afterlife. He does this slick kick, snaps the spear right in half. Asterisk chef's kiss asterisk. Only then does the full Saku pop out of the water. And oh my god, Ethan was shook. Just frozen solid, staring at this three-headed, two-legged, totally jacked monster. Like, what do you even do at that point? Drop a comment on how you react. Ethan Moore's brain just blue-screened. A fish fiend? For real? Why is a red-level baddie like a fish fiend even here? Aren't they supposed to be in the big leagues only? He just stands there like a deer in headlights watching this thing charge. Meanwhile, Robert Harrison might be old, but his brain is still firing on all cylinders. He uses his aura to literally surf the waves and blasts them like 1,000 meters away. The old dude is all worried, like you okay, kid. And Ethan, bless his heart, is a total dummy, but has the luck of a lottery winner. Uncle Robert gets everyone hyped. The water geysers are done. Let's jump this thing together and bounce. And then, bam. Both of them get hit with this ice-cold dread. 'Cause in like a few seconds, the members of the powerhouse posse were, let's just say they got unalived in a very messy way. Not a single person made it. Like, what in the actual heck is happening? Robert Harrison was so shocked he almost fainted on the spot. We got ambushed, 'cause no one saw the fish fiends hiding in the water. But he's thinking, nah, even with that, the body count is way too high. And you know the danger wasn't over. What on earth just wiped out the Royal Flush crew? The main boss calls up all its fish fiend homies from the depths to get revenge for their fallen squad. It struts forward, looking absolutely shredded. The mid-tier boss, the Saku, has entered the chat. And y'all, it is PISSD. Saku unleashes its dark aura, covering the whole area in this spooky gloom. Saku just lets out this insane roar. It was so loud Robert Harrison and his buddy could barely handle it. And get this tea, the fish fiend's water attack power gets a 30% boost. Its water magic attack, also up by 30%, and its speed underwater, a whopping 50% increase. They are so screwed, lol. Jason Miller is just watching all this go down with a bag of popcorn, loving the drama. In this huge lake, with home field advantage, these fish fiends are worse than a red-level monster. He's just waiting for the chaos, like, let's see you, clowns, handle this dumpster fire. And then suddenly, a red alert from the system, plot twist. A system window pops up with a new update, ding. Gate Master features, activated. Opponents buffs, cancelled. The Abyss feature, unlocked. Unique ability of the Primal Divine Art, Terror, activated. What is even happening right now? The Terror skill and Abyss just combined? Jason was totally floored. The passive skill, Terror, is kicking in now? Of all the times, why now? Jason Miller just stares at the Saku, completely blank. For some wild reason, the tables have completely turned. System alert. Saku is cautious of the Master of the Forbidden Zone. The fish fiends fear the Master of the Forbidden Zone. The fish fiends fear the Master of the Forbidden Zone. He was so shocked he was literally paralyzed. He's thinking, wait, huh? The Saku boss was supposed to be wrecking the powerhouse posse, but instead, it's just standing there, staring at them like it saw a ghost. And the only thing playing in its head is Jason Miller's voice. Why are you all running? They're literally standing right there. Jason's voice echoing in its brain is scaring the Saku absolutely silly. Go get him. Charge. Can you believe it? It's called a fish fiend, but it's such a scaredy cat it's running away. System says, Saku has fled in terror of you. You have set a new record. Jason was so mad his whole plan went up in smoke. Laugh my ass off. Ding. You have received double rewards. Ding. You have received 2 million points. Ding. You have received another 2 million points. Jason just looks down at the lake from his spot in the skybox at like the Rose Bowl in Pasadena and yells, these freaking morons. Then, you have obtained the title, Gray-Eyed Killer. Ooh, spicy. At least he got some decent loot out of it, so it wasn't a total L. This title is sick. S rank, Gray-Eyed Killer. The description says, you one-shotted a red-level monster with a single look. And the effect? Damage against fish fiends gets a plus 200% boost, and water-type defense is up by 100%. Not bad, not bad. But that doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Master William even started teasing him, like, hey, a bunch of people from the Royal Flush crew and the Powerhouse posse actually survived. Jason Miller was seeing red, screaming, that's exactly my point. Meanwhile, on the other side of the lake, Jessica Jones was chatting with her squad, wondering if the monsters were going to come back for round 2. We should probably get some distance before we start drawing the magic circle, she said. Haley totally agreed. Yeah, good call. We can avoid anyone else getting hurt. But then, Mr. Anderson pipes up with something that was definitely not in the script. First, I want to check a few things, he says. Everyone's like, huh? What are you even talking about? Then he just starts throwing out these wild accusations. It seems like someone in this group is trying to sabotage my team. This old dude is just pointing fingers like it's a game of Clue. It's weird. My sovereign squad lost 150 people, and more than 50 people from the Powerhouse Posse died. But what's super sus is that the Steel Blade Syndicate and the Big Guns crew have 0 losses. Hearing that, Kevin absolutely lost it. Yo, are you seriously pointing the finger at us? But the old guy just kept running his mouth. I hate to say it, but doesn't this all seem a little convenient? It's totally reasonable for me to be suspicious. Kevin was about to go full-on beast mode and rush him, but Jessica Jones calmly held him back. We came here to help clear the gate because the Steel Blade Syndicate asked us to. And instead of showing any gratitude, you're just gonna accuse us. Mr. Anderson kept pressing her. Fine, then answer me this. How did you guys know the secret cheat code for getting across the lake? Oh, the drama is getting juicy, y'all. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what happens next. She started to choke. Seeing Jessica Jones totally drawing a blank, Haley jumped in to save her. That is so rude. I don't care if you're Mr. Anderson, the so-called apostle of wind from some back alley in Chicago. You can't just attack us with 0 proof. Haley totally shut him down. And he's just like, proof? Of course I don't have any proof, yet. He stomps his foot on the ground, and one little stomp from Mr. Anderson literally makes everyone trip. I can make you talk, he threatened. Just you wait. Then he booms, we're gonna see who's right and who's wrong here. And then, the final boss himself, Jason Miller, finally steps in. That's enough. Mr. Anderson just sneers, how dare you interrupt your elders? You're really trying to prove you're nothing but a punk, aren't you, kid? But our boy Jason was not about to take that and clap back instantly. Oh, my bad. I should be more considerate. I mean, considering your age and your questionable mental state, I just felt I had to step in. It's kind of sad watching the team leader lose his mind and doubt his own crew. Oof, that's a burn. Smash that like button for that savage comeback. Oof. You should have seen the look on the old man's face. He was so triggered. How dare you? And Jason Miller, what a troll, just kept poking the bear. Look, I don't want you popping a vessel or anything, so let me give you some friendly advice. He laid it on thick. Since we're clearly just stepping on each other's toes out here, why don't we just, like, peace out from each other? You go your way, we'll go ours. Sounds like a win-win, right? And get this, he was making so much sense that the Dagon clan members couldn't even argue back. The old dude had to agree, looking salty as heck. Fine, I accept. But this one guy, Min, was not about to let this slide. But Jason is part of our clan. The rest of the Dagon crew looks so embarrassed. Man, enough. All this pointless bickering is getting us nowhere. Clearing this gate is the mission, people. Jason just smirked. The old man was right about one thing, the live stream was totally dead since the cameras got wrecked crossing the river. It was the perfect time to dip. He had to switch up his game plan. My original plan was to keep him close and handle him when the time was right. But, whatever. I'll have plenty of chances to deal with that later. So the Dagon clan huddled up. Okay, we're gonna hit the sea cave to the west. Jason, playing along with the crusty old dude, was like, cool. Then we'll check out the glacial mountain to the east. But inside, he was thinking, what a bunch of absolute clowns. The sea cave was cleared out in the first 2 raids. I can't believe they're walking right into that unexplored death trap. The old man even put on this whole fake show for his team, like, good luck, guys. So cringe. But you know Jason had to get the last word in. Yeah, hope you have the absolute worst luck. A little later, he and his friends were chilling on Glacial Mountain, posted up like they were at a ski resort in Aspen, Colorado, enjoying some hot soup. Emily Thompson looked kind of worried. Are you sure it was okay to just ditch the clan like that? Jason answered like it was nothing. Girl, that was the plan all along. The sea cave is way more dangerous. No thanks, I'm just trying to make it out of here alive. This dude had it all calculated. The real home of the Saku and the fish fiends was the Glacial Canyon. Not to mention, Jason knew these fish fiends better than he knew the back of his own hand. If they knew I was here, they'd hightail it back to the Lake of 1,000 Peaks. But that sea cave, that's a whole different horror story. He knew that the boss in there was the natural predator of the Nagochi fish fiends. We're talking terrifying giant spider monsters that give off this bone-chilling aura instead of poison. So all Jason had to do was kick back and slurp his soup. Those guys walking into that nest was basically like a Grubhub delivery for a starving lion. He got everyone's attention. All right, listen up, fam. There's a shortcut to the 4th section of this canyon. You need a special item to get in. And guess what? I've got it. Jason gave them the rundown. Your job is to cover my 6. Ashley Williams' eyes went wide. For real? Where did you even get intel like that? She really put him on the spot, and his face immediately fell. Huh? Oh? I found it on the dark web. Ashley had no choice but to roll with it. All right, fine. I trust you. Jason quickly took a huge gulp of soup, so relieved he dodged that bullet. Thank God. Then suddenly, he starts coughing his lungs out. Emily, what in the world did you put in this? He had to shut up real quick when Ashley Williams' voice cut in. It's boiled pineapple. LOL. The snow started coming down even harder in the glacial canyon. Ashley Williams was scanning the area. So this is fish fiend territory. We can't let our guard down for a second. Jason was totally sure. Oh, they're around here. She looked confused. Dude, it's just a frozen lake. He shot back. I told you, there's a shortcut. And then bam, a massive flash of light. The flags in the canyon dropped. It was go time. Marcus Williams totally panicked. Jason. While Ashley screamed, Jason, what are you doing? If you make a sound, the monsters will be all over us. At the exact same time, Captain Ryan Martinez lets out this terrified scream. We've got trouble. The Saku were ready to throw down as 2 whole crews of fish fiends showed up. Emily Thompson got into her battle stance. Everyone, prepare to fight. But Jason wasn't even sweating. Chill, they're not going to do anything. The Saku's faces went from ready to rumble to pure shock. Jason charged forward with his hammer like he was Thor himself. He brought it down with this epic smash, cracking open a secret passage right under the ice. And that, my friends, is where the legend begins. The legend started the day a man shattered the so-called invincible lake of 1,000 peaks. And that man? A blacksmith from the Million Venom clan. The only reason Jason knew about this secret path was because of this very hammer. While everyone else was running around like headless chickens looking for the next path, this blacksmith was just trying to fix his weapon, and the sound of his hammer literally split the ground open. To get technical, it was the channel where all the glacial water was stored. After he slammed the hammer, this crack just started glowing. The ice shattered into huge pieces, separating everybody. Look out, it's collapsing. Marcus Williams was in a full-blown panic. Jason, what are you doing? But Jason just stood there, cool as a cucumber, looking like a CEO about to close a deal on Wall Street. What do you mean? Just follow me. Marcus had no idea what he was talking about. What? Follow you where? Then Jason just yeeted himself into the water, leaving everyone shook. Ashley Williams was terrified. What is happening? Emily Thompson was freaking out. Did he just fall in? And that absolute fool Marcus Williams figured he was in it now, so he might as well follow. Ashley Williams had no other choice but to take charge. Everybody in the water. Let's go. The rest of the crew just jumped in right after Jason. And it was only then that she realized, y'all, if you think that was wild, smash that like button right now. This wasn't some magical portal. It was just regular, freezing cold water. LOL. Ashley looked up and saw Jason and Marcus just floating there. He waved them over, and the 2 clans just started swimming after their leader like a school of fish. A few minutes later, Jason had successfully led them all out of danger. The whole crew was completely exhausted, dragging themselves onto dry land. Ashley Williams was gasping for air. Please, Jason, for the love of everything, can you give us a heads up next time you pull a stunt like that? My heart literally almost jumped out of my chest. And of course, he's still cracking jokes. My bad, but surprises are always more fun, right? She grumbled. A few more surprises like that and someone's gonna get unalived. The 2 crews follow this insane diamond path into a giant cave. Jason announced, We're here. He explained, this is the secret VIP route to the boss room. Hearing this, everyone started whispering. He was right. How in the world did he know? Jason confidently walked up to the door to check it out. He warned everyone, stand back, it's about to get dangerous. Then Jason straight up punched the door with his bare fist. In a split second, the gate to the secret route creaked open. A system notification popped up. You have discovered the secret route. You have received 550,000 contribution points as a reward. He led everyone deeper inside. Ashley Williams gasped. Are all of these mana stones? Even Marcus Williams was floored. I've never seen so many stones in my entire life. Emily Thompson went to get a closer look at the glowing blue rocks. These have to be incredibly high purity. They've got to be worth at least $1 million each. Jason, total mind reader, was like, if you want 'em, take 'em. But she hesitated. But I don't have a collection skill. He went right back to his mind games. Nobody here has a collection skill. It'd be a huge waste to just leave all this cash sitting here. Come on, let's go beat the boss and we can come back for the loot later. Let me know in the comments, would you trust him or start stuffing your pockets? And don't forget to subscribe. Brandon Carter was totally bugging out for the whole crew. Yo, Jason, You seriously think we got enough people for this? That's the boss of Thousand Peaks Lake, my guy. Shouldn't we call for backup from, like, the National Guard or something? But Jason Miller, he wasn't fazed. Nah, fam, this is plenty. More than enough. He just stared down that golden turtle, dead serious. Just then, the big boss of Thousand Peaks Lake snapped out of some kind of crazy nightmare. It couldn't attack them. Meanwhile, back in the sea cave, Tyler Harrison's crew was getting absolutely wrecked by those Nagochi things. One of the clan members got snatched up in their web before he even knew what was happening. "Get back," Tyler screamed, trying to save the guy. But it was totally useless. The unlucky dude got mobbed and basically became Spider Chow in seconds. Tyler just stood there, sweating buckets, completely shook. The Nagochi, still hungry after that snack, started creeping towards everyone else. Robert Harrison shrieked for everyone to retreat, while another dude started to lose it. "It's no good, man. All the exits from this hellhole are blocked." A cold shiver ran down the old man's spine. Their 200-person expedition team, all the way from their HQ at 121 Rodeo Drive, was already cut in half. Meanwhile, the number of Nagochi just kept multiplying. Like poof, a whole new pack appeared, ready to turn Robert Harrison into an appetizer. But get this, Tyler didn't even flinch. "Robert, you copy." The old man, spooked by the spiders, just stammered out, "Huh. What?" Tyler pushed him. "Hit me back on the mind link. I'm asking if you have a regression stone." Robert was flustered. "Yeah, of course. Ethan Moore has one too." Tyler got a nasty look in his eye. "Good. Get ready to use it. I think we should use our grunts as bait and dip with the regression stones." This stone he's talking about, the regression stone, is a one-time use item that can teleport you out of danger. It's like a get-out-of-jail-free card that costs more than a Beverly Hills mansion, made by some secret society of mages overseas. Robert Harrison, scared out of his mind, clutched the regression stone like a lifeline. That's why most regular awakeners never even see one of these things, and only the top dogs from major clans who raid S-tier gates can afford them. Man, what a play. Drop a comment if you think that's a seriously messed up move. The old man was terrified, thinking, asterisk, he wants me to use it now. Asterisk, Robert shuddered. Just us? What about the others? Tyler's eyes went wide with fake disbelief. What, you want to have a group pity party and die here together? Is that it? His threatening vibe made the old man shrink. No, that's not what I meant. Tyler started his whole manipulation routine. Look, I know what you're worried about. If all your divine power users get wiped out, your rep in the clan is toast. He leaned in close, whispering in the old man's ear, but you can always rebuild. I'll help you. I'll do whatever it takes. We just have to get out of this alive. And just like that, Robert caved. Fine. Just make sure you keep your promise. The clan's fighters were giving it their all, and they turned around just in time to see Tyler and his two cronies. They popped their regression stones and vanished in a flash, straight up abandoning their team. One of the guys cried out, "Mr. Harrison, you're ditching us?" And to make it worse, the old man even faked some concern. "I swear I'll avenge you all one day." Then the three scumbags were gone for good. The poor souls left behind were just waiting to get eaten. Even Marcus Williams, the dude who literally saved Robert from getting pancaked by rocks, was left behind without a second thought. Asterisk, I can't believe this, but what can I do? Asterisk. Just then, Brandon Carter showed up, leaving Marcus completely speechless. Yo, looks like Jason Miller's got a real soft spot for you. He pulled out the last regression stone and handed it to Marcus. I still got business to handle here. If you die, he'll be heartbroken. You should go instead of me. Oh my god, Brandon Carter played his part perfectly. Marcus was all like, leader, but he was just putting on a show. Asterisk. Thanks a lot. Leader. Asterisk. That psycho bounced in a heartbeat, didn't even look back. Everyone's morale was completely crushed under the Nagachi's non-stop assault. We're done for. We're all gonna die in this dump. But Marcus Williams' voice cut through the despair, trying to rally them. Heavenly Kings, listen up, he roared. Don't forget our job is to serve the Divine Power clan. Marcus yelled, we're gonna find out if Jason Miller is even still kicking. He got them fired up. Everyone, grab your weapons and fight. Failure is not an option. With that, their fighting spirit exploded. We'll follow you to the bitter end. On the flip side, Jason Miller suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. He looked confused, and Master William explained, that's the energy of the Huangbo clan. Jason got lost in thought. Asterisk, the Huangbo clan's divine power. Besides my dad, nobody knows how to properly use the divine Heavenly King technique. Asterisk. Asterisk. Yeah, Ethan Moore is learning it, but there's no way he could handle energy that intense. Asterisk. Then it hit him like a ton of bricks. Asterisk. Wait a minute, there is one other person. The OG leader of the Heavenly Kings was the vice captain of the Divine Fist Alliance. Asterisk. Jason Miller finally remembered the key player. Asterisk Marcus Williams. Asterisk, he was sure of it. But something was off. A bunch of spiders shouldn't be enough to make Marcus go full-on beast mode. Master William could only guess. Perhaps it is something else. Jason said with total confidence, whatever. The boss isn't attacking, so why don't we go check it out? Emily Thompson was like, where are you going? He just shrugged, just gonna go see what's up. Master William thought it was sus, too. Hold on, who even is the boss here and why hasn't it shown its face? This is super weird, Jason muttered to himself. Maybe she can't leave the water cause she's laying eggs or something. She's called the 1,000-year-old golden turtle, after all. At that, Master William smacked him right on the ear. What the heck? Jason jumped, totally startled. Is something wrong? The old man was deeply offended. I already told you, my pet is a 1,000-year-old golden turtle. It was only then that Jason's brain rebooted and he remembered his master saying something about that. His head was spinning. Whoa, hold up. Don't tell me you think this mega boss is the pet you raised, master. Logically, that's impossible. For one, more than 1,000 years have passed. Plus, you probably picked it up somewhere in the sticks back in China when you were alive. Master William was fuming. Who are you calling Chinese kid? He puffed out his chest, trying to look all majestic. Your master is a true man from the great and glorious Goryeo. Jason just let out a massive scream. Huh. Brandon Carter, who was just standing there, looked completely baffled. Jason, you good, bro? Jason totally forgot he was the only one who could see Master William, making the whole thing super awkward. It's nothing. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Asterisk. Aren't guys from Goryeo supposed to be, like, the most OP fighters in all of Muriam? Asterisk. The old man declared proudly, you wouldn't understand unless you saw it for yourself. If little Gui were here, she would be your senior. Jason had never heard that name before. Asterisk, little Gui? Seriously. Asterisk. But he had to get his head in the game. If you guys think this story is wild, make sure you smash that like button and subscribe. Asterisk. First, I gotta get to Marcus Williams. Asterisk. He thought to himself, asterisk, that name is even worse than my lamb. Asterisk. Back in the sea cave, the Divine Power clan members were getting cocooned in Nagochi webs, one by one. The body count on their side was pretty much equal to the number of spiders they'd managed to kill. The entire clan squad was now down to just 5 people. A Nagochi lunged at the remaining group. Marcus Williams was immediately overwhelmed by its insane strength and speed. Both of his arms were pinned to his sides. Marcus's life was literally hanging by a thread. He struggled to break free with every last bit of his strength. You could see the veins popping on his hands from the effort, just as another Nagochi tried to sneak up on him from behind. But Marcus was faster, whipping around and decking it with a single, epic punch. Yo, for real, he was putting his entire soul into every single punch he threw. In, like, a literal flash, Hyun totally wiped the floor with all the small fry goons. Even Jason Miller was like, damn, okay, the Nagochi's silk is so freaking tough you can't even rip it with brute force. And this dude just tore it clean in half. The elder couldn't help but be impressed, like, okay, my guy. He had to tap into his own power. He scanned the crowd for those scumbags, but was like, wait, where'd everyone go? I can't feel your energy or DGs. Jason thought he was about to get a legendary showdown with those 2 clowns. Apparently, the Nagochi barely eat. Once they're full, they just chill in their nest for a hot minute. A clown like Don Choi would totally try to bail to save face in front of his crew, so my whole plan was to swoop in and clean up while they were busy fighting it. But when he got a closer look, the light bulb went off. Oh, now I get it. The crazy smart Jason had already figured out their whole pathetic scheme. They must have used a regression stone to dip out, and they just left their own guys as bait. He was so heated for the grunts they ditched. Jason screamed till his voice was gone. No energy left to even cuss them out. He was so mad he straight up clawed a huge gash in the wall. Are they even human? How do you just abandon your own people to save your own skin? Jason's rage at these absolute trash heaps was boiling over. Meanwhile, down below, Hyun was totally gassed from fighting the Nagochi swarm. He let his guard down for, like, 1 freaking second, and one of them jumped him from behind, wrapping that nasty silk right around his neck. Hyun's entire body got yanked away in an instant. In that crazy life or death moment, he was staring right into the face of a bloodthirsty Nagochi. It was literally about to swallow Hyun whole. Its gross spit was dripping all over his face while he was just helpless. The Nagochi lifted its pincer, ready to snatch him up and make him a snack. Luckily, one of his boys managed to land a hit and flip the script. The guy was frantic. Boss, are you good? Hyun was sweating bullets. I'm fine. He looked down at his own hands, which were shaking like crazy. I've already murked hundreds of these Nagochi. My energy is completely shot. He tried to gas himself up, thinking there were only a few left. Just a little more, and the squad can bounce. Hyun felt totally useless. I'm running on empty. The crew behind him all yelled together. We know, let us handle it from here. But he was not having it. Hyun was ready to die for the fam. I'm gonna make an opening. All of you, use it and get out of here. As one of his guys tried to argue, a Nagochi leg came slicing at him. Not on my watch. The boss instantly shattered it with his bare, jacked arm. That Nagochi got absolutely bodied in less than a second. He gave his crew this look of pure trust. That's my last order. Please, just do what I say. Everyone's face went grim, and they all spoke at once. No. This time, we're not following that order. Hyun was so beat he could barely even stand up straight. You guys are idiots. All talk, but nobody was moving. So, who's gonna go first? And then Ghost just stepped up. I'll go. Maybe he wanted to make up for all the messed up stuff he'd done. See you on the other side, boss. Ghost charged forward, but then, out of nowhere, Jason Miller drops from the sky and yanks him back by his collar. Ghost totally lost it and started screaming. Who did that? Jason just smirked. Who gave you permission to die? Ghost started sweating like he'd just run a marathon in Phoenix. It's you, he shrieked. Jason Miller. Ghost was literally trembling. How did you even get here? Jason gave him a look that could freeze fire. You pointing at me? You trying to get slapped up again? Everyone else was just frozen solid by Jason's absolute Chad entrance. He hit him with that super cocky tone. Well, look what we have here. Jason shot Hyun a look of total pity. Hyun was obviously losing, so all he could do was make some weak small talk. You're alive. Jason immediately clapped back. And you look like you're about to check out. No healing potions? Hyun kinda mumbled, I'm all out. Jason put on this whole act. Yeah, I figured they were for losers, so I didn't even pack any. He slammed his spear into the icy ground with a massive thud. Well, guess I don't have a choice. Jason stepped forward. I guess I'll just have to wipe them all out before you kick the bucket. He casually taunted the whole swarm of hungry Nagachi. Now, what am I gonna do with you little freaks? The elder was just thinking, is he not gonna use the primal divine art? Jason just clenched his fist. Nah, I should show them what this new technique can really do. Veins started popping out all over his body. Jason just unleashed a hurricane of aura. Heavenly King's divine art, activate. He then blasted forward like a freaking rocket. In the first couple of seconds, the front line of Nagochi got erased like it was nothing. And Jason didn't even break a sweat. His legs were a total blur, just kicking spider after spider right in the face. Then Jason started using his hands to just manhandle these monster beasts. He swung his arm, creating a shockwave of pure aura. The crew was absolutely losing their minds. Holy crap, that's the Heavenly King's divine art. Hyun couldn't even hide how shook he was. No, those moves. That's not just the Heavenly King's divine art. That has to be. He just stared at Jason's ridiculously powerful silhouette. The Supreme Heavenly King's divine art. The Nagochi saw their buddies getting deleted and started shaking in their little spider boots. They totally lost their nerve and scattered like roaches when the lights come on. Of course, Jason wasn't about to let these things get away. He was tearing them apart, one by one. Jason was taunting them. And where do you little guys think you're going? He even gently stroked one of their cracking pincers. If you wanted to live, maybe you shouldn't have been messing with people in the first place, dummy. Jason's acting all chummy with it now. Hilarious. After taking out the trash, he cracked his neck like it was nothing. Jason stood on a rock pillar like a freaking god. I can't believe I wasted my energy on this. The crew was so stunned their jaws were on the floor. He immediately snapped at them. What are you all just standing there for? Let's go. Yo, aren't you gonna scoop up all that loot? The crew members were like, super nervous. Yes, sir. Jason then books it over to their leader. Hyun, my dude, you good? And in the back, you can hear them whispering, why are we listening to this Jason guy? 'Cause we want to live, genius. Hyun answered all quiet like, I got some energy flowing, so I'm feeling a bit better. Then his eyes went wide. Whoa, that move. That's the Supreme Heavenly King's divine art. For real? Jason was shook. How'd you clock that? Hyun just started spilling all the tea. I kinda had a vibe, but damn, my gut was right. How in the world did you learn the Supreme Heavenly King's divine art? Jason, playing it all mysterious, just shrugged. Just picked it up, you know? Hyun was totally lost. But, why would you show a move like that to times me asterisk? Jason didn't even blink. 'Cause it's you, man. Then he laid it all out. Your boys are never gonna want to work for those clowns, Elman and Lixin, after they ditched him. And you're not the type of leader to just blow off your own crew. Jason went for the big pitch, trying to get him to ditch his crew. So Hyun, why don't you just roll with me? Hyun looked at him like he had 3 heads. I mean, what a crazy offer. He took Jason's hand to stand up, but you could tell he was still on the fence. I'll think about it. Jason was so over it. Yeah, don't take forever. I'm not waiting around. He totally had the guy figured out. You're gonna run and tell my old man everything, aren't you? Hyun just nodded like a bobblehead. Yup. Honestly, it's a good thing Jason's such a drama queen. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Go get your boys in line, man. They're all huddled up like they're scared. You're gonna faceplant again. Do something. And his crew? Oh my god, they were so freaked out. Packed together tighter than a can of sardines in a New York subway. Hyun was just sitting back, loving the drama. I'm extremely grateful. Thank you, Jason Miller. But Master William was totally baffled. He's like, dude, why'd you just let him walk? That was our chance to get them on our team, for real. But Jason, cool as a cucumber, he was just like, nah, it's whatever. He wasn't gonna switch sides anyway. So Jason had to spell it out for his master. Look, that dude is a ride or die for my dad. He's literally the only one in that whole family with any real loyalty. Then he adds, plus, I'm not the one they're really after. You could just tell Jason Miller already had some master plan brewing. But what I really want is to see the whole Ethan Moore family dynasty crumble. And for the Sky Kings, you know, the heir's personal bodyguards, to totally flip on them. That would be a major L for the Moores. Master William just face-palmed, like, oh my god, you're going off the deep end again. But hey, if it makes you happy, go for it. Jason gets all sweet. Aw, are you worried about your favorite student, Master? I'm so lucky to have you. But Jason's whole vibe just made Master William snap. Don't even try me, you little chaos gremlin. He was probably just stressing about whether this whole wild plan would actually work and what was popping off back in the real world. Okay, so like, a few hours pass, and bam. The portal lights up again, someone's coming back. There's this massive flash of light, and who walks out? That total scumbag Dagon and his crew. And you won't believe it, the crowd goes absolutely wild. It's the expedition team. They're back. Bro, the scene was pure chaos. Everyone's screaming. What happened? Why are you back so soon? Where's everyone else? This one dude just assumes the worst. Oh no, I bet the third attempt to clear the gate was a total fail. And Dagon? He's putting on this whole Oscar-worthy performance, crying crocodile tears for the people he straight up ditched. He's like, the broadcast got cut because the camera broke. But even then, we kept going. We tried to save everyone. But this reporter wasn't buying it and just kept grilling him. So what happened to the Iron Blood and Divine Power clans? Dagon just goes, deadpan. I'm not sure. The more this dude talked, the more you could see he was a straight-up snake. All I saw was them trying to use their return stones and nothing. And dude, you should have seen the crowd. Jaws on the floor, total shock. You mean everyone? Like, Fire Ice, Poison Flower, and Dragon Sword too. Then some random guy just starts ugly crying. Thank you for coming back safe, Sir Dagon. And that just started a whole chain reaction. Everyone started cheering. Yeah, thanks for making it out alive. Hooray, you can always try again. This dude had zero shame. Yes. Thank you, everyone. Dagon then sets up this whole fake memorial service right there under the portal. He had portraits made for everyone he abandoned, including Jason Miller's crew. He even had banners with white flowers and everything. The nerve. He's lighting an incense stick for each person, and his whole crew bows down in perfect sync, like some messed up synchronized swimming team. The people in the crowd who were clueless are just eating it up. Wow, I can't believe they're doing this for the fallen. It's like, are you serious right now? And they barely made it out alive themselves. Man, everyone always said Dagon was a total savage. Turns out that was just some hater talk. The rumor mill in Miami is wild, I swear. Today, I totally see them differently. And you know Dagon was just soaking it all in, totally pleased with himself. He's thinking, phew, what a relief. The people who needed to be taken care of are gone. And now everyone thinks I'm a hero. Dagon is getting this nasty little smirk, thinking, at this rate, I'll be back on top in no time. But then, out of nowhere, people start screaming, look over there. Look. And Dagon's whole crew just freezes up. The crowd is going nuts because the portal is spinning again. The portal is being cleared. And then Jason Miller just casually walks out, and Dagon's face goes white as a ghost. Jason just looks at him and says, so, this is where you've been hiding. Uncle, Jason Miller smirks, then gives Dagon the deadliest death stare you've ever seen. Okay, rewind a few hours. Back inside the portal, everyone's freaking out. Emily Thompson is pacing back and forth like she's waiting for her test results in a clinic on Rodeo Drive. What's the update? Miss Jennifer Brown just shakes her head. I can't find him. Emily is losing it. Where could he possibly have gone? June tries to get everyone hyped up. We're running out of time. We gotta push on. Then, like a ghost, Jason Miller pops up right behind them. Nah, we don't. The three of them were completely shook. Jason Miller. And he just strolls past them, cool as anything, with his crew right behind him. So, were you guys looking for me? June absolutely loses it. Where the hell have you been? We thought you were gone for good. Everyone was searching for you. Jason just flashes this cheeky grin. My bad, my bad. Then Emily Thompson spots Hyun and his crew, and she's floored. Wait a minute, why are the Sky Kings here? Jason pretends to think about it for a hot sec, then totally dodges the question. It's a long story. But first, can a guy get some healing? And then he just drops Hyun on the ground, and Hyun starts faking being unconscious while his crew starts wailing like they're at a Backstreet Boys concert in 1999. So dramatic. Boss. Oh my god, boss. A little while later, the tea is finally spilled, and everyone gets the memo. So that's what went down. They were all absolutely seeing red, furious for the people who got left behind. So he was leading the whole thing and then just dipped. And he ditched his own crew, too. What an absolute garbage human. Even sweet, quiet Miss Jennifer Brown was fired up. If I get out of this alive, I swear the Imperial and Divine Power clans are gonna get what's coming to them. For this, and for last time. Emily Thompson was all in too. As a member of the Divine Power clan, we've got your back. The Iron Blood clan can count on us. Jason Miller breaks down the plan for everyone. Listen up, you're all getting out of here alive. This portal is gonna be toast in, like, 30 minutes. And the other two get all mushy. Wait, what? Are you for real? Oh my god, you're starting to sound all hopeful like them now. Why would I lie? Jason, always the main character, announces, I'm gonna jump down there and handle it myself. Emily Thompson screams, wait, that lake is pure heavenly water. But her trying to stop him was basically just setting him up for the most epic flex ever. That's exactly why I was gonna go solo. I'm literally the only one who can take the heat from the heavenly water. Then Jason Miller whips off his jacket and tosses it to Emily. He gives her this killer grin and says, hold this for me, would ya? And then, boom, he just swan dives into the water. A moment later, a voice snaps her out of it. Hey girl. Another girl walks up to her, all concerned. Look, I know you're trying to get the scoop on Jason Miller, but I'm worried you're starting to simp for him a little too hard. Realizing this chick was throwing shade, Emily Thompson shut her down instantly. Don't even say that. If it weren't for him, we would have been toast in the second stage. She's clutching Jason's jacket like it's a holy relic and declares, once this portal is cleared, Jason Miller is going to be so famous and trusted, it's going to be insane. We can't even imagine it. Meanwhile, our boy Jason is way down deep in that crazy heavenly water lake. Drop a comment below if you think Emily's catching feelings. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Master William is watching and coaching him. Keep using that primal divine technique to shield yourself. If you stop for even a millisecond, you're literally going to get poofed into dust. Jason takes his master's advice to heart and finally gets close to what he's looking for. His eyes go wide. There it is. He immediately torpedoes down to the bottom of the lake. Flash forward a few hours, and Jason has done the thing. He crawls back onto land, soaking wet. As he's wringing out his shirt, he's like, I've never had to swim that long in my entire life. But Master William, his mind is still stuck on the golden turtle. This is giving me major déjà vu. My little turtle used to live in a cave, just like this, back in Austin. Jason just lets out this huge yawn. Master, it's not your turtle. Oof, wrong thing to say. Master William gets super defensive. How can you be so sure? My precious little turt wouldn't go down that easy. Jason's face just goes pale, because his master is totally not getting it. I just mean, like, the statistical probability of it being times your times turtle is basically 0. But now Jason is kind of curious too. Well, I guess we'll have to check it out to see if it's the little turtle or not. And right on cue, there it is, the golden turtle, just chilling on the water's surface right in front of them. What a cliffhanger, y'all. So he tried to explain to Master William, like, dude, chill, it's just laying its eggs or whatever. But, oh my god, Master William's eyes went wide like saucers. You little rascal. But Jason was still being stubborn, all like, stop playing me, there's no way that's her. The old man was literally about to blow a fuse. No cap, what would I even get out of lying to you? Master William clapped back. If you don't believe me, just go ahead and hit it with the primordial divine art. Goldie is obsessed with that energy. Then Jason got all dark, threatening, bet. But if it's not Goldie, I'm ending this thing right here, right now. So Jason stared down this golden turtle for a sec, and the noise actually woke it up. He just froze. Divine Warrior, is it for real you? Master William started running over, totally hyped to see Goldie again. Y'all, the TEA is peeping hot. Divine Warrior. Goldie was literally crying her eyes out. Why'd you just dip on me like that? Do you have any idea how lonely I was? Master William just gently patted her head. I'm so sorry, Goldie. Jason's mind was just blown. How is this even possible? He could not see this coming. I mean, living for 1,000 years is one thing, but being stuck inside a gate, and as the gate master, wild. Meanwhile, Master William was still catching up with Goldie. What have you even been through? She looked so sad. I came back home after looking for you for forever, but the world was completely different, like some weird street in downtown Austin. My dear, you suffered so much because of me. Goldie immediately perked up. But you're here now. I'm so happy. I'm sorry. Master William felt his heart just ache. Oh, Goldie. She was getting all emotional too. Divine warrior. And just as they were having their big moment, who else but Jason comes barging in. Yo, sorry to interrupt this whole vibe, he said. I know you guys are having your 1,000-year reunion and all, but let me just cut in real quick. Master William just snapped. How dare you interrupt your master and your senior? Jason was like, wait, what? Master William stood in front of Goldie like a total bodyguard. I already told you, my guy. Goldie was my student way before you. You gotta show her some respect. She was absolutely thrilled. You're the best. Jason, completely shut down by Master William, just turned to walk away, muttering, whatever, she's just an animal anyway. Oof, the shade. All right, fine, Jason sighed. So what's the game plan for this gate? We gotta take out the turtle or what? Nah, you just beat the boss to clear the gate. Master William cut in. Don't even worry about it. Then he flashed this wicked little smile. I've already got a plan. Jason clasped his hands together, totally impressed. Of course you do, Master. You had a master plan this whole time. So, spill it. What is it? Master William, looking all deep and mysterious, snapped his fan shut. Merge the gates. Jason was just dumbfounded. Huh? That's your big plan? Master William furiously chucked his fan at Jason. What do you mean? That's it. It's your own fault for expecting some Hollywood blockbuster move. Jason sighed, totally exasperated. It's not that. I just thought it'd be something, cooler. He scratched his head. But I can only own 2 gates. Plus, I promised the fairies I'd send them back to their little fairy condo in Miami when things calmed down. So why not just go ask the fairies? Jason shot back. If they say no, you gotta come up with a new plan. Deal? Master William literally shoved him through the portal. Yeah, whatever. Just go ask them. Over in the garden, the fairies were working the local critters to the bone. Total sweatshop vibes. He stepped through. Everyone. They all jumped and whipped around. Master Jason looked super awkward. I've got some bad news for all of you. What is it? One of the fairies asked, but then she paused. Her mind totally raced to the worst possible outcome. He's not going to tell us we have to go back there, is he? After moving here, we actually vibe with it way more than the fairy tale flower garden. The air is so fresh, the plants are fire, and we've got all these little animal friends to hang with. Jason just sighed. I'm sorry, but everyone has to continue living here. At that exact same second, all the fairies screamed at once. Please don't make us leave. Hearing this, Jason just stared, completely shook by their reaction. They looked up at him, just as stunned and confused. He asked, all suspicious. What? Why would I kick you out? One of them stammered. Don't you want to just ditch us since we're not, useful to you anymore? Jason felt so helpless. I actually want all of you to stay here. The whole group of fairies let out this massive sigh of relief. Dude, you scare the life out of us. We like our life here way better than the fairy tale flower garden anyway. You can do whatever you want with that place. A system notification popped up. Asterisk, the fairies have requested to fully subordinate to you. Do you accept? Asterisk, asterisk, you have accepted. A portion of the fairies' power now completely belongs to you. Asterisk, the drama. Guys, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you don't miss what happens next. Asterisk, your affinity with the fairies has increased. You have gained 1,800 reputation points. Asterisk, Jason smiled and walked back through the portal. Thanks, everyone. Go on, get back to work. Master William was just petting Goldie. So, what'd they say? Jason looked so relieved. Good thing they love the Blue Lake Lair, so I can totally ditch the fairy tale flower garden. Master William clenched his fist. Perfect. Now hurry up and make this gate yours. Jason immediately replied, got it. The system chimed in. Asterisk, the 1,000-year-old Goldie requests to fully subordinate to you. Asterisk. Asterisk. Do you accept? Asterisk. Asterisk. You cannot expand your territory due to the rank of the Blue Lake Lair. You can acquire the Lake of 1,000 Peaks by discarding one of the following territories: Blue Lake Lair or Fairy Tale Flower Garden. Asterisk, what would you guys do? Let me know in the comments below. Jason stared at the screen like it was the series finale of his favorite show. Asterisk, you have discarded the Fairy Tale Flower Garden. You are now the new master of the Lake of 1,000 Peaks. You have obtained the items from the gate. Asterisk. He picked up a skill book and an A+ rank, level 5 stone. The system displayed, asterisk, Supreme Chain Blade of the Empire, asterisk. Jason gripped the book tightly. I've got to give this to Haley. Asterisk, Supreme Chain Blade of the Empire, asterisk. Master William stroked Goldie's shell. We found Goldie and got the skill book you wanted. Killed 2 birds with 1 stone, eh? Jason muttered to himself. Actually, there's one more thing. Make that 3 birds with 1 stone. Jason's face twisted up with some serious greed. Honestly, if I could, I'd take Goldie's energy crystal, too. His eyes were gleaming as his lips curled into a smirk. In front of him was this shimmering stream of water, so cold it could give you freezer burn from across the room. But I know better than to get too greedy, so just grabbing some of this glacial water will be enough. The system pinged as soon as the bottle was half full. Asterisk. You have obtained glacial water. Asterisk. He held up the bottle. The Blue Lake lair is going to go nuts for this. Jason then walked out of the cave like a total boss. I don't want to make everyone wait. Can we head back? Later. He thought of his crew. Time to go back to the squad. The system announced, asterisk, you have cleared the lake of 1,000 peaks. Asterisk, and boom. Jason found himself staring at Mr. Miller's pale, super threatening face. I was looking all over for you, he sneered. But look who finally decided to show up. Jason looked down on him, and just his presence alone was creating some major pressure. The old man yelled, absolutely fuming. How are you guys still alive? Jason replied, smug AF. What do you mean how? We clapped the boss and made it out alive. That's how. The reporters, smelling a story bigger than a celebrity scandal in Hollywood, just swarmed in. Did you hear that? The lake of 1,000 peaks has been cleared. They were buzzing like a hornet's nest. What are you waiting for? Go get that interview. They all pushed forward to get a word in. You cleared the gate. By yourself. Mics and cameras were shoved right in his face. What kind of freak was the boss monster? The questions were coming in hot and fast. The team leader said, one of you guys didn't make it. Can you tell us what really went down in there? Jason answered all evasively. I don't even know where to start. You would not believe the crazy stuff that went down in there. He then intentionally glanced over at Mr. Miller. First of all, let's spill the tea about the people who bailed from the gate. Jason slowly dragged out every single word. They. The old man rushed forward to try and snatch the mic. Wait. A totally pathetic Mr. Miller fell to his knees. We thought you were all goners. That's the only reason we used the escape stone. We never dreamed you'd come back alive. Oh, the drama is just getting started, y'all. Smash that like button. Oh, I'm times thrilled to see you. Jason Miller backed up, looking totally grossed out. Don't even try it, dude. You're the one who started this whole drama fest, lying that the Ironblood Sword and Divine Fist crews sabotaged the whole mission on purpose. The crowd started buzzing. Like, wait, what's the tea? What actually happened when the cameras were off? One reporter, bold as heck, stepped right up. So what really went down in there? Jason Miller grinned. Now that's a great question. He got right in the old geezer's face, no shame in his game. All right, so in the third ring area, we split into 2 squads. The Power Clan rolled with the Imperial Clan, and the Ironblood Sword Clan went with my boys, the Divine Fist Clan. We split for the exact times reason I'm about to expose. Jason Miller was totally egging him on. Well, cat got your tongue, old man. Just roasting him relentlessly, man. Bro, what was he even gonna say? You used a mana stone and straight up bailed on your own team. After Jason dropped that bomb, every single eye in the place was on Deacon. That's why the Imperial Master and the Sky King got totally wiped out. But of course, you'd never admit that yourself, you coward. Jason Miller looked away, completely disgusted by the old man's pathetic attempt to cover his own butt. The old guy absolutely lost it and whipped out his sword. He set me up. He's trying to take down our whole Imperial clan. Jin was about to rush him like, that's straight up cap, but Jason held him back. Why can't you just act your age, Pops? Throwing a tantrum isn't going to solve anything. But Deacon charged forward like a total maniac, screaming, shut your mouth. He swung his sword down, and Jason just dodged it with a sick backflip, easy peasy. The crowd watching this chaos downtown just screamed and scattered. Run for it, Emily Thompson yelled. Everyone, get behind me, this way. The old man's eyes were blazing. Who put you up to this? Spit it out. But LOL, all of Deacon's so-called master attacks were getting dodged by Jason like it was a game of tag. Jason was just clowning him. You're seriously paranoid, my guy. Why don't you just go home and sleep it off? Deacon roared with fury. How dare you? A worthless mutt who can't even carry his family name dares to humiliate me in front of everyone. Deacon swung his sword forward, and Jason just did this slick, Matrix-style, lean back to dodge. He threw a few more hits, but couldn't even touch the guy. And get this, Jason's hands were in his pockets the whole time. His aura felt like a hurricane. No wonder they call him the Apostle of Wind. Am I right? What a legend. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream from the street totally caught Jason Miller's attention. Debris had crushed some bystanders on the sidewalk. Blood was everywhere. My leg. Somebody help my leg. A little kid was just sobbing for their mom. Mommy. Mommy. The street was a total war zone. Help me. I can't take this. Jason Miller had seen enough. He pulled his spear from its dimensional sheath, looking absolutely done. Imperial Clan, he growled, and the killing intent rolling off him was so intense, even his enemy had to get serious. Jason Miller brandished his spear and shot forward. It's time to end this. And y'all, this whole throwdown was being broadcast live across the country, right there in front of Thousand Peaks Lake. The battle between the Apostle of Wind and the Demon Spear. This is nuts. Smash that like button for Jason. In some high-tech office, Zion was watching a huge screen showing the whole battle. The Celestial King's divine art, he whispered. He gave an order. Get the jet ready. I'm going to meet that kid. Back on the scene, a skyscraper scraped the clouds. Deacon's sword lashed out, trying to slice through anything in its path. A streak of light just pierced through the air, and the whole building trembled for a second. Right after, a deafening kaboom sent brick fragments flying everywhere. And Jason Miller, standing there with his spear like nothing even happened. The definition of unbothered. The old man charged, eyes blazing, sword gripped tight. Deacon roared, "Die." Jason Miller shot back, "Not happening, bro." Their auras totally clashed, but you could see plain as day that Deacon was completely out of his league. This ain't even a fair fight. While he was focused, he suddenly spotted someone. A crew of dudes in black suits were on a nearby rooftop. Wait a minute, is that? Their eyes locked. Jason was completely stunned. Dad? His hands were parrying attacks on instinct, but his mind was going 100 miles an hour. He's supposed to be off the grid, training somewhere. Jason figured it out in a flash. Right, this fight is being broadcast everywhere. He must have seen it. Then it clicked. He's here for the Celestial King's divine art. He raised an eyebrow, looking intrigued. Well, since we've got an unexpected guest in the audience, I guess I have to put on a really impressive show. Jason Miller's hands crossed into an X, and you could feel him gathering his power. Emily Thompson felt that insane energy and just froze in her tracks. She looked up at his overwhelming aura, just sucking everything in like a vortex. He was concentrating hard, a blue flame flickering in his eyes, his heart pounding. Emily Thompson yelled, "Members of the Primal Body and the Black Tortoise Formation, on me. Everyone, stop what you're doing. Plant your swords in the ground and make a circle. Now." They all poured their energy into it, bracing themselves so they wouldn't get blown to the next zip code by his attack. A massive blue energy dome appeared over the entire city. Jason Miller's aura was now a blazing red, his eyes wide as he stared forward. Zion looked down from the rooftop, completely stunned. "That's..." Jason smirked and raised his hand. Deacon started to panic. "Hey, you dare," he yelled helplessly. "So lame. I am Choi, Deacon of the Imperial Clan, the Apostle of Wind." Jason's fist shot straight for the blade, without a hint of fear. A blinding light just exploded in the middle of the ruined city. It was followed by a thunderous boom as orange smoke billowed up into the sky. Emily was trying to calm her team. "Hang on, just try to endure it." Jason grabbed Jin by the collar to keep the shockwave from sending them into orbit. Her eyes went wide. "It can't be." Everyone looked up. What was that? The dust was so thick. Then, Jason Miller's figure slowly walked out of the smoke. He glared at Deacon. Then Jason smiled. "Thanks for playing your part on the stage I set." He was just staring down at the defeated old man kneeling in front of him. "Choi, Deacon, the Apostle of Wind." Deacon muttered, totally beaten. "You've acquired the Celestial King's divine art." Suddenly, Zion landed nearby, and Jason immediately turned with a sarcastic jab. "So, you saw it, huh?" Zion knew his son was stubborn, so he didn't beat around the bush. "I know you're aware of me. I wanted to say a few things, but there are too many eyes here, so I'll get straight to the point." Zion held out his hand. "Come home." Jason stepped fully out of the cloud of dust. "You haven't changed at all." Jason was defiant. "I'm not going back to that house." His father's face scrunched up. "Do you have any idea what you're saying?" Then Zion started lecturing him. "You just made an enemy of the Imperial Clan after destroying the Apostle of Wind." "No, that's impossible. You can't. How do you plan to deal with the fallout on your own?" Jason sneered with pure contempt. "I told you, you haven't changed one bit. Just be honest for once." Oof, he totally hit a nerve. "That you're scared I'll die and take the Celestial King's divine art with me. That you're scared of losing the Celestial King's divine art you've been searching for all this time." His father's face darkened. "Don't let your emotions get the best of you. If you get swept up in trivial memories." But Jason cut him off immediately. "I can handle the fallout." He showed zero respect for his own father. "The Divine Fist clan has already accepted me as one of their own." Then Jason turned to leave, leaving Zion frozen in place. "I have nothing more to say. I'm out." His father declared, "The fact that you are my son will never change." OMG. Drop a comment below with what you think happens next. And don't forget to subscribe. Yo, you gotta come home sometime, kid. Marcus Williams just watched his son storm off, all stubborn, while he was trying to look like a boss heading back to HQ. Meanwhile, back in the boardroom, Tyler Harrison straight up slams his fist on the table. Like, bam. "Say something," he was screaming, totally heated. just sitting there, ain't gonna fix jack squat. Then, his eyes dart over to Marcus Williams from the Divine Power crew, and peep this. Marcus is just chillin'. Tyler's whole vibe just deflates. Lol. Yo, Tyrant King. Jig slides in, trying to de-escalate the whole thing with Tyler Harrison. Sword King, my dude, take a chill pill. Look, Fist King, Tyrant King, if you two can't get on the same page, we're gonna have to make a move. And get this, the old man just smirks. No other choice? You trying to roll up on the Imperial clan now? Is that it? The absolute audacity. He gets right up in Captain Ryan Martinez's grill, screaming, who was the one begging for help with that whole Thousand Peaks Lake mess in the first place. HUH. Then Ethan Moore chimes in, like, Ayo. Even from the outside looking in, this whole Thousand Peaks Lake drama is getting way out of pocket. And bro, he gets dead serious. Our poison domain bounced on the Imperial clan's offer at Twin Swamps. If we'd also jumped in on that Thousand Peaks Lake attack. Man, I can't even. It's messed up to think about. The Imperial and Divine Power clans basically just stabbed the whole clan alliance in the back. Bro, in a flash, Ethan Moore's whole vibe turns straight up murderous. Like, daggers for eyes. You two better own up to this. But Captain Ryan Martinez just calmly claps back. Hold up, don't pin this all on us. We got some serious tea to spill about the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan, too. He yells. Didn't you guys already have the playbook for the Thousand Peaks Lake attack? Tyler Harrison looks totally lost. That's Cap. Total nonsense. Oh yeah? Then how'd you breeze through the second round so easy? Dagon, said the Iron-Blooded. Sword Clan knew the whole game plan for Thousand Peaks Lake ahead of time. As he's saying it, he kinda trails off for a sec. It's cause a flashback of talking to his daughter just hit Tyler Harrison like a truck. Asterisk flashback voice times Jason Miller told me, telepathically. Ashley Williams meets his eyes and hesitates for a hot second. If it wasn't for Jason Miller, then she just spills it all. We wouldn't have gotten out of there alive. Man, even now, just thinking about it, you can tell Ashley really doesn't want to go there. And as her dad, even Tyler Harrison could feel that pain. Asterisk Tyler's inner thoughts. Asterisk even I know the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan is moving mad, shady, but I can't sell out my own daughter. While he's all caught up in his head, Captain Ryan Martinez just starts talking. Look, everyone and their mama knows how bad our Imperial clan wanted to completely smoke Thousand Peaks Lake, but instead of sharing the intel, you guys kept it all to yourselves. If this tea gets spilled, what do you think is going to happen to the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan? Jig just casually fires back. Yeah, okay, but we still can't just let betraying the Alliance slide. Marcus Williams's eyes just flicker for a sec. So, what do you want me and the Blade King to do about it? And as soon as he says it, the other guy drops the bomb, nice and slow. First, you're gonna hold a press conference and apologize to the entire nation. And a few hours later, it was time for Marcus Williams to head back. A whole line of security guards bows as he walks in. Marcus Williams is taking off his coat when, out of nowhere, he hears Nicole Adams' whiny voice. I heard you want times that kid times to come back. She's frowning, all accusatory, like, did you forget the promise we made? She's giving him this super annoyed death stare. Marcus Williams just calmly replies, Jason Miller learned the Heavenly Supreme King's divine art. My hands are tied. Nicole Adams absolutely loses it, screaming, I don't care. She's literally shaking. You promised me that if you kicked that little brat out, I'd let him live. And now you're bringing him back here, to our place on Rodeo Drive, that good-for-nothing punk, the one who hurt his own uncle. Nicole Adams was fully spiraling. If you bring him into this house, I swear, I'm not gonna just sit here and take it. Then she sees his face, totally unfazed, and she just collapses on the floor. Melodramatic much? I'm not letting this go. Next thing you know, she's in her room, absolutely losing it, just chucking stuff everywhere. How could he do this to me? The nerve. Nicole Adams was beyond salty. Even though I wanted to rip that kid to pieces, I held back because of our deal. Miss Jennifer Brown gently dabs the sweat off her forehead. Now. If you stay this mad, you're gonna get wrinkles on this pretty face. Nicole Adams calms down a little and suddenly asks, Nanny, what if someone breaks a promise? And the woman just calmly replies, if it was me, I'd make them regret they were ever born for even thinking about it. Hearing that, Nicole lets out a little chuckle. Yeah, that's exactly right, isn't it? Miss Jennifer Brown agrees. Of course it is. Then, Nicole Adams suddenly lunges forward and hugs her super tight. Nanny, you're the only one I can trust. She looks up with those big eyes and asks, all innocent like, so, you'll take care times of Jason Miller for me, right? And Miss Jennifer Brown gives this creepy, knowing smile. Just leave it to me, my lady. She doubles down. I will handle it. As she leaves the room, Miss Jennifer Brown starts ordering the staff around. Tell everyone to keep it down. The mistress needs her rest. They all snap back. Yes, ma'am. But DUH. The second she's gone, two of the maids start spilling the tea. Oh my god, she calmed her down so fast. I heard she came to the Divine Powerhouse when she first got married. She must be, like, super trusted. The other maid totally gets it. For real. And low-key, she still looks like she's only 60. It's wild. Then she pauses, all dramatic. By the way, have you heard the rumor? The first maid is like, what rumor? So she leans in real close and whispers about the nanny. They say she's been the mistress's nanny since she was a baby. And she hasn't aged a single day. Spooky. Meanwhile, across town at their school in Beverly Hills, Chad Wilson is totally clowning on his friend, the great god Jason Miller, master of the Heavenly Supreme King's divine art, a power that even the Fist King couldn't get. And he chose the Divine Arts clan instead of his own family's Divine Power clan. He looks over at Jason Miller, who looks like he's about to pop a blood vessel, and asks, "Yo, crushing the Apostle of Wind, what was that move, dude?" Jason just shouts back, all embarrassed, "Shut up. Haven't you been reading that thing long enough? You know you can just read it in your head, right? You don't have to announce it to the whole zip code." But Chad Wilson suddenly gets all hyped. Nah, but for real, it's sick that everyone's finally seeing Jason's potential. After saying that, he turns to the other guy. Right? Tyler Chen chimes in. Yeah, facts. I think so too. Jason Miller just throws his hands up, defeated. Bruh, you too, Tyler? While they're messing around, he suddenly stops. Oh snap, the press conference is about to start. Y'all want to watch? Chad Wilson's like, is it that late already? Come on, Jason, let's watch it. But Jason Miller just flat out says no. Nah, I'm gonna take a nap. Chad just laughs. 8, but don't be asking me to turn it on for you in 5. The two of them just ignore him and start streaming the press conference about the Thousand Peaks Lake fiasco, the Divine Power clan, and the Imperial clan. Marcus Williams steps up to the mic. Everything that went down at Thousand Peaks Lake is 100% the fault of our Divine Power clan and the Imperial clan. He says it super seriously. On behalf of my brother and my son, I apologize for what was an unforgivable mistake. But then, a reporter raises her hand. Quick question, are you apologizing to the other clans involved, or are you apologizing for lying to the American public? Captain Ryan Martinez jumps in real quick. It was all due to our negligence. Suhur it was. The reporter pushes back. So, both are true? The old dude just ignores him and looks away. Any other questions? Back at school, Chad Wilson is like, whoa, look at him just dissing that reporter. And Tyler Chen totally agrees. That's a total disgrace, man. Suddenly, Marcus Williams spots another reporter and points to him. The guy speaks up, his voice kind of shaky. Is it true that to make up for all this, the Imperial clan is putting up the legendary demon sword as the grand prize for the Azure Sky Martial Arts Tournament? And y'all, the whole room just went silent, jaws on the floor. What a drop. Don't forget to smash that like button and tell me in the comments what you think is going to happen next. But Master William just stared ahead, cool as a cucumber. And then his next words sent everyone into a total meltdown. He was like, yep, it's true. And oh my god, Marcus Williams was suddenly flying. Like, did I hear that right? The prize for the Azure Sky Martial Arts Tournament is the freaking demon sword. Tyler Chen, who was standing right next to him, was just as shook. No way, for real? The next second, Jason Miller totally snapped out of his daze and just smacked Marcus. He was staring at the screen like he'd seen a ghost, thinking, how is this even possible? Jason was so shocked he couldn't even speak. The demon sword. Suddenly, his mind flashed back to the Azure Sky Tournament. The announcer was on the mic, all hyped up, like, the winner of this year's Azure Sky Martial Arts Tournament with 0 casualties is... Then he turns to do the big reveal. From the Northern Iron Blood Sword Clan, repping their crew from Boston, Massachusetts, it's Marcus Williams. At the same time, he shouts out the bonus prizes, a map to the Black Zone Gate, aka the Blood God's Tomb, and the Jangbo Sword. The second the announcer finished, the whole stadium just exploded. Even Jason, who was way in the back at the time, was clapping like a maniac. He was thinking, hold up, the prize for the comp was supposed to be the Jangbo Sword. That's literally one of the main reasons I'm still at this school. So why the heck did they switch it to the Demon Sword? And to be real, without the Jangbo Sword, you can't even get into the Blood God's Tomb. And since that sword is something they're all thirsty for. Jason was getting super suspicious, but he was also like, wait, the Demon Sword is something Master William wants too, right? Even though it's got nothing to do with the whole Blood God thing. Suddenly, Marcus Williams just pops up out of nowhere behind Jason. He snatches his phone back, all sassy like, dude, if you miss me, just say so. You didn't have to hit me. Jason just gave this super awkward laugh. Ah, my bad, you just spooked me. Then he went right back into his own head, deep in thought. The prize got switched up. I have no idea if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Master, what's the play here? Seeing Master William just zoning out, Jason tried again. Master, the old man was like, huh, what you say? He repeated, I asked what you think about the prize getting changed. The old guy just shrugged, all nonchalant. It's gonna be yours either way, so why are you even tripping? Jason was like, for real? He sat down in a corner, totally cheesing to himself, thinking, is Master William finally admitting I've got the skills? Let's go. Meanwhile, Master William was actually a little worried about this whole demon sword thing. It could be, he thought, then just cut himself off. We'll find out soon enough. A little while later, after the rain stopped, Jason decided to head into the woods near his place in Portland, Oregon to find Bluey. He was looking everywhere, calling out, Bluey, yo, Bluey. After searching for a hot minute and finding nothing, Jason was wondering, where is that little dude hiding? Suddenly, a pair of sharp eyes flashed from behind a tree. The next second, Bluey launched himself right at Jason, totally taking him by surprise. Jason just scooped him up in a big hug. There you are, Bluey. Bluey's eyes were sparkling. Asterisk, bark, bark, bark. Asterisk, which totally meant, let's play hide and seek. Jason got the message and immediately shut it down. Nah, dude, we'll play that later. Seeing his little face get all sad and droopy, Jason was like, hey, don't look so bummed. We're gonna do something way more fun. Then he whipped out a bottle of heavenly water and was like, you ready for this? Jason immediately started channeling his dark energy straight into the bottle. As soon as he was done, he poured the heavenly water on the ground, looked at Bluey, and motioned. Here you go, little man, drink up. The second Bluey drank it, the system screen lit up. Asterisk, Bluey has absorbed the dark properties of the heavenly water. Asterisk. A moment later, it pinged again. Asterisk, Bluey has begun to absorb the dark energy. Asterisk. He instantly transformed back into his massive nine-tailed tiger form. Whoa! Jason just stood there watching the whole thing, a little blown away, and said, okay, this energy is way stronger than I thought. Master William replied, well, yeah. It's a divine elixir we jacked from the little turtle's crib. Of course, it's powerful. He kept analyzing. The dark energy is basically on the same level as the nine-tailed tiger's own internal power, so Bluey's gonna be in a world of hurt for a bit, and just as he said it, Bluey's whole body started throbbing in pain. Jason's face was solid as a rock. All he could do was watch. Suddenly, Jason's mind drifted back to the past, remembering how everyone clowned on Marcus Williams, and it just made him mad all over again. I'm so sick of this crap. After a moment, Bluey also started getting used to the dark energy. He threw his head back and let out this insane roar that echoed through the dead silent forest. The air around them got crazy cold, and little snowflakes started to fall. Jason reached out his hand and caught the first few flakes. He closed his fist around them, like he was trying to hold on to every bit of power Bluey had just unleashed. Then Jason turned and praised him. Good job, Bluey. A second later, the system went times ping asterisk. Asterisk, Bluey's rank has increased. The gate, previously a green zone, has been upgraded to a red zone. New skills will be acquired. Asterisk. Asterisk. This is an achievement no one has ever reached. A reward of 10 million points has been granted. Asterisk, Jason gently rubbed Bluey's belly. Good boy. Get some rest, and then we can play all the hide and seek you want. You used up all your juice, so you shrunk back down. Suddenly, the system kept popping up with messages, making Jason super suspicious. Smash that like button if you think Bluey is the best boy, by the way. Huh? There's still more notifications. He stared at the words on the system panel, his mind racing. Asterisk. The owner of the Forbidden Zone has developed. A reward for merging 4 gates has been granted. Do you wish to merge the Blue Flame Lair and the Lake of 1,000 Peaks? Asterisk. This was all happening way too fast, and Jason was hesitating. Suddenly, without any warning, the system just zapped him to some desolate region of ice, snow, and mountains. What is this place? Jason looked at the system screen in total shock. I can't get more gates, but I can merge them? Is that even a thing? Seeing the system prompting him to pick a direction, he stopped messing around. Should I just try it? I can just pick one. He shrugged. All right, screw it, let's go with south. The system instantly teleported both of them to the spot he chose. At the same time, it announced, asterisk, the southern region will merge with the Lake of 1,000 Peaks gate. Asterisk. It happened so fast that Bluey couldn't even react, and Jason was scrambling to catch him. They both tumbled and landed safely on the ground, then looked up at the exact same time. The system reported, asterisk. The southern region of the Blue Lake Lair has merged with the Lake of 1,000 Peaks gate. Asterisk. He just stood there for a few seconds, completely stunned. Holy crap, the gates actually merged for real. In the total silence, a voice suddenly echoed out, Divine Marshal. Master William recognized it instantly. Oh, little turtle, is that you? The golden turtle asked, "What is going on, Divine Marshal?" Hearing that, the old man answered honestly, "The gates have merged." The turtle paused. "Huh?" Master William asked, "Is this a first for you, too?" The golden turtle replied, "I've never even heard of something like this." The system kept going with a suggestion, asterisk. The owner of the Forbidden Zone wishes to rename the lair. Do you want to rename the lair? Asterisk. Jason rubbed his chin, thinking, well, at this point, I can't just keep calling it the Blue Lake Lair. Then he started to really focus on brainstorming a cooler name. After a silent moment, he spoke up. All the gates I've cleared were notoriously insane. Jason reached out and pointed at the system screen. This name is sick. He gave a sly grin and asked his buddy, "You dig it too, right, Bluey?" Jason totally ignored Bluey's fierce little growl. Then it settled. He decisively tapped the name he'd picked. Asterisk. Click asterisk. Meanwhile, over at Jian Mulin's private penthouse on Fifth Avenue in New York City, a voice growled, "I told you to stay by his side and get his trust. And now you've completely lost it." At that thought, his hand unconsciously crushed the poor wine glass he was holding. Then Jian Mu said, "I accept your request." Hyun stuttered, totally freaked out. I didn't expect you to agree so easily." The man just mumbled. "What do you guys think the request was? Drop your wildest theories in the comments below. Look, if I could clean up the mess that idiot successor made, trust me, I would have done it ages ago." John Mew looked up. "Hyun Run, you're legit talented." He paused, getting all serious. "You're my second in command of the Heavenly King's squad, and you were on the fast track to be the next leader. I really don't want to lose you, man." As soon as he said that, John Mew stood up. "All right, let's put a pin in that drama for a second. So, what's the tea on Jason Miller?" He reported back, totally straight-faced, "My bad, boss, we've got basically nothing." The boss was like, "For real? Nothing at all?" Hyun Run explained, "Jason Miller is using the Supreme Heavenly King's divine art. Yeah, but get this, he's also pulling out these wild, unknown moves and a ton of other fighting styles." Hyun Run followed him, adding, "The dude is leveling up at, like, warp speed. It's insane. Obviously, to get that OP, he's got to have a master, right? But we can't get a single lead on who it is." The man just stared up at the sky over downtown Chicago. That kid's no fool. Then he dramatically reached his hand up into the air. "If he's actually mastered the Supreme Heavenly King's divine art, he's going to be way stronger than me." The next second, John Mew clenched his fist like he was trying to crush the moon or something. His whole vibe got dark. "I don't care what it takes. Bring him to me. I have to get that power, no matter what it costs." Okay, scene change. Elsewhere, Jason Miller is absolutely freaking out with joy because his little buddy Lam Lam's base stats just went through the freaking roof. At the same time, its skills got a major upgrade, and he was just like, whoa, Lam Lam was already a beast, and now it's totally god tier. Jason was doing the mental math. Like, okay, it went from D rank to A rank plus, its speed is like 3 times S rank, and with these new skills, chef's kiss, it's perfect. He just scooped it up and started gushing. "Oh, my little baby. You're the most beautiful creature in the whole wide world." Then Jason turns to his other summons, like, "Y'all are seeing this, right?" He gives them this look and lowers his voice. "Saku, you merman, you see this?" They all immediately bowed their heads and said together, "Master, you are 100% right." Seeing that, Jason was like, Aight. Chill with the bowing, guys. There are other critters here that got here first, so just remember to play nice, cool." Saku just said, "Got it." He pointed at Goldie too. "You too." But the old elder heard this and got so mad. "You." Jason was just frozen, totally shook. "Ooh, is this really necessary?" The old dude yelled, "Call me senior. Senior." Oh my god, he was struggling so hard to say it, just like the elder wanted. See. In the end, Jason still couldn't do it. He was thinking, how can a human and a monster even have a senior-junior relationship? This is so cringe. The old man was fuming, "You shameless disciple." But Jason kept arguing. Besides, little Goldie can't even learn martial arts, so what's the point? "Oh, big mistake." The elder just growled, "What did you just say?" The vibe got so tense, Goldie had to jump in and play peacemaker. "Master, just let it go. You mess with the other disciples like this all the time." The old man actually calmed down. "Humph. Since you put it that way." After talking to his master, Goldie turned to Jason, "Dude, you need to drop it too. I'm perfectly happy being called little Goldie." Jason kinda hesitated. "Oh, okay then." He laid down the law. "From now on, everybody get along. You too." Saku was totally sulking. Like, what is this mess? Even with a new master, maybe the old one was better. Laugh my ass off. Not long after, as night fell over the neon lights of Las Vegas. Even though it was late, people were still pouring into this club on the strip. They were drinking, dancing, just losing themselves in the music. And who do we see? Our boy, Jason Miller, getting escorted by a waiter to some VIP room. The waiter knocks, "You have a guest," and a deep voice from inside says, "Come in." He busts open the door and steps inside. And then, out of nowhere, a freaking sword comes flying straight for Jason Miller. He just casually sidesteps it, like it's nothing, and then bam, throws a hand right back at the guy. Jason saw the sword that he'd knocked away was now stuck in the door, so he just yanked it out. A second later, he put all his power into a massive kick that sent the guy flying. It was so brutal, the dude was already starting to black out. And get this. Jason circles around behind him for the finishing move. He raises the sword, ready to strike, when suddenly this voice yells out, "That's enough. Bro." The timing was insane. The sword was literally an inch from the guy's head. The guy on the floor realizes he's not dead and slowly opens his eyes. Jason shoots the nastiest glare in the direction of the voice, just as the person adds, "Sorry for the interruption." The man spoke super calmly. "That kid works for me, so be a pal and let it slide, yeah." Then he drops the bomb. "I'm the ruler of the underworld around here. They call me the Kingpin." Meanwhile, while all this drama is going down, every social media platform is absolutely blowing up. Everyone's like, "Did you guys hear the news? That guy put another new artifact up for auction." The gaming forums were going wild. This time, it's the crown of Urogan, right? Yo, that's a legendary drop. You can only get that after beating the Lizard King and Queen in the Twin Swamps. So it's true, he only sells loot from totally unexplored gates. Then they got to the real juicy part. This time, it sold for times $1.5 billion asterisk. So who the heck is this seller? Last time, they sold those insane items from the West Coast raid. It looks like they found the seller's username. It's the Fallen One, right? Okay, back to the club. Jason Miller is all smiles. "A real pleasure to meet you, Mr. Kingpin. I came here today with a proposal. To save us both some time, I'll get straight to the point." He gave this sly little smirk and asked, "So, is that revenge offer still on the table?" The Kingpin totally caught his drift. "It is." Jason pulled down his hood and said, "Good." The man's eyes went wide with shock as he stared at the face in front of him. "You are." The Kingpin was trying to place him, then he guessed. The Divine Spear. Jason Miller. He still couldn't believe it. "No way. I never thought the Fallen One was you." The Kingpin started sweating. "For real. At my age, I thought nothing could surprise me anymore." Jason just chuckled. "What? Am I too young to be trusted?" The man immediately backed down. "Not at all," he started explaining. "In this world, it's survival of the fittest. You gotta respect power, no matter how old the person is." Then he leaned in. "You remember the incident up at Thousand Peaks Lake, right? That's why I'm offering to help you get payback." The Kingpin was cool, but that alone isn't enough. "Aren't you a descendant of the Divine Power clan?" He took a small sip of his drink. "I heard you cut ties with them and only joined the Divine Guild as a guest. There's no guarantee you're not a spy." The Kingpin kept going. "If you leak my assassination plans to the Imperial clan, they'll use it as an excuse to swallow my entire operation from here to Miami. This place is my life's work. I can't let it go down." Jason just smirked a little. "There's a major sword tournament before the school break," the man replied. "I know." Jason spoke up. "The major sword tournament is an official ranking match. It's all about pure skill." Then he revealed the kicker. "I'm competing as one of the representatives of the Divine Guild. That's how much they trust me." Jason Miller looked the Kingpin straight in the eye, being 100% real. "And I also want to have a good relationship with you." Cut to a hidden residential area in some fancy part of Beverly Hills where all you can hear is panting, like someone's on the run. This kid named Tay is frantically looking around, totally terrified. What do you guys think is going to happen next? Drop your theories in the comments below. Dude was trying to get his breathing right, thinking he had to bounce, like run super far away to some forgotten town in rural Oklahoma and just disappear off the grid. Yeah, that was the plan. But, LOL, he barely made it 2 blocks before Min-hyuk was all over him. Mr. Mu, the old dude's heavy, stepped up and straight up grabbed his leg, making the guy freak out completely. He's all, "Please, my guy, let me live. Spare me." He kept on begging, but you could tell his luck had totally run out. "I'll do literally anything. Please, just save me. Somebody save me." So, the next morning, over at Leun's high school, he's just chilling, scrolling on his phone like any other day. Then a message from someone named Money Slave, I know, right? Pops up. It's like, I'll drop the advance payment for the Namsan District Gate and the Dream Garden. The old fairy sees this and is like, hold up, why the Dream Garden? Lion just explains, yo, I figured it'd be a solid move to swing by and get the tea on Lam Lam from the Fairy King. He kinda laughs. That way, we can raise Lam Lam right, you know? Good idea, right? The old man just goes, well, shoot. I guess you got a point there, kid. Then Leun gets all serious for a sec. Mostly, I'm just hella curious why the black zone gates are so ticked off. Like, who even is Lamb Lamb that she's got these divine beasts wanting to throw hands with her? Bro, I already have enough people trying to end me. I don't need to add to the list. After mulling it over, he just felt so over it. There's still so much to do. Why is everything such a pain in my butt? Out of nowhere, Yubi chimes in, "Hey, look, Hanju." She does that classic anime glasses push thing. Liam is staring right at you and sighing. I wonder what he's thinking about. Sia was like, "Oh my god, Yubi, seriously stop." Hanju tried to play it cool. Whatever he's thinking has literally zero to do with me. Yubi and Sei just give each other that awkward side eye. A second later, she's like, "Hey Hanju, want me to send you a link to a super classic romance novel? It's, like, perfect for research." The other girl shot back, "Why would I ever read that garbage?" While they were just gossiping, Kong Jin slams the door open. "Everyone pipe down and get in your seats, now." Yubi was all confused. "What's the deal, miss? Where's our homeroom teacher?" Kong Jin looked totally rushed. "I have some really bad news to share with you all." Her face got super dark. "Mr. Kevin Smith, he passed away in an accident." Kong Jin continued, "He was jumped last night on his way home from a bar in downtown Austin. It looks like he got by a monster that popped out of a gate." All the students started whispering, like, "No way, Mr. Smith is dead." "A monster wave," she clarified. "Even though we don't know the exact cause, we think it was a monster outbreak." Lion, meanwhile, was stone cold, thinking, "Finally, that's taken care of." Y'all, what do you think of that reaction? Let us know in the comments. See, Mr. Kevin Smith's case was way different from a monster wave. A monster wave is when, like, a whole army of monsters just floods out of a gate. A monster outbreak is sketchier. It's when just a piece of a monster, like a tentacle or something, phases through the gate because of some weird power surge. If you get spotted and snatched into the gate by one of those things, not even the strongest awaken is going to make it out alive. He thought to himself, but there's no way in hell a random monster outbreak would happen at such a picture-perfect time. Nah. Good to finally get rid of that piece of trash I'd been putting off dealing with because I was busy with Thousand Peaks Lake. Lion suddenly thought of Min Hyuk. If Mr. Kevin Smith had just dealt with me from the jump, it wouldn't have ended like this. Uncle must have been the most furious one to handle him. His train of thought got cut off by some girl starting to sob. A moment later, some dude went over to comfort her, like, "Hey, don't cry." But she was totally a mess. Why Mr. Kevin Smith? Lion just turned his head away. They're just kids, so they're still soft. Or maybe, he started thinking about something else. Even a scumbag like that has people who'll cry for them when they're gone. Meanwhile, in some freaky-looking room, Bai-sung was checking out items for an auction, totally hyped. He was all praise. "Damn, looks like you found some seriously good stuff in the dungeons this time, huh?" Then he looked off into the distance. "Get ready." At the same time, Bai-ung declared their goal. "We're going to the underworld." At that moment, the Overlord could not believe what he was hearing. He literally rubbed his forehead. "Yo, I think my ears are broken. Run that by me one more time, would you?" Liam just said it straight up. "I want to buy a massive amount of seedlings and wheat. Can you hook me up with some top-quality stuff?" The Overlord was just muttering. "Okay, so Jarek wasn't hearing things. Why in the world do you need that?" Lion was like, "Nothing crazy." He paused for a sec, then smirked. "Just feel like trying my hand at farming." And bam, Lion flashes back to when he was in the fields. He was looking all around, totally blown away. Lion yelled, "The Blue Lake layer is a straight-up desert, so it's crazy hard for plants to even survive here. But you guys still made them grow this well." The little creature holding a flower just smiled big. "It was a piece of cake, slave. I mean, Jukmung planned out the whole cultivation thing, and then we just zapped the fields with magic." It added, "It makes everything grow way faster. Clearing a whole field won't even take more than a week." After hearing that, Leon had a total light bulb moment and went, "Ooh, so that's the secret sauce." After Leon explained all this, the Overlord was immediately on board. "I'll get the items you asked for." He mumbled, "It might take a minute since it's not the usual stuff we grab." Lion was cool with it. "That's fine. Take your time." The Overlord thought for a sec, then asked, "So, where do you want to pick him up?" Lion shot back instantly, "In Busan." The guy was like, "Busan? For real? You sure about that?" Lion just confirmed, "Yeah, that's fine." Hearing that, the Overlord just sighed. "I bet." Then, he turns and whispers to his goon. "Ah, there's something I need you to bring out for the clan leader." The dude got it. "Yes, sir." A few minutes later, a box is brought out. Lion just stared at it, completely speechless. "This is," the Overlord carefully explained, "since you're going to be hitting up the black market a lot from now on, I had this made so you can move around freely. Hope you dig it." A little while later, Lion's in this huge hall. He's looking at all the stuff on display. And he kinda guesses, is there an auction happening today? The person next to him heard and was like, oh, yeah, those are the items on the block. The exclusive VIP auction is going to kick off with those. Lion was standing on a higher balcony, just scoping things out when his eyes locked onto something he knew. That's the demon-slaying sword. It was stashed here this whole time. So, for those who don't know, the demon-slaying sword is a blade used to murk demons. It can be a tool for good or evil, all depending on who's holding it. In the future, this thing becomes legendary. He remembered it was snagged by some fiend from the Sima clan. Lion couldn't help but crack this wicked grin. So, what should I do? Smash that like button if you think Leon is about to cause some major drama. Inside the auction hall, a whole crew of brokers were gathered. Bai-ung was just kicking back when he asked, what's our bankroll looking like? His assistant immediately answered, we brought about 2 billion. He looked down at everyone like they were peasants and muttered, that should be more than enough. Bai-ung started zoning in on that one item, the demon-slaying sword. I'm really feeling that name. I wonder how the black market even got their hands on this thing. He immediately pulled up the system stats. Demon-slaying sword, A rank. Description: a sword used by a master swordsman. Effective only against demon-type factions. Effects: strength plus 50, endurance plus 40, attack power against demons plus 40%. Bai-ung let out a happy laugh. Oh yeah, this is definitely one of a kind, wouldn't you say? His assistant was right there, hyping him up. Okay, so you've got eagle eyes, girl. And get this, Jason Miller, our boy, is undercover, just chilling in the back row, totally silent, taking it all in. A sec later, the MC is like, all right, fam, let's kick off this VIP auction. First up is this insane A-rank artifact from the East, the Demon Bane's sword, straight fire. Starting bid, a cool 100 million. Someone bites, and the MC's like, we got 120 mil. But then, oh my god, it turns into a total war zone. The price skyrockets to 200 million, 250, 300, then 400 million. Wild. So this dude Bryson, trying to act all cool and unbothered, just yells out, 700 million. The MC is hyping it up. We got 700 mil. Anyone going higher? But it's just crickets. So he's about to slam the gavel, you know. Going once, going twice. Sold for 700, but wait. Before he can even finish, our boy Jason Miller just casually raises his hand and drops in uke. 2 billion. The room goes silent. That Bryson dude literally jumps out of his chair like, what? The MC is losing his mind, screaming, 2 billion. Do I hear any higher than 2 billion? Bryson's little assistant is freaking out, whispering, sir, we're tapped out. We don't have the funds. Laugh my ass off. So yeah, nobody else bids. The MC slams the gavel, sold, for 2 billion. Bryson is throwing some serious shade, glaring daggers at Jason in the back. He's fuming, like, go find out who that punk is, now. Okay, so fast forward. It's nighttime when Jason finally dips from the auction house in downtown Los Angeles. And Master William is just staring him down, giving him the most intense glare ever. Seeing that look, Jason's just like, yo, you still mad, bro? Come on, man, Jason tries to explain. Things have changed. It's not like the old days. He's basically saying the whole only bad guys use demonic stuff is so last season. But Master William is not having it. He claps back. Even so, it's still made from asterisk people, asterisk, and used by evil spirits. That part hasn't changed. And then, y'all, Master William gets so dramatic. He literally clutches his chest like he's in a soap opera, my student. Using this cursed thing, the pain. Jason's just thinking, dude, you're being extra AF. So he whips out the Demon Bane's sword and is like, just look at it, chill. Plus, because of this, Jason says, we snagged that other sweet item. And you can tell, Master William is secretly impressed. He knows it's a solid piece of gear. Jason just grins, that's my master. Knew its value right away. And, oh my god, the power just radiating off that sword was insane. I mean, it just looks like a normal A-rank artifact on the surface. But Jason was literally shook, watching the energy swirling around it. Then, as he's just walking down Rodeo Drive, minding his own business, the system pops up. Asterisk bleep bloop asterisk. A notification says the Demon Bane sword has awakened and lists all its crazy effects. But Jason's eyes were glued to the hidden effect. He's like, oh, so this is why the Sima clan was so OP in my past life. Apparently that whole crew is stacked with demonic energy users. The tea is piping hot, you guys. The sword basically levels up by taking out other demonic energy users. Jason's just thinking, woo. Good thing I didn't let that Bryson clown get it. He's like, this thing is perfect for Helen. She's such a goody two-shoes. So he just keeps strolling, vibing. Then, out of nowhere, he gets this little smirk. Total main character energy. Jason stops dead in his tracks, grinning, and just calls out to the empty street. All right, You gonna come out and play or what? And you hear Bryson's voice, damn, I'm surprised the big boss could feel us creeping. He steps out with his super evil smile. So the rumors are true. You're the guy who's been clearing those unopened gates. Jason just shrugs, super chill. Bro, you're leaking so much killer intent, it'd be weirder if I didn't notice. Bryson gets all cocky, sharp senses. Good, this'll be over fast. Then he points his blade right at Jason. That demon-baying sword. I'm here for it. Hand it over, and maybe I'll let you walk away. The whole scene is super dramatic, sunset sky, wind blowing, and Bryson just lets out this totally villainous laugh. Cringe. He starts trash-talking, gear from the Westwood Plains boss, artifacts from the fairy tale garden. The Fallen got famous selling rare drops. Then he scoffs. These days, any rando can get famous. Was it that guy, Chase or Gunner or something? That kid's younger than me, but everyone around him acts like he's some kind of celebrity. A second later, Bryson's vibe did a total 180. This is ridiculous, he snapped. But I guess guys like you can be useful. If I jack your stuff and bring home that sword, my dad will finally be proud of me. Bro, daddy issues much? Bryson sneers. Who is this clown? He doesn't even have any killer aura. Jason just turns his head a little, thinking, oh, you want bloodlust? Bet. And then he just glares. And let me tell you, that was real bloodlust. Bryson literally gasped for air. He's thinking, me, the director's son, shook by some nobody's glare. Nah. That thought makes him snap. Hey, what are you guys standing around for? Get him. Take everything he has, especially the demon-baying sword. His little minions are all, yes, sir. And immediately charge Jason all at once. Big mistake. Huge. Jason just lets out this mysterious little smirk, flips a switch, and goes beast mode, taking them all out at the same time. Bryson is just standing there, literally trembling, watching his whole crew get wiped. Seeing his boys get folded like laundry, Bryson starts backing up, terrified. No way, this can't be real. Jason starts walking toward him, slow and menacing. Are you like a demon or something? You're still Bryson, the director's son, right? The shade. I love it. Bryson is losing it. Don't. Get away from me. Stay back. So Jason just stops and stares at him for a hot second, and then times poof asterisk. Vanishes using a teleport skill. Bryson is even more freaked out now, looking around like, is he gone? But then, he feels a presence. Bryson is looking around. And bam! He sees Jason standing right behind him. Our boy used a switcheroo skill. Even though he's totally cornered, Bryson tries to pull the, do you know who my father is? Card. My dad is the director. If you unalive me. But before he can even finish, Jason cracks this super creepy grin. Don't worry, Jason says. I don't just randomly take people out. Then he reaches into Bryson's shirt and pulls out a talisman. Hiding this little escape ticket while you're begging for your life? That's low-key pathetic, dude. The second he touches it, asterisk, ding, asterisk, another system notification pops up. After reading the whole thing, Jason just grabs the dude's face. Hard. Letting a clown like you have something this nice is a total waste. Don't worry, I'll put it to good use. Then he gets this thoughtful look and says out loud, now, what to do with you? Oh my god, you guys, hit that subscribe button, cause you know what's coming next is gonna be epic. Okay, next morning. The news is going crazy. A reporter is live, breaking news from downtown. Last night, right here in front of the Guild Hall on Liberty Avenue, the director's son, Bryson, was found tied up with his whole crew. The drama is real, people. The identity of the person who did this is still a total mystery. Police checked all the security cams from the shops on this street, but they came up with nothing. This mystery person just left a note and bounced. Then the camera zooms in on a note taped to Bryson's back, and it says, caught a predator who messes with innocent people. Make sure he gets what he deserves. P.S. I'm not negotiating with the director or this spoiled brat. Signed, The Fallen. A total mic drop. The reporter adds, the guild is now launching a full investigation into this fallen person. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Captain Ryan Martinez is looking out a window, asking, so, what's the guild's official story on this? The dude sitting on a literal throne so extra replies, they're saying it's gonna take a while since the whole world knows about it now. The director is fuming, so we still have no idea which punk humiliated my son and handed him over to the guild. His subordinate totally gets the vibe and is like, sorry, sir, we're still on it. The director doesn't even say anything, he just, asterisk handles times the guy. Yikes. After that, he just strokes his blade, all thoughtful like. Then he gives a final warning. You better find him before I run out of patience. Chills. Drop a comment below with who you think the Fallen is. And don't forget to share this with your friends who love drama. Alright, so get this. Over in some random desert, probably out near Joshua Tree, Danny Garcia spots a familiar face and totally sprints over. He's all smiles. Yo, you're here. You actually made it? But before he can even finish, Jason Miller just bows. Danny's all like, what's up, man? What brings you out to this wasteland? Jason's just looking at him, probably thinking, bro, seriously. He's like, I got something for you. But dude, how many times have I told you to cut it out with the bowing stuff? And then, bam, he just tosses this box at Danny. Here, catch. But Danny's like, hesitating, nah, man. I can't. You've already hooked me up way too much. Jason is not having it. He just cuts him off, like, this is the last time, for real. Just open the dang thing. So Danny opens it and, whoa, it's a legit demon-slaying sword. The dude is shook. He's looking at Jason, totally emotional, and goes, why? Why are you so good to me? And Danny is having a full-on crisis over here. I haven't done squat for you. I don't have some fancy background from Beverly Hills like these other guys. Why are you doing all this for me? Meanwhile, Jason's inner monologue is like, 'cause I see your potential, my dude. But yeah, saying that out loud would be super cringe right now. So instead, he just gives Danny a little shoulder punch, flashes this big encouraging smile, and says, just think of it as a little bonus to make you grind even harder. Then, my boy Jason turns to leave, gives a wave, and is like, peace out. And Danny, he's not dumb. He totally gets the subtext. Danny's thinking. He just said that so I wouldn't feel all weird and indebted. And even after Jason is long gone, just a speck on the horizon, Danny's still standing there, hands clasped, having a whole moment. He's like, his generosity is as deep as the frickin' Pacific Ocean. It's beyond admiration, it's pure respect. Aw. The bromance is real. Right then and there, Danny basically swears a lifelong broth to him. Fast forward to that evening, Jason's finally home, chilling with Lam Lam and taking a call. He's just like, yeah, I'm listening. And the voice on the other end is super dramatic. Greetings, Fallen One. You've reached the Underworld's customer service. So, the guy's basically like, your Amazon package from hell has arrived. Jason keeps it cool. Appreciate the hustle. The dude's like, no biggie. Hit me up whenever. Jason hangs up and gets this intense, far-off look in his eyes. You know the one. He mutters, it's go time. Okay, scene change. That same night, in some bougie, traditional-looking mansion, maybe in like Savannah, Georgia, some dude is reporting in. We've been tracking Jason Miller's every move. A subordinate bows all respectfully while Nicole Adams leans in all mysterious and asks, so, spill. Where's he headed? Nicole's just mumbling to herself, stroking a spider lily like a total villain classic. No idea what a high school kid is doing in a place like that, but it's the perfect time spot to take care of business on the down low. She pauses, gets this creepy, weird smile, and turns her head. Yikes, that's not a good sign. Get ready, she snaps at her goon. We're going to Port Sterling. A little later, she's knocking on a door. Mistress, it's Nicole. And this Mina character, without even looking up, is just like, come in. What do you want? So blunt, I love it. Nicole gets right to it. Jason Miller has left the school. Mina actually looks surprised for a sec. Oh, really? Nicole gives this fakey smile. Yep. So, I'm gonna be out of town for a bit while I'm gone. She pauses for dramatic effect, then gestures to the guy next to her. Gideon here will be your new butler or whatever for you and the young master. Mina is all business. Fine. Handle it, make it clean, and come back in one piece. Nicole's just like, yes, ma'am. I'm out. And just like that, she's gone. Efficient. This kid, Liam, pipes up, Mom, Nicole knows how to fight. I thought she was just, like, the help. And Mina just shuts that down. Not even close. Then she starts spilling the tea. Nicole Adams is no ordinary person. Your grandpa found her after he cleared a red-level gate. Liam literally jumps up, totally freaked out. Wait, what? So she's a monster? Mina's just calmly sipping her tea like it's nothing. No, she's human, just like us. But then, y'all, her eyes get all dark and she has this spooky internal thought. Nature times might be a little different. Ooh, drama. Anyway, a little backstory on Port Sterling for ya. It was supposed to be like the next big thing, maybe the second capital of the US. Now, it's a total wasteland thanks to a dungeon break. Monsters from these open gates literally run the whole city. Get this. A whole alliance of 15 families, the freaking Martial Arts Alliance, and the Sima League all tried to take it back like a zillion times. And they failed, every single time. Eventually, the US government just threw up their hands and was like, yeah, we give up on the Port Sterling area. So now their only job is to play border patrol and keep the monsters times and times Port Sterling, leaving it as this giant, permanent nope zone. And as Jason Miller is thinking all this, his whole vibe just tanks. He looks out and says, man, it's been a hot minute since I've seen this place. And we get a classic flashback to his tragic backstory. Everyone used to bully him, sneering stuff like, freaking scum from the divine power family, selling out humanity for demons. You're actual garbage, and everyone's just giving Jason the stink eye. The only backup we get is from these pathetic rejects. And back then, Jason was just a normal dude, so he had to just take it. He's just standing there, zoned out in his bad memories, until Marcus Williams comes over and snaps him out of it. Jason. Jason shakes his head. Oh, hey, Marcus. He tries to change the subject. You good? After this whole mess, we've got demons to deal with. But Marcus is hesitating. Look, man, I'm just grateful. You could have totally sided with your family and the demons, but you made the insane choice to turn your back on your own flesh and blood. Jason immediately looks away, getting all awkward. It was just the right thing to do, man. But of course, his inner critic is screaming at him. He's thinking, I was so freaking useless back then, but not anymore. Now, Jason is a total boss who can power up on his own and wreck monsters. You see him clench his fist, a total 180 from the old him. And then, LOL, something starts squirming in his jacket. What is that? And a second later, Lam's cute little face pops out. Oh. Jason gives him a little pat on the head. Yeah. It's all thanks to you, buddy. But then Master William, who was clearly eavesdropping, gets all salty. AHEM. That strength is also times thanks to a certain brilliant master who saw your potential. Jason and Lam both give him the most epic side eye. Jason's like, dude, we've been partners for ages and you're still this petty. The old man just loses it, screaming, what's with that tone? And Jason, deadpan, just goes, it's nothing. The disrespect? I'm dying. Master William is still pouting. This ungrateful brat has 0 cute points. Jason is just over it. Yeah, whatever. Let's bounce. And with that, he just teleports. Poof. Meanwhile, somewhere else, 2 random dudes are just taking a chill walk, minding their own business. When suddenly, Jason just materializes out of thin air right in front of them. A huge gust of wind blasts past, and the 2 guys are just like, whoa, why'd it get so windy all of a sudden? They look back, see nothing, and just shrug it off. Meanwhile, Jason is already zipping over to an empty lot in Port Sterling, all hyped up. He sticks the landing, 10 out of 10. Jason looks around, totally satisfied with the spot, and then just yells out, the packages have landed. But Master William is confused. Yo, why are we doing this sketchy drop-off in Port Sterling of all places? Jason lays it out for him. It's the perfect place for a secret deal, dude. No people. And even the monsters don't hang out in this neighborhood. Then he goes full on Captain America and yells, all right, Avengers, assemble. And poof, Tegu and Yona appear at his command. And then Saku fades into existence right in front of him, looking cool as ever. Seeing the whole squad is here, Jason's like, all right team, it's time to get to work. And they all start teleporting these mystery boxes. What do you guys think is in the boxes? Drop your wildest theories in the comments below. And don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe for more drama. Jason's voice was all shaky, like, Master William, you ever seen dudes work this hard? Master William was like, bro, they've hit a new level of grinding. They're basically in the zone. A god-tier state. A second later, one of the Tegu pops up. Yo, boss, we're all done. Everything's moved. Jason was all, sick. Tegu, good work. Seeing the job was done, Jason told him, all right, y'all can bounce now. The Tegu nodded. You got it, boss. Then it turned to its crew and yelled, Aight, fam, let's dip, wrap it up. The whole crew just roared, like, yeah. Jason whips out his phone, checks the time, and is like, all right, I should probably jet too, but hold up, you guys. The second he says that, he gets this majorly creepy vibe. Full-on goosebumps. Jason freezes and slowly turns around. And bam, a whole squad of party crashers just appears out of nowhere. And yup, just like Jason called it, it was times nasty, familiar energy. So gross. His voice drops, ice cold. Been a minute, hasn't it, Gina? This humming character pipes up with, long time no see, Jason. Not even half a second later, Gina whips out 2 swords. Like, whoa, chill girl. Her face gets this totally evil smirk, and she's like, came to pay my respects. But Jason, totally unbothered. He just smirks back, feeling pretty cocky. Huh? Then again, you've always been good at this whole, trying to end me thing, in every life. The shade. Oh, Jason knew the real party was just getting started. He gets this little grin and goes, perfect timing. His whole vibe just turns ice cold, you guys. I've got a fun little game for ya. Gina sees this, and her voice literally drops an octave. She is shook. You've completely lost it. Meanwhile, her crew of shadow assassins in the back are getting so triggered by Jason's confidence. One of them is like, boss, just say the word. I'll take his head off. But Gina doesn't even look at him. She just says coldly, "Quiet." Gina's mind is racing. She's doing the math, and even if Jason got a major glow-up, he shouldn't be strong enough to take her and her whole squad. So where's all this confidence coming from? Then it hits her. Wait, is this a trap? Did he lure me to this sketchy lot in Newark to take me out? Ooh, the plot thickens. What do you guys think? Is it a trap? Drop your theories in the comments below. After a quick think, Gina barks an order. Everyone, hold positions. Don't do anything stupid. Jason, on the other side, just lets out this little, "Oh," like he's watching a movie. And get this, you guys, some hot goss for this Gina Shin character. By day, she's a freaking nanny for Chloe Min-jin, the wife of the big boss of the Divine Power Clan. Can you believe it? But by night, she's the literal leader of the Shadow Assassins and a total beast in the Imperial Clan. With that kind of rep, Jason totally expected her to just rush in, swords blazing. But nope, she's being super careful, which tells him she knows something's off. He mutters to himself, "Ugh, this is such a drag." Then Jason drops into a fighting stance. "All right, if you're not going to make a move, I guess I'll start the party." The Shadow Assassins immediately tense up, ready to throw down. And with that, he's off. Jason just bolts towards them like a flash, no hesitation at all. The assassins are gripping their weapons, ready for a fight. But in the next second, whoosh, he's already blown right past them. Gina and her crew are just left there, totally dumbfounded. LOL. And get this, he even turns his head back, sticks his tongue out at them. What a troll. The assassins are looking at each other like, did he just? Gina is not having it. She screams, "Get him," and her goons are like, on it, as they all scramble after Jason. So one of these assassin dudes hiding nearby sees Jason run past and thinks it's his lucky day. He gets this greasy smirk on his face, like, "Gotcha." But just as he's about to jump out, a freaking shadow hand just materializes out of thin air. And, wank, it yanks him into another dimension. Jason sees the whole thing and just chuckles. That's one down. His fun doesn't last long though, because more of them start swarming him. He just effortlessly hops over a fence, which just makes them even more mad. They're all screaming, "That little punk, get him." But dude, they barely take a few steps before they all get snatched up by Saku. They're screaming like, "Stop. Wah, help me." And Jason? He's just strolling along, humming his favorite tune. Finally, he leads the rest of them into a dead-end alley. The assassins are totally gassed, panting and trying to catch their breath. It's a dead end. Jason just scratches his head, playing dumb. "Oh, would you look at that? But like, I'm not a fan of getting caught." And then poof, half his body just phases into a portal. Guess this is my stop. See ya. It happened so fast they couldn't even blink. The assassins are just raging. That dude is actually insane. One of them runs up to Gina, all panicked. "Boss." Jason escaped through a gate. He's totally stammering, and like, "A bunch of our guys just vanished while we were chasing him. What do we do?" She can barely even process what's happening. Jason. What the hell is he playing at? Then Gina just grits her teeth, her eyes blazing. "Fine, we're not leaving until he's history." Oof, she is not messing around. She's fuming as she orders, "Get all shadow assassins on the line. Prepare to enter that gate on my mark." But psych. By then, Jason's already back on the other side. Saku is super hyped. "Master, you're back." Jason just casually asks, "So, did you deal with those little presents I sent you?" Saku's like, "All taken care of. I'm just gathering them up, for plant fertilizer. Lol." Jason has to remind it, "Yo, just don't use them on the stuff we eat, okay?" Saku just hums, a little confused. "Got it." Then, as Jason is walking away, the system suddenly dings. A big notification pops up. Unauthorized group has entered the gate. Right after Jason reads it, another one follows. "Do you want to expel them?" But he doesn't hit the button just yet. Instead, he turns to Saku. "Hey, Saku, get the grunts and the fairies. It's party time." Oh my god, you guys, it's about to go down. Smash that like button if you're ready for this. And with that, Jason slams his hand down to confirm, basically welcoming a fresh batch of fertilizer. The system updates immediately. Unauthorized group will not be expelled. The gate has been locked. That's right. Gina and her entire crew just walked right into Jason's house. Big mistake. Huge. They barely take a few steps inside before their own systems start going wild. Warning. Red zone gate sealed. Warning. The master of this zone is hostile. They all start freaking out. What the heck is happening? The master of the zone? Then one of the assassins just screams, pointing, "Look!" His voice is totally shaking. We're surrounded by monsters." They look around, and their jaws just drop.
There are grunts, fairies. Even the fish monsters showed up to the party.
Gina's losing it. What the hell is all this? She spots Jason's outline and screams, "What kind of illusion is this, Jason?" He just plays dumb, like, "An illusion? Nah, that's just rude. Welcome to my crib. The look on their faces when he said that, priceless. Then Jason calmly gives the order, all right, Saku, today we're going to test out all your combat skills. All the creatures just bare their fangs, ready to go. We are ready, Master. Jason smiles. Good. Get him. And just like that, the grunts, Yona, and Saku all charge in. Gina sees they're totally screwed and screams, shadow assassins, tear them apart. Her squad obeys, rushing forward to fight the monsters one-on-one. The clash is insane, just this crazy explosion of ear-splitting noise. Even Jason is a little impressed. Damn, I knew you guys were tough, but I didn't know you were times good. As he's saying this, his eyes slide over to Gina. Her shadow assassins? Yeah, they're not having a good time. They're definitely struggling. She swings her sword right at him and asks, You sure you don't want to play? For a second, everything goes into slow-mo, the glint of her blade reflecting on Jason's face. She snarls, As long as I get to take your head. End scene. Oh my god, you guys, share this with a friend who needs to see this epic showdown. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Her eyes went dead serious, and she was like, I will literally sacrifice them one by one. And, oh my god, with that, Nicole Adams just laid out the demon assassin's whole psycho vibe. The second she said it, the whole room got ice cold. But Jason Miller? He just shrugged like, sucks for you, 'cause I'm not even your final boss. Hearing that, Nicole Adams looked up, totally confused. Like, what? And then, bam. This huge shadow just falls over her, covering everything. When Nicole finally looks up to see what it is, her face was a picture. She finally got what he was really saying. Jason Miller just chuckled. Look, I'm supposed to respect my elders, but you're some demon from another dimension who came here and just wrecked our whole world, right? He paused for the drama before dropping the bomb. Try to survive this, Blood Witch. And y'all, when people say Blood Witch, it is not a game. Everyone thinks about the insane number of Awakened who got bodied by her. The number of regular people she took out was even higher than the most twisted serial killers. And the thing is, she didn't care who it was. Kids, old people, it was all the same. This chick was so messed up she'd literally drink the blood from their hearts. So at this point, she was basically toast and just collapsed to her knees. Nicole Adams got absolutely clapped by Jason Miller in like 2 seconds flat. She never in a million years thought this would happen, so she just could not accept this L. Nicole's mind was just spinning. How could this be real? One dude controlling a whole swarm of monsters. All the demon assassins with her were A-listers, some of the baddest fighters on the planet, and they were getting totally wiped out by a bunch of creatures. Her voice was literally shaking. What kind of messed up trick is this? How did you know about us? Jason didn't even answer right away. He just stepped up and tilted Nicole's face up to his. He spoke real slow. Oh, I know. I even know that you're the one who murdered my mother, and she just had to listen while Jason laid it all out. Maybe you were just following your boss's orders, but I remember it like it was yesterday. And boom, the memories just hit him. Jason, mommy's Jason. He remembered his mom's words perfectly. Let's play hide and seek, okay? And no matter what happens, you do not come out. You hear me? Absolutely not. She had stroked his face like she knew it was the last time they'd ever see each other. Thinking about it, Jason forced the words out. My mother was murdered without even a chance to defend herself. The pain was so real as he spat out every single word. You even disrespected her body and laughed like a complete psycho. Jason suddenly shoved Nicole's face away in disgust. Honestly, there's nothing I could do to you that would ever be enough. He leaned in. But killing Mugen, the guy you're so loyal to, that would hurt you a lot more, wouldn't it? Y'all, hearing that, she just started screaming her head off. Jason glanced over at his crew and gave the order. You guys, take care of her. Spike, Crusher, and Yona were on it instantly. Jason just left them to handle business and kept on walking. He stepped out of the portal and bam, he's right in his bedroom in his apartment in Miami. Jason looked totally drained as he just flopped onto his bed. Suddenly, Master William coughed a couple times. I had no idea your mother was gone, Jason answered super casually. How could you? I never told you, so there was no way for you to know. The old man started complaining. A great master is supposed to know everything about his student. Jason just explained. After my mom died, my aunt took me in, but she never treated me like family. She just beat me up every single day. Hearing this, Master William asked, Does Jackson know about this? Jason didn't seem to think it was a big deal. Haley doesn't know either. Why would I tell them all that depressing stuff? It would just cause more drama, and they'd get all fired up and want to go start something. The old man suddenly screamed, making Jason feel like his eardrums were gonna pop. You foolish student, Jason was thinking. Whoa, chill. What's he so mad about all of a sudden? Master William just huffed. That's not what's important right now. Right after, he stepped forward and gave Jason a gentle pat on the shoulder. Master William's tone got super soft. How could you have dealt with that for so long? All alone with a broken heart, he added, I might just be an old spirit without a body, but I was once the greatest of all time, you know. Don't forget that the G.O.A.T. is your teacher. Jason was legit shocked to hear him talk like that. Dude, you're always just messing with me. I had no idea you had this side to you. A second later, Jason broke out in a huge smile and said, thanks for looking out for me. At the same time, he was thinking, you know, maybe it's not so bad having at least one person in the world who knows my secret. Master William stroked his beard. Ah, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. What's up? He asked, looking confused. The old man started, you said before that you wanted to. But before he could finish, brring. Jason's phone went off. He glanced at Master William. 1 sec, and answered, yo. The voice on the other end was immediate. Jason, is that you? It's Emily Thompson. What's going on? She got straight to it. We need your help at practice today. The whole crew is waiting for you at the gym on Main Street. Jason was surprised. Huh? This is super random. Emily just pushed. You know where it is, right? Get here. Now. Master William, who was totally listening in, gave him a nod. Excellent. Training is the best way to clear your head. Jason hesitated for a sec. Well, if the master says so. A little later, the sun was setting over the school in Austin, Texas, and all 4 of them were still waiting for Jason. But he was still a no-show. Tyler Chen looked all worried, thinking, man, Jason's running super late. Just then, Emily Thompson, who had clearly run out of patience, started radiating this intense, scary energy. Seeing that, Tyler literally turned around and started to pretend cry. What are we gonna do? Emily is so ticked that Jason's late. You don't think he's gonna ditch us, do you? Mia Rodriguez was chill as always. Don't sweat it, Jason will show up. Mia replied, yup. You want some of these hot fries? Tyler Chen immediately shut her down. No thanks. Just as he finished talking, the door swung open. Tyler saw Jason's face and yelled, Jason. He ran over and grabbed his shirt. Dude, you're finally here. Quick, you have to do something about Emily. Jason was totally lost. What's the deal? As the 2 of them were talking, Emily's angry voice cut in. Jason. She started walking toward them, giving off major killer vibes. Didn't I tell you to get here early? Huh? Jason laughed nervously. My bad. I was getting some stuff ready to help you guys train. That's why I'm late. His words totally stopped Emily in her tracks. She cleared her throat. Ahem. Well, if that's the reason, I guess being late couldn't be helped. So what did you bring? Jason's lips curved into a wicked smirk. You all want to get stronger, don't you? With that, he pulled out a huge bag and dropped it on the floor with a loud thud. Jason put on this fake sweet smile. You'll do anything to get stronger, won't you? The other 3 were completely freaked out by Jason's expression, but Emily was the total opposite. In the end, in the quiet of the school gym that night, only her one thought was left hanging in the air. Maybe I shouldn't have called him. Oh man. What do you think he brought? Let me know in the comments. Meanwhile, in some other dark and gloomy room, Mina was pacing back and forth, looking super stressed. She was clenching her fists so hard her nails were digging into her skin, and right when her anxiety was about to explode, she heard Gwen's voice. Ma'am. Mina immediately ran over, just blasting him with questions. You got news from Nicole Adams, didn't you, right? The dude's face was all worried as he hesitated. About that. Gwen finally just came out with it. It seems Miss Adams has run into some trouble. He said she and the Demon Assassin Squad went to Chicago, and it didn't go well. Ooh, the plot thickens. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more drama. But all we found were some tracks, like they were chasing something down. Miss Simone is just gone. Her and the entire Slayer squad, poof, vanished. Gwen kept reporting, but the tea was cold. The Slayer squad found 0 trace of Miss Simone. Get this, he didn't even get to finish his sentence before she cut him off. Enough, and the next thing you know, whack. Mina lays a massive slap right across his face. Then she barked out the order. Tear Oakland to the ground if you have to. Find her and bring her back to me now. The poor guy scrambled back to his feet and was like, yes ma'am. Jean didn't even blink, just walked straight out of the room. He runs right into Simone's right-hand man. Spill it. What's the report say? The dude immediately hands over a thick stack of papers. Right here, sir. So Jean is going over every single clue, right? Looking at the tracks left behind in Oakland, it's clear the Slayer squad showed up and there were definitely signs of an ambush. But then, at a certain spot, it's like every trace of the attackers just evaporated. So sus. He started talking to himself, trying to piece it all together. Miss Simone and the Slayer squad went missing in the exact same spot. What could even do that? Then he started spitballing. Okay, let's just say, for the sake of argument, the guy next to him heard Jean mumbling and was totally lost. Sir. Jean just kept going down that rabbit hole. Let's assume a monster break happened right there. Jean's eyes got all shaky. But who caused it? Did someone open a gate there? Or was it some random monster break so OP it could take out Miss Simone? We're talking a black level gate, minimum. His hand, automatically crushed the report he was holding. There's no other way this makes sense, but it's impossible for one person to just open a gate. Suddenly, Jean totally wadded up the paper. No. He started shredding the document. There's only one person who could pull that off. The next day, bright and early, in the clearing behind the school on what felt like a fresh Monday morning, all the little birds were just chilling, soaking up the morning sun. But before they could get their vibe on, this huge noise just erupts out of nowhere, scaring them all off into the sky. Lol, bye birds. Tyler Chen's voice was literally trembling. Jason, my dude, this is impossible. He just screamed into the woods, totally defeated. For real. Meanwhile, Emily Thompson was over there giving it her all, pushing through the pain. Jason just shot back. You really think I'd waste your time on some pointless workout? Tyler Chen wailed. But this training is straight up brutal. Jason just laughed it off. Oh, so you still have enough energy to complain? Guess we can keep going then. Finally, Tyler just lets out this massive, primal scream, probably just to feel something. We've all been there. A little later, everyone was totally gassed and taking a much-needed break. Emily Thompson wiped the sweat off her face and was like, I never knew there was a clearing like this behind the school. Hearing that, Jason kinda got why. Yeah, not a lot of people know about it. He walked over, carrying a freaking boulder. Nobody ever comes out here, so it's my personal gym. At the same time, he dragged Tyler Chen with him. You should drop by more often, okay? Jason flashed this totally wicked grin. Alright, quick break. Then you're doing 4 more laps from here to the school parking lot and back. They all yelled at once. No way. He was just thinking, man, this is actually hilarious. Guess that's a wrap. Then, while he's just standing there, the system dings and announces he got a new coach trait with a reward of 500,000 points. Jason literally couldn't believe it. He leaned in to get a closer look at the screen. What the? Out of nowhere, Emily noticed. What's up? He just played it cool. It's nothing. A second later, the system updated again, saying that the training. New coach, rank C. Description. Jason Miller has discovered the joy in pushing his friends to their absolute limits, and now he finally gets why his master was so tough on him. Effect. Increases the chance of awakening traits in others by 50%. Training experience effect. Increases as the rank goes up. Jason was shook. This is insane. He secretly glanced over at Master William. I can't believe I got a reward and a trait just for training these guys. Is this that enlightenment thing the master was talking about? The master suddenly whipped around and snapped. No. You don't just spell it out for them. They say real training is for dummies who can't figure it out themselves. Jason immediately backtracked in his head. Okay, yeah, probably not. And as time went on, his training methods got even crazier. He was building up their grit, for sure. Then, after what felt like an eternity of hellish days, they were all collapsed on the ground, resting. All of a sudden, Mia Rodriguez gets a notification that makes everyone's head snap up. Wait, what is that? Am I seeing this right? The system announced her sharpshooter was a rank B trait. Tyler Chen was freaking out. A rank B trait. Grace Anderson jumped in. That's a rank that usually only the heirs of the 15 Families Alliance get. Of the 15 Families Alliance possess. Everyone started hyping her up. Congrats, Mia, that's sick. Oh my god, congratulations. And right after that, Grace Anderson gets a system notification too for Divine Art. And next up was Emily Thompson. When she got her notification, she just stared at it, completely silent. Even Tyler Chen, who complained 24/7, got a rank B dual-wielding trait. The whole clearing was just filled with their excited shouts. Jason walked over, looking super pleased. Oh, that's a perfect trait for Grace, our healer. I like dual-wielding better though. That's a super rare trait, even for the 15 Families Alliance. Master William chimed in. It's all thanks to the proper training method, isn't it? Over here, he saw Emily Thompson just standing there silently and walked over. Emily, what trait did you get? As soon as he asked, Jason's eyes locked onto her system window. It read that her Sword Queen's disposition was a rank S trait. He just stared for a hot second before he could even speak. S. A rank S trait. Jason was low-key stunned. Emily totally crushed the training, but I never in a million years thought she'd pull an S rank trait. While he was lost in thought, she suddenly called out, Jason, thank you. She said it with so much feeling. If you hadn't trained us like this, we never would have awakened our traits. Tyler Chen and Grace Anderson chimed in too. For real, thanks a lot, man. You're seriously our savior. Suddenly, Emily called from behind him. Jason. Her face was bright red, totally embarrassed, and then she just blurted out, thanks. After that one word, he just froze. A second later, Jason snapped out of it and gave her this super friendly smile. He didn't say anything back, but he was thinking, I'm gonna turn you guys into absolute legends. At the same time, he told them, all right, train your butts off until the Celestial Combat Tournament starts. They all yelled back, we'll do our best. Not long after, when training was over, Jason was just chilling on the school grounds. He scratched his head, completely baffled. I swear, I was only planning on a few intense sessions. Then he asked her, I'm sorry, can you run that by me one more time? Miss Jennifer Brown put a hand on her chest, looking dead serious. She had only one thing to ask, and she said it loud and proud. She wanted to join his training course too. Hearing this, Jason literally felt a migraine coming on. You cannot be serious right now, he was screaming internally. What is even happening anymore? Let's rewind the tape to 1 week ago. Pretty much the whole student body was out jogging in the middle of the schoolyard, somewhere around the 1,200 block of Main Street. 1-2-1-2. Miss Jennifer Brown was jogging with them, reminding everyone, remember to focus on your breathing when you run. They all replied in unison, yes, ma'am, and at the same time, she was pushing them to go harder. You guys in the back, let's go. Tyler Chen, Mia, and Grace Anderson had been through some insane training and were being forced to run, so they looked absolutely dead. Yes, ma'am. Seeing their pale faces, Miss Jennifer Brown was a little confused. She yelled out that warm-ups were over and everyone could take 5. Miss Jennifer Brown said, it's been a hot minute since we started. I think your basic skills are finally looking solid. She cracked a smile. From now on, you've got free time to train on your own. Based on what you know and what you're good at, go ahead and practice the 10 divine steps. A minute later, all the students were doing their own thing. Miss Jennifer Brown watched them, thinking, you can teach them all the moves in the world, but they don't truly get it until they feel it in their bones. To do that, you gotta be constantly thinking, reflecting on it. But it looks like nobody's hit that level yet. As she was zoned out, a loud noise snapped her back to reality. It was Grace Anderson, unleashing the divine art she'd been grinding so hard to perfect. Next up was Mia Rodriguez with her B-rank targeting skill, looking fierce. And finally, it was my boy Tyler Chen with his dual-wielding sword technique. The three of them all ganged up on one training dummy, hitting it at the exact same time. Like, instantly, the dummy just exploded into a million pieces from their crazy combo attack. Miss Jennifer Brown, who was standing right there, was totally floored. That dummy was made from a legit monster corpse. It's not supposed to break that easy. Wait, aren't those 3 just E-rank awakeners? What? She was thinking, how did I sleep on these talented kids before? But literally, as soon as that thought crossed her mind, the 3 of them just collapsed, totally out of gas. They all started whining to each other, bro, I'm completely wiped. Same here. Let's just chill for a sec. Miss Jennifer Brown felt like something was off. Hold up, did I totally read that wrong? While they were on their break, another teacher piped up, hey, what was the name of the class prez for Class 5 again? She replied, you mean President Sophia Lee. He immediately remembered. Ah, President Sophia Lee. That kid trained her butt off, and it's totally paying off. I was legit blown away when I saw her skills. Another teacher chimed in, and Grace Anderson too. I thought she was just a healer. I had no clue she was also a beast with stealth moves. The first teacher kept going, and have you guys seen Tyler Chen? That kid awakened the dual-wielding sword skill. The other teacher's jaw hit the floor. What? You mean the super rare dual-wielding skill? I heard he unlocked it while training with Jason Miller. They all turned to Miss Jennifer Brown. So, Class 5 has 3 more prodigies now. You must be so stoked to teach that class. Suddenly, seeing she was about to bounce, one of them asked, Miss Jennifer Brown, you heading out? Miss Jennifer Brown replied, yep, got a few things to take care of. You guys carry on. And right after that, she started secretly watching the young instructor, Jason Miller, and his students. His training was totally insane, but man, it was leveling up the kids' skills like crazy. Back in the present, Miss Jennifer Brown, looking super determined, said that as their homeroom teacher, she wanted to join in and learn from this awesome training so she could help other students too. Jason Miller got a little sus. So that's why I always felt like someone was creeping on our training sessions. Since I didn't sense any bad vibes, I just ignored it. So that was it. Seeing how serious she was, he just agreed. All right, fine. But Miss Jennifer Brown's happiness was cut short when Jason continued. But I got a few conditions. He explained that if she's here, other people might get ideas, and he seriously hates dealing with that kind of drama. Then he laid down the law. First, you don't talk about Fight Club. I mean, this training. Second, I picked the training spot. Jason finished. Those are the only 2 rules. Miss Jennifer Brown let out a huge sigh of relief. Of course, that's totally fine. The next day, everyone pulls up to this bougie neighborhood in Beverly Hills, 90210. They all get out of the car, jaws on the floor, looking at this massive place. Mia Rodriguez asked, all excited, "So, is this our new training house?" He quickly answered, "Nah, it's Hanju's house." They all started freaking out. "Dude, living in the dorms feels like a closet compared to this. A house is a house, whatever." "Man, I wish I was Hanju." Jason Miller said politely, "Thanks for letting us use your family's training room." Hanju just shyly turned away. "It's whatever, follow me." But as soon as they walked through the gate, a whole squad of bodyguards rushed over. They all bowed perfectly in sync. "Welcome home, young miss." Hanju looked around and asked, "Where's my dad?" The head guard replied, "He is waiting for you in the training room, miss." A moment later, she and the crew found the training room. "Dad, I'm here." Mr. Huki heard the noise and whipped his head around. "Ah, Hanju, you're back?" Tyler Chen saw his face and his brain just short-circuited. "Wait a minute, that's the chairman." Hanju was so confused. "What are you talking about?" "That's my dad. They look nothing alike." The man just chuckled. "OMG, drop a comment below if you saw that coming. And don't forget to smash that like button." "Oh my god, everyone says we're twins." Mr. Thompson totally joked. "So glad you guys made it down here to our little spot in Miami safely. Emily can be a real menace, but you're all champs for putting up with her." Hearing that, she was like, "DAAAD," and shot her friends this time's epic times death stare. Like, "You better say the right thing, or you're dead." Mia Rodriguez and Tyler Chen totally flinched, like, "Oh snap, Emily's super great. Yeah, we love her." He just strolled over to Miss Jennifer Brown. "Wow, didn't expect to see you here. It's been a minute." Miss Brown was all polite. "Yes, it's a pleasure to see you too, sir." Then, get this. Mr. Thompson gives Jason Miller this super shady, knowing look. The tea is about to be spilled. "Oh, so this is the guy." He just throws an arm around Jason Miller's shoulder, laughing his head off and yells, "My future, SONINLAW. Bro, Mr. Thompson was going all in, not even giving Jason a chance to say a word. Everyone was literally shook, jaws on the floor. Emily went full-on rage mode, grabbing his ear and everything. "Dad, are you trying to go deaf? That hurts. And stop saying cringy stuff like that." But Mr. Thompson just kept cheesing. "Anyway, it's been forever since I've seen my girl. I'm just so happy. I gotta bounce now, so make yourselves at home and train hard." And as he walked past Jason Miller, he leaned in and whispered, "After practice, you and your father-in-law are gonna have a little chat." Emily saw that smug look on his face and literally shoved him out the door. "Get out." Then she, like, awkwardly coughed. "Don't get the wrong idea, guys. My dad's just a total troll." Jason just sighed, showing he got the vibe. "Nah, I know his deal. Some people might think he's shady or a little slick, but honestly, he's one of the most legit, straight-up dudes I know. If he really wanted to get involved, the traders in the Aegis Syndicate would be totally ghosted, like, poof, gone without a trace. But right now, my dude is way too busy hunting down the real monsters in this world. That's why Michael and Emily Thompson are left dealing with all the Syndicate's drama on their own. He's putting the entire country's safety over his own family legacy, for real. And that's way easier said than done. Not many people could make that kind of call. Drop a comment below if you think you could do that." Anyway, he clapped his hands real loud, breaking that super tense vibe. "All right, now that the big boss is gone, you guys ready to get started?" Emily was instantly curious, like, "Ooh, what's the training plan for today?" Jason Miller just replied, "Today, we're doing a different kind of test." She was like, "Different how?" And y'all, the second he said that, bam. This insane gravity just slammed down on the training room in their downtown Chicago loft, catching everyone totally off guard. They were all stumbling around like crazy. Whoa, this is... Emily, standing across from him, totally figured it out, but she had no clue what his angle was. This is some serious pressure. But like, why? Meanwhile, Mr. Thompson just casually walked out of the training room. It looked like he felt that crazy dangerous vibe from Jason too, and just smirked. Like he knew exactly what was going down. And we're live. Okay, so inside the training room, it's absolute pandemonium, y'all. The killing intent is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Like, nobody can even breathe, but they're trying to hang on for dear life. Emily Thompson has her hands on her knees, just trying to stay upright. Get this right now, only she and Captain Ryan Martinez haven't been totally floored by the pressure. Captain Martinez is literally bug-eyed. She cannot believe what she's seeing. Like, how? How can some 18-year-old high school kid be packing this much heat? Emily just glances over at her teacher, and you can tell she's thinking, yeah, duh. What else did you expect? He's totally leveled up. She's scoping out the aura around Jason Miller, and his whole vibe is way more terrifying than before. The first time I felt Jason's power, it wasn't this clean. Emily's having a total flashback. But now, she thinks, it feels like he's got a freaking rabid monster on a leash. Emily's trying to get her head on straight. At first, I seriously thought I could catch up to him. Just a little more grind, a little more sweat, and I'd be right there. But girl, that was just a sweet, sweet fantasy. No matter how hard she trains, she can't even get a glimpse of Jason, who's like light years ahead. She's just chasing his shadow. Thinking about it gets her so frustrated. But then she's like, no way, she is determined to catch up to him. I refuse to be left in the dust by Jason Miller. Absolutely furious, Emily Thompson just swings at Jason Miller, screaming, I will not be swept away. The blast of wind totally snaps him out of his zone, and he instinctively dodges. A second later, a tiny little cut appears on Jason's face. Ooh, the drama. He sees her starting to pass out and reaches out to catch her, but even then, Jason can still hear her whisper, I still have more in the tank. He looks down at Emily, and y'all, the look on his face is just pure fondness. Nah. Jason glances at everyone else on the floor. It's over. Sam is panting like he just ran a marathon up Pike's Peak. What even was that killing intent? Eli is looking just as wrecked. How was I supposed to deal with that? Xavier, we're not going to do this all day, are we? Jason doesn't even answer. He just gives them this super sweet, totally terrifying smile. And OMG, you could just see their souls leave their bodies. They all start whining, please, dude, spare us. We literally can't take any more. He wipes a hand over his cheek, kinda shocked she actually managed to scratch him. With that, Jason's eyes drift back over to Emily. You did good. A few days later at school, Captain Martinez is still totally spaced out, thinking about that insane training session. Ma'am. A student calls her name, and she snaps back to reality so fast. Sorry, what were we talking about? The student asks. You were saying the 10 Divine Steps technique needs, like, perfect control over your inner energy. Captain Martinez tries to continue. That's right, when your inner energy hits its absolute peak, and she's gone again, lost in her own head. She's thinking, I'm so obsessed with Jason Miller's training methods I can't even teach my class. It's so dangerous. One wrong move and you're toast. The path Jason Miller has chosen is all or nothing. High risk, high reward. From where Captain Martinez is standing, these kids are basically baby chicks who are about to get thrown into a real fight inside the gate. When that day comes, they gotta be stronger to survive. She furrows her brow without even realizing it. These students are playing in the little leagues compared to what Jason's going through. As a teacher, I need to get my act together. The students are all looking at her like, Captain, but she's standing her ground. I'm gonna keep following Jason's methods. Then she just yells, all right, everyone on your feet. 200 laps around the field. Now, the whole class is stunned. Who? Meanwhile, outside the school gates on 5th Avenue, Master Chun just randomly shows up for a visit. The old guy looks around for a sec and thinks that the place hasn't changed a bit. After a few steps, Master Chun hears Robert Harrison's voice. Welcome, sir. He's all smiles, saying, it's a huge honor to be visited by the Sword Master himself. Cut the formalities, kid. You say it's an honor? We haven't seen each other in years. No need to be so stiff. Robert Harrison shoots back. Who would dare act casual in your presence? Then he offers, please, let me show you around. Master Chun shuts him down flat. No need. I'm going for a walk with my grandson. You go ahead and greet your other guests. And just like that, the three of them, grandpa and grandsons, start walking onto the school grounds. People are whispering, I was so nervous, but he's not that big of a deal, honestly. Yeah, he doesn't feel as special as I thought. Meeting the Martial King or the Sword King was way more intense, but Robert Harrison is thinking the total opposite. No, that's what makes it even scarier. He analyzes, even if a AA ranker tries to hide their aura, you can still feel their powerful presence. But an S rank awakened is different. If they hide their aura, you think they were just some random dude from Miami. It shows their control over their inner energy is just second nature. Robert Harrison snaps out of it and says, come on, let's get ready for the next guest. Stay sharp. They all obey. Yes, sir. After they've been walking for a bit, Marcus Williams speaks up. This campus is huge. You getting tired, Grandpa? Do you want to rest for a bit? Master Chun suddenly gets triggered and yells at him. Are you calling me an old man? Marcus immediately starts begging for his life. My bad, my bad. The old man grumbles. You little punk. He's about to bop him with his cane when Master Chun just freezes solid. Seeing the old man standing completely still, Marcus calls out to him a few times. Grandpa? Master Chun is just staring off into the distance. What's over in that direction? He quickly answers. That's the main building. The old man seems to sense a familiar power. This energy. It's gotta be them. Master Chun is suddenly reminded of the vibe from those freaks from another dimension. He declares, I think I've seen enough. Let's head to the main building. Ashley Williams is confused. Huh? But the students are about to head to the field. Master Chun just keeps staring, totally focused. There's something I need to check. Back in the classroom, Captain Martinez announces, "Today, the final exam, the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament, begins." She explains the rules. The tournament uses a lottery system. All students from grades 1 to 3 will participate. The winner will receive the Demon Blade. Hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately dart over to Jason Miller. Isn't the Demon Blade that crazy mysterious weapon that even the Sword Master couldn't figure out? Jason's definitely gonna win, right? I'm so jealous. Captain Martinez tries to chill everyone out. Don't be jealous already. Just try your best. This time, the chairman said he'll give a special reward to students who seriously improve their rank. Everyone was shocked. For real. Smash that like button if you think Jason's got this in the bag. She replies, but anyone who fails to rank up will have to participate in my special Hell Week training course. Then some girl named Kira says with determination, let's all win the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament and come back. The entire class shouts in unison. Yeah, finally, the bell rings, signaling the end of class. Jason Miller warily walks out of the classroom. As he's walking down the hall, he suddenly hears someone scream his name. Jason! Marcus Williams comes flying at him, trying to tackle him with a hug, but unfortunately, Jason saw it coming from a mile away. And so, Marcus ends up eating the hallway floor. He makes this super loud thud. Marcus mumbles from the ground, "Why'd you dodge? That's not fair." Jason says coldly, "You shouldn't have charged at me like you're on the Dallas Cowboys." Ashley Williams sees this and just starts laughing. "That kid's my brother, but he's a total idiot. Don't forget to share this if you know someone as extra as Marcus." Nah, Jason Miller's not dumb. He's not falling for that same trick twice. He spots his sister, Ashley Williams, but his eyes instantly dart to the person with her. "Who's that with you?" Ashley asks. "Go on, Gramps, introduce yourself." "This is my grandfather." Old man Cheon just grins all friendly like, "So you're Jason Miller, good to finally meet ya." And bam, it hits Jason. This dude is from the Iron Blood clan, one of the top 10 awakened on the planet, and the only times S rank in the entire USA. Holy crap. The old man sticks his hand out, all casual. "I'm the grandpa of these little troublemakers." Jason steps up, trying to be smooth. "It's a real honor, sir. I'm Jason Miller." But yo, his eyes are locked on old man Chan. Asterisk. In my past life, I only ever saw this legend from, the nosebleed seats. Asterisk. And whoa, Jason starts sweating bullets. Asterisk, this is the first time I'm this close to an S rank. For real. Asterisk. He's thinking, yeah. An A rank is basically a chump compared to this level of power. Meanwhile, the old man feels his vibe and is just bugging out in his head. Asterisk. Who even is this kid? Asterisk. You can literally see the veins popping on old man Chon's hand. Asterisk. For real, who is this kid? Asterisk. Meanwhile, Jason politely shakes his hand. Asterisk. This is the kid everyone's whispering about. My grandkid's friend and a high schooler who totally wrecked the A-rank Apostle of Wind. Asterisk. Asterisk. This punk who supposedly couldn't even get the Godforce clan's family juice. Asterisk. The old man is shook. He can't believe it. Asterisk. How is that even possible? Asterisk. Keon's mind is racing. Asterisk. What kind of power is this kid packing? I literally can't feel a single drop of energy coming from him. Asterisk. He keeps holding his hand, way too long, trying to get a read, but finds zip, zero, nada. Asterisk. I can't see his energy, even after whipping out my Thunder King's divine art. A person like that can't exist. No, they straight up shouldn't exist. Asterisk. Cheon's getting super sus. Asterisk. Is the divine art of the Heavenly King of Mount Sumeru really stronger than my Thunder King's divine art, or is it some hidden power in his fighting style? What the? Asterisk. And just like that, Jason snatches his hand back. He's scratching his head, all confused. Yo, is everything cool, sir? 'Cause you're kinda staring a hole through me right now. The old man just plays it cool. Oh, you're friends with my chaotic grandkids. I was just curious and kinda spaced out staring. Jaden gets all defensive. What are you even talking about? The two sisters run up, all sweet. Even if Hudson doesn't get it, you're always super nice and gentle, Gramps. My feelings are so hurt, Grandpa. Then poof, Master William pops up out of nowhere to spill the tea. He was trying real hard to size up your power. Turns out Jason was just playing dumb the whole time. Asterisk. Phew. I was about to have a full-on panic attack thinking he was onto me. Asterisk. Then Master William just bonks him on the head. Classic. How dare you doubt the swag from the Celestial Gate, you little punk. Not even the goat swordsman could get past the vibes of the Shadow Ring. Master William is hyping this thing up to the moon. The Shadow Ring was made by, strong arming. The greatest craftsman on the planet, a dude the freaking Emperor was chasing after. He said it was his life's greatest work. Jason can finally breathe again. But then Master William adds, yeah, It's a good thing he didn't catch on too. Anything else weird about you? Oh snap, what would you guys do? Let me know in the comments. Jason's thinking, asterisk. The primordial divine art is like a fire playlist. No matter what track you add, it just slaps. Asterisk. But he was still sweating one thing. The whole foundation of his power right now is demonic energy. And we're not talking low-key evil. This is like pure, uncut, absolutely savage demonic energy. Asterisk. If he'd figured that out, he would have thought I was a straight-up demon. Asterisk. Jason tells himself to chill. It's all good. I use the Heavenly King's divine art as a decoy. We're solid. Then Cheon gets all friendly again. By the way, you've got a sparring match today too, right? Jason answers all proper. Yep, I'm up around noon. The old man looks intrigued. All right, I'll be watching. Don't mess it up. And the sun is just sparkling down on Murim High over in sunny San Diego, California. Jason's looking up at that perfect blue sky. For like half a second, he's worried his first fight is against some freshman. This B-rank awakened named Jaden from the Poison Domain clan. But then Jason snaps right back into his usual cocky self. LOL. Asterisk. Okay, so he's pretty strong for a freshman. And yeah, he's the son of the Iron King of the Poison Domain clan. Whatever. He's still no match for me. Asterisk. Jason's just thinking. Asterisk. I don't even need to scout this dude. Asterisk. Ethan. He walks over. All hyped. Bro. You made it. Jason was actually super glad to see him. Perfect timing. Dude, I was literally just looking for you. Ethan Moore scratches his head. You were looking for me. Jason asks him, Yo, did they pick my opponent yet? Ethan's response is crystal clear. Yep. Some D-rank awakened from the Emperor clan. Jason's like, hold up. The Emperor clan? He's thinking it over. Effin? Bro. Do you really need to be in this heavenly martial arts tournament? Ethan Moore is totally confused by the question. What are you talking about? Jason keeps pushing. Why don't you just dip? Just drop out. Jason is staring hard at his totally stunned bestie. See, Ethan Moore had mastered the Jun Gong Mi Ho divine art and the Jun Huan Pai Wengo sword art, and he had both of them maxed out at a 3-star level. With skills like that, he could clap most of these guys, but Jason was worried. In this era of the Awakened, your family name is everything. If the Emperor clan found out their super secret, top-tier martial art, Jason was getting antsy. The one thing they always flexed about was just mastered by some random E-rank Awakened with no clout. His brain was in overdrive. To keep Ethan Moore safe, he had to make sure he stayed out of this tournament, no matter what. Man, talk about pressure. If you've ever had to protect a friend, smash that like button. But the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament is the spot for students to show what they've got. How was he supposed to tell his boy to just throw away a massive opportunity like that? Jason realized how that sounded. Whoa, wait, don't get it twisted. But Ethan immediately cut him off. I'll drop out, bet. Jason told him to do it, but now he's the one who's completely floored. What? Ethan just explains. You already see what I can do. I don't need to prove myself to anyone else. I couldn't care less about school rankings or scholarships, man. I've still got that scouting money you gave me, so I'm chilling. He looks at Jason with this super fond expression. I'm sure you have a good reason for telling me this. Then Ethan Moore just beams at him. I trust you 100%, bro. Jason pats his shoulder. Thanks for getting it. And then, bam. Jason freezes. His eyes are darting all over the place like a hawk. Ethan's confused too. Dude, what's up? Jason suddenly grabs his hand and starts dragging Ethan Moore away. Come on, don't ask questions, just follow me. Okay. Jason literally shoves Ethan Moore into some kind of teleportation gate on the wall. He's rushing him. Get in, quick. Ethan's face goes totally white. Bro, what is happening right now? Jason doesn't even let him finish. He just straight up eats him through with a kick. Hey, didn't you just say you trusted me and would follow me anywhere? Well, get in there. Ethan, probably thinking, stammered. Asterisk, I didn't mean to that extent. Asterisk. After the deed was done, Jason lets out a huge sigh of relief. And then, poof, Jason vanishes too. Captain Ryan Martinez comes running up to see what's going on, but he's too late. He looks around. What the heck just happened? Martinez suspiciously crouches down to check the ground. Asterisk, I swear I felt an energy signature almost identical to the Emperor clan's martial arts. Asterisk. Asterisk. But the trail just went cold, right here. Asterisk. He's wondering, asterisk, was I just imagining things? Asterisk. Then someone yells out, Jason Miller, where'd you go? And just like that, Jason pops back into existence. Yo, just had to handle some business. What's all the noise about? Everybody screams at the same time. It's huge, dude. It's absolutely insane. Someone's excitedly pointing at the big screen. Look, the match of the century is about to go down. Two legends are on the board, Hanzo and Baked Dragon. The guy trails off, and Jason is just completely stunned. Yo, how are you so chill right now? Did you already know or something? The fight card just dropped, Jason Miller said, putting on his best fake innocent face. And my man was like, nah, of course, I'm surprised. But inside, fam, it was the exact same matchup as his past life. He was balling up his fists, so hyped he could literally jump through the roof. So you're definitely rooting for Emily, right? My dude asked, grinning like a Cheshire cat, and he's like, is that even a question? Of course I'm rooting for Emily, right, Jason? But Jason Miller just kind of froze up. See, Jason was holding a grudge because in his past life, he cheered for Nicole Adams. Okay, so back then, I wasn't cool with Emily, and she literally threatened me to cheer for her. He was stressing that if he rooted for Nicole, my man would be disappointed. But if he rooted for Emily, he was scared of the drama. Then Jason Miller totally froze when he saw Emily Thompson just standing there silently in the corner, giving him the death stare. Awkward. He pretty much clocked what was going on, so Jason Miller stopped overthinking it. Screw it, whatever, he muttered. Then he just said it straight up. Yeah, of course, I'm rooting for Emily. But you guys, Nicole Adams overheard and she was not having it. She strolls up like, oh, who exactly times are you rooting for, sweetie? The drama. Jason Miller was totally stunned, like, hey. Nicole put on this super fake friendly act. Jason, finish your sentence, babe. Who are you planning to root for? He totally stammered. I'm rooting for you, y'all. Pleasing one meant ticking off the other. My boy Jason started literally shaking in his boots. Oof. And when he saw the fire-breathing dragon that is Emily Thompson about to blow a gasket, he just screamed, why are you two doing this to me? Anyway, the Paradise Martial Arts Tournament, coming to you live from the MGM Grand in Las Vegas, is about to begin. The announcer boomed. Thanks for waiting, folks. Talk about a major showdown right out of the gate, am I right? The announcer introduces the first beast. From the Divine Finger clan, the Sword Queen, Emily Thompson. Asterisk crowd goes wild. Asterisk. And now for the second monster. From the Iron Blood Sword clan, Sword Master Nicole Adams. That's when Tyler Chen got curious. Hey, Jason. Jason Miller just shot him a look. Huh, Tyler Chen whispered. Who do you think's gonna win? But Jason couldn't be bothered with these guessing games. I don't know. We'll find out when it's over. Tyler was stunned. Even times you times don't know? Jason just replied all nonchalant. Of course not. Who do you think I am? But inside, he was thinking. Everyone thinks Nicole Adams is barely an A-ranker, but low-key, she's practically at the A-rank master level. Emily, girl, you just hit A-rank. You're up against a real beast. Jason remembered that before he, time traveled back, Emily was the one who won this match. But for real, it was supposed to be Nicole's win. This whole tournament was a stage for talents from all these big shot families to shine. Nicole totally threw the match so the Iron Blood Sword clan wouldn't hog all the glory. Politics, am I right? Then he made a wild guess. Nah, it was probably because she didn't want to waste her time on a boring fight with a weaker opponent. Jason thought to himself, girl, if you knew your little brother was going to take first place, you never would have pulled that stunt. LOL. It was a move that was both sincere and super arrogant at the same time. He smirked. But this time, it's going to be different. Jason was so hyped. She's the opponent I've prepared for you. Come on, sis, let's see them go all out. And the whole crowd in the stands just roared, cheering for the two fighters. Emily was the first one to raise her sword. Nicole Adams immediately starts playing the innocent card to throw her off. A training sword? That's a new one. How'd you even train with that? But Emily didn't even flinch. Jason taught me. Mic drop. Nicole looked totally puzzled. Jason taught times you asterisk. Emily just replied softly. Yeah. Nicole's like, that kid's always been a loner, hasn't he? When did he get all chummy with you? Emily gave a short and sweet answer. Just recently. And that's when Nicole immediately tried to turn on the charm. So, you got a problem with me or something? You've been all prickly with me from the jump. You don't act like that with Chad Wilson. But Emily's face stayed ice cold. No, not at all. Nicole played dumb. Really, if you say so. Then she put on that fake friendly face again. I'm actually really glad you're the one I'm fighting. I have a few things I need to tell you. But Emily just gave her the cold shoulder. So Nicole went straight for the threat. Don't get too close to Jason. Emily was confused. Why would I do that? And Nicole just smirked. The reason's simple. Sweetie, you're not too sharp when it comes to this stuff, are you? And get this, you guys. Turns out this girl has been crushing on Jason for a long time. I like Jason. He's the one I need to look after. But she could also see right through Emily. But you look pretty unhappy about it. Ooh, the tea is piping hot. Smash that like button if you live for this drama. Nicole pointed her sword and declared, how about this? The winner of this fight gets to decide. The loser gives up Jason. Then she put on that innocent face again. What you say? Emily was so taken aback by the threat she actually stepped back. Then she braced herself and lunged forward like a freaking cheetah. So while Nicole was busy monologuing, Emily pops up right behind her for a sneak attack. Oh my god. Luckily, Nicole was quick enough to block the first strike. Emily was already going for the finishing blow. Last words. But Nicole was still defiant. I'm not backing down either. The two of them jumped back, preparing for a crazy clash. An intense wave of energy just exploded in the middle of the arena, like something out of a movie. All the students freaked out and covered their faces. What is that insane power? Dude, it's just the beginning, and she's already going all out. Emily and Nicole were clashing so violently, neither one was giving an inch. It was like they left the arena on Rodeo Drive and took the fight to a whole other dimension. Then one of them screamed with fierce determination. Even if I have to give up everything else, I can't give up my Jason. Right? Yes, Queen. Fight for your man. So I'll do whatever it takes. Nicole's eyes were literally blazing as she swung her sword down, making Emily grimace as she blocked the blow. Emily had to squeeze one eye shut, blinded by the brilliant energy, and just gritted her teeth to handle that brutal attack. This is intense, y'all. Emily's sword flashed with this brilliant light, casting a terrifyingly sharp, cold, silver glow. Nicole's eyes flew open, her hair whipping up in the wind like she's in a music video. The sword she was blocking just dropped to the ground with no warning. Emily backed away, her long sword wiggling like a whip. What the heck? She swung her sword in a long arc, the energy twisting out like a snake, and Nicole just easily dodged all of it with this super nonchalant look on her face. She was staring straight ahead, but her mind was racing, like, that kid's channeling her energy into the sword to make it hard. And when it takes a hard hit, she disperses the energy to soften the blow, then channels it right back when she attacks. Just then, Emily's sword whipped right past Nicole's face. Nicole's thinking, no matter how much I try to deflect this thing, it just keeps coming back at me. That's some next-level tech. What in the world did Jason teach this kid? She licked a little drop of blood from the cut with this amused look. So badass, but then Nicole quickly leaped to the side, saw her chance, and slashed down on that flexible sword. She stomped her foot hard on the blade, pinning it so Emily couldn't pull it back. Ooh, she's trapped. Emily was gritting her teeth, her brow furrowed so hard you could park a car in it. The sword twitched a few times, vibrating like a fish caught in a net. Nicole flew in to face Emily head-on. And you guys, the tension in the air was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Nicole's eyes flew open as she raised a fist that was literally crackling with electric energy. But Emily also clenched her jaw, blue light gathering in her own fist. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, forcing everyone watching to shield their eyes from the blinding light. Jason was just completely dazzled by the sight. This is better than the 4th of July in NYC. Whoa, she's using the 10 steps divine art like that. Even Master William couldn't help but be impressed. That girl knows the range of that weird sword and is using the close quarters 10 steps divine art to keep things up close and personal. For someone her age, her understanding of martial arts is seriously impressive. No cap. Jason just sighed. That's why that woman scares me. The old master standing next to him made his own call. But Emily was also trained by my student. She won't go down that easily. The outcome of this fight is anything but certain. Who are you guys rooting for? Drop it in the comments below. Team Emily or Team Nicole? And don't forget to subscribe. Oh my god, you guys, it was a whole mess. Arms and legs were going wild, and Hanju and Jung Gian were not backing down for a second. Just when it looked like one of them was about to land the knockout punch, the ref blows the whistle. Game over. Hanju looked completely wiped, but Jung Gian? Peef, she looked like she just went for a light jog. The ref announced the fight was over, cause time ran out. It was Judgment Day, y'all, and the winner is. Suddenly, Tyler Chen rushes over, and the whole squad was gassing Hanju up. Hanju, you were amazing, that was straight fire. He hands her a water bottle, but adds, dude, I'm so salty for you, you almost had her. Here, drink this. And then, the official announcement, the match was a tie. Hanju tied with Jun Jian. The team leader tried to kiss up, saying, if you just had, like, another minute, you would have totally wrecked her. Hanju threw some major shade back with a sarcastic, you think so? Then she's like, who are you even looking for? And why is EG running over to handle this clown? Tyler Chen. Bro, you should be hyping up Hanju, not saying that junk. Hanju was trying to vibe, but then Jun Jian's super annoying voice just slices through everything. Jason Miller, where'd that little scrub run off to? She screamed. Go find that dude and drag his butt back here, like, now. I need to hear who he was rooting for, straight from the source. Grace Anderson glanced around, all confused. Bruh, he was literally right here a second ago. Tyler Chen, who was being held back, kept looking around like a lost puppy. Where'd he go? Hanju got so mad she freaking crushed her water bottle. Seeing that, everyone around her got totally freaked out. He totally dipped, just like he always does. Hanju screamed out, "Jason Miller, you are so dead when I find you." The scene flips to the night festival at Miram High, which was totally lit, by the way. Jason Miller was just vibing, munching on this absolutely massive churro. Master William sees the snack and basically starts drooling. "Yo, what's that sugary goodness you're eating? That looks fire," he heard his master. But Jason Miller wasn't about to share, cause it's just, like basic festival junk food, you know? Jason Miller just grinned. "You need snacks too, old man. You're really soaking in the festival vibes, aren't ya?" Out of nowhere, Young Jun walks by and bumps his shoulder. Jason Miller's like, "Oh, my bad, dude." "Huh?" Young Jun spins around, all surprised. "Young Master Miller, you're here too?" Jason Miller immediately popped up and asked, "The Heavenly King? What are you doing here right now?" "Wait, does that mean Ethan Moore is here too?" Young Jun replied, "Nah, I'm on a quick vacay." "Huh? A vacation?" Jason Miller was shook, like, totally frozen. He's thinking, what is even happening right now? The Heavenly King I know, his whole vibe was basically being Ethan Moore's 24/7 bodyguard. Jason Miller just could not stop staring at the Heavenly King. This is the dude who never took a day off, not even once before becoming squad leader. What could have possibly made him change? And then he spots Sarah Davis peeking out from behind Hyun Jun, blushing like crazy. "That person over there," she said all shy. "Miss Sarah Davis." "Hello, Master." Seeing the wicked grin on the young master's face, Young Jun immediately starts tripping over his words, trying to explain. "It's not what it looks like. We just randomly bumped into each other while I was on leave." Sarah Davis was a total flustered mess. "Yeah, that's right. It was a total coincidence." Jason Miller breaks into this mischievous smile. He started teasing him. "Well, even the Heavenly King deserves to find love, you know." Hyung Jun got all defensive. "That's not what's happening." But Jason Miller kept poking. "Why are you denying it so hard, bro? You're gonna hurt Miss Sarah Davis's feelings, man." After getting his kicks, he peaced out, leaving them standing there all awkward and avoiding eye contact. "All right, I'm gonna bounce. You two lovebirds have fun." Sarah Davis, totally annoyed by the whole thing, started giving Hyung Jun an earful. Jason Miller thought the whole scene was hilarious. The festival night was poppin', with crowds totally packing the streets. Jason Miller was on the school rooftop, just soaking up the chill vibes from above, but something about Hyung Jun was low-key bothering him. The Heavenly King, who was always glued to Ethan Moore's side, was actually taking a vacation. Jason Miller watched them getting cozy with a smirk, thinking that if he's dating Sarah Davis, it means he's finally broken free from his bodyguard duty for Ethan Moore. As he saw them sticking close, it hit him. This means I can probably use her to get to Hyung Jun. Jason Miller focused on the system window, because Sarah Davis would also get involved in training the kids if I help her get over her current slump, all because I have this ability. Then the system screen popped right up. S-rank, demonic training. Ooh, spicy. Description: you absolutely love playing Puppet Master with your friends. At the same time, you totally get why your master plays you. Effect: unlocks special powers in other people, boosts training experience by 100%, and the effect gets even crazier as the rank goes up. It all clicked for him right after Hanju unlocked her S-rank power. The quality of the Sword Queen trait and the new trainer trait had morphed into Demonic Trainer. LOL, sounds about right. Jason Miller stroked his chin, thinking, if I can use this to unlock Miss Davis's power, what do you guys think she'll unlock? Drop your theories in the comments. He tilted his head back, just enjoying the cool night air. I seriously can't wait for tomorrow. Meanwhile, in some church with a cross that was like 15 feet tall, a bunch of monks were bowing on the floor like it's some kind of ritual. Then, this super annoying voice pipes up from the entrance. Oh, what a total train wreck. Sister Me strolled in and sneered, giving up on paradise to go pray to some new gods. You really are a seriously crazy monk. Munbayan shot back just as nasty. How dare you run your lying mouth during sacred prayers? This nagging old witch trying to act all holy. She's nothing like me at all. The old man cut in, zip it and spit it out already. Sister Me started her story. The blood witch, my precious kiddo, has totally vanished. The old woman's eyes looked down. That kid went out with the House of Divine Power and just poofed, gone, somewhere near Long Beach, California, with the demon-slaying crew. Munbayan asked. A red gate popped up in the LBC. Sister Me offered a theory. The investigator said it looks like the kid probably got taken out in a monster swarm. The old man sighed, all frustrated. An A-list kid like that getting wiped out in a monster swarm. What rotten luck. Moonbayan was ready to call it a day. So, you came all this way just to tell me that? Lame. But no way was she just gonna let it go. Not a chance. Then Sister May dropped a nuke that made the old man's head totally explode. The demon sword, is finally out in the open. Munban was hyped. No cap. She smugly flipped her hair. The iron-blooded sword clan is using it as a prize in the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament. The old man looked seriously grim. That's insane. They don't even have a clue what the demon sword really is, and they're using it in some kid's talent show like the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament? Sister Me sounded kinda helpless. If you hadn't told us, we wouldn't have a clue how OP it is either. Then, at the same time, they both declared, we have to get our hands on that demon sword. Munban started to leave. Like, right away. Get everything ready for his arrival in this world. This time, we gotta nail this in one go. She held up a hand. Yeah, I'm on it. The old man's voice was heavy. I will get the demon's sword. And don't you dare forget our endgame. To bring our master, Madu, into this world. The two of them stood there, staring each other down. It's all for our lord. Insan paused for just a few seconds, then he went on the offensive, yelling, let's dance. Inseon just yeeted a whole volley of nails at Jason Miller. All our boy needed was a little spear to swat away these lame-o obstacles, and you could tell he was annoyed he wasn't the star of the show. You're still such a rookie, lol. But Inseon was no joke, either. He dodged Jason Miller's aura attacks like a total pro. This is Young In-sung, son of the Iron King from the Mandagam fam. He's one of Imyang's identical twins, he's in the same class, and get this, he's a total prodigy who hit B rank when he was just 17. 17. What were you guys doing at 17? I was probably failing my driver's test. Smash that like button if you feel me. Alright, so here's the tea on this Ivan dude. He's the only son of the Iron King, which basically means he's a super competitive, spoiled brat. Total rich kid from Beverly Hills with an ego the size of Texas, even though he's got an older sister. He expects everyone to call him the heir. It's so cringe. So, our boy Jason Miller just zips forward like a freaking lightning bolt. He's thinking, yo, if I want to be cool with the Mandogam clan later, I gotta knock this dude's ego down a few pegs. And bam, they finally clash. They're literally inches apart when Ivan throws a palm strike right at Jason. But Jason's got reflexes for days. He just ducks under it and smacks the attack away like it's nothing. Ivan is literally gritting his teeth, thinking, okay, this is weird. He's getting shook by Jason's speed and starts overthinking. Wait, why is he leaving so many openings? His defense is absolute trash. Ivan's brain is doing gymnastics, like, is he trying to bait me? He's got to be baiting me. He's not trying to get played, you know? So Jason sees him hesitate and totally calls him out. Yo, what's the holdup? You gonna fight or are you trying to stall for a draw? Lame. The burn. Ivan immediately snaps back. Is trash talk all you got? You're a total disgrace to the Huareng name. Then he gets all philosophical. You think you're a real martial artist fighting with just your body? Your mouth is as foul as your fighting style. Laugh my ass off. Okay, boomer. So they're facing off in this sandy arena. The tension is thick. Ivan reaches into his pocket and pulls out 3 sketchy-looking pills. He's powering up, all serious, and Jason Miller is literally yawning in his face. The disrespect. Ivan sees this as his chance and just unleashes a flurry of attacks. Someone in the stands is totally bugging out. Wait, isn't that the Huayao move? Is he even allowed to use that in a tournament? Suddenly, this dude Mr. Han's voice cuts through. Everyone, relax. He says it with way too much confidence. I, the great Han, am doing this for the heir of the Mandagan clan. He's like, I tweaked it for tournaments, so it's way weaker than the OG Huayan. A good student can totally block it. Then he gets this evil little smirk. That is, if their skills are on the same level. Oh, the shade. He's basically saying Jason's not good enough. And then boom. Hundreds of tiny needles explode from Ivan's attack, flying straight for Jason. Ivan's just standing there smirking, acting like he's already won. In the crowd, Hyun is literally on the edge of his seat, leaning forward, losing his mind. Lisa's jaw is on the floor. She's speechless. Hyun is just staring, like, that's insane. 'Cause out of nowhere, this sick energy shield just pops up around Jason. He just sneers, ooh, that almost got me. Too bad for you, I've seen this lame Hua Yang trick before. The silver needles are stuck in the shield, just vibrating as it absorbs them. Jason stands there like a total boss and goes, hey, I think you dropped these. Sending him back to you, better have good hands. He points, and all the needles do a 180 and shoot back at Ivan. The ultimate Uno reverse. Ivan is completely frozen, his brain just blue-screened. Huh, he can't even process it. Those are my needles. Why are they coming at me? The panic in his eyes is real. Am I gonna die? But he's stubborn to the end. No way am I letting you do this. Jason's just like, what's wrong, bro? Scared? And then the needles just stop dead in the air and drop right at Ivan's feet. Clink, the ultimate power move. Ivan is so stunned he just collapses, totally defeated. The ref steps in to make the call. The match is over. The winner is Jason Miller. The ref's voice is drowned out by the roaring crowd and Jason's ridiculously smug face. Ivan's on his knees, head down, and asks, "How? How did you do that?" Jason just puts a finger to his lips. Shush. A magician never reveals his secrets. What a savage. Hyun's eyes are huge. Was that a freaking void state object I just saw? Jonah is just as shook by the whole thing. I saw it too. He cannot believe it. An 18-year-old high schooler with that kind of insane energy control. How is that even possible? Mason chimes in, "Don't just write him off as some kid from Miami. Isn't he the one who totally owned the Wind Apostle of the Emperor clan?" He adds with a smirk. He also mentioned he'd be paying our Divine Pool clan a little visit personally. The drama is brewing, y'all. Jonah, sitting down below, is not having any of it. Stop talking nonsense. He gets all superior. That kid is from our Divine Power clan's bloodline. I'd really appreciate it if you didn't get any funny ideas about him. Ooh, protective much? Mason goes right for the throat, no holding back. You mean the kid who was ruthlessly abandoned by your king? Dang. But Jonah doesn't even flinch. Blood is thicker than water. Oh my god, the way he said that gave everyone chills. This is some serious family drama. So, like, Jason's backstory is super tragic. He never had a single day of peace with his clan. And Jonah is basically saying to Mason, your Divine Pool clan is always on shaky ground. Maybe focus on your own issues before chasing after a risky kid you already threw away. Mason is clearly losing the argument and tries to save face. Are you done running your mouth? Jonah just pokes back. What if I'm not? LOL. Jake quickly steps in and shuts Mason up. At the end of the day, it's Jason's decision that matters, right? He says it super sweetly, don't you think? And Jonah just glares around the room. Anyway, back in the arena, Jason is soaking up his victory. The ref announces, Hua rang Jason Miller. Emily Thompson looks absolutely furious in the stands, while Jason just looks annoyed that he's all sweaty. Iconic. Hudson is going absolutely bananas cheering from his seat. Jason. He literally vaults over the railing, more excited than Jason himself. He throws an arm around his shoulder. Congrats, man. You're finally shining. Jason just smirks. Please, I'm always the main event. Hudson holds up his phone as proof. No, for real, dude. The whole country's watching this tournament. It's being broadcast everywhere. Look, your clips are going viral. His eyes are sparkling. No one can ever call you a failure or a loser again. Smash that like button if you think Hudson is the best hype man ever. That's what makes me the happiest, Hudson says, getting all sincere and dropping his usual goofy vibe. I'm just so relieved that you've gotten this strong. Aw, friendship goals. Right then, a loud announcement cuts through the moment. Sophomore, Class 1, the Northern Blade, Hudson. Please report to the arena. He looks bummed. Aw man, gotta go get ready for my match. He runs off with a smile but yells back, when I get back you have to teach me that shield move you did. Jason just waves him off like, yeah. Master William comes over and says, you've got a good friend. Jason actually smiles a real smile. He's an awesome guy. Honestly, he treats me way better than I deserve. No idea why someone like him is my friend. And you know Master William is about to drop some life lessons. He sees your heart, not just your skills. For a young man, trust and belief are everything. Jason looks up, really hearing him. I'll remember that. Then Abby calls out, Jason, come on, let's go cheer for Hudson. He turns his head and yells back, yeah, I'll be right there. So Hudson steps into the arena, and the crowd goes wild. He looks so cool with his back straight and his clothes fluttering. Jason watches him go. Good luck. Then we get a scene change. It's night, all quiet and cloudy. Super dramatic vibes. Behind the huge school campus, up in the hills overlooking Los Angeles, a bunch of them are hanging out. You hear soda cans clinking and then cheers. Here's to our first victory. Rose says, totally psyched. I can't believe we all won today. Yuna, though, is kind of forcing a smile. I seriously thought we were gonna lose, she admits. Jason immediately starts messing with her. How could you think we'd lose after I trained you? I guess my training was too soft, huh? Hearing that, she starts freaking out. Ah no, that's not what I meant at all. Lol. Drop a comment below if you think Jason is the best or worst trainer. Abby was trying to break it down, like, okay, look, Jason Miller, Emily Thompson, and Jake are on a whole other level. But next to them, we're just some E ranks. Our shot at beating any D or C rank Awakeners was basically zero. Then she got this huge grin. Honestly, it's a straight-up miracle we even got here. And Jake jumps in, like, for real. But Jason Miller cuts him off, giving this super smug look. Yo, your whole take on this is wrong. You're not just sometimes E rank. You're an E rank trained by times me asterisk. You get it? Winning was always in the cards. Then he starts getting all preachy. You can't just be happy with today's win. There are way more people you're gonna totally smoke in the future. Abby got all flustered, like, no, that's not what I mean. I can't go around messing up your rep, Jason Miller. Emily Thompson was just smiling, watching everyone vibe, when her phone suddenly started blowing up. Jason Miller was like, "Emily, you get an important text or something?" Nobody knew what she saw, but she literally crushed her phone in her hand, leaving the whole squad just staring, completely shook. She just growled, "Jason Miller." He clutched his bag of hot Cheetos, like his life depended on it, yelping, "Huh? What's up? What happened?" Jason's desperate scream echoed all the way down the hall from their hotel in downtown Austin. "Somebody tell me what is going on." And scene change. We see that the number of Awakeners is blowing up every single day. In today's world, Awakeners are the new Hollywood A-listers. All those singers and actors who aren't Awakeners. They got totally left in the dust by the big shot Awakener families. Most of them just faded out, but a few managed to hang on. Some of these Awakeners even pivoted to being pop stars. There's this super popular Awakener girl group called the Red Girls, and they tour all over the country to get more clout. They pop up in places wrecked by dimensional gates and throw these relief concerts to polish up their public image. So get this, during one concert, the Red Girls actually fought off a bunch of monsters, and everyone went crazy for them. They live-streamed the whole brawl against a monster wave, and bam, they instantly became America's sweethearts. Among the members, this girl Mia Rodriguez is a huge deal on YouTube, known for her iconic short hair. Her channel is just stacked with videos getting insane view counts. The clip of her planting a kiss on Jason Miller's cheek has over 1 million views. Her manager comes over, "What you looking at?" She just casually goes, "Just my YouTube." Her manager warns her, "By the way, you gotta quit it with those photoshopped, super thirsty thumbnails. You're gonna get your channel demonetized." Mia Rodriguez holds up her tablet with a total queen bee look. "Honey, how else am I supposed to get views these days? Everyone loves the clickbait, duh." Mia Rodriguez, one of the Red Girls, happily points to her biggest video. "Look, I just dropped this, and it's already at 1 million views. I bet Jason Miller has seen it by now." She's dreamily staring at his pic. He's just, so freaking cool. She's literally caressing his picture on her screen. "I just want to meet him, even just one time." The scene snaps over to this massive arena, probably somewhere like the Staples Center in LA, and the packed crowd is buzzing like crazy. Someone's like, "Dude, did you see today's fight card?" This other dude replies, "It's nuts, right? I am so hyped." Someone else chimes in, "So who you got winning?" Jake is just looking up at the whole scene, totally starstruck. "Whoa, can you believe this is actually happening? Man, it looks like that guy is destined to get absolutely wrecked by you." He turns to him, totally defeated. Jake sees the gnarly bruise on Jason Miller's face. "Bro, what happened to your face?" Jason tries to cover it up. "Don't even ask." He's thinking to himself, "I can't believe Emily Thompson actually clocked me twice. But for real, what did I even do to deserve that?" Jake asks, all concerned, "You need me to grab you some ice for that or something?" Jason Miller's just like, "Nah, I'm good, thanks." But then, from behind them, Alex yells, "Hey, loser." He crosses his arms, looking all high and mighty. "I figured you'd get scared and bail after seeing the lineup, but I guess you still have some guts left." Alex says all condescendingly, "I'll give you props for being an idiot, at least." Jake is looking confused as heck, while Jason Miller just starts cleaning out his ear, acting like he can't hear a thing. Jake mutters, "Doesn't that dude ever get tired of running his mouth?" Jason doesn't even glance over. "Just ignore him, bro. He's all talk." Alex is just glaring at them, totally disgusted. "You're so smug just 'cause you beat some E-rank scrubs like the Wind Apostle and got that Celestial King's legacy move that Dad was always obsessed with. It's messed up that a nobody like you gets a technique like that." Then he threatens, "Laugh it up while you can." Alex does this dramatic spin and walks off like a CEO in a K-drama. "I am going to utterly destroy you." Meanwhile, John's sitting up in the stands. "To be honest, I am very pleased with this matchup." His assistant looks totally lost. "Sir." So John starts to explain his whole evil plan. Only the strong deserve to be at the top of the food chain. The weak, they're supposed to get filtered out and tossed aside. Once the line of succession is set by this celestial combat tournament, I don't have to lift a finger. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty chill. His assistant just cuts in, totally killing the vibe. "You're a perfect role model for a clan leader, but you're the absolute worst kind of father." John just nods. "I'll take that as a compliment." Down in the sandy arena, 3 referees are standing by, ready to go. Jason Miller and Alex are having a major stare-down while the ref lays down the rules. Once the match starts, any kind of martial art or weapon is fair game, and yes, sneak attacks are totally allowed. The ref keeps going, and you can see Alex's face getting all tight. The match only ends when one of you gives up. As long as you're still breathing, the fight goes on. Do you both agree? Jason Miller just casually shrugs. "I'm cool with that." The ref turns to Alex. "And you, Alex?" He's grinding his teeth. "Same here, I agree." A massive voice booms over the speakers. "Then let the match Begin. Jason Miller tilts his head, cracking his neck to warm up. He slams his spear into the sand, making this ear-splitting screech. Alex is already in his fight stance, thinking, an eye for an eye, blood for blood. Why don't you make the first move? Jason Miller just gives him this epic, troll-level smirk as electricity starts crackling all over his body. Seeing this, Alex goes ballistic, veins popping on his arms. You arrogant little punk. I'm gonna make you regret that. Alex stomps his foot, kicking up a massive sand cloud that blinds everyone. Jason shields his eyes. So this times is what you're so cocky about? He can see this weird, blood-colored energy just pouring off of Alex. That deep red aura was giving off some seriously bad vibes. As the aura spread, it had this nasty, metallic smell, like it was drenched in old blood. Alex lunges forward, yelling, too late to back out now. Jason blocks the punch with his arm, sending a shock of electricity right back up Alex's fist. Jason Miller whips out a kick, but Alex's eyes are quick enough to track it. He pulls a full-on matrix dodge, leaning his head back to avoid the hit. A flash of light from the attack makes Alex flinch for a sec. Jason's kick whistles past, his coat flapping, and he's already following up with another punch. You can see this spiritual power glowing around Jason's fist as he throws the punch. But then, his face just goes blank, like he saw something totally out of left field. Alex smirks. Is that all you got? He charges in, unleashing a storm of attacks, but Jason is just playing defense, not even throwing a punch back. Ha ha ha. Alex is laughing his head off, totally gloating. Where'd all that big talk from earlier go? Fight back. You hear me? He glares at Jason Miller and mutters to himself. I can win this. Even without the Celestial King's legacy move, I can beat Jason. I'm the strongest. All right, you've had your fun. Jason gets this dead serious look and just explodes forward with a crazy powerful strike. Jason clenches his fists, his battle stance is perfect as his aura starts to flare up. The two energies slam into each other, creating a massive shockwave that rocks the whole stadium. Y'all, this is getting intense. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Oh my god, he was totally unhinged, just screaming, drop dead, drop dead, drop dead. The whole crowd was bugging out, like, no freaking way, is that dude seriously an A rank already? He's just a kid. Someone in the back from Queens was cracking jokes. Can you imagine? Their dad, the big boss, must be absolutely losing his mind with pride over his two superstar sons. People were all like, dude, if my kid was half that cool, I'd be buying him a Tesla. Then boom, you feel this crazy energy coming from some secret fam. Being an Awakener is straight up power, you know? And a whole family of A-rankers, forget it, the feds can't touch him. But yo, get this, a family with a double A rank. That puts him on the global radar, like, every world leader is watching from D.C. to Tokyo. This guy, John Moore, is looking down at the arena, spotting this high school kid who's a freaking AA rank prodigy. He's thinking, mark my words, that kid's gonna be S rank in, like, 5 years. I mean, the U.S. hasn't seen a new S rank in the last 50 years, not since the legendary Sword Master. You'd think he'd be stoked, right? But this John Moore dude gets this little smirk, but he's totally sketched out. He's like, what is this seriously creepy vibe Zane's putting out? Kengo was thinking the same thing, totally weirded out. That energy was wild. Jason Miller was laser-focused on blocking Zane's attack, but bam. In the middle of it all, a huge piece of his thigh just gets ripped open, blood spraying everywhere. But get this, Jason didn't even flinch. His eyes were locked on, not showing an ounce of pain. Total beast mode. And Zane just starts cackling like a maniac. Ha ha ha, what's good? This is what real power looks like. You still want to get close, bruh? Huh? Cat got your tongue? He was just running his mouth, non-stop. Oh, what's wrong? Can't even talk smack in your own head? Ha ha ha. You could tell he was getting seriously ticked off. Bro, if you think Zane is annoying, smash that like button. Asterisk, TC, asterisk, dude is so freaking loud. Jason Miller was thinking this guy was a walking megaphone and it was getting on his last nerve. I was legit trying to process how much you leveled up, but I seriously can't listen to your trash talk anymore. Then whoosh, he flexes his spirit power, creating this insane vortex that literally caves in the ground under him. You could see this killer look flash in Jason Miller's eyes. His eyebrows were so tight they could have cracked a walnut. He just winds up and clocks Zane right in the nose. Zane's eyes go wide with total shock. Homie went flying backward like a ragdoll, spitting up a whole mouthful of blood. Yikes. Ack. Zane does a full spin in the air before he even hits the ground. Jason Miller's just like, yo, pipe down. My eardrums are about to burst. But then Master William totally freezes up. He's like, wait, what? Looking up all confused, with his forehead just drenched in cold sweat. The plot thickens, y'all. A piece of the pledge art. Master William is staring, completely shook. How in the world is a piece of times my times art coming from times him asterisk? The one broken piece he's been hunting for forever is inside Zane. Jason Miller looks up, his face a total question mark. A piece of your art? Master, what are you even talking about? Jason asked. You could see the sweat beads popping up on Master William's forehead. The pledge art. It's the technique you're supposed to learn after you master the infinite void. He could see Jason was floored, so he kept going. It's the art I used back when I was, let's just say, notorious. It was also the art of my very first student. Jason Miller was completely bugging. How the hell does a martial art from 1,000 years ago just pop up in downtown Chicago? What is even happening? Even Master William was stumped. I have no idea. And that's when Jason's mind jumped to the Golden Tortoise. First, the Golden Tortoise, the big boss of Thousand Peaks Lake, and now this. How is stuff from 1,000 years ago showing up today? His face was one giant confused emoji. Wait a sec. Could it be the gates? Jason Miller started putting the pieces together. Okay, so the gates are basically rifts in reality, right? And the super high-level ones aren't just dungeons, they're whole new worlds. Some are like straight-up medieval times or some kind of kung fu movie world.
So, if the world inside a gate is legit from 1,000 years ago, and that world connects to ours through the rift.
He shot a look over at Master William, totally thinking. Even though he's a spirit, I still ended up meeting Master William. And he's from 1,000 years ago too, so it's not totally impossible that Zane somehow got his hands on a piece of the pledge art. Master William just looked completely lost. I just don't know how it happened, Master William said, but Jason Miller was cool as a cucumber. Well, we're about to find out. He dropped into a fighting stance. The answer is standing right in front of us. Zane's face was all twisted up, the guy with the ancient artifact. Just then, ding. A system notification popped up. Side quest. Retrieve the fragment of the pledge art. Quest description. Master William is mega curious about why a piece of his legendary pledge art is just chilling here. Take down Zane and get him some answers. Mission objective. Wreck Zane's Dantian. Failure is not an option, especially if Zane dips out. Or if Zane's Dantian isn't completely obliterated. The reward? A whopping 800,000 tech points. Plus, the points needed for the pledge art get a 10 million point discount. Jason Miller's jaw hit the floor. AC rank quest with a reward this stacked. He got this super smug look on his face. Drop a comment below with what you'd do with that many points. Welp, now I have a very times good reason to win this. Jason Miller stood there looking all kinds of confident. All right, ready for round 2, buddy. And then he was gone. He shot into the air, moving like a bolt of lightning. So fast, Zane couldn't even track him. Jason Miller was creating afterimages, surrounding Zane like a freaking tornado. Zane was getting dizzy, totally losing his bearings. What is this? Some kind of secret move? He thought. Nope, it was worse. Zane looked up and saw, like, dozens of Jason Millers staring him down. It wasn't a trick. Jason was just moving so fast he was literally in multiple places at once. Jason zipped past him, forcing Zane to turtle up completely. Then, a crushing punch came rocketing down from above his head, which he barely managed to dodge. Jason's fist slammed into the ground instead, cracking the arena floor, and Zane's face was just pure terror. I'm telling you, I knew this kid was special from the jump. He glanced over and gave this little smirk, like a cat playing with a mouse. Jason Miller was flying around, making Zane dodge like a maniac. And get this, he was totally pulling his punches, deliberately missing the important spots. He wasn't trying to win, he was trying to clown him. Zane was grinding his teeth, totally pissed. What the? He threw up a defensive stance, his spirit power flaring up like a force field around him. He shot out a few palm strikes, but they just bounced off Jason's energy shield. Zane was absolutely furious that Jason was pulling that afterimage stunt again. You think this is a game? He roared. With this power, I can't lose to anyone. Zane charged forward, throwing a haymaker right into thin air. He whipped around, there you are, and swung again at nothing, because Jason Miller had already dodged him like it was nothing. So embarrassing. He was so mad, he had a total unibrow going on. Then, whap, Zane gets smacked in the face by a lightning-fast hit from out of nowhere. He's holding his cheek, all confused. And then Jason Miller just casually strolls up from behind him, like he's been there the whole time, and lands another smack on the other cheek. You know, just to keep it symmetrical. Lol. And after that little balancing act, Jason Miller just unleashed this flurry of hits, making Zane's head bobble around like one of those dashboard toys. The crowd in the stands, probably repping all 5 boroughs, went absolutely wild, cheering like crazy. Zane just spits out this nasty glob of dark red blood. He's clutching his busted-up face, just groaning. His body just gives out, and he collapses to his knees. He's thinking, my whole body is shaking. I'm drenched in sweat. I've never felt anything like this before in my life. No, I know exactly what this is. He looked at Jason Miller's insane aura and just couldn't stop shaking. This is fear. Fear of someone who is on a whole other level. Jason started walking toward him, slow and steady, like he was enjoying every second of Zane's pathetic breakdown. Zane just clenched his fists. Stay back. Don't you come any closer. Zane lets out a roar and throws a wild punch, screaming get lost. Jason Miller just sidesteps it, making Zane lose his balance and stumble forward. And then Jason just smacks him with one final, heavy blow. His skinny body just crumples backward, and you could hear jaws drop all over the stadium in Miami. Nobody could believe it was over so fast. Jason stood over him, just looking down at Zane's face mashed into the dirt, dust everywhere. The ref started to call it the match is, but Jason cut him right off. No, it's not over yet. He had this crazy, amused smirk on his face. The match ends when he says he quits. Oh my god, what do you guys think is going to happen next? Let me know your craziest theories in the comments and don't forget to share this with your crew. Yep, that's right. Jason Miller yanked Liam's head up by his hair. Oh my god, his face was a hot mess, blood was gushing from his nose, and at least one tooth was straight up gone. He made this nasty gulping sound. Ugh, so gross. And Jason, he's just smiling all sweet, like, rise and shine, sleeping beauty. Finally with us, huh? Liam's eyes flew open, furious. Jason, you son of a. But Jason just calmly cuts him off with a threat. You remember what I told you when I put you on the floor, right? About how I handle people who really get on my nerves. He tightens his grip on his hair. Now, you better give me a straight answer, or I'll completely shatter your core. You feel me? Y'all, Liam's face was pure terror. That insane power you have. You could literally see Jason's reflection in his eyes, all menacing. Who gave it to you? Liam's stuttering so bad. The one. The one who gave me this power was. But wait, while they were distracted, someone pulls a sword and closes in. And it was none other than. What in the actual heck is going on? Jason glances back, and it's Kane, standing there looking super grim, sword at the ready. On the big screen in the arena, there's a clip of Liam screaming like a total psycho. How do you like my power now, huh? Master William was deep in thought. That power. Kane could feel this insane spiritual energy just flooding the whole arena, like we're in downtown L.A. during a heat wave. They gave that destructive power to one of the kings too. An image of the very first awakened one flickers on screen. That kind of destructive power is something that you can only get from beings who've totally leveled up beyond the martial limits of this world. We're talking seriously mystical energy. At first, I thought they were just monsters in people's suits, so I jumped right into the fight. I was totally expecting some epic anime battle from the vibes they were giving off. But their clasped hands started glowing, and I couldn't tell if it was like a desperate prayer or something way more cold-blooded. When the battle kicked off, people were dropping like flies. The result? We got absolutely wrecked. Total defeat. Cold sweat was literally dripping down Master William's forehead. There was no way to win. We were in a completely different league. How can that kind of power even exist? Kane just sat there, looking completely dazed, like his team just lost the championship. It's like they say, beyond the sky are even greater heavens, and beyond their power are even mightier beings. This woman, Sierra, raises her hand like she's about to drop a blessing. Do you want to become stronger? I shall grant you power. But in return, you have to give us something. Are you prepared? And the poor old Master William just bows his head low. I am willing to do anything. The drama, you guys. Kane's brow furrowed as he got lost in thought. He'd do anything. This power is absolute. But the people who give it out want to stay on the down low. He looks up at the guy's face. And of course, this power has to be kept a secret. Plus, without a ton of training, it's impossible to hide your aura. Kane's gaze drifted down to the arena, just like that kid down there. On the stage, Liam was clutching his shoulder, facing Jason Miller. And the ref? He was just chilling, watching the tea get spilled. LOL. Master William was thinking, looks like one of the kings has to step in. Kane was like, I've got a really bad feeling this kid is about to say something super dumb. With your skills, you could have stopped him, couldn't you? The mysterious silver-haired figure met his gaze again. You're protecting one of the kings, so you have a good reason. Master William shot back, but I can't afford to take that risk. The mysterious person just lifted their head. Well, in that case, why don't we just show ourselves? Kane totally protested. The higher-ups would never go for that. The mysterious one agreed. I get it, I'll bounce. Master William looked so disgusted. They were clearly holding back because of the demon blade. Kane's eyes darted over, super curious. What is so special about it that they want it that badly? Master William was doing the math in his head. If I can unlock the secret of that demon blade, I could make them my little minions. Down in the arena, Jason was holding Liam by the hair when Master William rushed forward. Kane drew his sword. You have no shame. He's already lost the will to fight, and you're still attacking him. Are you gonna stop or not? Jason turned and asked. Hold up, you're the one who tore up his mouth, aren't you? But Master William kept up his whole hero act. You were my target from the start, if only you hadn't dodged. Jason stood up, thinking. Okay, So this king is Liam's uncle, but to the Imperial clan, he's just future competition. If he wants his own son, Chase, to win, he has absolutely no reason to jump into this mess. He glanced over at Liam, who was covering his messed up mouth as blood dripped through his fingers, the way you ripped his mouth apart just to shut him up. Jason's lips curled into a smirk. Is it something about the kings? He was putting the pieces together. The Imperial clan is currently working with demons. A piece of the pack must be connected to the demons of this world. Kane's face twisted into a major scowl. Your actions are completely out of line, trying to cripple your opponent during a sacred and honorable match. I saw your wicked nature from the beginning, but I can't let this slide any longer. Jason retorted sarcastically. Even if you're one of the kings, you have zero right to interfere in my fight. You're old news, Grandpa. Just sit down in your little seat in Miami and watch quietly. If you keep pushing it, I'll end this real quick. Master William's eyes were practically bulging with rage. You arrogant punk. Kane charged at the cocky brat. But get this, Jason blocked the swinging sword with his bare hand. The old man's lightning energy surged forward, and a massive explosion went off, kicking up a cloud of smoke and dust that hid everything. The crowd went ballistic. Holy crap, is that the aura of one of the legendary 5 kings? Jason let out a pained laugh. Man, this isn't going to be a walk in the park. One of the 5 kings is a little out of my league. For now, anyway. Jason commanded, System, open status window. A super fast analysis ran through his head. Right now, my power level is exactly AA rank. Taking down the Apostle of Wind and facing that demon from the other world, Nicole Adams, that was all thanks to my superior martial arts. The system popped up, basic information. Title, youngest disciple of the Hermit and 2 others. Name, Jason Miller. Age, 18. Potential, unranked. Current rank, AA. Unique skills, Sovereign Martial Arts SSS. Dominating Steps, B. Infinite Spear Technique, SS. Skills, Vampiric Insect Art A. Heavenly King's Steps. Celestial God Art S. 10-Step God Fist, C. Flying Dragon Technique, C. Myriad Poisons, Elixir, C. 7 Piercing Steps, C. Continuous Spear Technique, C. Trait, plus, the Ultimate Path. Disillusionment with the World. Master of the Spirit, Land S. Divine Body SS and 7 others. Stats. Health 286 out of 500. Stamina 318 out of 500. Strength 234 out of 500. Agility 350 out of 500. Special. Internal Energy 560 out of 1000. Mental Power 358 out of 500. Reputation 8800. Famous. Influence the 4 Great Holy Lands. Hostile. Sen obeys. The Fairy Trusts. Sacrifiers. Status, Public Attack Power plus 150%. All Elemental Affinity plus 70%. Resistance plus 35%. All Elemental Resistance plus 100%. Internal Energy Recovery plus 15%. The Ultimate Path, Disillusionment with the World. Hermit 5, Divine Body not over 10 million. Martial Arts 2. Ultimate Technique 0 out of 15 million. Stats 45. Constitution plus 15. 10 million. What do you guys think of these stats? Drop a comment below if you think Jason's got this in the bag. Current accumulated points, 27,680,000. Jason was lost in thought, but I can't reveal the on-1 martial arts to the public yet, so he gave the system a command. The points needed to level up a trait is 1 million B. The system announced health stat 286 out of 500. Stamina 318 out of 500. Strength 234 out of 500. Agility 350 out of 500. Special item. Jason looked at the totally stunned Kane before him. Health 286 out of 500. Stamina 318 out of 500. Strength 234 out of 500. Man, this is getting crazy. Make sure you smash that like button and subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Okay, get this. Agility, a wild 350 out of 500. My dude, Jason Miller, is gripping that sword so hard, I thought it was going to turn to dust. Peep the stats. Health 286, Stamina 318, Strength 234, and Agility still at a crazy 350. Jason's just smirking, looking like he's already won this thing. Total boss move. The stats are still looking rough for the other guy. And yo, the old man is straight up panicking, watching his sword get absolutely wrecked. You can see him thinking, what the actual heck? Jason Miller jumps on it, throwing some major shade. Surprised, old-timer? You really thought you could just walk all over me whenever you felt like it? Oof, the burn. But plot twist, now we're playing on my level. He gets right up in Kangu's grill, like inches away. Isn't it obvious, bro? Your little lightning parlor tricks got nothing on my skills. We're in different leagues. The old dude just roars and swings his sword. You dare mess with me. Man, he is triggered. Jason Miller dodges like a pro, but keeps the trash talk coming. Yo, dude, your uncle is kinda terrifying, not gonna lie. Then he turns to Lai Sheen, who's on the floor looking wrecked. Since you're staying quiet, I guess I can't keep your little secret for ya. And bam! Lai Shin starts screaming. I'll tell everyone. It was my uncle's fault I couldn't talk. The tea is peeping hot, y'all. Jason Miller just grabs Lai Shin by the collar, totally done with him. Yeah, I don't think I need to hear another word from you. Kangoo is losing it, roaring. Are you gonna stop? Then a voice from behind says, that's enough. Jason literally looked like he was about to launch that dude from Miami to the moon with one punch, but he just freezes. It's John Mew, and he's got Jason's hand in a death grip. Isn't that enough? The whole crowd starts whispering, and you can see the old man reluctantly put his sword away. Someone in the crowd is like, Your Majesty, chill out. It's a bad look for a grown man to jump into a teenage beef. And of course, Lai Shin sees his chance and starts begging. Dad, please, let me go, spare me. So pathetic. Jason just scowls and snaps back. I don't want to stop. The dad goes full-on rage mode. Are you defying your own father? But Jason hits him with the ultimate comeback. Have you ever, even once, treated me like a son? Drops Mick. John Moo just freezes up, completely stunned. Jason Miller rips his hand away from his dad's grip, like he's literally severing their messed-up family ties. He gives him this ice-cold glare. Can you please drop the fake nice guy act? It's absolutely disgusting. You literally make me sick. Some hater in the crowd scoffs, no matter how you look at it, calling him the sixth king is a total joke. But then Uni claps back, ha ha, just you wait and see who gets the last laugh. Meanwhile, Jason Miller violently yanks his hand away from John Moo, like for real this time, trying to end their father-son drama for good. He just glares daggers at him. Can you please take off that fake mask? It's gross. You make me sick. John Moo and Kangoo are just standing there, jaws on the floor, in total disbelief. Jason Miller doubles down. Have you ever, for a single second, acted like a real father to me? If you had, you would have actually done your job as a dad. He stands up, and his whole vibe is just electric, seriously intense. I never expected anything from you anyway. And then a flashback hits Jason's thinking about the awful past when his own mom was taken from him. He's remembering the horrible days he was messed with by Choi Minin. Jason is just filled with so much anger for trying so hard to get his dad's attention. But John Mew just ghosted him, ignoring every single cry for help. Jason looks so drained. Even when I begged my whole life, he pounds his chest and just screams it out. You didn't even look my way once. You're the one who abandoned me first. John Mew tries to make some excuse, but Jason has already turned his back on him. Enough. I don't want to hear it. With this super dark look on his face, he goes, if you chose to just be a bystander, then you're gonna pay for that choice. The vibes around Jason Miller just got seriously deadly. A system notification pops up at the same time. Side quest. Reclaim the Pachon fragment. Goal. Destroy Lai Shin's core. Kangoo leaps in, slashing like a madman. But Jason just matrix dodges it by leaning his head back. So smooth. The old dude slams his sword into the arena floor, and a massive chunk of the wall just cracks and crumbles. The crowd is freaking out, scrambling to get away like it's Black Friday at a mall in Dallas. Yo, the whole stadium's coming down. Hey, Hanju is trying to get everyone to chill. The arena has a protection squad, guys. It's not gonna collapse. Please move slow. Get back to your seats. Meanwhile, this girl with bangs is running for her life. Whoa. She slips and totally eats it. Or she would have, but an arm catches her just in time. What a movie moment. Jun Jeon wraps his arm around her waist. You okay? You're not hurt, right? She just quietly goes, I'm fine. The girl with bangs is blushing so hard, clutching her cheeks like, why am I feeling all tingly? But she's still super worried, watching the fight. Jun Jeon's eyes are locked on Jason. Please don't get hurt. Kangoo is screaming like a total psycho. You little punk, not only were you a savage in the tournament, but you disrespected a demon king like Me. The old guy flies up into the air, getting ready for this massive attack. I'm gonna teach you a lesson today. But lol, the attack was so predictable, Jason avoided it without even breaking a sweat. Another giant crack splits the arena wall. A little smirk plays on Jason Miller's lips as he mutters, Master William, you seeing this? Master William just frowns. Yeah, I see it loud and clear. Jason's eyes are laser-focused on that jerk, who also has a piece of the Ponji. With his eagle eyes, he can totally see the fragment right there on the guy's hip. Master William sounds so over it. He's still causing a scene after all this, even though I warned him. Jason Miller starts getting into his fight stance. Oh, it's about to go down, people. That dude, he clocked the old guy's whole game plan in a split second. Kangoo roared. How dare you look away from me? Jason just zips right past him. This is such a drag. Then, out of nowhere, a familiar face, Chun Shik, appears in the arena. Jason turns back. I kind of wanted to mess with you a little longer. Jason was ready to go full beast mode, but it looks like that's not on the menu anymore. Because I've confirmed that Choi Kangoo has a piece of the Ponji, he's thinking, no need to keep this little practice session going, and makes a little gesture. But it would be a shame to just end it here. The spear stuck in the ground starts shaking like crazy, like some invisible force is pulling it. Jason Miller uses his powers to yoink the spear out of the ground, and there's this blinding flash of light. The spear flies right into his hand. Bro, with his robes flowing, he looked like a literal god who just dropped down from the sky. Main character energy is off the charts. Jason Miller leans back. How about a little parting gift for the adult in the room before we call it a day? He starts chanting some crazy words, third form of the infinite spear technique. And behind Jason, a freaking dragon made of pure energy just appears out of nowhere. Divine Art of Sumeru. Modified Heavenly King. Black Dragon Formation. The dragon's head moves, it lets out a roar so loud it could probably cause an earthquake in California. It shoots at Kangoo like a tornado, so fast no one could even blink. The old man is gritting his teeth. I can't stop it. Kangoo tries to push it away. I have to change its direction. But the dragon's body is heading straight for the audience, and everyone's losing their minds. Chunzik steps up. His energy blast just shreds the old man's coat. He draws his sword, the blade is gleaming, and his eyes look sharp enough to cut diamonds. Chunzik draws his sword, unleashing this blindingly bright power. Divine Art of the Thunder Heavenly King, sword formation. Right in front of the old guy, the dragon's scales get 100 times bigger, and the ground just splits open, leaving a huge crater. It's insane. People who were hiding start to peek out slowly. Jason Miller is just standing in the middle of the wrecked arena. All right, that's enough, everyone. This has gotten way out of hand. His voice booms across the ruins. Everybody, go home. I don't think we can finish the tournament today. What a way to end the party. So the scene cuts to a PC cafe in Koreatown, Los Angeles, and the online comment section is blowing up. Keyboard warriors are going nuts. Spear God Jason Miller shatters the dragon's power. Is this level of brutality even allowed? Drop a comment below. Is this totally okay or way too far? The horrifying end to the War of Succession. Some randos on the internet acting like they're experts. That's terrifying. His cruelty is straight up evil. Isn't that so disrespectful to his own dad? Their family? You guys. Do they really have to take it this far? Man, everyone's got an opinion. Make sure to hit that subscribe button so you don't miss the next chapter of this family drama. Oh my god, these keyboard warriors have zero clue what Jason Miller's been through, but they're all over the forums acting like they're his BFFs from back in Miami. And now that everyone's gassing him up, my man thinks he can just do whatever. Someone in the comments was like, yo, maybe he actually joined some demonic cult. We gotta cancel him. So wild. And get this, the search trends are blowing up. It's all Spear God versus Du Huang, who's the GOAT, and how OP is the Spear God, for real. The headlines are crazy. Jason Miller unleashes his god-tier power, staring down Du Huang like a boss. Everyone's saying the sixth king is about to drop, and the comments are an absolute dumpster fire. Drop a comment below who you think would win. Ashley Williams was like, Mia Rodriguez, you were totally right. Is this place psychic or something? LOL, I could seriously quit my day job and open up a tarot shop on Venice Beach. She just flopped onto the couch, letting out this huge sigh like she just dropped a massive weight. Then she started grumbling. Even though the big boss ordered it, I can't believe I had to write the hype article times and times then drop fake comments on it. The struggle is real. I mean, can you believe they had to astroturf their own media? Ashley jokingly threatened, yo, if I don't get a fat bonus for this, I'm out. Peace. But Robert Harrison was just chillin', totally unfazed. He's like, don't worry. Your resignation letter would get rejected so fast. Savage. So we cut to our boy, Jason Miller. The sun is streaming down through these hibiscus flowers, giving off major Hawaii vibes. Banana leaves are swaying, total paradise. But Jason's just staring at a text on his phone. It's from some reporter, Kim COA, and it's like, hey, this is Kim COA. Got your number. Hit me back when you get this. The media never sleeps. He just leans his head back against his spirit beast, lamb, and sighs. This world is way too connected, man. I can't even escape annoying texts inside a freaking dimensional gate, cause they got 5G in here now. LOL. He glances over at his system screen and taps the missions tab, ready to get back to the grind. A notification just pops up on his screen. Bling. Side mission. Retrieve the fragment of Pachon. Complete. Reward inbound. You've earned 800,000 accumulation points. The points needed to get Pachon have been slashed by 10 million. Jason just scratches his chin, looking pretty stoked about it. That's a serious payday. He's thinking, man, the reward for wrecking Ethan Moore's core is pretty sweet. Getting paid to take out a total scumbag, that's a win-win, baby. Two birds, one stone. Aight, he thinks, now all I gotta do is own this heavenly tournament. He's just vibing, thinking, that weapon art all these demons are fiending for, if I could just get my hands on it. Then bam, Jason Miller's eyes snap open. Wait a minute. He shoots right up. Master, I gotta ask you something. Master William just glances at him like, what's up? And Jason's all anxious like, if Ethan Moore and that Kangoo dude have fragments of Pachon, does that mean those demons are like from your time? Master William hesitates for a sec. I'm not totally sure, but Jason Miller's not letting it go. But you said Pachon belonged to your first student. The master's like, look, I'd have to actually see or get my hands on the demon's sword to know for sure. The plot thickens, y'all. Jason Miller is just stunned, like, the demon's sword. He's kinda hesitant, Master. What if, and this is just a hypothetical, right? What if these demons are connected to your first student? What happens then? Master William turns to him, and with ice in his veins, he just says, well, in that case, you'll have to erase them. Chills. Literal chills. Why? Jason shoots back. But that's your student, your boy. The two spirit beasts just look at each other, totally confused, like they just walked in on some family drama they should not be hearing. Master William is just floating there, all mystical, and says, you'll get it when you get there. Then this image of a shattered mirror pops up, and he's like, the fragments of Pachon can never, ever see the light of day. If they do, this world is toast. It's over, he explains. Pachon, also known as the Blood Heaven art, is the same power I once used to paint the whole world red. And y'all, the look on Master William's face was pure anguish. This is some heavy backstory. Anyone who uses Pachon gets this crazy, unquenchable thirst, and the more they use it, the worse it gets. The only thing that calms it down is, well, let's just say it's not Gatorade, but that's just a temporary fix. He looked like he was literally sinking into a pit of fire, just remembering it. The next day, that craving would hit all over again. And your heart just starts shaking, craving that chaos. With the tiny bit of sanity I had left, I made sure not to go after regular people. Instead, I went after the pros, martial artists from both the good guy and bad guy factions. He's basically spilling his guts, saying it's all a memory, and his biggest shame. The nickname they gave me back then is my life's greatest L. If I could go back, I would have never created Pachon. He's so torn up, saying, only after taking out tens of thousands of people did I realize the whole technique was flawed. Oof. So, Master William was super worried about his disciple, who was getting way too into the whole bloodthirsty vibe. Like, the technique itself was more perfect than any other martial art, but the problem was the mental game. The mental firewall that was supposed to support Pachon just couldn't handle it, which led to this nasty side effect of just wanting to cause mayhem. It's like a bug in the code. It's a martial art that's basically forbidden by the entire Murim society, on a whole other level from your basic demonic arts. Jason Miller is floored. You actually taught that to your student. The master just fans himself cool as a cucumber and says, yeah, it's a good thing I only gave it to my first student. Dude, that's cold. Then Master William talks about how he basically had to go off the grid. My own body wasn't strong enough to handle Pachon, so I dipped out immediately to try and make up for some seriously unfixable mistakes and to make sure my first student didn't follow me down that path. So, I created a new martial art. He points right at Jason Miller, a style created by mashing up the divine art of cutting heaven as the base with the heavenly horse divine art and the reverse core demonic technique. Then Master William drops the mic. That is what you call the primordial divine art. And boom, another system notification pops up. Description for primordial divine art has been updated. Check this out. Primordial divine art, SSS rank, 5-star growth type. The description says, a legendary divine art that Master William poured his entire life into. It can control the energy scattered all over, throughout heaven and earth, and it syncs up perfectly with any martial art. Its foundation is the heavenly horse divine art and the reverse core demonic technique. And the stats are insane. Effects, energy recovery speed plus 25%, control of heaven-destroying martial energy, and demonic resistance plus 30%. Jason Miller just lets out this little laugh, like, ha, isn't this basically a cheat code? He's scratching his chin, totally geeking out. Triple S rank and a growth type, that's wild. I didn't even know there was a rank above double S. He's wondering, if this thing keeps leveling up, what's the cap? Then he asks, so what happened after you cooked up the primordial divine art? Master William gets closer to him. I went to find my first student to give him the finished, patched version of the art, but it was too late. The damage was done. Instead of the welcome I was hoping for, he came at me with a sword. OMG. Even though I'm the one who messed up, what happened to my first student is all on me. He had turned into a complete wild animal, with no respect for life at all. I tried to take the heat off him by taking all the blame myself. Man, this is heavy stuff. So he and the student he loved the most had this absolutely brutal battle, and Master William lost. Life just never goes how you plan it, huh? Back in the present, he's hesitating again. Student, if, and this is a big if. The master looks so sad as he says the words he clearly doesn't even want to think about. If these demons running around have something to do with my first student, can you take care of them for me? He says it so dejectedly. This isn't an order. You can say no. Just think of it as a favor for an old man. What a gut punch. And Jason Miller just replies, Master. He gets down on one knee. His face is dead serious. I was about to say the same thing. As your student, of course I'll carry out your final wish. For real, you're the reason I'm this strong in the first place. Master. Jason bows his head, full of respect. In a world where the weak get treated like trash, you were the one who made me feel like I mattered. It was you, no one else. And besides, taking out the demons who went after my mom, that's my life's mission. Then he just grins, all bright and confident, so you don't have to make it a request. Besides, I'm your student, right, Master? Master William looks at him with so much pride, just like a proud dad. Thank you. But Jason, never missing a beat, immediately goes, So, if your time's at times grateful, you could always hook me up with one or two of those shiny trinkets you got. Lol, this dude. If you love Jason's hustle, smash that like button and subscribe for more. He was like, whatever, brush it off. Alright, cut to our little prodigy in training. You hear that? Asterisk, clang. Clang asterisk. Bro's counting his reps. 1405, 1406, 1407. Then Jason Miller strolls up like, oh, so you actually showed up. Leo's eyes totally lit up. Man. Dude, you're here. He dropped his sword and ran over. That fight was insane. Literally everyone outside is gossiping about you like crazy, he said, but Jason just played it cool. Let him talk. Leo got all hyped up, clenching his fist. Just like I thought. You don't care about the cloud at all. That's it. I'm gonna grind like crazy to be just like you. Jason Miller could only manage a cringe smile at this major fanboy moment. Asterisk, ahem, asterisk. He was like, all right, Leo. Let's channel that energy and awaken a trait or two. Leo looked lost. How are we gonna do that, like, right now? Jason's giving him a look like, are you serious, bro? Why all the questions? You don't trust me or something? Leo started shaking his head frantically. No, it's not that. If I can't trust you, who can I trust? Jason threw a friendly arm around his shoulder. Look, I know you dipped from the National Martial Arts Tournament, 'cause of me. And I feel bad I haven't been looking out for you. Just trust me and go all out every day. Got it. Leo looked so touched, he covered his mouth. Yeah, I'll work till I drop. Jason Miller got this wicked smirk. I guarantee it, you're about to have a major glow-up. Okay, scene change, y'all. We're at some bougie mansion in Beverly Hills on a full moon night. And you just hear someone raging. A sword slams into a paper on the wall, and this dude roars, damn in it. It's Councilman Thorne, sitting in his chair, looking like his whole world is crashing down. The old man's face was twisted. He was so mad. Our family's reputation is in the toilet. It's completely shot. He's like, there's only one way to fix this. He glares down at his fail son, Trevor. Trevor, you have to win the national tournament. You will get that demon's sword, no matter what it takes. Oh my god, this guy is seriously obsessed with taking down Jason Miller. As for Jason Miller, I'll handle him myself. Understand? And get this, you guys, the sword is pinning a picture of Jason Miller to the wall, right through his head. So psycho. Anyway, cut to the next day, blazing sun over some dusty wasteland outside of Phoenix. Asterisk bling, asterisk, a system notification pops up. Your disciple has awakened an AA rank trait. Reward, 1 million points have been awarded. Jason Miller just crosses his arms, looking smug. Took about a day. Perfect. He smiles and asks, so, Leo, how's the new power-up feel? Leo flexes his arm. Haha, it's awesome. I've never felt so jacked in my life. Jason's like, well, duh. A top-tier trait is gonna hit different, right? And just like that, more system notifications start blowing up his screen. Descendant of the Du clan, trait type. Rank AA. The description reads, a descendant of the Du clan, who practiced supreme martial arts since ancient times. Though their line has faded, their natural-born talent for the Du arts is still there. And the effect? Adjusts all Du-related talent to S rank. Sheesh. He's scratching his chin, totally pleased. Nice, very nice. Even Master William said Leo had potential, so this is 100% deserved. Then, Master William just appears. I never imagined the Du school's bloodline would continue like this. Jason's like, wait, the Du lineage is a real thing? Master William explains. Not every family that uses a Du is part of that world. Back in the day, there were tons of warrior clans, and the Du lineage was a big deal. A light bulb goes off in Jason's head. Okay, So if the Habok Peng clan is originally from China, then the Du lineage is from Korea, right? And Leo is a legit descendant of that famous Du clan? Master William nods, looking impressed. Smart kid. Jason raises an eyebrow, putting the pieces together. So, Master, what you're saying is, a descendant of the legendary Du clan from Goryeo is learning some other clan's martial arts from a total amateur like me. Kinda hilarious, right? He teased. Master William was beaming with pride. Oh my god, look at my student, being so damn clever. He's like, alright, bet. In that case, I gotta find the real Du clan moves for my grand disciple. Jason was so hyped. Master, you're the goat. He steps into a teleportation portal. I'm heading out. Leo, if you get bored, just spar with them. The Sakyu dudes reached out, like, wait, but it was too late. Master, Leo, no. Leo turns to them with an absolutely murderous look on his face. "'Cause that was an order from your master," he cracks his knuckles. "So, who's ready to dance?" Laugh my ass off. Okay, cut. Back to the arena, which is still a total disaster from the day before. Dust and smoke everywhere. A reporter's just like, whoa, dude, this is brutal. The place is totaled and they want us to practice. The reporter next to him whispers, low-key, this tournament is a whole joke, right? They should have prepped way better. But check this. This lead guy holds up a sword, and his whole crew starts focusing their energy, creating this insane aura. All the rocks and busted-up pieces of the arena start floating into the air. Everything that got wrecked is just being magically put back together. The first reporter's mind is blown. Whoa, what is that, my guy? The other reporter explains that it's a restoration spell. See, in the Eastern Federation, they all picked martial arts, so they can't do this. But in the Western Alliance, they chose magic, so they've got all these crazy spells, like fixing stuff. The National Martial Arts Tournament gets eyes from all over the world, so they get support from the magic users out west. In the stands, the crowd is buzzing. Hey, you seen Jason Miller yet? Someone shouts back, it's too packed, I can't see him anywhere. People were getting so annoyed. Ugh, if I'd known it'd be like this, I would have just waited at the gate on State Street. And there he is, Jason, with his hood up. Damn, way more people are looking for me than I thought. He squeezes through the crowd. Today's the big match between Jessica, the Sword Master, and Trevor Thorne. I thought they'd be the main event. Master William floats up beside him, totally nagging. This is why you should have kept your identity a secret. Jason just sighs. So over it. Master, how was I supposed to turn down a mission like that? He slips through a door. I just came to watch Jessica fight. I just have to lay low until then. The crowd is still going wild trying to find him. Found Jason Miller yet? People in the stands were gossiping. Is he not coming today? Another person was like, nah, no way. Where could he be? Meanwhile, Jason walks up to a prep room and knocks politely. He steps inside. It's Alex. Alex is stoked. Jason, my dude, what took you so long? Jessica was searching everywhere for you. Jason just plays it cool. Had to take care of some things. Where is she? Alex is like, she just stepped out a minute ago. Jason blinks. Oh, for real? I'll just wait for her to get back. Then bam. Out of nowhere, Jessica pounces on him from behind before anyone can even react. She's got him in a freaking leg-lock chokehold. My dear Jason, she coos. I told you to come early, but I guess you didn't listen, did you? Jason is screaming for his life. Ah, my arm, my arm. Jessica just smiles brightly. Oh, aren't you worried about your weak big sister? I'm about to fight that sketchy Trevor Thorne guy. He shakily taps out. Weak? Oh, my leg. He's the one who should be worried about you. Jason yells helplessly. I was late because I had to find something to give you. Hearing that, she actually lets him go. He pushes himself off the ground, all dramatic, and hands her a white towel. Here, take it. Jessica just looks at him, totally shocked. What do you guys think is on that towel? Drop your best theories in the comments below. And we're back in the sun-drenched arena. The cheers are deafening. Trevor and Jessica are locked in a seriously fierce sword fight. She's taunting him. You look like you're struggling, Trevor. Why not just give up now? The guy is trying to block her sword, his face changing colors like a traffic light. Jessica swings her sword in one clean move, but Trevor somehow dodges. He wasn't so lucky the second time, though. She lands a literal power punch square in his face. Y'all. Trevor went flying into the air like a puppet with its strings cut. You could still see the sparks on Jessica's hand. Go off, queen. Smash that share button if you think Jessica is a total icon. Y'all. This dude instantly went into panic mode, covering his head and stumbling back, using his sword like a cane just to stay upright. Lol. She comes at him again, super fast, but just misses. And the crowd? Oh, they were living for this drama. They were all like, huh, look at this clown. What a total chump. Straight up roasting him, no chill. Someone in the stands literally screamed, even his legendary dragon sword is about to be straight up trashed. And oh my god, he dodges another one, but just barely. Our boy Taemin is just getting clowned on, purely on defense. You can just see him thinking, dang it, I cannot lose here, not like this. Man was absolutely determined to flip the script. So he gets this burst of energy, swings his sword all crazy, thinking, I gotta get that demon sword. But bam! Junyeon just decks him right in the face, knocking the daydream right out of him. Laugh my ass off. Then she's just standing over him, all cool. Like, whoa, you tapping out already? She was just dragging him, absolutely ruthless. And she hits him with this super sweet smile, I was just getting warmed up, boo. Then she drops the bomb, I made a promise to Doha. I'm taking you out for her. Taemin is fuming, muttering, wow, you guys really hold a grudge, huh? And then get this, he pulls the dirtiest, most low-down move ever and chucks a handful of sand right in her eyes. So uncool, bro. She immediately grabs her face, screaming, ah, my eyes. The whole stadium erupted. People were yelling, hey, that's a foul play. And fight fair, you coward. But Junyeon, even while clutching her eyes, never lets go of her sword. That's a queen right there. Then she snaps her eyes open and y'all, they were bloodshot and she looked absolutely livid. She just exploded forward with this I'm gonna end you energy. You think you're getting away with that? She growls. And before he can even blink, she runs him clean through the chest. No chance to dodge, no nothing. It was brutal. Bright red blood just gushed out, soaking his whole shirt. Then she just yanks her sword out, and it's like a scene from a movie. Blood, just flying everywhere. Wild. She gives him this look of pure disgust and says, yeah, you're right. I'm no match for you. Total sarcasm, Avi. She puts her sword away, adding, I was gonna make this way more embarrassing for you, but I didn't think you'd fold so fast. Taemin just laughs through the pain. Ha ha, you must be so disappointed. She just mumbles, such a loser. But get this, he's holding his wound, but he's got this creepy winner's smirk on his face. Super sus, right? What do you guys think he's planning? Let me know in the comments. And he's like, but don't think this is over. Suddenly, this long needle shoots out from his sword hilt. A hidden weapon. Junyeon whips around like, what the? The needle is flying straight for her face, right at eye level. You can see her pupils just shrink in panic. But then, plot twist. A system voice goes, Advanced Protective Talisman has been activated. Junyeon is totally shook, like, this is. And the system is all. A protective energy shield has been generated to block external threats. Then it clicks for her. Wait, this is the thing Jason Miller gave me. And bam. The needle hits the shield, dead center. Oof. Talk about a clutch gift. The system voice comes back. The protective ability of the talisman has been exhausted. And just like that, the charm fades away, poof, into thin air. Junyeon looks up into the stands, and who does she see? Two faces she knows all too well. Hyokjin is over there just losing his mind, stomping his foot like a little kid. He's screaming, hey Choi Taemin, you coward. Just you wait till this tournament is over, you're gonna get it from me. And Junyeon just smiles all elegant and thinks, he's so passionate, my heart's gonna melt. LOL, what a mood. Meanwhile, Taemin is just sputtering, can't even talk right. A protective energy shield. He looks up, completely horrified. He's yelling, how the heck did you make an energy shield? You're just an A rank. But he doesn't even get to finish his sentence before she just smacks him upside the head with the butt of her sword. Ouch. Taemin goes down hard, flopping around like a fish and leaving a literal crater in the floor of the arena down on First Street. Junyeon just scoffs at him. You absolute trash. A dude like you isn't even worth me unsheathing my sword for. Burn. Then the ref's voice echoes through the whole stadium. The match is over. The winner is the Sword Master, back Junyeon. Up in the stands, Hyokjin is pouting. Man, what a total bummer. I really wanted to be the one to wreck that Choi Taemin dude. So Jason Miller chimes in, super casual. Then you should just throw your next match. You guys might meet up in the loser's bracket. Hyokjin starts scratching his chin like, not a bad idea. But then a light bulb goes off. Wait a sec, he asks. If you advance, what are the matchups looking like? Jason Miller just calmly lays it out for him. Right now, it's basically me, Hanju, and the rest of our crew, plus Junyeon. The next round is the quarterfinals. And that's when it hits both of them and they totally freak out. Wait, we're gonna have to fight each other. Hyokjin shoots up out of his seat like he was spring-loaded. Okay, no more messing around. He's grinding his teeth all annoyed. So that's why Hanju ditched me and locked herself in the training room all day. Go play somewhere else. And Jason's like, yeah, whatever. I'm never inviting you to watch with me again. That Hanju. Hyokjin just bolts out of there. Jason Miller, starting tomorrow, I'm gonna be training like a beast. Jason Miller just waves him off. Good luck, dude. He scratches his head, thinking out loud. Well, I get it for Hanju and Heo Jin. Both of them are desperate to win this whole thing. Then Jason Miller adds real quick, but that doesn't mean I'm just gonna let them win. He just leans back, crosses his legs, all chill. Hey, Hyuk-jin's been here before. He's got this. So, cut to this massive school campus, somewhere over in Austin, Texas.
You can hear those super loud cicadas buzzing all around the nurse's office. And peeking through the window, you can just see a pair of legs twitching. Kinda creepy, right?
Don't forget to smash that like button if you're getting hyped for this drama. Okay, so inside, Taemin and his dad, Taeho, are sitting next to each other, and the vibe is so tense. Taemin has his head hung low. Dad, I'm sorry. I lost. To a girl. His dad is just shaking his head in disbelief. I never saw it coming. I can't believe Baek Jun-yeon had an energy shield, and I had no clue she hit A rank that fast. But then this other guy, Kang-yu, just shuts that down. No. What that little brat used was not an energy shield. The old man gets all serious. You were too busy getting beat up to notice, but that was a one-time use item. Taeho just clenches his fists, whispering, impossible.
You can just see the humiliation wash over Taemin.
He's like, I dropped a freaking fortune on that Y- martial arts manual, and I still got outplayed in skill and prep. Little tears start streaming down his face. A complete failure. I'm so mad. I'm so freaking mad. Taemin looks up, Dad. And then wham, the door just flies open. Kang-yu spins around and roars. I said nobody comes in here. But then this quiet voice goes, it is just this humble monk. The old man, Kang-yu, practically jumps to his feet. Oh, my deepest apologies. I thought you were one of my goons. Kang-yu is at the door, greeting the monk, Master Moonpeel. Taemin is looking totally lost. Dad, who is that? The old man snaps at him. I don't care how much you're hurting. Get up and show some respect. This man is my benefactor. So the kid struggles to his feet and bows. My apologies for not recognizing such an important person. My name is Choi Taemin. Moon Bae-in replies. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. He pats the kid's head, which is kinda weird. It's been a while, Kang-yu, so I figured I'd stop by. But tell me, why does our young master here look so down in the dumps? Taemin just keeps his head bowed like he's the most wrong person in the world. Taemin mumbles. It's just, I worked my butt off to win the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament, and it was all for nothing. I just wanted to do what my father asked and get the demon's sword. Moon Bae-in starts stroking his beard all thoughtfully. Ha, the demon's sword. That's something we've been hunting for a very long time, too. What a coincidence, Taemin says. The monk just chuckles. Well, Kang-yu, you really are a man who thinks ahead. But Kang-yu looks straight up terrified. If the Divine Power clan finds out the Emperor clan is hiding the demon's sword, it's game over for us. He admits, super reluctantly, I was going to give it to you, as a sign of my loyalty, but my son failed me. I am completely ashamed. Moon Bae-in lets out another one of his little chuckles. No need to be so hard on yourself. When do things in this world ever go exactly the way we mere mortals want them to? The monk adds, but, because you're so sincere, I'll give the young master here a little gift. Kang-yu is like, huh? The monk starts digging around in his robes. I'm sure you're aware this is an extremely valuable item. And then he lets out this chilling laugh and tilts his head a full 180 degrees back. Yo, what in the exorcist is going on here? That is not normal. Do not forget to be grateful to the one who gave this to us. And scene. We cut away from that creep show to a beautiful, clear morning. Sunlight is just pouring into Jason Miller's apartment building over on Park Avenue. It's the morning of the quarterfinals, and he stretches and yawns. Man, I slept so good. Jason Miller grabs his coffee and walks over to the window to catch the morning breeze. Whoa, what a gorgeous day. He closes his eyes, just soaking it in. A perfect day to finally get my hands on that demon sword. Then he nearly jumps out of his skin, whipping around at the sound of his door opening. And it's Hanju, just standing there, staring at him with a total poker face, even though she just busted into his room uninvited. Talk about an awkward morning. What do you think she wants? Drop your theories below and don't forget to subscribe for the next part. Jason Miller literally dove under his covers. Yo, what the heck? How'd you even get in my room? She just casually answers. Oh, I kicked the door down. No big deal. You kicked it, Ian. Bro, you're paying for that. Emily Thompson just waltzed right inside. But listen, that's not even the point right now. She grabs his hand, looking totally desperate. Emily is practically begging, you have got to help me, Jason. And then, fam, she drops a bomb that leaves him completely shook. The grand prize for the tournament, the demon's sword, was straight up stolen. So now you can see the door. Just a hot mess patched up with duct tape, and you hear Jason Miller's voice. He's fixing his collar like he's the main character. All right, long story short, We're pretty sure the demon's sword got yoinked last night. He was just finding out and trying to figure out who the suspects were. Emily just confirms, yup, that's the T. Jason Miller's running a hand through his hair, totally stressed out. Seriously, who has the balls to pull something like this off? Master William guesses all grimly. It was probably times them asterisk. Jason looks up like, them who? The old dude gets all spooky. The beings you call demons. They're from another world. And trust me, they'll do anything to get that demon's sword. So boom, that's our first real lead. Jason Miller is clenching his fists, totally pissed. That is so shady. They should have fought me for it, fair and square. They really have the nerve to steal my time's prize. Master William just judges, completely foul play. Then a question comes through on the phone. We have to get it back, right? Emily replies, yeah. The secretary? I already gave Jason the full scoop. Yup, uh-huh. Master William is dead serious. Absolutely. We cannot let those demonic freaks get their hands on the demon's sword. Jason turns to Emily. So, what's the deal with the Heaven's Gate martial arts tournament now? She guesses. I think they're in a huge meeting about it right now. Jason gets this look in his eye, and you know a plan is brewing. Okay, first things first, we cannot let them postpone the tournament. We need to do some serious damage control. I've got an idea. Emily, can you get to the chairman and suggest they just change the prize? And make sure you tell him it was my idea. The scene totally flips to this pitch-black room, super creepy vibes. Robert Harrison announces in this grave voice, we have been informed that the Tyrant clan will not be participating. Dun dun dun. He's sitting in front of a packed conference room at, like, their headquarters at One World Trade Center. To everyone here, I'm assuming you all know what went down last night. I'll get straight to the point. Robert Harrison just lays it all out. We are considering postponing the Heaven's Gate martial arts tournament. What are your thoughts? One of the leaders immediately agrees. I'm for it. Another one chimes in. An artifact from the Black Gate was stolen. Fam, getting it back should be a way bigger priority than the tournament, don't you think? Then some guy named John Seope offers his 2 cents. Even if we postpone the tournament, we should still give a prize to the most talented student. At the very least, we gotta keep that tradition alive. It'll keep the kids from getting all riled up. After a sec, he agrees. Yeah, and it'd be good for keeping the media off our backs. Someone asks super quietly, but what would the prize even be? Jong calls out softly from the back, Chairman Robert Harrison. He's got his phone pressed to his ear. Yeah, Emily, what's good, right? The meeting is still going. He nods. I get it. Robert Harrison claps his hands, and the chatter immediately dies down. Everyone, can I have your attention, please? He's smiling, ready to drop the solution. What do you all think about making the map of the Blood God the new tournament prize? Jong is like, I think that's a solid plan. You're the one in charge of the tournament anyway, Mr. Chairman. We're just here to give our opinions. Someone in the back looks totally clueless. The map of the blood, what now? Another person quickly explains. It's an artifact from a Black Gate, bro, but it's basically just a piece of paper we know nothing about. In the end, everyone was totally on board. So, with a unanimous vote, the new prize for the Heaven's Gate martial arts tournament is officially the map of the Blood God. The scene cuts to a crystal-clear day over Miami, with skyscrapers scraping the clouds. We're inside the museum. Security guards are patrolling with stone-cold faces, and there are cameras on every angle. Jong is meticulously inspecting every single inch of the artifact's display case. Suddenly, his head just snaps up, like he heard some kind of sus noise. Jong spins around, looking super annoyed. What was that? Is that you? Jason Miller, who's invisible, plays it cool. Huh? Bro, what are you even talking about? Feeling awkward, Jong turns away, muttering. Must have been hearing things. Jason grits his teeth and shoves this little creature, Lam, back into hiding. Lam, you little menace. Jason Miller grabs a handful of blue fur. I told you to stay put. We were almost busted, dude. But the creature is still totally hyper, trying to dash forward. Grr. This invisibility artifact was such a pain to get. I had to jump through so many hoops with the Gold Coin clan just to get my hands on this thing. I gotta use it carefully. The time limit is short and it's a one-shot deal, so we gotta move fast. Master William just chuckles. There must be some seriously valuable magic stones on display here. This place is basically Disneyland for Lam. Jason Miller is struggling to hold the little guy back, this greedy little monster. An iron door slams shut the second he dashes out carrying Lam. Jason breathes a huge sigh of relief. Phew, just in time. He looks toward the empty lot ahead. Okay, this is the back corridor of Building 3. Where the hell did they hide it? Jason picks the creature up. Lam. Stop scratching. My guy. Come on. He sets it down to sniff out a trail. All right, find an energy signature around here that feels like mine. If you pull this off, I'll hook you up with a sick magic stone. The man and the fox move forward together, investigating the whole thing. But they walked and found absolutely nothing suspicious, just blindly walking around like this isn't gonna work. Jason's getting antsy. Lamb, for real, where are you even taking me? Lamb stops dead in its tracks and starts barking like a maniac. Woof, woof, woof. An ancient temple with hundreds of steps just appears before his eyes. Jason is so confused. According to the map, this is Mount Ingram in the Reno district. There's a temple here? This was not on the map. He tilts his head, asking Lamb, you sure this is the spot? They walk up to the temple as he calls out softly, hello, is any monk here? Jason shouts louder, anybody home? But it's dead silent, and he's getting frustrated. There's nothing here. Then he sees Lamb scratching at the door, and suddenly he's super curious. What's inside? The temple door just swings open, and sunlight floods in, making the whole space feel alive. He was shocked. Huh? What the actual heck? Inside the temple was a massive barrier glowing with a green light. Okay, so they built this secret temple for a reason. A system notification pops up. This is a closed gate. Force open? Yes or no? Jason just sticks his hands in his pockets, all cool. So this is where the trail led. The little creature just nods. Grr. He places a hand on the barrier. Guess I should go and see the faces of the punks who stole my prize. The system chimed, forcibly opening gate. The notifications kept coming. The gate has been forced open. Before Jason Miller now stood a sanctuary even larger than the last one, a full-on red zone gate. Jason stared at the temple, completely blown away. Whoa, this place is insane. He thought to himself. It seems like the monsters of the four great sanctuaries are just chilling, so it looks like they're not involved. Master William frowned. Gyeonggunsa. That name rings a bell. Jason asked. You know it. The old man was all hazy and uncertain. I feel like I've heard of it, but it was a long time ago. It's all a blur. Jason just smirks. Well, we gotta go inside and check it out. What? You getting cold feet, old man? Afraid you can't hang? Master William warned. Keep talking like that if you have a death wish. So at Gyeonggunsa, Jason Miller, Master William, and Lamb strolled into the temple like they owned the place. He looked around curiously. Whoa, I've seen plenty of medieval architecture and ruins from other gates, but this is the first time I've ever seen this kind of awesome Chinese-style design. Yo, this is giving me major San Francisco Chinatown vibes, not some epic gate entrance. Master William looked around and was like, yep, this is the spot. But Jason Miller was totally lost. Bro, where are we? And let me tell you, Master William was about to spill the tea. Okay, so get this. This is basically a hangout spot for, like, assassin monks who get paid to, you know, unalive people. Jason just strolls on ahead, totally unfazed. Hold up, I thought Shell and monks were all about do no harm, not even to a fly. This ain't that, is it? And Master William was like, oh, honey, let me explain. He's like, they're basically a rogue chapter that broke off from the main Shaolin crew. This all went down back when your own master was still kicking it. And bam, Jason Miller's jaw literally hit the floor. Say what now? He's having a total big brain moment, thinking, my master's era? How is that even possible? Oh, wait a sec. If these gates can just pop open, like something out of an anime, then maybe we're all just, like players in a game. Gates, status windows. I guess anything is on the table. And then, ding! The light bulb went on for Jason. Yo, if this place is from your time, then those clowns who stole the demon's sword are 100% connected to you. Master William was totally on the same page. You're damn right they are, and we can't let those punks keep their grubby hands on the demon's sword. So after a little walk, they roll up to this door guarded by a monk. Of course, the monk immediately points his staff at them, all aggressive. Who goes there? He yells. I said, who are you? Spit it out. But Jason just smirked, cool as a cucumber. Who am I? He flexes and summons his spear. I'm the guy whose shiny toy you thieves just jacked. And then you guys, it sounded like the whole neighborhood was coming for them. Nearly 100 monks swarm in his backup. It was wild. They straight up surrounded them, forming a tight circle. Every single one pointed their wooden staffs at him. One of them sneers. A lowlife like you dares to step foot in Gexa, you absolute clown. The disrespect is real, y'all. Master William was so confused. What's the holdup? Why aren't they attacking us? Jason was just speechless. He's like, trying to be respectful. These guys are from like 1,000 years ago, right? As a good old American kid from like Austin, Texas, I'm kinda torn. Do I respect my elders or nah? Master William's face just crumpled. Ugh, I totally should have been nicer when we walked in. Kinda regretting my life choices right now. And then he just starts wailing on Jason. Respect these barbarians. You moron, you're getting on my last nerve. You little punk. Jason is just hopping around like, how am I supposed to respect someone who, ow, that actually hurts? The monks couldn't see Master William, so they're all staring at Jason like he's lost his mind. Is he talking to himself? They're all giving each other times the look asterisk. For real, is that dude crazy? And then ping, a system notification pops up. Side quest, retrieve the Panji fragment, Tier 2. Description: Muzak is seriously ticked off that these Junaka soldiers also have a piece of the Panji. It calls them a bunch of low-life creatures who kill without a second thought. Yikes. Take them out to calm Muzak's nerves. Success condition: wipe out every single one of the owners. No exceptions. Failure condition: leaving even one owner alive. And the reward? Get this, 3.5 million P and a techie bonus. It reduces the techie points needed for the Panji by 40 million. Jason was floored. Holy crap, how many freaking points does the Panji even cost? A 40 million point discount. He slings his spear over his shoulder. All right, looks like you guys want a piece of this, too. Jason was ready to throw down. Okay, let's see what our little Bluey can do now. The monks charged, screaming, "Brothers, the wait is over. Send them to hell." And then boom. Bluey launches out of nowhere, chomping down hard on the lead monk. The other monks were totally bugging out at how huge Bluey was. It's a demon beast. Jason sees their whole formation is messed up now. Thanks to Bluey, their little 18 Arhats formation is full of holes. I gotta take this shot. Jason zipped through the gap in their busted formation like a freaking bullet. Asterisk system notification. Skill activated, Heavenly Demon's footwork. Asterisk, he slammed his foot down, and this massive cloud of dust just exploded everywhere. A wave of pure energy just erupted around him. The monks who were charging in got sent flying by the force. One dude got blasted back, but props to him, he dug his heels in and stopped himself. They didn't even hesitate, just jumped right back up, gritting their teeth and raising their staffs. These guys don't quit. The monks swarmed him from every direction, cutting off any chance of escape. Jason barely blocked a nasty hit from the front. Then another dude tried to cheap shot him from behind. Jason dodged it with just a look. And then came the attacks from, like, 100 other monks at once. His eyes went wide, seeing the insane numbers. Jason gritted his teeth, totally stuck on defense with zero openings to fight back. He clutched his side, gasping for air. Man, these guys are on a completely different level. In front of him was just a solid wall of monks, and you could feel the murder vibes rolling off them. Honestly, a one-on-one with Blake Morrison would probably be easier than this. These numbers are just nuts. If Bluey hadn't taken one of them out at the start, that 18 Arhats formation would have been a total nightmare. He tightened his grip on the spear, his face locked in with determination. Let me know in the comments if you think he can pull this off. Gotta end this before more of them show up. Jason closed his eyes, channeling all his energy into his spear. Third form, Black Dragon. The spear started crackling with green lightning. His eyes were literally burning with power, like he was about to summon something absolutely legendary. And then, a massive green dragon just appeared out of thin air and roared as it shot up into the sky. It blasted forward, sending the monks scattering like roaches in a New York apartment. Their eyes were bugging out. No way. How can a lowlife like him use the war god's spear technique? The monk was screaming his head off, completely clueless that Bluey was sneaking up right behind him. Hurry, we have to warn Elder Master Moon. But it was too late. Bluey took a huge bite out of him, and the whole place just turned into a mess. 1 second, it was an all-out brawl. The next, dead silent except for the buzzing flies. Chilling, right? Jason just stood there over hundreds of bodies, spear in hand. The smell of blood was insane. One last monk tried to crawl away, gasping, "Elder Master Moon." But a quick chop to the neck shut him up for good. Jason wiped the sweat off his face. Phew. Is that all of them? Bluey just yipped happily. Woof woof. Jason knelt down and ruffled the little fox's fur. Good job, Bluey. You've gotten crazy strong, little dude. He motioned forward. All right, time to collect our loot. Then the system notification started blowing up his screen. Asterisk, absorbing raw energy with vampire demon art, internal energy +1. Asterisk, asterisk, absorbing Panji fragment. Internal energy +1. Asterisk, he was just soaking up all that energy. 1 point per person, so that's like 18 total. Not bad. A wicked little glint appeared in his eyes, and just then, a pair of feet in black cloth sandals stepped right into his view. Uh-oh. The last and strongest monk finally made his entrance. Looks like it's time for the final boss reveal, am I right? Master Moon's eyes were closed, and his vibe was super calm, almost peaceful. And then, his eyes snapped open. The tension, you guys. I can't. Veins were literally bulging on his face when he saw all his fallen monks. The shrine door behind him looked so spooky, all gray and gloomy with this dark aura. Master Moon, with his eyes half closed, slowly opened the door and walked in, staff in hand. On both sides, rows of monks were bowed down, showing major respect. Master Moon stepped forward like he was at a sacred ceremony to start the ritual. "Oh, you have returned. Great one. Please save this humble servant." He gripped his staff so tight as this light started spreading from it, and he offered it up super respectfully. And then, bam, this miraculous aura just exploded from inside the staff. "At last, I have the blade of apocalypse. Oh my god, you guys," tears were pouring down his face like a waterfall. "It's been so long. We worked so damn hard for this." Then we see a flash of Master William, and with him, that ridiculously OP staff, the blade of apocalypse. The drama. This was a special weapon used by the blood god that literally shook the heavens, wielded by Master William's own master. Even the freaking emperor of the continent was scared of it. People were kneeling before this treasure that the master had been desperately searching for. Smash that like button if you are hyped to see what this legendary blade can do. And don't forget to subscribe. Oh my god, you guys. This staff looks so basic, but it was hiding some serious tea. If the blood god hadn't been such a snake and backstabbed the king, it would have been his. So, Mason Bane puts the spooky staff back, right? But get this, he had to hunt it down in a whole other world, over 1,000 years in the future, in some sketchy neighborhood in the Bronx, New York. Turns out, it's from the ancient Goriel family line. All that time he spent searching across the Great Plains, a total waste. This old dude kneels, but he's got this shady little smirk on his face. He's like, "Now, if your highness just pops over to this world." When suddenly, a scream just totally kills the vibe and shatters Mason Bane's train of thought. "Yo, brother Mason Bane." The old dude whips his head around. "What's good, brother Hyun?" And Hyun is totally bugging out, explaining how someone broke into the dragon god temple. The whole squad of monks, who were just chilling with their heads bowed, snap up looking completely shook. Mason Bane's eyes narrowed, like, "An intruder? Bro, how could anyone even get in here? You think it's an inside job?" "Nah. Man, I already checked a bunch of times. They're just some rando awakened." The old dude's mind was racing. Like, even with the gate and the path to Kunlun and the crack wide open, only the martial arts cool kids are supposed to know about this spot. Mason Bane just bolts forward. "I bet. We gotta see who this is. Lead the way." And then Azure starts baring its fangs and growling, totally sensing the bad vibes coming their way. Jason Miller's all confused. Like, "Azure?" He takes one look, and it clicks. Oh. The old man and another monk walk up. "So, it's that times guy, huh?" Jason's sizing him up, thinking, "Damn. He looks tough." Master William dramatically snaps his fan shut. "So you're the one who made this unholy mess." Then he's like, "Wait, you know this dude?" Master William just raises an eyebrow and spills the tea. "Oh, him. He was basically my #1 disciple's little sidekick. Followed him around like a lost puppy." Jason Miller asks, "So, is he strong?" Master William was so not impressed, basically saying he was the weakest link in his disciple's whole crew. Ouch. But Jason's watching closely, and he can tell this dude is at least as strong as the sword god, a legit S-rank awakened. And then it hits him what his master told him when they first met was 100% true. Those so-called awakened, they're way weaker than the fighters from my master's time. Cut back to Mason Bane, whose eyes are wide open, his eyebrows practically flying off his forehead. He's trying to keep his cool and asks his disciple Hyun, "Bro, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Tell me this is fake." I think it's real, sir." Mason Bane sees the absolute disaster zone, and it all clicks. That's the blood of his students, their clothes and bodies staining the entire courtyard. He just lets out this animalistic roar. "How dare you?" Mason Bane is screaming, completely losing his mind with rage. "A beast like you dares to lay a hand on my students." Mason Bane's shriek is literally piercing Jason Miller's ears. "I'm gonna tear you limb from limb and feed you to the dogs on Bourbon Street." He stomps the ground so hard it shatters, and then his old body just shoots forward with the speed of a 20-year-old. The old geezer is about to hit him with a palm strike that looks like it could level a building. Mason Bane funnels all his power into this one move, the Blood Lotus Palm, but Jason Miller counters it in a literal flash. "Not today, Gramps." Infinite Spear, first form, Demon Slay. And bam, they clash hard, and neither of them is backing down an inch. But somehow, old man Mason Bane gets super lucky. He actually manages to block the spear that was about to, let's just say, send him on a permanent vacation. Jason thrusts the spear, sending the old man flying. But then, plot twist, Jason pulls his weapon back. Like, what the heck? Mason Bane sees an opening and lunges again. Jason blocks it just in time, but damn, even for him, his teenage body is struggling against the old dude's crazy strength. Even though he blocked with the primal divine art, he still took some nasty internal damage. Master William pops up out of nowhere like, "Yo, calm down, kid, it's not over." Then another monk with some seriously huge ears just zips in like lightning and throws another palm strike. They're totally jumping him. The monk unleashes this insane energy blast that sends Jason Miller flying. Even a prodigy like him was completely helpless against that crazy attack. Suddenly, a massive bolt of blue lightning smashes down from the sky, shaking the whole temple like a California earthquake. And guess what? It was Azure, who knew its master was in deep and came to save the day. It snatched Jason and dipped, hiding behind a cliff for a sec. Old man Mason Bane is just left standing there in the empty hall, absolutely fuming because his opponent just ghosted him mid-fight. Lol. I'll rip you in half. I know you're not gone. Mason Bane is just screaming his lungs out. Get back here now. Meanwhile, Jason lands safely and immediately asks, Azure, you okay? The little thing makes a sad face, which totally makes Jason freak out. What were you even thinking? He's flashing back to Azure saving his life. It blocked a punch he couldn't have stopped, but before it could even flex, Jason yanked it back. What if I hadn't pulled you away in time? Huh. You could have been history. He's trying to reason with the angry little fox in front of him. That can't happen. You could have been seriously hurt, you get me? But apparently, the lecture wasn't enough, because Jason decides he's going back in. I'll handle this. Just wait for me at the gate, okay? If you think this is a bad idea, smash that like button. Azure is shook. Jason just scoops up the little fox and chants a spell, Gate Summon. And poof, poor Azure gets zapped back to where it came from. Jason picks himself up after that royal beatdown, thinking, man, it's been a long time since I got rocked this hard. The first time since I came back to the past, actually. Even though he's losing, he's still got that cocky attitude. Besides, running away isn't my style. Mason Bane casually strolls over, looking all high and mighty. I have no idea what you're muttering about, but before you kick the bucket, let me ask you one thing. The old man's face gets super serious. How did a punk like you learn the martial gods' techniques? Are you one of us? Jason's totally confused. One of you? Mason Bane says with total confidence, that move you just used was definitely the phantom slaying technique. Don't play dumb. Jason says coldly, what's it to you? But the old man will not let it go. Oh, it has everything to do with it. Then Mason Bane drops the bomb. The martial gods technique is the technique of the Crimson Fiend. It was only then that it dawned on Jason. Like, pardon? He asks his master suspiciously. Okay, for real. How many names do you have? Master William gets called out and just looks away, avoiding the question. Didn't I tell you? That's just a nickname the other fighters gave me back in my prime. Jason just keeps repeating the old master's former name for a sec. Crimson Fiend, Blood Demon. Then he somehow finds a way to be optimistic. This isn't going to turn into some daytime drama where the Blood Demon's map leads to your secret hideout, right? His master just plays dumb. For real, Jason is freaking out. Master, I never thought you were so tight with those high and mighty jerks. He yells. So back when I had to choose between the path of the martial god and the path of infinity, and the two paths of heavenly destruction, were all of those paths just named after you? The master just stands there scratching his head, like, yeah, you could say that. Jason is still confused. So if I had picked the path of heavenly destruction, would I have started with the heavenly destruction art? If they were all you, then why did you make me choose? He's just casually chatting with his master, completely ignoring Mason Bane standing right there ready to fight. You know something, master? Master William looks puzzled. What are you trying to say? And Jason opens up a little. After facing that guy, the Blood Demon, I realize something. He grips his spear tightly. Now I can really feel that you truly are the greatest martial artist of all time. Then Jason gets back on his feet after being knocked down. Even if my internal energy isn't enough, and even without the heavenly destruction art, I'll be just fine. Let's go. Drop a comment if you're hyped for this comeback. Yo, hold up. Jason kept poking the bear, acting like he had the baddest master on the block, like Master William owned half of Beverly Hills or something. Meanwhile, the system's over here flashing more red alerts than a fire station. A seriously powerful, nasty energy was closing in, like, fast. And get this. Old Man Sykes kept pulling the same lame trick, backing off just to charge up his power. The Blood Demon aura was so intense, Jason couldn't even handle the heat from the energy field, like standing next to a bonfire in July. But my boy still weaved through every single layer of that energy like a ghost and lunged in to try and clock the old dude. Then, in like a split second, a freaking vortex opens up in Sykes' chest. It was like his body was literally ripping itself apart, and it let Jason's spear phase right through him. No cap. Then the old geezer just pops up right behind him. Jason was totally blinded by a flash before he could even blink. Master William, who's watching all this go down from above, could only scream. That's the one-path technique. Dodge it. But it was too late. Sykes blasted a wave of pure, raw energy straight at Jason. He froze for a hot second. Jason's right arm was screaming in pain, and his left arm started dripping blood all over the place. Yikes. His master's voice was super stern, warning his reckless student, you can't beat the Blood Demon at your current level. The smart play is to wait for an opening. But did Jason listen? Nah. He completely shut down his master's advice. No way, he said. He was dead set on beating this guy. He figured if he could find the celestial temple, he could find the forbidden grounds of the 4 sacred sanctuaries too. I gotta get up where I fell. I can't let him put you, master, or your people in danger. Total main character moment right there. Smash that like button if you agree. He gripped that Asura spear, totally determined to fight to the bitter end. Even if my body shatters, even if the flow of my unified martial arts is broken, Jason started channeling all his boiling energy. I'm not backing down. This is getting intense, guys. Limitless spear technique, second form. Old man Sykes squeezed his eyes shut. This was the blinding light of the martial gods' spear arts, for real. Then this dude, Zach, rushes over to Sykes, yelling, "Bro, I got this," and runs in for backup. Jason's eyes flew open, veins bulging. Oh man, the fight was heading into the final round. And then, oh my god, you guys. Zach slammed his hand straight through Jason's chest. I'm not kidding. His arm went clean through. Blood gushed out, forming this dark red pool at Jason's feet. His eyes were wide with shock, like he just could not believe it. A massive hole was just chilling in his chest as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. That's not good. Master William was totally freaking out. He had no clue what to do. Kid, get up. Jason struggled to open his eyes. You have to stay awake. Master. And then he just drifted off into this space that felt like a dream. Am I dying? I remember the first time I died. The faces of all the people Jason loved most started to appear. I was so scared then. Oh, so this is that thing where your life flashes before your eyes. This is awesome. He's literally saying his own life's highlight reel is playing like a movie. What a mood, honestly. His eyes went all dull, like he was totally zoned out. And in every single one of those moments, whether he was grinding his hardest or going through absolute hell, Master William was right there. He was there for all the fun and happy times too. My master was always by my side. Aw. Even when he made friends or fell for someone, Master William was always in his corner. He looked at Jason with so much affection, giving him that tough love of a real father. Master. Master William's image appeared right in front of him, and Jason wanted to burn that image into his mind forever. The image started to get all hazy. I wish I'd treated him better. He started to drift off. Thanks for everything, Master. But Master William just scolded him fondly. Thanks for what? You idiot. And then he used his power to take control of Jason's body. It's not your time yet, but right now, I have no other. That foolish. He gave up that easily. I'm just avenging my fallen followers. Suddenly, the kid's body shot up like some kind of demon. Old man Sykes saw it and freaked out, like he'd just seen a ghost walk out of a haunted house on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. Zach turned back too, his face a perfect mask of pure shock. The old man screamed in desperation. Zach's aura surged like a tidal wave, absolutely terrifying old man Sykes. Get away from him. Jason's eyes snapped open, now completely white with blood-red streaks. A blinding light flared up, forcing everyone to look away. Talk about a glow-up. From deep within the sanctuary, a call seemed to awaken, and these huge sealed doors were forced open by some crazy unseen power. The staff of power started levitating, surrounded by a brilliant aura. Then the staff slowly cracked apart in big chunks as some terrifying power began to crush the entire sanctuary. An explosion roared, tearing through the silent night sky as gray smoke billowed up. Sykes stared in horror at the pool of blood on the ground, but Zach's body was just gone. Nowhere to be found. Tears were streaming uncontrollably down the old man's face. My student, Zach. The fresh blood on the ground was proof that something had basically just unalived him. The old man froze up like he was paralyzed. How could this be? The Heaven's Bane artifact is still intact. All these thoughts were racing through Sykes' mind. How can this low-level awaken possess his energy? The old man took a fighting stance, crouching down a little in defense. Sykes closed his eyes, sensing the aura of power in the sanctuary. His eyes shot open as he looked up. Demonic energy, it's reacting to that kid's Heaven's Bane. Oh, the plot thickens. An aura-guided arrow shot forward like lightning, its glowing form becoming super visible. Sykes was trembling uncontrollably. I have to stop him from getting that demonic energy. He dashed forward alongside the arrow, absolutely furious. Die. Jason's small frame stood frozen before the old man's overwhelming aura, and then a giant Buddha's hand suddenly slammed down from the sky, crushing the entire area. That whole patch of land just instantly exploded. What is even happening anymore? Countless trees and a huge chunk of land were basically incinerated in just a few seconds. You could see the perfect shape of that hand imprinted on the ground. Sykes coughed violently. For the first time ever, he was tasting defeat. No way. This can't be happening. The ancient master, Master William, spoke through Jason. He was the one controlling the spear now, getting ready to attack Sykes. A lowly awakened. The master controlled the spear using the boy's body as Jason's hand gripped the weapon tightly, and a fierce aura just erupted from where he stood. The old man was blinded by the light. My eyes. Then Jason, Master William swiftly charged forward with the spear, unleashing an aura blast at Sykes, but the old geezer must have been born lucky, because he dodged it with ease. A bolt of aura zipped right past the old man's nose. The furious old dude decided it was time to teach Jason a lesson. Sykes pulled his usual trick, jumping back to gain some distance, but the boy's blank, emotionless, white eyes just widened. His body was once again under Master William's complete control. Jason landed with these earth-shattering steps. And get this, system notification, Dominator's Footwork B has been awakened. Dominator's Footwork B has evolved into a new martial art. The name of Dominator's Footwork B has been changed to Infinite Dominator's Footwork SS. Okay, that is a serious upgrade. The old man instinctively turned around, but the boy was already right behind him. He got closer and closer to Sykes' white head, and with a single strike, Jason sent Old Man Sykes flying across the field. The old man was taking his final breaths. Sykes stared blankly at the spear in front of him. He was trembling as he reached for it, then summoned his last ounce of strength to grip it tightly. Jason's resentful voice sent a chill down the old man's spine. Ooh, what do you think he's gonna say? Let me know in the comments and don't forget to share this with your friends. Yo, I literally can't let you keep doing this. His whole vibe was screaming pure, unfiltered rage. This is for the disciples of the Hayam Mu clan. And just like that, the old dude finally got it. Morgan just flashed this totally evil grin. And I'm dragging you down to the underworld with me, bro. And bam. The whole cliffside just freaking exploded. A massive cloud of smoke covered everything. But Jason Miller, my dude, was still standing, tough as ever. He was standing all victorious over the body of that crusty old man he just wrecked. Morgan didn't have an ounce of fight left in him. Jason just looked down at his sorry state, totally unimpressed. All right, Gramps, time to say night-night. The old man was still trying to throw curses at him. You absolute monster. So Jason just kept hitting him with these energy blasts until Morgan finally shut his trap. The old man screamed, totally terrified. No. And get this, actual tears started rolling down his wrinkly face. Your Majesty. In, like, a second, the whole place went dead silent. That sneaky old geezer, Morgan, got so thoroughly rocked that he basically rage-quit life, leaving nothing but his clothes and a gnarly puddle of blood behind. The fireball, all filled up with his power, just slowly floated over to Jason. A notification pops up. You've absorbed a fragment of Ponji. Your internal energy has increased by 15 points. Side quest, retrieve Ponji fragment 2 completed. Reward, a cool 3.5 million bucks. Tech reward. Tech points needed for Ponji are now down by about 40 million bucks. Chaching. So Jason Miller was just standing there, completely zoned out in this empty, desolate space. The dark energy swirling around his spear started to fade. The spear clattered to the ground, and Jason couldn't even move anymore, either. He just collapsed right onto the dirt. Then Master William flew over, all calm and cool. Dude, you did amazing enduring that destructive aura. He was all comforting. Like, just rest now, my dude. Jason's totally exhausted eyes slowly fluttered shut. Okay, scene change. We're at some icy cliff now. Danny Garcia is laser-focused, training his spirit sword under a waterfall. So intense. Then, out of nowhere, Brandon Carter shows up and totally kills the vibe. He uses this, like, super leadery tone. My junior, how's the training grind going? Danny Garcia was so surprised. Brandon Carter, sir. Brandon immediately gets all fake humble. Whoa, dude, you don't need to call me sir. We're buds. But Danny was still being all polite. But you're Jason Miller's first companion. Brandon tries to play it cool. Hey, I'm not that nice of a monster, you know. Danny was just frozen solid by his words. Like, bruh, your tone is giving the complete opposite of what you're saying. Danny was like, so, why'd you just randomly pop up here? Brandon Carter got all concerned. I think it's about time for you to head home, man. It's getting seriously late. Only then did Danny pull out his phone to check. Oh, shoot, you're right. I totally get in the zone when I'm training. My little sister is probably waiting for me to make dinner. Brandon Carter was like, you're a total workaholic, just like me. You gotta learn to chill sometimes. Danny packed up his gear. Yeah, I know. He started walking toward the portal. All right, I'm heading out. Brandon Carter literally sprinted over. Wait up. He puffed out his chest all proud. Since the master isn't here today, I'll personally be your bodyguard. Danny was completely baffled. Huh? He tried to be nice about it. You really don't have to. But Brandon was being so stubborn. My master's people are my people. No, actually, more like family. I want to take care of you. Danny found it super weird. But Jason never walks me home. And then, you guys are not gonna believe this. Brandon Carter threw himself on the ground and started flopping around like a fish, Hey, I said I'd take you. I'm gonna take you home. I want to take you home. Danny just let out this massive sigh. This dude, Brandon Carter, is a straight-up weirdo and a monster. If he walks out of that gate, it's gonna trigger a monster outbreak alert. If we run into an awakened, today is gonna be Brandon's last day on Earth, no cap. Danny asked super cautiously, "Are you sure about this? Won't Jason get mad?" Brandon shot back like he was 100% in the right. "Your safety is way more important than me getting chewed out." Danny just scratched his head, totally defeated. Sigh, fine, just make sure nobody sees you, okay? Brandon was so hyped. You got it. And then Mia Rodriguez flew over. Oh my. Brandon, what has you so excited? He greeted her. Danny. Brandon slung his arm around him. Heh. I was worried my junior would be lonely walking home from his place over on Flatbush Avenue, so I decided to escort him. She was shook. You're going yourself. Brandon turned back and asked, yeah, is that a problem? Mia hesitated for a sec. It's way too dangerous for Brandon to go alone, so she went full-on mom mode. I'll go with you guys. Brandon was ecstatic. Mia's coming too? That's a huge relief. Heh. Mia covered her mouth and giggled. Oh, Brandon, you're such a charmer. Danny froze for a solid 5 seconds. Wait, hold up. But they just started walking, heading straight for the human world. This whole situation made him clutch his head and cry. Jason Miller, you gotta help me, man. On a quiet, moonlit night, skyscrapers line a small street in Queens. It's a junkyard, piled high with wrecked old cars. And right in the middle, there's this tiny little house, looking super lonely. Inside, though, a delicious-smelling bowl of egg ramen. The steam was literally rising to the ceiling. A small kid was drooling. Big bro, when can we eat the ramen? Danny Garcia replied, just a minute. The short-haired girl chirped in, I already set out the bowls and chopsticks. He quickly answered, thanks. All right, listen up. The little kids who were messing around suddenly stopped, their faces totally lighting up. They bolted outside. Day, you're back, Danny yelled. Hey, don't run. You'll fall. They ran out, all sleepy-eyed, not even looking where they were going. Big bro. The kids just hugged this massive, muscular figure in front of them. Why are you so late? We've been waiting forever. Then they sensed something was off and innocently looked up. Standing in front of them now were Blake Morrison and Mia Rodriguez's group. Oh my god, you guys. Hit that like button if you know this is about to get messy. Suddenly, warning sirens started blaring like crazy. Warning, warning. Everyone was freaking out. Monster energy detected in the Brooklyn borough. Threat level detected, code red. This is a red-level monster, people. The government headquarters was in total chaos. What is going on? The Brooklyn borough has never had a gate breach before. It's a clean zone, for crying out loud. The leadership was completely clueless. Dang it. And right when we're busy looking into that dark arts conspiracy, there's no other way. He ordered all personnel to immediately contact the no-accident team, request backup from the top-ranking students. Everyone got the message. Meanwhile, back at the house, the little kid was having the time of his life. Uncle Brandon, higher. He was totally into it. All right, Uncle will toss you higher. The kid standing next to them also started demanding, Uncle Brandon, me too. The short-haired girl was all flustered. Ah, I can do it myself. Mia Rodriguez just grabbed the dishes and washed them in a flash. It'll get done faster if we do it together. The girl replied kinda awkwardly. Thanks. Blake Morrison sat cross-legged on the floor. Thanks for letting me tag along. Danny waved his hand. Don't even mention it. I'm just glad the kids aren't terrified of you guys. Blake asked cautiously. But, is this really your house? Danny was caught off guard. Blake explained. At first, I seriously thought it was just a junkyard. I heard the master gave you a high-grade mana stone, right? They looked around with total disbelief. You call this a house? Danny just smiled. Well, we used to live in the slums. This is a major upgrade for us. Blake asked. The slums? What's that? Hearing that, Danny just froze. Like, where do you even start explaining that? Danny lamented. I wanted to use the mana stone the master gave me to buy a better house, but the real estate prices in New York are making my head spin. He was super bummed out. Even in the suburbs, houses are at least $3 billion now that the gates have appeared. It's always been this way. The less a place gets hit by monster disasters, the crazier the prices get. Danny looked at the child in his arms. Moving out of New York isn't really a good option either. It wouldn't be safe for the kids. There are fewer awakened in the countryside. My siblings would be in so much danger if a gate opened there. He looked up to watch the kids playing. So, what do you guys think he should do? Drop your advice in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe. Okay, so after asterisk forever times looking for a safe spot big enough for our whole crew, this is what we picked. She totally made a face. For real? A junkyard? It's giving major tetanus vibes. But before she could finish dissing the place, Yana just straight up cut her off. Yo, you've been through it, girl. So young and already looking out for the kids. Then she whispered, Saku, chill out, you're being way too harsh. You're gonna hurt Danny Garcia's feelings talking like that. But Saku was stubborn AF. Shh, what? What'd I even say that was wrong? She muttered back. Like, does anyone feel a vibe looking at this janky-ass house? Danny Garcia just scooped up the little one and headed to the room. I'll put him to bed. Yona was still totally clueless, huh? And Tegu looked lost. What do you even mean? She said, all mysterious. It's only cause of Master William's hookup that we have a nice house at all. Yeah, good food, whatever. But peep this spot, it's super obvious Danny Garcia isn't the priority here. Saku just looked up and spilled the tea like it was the most obvious thing ever. Master William worries about times more. That's exactly why Danny got pushed to the side. Hearing that, Yona was totally shook, mouth wide open, not a single word. Oh my god. Tegu's brow was all scrunched up, deep in thought. Then she just yelled, so whatever Master William dropped the ball on for Danny Garcia, we'll pick it up ourselves. Bet, Danny, just chilling in his room, overheard and was completely floored. Meanwhile, the moonlight was popping, lighting up every corner of the junkyard. A whole-ass barrier was just surrounding the little house in the middle of the junkyard. Danny Garcia literally froze for a solid 5 seconds. Ha, what the heck is this? In front of him was a full-on construction crew going hard. How did this even happen? Tegu, the crew boss, was already yelling at them to hustle. Y'all slacking off like this ain't gonna get you any brownie points from Master William. The monster crew heard their boss and snapped right to it, no questions asked. Let's show the big man what we can do. But then Saku noticed something was off. Yo, Tegu, this part right here is kinda sus. Tegu, who was totally in the zone, spun around. Which part? Saku, the sharp-eyed fish monster, pointed it out. Dude, it looks like there are only 3 rooms. Shouldn't everyone get their own space? 1 room per person? And that's when it finally hit Tegu. Ah, shoot, you're right, but his logic was pretty basic. But Saku, the kids are still tiny, you know? I heard human kids get spooked sleeping by themselves. Saku was already thinking ahead. So what's the plan when they're teenagers? Just add on more rooms? Tegu whipped out the blueprints. Look here. See these X's in all 3 rooms? She was giving off major detective vibes. Are those magic keys? Tegu started explaining, getting all technical. Bro, we're in the modern age. There's insane tech everywhere. Especially from XJ Corp, they're always dropping the sickest new inventions. Using one of their patented gadgets, I'm gonna install buttons right at these spots. He was totally feeling himself, so proud of his genius plan. When you hit the button, bam, the walls slide open, turning 3 rooms into 5, or even 8 rooms. And just to be extra, I made it so it can convert into 10 rooms. This, my friend, is what happens when you mix high-tech science with a monster's big brain. Saku was just cool about it. Okay, now I get why Master William recruited you. You're actually pretty clutch. Tegu's ego totally inflated from that compliment. Oh man, Saku, stop it. He tried to play it cool. I just figured studying human architecture could help out Master William, you know? This is all I can really do. For real though, you're way more OP than me, Saku. Like, your magic ice walls, if a monster horde pulled up from downtown, they wouldn't even dare to get close. And just like that, Saku took over as the one feeling themselves. Hey, this guy knows all the right things to say. Right then, Danny Garcia, holding the little kid, just froze when he saw the 2 monsters grinning at each other. He got all flustered. Yo, you guys really don't have to do all this. But get this, at that moment, nobody knew that this custom build would end up being worth more than any mansion in Beverly Hills. Drop a comment below if you think they're building a fortress. Aight, boom, scene change. We're at Northgate High in Austin, Texas, late at night. Marcus Williams was yawning so hard his jaw was about to pop off. Derek Wong was just as confused. Why the hell are we meeting up in the middle of the night? Tyler Chen just stared blankly into the abyss. Unbi, you're here too? She was like, yeah, Ju called me. Then Kyung Jin yelled out, Aight, everyone, huddle up. Her face was dead serious. Thanks for rolling through on such short notice. I'm starting the mission briefing now. The second she said that, the whole vibe changed and everyone snapped to attention. All right, according to intel from Ethan Moore, Kyung Jin announced, and you could tell it was bad news. We've detected a massive amount of monster energy coming from the old warehouse district in Queens, New York. The monsters are estimated to be red-level threats. And then, she hit him with a total curveball. But our mission isn't to take out these monsters. Derek Wong was like, wait, huh? Then what's the game plan? Hyung Jin laid it out. Our job is containment. We make sure none of these things escape and spread to other areas. The takedown will be handled by the pro-awakened hunters who are gearing up for a fight right now. Of course, clueless Marcus Williams had to open his mouth. Then, why don't we just let them handle everything? He immediately got an elbow to the gut from his sister, Ashley Williams, who hissed, "Can you please shut up with the dumb questions?" Derek Wong glanced over. Most of the hunters are busy farming magic crystals, so this falls on us. Marcus Williams was still doubled over in pain. Yeah, okay, you could have just said that. Kyung Jin was all business. If you get it, then let's move out. Marcus just scratched his head, still confused. I bet. The whole squad just took off, sprinting through the night. Kyung-jin skidded to a stop in front of a massive ice wall and yelled, "Over there!" Derek Wong looked around. Whoa, an ice wall? Gotta be an ice-type monster. Marcus Williams looked totally shook. He was bugging out, seeing a huge swarm of black dots clustered on the map. Holy crap, there are so many of them, he sighed. Gotta be over 100. He immediately got an earful from his sister. Can you shut your mouth for like 2 seconds? Marcus Williams just mumbled back sheepishly. I was just worried, that's all. Derek Wong shot back. You weren't this worried during that whole mess at Celestial Lake. Marcus answered calmly. 'Cause we had Jason Miller with us back then. She finally got it. Oh, right. Meanwhile, Hanju was like, anyone need a chill pill? Lol. Kyung-jin was the only one with a level head. Look, our crew probably isn't strong enough to take on red-level threats solo, but our mission is just to watch and report, so don't freak out, she pointed. That's gotta be the entrance. We just need to keep eyes on it and see what comes out. Team leader Unbi started to get anxious. But what if they get out? Kyung-jin was weirdly calm. We hold them off until the pro hunters get here. Marcus Williams whispered, man, these midnight missions are such a drag, right? And she answered him right away. To save energy, we'll take shifts on watch duty and catch some sleep. And just like that, the first rays of sunlight started hitting the area. Most of the crew were passed out, sleeping like rocks, while Kyung-jin just stared out, keeping watch. Tyler Chen suddenly perked up. Yo, something's moving at the exit. Kyung-jin spun around. A monster? What kind? Marcus Williams was actually calm for once, scoping it out. Hold on, let me see. As he was scanning the area, his jaw just hit the floor. It was Danny Garcia, just casually strolling around checking out the brand new house. He was so loud that Marcus Williams just yelled his name. Danny Garcia. Kyung-jin just stared, blank-faced. Danny. Derek Wong was completely lost. Who's that? Marcus quickly filled him in. He's Jason Miller's sidekick, the dude who's always with him. Derek Wong was weirded out. Okay, but why is Jason's boy coming out of times there asterisk? Marcus Williams was just as confused. How am I supposed to know? What the hell is he even doing here? She glared down at the scene. Hold up a sec. Derek Wong watched Danny Garcia, who was looking around all sketched out. He seemed super paranoid about his surroundings. You think he's looking for something he dropped? What do you guys think is going on? Smash that like button and let me know in the comments. Marcus Williams totally agreed. Oh my god, that sounds about right, he added, spilling the tea. Every single time a new gate pops up out of nowhere, you've got those vultures swarming it. I mean, we all know who he's talking about, right? The ever-savvy Hanju caught on instantly. You mean the scavengers? Kyung-jin laid it all out, exactly. Since they're not strong enough for the real dangerous gates, they hang around the outside, mining for magarite ore like it's the gold rush all over again. Their network is crazy fast, so they're always the first ones to show up, like paparazzi on a celebrity. Marcus Williams nodded, thinking back. Yeah, I heard from Jason Miller that both of Danny's parents passed away, so he's basically the man of the house now. And his sister has a ton of problems, but wait, doesn't he get a fat stack of financial aid from Musa Academy? And y'all, the school Jung Jae was talking about is basically the Harvard of Awakened academies in the whole country. Seriously, Musa Academy is one of the top 3 elite schools for the powered up. Just getting in means you get insane financial support, huge scholarships, and students even get to keep any loot they snag during training missions or exams at the gates. He was like, even after you subtract the cash for the custom uniforms, activity fees, and tuition that costs more than a Beverly Hills mortgage, students still get a ton of aid. Yeah, if he was living alone, she pointed out, but doesn't he have like a whole crew of younger siblings? Wait, what? How many siblings does he even have? If it's 3 or 4, that should be doable, right? Suddenly, Jun Jiun was totally blindsided by Marcus Williams' out-of-pocket questions. 7. Forget I said anything. The math started mathing in his head. Okay, so first off, Danny is just a standard-level awakened. His scholarship barely covers the cost of instant ramen at the academy, and all the other big-money scholarships are totally monopolized by the alliance of those 15 mega-rich families. Isn't that the truth? And I heard he never competes in the Celestial Martial Arts tournament either. It's probably cause of his situation. Hanju started spiraling, like, oh my god, so he has to be a scavenger to support his siblings? That poor kid? That's so freaking dangerous. But, like, I get it. Everyone's brains were just a mess of tangled Christmas lights, So, what's the plan? Kang Jin guessed. Maybe Danny has no clue he's being stalked by a monster. She puffed out her chest, all heroic. We can totally lecture him later. Right now, keeping Danny safe is priority number one. Do not, I repeat, do not engage the monster. Just focus on getting Danny out of there in one piece. The whole squad was in. Yeah, at that exact moment, Danny Garcia was just casually strolling under the structure. Then he froze. And trust me, Danny does not need a pity party. 'Cause right now my dude was internally screaming, oh man, what do I do? Where are the supervisors hiding? Not too long before this whole mess, when Danny was leaving his place in Queens, he told the little rascals at home, all right, I'm heading out for morning practice. You little monsters, don't cause any trouble and be good. The buff dude, Saku, called out to him, yo, hold up, Danny. He asked, the humans are watching this area. That question made him jump out of his skin. Wait, what? Saku said, all serious. They're coming this way. Just act chill and do what you normally do. He started freaking out. What about you guys, Saku and the crew? He just waved it off. We got this. Don't even worry about us. Then Saku was like, you just need to go somewhere else and be a decoy. We're counting on you, bro. Danny nodded like a bobblehead. Okay, got it. He was coaching himself. Gotta keep it together. If anything goes sideways, I can't face Jason Miller again. Stay calm, look confident. Then Danny Garcia nearly had a heart attack when he saw a whole group of people sprinting at him. The worried students yelled out, Danny, are you okay? He was so confused. How did you guys even get here? Say clenched her fists. Are you hurt anywhere? Ziho was just peppering him with questions. You're still in one piece, right? No new holes? Hanju just said, we need to bounce, like, right now. Danny was completely baffled. Why? She explained like a know-it-all. There's a monster literally right behind you. If you're here to scavenge, you gotta check your six first. What if the monster spots you? He just let out this super awkward laugh, totally speechless. What in the world are they talking about? Hold up a sec, he thought. They don't know about my arrangement with the monsters, PHEW. That was a close one. Danny fumbled, all nervous. It's my bad, guys. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Yon was so bummed. I can't believe we got found out this fast. Tegu gritted his teeth. Dude, I haven't even finished building the house yet. Saku crossed his arms, looking bored. I need to get back to Musa safely. This is a real drag. Should I just, fight my way back? He smirked. You don't need to stress about that. Saku raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah, you got a plan? Tegu grinned. I wouldn't have come all the way from Austin if I didn't. He started explaining about the sick teleportation barrier he set up when he first decided to build the house. I made an underground gate so I can pop in and check on it whenever. Heh. Hearing that, he was just stunned, frozen for a solid 5 seconds. Jan was like, whoa, that's so clutch. He immediately claimed him. That's my bro right there. Tegu was totally soaking up the praise. Aw, stop. You're gonna make me blush. He reached his hand into the barrier. All right, everyone, let's dip. But then, bam! A massive force shot out from inside, catching Tegu completely off guard. A thick cloud of dust exploded out, and the air got all tingly with spiritual energy. Yun yanked him back by the collar, and Tegu stumbled. Saku was already in a fighting stance, yelling, who's there? And from behind all that white smoke came this cry that sounded kinda familiar. Lam's tiny paws hit the ground as she fanned out her 9 fluffy fox tails. Lam. Saku immediately started shaking in his boots. Mistress of the Forbidden Sanctum, why are you so mad? Her eyes were glowing like high beams, like she could see right into their souls. Lam let out a growl, and her spiritual power was so intense that Tegu's group could barely stay on their feet. The outer shell of the little house started vibrating, like it was about to shatter into a million pieces. Outside, Danny Garcia was still flapping his arms around frantically. Well, actually, I don't know anything. I was just walking by. I swear. And then, a gigantic explosion went off right behind him. At this, all the students looked up, their faces a mix of shock, awe, and pure. What the fuck? As a whole river of spiritual energy poured out from inside, the shell now had a massive hole in it. Lam looked down, scanning the group of students, trying to figure out whose arms would make the softest landing pad. Hanu was the chosen one, and Lam shot down like a furry little missile. Startled, Hanu just instinctively threw her arms up to catch her. Lam leaped into Hanu's arms like they were long-lost besties. She was stunned. Lam? The little fox just put on her cutest face and let out a tiny yelp. Hanu was so confused. Why are you here? Danny Garcia was already having a full-blown meltdown next to them. Jason, I'm so sorry. I really tried my best. John Jian just cupped his cheeks. Look how stinking cute. Ziho was still lost. Wait, Why is there a dog here? But Hanu was always worried about one person. Where's Jason Miller? Why are you here by yourself? So Lamb started acting out, like a game of charades from hell, the exact scenes of Jason's throwdown with Moonbane. Marcus Williams was completely clueless, just guessing wildly. Is she rabid? Lamb, powerless to explain, could only run off in a panic. Emily Thompson was totally freaking out. Jason Miller is in trouble. We gotta go. Follow him now. But that Marcus Williams dude just stood there with his jaw dropped. Dude, how did you even understand that? Meanwhile, Brandon Carter, who's totally low-key, crushing, was already panicking. Jason's in danger? Bet. Let's go. And was absolutely horrified to see her students scattering like roaches. Wait, where are you guys? Going in the middle of a mission. Get your butts back here. Hio ran up to her, trying to reason with her. Ma'am, you should come with us too. You can't just let the students run off into danger, right? She was so bewildered. Huh? But I have to monitor the monsters in this area. Kung Jin screamed, Danny Garcia, don't you push me. Everyone was just frozen, stunned by that last explosion. Hanu anxiously looked down at the chaos below, whispering, oh my god, what do you guys think will happen next? Drop your theories in the comments and don't forget to smash that like button. Oh my god, that explosion literally carved a giant crater in the ground, and everyone was totally shook. Marcus Williams peeked over the edge like, yo, what in the world just happened here? Then he's like, what is that? Seeing the two girls just slide down into the crater without even thinking, he totally freaked and yelled after them. Emily Thompson, Brittany Clark. They were scrambling over to where Jason Miller was just lying there, not moving a muscle. The rest of the crew up top saw them and rushed down in a total panic. Seeing him all messed up, they just started screaming his name. Emily gently lifted Jason to check on him. Thank God, he was still breathing. Brittany Clark immediately whipped out a potion and, super carefully poured it into his mouth. But then, y'all, Jason starts coughing like crazy and blood just gushes out. Brittany stared at the empty vial in her hand, bugging out. Even a B-rank potion ain't doing squat. We gotta get him to an ER, right now. Miss Jennifer Brown, standing nearby, lowered her voice and got real serious. Listen up. If there's a monster around here that could do times this times to Jason, we gotta be stealthy. We're going in blind. We have no idea what this gate is. The whole squad went dead silent, waiting for the call. Marcus, Emily, Brittany, you three are the fastest. Get Jason to the infirmary, stat. The rest of you, you're with me. We're sweeping this place. Hearing that, the three of them hoisted Jason up and were gone in a flash, no hesitation. All right, we're dipping. You guys be careful. Miss Jennifer Brown slowly scanned the whole area. Seriously, where the heck are we? She'd never seen a gate with this kind of vibe before. Suddenly, Tyler Chen pipes up. Low-key, this place is giving me serious vibes of, downtown San Francisco's Chinatown. Grace Anderson asked, all doubtful. Hold up. Aren't gates usually some kind of medieval, fantasy-type deal? Wooby just shrugged vaguely. Never heard of one like this. All of a sudden, Tyler Chen's gaze just freezes solid. Right in front of him was this super sketchy-looking staff. A question immediately just popped into his head. That's a demonic artifact, Tyler Chen called out to Miss Jennifer Brown, his voice dripping with suspicion. Why would something like this be here, Miss Brown? And then, y'all, his eyes went wide like he was hypnotized. For real, Tyler felt like he was a puppet on a string. His hand just started reaching for it all on its own. He was thinking, why do I want this so bad? Just then, Miss Jennifer Brown's voice totally snapped him out of the trance. Tyler Chen. He awkwardly turned his head. Yeah? She slowly walked closer to see what he was looking at. Did you need me for something? Is there something over there? Tyler nervously glanced back at the spot. Yeah. There was a demonic artifact right here. But get this, the thing had completely vanished. Poof, gone. He was absolutely stunned, looking around like a maniac. Wait, what the heck? I swear it was right here, a second ago. Miss Jennifer Brown frowned a little. What's wrong? Did you see a monster? He answered super awkwardly. No, it's not that. She gave him a stern warning. If not, then let's get a move on. It's not smart to stay put for too long. Tyler Chen just scratched his head and was like, okay. He looked back one last time, his eyes still full of doubt. Was I just seeing things? But this massive question was stuck in Tyler Chen's head. Then what was that feeling? Like my mind was being totally hijacked for a second. At that exact moment, this terrifying red and black nightmare scene flashed in Jason Miller's mind. Where am I? A figure in a white dress with long, flowy hair appeared in front of him. Who's there? The person just stood there, creepy and still. After a beat, they slowly turned their head, revealing these blood-red eyes and a stare so cold it could freeze you solid. The figure reached out a hand like it was about to play puppet master with Jason. Get away! It's not time yet. In a total panic, he shot straight up in bed, breathing all ragged as a jolt of pain shot through his entire body. Looking down at all his wounds, Jason started complaining. Damn, this hurts. Seriously, how messed up am I? Just then, Emily Thompson opened the door to the hospital room, holding a fruit basket, and just froze, staring at him completely stunned. Jason looked up at Emily, and seeing her just barge in, he immediately panicked. What the hell, Emily? Ever heard of knocking? The fruit basket clattered to the floor, fruit rolling everywhere. Without a single word, Emily just launched herself into Jason's arms, making him blush like crazy. You're awake. She looked at Jason with these super worried eyes. How are you feeling? Does it hurt anywhere? He replied without thinking, yeah. Worried sick, Emily immediately turned to Bolt. I'll go get the doctor right now. Wait. The doctor came in to check on him a few minutes later anyway. After a moment, he took off his glasses and started asking questions. How are you feeling, son? Are you in a lot of pain? He answered all calmly. Pretty good, actually. Emily was floored. What? Looking at all the IVs hooked up to Jason, she couldn't hide how shocked she was. For real? But you've only been laid up in this Miami General Hospital bed for 3 days, and the wound on your back is completely healed. Your chaotic energy is stable, too. The doctor offered a theory. It's probably thanks to the residual energy from that S-rank martial art, Sumi Cheong Guang. Hearing that, Jason just smirked. Sumi Cheong Guang? Nah, that's not it. He slowly checked the flow of power that was wrapped around his body. The energy flowing through me isn't Sumi Cheong Guang, it's the primordial divine art. The energy from the primordial divine art is working non-stop, 24/7, to heal every single part of my body. That's why I'm bouncing back so fast. The old doctor stood up and gave his orders. If you get proper rest, you should make a full recovery in a week. I'll be on my way. Then, the second the doctor left, Jason hopped right out of bed. No hesitation. Man, lying around for 3 days has made my whole body stiff. Emily anxiously tried to stop him. Are you sure you should be getting up? Shouldn't you rest a little more? Jason just waved his hand like it was nothing. It's fine. The doc said I could walk around. More importantly, what happened? Why did I end up in the hospital in the first place? She glanced down toward the blanket. Lam Lam came and told me everything. That's how I found you. Lam Lam tiredly crawled out from under the covers and let out a tiny whimper. Emily bent down and smiled gently. Hey, you didn't do anything wrong. Why the long face? Lam Lam was now snuggled up in Jason's arms, playfully rubbing against him. Good boy, good boy. He held the little creature and looked at her with a super grateful expression. So you're the one who saved me? Thanks, Emily. Her face immediately went bright red. Well, you're a guest of our clan. And it wasn't just me. Brittany, Marcus, and even my dad helped out. Jason's voice got a little sad. Really? So now everyone knows Lam Lam is a monster. Emily quickly replied, I'm sorry, we had no other choice. He wasn't mad, just smiling and shaking his head. It's okay. I guess I don't have to hide Lam Lam's identity anymore. More importantly, nothing totally insane happened while I was out, right? She answered so casually it was scary. Oh, yeah. A whole lot of stuff happened. Jason's expression immediately froze. Huh? Emily started to spill the tea. First, a red-level monster showed up in Queens, New York, so we were all dispatched over there. After hearing the whole story, Jason's mood turned incredibly dark. You could see the rage in his eyes. Those idiots. Jason immediately shot up and snapped. They're causing trouble while I'm gone. After we risked our necks to save them, because he moved so suddenly, his wounds flared up and he winced in pain. Are the painkillers not working? Should I use the primordial divine art to numb the pain? Suddenly, Jason realized something was way off. Hold up, something's not right. The character status window immediately popped up, and oh my god, several of his stats had been nerfed. Looking at the deducted stats, he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. Just as I thought, there's a penalty. That realization made Jason freeze for a sec. All my stats dropped. My internal energy is down by 300, and my rank dropped too. Is this the side effect of taking out that Cheon blood demon? Man, if you think this is wild, smash that like button and let us know what he should do next. Bro let out this massive sigh, just face planting onto the bed. He's like, whatever, I'll take it as a W. At least I'm not totally unalived. Then, out of nowhere, this voice whispers right in Jason Miller's ear. He whips his head around, looking completely shook. That voice. Hold up, you guys. Right then, he catches Master William straight up crying. Jason calls out softly, Master? Hearing his voice, the old dude finally gets a grip. Are you calling me? Jason asked, totally stoked. Master, you were freaking me out. Are you bawling your eyes out or something? Master William looked at him, tears still streaming down his face, but he was dead set on denying it. The G-O-A-T does not cry. Nah, this old man has zero feelings. It's definitely not cause of that disciple of mine. Yeah, right. You almost checked out, he screamed, totally ticked off. I told you I'm not crying. Jason just blew it off and hopped out of bed. Yeah, I know you're worried, but I got stuff to do, so I'm bouncing. Master William furiously chased him to the door, but Jason just pretended he was on mute. What, you're really gonna go out like this? He yelled, furious. Get back in bed and rest, now. And scene, cut to this absolutely gorgeous afternoon, with the sunset just painting the entire coast of Santa Monica, California. So aesthetic. And there's Somi, on her knees, looking super respectful. The second she sees Indu, she immediately bows her head. Greetings, Your Majesty. Indu looks at her, and his expression softens just a tiny bit. Somi, long time no see. Somi looks up at him, her voice dripping with respect. Have you been well, sire? Your Majesty. Indu smirks. It's been years since anyone called me that. Nowadays, they all just call me the war god. She immediately bowed her head, looking so sorry. My memories are stuck in the past. Please forgive me if I've offended you. And y'all, Indu's eyes just narrowed in this super dangerous way. The drama. It's cool. Don't be so tense. But let me give you the tea on this guy. The rumors say that among all the masters, the master of the sky, Samai Yon, A.K.A. the war god, is the one every martial artist is terrified of. Impossibly handsome, but vicious and cruel. A total bad boy. Suddenly, Indu's voice drops low. By the way, Somi. She looked up, all confused. Yes, Your Majesty. His whole body was basically radiating this cold, murderous vibe. Where is the Sword of Ruin? Somi jumped and answered. Bloodfire is on its way to get it now. Indu's scary face just vanished, replaced by a smile, but his voice was still ice cold. Is that right? My senior will be thrilled. But before that, I want to see it for myself. Her body literally started shaking. The second I get it back, I'll bring it straight to you. He praised her, totally satisfied. You're a sharp one, Somi. Under the blazing sunset, Indu's smile grew even wider. Now, tell me about this world. The scene snaps back to the hospital, where Jason Miller is gently, Lam, you wait here, okay? He balled his fists, scanning the area like a secret agent. Good, nobody's around. This spot right behind the Cedars Sinai Medical Center is perfect. Jason took a deep breath and issued the command. Sword of Ruin. And oh my god, the sword slowly materialized, with all these ding, ding, ding system notification sounds. The Sword of Ruin has answered its master's call. The Sword of Ruin recognizes the primordial divine art. The Sword of Ruin has been bound to you. Holding the sword, Jason felt this crazy, insane emotion just wash over him. Thank God, I thought I lost it when I blacked out. Is this for real, the Sword of Ruin? It looked so different, and the whole vibe it was putting out felt like it was SS rank. Then, more info popped up. Sword of Ruin, Phase 1, SSS rank. Description: the first demonic weapon of the blood god of ruin. Reacts to the art of ruin, obeys only its master. Mishandling will lead to annihilation or soul capture, turning the victim into a puppet. Option unavailable. Bro, this is some serious stuff. Hearing SSS rank, he couldn't help but get hyped. An SSS rank weapon. Let's get along, partner. But then he's like, walking around with this thing is way too flashy. All of a sudden, the sword in Jason's hand shrank, shocking him. Whoa, wait, what the heck? He stared at the compact weapon in his hand, totally bugging out. It shrank, and the design changed too. Can it actually read my mind? Jason immediately commanded, change back to your original form. He grinned at it, thinking, with this power, nobody will ever guess it's a demonic weapon. So slick. Suddenly, Lam lets out a few little coughs, like, ahem, dude. Jason got the hint right away. Right, last thing to do is clean up the rest of this mess. He scooped up Lam and started opening a portal, summoning gate. Let's see what kind of trouble they've stirred up. Outside this construction site in downtown Houston, a massive, shimmering ice wall stood guard. Hyun was outside, looking completely baffled. Damn, what the hell is that ice wall made of? It doesn't even have a scratch on it. The guy behind him answered, scanners are still picking up monsters nearby. He asked impatiently, so what is going on in there? Meanwhile, inside the wall, a worried Tegu reported, Lord Saku, a huge crowd is gathering outside. Saku pointed powerfully at the wall. We're out of options. I tried to avoid this, but it looks like we'll have to bust our way out. Tegu immediately started sucking up with a big smile. So bold, while they were arguing if there was a better way, Jason Miller's voice just cut in. Bust what out? The moment they saw him, they all bowed respectfully. Master. Jason stomped over, so pissed. What are you even calling me for? Danny. Explain. Called out, Danny Garcia stepped forward awkwardly. Well, after seeing the scrapyard, Tegu decided to build us a house. After hearing the explanation, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then his voice went ice cold. Tegu. The guy immediately dropped to his knees, bowing his head. Tegu. I'm sorry, master. Please forgive me. Jason pointed at the ridiculously extravagant house and spoke. That's enough. You built that house? Tegu answered in a tiny voice. Yes. Jason nodded, actually impressed. Yeah. It's a little big for 8 people, but it looks pretty sweet. Jason tapped the wall. So what's the deal with this wall? Saku stepped up confidently, totally ready to take credit. That was my design. Thinking he was about to get praised, he kept going. I built it as a defensive wall since this place looked like a total dump. But then Jason got pissed again. Oh, you did? Huh. Lam, what should we do about this? Lam got the message and let out this threatening growl. Saku started shaking in his boots, begging, oh, king of the sanctuary, please forgive us. Jason showed zero mercy and used his magic to open a portal. There's nothing to forgive. All of you, just go home. The second the portal opened, they all scrambled through it. Lol. Just then, a timid voice came from behind him. Hisso shyly bowed his head, taking the blame. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Everyone did this for my family, but it got way out of hand. The 2 little kids at his feet just stared up, completely confused. Jason explained in a soft voice. This defensive wall can keep any monster below red level out. Even an A-rank awakened couldn't get through it. It's pretty reckless, but it works. Looking at them, he wasn't mad at all. In fact, he cracked a smile. Monsters pop up around here all the time. This wall will be good for protecting you guys. Let's just leave it up. Hisso asked, nervously. But what are we going to tell all those people outside? Y'all, drop a comment below and tell me what excuse you would make up. Jason gently placed his hand on the wall and answered, don't worry, we'll just cook up some story. He quickly focused his power, and a second later, he blew a hole right through the wall. Hyun's eyes went wide with shock. The ice wall is broken. Oof, cliffhanger. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. So check it, Jason Miller walks out, holding his arm like he just got into a major brawl. And who does he see? Marcus Williams. Seeing Jason, he strolls over and is like, bro, how'd you even get out of there? And Jason, smooth as ever, just smiles and says, ah, it was nothing. I took care of business. Marcus was literally shook. Huh? Then the guy behind him reports, what? The scanner's clear. It's not picking up any more monsters. Marcus is squinting, totally sus that Jason handled it all by himself. So, Jason just throws an arm around Danny Garcia and laughs, you see? We handled it together, tag team style. The monsters that broke in were blue level, Jason explained. I just slammed the gate shut, and the energy from it basically flash froze the whole area. Hearing this, Marcus gets all serious and says, we need to get a team inside that ice wall to investigate, as soon as possible. The 2 guys behind Marcus are whispering to each other, like total gossips. 2 dudes took care of all those red-level monsters. The other one's like, for real, if that's true, that's completely insane. After a quick chat with Jason, Marcus turns and gives the order, all right, looks like our work here is done. Everyone, back to the main house in Beverly Hills. The whole crew just yells back, sir, yes, sir. Marcus is silently watching them all leave. Those guys are from the Divine Finger clan. Then suddenly, Jason speaks up, yo, I got one more thing for the Divine Finger clan. One of them turns his head and says softly, please, go ahead. Jason looks at them with this super determined gaze. Tell the leaders of the 15-clan alliance to leave the ice wall exactly as it is. He continues, this is the kids' home now, and all the kids below just erupt in cheers. Bro, are we gonna live in a mansion? A sharp glint appears in his eyes, and his voice turns ice cold. Especially the Emperor clan and the Jomsan clan. Make sure they get the message. The other guy just replies, super chill. Don't even worry about it. He's just looking at Jason, totally calm. The Divine Finger clan, we only follow the will of Jason Miller. We'll let the Emperor clan and the Jomsan clan know exactly what you said. Jason doesn't say a word, just watches them leave, then he turns and goes back inside. Seeing Danny Garcia's kids chattering away, so happy. Jason was secretly so happy, you could just tell by the look on his face. A while later, back at the hospital, probably some fancy one like Cedar's Sinai and L. A. He walks in looking totally drained. I'm back, so tired. The news is just blasting on the TV. Inside the ice wall, the home of Jason Miller's underlings, was overrun with red monsters. The second he walks in, Ashley Williams is there waiting, arms crossed and everything. She looks at him, completely shocked. She rushes over, totally furious, and starts yelling, are you trying to get yourself killed? Why aren't you in the hospital? He just quickly puts his hands up in surrender. Sorry, have you been waiting long? She angrily points at the TV, which is still spilling all the tea. What is this news about? You went there in your condition. The reporter on the TV just keeps going. When Danny Garcia didn't show for the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament, Jason Miller knew something was up. The news just kept on coming. He arrived before the scout team of the 15 Clan Alliance and was reported to have wiped out all the monsters. According to the Divine Finger Clan, Jason thought to himself, man, they really spun a wild story about that. Y'all, if you think they're hyping him up, smash that like button. He forces a smile and tries to brush it off. The news is exaggerating a little. Ashley lowers her head, still fuming. And you? Why didn't you tell me you were raising monsters? Jason just shrugs a little. Well, I didn't tell anyone. She asks in this ice-cold voice, but Marcus knew? He still answers so nonchalantly, it's crazy. Yeah, but I didn't tell him. Oh, that was the WRONG thing to say. Ashley completely loses her cool, rolls up her sleeves, and lunges at him. She throws this massive punch, screaming, "Don't mess with me." Luckily, Jason managed to dodge it just in time. Sis, calm down and listen to me. Suddenly, the sound of sobbing just makes him freeze. Sis. Ashley tried to hold back her tears, but you could hear her crying. Jason moves closer, about to touch her. I'm sorry. Next time something happens, I'll tell you. Ashley just coldly dodges his touch. Do you have any idea how worried I was? If you weren't already injured, I would have knocked you out myself. Suddenly, a rustling sound from under the blanket makes them both turn their heads to look. The drama. Lam Nam crawls out from under the blanket, looking totally bewildered. Jason is startled and worried. What is it doing in here? But Ashley's anger just vanishes, and she moves forward to hug Lam Nam. So cute. Is this one of the monsters you're raising? He warns her, all worried. Sis, don't be reckless and touch it. But she wasn't scared at all and just kept hugging Lam Nam. Aw, it's so gentle. I want to take it home and raise it. Jason smiled to himself, thinking. Okay, looks like she likes this. But then, just like that, Ashley's mood sinks again. I just feel a little left out that Marcus knew before I did. After saying that, she looked up at him with a super serious expression. From now on, if things like this happen, you tell me first, okay? Ashley's smile came back, and it was like all the tension just disappeared. That's a promise. Back in his private hospital room, Jason was just gently petting Lam Nam. He stroked its head. Ever since she left, this little guy has started getting super clingy with me. Then Jason summons something, and a metal rod appears in his hand. The Infinity Spear. He's carefully checking out the weapon in his hand. It's been 3 days since I took out the blood demon and got this demonic weapon. The problem now is, how will they times react? They, the ones who value demonic weapons and the map of the martial god, are definitely not gonna let this go. Jason thought to himself, the Cheon O Cheon, the demons of this world. He's figuring it out. Their whole purpose is to open a dimensional gate and bring their master out, Jin Mayan. Jason leaned forward, and his expression got super serious. The death of the blood demon might have changed the future, but there's still plenty of time. His thoughts were heavy. 7 years from now, the master of the Cheon O Cheon will descend upon this world, and just 1 month after he gets here, everything will be destroyed. Jason raises the spear, looking determined. The future can be changed. If I want to kill Jin Mayan, I have to get way stronger. His eyes were lit. Before that, I need to cut off the limbs of the Cheon O Cheon. The next day, Robert Harrison gives Jason a scroll. This is the original reward you were looking for. Jason happily takes out the paper from inside. I'll treasure it. Robert leans his hands on the table nearby. So, I'm wondering if you know the rules of the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament. After Jason reads the paper, a bunch of notifications pop up. The Blood God. Ooh, the plot thickens. The map of the Blood God is sealed. Difficulty rank. Effect description. You are not allowed to view the artifact. You are not allowed to view the artifact. He gives this super vague reply. Yeah, I guess. Robert was confused. So, Jason, you can't see the information either, right? Jason answered frankly, that's right. The man sighed, so frustrated. Man, since it's you, Jason, I thought you might have known something, which is why you asked for the Blood God's map. Jason just smiled brightly and opened his bag. Let's investigate it together from now on. Then, his master's voice pops into his head. Try using the primordial divine art. Hearing that, Jason fixes his gaze on the map and activates the skill, primordial divine art. A second later, letters started to appear, totally surprising Jason and revealing a hidden line of text. System is analyzing. Map of the Blood God has been opened. Rank SSS. Difficulty SSS. Holy cow. Description. A map that points to the secluded location where the Blood God ditched his disciples and went into hiding. The system kept reporting. There, he established the On-One sect, a sect with a single successor, marking a new beginning. Get this. You guys, only one person can enter the Han-One sect, a disciple who has mastered the primordial divine art to the 9-star level. Oh my god, what's gonna happen next? Drop your theories in the comments and don't forget to subscribe. Get this, y'all, if you get into the Ano sect, you score all the Blood God's powers. We're talking basically infinite power, the ultimate cheat code. It's the key to get in. So Jason heard that and was totally bugging, asking, "Hold up, Master William, if this is the spot, why does it have a difficulty rating like we're in some kind of video game?" Master William just stroked his beard, all mysterious, like, "Use that brain, kid. What kind of skills does your master have? If you want me to teach you everything I know, you gotta prove you're not a total scrub first." Jason Miller's eyes lit up. "Oh, so you're saying I have to pass some crazy trial, like a final boss test to get your legacy?" The old man gave him a nod of approval. "Exactly. You're a quick study." Jason then got all hyped. "So, what level do I need to hit to get 9 stars? Master William was beaming. In your gamer terms, it'd be around SS rank." Jason was so shook, he just yelled, "Say what?" Robert Harrison, thinking Jason was yelling at him, totally freaked out. "What? Don't tell me you actually found something on that Blood God map. Spill the tea." Master William just kept going. "By the standards of the real martial arts world, you gotta reach the Transcendent Realm just to meet the minimum times requirement to join the Ono sect. The Transcendent Realm, dude, the realm of the absolute goats." He gave a weak laugh. "It's nothing, sir. I was just, looking closer." Jason Miller glanced at the old man, thinking he never even knew there was a rank higher than S rank. "My whole life is a lie." Master William laughed, super pleased. "That's the level you gotta reach someday, kid." Jason thought to himself, the 10 strongest people on Earth are all S-rank awakeners, and I'm supposed to grind past a level they haven't even unlocked yet. Jason Miller pressed his lips together. "Can I really even pull this off?" Robert Harrison asked excitedly. "So you found something, right?" Jason immediately shot him down. "Nope." Robert threw his hands up. "Bro, are we really gonna play these games?" Jason Miller casually turned away. "What games? I don't know what you're talking about." Robert was left totally speechless. Seeing him all quiet, Jason smirked. "Dude, I'm just messing with you." Jason Miller looked at Robert Harrison with total determination. "I can't tell you anything about the Blood God map, but here's the deal. During the break, I'll moonlight for the Divine Finger Clan. If I clear the Soon Forest Gate, I'll give you the Blood Poison Goo art." Robert was a little stunned by that. "The Blood Poison Goo art?" Robert Harrison asked again, all worried. "You're just giving it to me? Is that even cool?" He answered super casually, "I don't need it anyway." Jason Miller thought to himself, peeved. "I've got the primordial divine art now. That other thing is basically obsolete tech." He made a proposal. "Just start a rumor for me. Spread it to the Divine Power Clan and the Emperor." Robert asked suspiciously, "What kind of rumor?" Jason Miller replied loud and clear, "I'm going to solo the Sown Forest Gate. Make sure you blast that everywhere on the day of." Robert Harrison immediately agreed. "Deal. That's a piece of cake. If you're giving me the blood poison goo art, spreading a little gossip is nothing." A while later at the Soon Forest Gate, a blue-level zone out near Austin, Texas, Chad Wilson asked him, "So, you're really planning on conquering this place?" He looked around, amused. "Whoa, it's pretty green in here, huh? Stop right there." Jason Miller quickly stopped him. "Hold on, there's one more person." Chad Wilson was curious. "Who?" The words were barely out of his mouth when someone came rushing over, totally out of breath. Jason saw him and spoke up. "He's here." Danny Garcia stopped in front of them, panting like crazy. "Sorry, I'm late." Chad Wilson crossed his arms. "Oh, Danny Garcia is here too." Danny greeted Senior Chad. "You're heading to the Soon Forest Gate too, sir." Chad put on this unbelievably smug look. "Just stick close to me, kid. I'll make sure you're safe." "Oh my god," the cringe. Danny clenched his fists and yelled, "I can't do that, sir. I'll take point and scout for any danger." Jason Miller just cut them both off by turning and walking ahead. "That's enough. We don't have time for this," he urged. "Let's go." Jason Miller was scrolling through a message on his phone. "Please begin. Chairman Williams." Suddenly, a notification popped up. "Warning, you are the master of another gate. The master of the Sown Forest Gate considers you a hostile. The master of the Sown Forest Gate is attempting to seal the entrance. Will you allow or deny?" He decisively chose to deny. Then the system displayed the result. "The master of the Sanctuary of the Four Great Saints has denied the gate closure." Ooh, the drama. The master of the Soon Forest Gate he is confused. Laugh my ass off. The system is literally clowning on him. Jason Miller stared off into the distance. "Maybe because Blue's rank went up, I have more admin powers inside the gate now. Opening and closing it is a piece of cake." He and his crew walked deeper into the forest. The Soon Forest Gate is a blue-level zone. I could actually clear this gate by myself, but to do it, I have to meet a specific condition. Jason thought, "I need at least 3 people." Chad Wilson called out, looking totally relaxed. "Man, what nice weather." Hearing this, Jason felt completely helpless. Like, dude, we're going into a dungeon gate and this guy's acting like we're strolling through Central Park in NYC. Jason glanced at Danny Garcia, who was bringing up the rear, cautiously scanning their surroundings. You know, if he gets himself deleted or goes missing, cleanup will be a lot easier. But this is a chance for Danny to use the demon's sword. He looked up, and Chad Wilson is way more OP than most of the monsters in here. Jason called out to Danny. He quickly replied, yes. Jason asked, intrigued, ever seen a goblin in real life before? Meanwhile, back at the Divine Power Clan's headquarters in some high-rise in Chicago, Miss Jennifer Brown stood over the unconscious Ethan Moore's bed. That punk needs to be torn limb from limb. She cursed relentlessly. A low-class, illegitimate brat. The absolute nerve. Miss Jennifer Brown gritted her teeth, her face twisted with pure evil. How dare he touch my son, the rightful heir to the Divine Power Clan? Suddenly, someone walked in. Madam, she turned to him and asked, are you keeping a close eye on that Jason Miller punk? He replied respectfully, yes, and I bring good news. The underling reported, we've received word that Jason Miller is clearing the Soon Forest Gate, a blue-level zone, all by himself. Miss Jennifer Brown asked skeptically, are you sure about that? Get me the receipts. He confirmed it without a doubt. This information comes from a source inside the Divine Finger Clan. She gave a dangerous smirk. The Soon Forest Gate, you say? A dark red glow flared in Miss Jennifer Brown's eyes. Send in the Emperor's Squad. Y'all. The Emperor's Squad is the elite special ops unit of the Emperor Clan's entire military. Her voice turned all creepy and soft as she spoke to Ethan Moore. Don't you worry, my sweet boy. Your mother will personally send the one who did this to you straight to the underworld. Meanwhile, Jason Miller was standing in front of a stone statue. Danny, first time seeing a goblin, right? Danny Garcia was completely stunned. This giant thing is a goblin. Chad Wilson chimed in confidently. You can tell just by looking that it's the first stage boss. Danny was freaking out, waving his arms around. The boss shows up right away. Then what about the regular mobs? Jason explained. You know every gate has a different strategy, right? For the Soon Forest, you have to clear a total of 3 stages back to back. Jason cracked a smile. Instead of regular mobs, each stage has its own boss. I already know the strategy, so just follow my lead and we'll get this done in a flash. Got it? He used a stick to draw a diagram in the dirt. When the goblin wakes up, it's going to summon smaller goblins. Don't use any special energy and just focus on the brown goblins. The key is for all 3 of us to attack together. Danny Garcia timidly raised his hand. Why can't we use our special energy? Jason held up the stick. That's the side quest condition for the first stage. So smash that like button if you think they can pull it off, and comment below with your predictions. Yo, you look so hyped up, dude. But get this, you can only use your weapon's power to fight here. See, ain't this like the perfect spot to test drive that new sword? Hiso, slowly looks over his shoulder at the blade on his back, the Chamato. So he just drops his backpack and unzips it. Hugh wanders over, totally nosy, whoa, what kind of sword is that? Looks absolutely sick. Hiso reaches for the sword and is all, yo, Jason Miller's giving you this. Hearing that, Hugh freaks out. For real. Let me see that thing. Hold up, wait a damn minute, that's an S rank. Hiso gets all serious and warns him. Dude, don't touch it. Only Jason and I can handle this thing. The second he says that, Hugh whips around to Jason Miller. Jason, my man, hook me up with a weapon too. I'll be your ride or die. Jason just rolls his eyes and brushes him off. Bro, your thunder sword is at least an A rank. What are you even whining about? Why are you so thirsty for more loot? For a hot second, Jason Miller looked like he just got sucker punched by all that whining. That sword was from your master, wasn't it? I want an S rank weapon too. Jason's just muttering to himself, oh my god, I must have owed this dude big time in a past life or something. But, you know Jason, he totally caved. Alright, chill with the whining. If I find a good one, I'll hook you up, deal. Hugh, getting exactly what he wanted, just busts out laughing. That's my bestie for ya. You're the real MVP. He closes his eyes, shoves a hand in his pocket like he's all cool. Aight then, I'll just get my epic weapon next time. Hugh says this with, major main character energy. Now, watch what I can do. The second Jason Miller hears that, he gets this super bad vibe. Hey, dude, you're not thinking of. But before Jason could even finish, Homeboy already grabbed his sword and shot off like a Tesla on ludicrous mode. Jason Miller is yelling from behind, hi. The plan was to stick together. He scrambles up, totally ticked off. That reckless idiot. Hiso, we gotta catch up to him. Grab your weapon, let's go. And Hiso, being the good boy he is, just does exactly what he's told. Bet. And just like that, the 3 of them are sprinting full send towards the boss. Suddenly, the giant stone statue's eyes, light up. In a flash, its whole body starts moving. A system notification pops up. Talk about spooky. Stage 1. The Earth Golem boss has awakened. The Earth Golem activates a barrier. He's looking around the barrier, totally confused. Jason Miller glances back, his game face is on. Hisso. He starts breaking it down for them. Okay, so the gimmick with this gate is that when you fight the boss, a barrier pops up around it. It's like we're trapped in here, Vegas style. And then, oh my god, smaller golems start crawling out of the ground. The system chimes in. The Earth Golem is summoning mini golems. Jason yells out, "Hi, Jane, you take the brown ones. Focus." He immediately charges forward. Got it. Hiwu Jane just zips past the little guys, and they literally crumble into dust. Easy peasy. He keeps playing squad leader. Hisso. On my mark, we all jump the boss at once. Got it? Jason counts it down. 1, 2, 3. The second he hits 3, they all rush the boss. Jason lands a killer blow, shattering its head. He screams, it's trying to regenerate. Hisso, take it down before it can heal. He grips his sword and just unleashes, like, a million slashes on the golem. Roger that. Hisso's face is all sweaty as he looks back. The massive golem? Yeah, it's just a pile of rocks now. Get wrecked. Stage 1 Monster Boss. The Earth Golem has been destroyed. You have defeated an easy difficulty boss. The system's like, congrats, nerds. You have received 250,000 P as a reward. You may now proceed to the next stage. Jason Miller slings an arm around him, all cheerful. Nice work, dude. Meanwhile, Hiwu Jane bolts towards a literal mountain of gold on the ground. Priorities, right? I mean, the loot was piled high. This gate is seriously generous, he says, all hyped, picking up a blue stone. Yo, there's a super rare artifact in here too. Is this thing, like, actually worth anything? Hiwu Jane yells back to the crew. Y'all, get over here and grab some of this swag. But then Jason suddenly freezes, like he saw a ghost. Hold up, he's staring at this old-school scroll just sitting in the pile of gold. He walks over and snatches it. No way. A huge grin spreads across his face. I'm taking this. The other dude doesn't even turn around. Just, yeah, whatever. He's clutching the scroll, and you can just see the gears turning in his head. Why would the blood parasite technique show up on stage 1? This is sus. The system gives him the full T, a rank blood parasite technique. It describes a technique for implanting a parasitic worm into an opponent to control them. Yikes, talk about creepy. It keeps going. If the infected opponent resists, they will suffer extreme pain. If they submit, their blood vessels could rupture, causing instant death. A super shady look crosses Jason Miller's face. He's thinking. So basically, it's the perfect technique to use on someone who just won't shut up. And a light bulb goes off in his head. I was kinda hoping to get this from this gate. But getting it this early, he's scheming. If I offer this to the Intel Guild, I could get so much dirt. Then Hiwu Jane pipes up. You're really only taking that one thing? Jason Miller just goes, yup. Hiwu Jane's face is pure hype. Awesome. We totally hit the jackpot. Let's get to the next stage. Jason can only sigh and go along with it. All right. A few minutes later, the squad's standing in front of another monster. Stage 2 boss, the Shield Golem. Oh boy, here we go again. Hiwu Jane is just staring, like he can't believe his eyes. Man, that thing looks thick. It's way bigger, and it's dual-wielding shields. Jason looks up. It's not just solid, it's insanely tough. Hearing that, Hiwu Jane gets all suspicious. You talk like you fought this thing before. Or like, have you been here solo and already know the cheat codes? Jason Miller goes quiet for a sec, then answers. I told you, man. My master taught me everything. But in his head, he's like, yeah, I can't just drop the bomb that I died and came back to life. Big yikes. Drop a comment if you think you should tell them the truth. Hiwu Jane keeps pushing. So who even is your master? Not even my grandpa knows this stuff. Hisso chimes in all excited. Maybe it's some legendary figure from, like, a secret society in Chicago or something. Hiwu Jane is still on it. So, is this dude greater than the heavenly demon or the living Buddha? And then bam! Master William just pops up next to Jason, scolding him. Disciple, what are you even doing? Are you seriously comparing me to those fake deep monks and scammers from your past life? The disrespect. Jason's just confused. There are? Hiwu Jane changes the subject. So how do we clap this boss? Jason lays out the strat. Just keep hitting it until it puts its shields up. Hisso asks carefully, can we use our aura this time? Jason's answer is firm. Yes. Go all out. And Hisso, you're on deck. You're up first. Hearing that, he looks kinda shook. Right. Hisso grips his sword super tight and launches himself into the air. He's making this face, you know, all determined. He draws his sword and charges straight for the boss. He uses some crazy move called Divine Art of the Mystic Void of Heaven and Earth and brings his sword down in this massive slash. Watching from the sidelines, Jason Miller's thinking, what the heck kind of martial art is that? Hiso lands right in front of the golem. The thing raises its shields and just charges him, and boom, the boss sends Hiso flying like he's nothing. Ouch. Hiso crashes hard onto the cracked ground. He's gripping his sword for dear life. His eyes go wide with fear as he lifts the blade to defend himself. He's thinking, dude, if I hadn't blocked with the demon's sword, I would have been straight up toast. The giant iron monster slowly moves in, and it's got this terrifying grin on its face. So creepy. The second that iron club swings, Hiso dodges on pure instinct. He leaps way up into the air, clearing the monster's head. He glances back at the thing, swings his sword in this clean arc, and this little flame just bursts out around the monster. It's lit, literally. He doesn't hesitate at all, Hiso thinks. And right on cue, Heu Jane shows up with this cocky smirk, yelling, as the big bro around here, I can't let my boy handle all the dirty work alone. Then he just unleashes this insane flurry of slashes in like 3 seconds flat. It creates this brilliant blue lightning that just swallows the monster's whole body. Divine art of the Thunder King, he screams. And get this, cracks start appearing all over the monster. Its eyes light up as it turns and stares dead at Jason Miller. Cliffhanger. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Okay, so Caleb grabs his spear, does this sick parkour vault over the monster's back, and screams at Tyler Harrison. Tyler totally gets the vibe and is like, I got you, bro. He jams his spear forward, eyes locked on, and bam. Unleashes this insane yellow energy slash that just rips the beast a new one. And just like that, the monster's head just eats off its body, glowing with this crazy red aura. Tyler screams, it's gonna blow. AoE attack, get to the barrier, now. Caleb and Kevin immediately dive backward. Not even 3 seconds later, the thing's body just erupts with these bright white energy beams everywhere. One of them clips Kevin right on the cheek, drawing blood. Dude looks terrified, sweat pouring down his face, while the monster's body is glowing red and starting to crack all over like a bad paint job. Then boom. It just explodes in this massive shockwave that sends Kevin stumbling back. Then the system window pops up, all official-like. You have destroyed the Stage 2 boss, Shield Golem. You have received 250,000 points as a reward. Chaching. The system's like, aight, you can proceed to the next stage. Tyler Harrison wipes his brow, and Caleb is just complaining, bro, this was supposed to be a blue gate. Why was that so ridiculously hard? Tyler just gives this little smirk, like he knows something we don't. 'Cause this ain't your average blue gate, my dude. This place is hiding a whole mana stone mine. Tyler is just staring at these gorgeous, crystal clear blue stones. We're talking a mine big enough to power over 1/3 of the whole country. He finally says, all right, let's just snag the loot and dip to the next stage. But Caleb's like, whoa, hold up. We need to get something straight first. He suddenly calls out to Kevin. Kevin replies all wary, yeah? Caleb gets right in his personal space, probing, you're using the Emperor clan's martial arts. His eyebrows are all furrowed. He's totally suspicious. To be precise, that's not the Emperor clan's basic technique. It's something way more advanced. And look, my grandpa mastered the Emperor's sword style, so there's zero chance you learn that on your own. Spill it, Tyler. Tyler Harrison scratches his head, hesitating before he finally explains. You're on the right track. The martial art Kevin's using is a 5th-tier technique. He says, dead serious, the Imperial Chain Sword is in the same class as the Emperor's sword style. Caleb looked like he'd just seen a ghost. Oh my god. The Imperial Chain Sword. You mean the sword art that the Sword King was desperately looking for? Kevin's face is just a total blank. Tyler Harrison just grunts in agreement, but Caleb still feels like something's off. But isn't that a technique you can only use after mastering the Heaven and Earth Void art? Tyler Harrison lowers his head a little, this sly grin on his face. So what if Kevin has already mastered the Heaven and Earth Void art? Caleb could not believe his ears and whips around to look at Kevin. What? For real? Kevin just scratches his head and answers all shyly. Yeah, it's true. Tyler gave me a succession flower, which helped reset the foundation of my martial arts. Caleb is absolutely floored. A succession flower too? That thing's worth millions. He turns to Tyler, asking, is this all because of your master? Tyler Harrison just picks his ear and replies, something like that. He's thinking to himself, asterisk, even though I know the future, without Master William's training, I couldn't have safely guided his martial arts. Asterisk, then Tyler says coldly, if you're done with the 20 questions, let's move on to the next stage. Caleb's face lights up. Hey Tyler, your master, can you introduce me to him? But Tyler just dodges the question. Shall we head to the next stage? Caleb yells angrily, yo, don't play dumb with me. Seeing this, Kevin just smiles softly, looking at them like they're his favorite TV show. Anyway, scene change. Night's falling. Around 9 p.m., in front of the Soon Forest Gate over in some industrial park in Chicago, A whole crew dressed in black and fully covered gathers. Tyler Chen turns and whispers to Jessica, "The Emperor clan is here." Jessica takes off her mask, sighs, and asks in this stern voice, "How long were you going to make me wait?" One of the guys just chuckles and replies, "Our apologies." Tyler Chen explains seriously, "We had to avoid the spies from the other clans." So this is Tyler Chen, Jessica's cousin and the leader of the Emperor clan. Jessica's face is filled with absolute rage. "We have to enter the gate and kill Tyler Harrison before he clears it. Didn't you see what he did to our younger brother and David at the Heavens Martial Arts Tournament? He's no ordinary kid." Tyler Chen gives this fake smile and asks contemptuously, "Sis, do you really think the leader of a clan needs to go all out against some punk? I probably won't even need to use 30% of my power." She replies, "Even so, I have a bad feeling about this." He tries to calm her down. "Don't worry, I'll put all your fears to rest today." Tyler Chen's gaze lowers as he looks ahead confidently with his team. The squad is stacked, the Divine Power clans, Demon Slayers, and 200 soldiers from the Emperor clan. He's the commander of an elite squad from one of the 5 great clans and one of the top 5 martial artists out there. An image of Tyler Harrison flashes through his mind. Asterisk. Honestly, to deal with a few brats, just a couple of my clan members would be enough. Asterisk. Asterisk, my cousin is just blowing this way out of proportion, bringing the entire Emperor clan just to kill one kid. Asterisk. Tyler Chen puts a hand to his chin, lost in thought. Asterisk. I heard he's mastered the Heavenly King's divine art, but he's still just a kid, at best. Asterisk. Asterisk. He's probably reached the 3rd or 4th stage or something. Asterisk. Jessica pulls her hood back up and calls out. She waves her hand, her eyes sharp as she gives the command. Let's move. A car with its headlights blazing pulls up to their spot at 123 Main Street, and they all walk into the blue gate together. The car's rearview mirror reflects an image of Jessica Nam on the phone with someone. "Chairman, the Divine Power clan and the Emperor clan are on the move." She asked, "What are our orders?" The person on the other end replied cryptically, "The fish have taken the bait. It's time to begin." Jessica Nam replied in a cold voice, "Understood." She immediately dials the number for reporter Sarah Kim. Sarah, sitting at her desk, quickly picks up the phone. "Hello?" The voice on the other end said, "This is Jessica Nam, secretary to Chairman Michelle Han of Musago Corp. Is this reporter Sarah Kim?" Sarah can't help but wonder. Asterisk. Chairman Han's secretary. Asterisk. Jessica's next words made her freeze. "I want to give you an exclusive scoop on Tyler Harrison." Her face instantly lit up like Times Square. "What is it?" I mean, Sarah Kim is the reporter for anything related to Tyler Harrison. As soon as she asked, Jessica just hung up. "Come to the Soon Forest Gate, I'll tell you there. We'll be waiting." Sarah hurriedly tried to stop her. "Huh? Hello, wait." She then secretly sent a long text message to Yasmin. "This is Jessica Nam, secretary to Chairman Michelle Han. I want to offer you, Yasmin, as a fan of Tyler Harrison, a chance to get some exclusive footage of him. To prove this isn't a fake message, I will leave verification details. If you have any questions, contact me at 0105551212 from inside the broadcast station's waiting room." When she got the message, Yasmin gasped. "Oh my God." Her friend asked curiously, "What's up, Yasmin?" Her eyes widened as she quickly replied, "I'll be there. What's the address?" Jessica's voice echoed in her ear. Yasmin stood up straight, her expression darkening. "Come to the Soon Forest Gate. Reporter Sarah Kim from Gate Info magazine will be there too. Oh, and you can bring your team members." She typed a reply, feeling both worried and excited. "Reporter Sarah Kim too? I understand, I'm on my way." Yasmin screamed with joy. "I get to see Tyler Harrison clear a gate in person." But another voice stopped her. "Oh my God, the drama. If you're hyped for the next part, smash that like button and let us know your predictions below. Alright, you guys should probably bounce now." "Mia, dude, what about the stream?" Marcus asked, sounding totally bummed out. "For real? You're not going to show me the moves?" Jason clapped back, totally over it. "Bro, even if I tried, your brain would probably short-circuit." He fired back, losing his chill. "Fine, then at least spill the name." This dude is relentless, Jason thought. You could totally see him getting pissed. He's going to be Googling Master Mugak the second he gets service back in Miami. I swear. "Go ahead, search your little heart out. You ain't going to find squat." Then he turned around and was like, "Look, I only know his nickname. Mugak. The master just goes by Mugak. It's kind of like yin and yang, representing his 2 sides or whatever. Deep, right?" Jason was thinking. Asterisk. "Okay, but for real, he's got like 2 other names that are way more metal. The God of Combat and the Blood God of Freaking Destruction." Asterisk. "I mean, you got all these awakened cats calling themselves King this or Emperor that, and my dude straight up puts God in his name. The absolute audacity. Yeah, No way, I'm telling Marcus times that asterisk. Jason gave Marcus this intense side eye. Mugak is like the PG version. Totally the safest bet. Basically, it means someone who's at the absolute peak of their game, a martial arts legend. Marcus was just whispering it to himself, like, Mugak, Mugak. Then he gets this huge, cheesy grin on his face, totally hyping it up, and Jason just clicks his tongue, so done with him. Dude, that's sick. It sounds way cooler than my grandpa's nickname, the Sword King. Marcus whipped out his phone, still cheesing with this goofy smile. Jason was thinking, asterisk, if the Sword King heard that diss, he'd probably be sobbing in a corner somewhere in Beverly Hills. Asterisk, suddenly, a notification blows up his screen. And yo, it's serious. Alert! Big boss of the Divine Power Clan and the Imperial Clan's elite hit squad are mobile. Estimated headcount, around 250. Oof. Jason just reads it and lets out this little smirk, like he's not even impressed. He flashes back to Nicole's psycho killer eyes and thinks, asterisk, damn, they are thirsty to take me out. And they're splitting up? Rookie mistake. Asterisk. Jason's whole vibe shifts, gets super dark, and he's like, yo, get over here. And then, y'all, he drops the bomb. So, my family kinda sent the Imperial Clan's army to, unalive me. Grace immediately connects the dots, like, wait, the Imperial Clan's troops, isn't that the Crown Prince's personal goon squad? He keeps going. And get this, I heard Nicole's mom is leading the Divine Power Clan's forces herself. The whole family wants me gone, like, yesterday. Jason then switches gears. Look, that's a whole thing, but for now, I need a favor. Grace doesn't even hesitate. She's like, for you, say less. Anything. Marcus is just chill, leaning back like, aight, spill it. Grace is just looking at him thinking, asterisk, how are you so calm? You're acting like he just asked for help, moving a couch out of his Chicago apartment. Seriously, what kind of crazy life has this dude lived? Asterisk, meanwhile, Jason just looks up, not saying a word, totally unbothered. The mystery. Grace balls up her fist, all fired up. Don't even trip, Jason. I'll protect you from those jerks. Marcus just turns to her like, Grace, my girl, maybe worry about yourself first. You were almost a golem pancake like 5 seconds ago. But then he looks at Jason and says, but for real, man, don't sweat it. And they both just smile, totally on the same page. We got your back. All. Friendship goals. Drop a squad goals in the comments if you agree. Marcus opens his arms wide. Dude, if anything's messed up, you gotta tell us. That's what the crew's for, right? Jason's face is still a total stone wall. He just looks down and gives this little grunt, which is basically a novel for him. Marcus is instantly hyped. All right, let's go roll on these clowns right now. Jason puts a hand out to stop him. Whoa, hold up, Turbo. Let's clear stage 3 first. And right on cue, the system pops up. Stage 3 boss, Stone Giant. So the squad rolls up to what looks like a big old boring boulder. Marcus literally scoffs. This is the boss? Are you kidding me? That's it? Jason, ever the strategist, had an idea. If it's this easy, let's just one-shot this thing and bounce, he says. He's got this super smug grin, like, this is way too easy for a final boss. Lame. System, Stone Giant has detected intruders. Summoning. 3 golems. Wait, what? And they all just yell, 3 of them. Lol, famous last words, am I right? Jason immediately gets into his fight stance and shouts. Okay, new plan. We gotta take all 3 down at once, 1 for each of us. Call out your damage percentages. Grace is right on it. Got it. And boom. Marcus goes in with his straight right on his golem, while Grace is already clashing swords with hers. Jason's thinking, asterisk. Okay, this whole gate is a teamwork check. So glad I rolled with these guys, asterisk. He yells out. Marcus, status. Marcus shouts back over the chaos, almost there. Jason turns, Grace. Grace's face is all focused as she calls back, I'm almost done, too. Jason's like, good. Get their HP low enough for a one-hit KO. Jason holds up his hand. On my signal, we light them all up at the same time. Marcus raises his sword, looking deadly serious. 1. Grace is locked in, eyes blazing. 2. And on 3. They all unleash hell at once, and kaboom. The whole area just explodes with light and sound. They all land perfectly in sync, and Grace, breathing hard, asks, is that it? Is it over? Jason says in this low, serious voice, no. Not yet. That was just the warm-up act. We still have the main event. A massive stone hand starts to rise and the system says, you have defeated the golems. The giant boulder, it opens its EYS. And oh my god, you guys, our crew looks like freaking ants next to this thing. Marcus just puts his hands on his hips, smirks, and goes, okay, gotta admit, That's huge. Think we can wrap this up before the welcoming committee arrives? Jason's just like, with the three of us? Absolutely. Then bam, we cut to Nicole's squad, and a system notification pops up for them. Blue level gate. Stone giant. Has been cleared. Nicole just freezes for a second, then asks, "It's done already?" Tyler Chen immediately shuts it down. No way. The notification has to be bugged. But some other dude in the squad pushes back. "Sir, that intel is from the SIA. It's gotta be legit." Tyler turns, looking super skeptical. Just because it's from them doesn't mean it's gospel. Isn't the SIA backing Jason Miller? This could be fake news, a trap to draw us in. Nicole's brow furrows, but there's no way he could solo a gate that fast. Unless he somehow knew the strategy beforehand. Tyler's eyes narrow to slits, his voice all low and gravelly. No, how could that little punk from Dallas possibly know anything? He got a lucky break, that's all. It doesn't change a thing. Once the Imperial clan's army gets there, Jason Miller is history. Nicole looks away, her face tight with tension, and just agrees. Right. Then she barks out an order to the whole squad. Move it, double time. The whole troop shouts back in perfect sync. Yes, ma'am. So they're marching all disciplined through the dark, and then yoink. One of the soldiers in the back just vanishes, snatched into the shadows so fast nobody even notices. The rest of the squad just keeps marching, completely clueless that their buddy is now taking a dirt nap behind a bush. And who's the boogeyman? It's our boy, Jason. He's got a hand clamped over the dude's mouth, and a blade right up against his neck. In a split second, he gives the guy a one-way ticket to Sleepy Town. And it gets real messy, real fast. The soldier's eyes go super wide with that final uh-oh look. Jason just looks down at his work, cold as ice, with a little bit of party favor splashed on his face. He thinks to himself, asterisk, okay, that's 50 down. They've got to be noticing the empty seats by now. Asterisk, he pulls up the system window. Stage info, intruders have entered stage 2. Then it asks, do you wish to permit their escape? Jason just looks down at the map, tracking all their little footprints. Asterisk, stage 2. This whole army is so far below my pay grade, it's not even funny. They are seriously underestimating me. Asterisk, then we flash back 30 minutes, to when another system window popped up for him. The master of the stone giant has been vacated. Do you wish to claim ownership of this gate? Yes or no? Oh my god, what would you pick? Let me know in the comments. System. Congratulations, you are the new master of the stone giant. Dude is leveling up BIG time. Back in the present, Marcus lets out this huge, satisfied yawn and stretches out just as Jason walks up. Yo, Jason, shouldn't we be prepping for our party guests? Jason kinda jumps, like he was miles away, and says, oh, sorry, I was just checking something. Then he turns and calls out to Grace. Grace was about to take a sip of water, and she looks over like, yeah? Jason looks her dead in the eye. Listen, if the Imperial clan finds out about your skills, they won't let you walk away from this. You need to be careful. Grace just looks back at him, her voice soft but steady. I know. I'm ready for that. Chills, you guys. Absolute chills. Make sure you smash that like button if you're loving Grace's courage. Hyuk-jin just busts out laughing to chill her out, like, yo, don't even trip, I got you. Then he turns to Jason Miller. Aight, Jason, sun's coming up. What's the move? Jason Miller pauses for a sec, looking all mysterious, and asks, what's the best way to make everyone totally freak out in the dark? Hyuk-jin's eyes lit up, totally getting Jason Miller's vibe. Oh, I see. We're gonna ghost them, one by one. That way, their crew won't even know they're getting picked off. But then Hyuk-jin's face scrunched up a little. But, dude, won't that take forever? What if the portal just yeets itself out of existence? Jason Miller looks up, his voice ice cold, saying the entrance might close, but the whole gate ain't going anywhere. He hesitated, then cracked a grin. All right, I'm guessing your boy Master William dropped that little nugget of wisdom on you. Huh? Hyuk-jin immediately declared, bro, I'm with you, ride or die. Jason Miller shot back instantly. Respect. Seeing them vibe like that made Hai so happy, but then she just froze solid, because right at her feet was a body, not moving, its hand all covered in blood. But Jason Miller felt this weird jolt, like his spidey senses were tingling. They should have noticed by now, right? Over on the other side, some dude runs up, screaming, Vice Commander, Vice Commander. Sunho turns with a major scowl. What is it now? The guy's totally panicked, reporting that Myung-guk just vanished. But Sunho literally did not care, just waved it off like, that punk probably snuck off to take a leak again, whatever. His subordinate immediately clapped back, no way, sir, he was literally standing next to me a second ago. Then another voice pipes up, Vice Commander, Jang Hun is gone, too. Sunho's face got serious as he looked around, and the reports just kept rolling in. Captain of Squad 4 is missing. All the squad captains are gone. Only then did Sunho start screaming, "Do a head count, now." One of his guys stammered, "Sir, I think we've been ambushed." Hearing that, Sunho whipped his head around and roared, "What the hell is going on?" Another guy's voice crackled over his earpiece, 50 members of the Emperor's Guild are MIA. Sunho could not believe it, asking over and over, "Are you sure? Did you check behind the big rocks? Did you check everywhere?" "Vice Commander! Vice Commander!" Suddenly, a shadow just zips past Sunho and his crew. Sunho caught a glimpse and reflexively spun around, his face turning into a nasty snarl as he grabbed the sword on his back. "You damn rats!" Sunho leaped into the air, flinging his sword forward. "Think you can hide?" And then, his eyes went wide with horror. He was staring straight at one of his own squad members who'd just been impaled by his sword. Oh, crap. It wasn't him. And again, whoosh. That shadow blazed right past Sunho's face. But the second he turned, it was gone. I swear I sensed something. But it was dead silent. Minjin screamed out in pure rage, "Damn it. Stop hiding like a coward and come out here and fight." The subordinate next to her quietly asked, "My lady, let me go get him." Hearing that, she just ordered him to do it. That dude gripped two little daggers, getting back to back with Sunho, ready to defend from anywhere. A voice from the shadows purred. "Looks like you're having a rough time down there in, what, downtown Orlando? Let me join ya." Sunho just clicked his tongue in annoyance, and once again, Jason Miller's shadow flashed by, melting into the crowd. The subordinate instantly launched himself to attack. He slashed once, and blood went flying all over his clothes. He suddenly realized. That wasn't the target. Oops, friendly fire again. The guy looked ahead and confirmed. He ran this way. Got it. Now that Shadow was hiding behind some trees, Sunho gripped his sword, cursing in his head. This freaking guy. We're the only ones taking L's here. If that's how you want to play it, let's just end this now. He raised his sword, getting ready to go nuclear, and screamed a threat. Get out of the way if you don't want to get deleted. If you keep scurrying around, I'll destroy this entire place. Sunho's eyes narrowed. You could see he was tense AF. He unleashed this massive sword strike, creating a huge explosion of brilliant blue energy that covered everything. Smoke and dust were everywhere. Sunho's face was all tense as he just waited, not even blinking. Sweat was pouring down his face. I got him. There's no way he survived that, right? But through the thick smoke, a figure emerged. Getting clearer and clearer. It was Jason Miller, holding a spear. Sunho just froze. You. Seeing his shocked face, Jason shot back with maximum sass. Why so surprised? You came all the way out here to kill me, after all. Obviously, I'm the only one who's going to be swinging a blade around here. Not even 3 seconds later, they clashed, their weapons creating a shower of red sparks. It was insane. Sunho knocked the spear away and yelled at him. You bastard, how the hell are you still standing after taking my gang attack head-on? Jason Miller just raised his spear, blocking the next hit and dissing him hard. Your gang? Pfft. You're way weaker than Du Guillaume, my dude, so stop pretending. Oof, that's gotta sting. He sent Sunho flying backward with one powerful shove. If that was the old me, Jason thought, that attack would have turned me into dust. Sunho dropped to his knees on the ground. The guy in front of me. He's an AA rank. Sunho let out a curse. Son of a witch. He's in the top 5 of the whole Emperor's Guild. In front of Sunho was Jason Miller's dead serious, super powerful face. He raised his spear. Meanwhile, I'm only an A rank and my skills are still kinda capped, but I'm gonna hold my ground. No. The longer I fight, the more cracked I feel. This is that ruin power. The image of his master, Master William, floated through Jason Miller's mind, reminding him, using the mixed essence art on the ruin. You're basically invincible, kid. Sunho cursed out loud. Damn it, you think you're all that just because you're a little stronger? Seeing Jason Miller use that red spear, he sneered, it's that stupid spear again. So basic, so predictable. What are the rest of you guys doing? Get him. Are you gonna let this lowlife take you all down? At Sunho's command, his men swarmed in, surrounding Jason Miller and pointing their swords at him. Your big mouth is gonna get you got. Emperor's Guild into lightning formation. Jason showed zero fear, even looking down on them with total contempt. Such annoying tactics. Then, Minjin's voice cut through the air. Looks like you're finally going to die here. Jason Miller's face was lowered slightly, his eyes looking up. Ah, the main character has finally arrived. Those are some heavy footsteps. Minjin stepped closer with a nasty smirk. You dare to look me straight in the eye while saying that? You've gotten bold, you little roach. He wondered aloud. So, did that little idiot Ethan Moore beg you to come get revenge for him? Hearing this, she actually looked surprised. What? Jason Miller said. Oh, I just happened to overhear it while I was trailing you guys like a rat. Minjin lowered her head, a wicked smile spreading across her face. Her eyes flew open, so angry they turned bloodshot. How dare you say my son's name with that filthy mouth of yours? Minjin swung her sword in a flash, lunging forward. Her expression was pure, unfiltered rage. Y'all, this is Choi Minjin, an AA rank, also known as the Emperor's Witch. Her slash zipped past Jason Miller's spear, lighting up the sky with lightning. Nowadays, she's just known as the matriarch of the Divine Power clan, living it up in some mansion in Miami, and a lot of people have forgotten her past. But back in her prime, her title was infamous. She was known for being absolutely brutal and ferocious in a fight. He silently admitted to himself, okay, she's actually really strong. If I didn't have this mixed essence art cheat code, I'd be in real trouble. Jason Miller spoke up. There's one thing I've always wanted to ask. Why do you hate me so much? She answered while trying to slice him in half. Guys, what do you think she's gonna say? Drop your theories in the comments below, and don't forget to smash that like button. Are you for real? You really don't get it? Some lowlife was gunning for my spot and my family line, and you think I'm just gonna let that go? Jason Miller's face got all serious. So that's why you had my mom taken out in such a messed up way. Mina just gave him a nasty little smile. Oh, so you're in the know now? Fine, I'll spill the tea, since you're about to get deleted anyway. She flashed this totally psycho grin, just owning it. Yeah, you heard me. I'm the one who greenlit the hit on your mom. Mina was holding nothing back, just dragging him through the mud, and you still hung around this family after you figured it out. Dude, that's just pathetic. Jason's whole mood darkened, but hearing it straight from her felt weirdly good, like confirmation. His eyes snapped open, he gripped his spear, and with a quick spin, bam, this crazy red aura just exploded from him. Now I'm sure I can take every last one of you clowns out without even blinking. Then suddenly, this thick smoke rolled in, thicker than a Texas BBQ pit. Jason just stood there frozen, and Mina's top guy whispered to her, "This is bad, boss. We should probably fall back and just watch for a sec." Jason's head was down, but his eyes darted up, looking sus as hell. The henchman was bugging, like, what the heck is this energy? His face was all scrunched up, totally on edge. It felt exactly like the Skybreaker move the boss uses. Oh man, this is seriously bad news. Sonny screamed an order. Don't just stand there like you're waiting for a bus on 5th Avenue, get him. A whole mob of dudes pointed their blades at Jason. He got into a battle stance, and this sick blue energy started glowing from the hand holding his spear. Jason let out this massive swing. In one single, clean arc, he just mowed down everyone that had been swarming him. He stopped, holding his spear tight, feet planted solid. Jason's eyes had this ice-cold, serious look as he stared dead ahead. Sonny tried to rally his boys, like a coach in a losing game. Don't panic, fill the ranks, now. If we just keep the pressure on, he's gotta mess up eventually. They followed his orders and charged in, swords out, screaming, "Get I am." One by one, he just sliced him and diced him. Jason slammed another guy into the concrete, just as 3 more rushed him from behind. He glanced over, thinking, man, these guys are like ants at picnic. This lightning formation is a real pain. Jason held out his hand, whipping up a vortex of dark energy to break through their line. I gotta shatter that formation, for real. He slowly looked up, locked onto his target, then just blasted that dark energy right at the 3 of them, and y'all, in the blink of an eye, what started as a tiny little black dot blew up into this huge, insane ball of energy. One of the guys totally freaked out. I can't move. My body feels like it's on fire. Somebody help. Meanwhile, Jason's master was just chilling on the sidelines, arms crossed, watching the whole thing. This ain't void energy. It's more like that primal fury the old man has. His brow furrowed a little, thinking, so it's a transformation triggered by pure rage. Huh. Normally, the void energy would get mixed in, but thanks to his primordial divine art, the kid's mind isn't getting completely hijacked by the primal fury. Thank goodness for that, right? Smash like if you're glad Jason's not losing his mind. The whites of Jason's eyes started turning blood red as these crazy markings appeared on his skin. My student. His whole body is radiating this violent crimson vibe. Let that rage go wild. But just so we're clear, I'm only letting this happen this one time. The markings just kept getting darker and darker. Void energy is never supposed to morph into primal fury. Jason suddenly realized he could hear his master's voice in his head, even while he was busy fighting off a few more dudes solo. No wonder he's worried. This power is on a whole other level than any technique I've ever used. Jason stomped his foot, and the actual ground cracked under him. He swung his spear, and this massive aura just wrapped around it. The urge to just end things was getting overwhelming. My nerves are totally fried from all the chaos, and this wild, thrilling rush is taking over. Jason's eyes went completely white, and he gritted his teeth so hard you could see the veins popping in his face. I have never felt anything like this using the primordial divine art. He launched himself high into the air in front of them, his blazing red eyes just burning with pure purpose. With this power, I can literally erase every living thing in this entire dungeon. Not even 3 seconds later, beams of white energy rained down on the royal clan's goons. Mina could not believe what she was seeing, asking, that kid, where in the world did he get that kind of juice? Her right-hand man scooped her up and said, I'll go get a closer look and check it out. With one jump, he was right behind Jason. The guy stared him down, but Jason was just standing there like a mannequin at a mall in Jersey. He destroyed the lightning formation in a heartbeat. This energy, it's exactly like the boss's. It's primal fury. The second he thought that, a red aura washed over his face, freezing him on the spot. I gotta get back and tell the boss, like, yesterday. The guy looked up, completely shook to see Jason was already right on top of him. When did he get so close? Crap, is this the power of primal fury? Jason looked down at him. His eyes were totally blank but held this insane pressure. The guy's whole body went rigid, his eyes bugging out in fear, thinking, I can't even twitch. A massive fire just erupted, getting closer and closer while he was still completely paralyzed, and he was literally turned to toast by the flames in a split second. Jason just stood there, dead silent, watching him get crispy. He inherited the boss's ascension, and just like that, the guy's entire body vanished into the inferno. Oh my god, what an exit. Mina was even more freaked out watching this happen, her eyes wide and her face all scrunched up. She screamed, Sonny. Sonny had lost all his courage to fight, just blurting out, Mina, that dude's a monster, we gotta bail. He was sweating buckets, totally losing it. He wiped out the Emperor's guard in one move. We need to grab whoever's left and get the heck out of here, like, right now. Mina leaned in super close, taunting him. Don't you want to get some payback? Right next to them were literal piles of bodies. She kept pushing. In the blink of an eye, we lost half of the Emperor's guard and all our heavy hitters. All because of that punk. Don't you feel bad for our crew? Sonny glanced to the side, hesitating for a sec as sweat just poured down his face, but it was like he could hear voices coming from the pile of bodies. Commander, please, save us. The more he looked, the more Sonny's face twisted up in pain. Please don't ditch us, Commander. Sweat was just pouring down his face as he stammered. What am I even supposed to do? Mina gave him this reassuring smile, like, don't worry, she said, already plotting something. That kid looks like he can't move. Mina's face had this sly, scheming grin, or maybe he's just frozen like that. You saw the kind of power he just threw down. If you used a move with that much power all at once, what would happen to you? Sonny answered real quick. I'd be totally paralyzed, duh. See, she said, continuing her little speech. Exactly. If I'm right, then he's a total sitting duck right now. Totally buying what Mina was selling, Sonny went for the finishing move, leaping at the motionless Jason. If he was going to end him, this was the moment. His brow was so furrowed he looked like he was trying to solve a calculus problem as he let out this furious scream. Die! Just as Sonny's blade was about to connect with Jason, Eugene popped up out of nowhere, blocking it with his own sword. Sparks flew everywhere as the two swords clashed. Sonny was roaring with rage. You little punk. And Jason just stood there, completely frozen, his empty eyes staring at nothing. Whoa, cliffhanger. Drop a comment on what you think happens next and don't forget to subscribe. So Sonny totally chickens out and backs away. And Eugene's just standing there, smirking like, you absolute idiot. That's what you get for trying a move that's way out of your league. Then he's like, don't worry, I'll handle these clowns for ya. But then his voice gets all sarcastic, like, well, if it isn't the queen bee of the power clan herself. Mina just gives him this ice-cold stare and is like, this ain't got nothing to do with you, so back off. She then gets all high and mighty, adding, this is strictly between the power clan and that punk. But hearing that, Eugene just calmly claps back, yeah, about that punk happens to be my boy. Mina's jaw literally drops. Are you for real right now? Are you seriously trying to start beef with the power clan? Eugene just shrugs, all casual. You could say that. Also, my grandpa told me he's not a fan of the power clan or the emperor, so... And then he hits her with this major challenge in his voice. So, you want to throw down? Let's see who the real clown is here. Oh my god, the drama. Mina slowly pulls out her sword and is like, and what if we just, unalive times you right here in the middle of nowhere, like somewhere in the boonies of Arizona, and pretend today never happened? But Eugene ain't scared. He just smirks back. You're gonna regret that when it's too late. Trust me. Mina's eyes are practically glowing with rage as she spits out. I seriously regret letting that loser Jason Miller get away last time. Then she barks at her minion, Sonny, what are you waiting for? Take the rest of our crew and go finish Jason Miller. And he's just like, you got it, sis. And poof, he's gone. While Eugene is still trying to figure out her game plan, she's already on him, throwing a basic punch. Then Mina taunts him. You really shouldn't zone out like that. Boo. Savage. Eugene is so ticked off, muttering, damn it, Jason Miller. Meanwhile, Sunny is flying right at him, screaming, "This time, I'm gonna end you for good." But not even a second later, he freezes, completely shook by what he sees. 'Cause bam, this buff dude just appears out of nowhere, blocking Sunny's attack. And guess who it is? It's Tyler Chen. The moment he lands, he's like, "Jason, my bad, dude, I'm late." But Eugene immediately starts roasting him. "Tyler Chen, you really think you can protect Jason Miller moving that slow? Bro, you need to hit the gym more." Tyler immediately claps back. "It's not that I'm slow, my guy. These dudes are just on some next-level speed." Across from them, Sunny gets into his little fighting stance and boasts, "Ha, one more loser isn't gonna change a thing. If you care about your little friend that much, I'll just send you both on a one-way trip to hell." And with that, he launches this massive attack. Luckily, Tyler Chen is quick on his feet and dodges. He carefully moves Jason Miller to a safer spot and whispers, "Just chill here for a minute. I got this." Then, Tyler Chen declares with so much confidence, "We'll protect you, no matter what." And just like that, the scene cuts to the entrance of Sequoia National Forest in California. A car is just zooming down this back road. Man, what a scene. If you're hyped, smash that like button right now. After they get there, this one girl asks, all nervous, "Ina, are you sure coming here is going to make us more famous than that music festival back in Austin?" Mia Rodriguez turns to her all confident. "I told you already, just trust your girl this one time." Hearing that, the purple-haired girl just gets quiet, looking super hesitant. Just then, some dude speaks up. "Hello, I'm Nam Ju, Chairman Man Minion's assistant." And right after, this lady introduces herself. "I'm Kim C, a reporter from Gate Info magazine." Mia Rodriguez hears this and is like, "Oh no, she's the reporter who wrote all those trash articles about Lun. Yikes." Next, she tries to be polite. "Nice to meet you. I'm Mia Rodriguez from the Red Girls." But C just straight up ignores her. The shade. She turns to the assistant and says, "Now that everyone's here, let's bounce." Then this other person, D-Ru, says, "Please enter through this gate." Mia was totally stunned, thinking, did she really just blow me off like that? The deeper they go, the more amazed she gets, pulling out her phone and snapping pics like a total tourist. Ju was leading them like, "They said we should head to stage 2, so let's go this way." Hearing that, Mia gushes, "Wow, the inside of this gate is so freaking gorgeous. Should I get a quick pic for the gram before we dip?" But C, in total contrast, just coldly shoots back, "We don't have time for your selfies, keep moving." Oof, that made Mia's face turn beet red with anger. Her teammate sees this and tries to calm her down, like, "Hey, you can take pictures later." Ju then tries to be the peacekeeper. "The vibrations are getting stronger, we must be close." Mia just mumbles, "Okay." And the next thing you know, Mia and her crew are all smiles, starting their live broadcast. "Hey, what's up everyone? It's your girl Mia. Today, I'm here with the Red Girls to welcome Lun." Then she starts beatboxing, all excited, beat. "I'm so nervous, you guys." She's like, "Please show your girl Mia some love." And then crash. This massive sound echoes, making everyone freeze. They literally stumbled into a crazy sword fight between Hyojin and Minjin. C is just staring, totally shocked, and blurts out, "That's the demon butcher, Choi Minjin. And the sword, King's grandson. And the leader of the Imperial forces is here too." As she's talking, her eyes dart over to this other insane fight between Seon Ho and Sun Ho. One of the Red Girls is like, "What the heck is even happening right now? Don't tell me the Demon Butcher brought his whole squad to take out Jason Miller." Ju hears this and is like, "It's kinda looking that way." Immediately, Mia Rodriguez screams in a panic, "Wait, Jason Miller is knocked out. He's unconscious." She was freaking out. "We have to go help him right now." But just then, someone calls her name, Mia. It was C, and she says, so casually it's chilling. "As an awakened, you could help, but we have a much more powerful weapon." She pulls out a camera. "If you get some really good footage, I'll write a killer article about you. What do you say?" Hearing this, Mia starts thinking, "I can't pass up this once-in-a-lifetime chance." Then C adds, "Together, we can literally bury those scumbags with media power." Mia hesitates for like half a second, then agrees, "Deal." But then, bam, we're back in Jason Miller's head, and Seon Ho's warning is echoing in his mind. "You just wait here. We'll protect you." Hyuk-shin's desperate scream echoes too. Jason Miller. And Jason is just thinking to himself, "I can't move. I have 0 strength left." He's all confused, like, why am I hearing these weird voices all of a sudden? At that exact moment, this deep, creepy voice just booms inside Jason Miller's head. "Kill them. Only by killing them can your friends survive." The voice is egging him on. "They're the ones who have always looked down on you, who thought you were nothing. Tear them to shreds so they can never disrespect you again." Finally, the voice is like, "That is the right of the one who stands at the very top. At that moment, Sunho is getting closer and closer to Jason Miller. And get this, a dark voice starts creeping into Time's mind too. Your comrade's enemy. You can end them right now. Haik-chin, who's still fighting Minjin, is trying to watch Jason Miller's back and sees what's happening. He screams out this totally panicked warning. Jason Miller, watch out. But that gave Minjin the perfect opening to lunge at Haik-jin. He glances over and curses. Damn it, I can't help him. Seon-ho is barely holding on against that other guy. By now, she's right on top of Hyuk-jin, and her eyes are just filled with pure murderous rage. But Hyuk-jin was too busy worrying about the other fight and only noticed at the very last second. It was too late. He gets sent flying by Minjin's cheap shot. And then, of course, she starts to taunt him. Let me know in the comments who you think is the biggest villain in this fight. Tesk, you really shouldn't get so distracted when you're fighting me. You got a death wish or something. Meanwhile, Sunho is in position, about to deal the final blow to Jason Miller. Even after getting totally wrecked, Haik-jin uses his last bit of strength to scream, Jason Miller, snap out of it. OMG, you guys. Just as Tyler Chen was screaming, Jason Miller, get up. Jason's eyes just snapped open and this wild energy, exploded around him. Before anyone could even blink, he shot up and bam, decked Alex right in the face. Then he went full-on beast mode, ready for round 2. Alex didn't even have time to say ouch before Jason lunged, snatched him by the throat and slammed him backwards, holding on so tight Alex couldn't even squirm. As Jason raised his fist, this creepy, deep voice started echoing in his head again. Unalive him. Must unalive him. And in that moment, Alex finally understood the pure terror his crew had been feeling. Bro was shook. The second that voice dropped, Jason Miller's eyes went blood red, just overflowing with scary vibes. But right as he was about to deliver the final yeet, Master William's voice boomed out of nowhere. You fool! Get a grip. He was so mad, yelling. I told you to control your rage. Don't let that psycho energy consume you. Hearing that, Jason kinda snapped out of it and was like, Master? Master William just sighed, like a super disappointed dad. You were this close to being totally eaten by the primordial divine art. Jason just stared, completely clueless. The what now art? Master William calmly broke it down. Technically, it's the Pachun divine art, which is like the extra spicy version inside the main one. The Pachion chi from that high-level stuff is making your inner energy go totally haywire. Hearing this, Jason just stared with that loading screen buffer face. So, thing told me to take him out. And Master William is all like, totally. Think of it like the Pa Cheon Chi's own little personality. Something similar gave me a wicked migraine back in the day, lol. Meanwhile, a super frustrated Jason was just thinking, bruh, what am I even supposed to do now? If I power up again, that creepy voice might start its own podcast in my head. With that thought, Jason's whole vibe got dark. Master. I know this sounds messed up. His voice was dripping with venom as he said, but I am not letting the clowns who came after my mom just walk away. Master William immediately corrected him. Whoa, you got it twisted, kid. Getting revenge is 100% natural. What I mean is, you gotta feel that rage without letting the inner demon take the wheel. And finally, the light bulb went off for Jason, and he was like, oh, bet. I get it, Master. Meanwhile, back at the main event, the crazy fight between Tyler Chen and Alex was still popping off. After trading blows for a minute, Alex was totally shocked. How the hell are you using the Imperial Clan's moves? And Tyler was thinking, crap, this dude is a legit A-rank awakened. He's seriously strong, but if I lose, my boy Jason Miller is in major trouble. And get this, you guys, the second he thought of his bro, his power level just skyrocketed. He launched this insane attack, sending Alex flying across the abandoned lot at 456 Industrial Way in Newark, screaming, you little punk. Alex scrambled up, powering up with a threat. If you won't talk, I'll just beat it out of you. Seeing this, Tyler thought, oh no, his aura is even crazier than before. Alex, literally glowing with rage, got into a stance, ready to show him his final form. Not even a full second later, he unleashed a flurry of attacks that had Tyler struggling. Alex was screaming while he fought, answer me. How did you learn the Imperial Clan's style? This is so bad. Tyler didn't say a word, just thinking with total dread. This is so bad. I can't handle this pressure. Tyler was desperately trying to block these insane moves. After holding on for what felt like forever, he thought in despair, is this really how it ends? But just then, Jason Miller's voice cut through the noise. Yo, totally cutting off Tyler's doom and gloom thoughts. He was standing right there, looking absolutely lethal. You really thought you could lay a hand on my dear little brother? The moment Tyler saw Jason was awake, his face just lit up with pure relief as he called out his name. Meanwhile, Alex was so freaked out he was literally stuttering. At least I can still move. Jason just casually landed a devastating blow and replied, can't you tell? In that split second, Alex was filled with regret, thinking, crap, I should have finished him off before he got his second wind. Alex was almost down for the count, but he couldn't stop thinking. So many of the Imperial clan's squad got totally wrecked. He glanced into the distance and thought, my sister's still in the fight. He knew, for a fact, that in his current state, there was no freaking way he could fight both of them at once, and that's when total despair hit Alex. There's no other option. With that, he yelled, we surrender. But Jason, instead of celebrating, just looked confused and asked, what the heck are you doing? Alex shot back, are you blind? I'm surrounded. Then he thought to himself, I was so careless. This guy is no joke. He might even be stronger than my cousin. But Alex figured, even so, behind me and my sister is the entire Imperial clan. If we get taken out, he'll have to deal with all of them. No way he'd be that reckless. And right as he was lost in his little strategic daydream, Jason suddenly said, if that was your master plan, then congratulations, it worked. Alex insisted, I'll convince my sister to stand down. But Jason just cut him off cold, good. Then I can end you without any hesitation. Faced with that ice-cold response, Alex was completely shook. Huh? Before he could even process that, Jason turned to Tyler Chen. I'll handle this clown. He gave him instructions. You go do a sweep. Check if there are any other losers hiding around. Tyler just nodded. Yeah. Jason paused for a second, then awkwardly praised him. You did a good job. It took Tyler a hot second to even react. He was so stunned. Yeah. On the other side, Alex was yelping. Wait a minute, I'm surrendering. Jason asked casually, so, your surrender application has been denied. Let me drop some tea for you. You think you just happened to find us here at this random construction site on the outskirts of Austin? It was only then that it clicked for Alex. No way, you lured us here. Seeing he finally got it, Jason smirked. Look at that, your brain does work, huh? That's right. Not a single one of you is leaving this place today. Hearing that, Alex's face twisted with rage and he cursed, you bastard, how dare you? Then he got confused. My inner energy is completely gone. When did he seal my pressure points? Just then, Jason spoke up again. You really crossed the line, didn't you? If you were planning to take me out, you should have been prepared to get taken out yourself. He added, like he was ordering a coffee. Any last words? I'm listening. Hearing this, Alex started stammering in fear. Spare me. Jason said softly, I'll spare you. I'm not heartless like you people. Oh my God, you guys. The second those words left his mouth, he punched a hole straight through Alex's chest, leaving him a permanent souvenir. Smash that like button if you did, and oh, see the twist coming. Okay, quick lore drop. For an awakened, their dungeon is everything, it's the core of their power. Once that's destroyed, recovery is pretty much impossible. Because of this, they basically live out their lives as powerless normies. It is no joke a living nightmare, a fate worse than getting cancelled online. And our boy Jason Miller, he's been through that hell once before. After landing the blow, he said grimly, now you get to live the life of a weakling. It'll be fun. Alex lay all alone on the cold ground, pain just spreading through his entire body. His work done, Jason turned and walked away like a total boss. But plot twist, he was actually nice enough to drag Alex's wrecked body along with him. What a guy. Drop a comment with your theories on what he's gonna do next. So Marcus Williams sees Jason Miller rolling up and is all like, yo, Jason, about time you showed up, bro. But Jason, ice cold, just yeets the knocked out Tyler Chen right at Jessica Miller's feet. Lol. Then, so she doesn't totally freak, he's like, super chill. Don't worry, I haven't times unalive times him. Yet. Jason's like, so, how's it feel to get schooled by someone you called trash? And oh my God, Jessica Miller just loses it, screaming, you absolute scumbag. But Jason, totally unbothered, he just hits her with the coldest, you lost. Oof, burn. I mean, Tyler Chen was talking all that smack, and now he's out cold from one punch from Jason. Wild. Meanwhile, you've got poor Kevin and his crew over there, looking like they're trying to move furniture in a hurricane, dragging all these Emperor's Guild goons into a pile. Jason just strolls up to Jessica, smirking like he owns the place, and goes, so, now that your backup is taking a nap, you still want to try and take me out? And with everyone closing in, Jessica Miller starts flipping out. You freaks, get away from me. I said back off. And then get this, she pulls the oldest trick in the drama playbook. She tries to make a run for it. Laugh my ass off. Jessica's brain is probably going code red abort mission. She knows she's cooked and needs to dip. But bam. She runs right into Kevin, who's still busting his butt cleaning up. They lock eyes for like half a second, but he gives her zero attention and just shouts over to Jason. Jason, all the big shots are either sleeping or sleeping permanently. And Jason's just like, good job, man. Go chill for a sec. Then he turns back to Jessica with this look that could freeze a volcano. You didn't really think you were just gonna bounce out of here, did you? Nah. But don't sweat it. I'm not gonna end you here. Jason pauses, and his voice gets all low and scary. For trying to off me, and for ordering the hit on my own mother. Oh, you'll get your ending, but not until you've paid for every single thing. And hearing that, Jessica just goes ballistic, spitting pure venom. How dare nobody from the streets of Fresno talk to me like that? But y'all, Jason just goes dead silent, hitting her with this intense death stare. It's so powerful that even she gets shook for a second and whispers, "It's uncanny." He has the exact same eyes as his mother. Jessica's mind is just blown, like those dark, bottomless eyes. I can't read him at all. And then she just crumbles, falling to her knees, babbling like a crazy person. No, she's looking at me. It's her fault. Yeah, it's all her fault. I'm totally innocent. And then, out of nowhere, Jessica's eyes roll into the back of her head. Yikes! And she just collapses, completely knocked out. Marcus Williams sees this and is like, "Dude, Jason, did you just take her out with a look? That's some next-level stuff." But Jason's quick to shut that down. Nah, man. I just hit a nerve with the truth bomb I dropped. Didn't lay a finger on her. Hearing that, Marcus is like, a little confused. Oh, so what's the plan for her now? And then, Jason just casually drops two little words that change everything. Public trial. Gasp. Mia Rodriguez, who's been live streaming this whole thing, gets super nervous and is like, "Jason." But then, Marcus completely switches gears, turns to her all excited. "Wait a minute. You're Mia Rodriguez from Red Girls, aren't you?" He's full-on fanboying, guys. He walks right up to her. "Hey, I'm the Dragon Spear, Marcus Williams." Then he gets all shy. "Could I, maybe get your autograph?" And she's super sweet about it. Of course, it would be an honor. Meanwhile, Jason is zoned in, looking at his phone. After a sec, he looks up at Mia, real calm. "You got all of that from start to finish." And Mia's like, "So, do we send the raw footage, or do you want us to clean it up a bit?" Jason doesn't even hesitate, "Send it raw." And Marcus, overhearing this, is like, "WHOA, hold up. Can you at least edit out the part where I got my butt handed to me?" But Jason just shuts him down, ice cold. "Nope, send everything." Mia is just staring, mind totally blown, thinking, they really just took down a whole squad of elite soldiers. Guys, if you think that's epic, smash that like button right now. We all knew Jason Miller and Marcus Williams were beasts, she's thinking. But that Kevin kid, he was the real wild card. She glances over at Kevin, totally convinced now. There's absolutely no doubt about it anymore. He's using the Emperor's techniques. They're a little sloppy, but it's definitely them. Mia's thoughts are racing. A 17-year-old kid from Chicago with those moves. If the Sword King finds out about this, it's gonna get messy. Just as everyone is starting to relax and chat, Jason cuts in, getting serious. "Hey everyone, there's something you need to know." He looks super guilty and admits, "I lied to all of you," even doing a full 90-degree bow to apologize. Jason pauses for a sec, then just lays it all out there. The whole story about this big mission, it was a lie. From the jump, I knew the Emperor clan and the Divine Power clan were plotting to take me out. So, to expose their whole nasty plan, I had Mr. Davis get everyone together out here in the Nevada desert. He looks at all their shocked faces and just says, "I'm so sorry for lying." Right away, Mia Rodriguez chimes in, "I'm really sorry too." But while she's still trying to process everything, reporter Riley cuts straight to the point. "So, let me get this straight. You basically used all of us as bait to expose the Divine Power clan's murder plot?" Jason kinda hesitates, but admits, "Yeah." But after hearing him, she's like, "Honestly, I'm not even mad." Then reporter Riley gets this huge grin and adds, "Because this means I get the exclusive on this bombshell story, right?" Then she just says, all casual, "Dude, you can use me anytime." And then Mia Rodriguez, bless her heart, shyly adds, "Yeah, I don't mind being used, either." Before she totally loses it and screams, "Please, use me more." Her bandmate quickly jumps in to save her. "No, I mean, we're just really happy we got to meet you." Hearing this, Jason lets out this huge sigh of relief. "Thank you guys, seriously." Reporter Riley is all business again, saying that the footage of the elite soldiers attacking Jason's crew is pure headline gold. He just replies humbly, "I'm counting on you to get the truth out there." Then, Jason turns to Marcus. "About Jessica. I want you to lock her up in your clan's citadel." And Marcus is instantly like, "Bet. Only our Iron Blood clan can handle a psycho like her. Besides, my dad has been dying for an excuse to go after the Emperor clan. Let's use this to light the fuse and start the whole war." But after his hype speech, he turns to Jason, looking concerned. "But for real, man, you good with this?" And Jason's thinking to himself, Jessica Miller was Emperor clan. But she's also Divine Power Clan royalty. Even though we're not technically blood, she's still my aunt. If I handle this myself, the old guard is gonna lose their minds and come for my head. Then his thoughts get even darker. And there has never been a prisoner who's ever made it back from the Ironblood clan's citadel alive. And the matriarch of the Divine Power clan won't be the first. Then, an image flashes in his mind. Jessica, happy, hugging her own kid, and his thoughts take another turn. Besides, Jason trails off, then says out loud, for the rest of her life, she will never see her son again. And for someone like Jessica Miller, that's a punishment way worse than death. And boom, just like that, the article drops. Headline: The real truth about the Emperor clan. You won't believe this. What do you guys think of Jason's plan? Let me know in the comments. And it went viral instantly. Everyone from Miami to Anchorage is glued to their phones, blowing up the comments. Y'all see this? It's trending #1. So Jason Miller cleared the Seattle Forest Gate with a dragon sword and some new kid. And then the head of the Emperor clan tried to jump him with her whole squad. Bro, it exposes everything. The Divine Power clan's boss has a secret vendetta against Jason. The internet was literally on fire. Wait, so someone from the 15 Families Alliance pulled an ambush inside a gate? No cap. That's insane. Like, isn't that something only a straight-up monster would do? Going after students is just so messed up. The trolls in the comments were having a field day, too. Mia Rodriguez was just scrolling through them one by one. Like, this is wild, dragging top-tier soldiers into some high school beef. And so what if they're students? But like, what if that student is Jason Miller? Then you might as well just give up. LOL. Seriously, where are all those haters who were dragging Jason for wrecking Ethan Moore's core now? Someone even dropped a comment like, if it were me, I'd have done the exact same thing, no cap. Then another person popped up like, y'all seen the video reporter Nicole Adams posted? It's insane. Haha. And bam, an instant reply. Oh my god. It's on the Prophet's YouTube channel. They were totally freaking out. That thumbnail is savage, bro. What is even happening? Hold up, this ain't fake. For real. The video Mia uploaded shows literally everything that went down inside the Shadowfen Forest Gate. Some people were like, it's too graphic, but most of them were canceling the Emperor for that mass ambush on the students. Of course, you had some people calling out Jason Miller for being ruthless, but even then, the public was totally on his side. He's the student who just wiped the floor with an entire unit of the Emperor's goons with his insane power, and him showing mercy and sparing his enemy. Oh my god, the public ate that up. The comments just kept flooding in, with one person sighing. He should have just finished her, but he let her live. I guess because she's his mom after all. Someone else replied, if that's for real, that's absolutely heartbreaking, man, right in the feels. But there was so much love, too, with people cheering him on like, we believe in you, you're so freaking impressive for a kid, and let's go, Jason Miller. And get this, all of this was exactly what Jason had predicted. The scene snaps over to the forbidden grounds of the 4 great sanctuaries, smack in the middle of the vast Mojave Desert in Nevada. Right then, Jason Miller was deep in his training montage, 2 streams of power, one pure white and one blood red, just swirling around him. Jason suddenly says out loud, man, this killing vibe is not fading easily. Then, Master William's voice just pops into his head. Once you let it out, controlling Batronchi is not a simple task. You better get on mastering the Infinity Technique and learn Infinite Key as soon as possible. Hearing this, Jason mumbled his stats. The Infinity Technique costs 15 million P, and Infinite Key is probably gonna cost way more. Then Jason was like, for real, is there no other way to get this under control besides learning Infinite Key? The sage just gave him a one-word answer, and Jason immediately perked up. What is it? Master William calmly replied, reach the pinnacle of the Flame Realm. The Flame Realm is basically S rank, the same level as the Sword King, the top dog in all of America. Jason just stared blankly, thinking, brew, that's just as impossible as learning Infinite Key. But Master William was acting like the Flame Realm was just the warm-up for using Infinite Key. Master William gave him a friendly reminder, don't slack on your grind, or else Batronchi, especially that Heavenly Annihilation move, might just take you over completely. After listening, Jason shot back, yeah, I've already been thinking the same thing. Finishing his thought, Jason knew deep down that the energy from that key was way too dangerous. He then wondered, but wait, doesn't Panchi come from the Pawn Divine Art, so why did it pop up when I used the Primordial Divine Art? Master William took a sec to think before answering. It seems your thirst for revenge basically unlocked the sealed Batronchi art inside the Primordial Divine Art, and the fact that your body was running on fumes probably helped it along. He paused for a beat, then continued with the spooky stuff. Batronchi absolutely hates a weak host. If its master is weak, it'll sink its fangs right into them without even thinking twice. Hearing this, Xu Meng immediately piped up. Oh, I know all about that. The master has to still be mad about last time. I bet he's still trying to cook up a punishment for us. Kim Kwai then tried to calm it down. Nah. Master Jason Miller is just practicing his key circulation. He's just doing a system check on his body, so don't trip. Zeus Mung was still bugging and asked, for real? Kim Kwai confirmed, yeah, for real. So let's just focus on how we can back up Master Jason Miller. Suk Mung reluctantly agreed. Fine. Cut to JFK Airport in New York, where the first flight of the day had just taken off. Inside, Seomi was clutching her phone in one hand and dragging a super heavy suitcase with the other. She looked at the totally normal scene in front of her and wondered, what's with this disgustingly peaceful vibe? Then Seomi let out a totally chilling thought. It really makes me want to just shatter it all. Meanwhile, back in China, a whole silent war had kicked off because of Inzu. Compared to that drama, everything here is way too chill. She whipped out her phone and muttered, where the hell are those freaking monks? Suddenly, the automated voice chirped. The number you have dialed is busy. Please leave a message after the tone. On the second try, the automated voice had barely started saying, the number you have dialed is busy, please. When Seomi just snapped, she furiously chucked her phone onto the ground and screamed, they all insane. The more Seomi cursed, the more livid she got. Not picking up was one thing, but now you're straight up ghosting me. So annoying. Just drop dead already. Her totally unhinged actions definitely got the attention of everyone around her. In like 2 seconds, an airport employee walked over and told her, excuse me, miss, you can't be acting like that here. Seomi, still breathing heavy, was like, are you talking to me? He immediately replied, yes, there are a lot of other passengers here. Please don't cause a scene. She suddenly got right in his face and looked him up and down. You've got some nerve. And you're kinda cute too. The poor employee shyly tried to move away from Seomi's hand and reminded her, miss, your hand, could you please? A second later, her eyes flashed with pure murder as she whispered, okay, bye-bye now. His coworker saw him just standing there frozen and went over to check on him. Hey man, you good? But after seeing the gash on his neck, the coworker himself was just stunned for a few seconds. After he finally snapped out of it, he screamed, man down. We've got a man down. Lock down all the airport exits. Don't let that woman get away. But then security came over the radio saying she was gone. We can't find her anywhere, leaving him completely shook. What did you just say? In another part of the country, at the base of Mount Shasta in California, the entrance to the Serenity Temple, Seomi quietly dragged her suitcase inside, then scanned the whole area. Finally, she came to a conclusion. Not a single trace. Not one. Seomi thought. The trash inside, while she kept looking for any kind of clue. After seeing the scene at her feet, she hesitated and whispered, bloodstains. Next, Seomi calmly put it all together. Those scumbags. I had a bad feeling ever since he stopped answering my texts back in China. She paused for a sec, then added, looks like a massive throwdown happened here. Meanwhile, Jason Miller was just chilling in his bed at his place over on 123 Main Street, Austin, Texas, scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, the door just explodes open from a massive kick. Emily Thompson storms in, screaming his name at the top of her lungs. Jason. Whoa, what do you think she's so mad about? Smash that like button and let us know your theories in the comments. Jason Miller scrambled to sit up and immediately complained. You again? Would it literally kill you to knock just once? She just casually shot back. Who has time for knocking? I saw the news. With that, Emily walked over to look him over, then demanded, you were attacked. Are you okay? He totally dodged the question and asked instead, can't you tell just by looking? Did you actually come all the way to my place on 123 Main Street, Anytown, USA, because you were worried about me? Emily, having been totally called out, immediately blushed but still stubbornly denied it. No way. She tried to cover by saying, so, who's hungry? Let's go get some pizza. And don't forget to smash that like button and let us know in the comments if you think Emily's crushing on Jason. Yo, I was just in the neighborhood since you totally bailed on practice. But Jason Miller just busted out laughing, teasing her. Doesn't look like it, girl. Looks more like you were worried about little old me. Emily Thompson, of course, denied it till the end, all like, no way, whatever, saying as long as he was okay, it was cool. Here, just eat this. Taking the little peace offering, he already knew the answer but had to ask, whoa, 2 cronuts from the bakery on 5th Avenue. All for me? She just dodged the question and told him to eat up, get some sleep, and get his butt to practice. For real, the whole squad is waiting on you. Hearing that, Jason Miller flashed this super gentle smile. Oh my god, my heart. Then he peeped his busted up door and was just like, you know what? Even if I fix it, someone's just gonna wreck it again. So why bother? A second later, his phone started blowing up. He answered, super chill. Yo, what's good? The guy on the other end was not chill. What's good? Bro, you dumped all your work on me. Jason corrected him, smooth as ever. Not you, my dude. The Iron-Blooded Clan, to be exact. Hearing that, the guy totally snapped. I am the Iron-Blooded Clan. You little punk, have you been ghosting me lately or what? Then, his buddy on the phone, Hyuk Jin, was like, nah, I'm just messing with you, chill. Hearing that, Jason pouted, bro, I feel kind of attacked right now. Anyway, listen. Someone from your clan showed up cause of that whole incident. Hyuk Jin paused for a sec, then asked. Who? Jason dropped the T. Saw Jun from the Heavenly King's squad. Then he added the real kicker. His wife is literally locked up in another clan's dungeon, and he only sent one dude to check on things. Hyuk Jin sighed. Your old man can be a real piece of work sometimes. But Jason's reply was grim. Not really, he's just full of surprises. But then a second later, he was like, hey, it's whatever. We don't have any, secret backdoor deals going on, right? Hyuk Jin was totally confused. Jason laid it out. Dude, we're the Iron-Blooded Clan. And I hate to say it, but does the Sin Clan even have enough clout to make a deal with us? His buddy shot back instantly. What about the Emperor Clan? And y'all? Jason just went dead silent. Oof. Ever since that big tournament, the Emperor Clan has gone completely off the grid. Total radio silence. Hearing that, Jason Miller muttered, guess I gotta handle this myself. Hyuk Jin asked him, so what's the master plan this time? And Jason gave the coldest reply ever. What do you think? Absolutely nothing. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the Divine Power Clan's massive mansion in Beverly Hills. In the main hall, Jae Mu sat on his throne and was like, so, how'd the visit go? Hyun Run, kneeling on the floor, reported, total rejection from the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan. Sir. His eyes looked a little disappointed. You couldn't even see my wife? Hyun Run replied respectfully, nah, couldn't get past the front door. Hearing this, Jae Mu knew the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan had made their decision. Then Hyun Run looked up with a little smirk. Not going to lie, sir, you look kinda relieved. He just burst out laughing. Me? Haha, no way. Hyun Run just stayed kneeling, all proper. It seems like they're totally ready to throw down. Jae Mu acted like he knew it all along. Their real target is the Emperor Clan, isn't it? Hyun Run's face was pure shock. Yes. And they sent us a warning, too. Then he dropped the bombshell. If we ditch the madam, the Divine Power Clan won't get caught in the crossfire. Jae Mu's face got all tense. Man, talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. If they do nothing, Dugang's gonna come for them. But if they get involved, it's just gonna make things 1,000 times worse. Hyung Jun, what's your take? He frowned, looking super concerned. Forgive me for saying this, sir, but what the madam did, it's against the code. A martial artist should never do something like that. If she's got to pay for what she did, then I think taking the L with some dignity is the right way to go. The big boss looked away. You're right. And then, cue the dramatic flashback music, because Jae Mu started reminiscing. Cho Minin, my wife. Also Dugang's sister. He remembered how, through her, the Emperor Clan basically had them on a leash, using them for everything. There were no elite Emperor's squad members, and no mystery backup helping his wife. On top of that, the ones who seemed to be pulling the strings, his wife's old nanny. Jae Mu suddenly had a light bulb moment. Sim Hwa. Come to think of it, I haven't seen her around lately either. His eyes went wide. Then this is our shot. The Divine Power Clan is officially withdrawing from this mess. Hyung Run was shook. Are you for real, sir? The man just sat on his throne, crossing his legs like a boss. Didn't you just say this was what's best for the Divine Power Clan? A flicker of confusion crossed his face, and he looked away fast. I was talking about the warrior's code and honor. I didn't mean it in, a political strategy way. But Jae Mu cut him off cold. Tell everyone, and announced that Lee Yoon will be the new heir. Hearing this, Hyung Jun's jaw just about hit the marble floor. He was completely speechless. Suddenly, Jae Mu stood up and slowly walked down the steps. He got right up in Hyung Run's space, his voice like ice. The only person you need to be focused on right now is Jason Miller. Hyung Run looked up and took the order. Understood. Hearing that, the big boss smirked, looking hella satisfied. Good. Then, as Jae Mu started to walk out, a worried Hyung Jun jumped up. Wait, where are you going, sir? He gave a tiny, mysterious smile. To the training room. Hyung Jun couldn't help but ask, but, didn't you already finish your intense training montage? Jae Mu just kept walking, waving a hand over his shoulder. The grind never stops. For now, I'm focusing on my gains, so don't come looking for me. Don't even knock if the whole complex at 450 Park Avenue is burning down. And in that moment, Hyung Run was just left there, totally stunned. Alright, hard cut to the chairman's office. What do you guys think Jae Mu is up to? Let me know in the comments. As Jason Miller walked in, Min Sung saw him and started clowning. Well, look what the cat dragged in. To what do we owe the pleasure of a visit from our local superstar? Jason walked forward, holding a big old scroll, and grinned. As promised. The poison blood technique. The chairman literally leaped out of his chair and snatched the scroll. Min Sung was breathing hard, looking back all skeptical. Is this the real deal? Not some knockoff from eBay? Jason shot back. If you think it's fake, I'll just take it back then. Min Sung immediately lowered his voice and was like, Ahem, my bad, my bad. Just a little shocked. Sorry if I freaked you out. Jason crossed his arms and sighed. It's whatever. So who's the unlucky soul learning this sketchy poison blood technique? The chairman scratched his face, looking super awkward. Yeah, about that. An image of Emily Thompson with her hands on her hips, looking sassy, immediately popped into Jason's head. It's not Emily Thompson, is it? Min Sung explained that since Emily is going to lead the Divine Bow clan one day, he was considering it. But he remembered her short temper and got nervous, but that'd be tough for Emily. You have to raise male and female versions of the poison, and with her personality, yeah, that's basically impossible. Jason wondered out loud, what if the leader of the Divine Bow clan learns the poison blood technique? Min Sung's whole vibe turned sharp and cold. If he needed that, he would have taken it from the start. Just like Emily, he absolutely hates that kind of sneaky, underhanded fighting style. At that, his gaze dropped as he thought, that's true. No way that guy would learn something so shady. Then Jason immediately shut down any bad thoughts he had about Jigong. Nah, that man doesn't have a single sketchy bone in his body. The nickname Divine Bow Scholar basically means someone with a super pure soul. It describes Han Wung's whole personality perfectly. But, plot twist, it's because of that Boy Scout personality that the Divine Bow clan got totally wrecked back in the day. Back in the present, his voice was as cold as ice. Then the answer is obvious, you should learn it. Chairman Min Sung rubbed his chin, pretending to think about it. Ha, my schedule is way too packed. Hearing that, Jason called him on his BS. Are you really not going to learn it because you're busy, or is it because you're terrified of bugs? The chairman's face was dripping with sweat, and his whole body started shaking. Busted. Smash that like button if you think the chairman is a total wuss. Hold up, you think I'm scared of times bugs, asterisk, bro. I might not look like a tank, but I'm a straight up A-rank awakened. For real. You think I'm gonna freak out over some nasty little critters? And just by the look on that dude's face, Jason Miller totally knew he hit the nail on the head. Yup, called it. Chairman Mason is totally bug-phobic, like, he'd probably jump on a chair if he saw a spider. Lol. Anyway, Jason just turns and waves like, I kept my promise, I'm out. What happens with that whole technique is all on the Divine Fist crew now. Mason was shook, like, wait, you're just gonna bounce like that? Jason basically had his eyes closed, already halfway out the door mentally. He's like, huh? You want me to stick around and play referee on who gets the cool new powers? Nah, fam, I'm out. But just as he was leaving, Mason, surrounded by a mountain of paperwork from his office on 123 Main Street, Denver, was like, hold up, there's something you gotta see. That literally made him stop in his tracks. Jason whipped his head back like, me? Outside, it was a perfect sunny day over the campus, total chill vibes. He picks up this paper, totally bug-eyed, like he can't even process what he just heard. You want me to teach times kids my own age? Are you for real? And then Mason starts his sales pitch, laying it on thick. A student like you, Jason, you're more than qualified to be a teacher. Bro, if you say yes, you'd be the youngest teacher in history. Like, ever. There's literally no downside. Are you seriously gonna pass up a gig this legendary? So the paper basically says, instead of letting Jason Miller graduate early and get out there, we're gonna keep him locked down at the school. Oh, hell no. After reading that, Jason just snaps. No freaking way. You gotta be kidding me. This is insane, right? You know it is. But the dude just smiles, all chill, trying to smooth things over. Why not? What's the big deal? We'll only send them to the super safe gates for practice. And come on, if anything popped off, a guy with your skills could handle a little monster party, no sweat. Jason's just staring at this resume, totally ticked off. I have zero interest in teaching anyone, he's thinking. The only reason I even enrolled in this place was because the martial god pointed me here and I needed to get my focus right. Meanwhile, Mason just plants his hands on the desk like he's already won. Look, you've got time, so really think about it, Mason says. If you agree, Jason, we'll create a special class just for you. Jason's like, wait, what? A special class? The guy gets super serious and explains, yes, a class. Exclusively for you, Jason. And get this, you get to handpick all the students yourself, Jason. So what do you say? Is that not the sweetest deal ever? But Jason just turns to walk out, throwing up a peace sign. Nope, not sweet enough. Later. Mason is just left there, totally speechless. Jason, So they're out on the quad, and Master William zips after Jason, totally curious about what just happened. Yo, that was a sick offer. Why'd you shoot it down? Jason's just strolling along like, dude, I hate drama and complicated stuff. I'm already swamped teaching Hazel and Emily Thompson. Master William literally stops in his tracks, so annoyed. You seriously can't see the bigger picture, can you? Jason looks up, completely lost. Huh, what are you even talking about? Master William just holds out his hand like, don't you want to rack up contribution points? Jason says firmly, I can get 'em from clearing gates. Hearing that, Master William just scoffs. At your level? Bro, normal gates barely give you pocket change, haven't you noticed? And bam, a look of pure panic flashes across Jason's face, sweat beading on his forehead. He starts rubbing his chin, thinking hard. Now that he mentions it, after I clear that Sequoia Forest gate, the points I got were less than 2 million. Unless I start grinding red-level gates, this is going to take forever. Clearing the easy stuff is a total waste of time. And Master, it takes more than a whole day just to awaken traits. Master William just looks at him with this super gentle, I told you so vibe. So, what if you taught the kids times while times you clear gates? And just like that, ding, the system quest notification pops up out of nowhere. Asterisk side quest. The youngest teacher. Asterisk difficulty. A. Jason is just frozen, staring at this pop-up. Your parents and guardian want you to go to school. They hope you'll hang out with kids your own age and, not be a total hermit. Asterisk completion condition. Accept Chairman Mason's offer and recruit at least 7 students. Asterisk, and right after that little intro, the reward pops up. Asterisk reward. Restore all reduced abilities. Asterisk Jason just reads it and lets out this helpless laugh, like, okay, you got me. Offering a reward I literally can't say no to. Then he smacks the accept button on the screen. Considering that crazy heaven annihilating art can just pop up whenever, yeah, getting my powers back to 100% is definitely the move. A few minutes later, he's back in the chairman's office. Mason's deep in his work and looks up. Jason, forget something? Jason just calmly goes, I'll do it. Hearing that, Mason's face totally lights up. So, does that mean? Jason just holds up the paper. I accept the offer. I'll be a teacher. But, Jason adds, I have one condition. Don't change the contract, just let me add a special clause. Mason doesn't even blink, he's in immediately. Of course, anything you need, just name it. Jason gets this little smirk and holds up a hand to lay down his terms. First, I pick my own students. All of them. And second, you're getting the AT. A. The chairman holds the paper and explains, funny, you should mention that. When summer break's over, the current teachers are actually bouncing, so we're planning on hiring all new A rank or higher teachers anyway. Jason was a little thrown. Wait, so Miss Jenkins is leaving too? Mason gets this thoughtful look. Well, Miss Jenkins is great, but she's only a B rank, so it's pretty likely. And when Jason hears that, his eyes light up with this super mischievous glint and he slams both hands on the desk. Yes. Then make Miss Jenkins my assistant. The chairman looks at Jason, kinda confused. Miss Jenkins? Okay. That's easy enough. I can make that happen. Mason's pen flies across the paper, and a second later, he holds up the contract with a huge grin. All right, just flip to the next page and sign on the dotted line. The contract is sitting there, just waiting. Mason is beaming, putting all his hopes on Jason, the youngest teacher with a perfect record. Man, I am so stoked to be working with you. A little while later, Jason's walking down some street in downtown Miami, tapping on his phone. Welp, I'm officially a teacher now. Time to start recruiting. He pulls up Julia's contact, hits call, and she picks up instantly. Yo, what's up? His face is totally lit up. Oh snap, she picked up on the first ring. Hey, did the chairman hit you up yet? Julia sounds a little confused. No, what's going on? On her end, she's standing with a bunch of friends, and they're all eavesdropping as Jason's voice comes through the speaker. The chairman just offered me a teaching job at Musago Academy. Julia plays it super chill, like, oh, for real? That's cool. But Jason totally clocks her vibe and gets this teasing grin. Yeah, based on that totally underwhelming reaction, you 100% already knew, didn't you? So sus. Julia gets all flustered. What reaction? Jason just plays dumb. Oh, nothing. Just thinking out loud. Julia's face gets a little worried. Okay, but more importantly, I heard you're going to be the teacher for a times special class asterisk. Can I get in on that? Jason immediately jumps on it. Dude, I was literally just about to ask you. You want to join? She's in without a second thought. Yes. Jason looks up at the sky, totally happy. Awesome. Then tell the whole crew, see who else wants in on the special class. Julia just gives this little smile. Oh, they've been listening this whole time anyway. Guys, If you had a superpowered bestie starting a special class, would you join? Let me know in the comments below. One of the friends is grinning like a maniac. No way, Jason Miller is going to be our teacher? That's wild. Seth is just totally blown away. A dude our age is already a teacher. That's insane. Jason can just hear all of them going crazy on the other end of the phone. What a way to start a new gig. Don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe for more of this madness. Dude, we want to get in on that special class, too. The guy on the phone was all like, Jason, my man, you gotta throw a party to celebrate, and wanted to hit up some spot in K-Town. But Jason just smirked and was like, nah, I gotta finish recruiting first. We'll pop bottles when the whole squad's assembled. Keep grinding. I'll hit you back later. After hanging up, Jason was so hyped. 4 down, 3 to go. Let's go. But then, boom, his face got dead serious as he started casting. A whole ass vortex opens up, and my dude Jason just casually pokes his head through. Total boss move. Yo, Danny Garcia, you're joining the special class, right? Cause I'm gonna be the lead instructor. And before poor Danny could even get a word out, Jason just decided for him and bounced. I'll take that as a yes. Get back to the grind. Laugh my ass off, Danny just stood there looking completely shook. I can't even. Jason just warps back to his crib. Only 2 more to go, y'all. He whips out his phone to make a call, and the person on the other end picks up instantly. Jason, what's good? Jason kinda looks over his shoulder and is like, Eugene, I wanted to tell you something. Ooh, the drama. Eugene sounded kinda surprised, like, what is it? But just then, Jason's eyes lock onto something and he just hangs up. It's nothing, I'll call you back. Bro, cold. The second his feet hit the pavement on State Street, he's off like a rocket, full on dead sprint. What did he see? He glances over his shoulder, thinking, just as I figured. And then this absolute legend vaults onto a freaking wall, still scanning behind him. I've got a tail. It's them. He's standing on some rooftop in downtown LA, looking down at the crew below like a superhero. Yo, what's the Celestial Guard want with me? And get this, they all speak in unison from down on the street, bowing super respectfully. Greetings, young master. Then this dude Hewan steps up to explain. My bad for creeping on you, but we had something important to tell you. And he just looks up, waiting for Jason to say something. The tension. Oh my god. I know a spot. Cut to his 6 skyscraper rooftop in Chicago, probably the Willis Tower or something. Jason's voice is all echoey. So, what's the deal? Hewan's face is dead serious as he drops the bomb. The Patriarch has designated you as the successor. And Jason just turns his head and smirks, the absolute confidence. I had a feeling it was this. Leon's core is completely shattered, so they're settling for second best now. Huh? Ouch, that's a burn. His eyes get all dark and broody as he thinks, if they're just gonna hand me the top spot, this could be my chance to take over the whole divine power. Jason shoves his hands in his pockets, his eyes just filled with all these master plans. Take control of the divine power clan and tear it down from the inside, or just strip Leon of all his power. He's picturing the old man's face, thinking, that would be the ultimate revenge. Yikes. Talk about family drama. After all, the one thing Leon loves more than anything is this clan. Savage. Then Jason turns to Hewn and asks, so, you guys are here to work for me now that I'm the top dog? Hewn doesn't even hesitate. Yes, the Patriarch himself gave us the order. Instantly, this sly grin spreads across Jason's face. So from now on, you only answer to me. Got it? You could literally see the fear flicker in Hyun's eyes. Yes, that's correct. Hearing that, Jason's voice goes ice cold. Let me ask you just one question. Chills, literal chills. Hyun bows his head. Please, ask anything. Jason just had to know. Are you here as the Vice Captain of Divine Power, or as the Commander of the Celestial Guard? And without even a second of hesitation, Hyun answers, I'm here as the Commander of the Celestial Guard, not the Vice Captain. The loyalty test is on. Jason's gaze gets razor sharp. And what if I told you to ditch your position as Vice Captain? And Hyun, my dude, doesn't even blink. If that's your command, I'll drop it. Whoa. Jason's eyes are like, looking straight through his soul. Smash that like button if you respect Hyun's loyalty. And what if I ordered you to put my commands above even the Patriarch's? Him just stares at him, totally sizing him up. His eyes are like, super deep. He's thinking, I can't get a read on this kid. But that's exactly why I'm in. He replies with his super clear voice. I owe you my life. Not just me, but the lives of every single member of the Celestial Guard. And then he drops to one knee. He's thinking, this kid, he might be the one who can make the Divine Power clan great again. Even when things were bad, I was ready to follow you from the jump. Hyun lowers his head and declares with total conviction. From this moment on, your orders are my #1 priority, even above the Patriarch's. Jason looks at him, completely satisfied. That's the answer I was looking for. and I'm gonna give you a reward that's just as good. Follow me. And next thing you know, they're in Beverly Hills, like hiding in a tree right outside the Emperor clan's main mansion at 10,000 Sunset Boulevard. Lowell, Hewen is a little confused. Young master, why are we here? Jason just whips out his phone with his sly grin. What do you mean? Jason's like, I'm here to give you a front row seat to my power, to prove I'm worthy of leading you. Hyam looks down, all worried. But this place, with these huge mountains and everything, isn't this literally the Emperor clan's front yard? Oh. Meanwhile, deep in some forest in the Hollywood Hills, we got Taming with his face all streaked with sweat and, let's just say, red paint. He's holding a sword, and there's a total mess on the ground around him. Some poor lady is trembling, begging, please, spare me. I have a family and a kid. Taming just raises his sword while the woman keeps begging for her life. Please, but it's like he's not even listening as he brings the blade down without a second thought. Some of that red paint splatters on his sleeve. A satisfied smile spreads across his face, and then he just starts laughing like a complete psycho. Whoa, dude needs to chill. Ha 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 ha. Right then, a pair of boots covered in that same red paint slowly walks up from behind. Taemin senses it immediately and peeks over his shoulder. He spins around and unleashes this massive attack without even thinking. With just one swing, his crazy power carves a huge crater in the ground. Watching this dude, Kang Yu, just grins. You've gotten stronger. Taemin's face twists up in rage. What the hell? The old man's stare is totally ice cold, catching him completely off guard. Oh, it's you, father. Kang Yu walks up and puts a hand on Taemin's shoulder. How's the new power feel? Taemin grips his messy sword. My body is overflowing with energy. It feels like I'll go nuts if I don't use it soon. He's staring at his hand, his eyes totally wild with excitement. With this power alone, I feel like I could take on anyone, even the top swordsman in the country. Then he cups a hand to his ear, like he's hearing some faraway voice. Take them all out. Taemin cautiously glances over his shoulder. Spooky. Drop a comment if you think he's losing it. But I keep hearing this voice, like a little devil on my shoulder. Every time I use this power, it's telling me to, go wild. Hearing this, the old man warns him. Do not give in to that voice. You gotta remember that. He's all obedient. Yes, father. Then Kang Yu's like, good. Shall we continue? Taemin looks down at his messy clothes with this totally thrilled look on his face. Yes, I want to hit A-rank mastery before we leave. The old man's face shows a little bit of worry. He's thinking, an awakened should never level up by taking out other people. But he agrees anyway. Humph, we still have plenty of time and plenty of targets, so get as strong as you want. That is some questionable parenting right there. Kang Yu looks back and summons his guy. Kim. Instantly, this dude appears behind him. You call for me, boss? The old man's voice is low. Taemin is looking for his next plaything. Kim's eyes get sharp, ready for orders. He's looking at Kang Yu with total admiration. His growth rate is off the charts. At this pace, we'll see a brand new A-rank awaken very soon. Congratulations, master. The old man smiles, super pleased. It's all thanks to you for picking such high-quality targets. The next round is probably the last one, so I need you to put in a little extra effort. Man, this is getting intense. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what happens next. Okay, so get this. Tyler's over here, trying to lift this massive sword with both hands, and Kimberly's just watching him with this totally evil smirk. She's like, if that's what the boss wants, bet, I'll do whatever. I'll drag him back here right now. The Times drama asterisk. Meanwhile, Jason Miller and Hunter are literally hiding in a tree, like, full-on spy mode, scoping out this house. Jason whips out his phone and calls someone, never taking his eyes off the place. And you can just hear Marcus Williams' annoyed voice on the other end. Like, Jason, dude, what do you want times now asterisk? You could tell he was rolling his eyes. Marcus is all, I'm swamped, can we do this later? But Jason cuts him off, going full serious mode. I'm only saying this once, so listen up. And then, bam. The big reveal, I'm the new teacher for the special class. You in or you out? Marcus completely loses it, screaming into the phone. You seriously expect me to believe that? A dude our age as a teacher? Marcus is basically having a meltdown. And what even I is this special class? Is this the apocalypse? Lol. Jason just holds the phone away from his ear, totally unfazed, and is like, so, is that a no? Then, out of nowhere, Ashley Williams pops up behind him. She's like, wait, what? Our Jason is teaching a Times special class asterisk? She gets this huge grin, holds out her hand and is like, give me the phone, now. Marcus instantly knew it was his sister, Ashley, and just listens as they start bickering over the phone. Marcus gets all pouty. Hey, I was talking to Jason. But Ashley straight up roasts him. You idiot, just give your sister the phone. She totally snatches it, puts her hands on her hips, looking so smug, and goes, Jason, for real, is what you just said actually true? Next thing you know, Marcus is on the ground with a big old lump on his head, mumbling, that woman is savage. Laugh my ass off. Jason, seeing his chance, asks Ashley, yeah, so I was wondering if you wanted to join my special class? But then Marcus's excited face just pops into frame from behind her, yelling, Jason, I'm in. Jason's face just lights up with this huge smile. I knew you'd be down immediately. So, what about you, Ashley? Ashley's playing it cool, kinda hesitant. Like, do I have to, decide right this second? But when she hears how serious Jason is, her face gets all flushed, cheeks turning pink. He's like, yeah, it's kinda urgent. I really, really times want you in this class. So then she hits him with a demand. Give me one good reason. He lays on the charm with his super sweet smile. If you don't join, I'll be super bummed out. And you guys, she was totally shocked by that. For real. And Jason just seals the deal. Yep. Emily Thompson and the crew are already signed up. Her face totally lit up. Okay, if Emily's in, then I'm in too, she says, all excited. Jason's like, for real? No take-backsies. All this time, poor Hunter is just standing there looking confused AF. And then, boom, the system voice kicks in. Side quest alert. You have completed the mission. The youngest teacher at Musago High in Austin, Texas. He's so grateful. Thanks, sis. Then this crazy blue circle lights up under Jason, and his whole body starts glowing. The system voice chimes in again. Side quest. You have completed the mission. The youngest teacher at Musago High. He's looking down at himself, just absorbing this new vibe, and he's thinking, whoa, I can feel this weird energy. Like some sealed-up power just got let loose. And then suddenly, Jason's eyes go super wide, totally shocked. Hoo-ha! He's just frozen, staring at the quest window, completely stunned. Side quest. Will of the Master has been created. You have learned Thunder God Palm Master level. You can now use Thunder God Palm S rank. Like, what? Then, Jason uses his mind link thingy to talk to Master William. Thunder God Palm. Master, what is happening right now? You literally told me you couldn't teach me your moves because the awakening system was blocking it. And then Master William just poofs into existence with the smuggest look ever, like, why are you so surprised? Who do you think I am, kid? He's all. Not even that shady awakening system can outsmart my genius brain and my killer observation skills. Jason just looks back down at the quest window, and this whole flood of new info pops up. Side quest. Will of Jason. Difficulty A. Okay, the tea is piping hot. The martial god believes a true disciple has to be down to throw hands with the big dogs. He's got your back 100% since you're his youngest student. And the mission? Completion condition. Wreck the Imperial clan. The reward? Plus 50,000 reputation points and proficiency in the Root of Mu Palm technique. Oh my god. Jason's face goes a little pale. Not gonna lie. The Root of Mu Palm technique. He's just staring at the screen like a deer in headlights. Master, did you for real set this quest? Master William is like, what? You think you can't handle it? And then Jason turns around, and his eyes are just sparkling with hype. Nah, I've got to do this, no matter what it takes. And hearing that, Master William is all proud. Good. That's the attitude my students should have. Jason is totally buzzing, you guys. A chance to learn new moves without spending any of his hard-earned points. It's like finding a $20 bill in your old jeans. Besides, now I have another reason to absolutely body the Imperial clan. That's it. It's settled. Today, I'm gonna wreck them so hard they'll be seeing stars from here to Miami. Then, whoosh, in this void, all his stats pop up. Title: Youngest Disciple of the Master and 2 others. Name: Jason Miller, age 18. And his skills list is just insane. General skills: Primordial Divine Art, Heavenly King Divine Art, Supreme Heavenly King Divine Art, Blood Demon Palm, Black Dragon Form, One Path Technique, Heaven's Destruction. Bro is stacked. Divine Art of the Thunder King, unranked ability. Currently AA. Special skills: Primordial Chaos, Divine Art, Triple S, Supreme Step of the Mu Root Triple S. He's checking out his special stats and thinking, huh, my restricted stats are finally back to normal. Special stats: Internal Energy 593 out of 1,000, Mental Strength 358 out of 500, Reputation 10,800, Status is Famous. Current points 580,000. He's like, okay, I definitely need to juice up my internal energy. Then Jason taps the notification screen. Internal energy, 593. Use 1 million to increase internal energy, yes or no? Bro, what? And the system voice chimes in, Primordial Chaos, Divine Art has reached the 6-star level, an extraordinary progress that not even the other disciples could achieve. He's built different. For real. The very next second, this insane wave of power just erupts. Hunter has to throw his arm up to keep from getting blasted away. Master. He's bracing himself. Jason is just letting loose this crazy powerful aura. It's a vibe not even the five kings could give off. And Jason's just standing in the middle of this energy hurricane, totally fine. Hunter's freaking out. No, this is way more intense than them. It's a destructive power way beyond what I saw back at Lake Tahoe. Jason's form appears, and he's focusing all his power. Is this Master Jason's final form? Then Jason opens his eyes, and he looks totally shook. Whoa, 6-star primordial chaos divine art. This is way crazier than I expected. He looks down at his hands, totally stoked. With this kind of power, I can definitely throw down with the Imperial clan. Hunter, who saw the whole thing, is just bursting with questions. Master, what even times was times that power just now? It didn't feel like the supreme heavenly king divine art. Jason just turns back with this little smirk. Looks like the Imperial clan is beefing up security over at their headquarters on 5th Avenue. All because of little old me. So, should we dip before they lock the gates? Hunter's face just goes into panic mode. What? Hold up. Are you actually planning to raid the Imperial clan's spot right now? And with that, Jason just leaps down. What other reason would I have for showing up to their doorstep? He lands on the ground, looks up at Hunter and is like, they started it. Now they gotta deal with what's coming. Hunter is so worried, Master. Then a whole squad of guys shows up behind Hunter, looking totally lost. Captain, what's the play here? Hunter's literally sweating bullets, his face is pure anxiety. Oh. He looks up and finally gives the order. If the Master makes a move, we back him up. No questions. But one of the guys hesitates. But sir, this is way above our pay grade. Man, what would you guys do in this situation? Drop a comment below. I'm dying to know. And don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe for more drama. Yo, hold up. We're literally on the King's front lawn right now. Like, their HQ in downtown Chicago. We make one wrong move, and we're getting absolutely smoked. But Hudson, peeking down at Jason Miller below, was like, nah, chill out, I don't think we gotta sweat it. He was dead serious, too. Dude, that aura he's putting out. Not even the Fist King could pull off that kind of pressure. This guy is on a whole other level, and for real, no matter what goes down, he's got our backs. Hudson was all in, thinking, you know what? Maybe betting it all on a dude like him ain't the craziest idea after all. And just like that, everyone was sold. If you're that sure, Cap. The next second, boom, Hudson and his crew drop down, showing mad respect. Boss, the Sky Kings are officially your crew now. We ride with you. Jason Miller saw them bend the knee and just smirked, totally satisfied. He looks up at this massive fortress like, all right, guess I gotta put on a real show for the new squad, earn that trust. Then, get this. He glances right at a security camera. I know y'all are watching. He hit him with this wicked, mocking grin. Oh, you gotta be so mad seeing me here. And bam. Jason just unleashes this wave of power, straight up taunting them. So, why don't you show me what you got? A frickin' bolt of lightning just sparks to life in his hand. Jason Miller flashes this super cocky smile and calls his shot. Sky King's divine art, Godspeed, lightning palm. And just like that, he blasts this insane wave of energy right at the main gate. Bro, Hudson was just standing there, his eyes bugging out of his head. The Godspeed lightning palm. Yo, that's a legendary move that not even the Fist King could master. The whole gate just vaporized. Jason turns back to his new crew like, what are you guys doing? Looking all cheerful. Gonna stand there looking like statues all day. Let's roll, get over here. And for a second, everyone was just frozen, jaws on the floor, completely shook. If you think that was epic, smash that like button right now. The next second, they all snap out of it and scramble over to him, standing at attention. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, somewhere inside, this dude Tyson pulls out a chair to sit down, but then he pauses, looking out the window. Have we been having earthquakes around here lately? Theo reaches out, looking kind of freaked. Bro, are you just gonna sit there and chill? Tyson whips around, totally pissed, and barks, go find out what the hell that was. But Deacon, just chilling on the table, doesn't even flinch. We'll deal with it when the big boss gets back. Theo's face was pure rage as he gets in Deacon's face. You're not even mad. Your own son is dead. And the guy who did it, the same dude who handed you your only L, is out there. Tyson steps in, shaking his head. Theo, that's too far, man. Come on, think about how our big bro is feeling right now. Theo's fists were clenched tight, his face twisted with anger. Before he was the boss's son, he was my nephew. A nephew I loved. Tyson fires back. You think you're the only one who cared about him? Then his voice softens a little. We all loved him, man. The chief. All of us. Theo finally starts to cool down, looking away all sad. I'm seeing red. you know? I can't even imagine the kind of pain the big boss is going through. He looks over at Deacon, genuinely worried. At this rate, I'm scared the stress is going to make him sick or something. Tyson tries to calm him down. I get it, man, I really do. We just gotta hold it down a little longer. The chief's on his way back. Just then, as Deacon's pouring a glass of water, the whole cup starts shaking violently. Tyson turns to one of his guys. Another one? Did you find out what's causing it? The guard is practically trembling. Yes, sir, we have an intruder. Deacon slowly lifts his cup, like he can't believe what he's hearing. An intruder? Who has the balls to just walk into the heart of the king's territory here on Staten Island? The guard gets even more panicked. It's true, sir. He blew the main gate wide open. Our guys are trying to hold him off in the courtyard right now. The guard rushes on, the powerhouse. It's Jason Miller, from Genesis. And he's got the Sky Kings with him. Hearing that name, Deacon's eyes go wide. Then, slam. He smashes his fist on the table and shoots to his feet, making the other two jump out of their skin. He storms over to the corner and grabs this huge sword that was just leaning there, making Tyson super nervous. Deacon's holding it like he's ready to go to war, and Tyson's like, whoa, bro, take it easy. He holds his hands up, trying to calm the situation. But Deacon was just radiating pure killer intent. How can I be calm when that punk shows up on my doorstep? Jason Miller, that piece of trash. Wasn't killing my son enough for you? Now you dare to invade the king's home turf? Oh, I'm gonna make him regret being born. Let me know in the comments, who are you rooting for? Team Jason or Team Deacon? Back outside, Jason was just effortlessly throwing down moves. He looks up at the main building with a smirk. Things are getting this lit and still nobody important wants to come out and play. He immediately zaps another blast of power into the crowd in front of him. Seeing that lightning flash, one of the guards waves his hand and yells, "Formation go gone." And they all link up to create this energy shield over themselves. The leader shouts, "Good, just hold on until the heavy hitters get here for backup." Jason's face lights up, clearly enjoying this. Huh, they're tougher than I thought. So obviously, he unleashes an even stronger attack. All right then, try blocking this. Just then, another guard yells out, "Reinforcements are here. The Iron Lions have arrived." He points, "We got the right flank covered. Black Lion Squad. The left flank is all Iron Lions. But it's no use, the left flank defense gets crushed instantly." Jason just grins, totally entertained by the chaos. He's probably thinking, "Oh, are you guys struggling? Guess you really have to hold on now." Then his eyes lock in, and he preps another move. And get this, now Jason's holding this giant sphere of energy in his hands, his face totally ice cold. Seeing this, the lead guard can't help but freak out. That massive attack, can we even block that? But he grits his teeth and yells, "We won't know till we try. Let's go." So they all brace themselves, trying to block this giant energy ball. The head guard gets this smug look on his face for a second. What the hell? It looks huge, but it's actually weaker than the last one. And then, a hand shoots out from inside the sphere and grabs him by the collar. He's completely stunned to see Jason Miller chilling inside the sphere. Since when? Jason just smirks, a tiny vortex spinning in his other palm. That giant attack? Just a little something to get your attention. And then he unleashes this insane power that just swallows the whole area. This, Jason says, is the main event. Hudson whips his head around, totally panicked. "Boss." His face is twisted in fear, teeth clenched. But Jason just stands there, calmly looking at the massive crater he just made. Hudson is sweating bullets, while Jason looks like he just ordered a coffee. He glances down at the guys sprawled out in the crater. The Iron Lions, the Black Lion crew, all of them, completely taken down. Thank God, they're still breathing. Hudson thinks, still in shock. I never thought he'd just openly flex his power like this right in the middle of the king's headquarters. This is basically a declaration of war. Jason Miller calmly looks over his shoulder. "Hey, Captain." He sounds a little annoyed. "You just gonna stand there and stare all day?" Hudson immediately snaps to it and rushes over. "Yes, sir." Jason turns to face him with a totally sarcastic look. "Huh. Yo, you're way too slow. How did a guy like you even end up as the captain of the Sky Kings? You idiot." Hudson's face is drenched in sweat. He's thinking, oh crap, he remembers everything. I am so on his bad side now. Yep, he once called Jason Miller an idiot and told him to get lost, lol. Hudson looks at the pile of injured guys. "Boss, what's the play with them?" Jason's voice turns ice cold. "Patch them up so they don't bleed out. Then, scramble every single one of their cores." Hudson just bows his head. Understood. He turns to his men and gives the order. "You heard him. Scramble their cores." The whole crew gets to work. "Yes, sir." Jason turns back towards the main building with a faint, cold smile as a new group of fighters rushes out. Oh? Still more people want to come play, huh? So Jason Miller just rolls up, cool as a cucumber, and starts trash talking. Yo, for real? I came all the way out to this dump in downtown Chicago, and the big boss Degong can't even be bothered to say hi? Don't tell me, he ghosted. Jason got this huge, psycho grin on his face, totally hyped. Are you serious right now? If he's not here, then it's game on, baby. He's just scoping out the chumps blocking his way, thinking, okay, Degong's M.I.A. This is my golden ticket to absolutely wreck this whole operation. If I let these jokers walk, they're gonna be breathing down my neck later. And boom, without even blinking, Jason Miller just charges straight into the shocked-looking mob. Gotta thin the herd, like, right now. He launches himself into the air, ready to bring the pain. When this massive voice just echoes out, you dare. Jason whips his head around, giving the newcomers the ultimate death stare. And who strolls in? None other than Degong, Tae-ho, and Tae-shin. The old dude is clutching his sword, totally fuming. Do you have any clue where you are, you little punk? Jason slides back like a pro, dodging Degong's attack like it's nothing. He throws his arms up, all defensive-like, and smirks. Well, look what the cat dragged in. The VIPs finally decided to grace us with their presence? Huh. You could literally see the relief wash over the goons' faces. The bosses are here. We're saved, dude. One of them steps up and gives the damage report, cold and clinical. Degong's face just gets darker and darker, twisting up with pure rage as he hears the Iron Lion and Black Lion crews. They've been completely wiped out. Degong just watches as the kid nonchalantly dusts himself off. That little brat took out my entire unit and made Minin bend the knee. I should have seen this coming. His whole vibe, it's like 100 times stronger than the last time we threw down. Taeho's gripping his spear so tight, his knuckles are white, growling, bro, just let me at him. I'll take his head for what he did to Tyler Chen. But Degong's face is stone cold. Taeho, you can't take him alone. All of us gotta jump him at once. Taeho just scowls, shooting daggers at his brother. You're saying that? Seriously? Is this kid really that much of a beast? Degong cuts in, his eyes filled with straight-up murderous intent. You could say his skills are on the same level as the clan leader, but all while this is going down, Jason Miller is just standing there with this little smirk, staring them all down. You think I'm scared just because that punk got lucky once? If you value your life, you'll do what I say. Tae-shin and Tae-ho were already coiled, ready to spring. They lunge at Jason from both sides. Degong bellows, everyone, hit him all at once, now. Right on cue, Jason Miller's mentor, Master William, shows up with a warning, they're coming. Jason glances at the stampede heading his way, the two brothers, and, like a whole crew of 10 bosses. Degong was the first one to make a move. He swings his sword right at Jason, who just barely gets his spear up in time to block. The force from the blow was insane, and then Tae-ho comes charging in too. Ro, fall back, he screams. The power was just too much. Jason gets blasted into a wall, but get this, Degong gets sent flying too. The old guy actually does a full-on backflip in the air. Like, what? But Jason Miller pops right back up like a freaking superhero, already back in his fighting stance. Taeho's down on one knee, just watching with this look of total disgust on his face. Knew it, he sneers. Doesn't matter how jacked you get, you're still just a little punk. You can't handle a 2-for-1 special from me and my brother. Degong snaps back, no, he's not going down that easy. And the second he says it, he's moving, lunging forward. Tae-ho yells out, totally shocked, big bro. In that split second, Jason tightens his grip on his spear, whipping it up to block Degong's sword. The look on the old man's face was pure disbelief. No freaking way. I totally nailed him with my energy blade, and there's not a single scratch on him. Meanwhile, Jason Miller is just fighting back with this super calm, almost smug smile. You could see the stress building in Degong's eyes. And just like that, it was on. A crazy duel exploded between them, neither one backing down an inch. The old man swings his sword right for Jason's face, but he ducks it at the last second. Things were getting dicey. Tae-ho turns around and throws up a hand signal, yelling, at this rate, my bro's gonna be in deep trouble. Everyone, get into the Emperor formation and back him up. Immediately, they all form a circle, raising their hands to power it up. Now, for you guys at home, the Gon formation is all about defense, right? Well, the Emperor formation? It chucks defense right out the window of their headquarters at 123 Main Street, Austin, Texas. This thing is pure, uncut offense. 7 of the top dogs channel all their energy into 3 main attackers, and those 3 just go absolutely berserk on the target until they're toast. Seeing this, Hyung-rin looks totally shook. I can't believe they're pulling out the Emperor formation on Jason. Man, that move can seriously backfire. If they can't overpower their target, like, immediately, they're the ones who get taken out. But here's the tea. The Emperor has never, ever failed with this formation. He's just watching from a distance as Jason somehow holds his own against this insane attack. Guys, Hit that like button if you're on the edge of your seat. Even the freaking Sword King had a hard time with this thing. I don't care how strong Jason is, this is way too sketchy. I gotta help him. But even though he's in a seriously tight spot, Jason just calmly tells him what to do. Hyungrin, don't be a hero. I got this. You go handle the Emperor's other powered-up goons. Hyungrin is literally dripping with sweat. But boss, the Emperor formation. Even the Sword King couldn't just walk that off. And Jason just smirks. Yeah, it's a little tricky with just the Heavenly King's divine art, I'll give you that. But my real secret sauce isn't that move. Everyone's taking a breather. So just leave these fossils to me and go wreck the rest of their crew. And hey, don't forget to smash their energy cores. You got this, right? Hyung-rin visibly relaxes a bit. Okay, I get it. But then some other guy pipes up, totally panicking. The Emperor formation is already live. This is so bad, we gotta jump in if those old-timers trap him. Hyung-rin steps up and lays down the law. Leave them to the boss. Our job is to handle everyone else. One of the crew just stares at him, like, are you for real? Even for Jason, this is basically a death wish. But even as he said it, he knew it too. Yeah, okay, this is a seriously messed up situation for him. But Hyung-rin's voice was solid as a rock. Those are the boss's orders. He's putting all his chips on Jason. It's wild, but I've got a good feeling about this. A second later, Hyung-rin points, his voice booming. Trust in Jason and get the mission done. Let's go. Move out. And just like that, everyone scattered to follow his orders. Jason's brow furrows, the tension visible. Okay, my crew can handle the other powered-up scrubs around here. The real issue is this nightmare Emperor formation. So picture this, Jason is dead center, completely surrounded by these guys in a circle. You got 7 of the old guard pouring all their juice into 3 attackers. Those 3 are gripping their weapons like their lives depend on it. And the main eventers? It's gotta be Dagon, Tae-ho, and Tae-shin. Master William gives a quiet warning, my student, be careful. Jason's eyes are glued to his target. First up is Tae-ho. The dude just lunges, swinging his sword like a maniac, but Jason's reflexes are insane and he dodges. Die. The 2 weapons crash together with this massive shockwave. Jason's mind is racing. Whoa, this guy's power level is off the charts. Even my demonic spear is vibrating. He's already planning his escape route. Gotta yank my spear back and get some space. At the same time, Tae-ho's thinking. That spear has some seriously weird juju. I can't sleep on that. Jason glances down. The demonic spear is completely stuck. He's using his own energy to lock it in place. Son of a, if I try to force it back, his power is gonna mess up its core. The realization hits him, and he is seriously ticked off. Crap, these old dudes and their years of experience are giving them an edge. And just then, Tae-shin starts his charge. Tae-ho yells, I've got him pinned. Jason's face goes pale. Tae-shin, looking absolutely psychotic with rage, screams, First, I'm taking your legs. This is for my nephew. Oh my god, you guys, what's gonna happen next? Drop your predictions in the comments and don't forget to subscribe. Bam! Jason Miller just clocked this dude right on the elbow, hard. The guy's whole body and his weapon just went sideways, and his face, total shocker, my dude. And get this, in that split second, the guy's legs were glowing with some kind of crazy divine weapon energy. Meanwhile, Dagon's just chilling on the side, watching this whole smackdown like it's a pay-per-view event. Dagon's like, whoa, a freaking divine weapon? Okay, you're not gonna be a pushover. His sword starts blazing with this nasty green energy. He's all, "Aight, if that's how we're playing, let's see you block this." But low-key, you could tell Dagon was running on fumes. His face was giving it all away. Jason's thinking, damn, this dude is way stronger and way more precise than the Dagon I saw back at Lake Tahoe. Master William pops in, like, yo, there's some insane juice in that technique. You sure you can block it? Jason just gives him a death stare. I got this. And you could see the gears turning. My boy was recalling a plan. A plan he schemed up the second that Emperor formation kicked off. See, when his primordial divine art hit 6 stars, the system literally hit him with a pop-up. Congrats, fam. Your primordial divine art has reached 6 stars. Your growth rate is off the charts. Other disciples ain't even in the same league. And for the bonus round, the ultimate technique of the infinite spear technique, illusion, has been unlocked. Jason's face was totally locked in. This was it, the final form of the infinite spear technique. Meanwhile, Dagon's body was glowing with this green aura that was blazing like a wildfire. Jason's thinking, aight, these clowns are perfect guinea pigs for this new move. The next second, Dagon clutches his sword and lunges, yelling, I'll end this right here. The tip of his sword was coming straight for Jason's dome, and my boy Jason just calmly whispers one word, illusion. So, boom. Inside the illusion, Jason sees all 3 of them rushing him. He just sidesteps as the sword is about to murk him. He's like, whoa, this illusion is wild. It feels like someone hit the pause button on the universe. But then he's like, Just as I figured, I'm getting jumped from two sides. Master William was all like, listen up, my dude, the time inside this illusion is super short. He's warning him, if you just stand there like a mannequin at Macy's, you're wasting its true power. Jason's face got all serious. Right. Inside that illusion, he immediately clapped back with a critical counterattack on them. He yells out, infinite spear technique. Fifth form, storm of light. The second the illusion popped off, all the spear energy from the heavenly annihilation just froze in place. The plan, the second time starts again. That energy is going to slam right into them. So Jason's just standing there, stock still, right in the middle of it all. What a G! Okay, so flashback, the elders set up the Emperor formation, and Jason was plotting every single move. Just taking one step took everything he had. My man was grinding like crazy, because if he wanted to get this all down pat in such a short time. He's thinking, I need to get way more reps in with this annihilation illusion. He trained until his body was just screaming, sweat pouring down. Master William was watching and gave him props. Not bad for a first-timer kid. So, back in reality, Dagon swings his massive sword right down at the ground. But then, he just stops dead, his eyes bugging out in total terror. Jason was gone. Poof. They were all shook. He just pulled a Houdini. Dagon immediately screams, what are you waiting for? Find him now. But another one of his goons panics. Bro, I can't move my body. Tio's like, me neither. And then, get this, Jason is just standing on a rooftop, like he's Batman in downtown Chicago. He snaps his fingers, and bam, a bajillion rays of light just appear all around them. Dagon looks up, totally confused, as this storm of sharp sword beams just pops up out of nowhere, surrounding his whole crew. Jason's look was intense, listening to the panicked screams of the goons. The elders are down. Where'd he go? He's on the roof, conducting this symphony of destruction, aiming the light beams down into the courtyard below. Then, he just hops down to where the crew of totally wrecked guys are scattered on the ground. Savage. Marcus Williams is standing off to the side, just stuttering, boss. What the heck just happened? Is a fighting style like that even legal? His face was just pure, mind-blown awe at Jason's power. He's like, I've never seen a technique like that in my entire life. Jason was dripping sweat, though. Marcus Williams was still trying to process it. I can't believe he just shattered the Emperor formation like it was nothing. It's insane that the elders of the Emperor clan got basically vaporized in the blink of an eye. Boss, for real, what kind of fighting style was that? Jason's tired eyes just glanced over at them. Don't just stand there staring like you're lost on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Clean up this mess. They all snapped to it. Yes, sir. He's yelling. What are you guys doing? Let's go, people. But you could tell his body was feeling it. Aching all over. But hey, he expected the infinite spear technique to be a real workout. Just then, a system window pops up. Infinite Spear Technique SS Plus has been acquired. You can now use Infinite Spear Technique SS Plus. Jason was so hyped. Oh, thank goodness, it's at double S rank now so it won't totally wreck my body anymore. Jason's holding his spear, reading the notification, analyzing your reputation. And then, bam, the alias Spear King has been added. You have been registered in the global rankings under the name Spear King. Spear King. That's a sick title. Drop a comment below with what you think his next title should be. He gives the place a cold side eye. Man, I thought they were hiding some insane loot here, but this place is a total bust. Just then, Marcus Williams gets close and whispers something in his ear. Jason's gaze just snaps forward, cold as ice. Two dudes were just standing there, dead, silent. The guy in front had this stone-cold look, and the man behind him. Oh snap, it's Ken, the absolute unit who runs my dad's personal security detail. The two of them just stared each other down, and man, you could cut the tension with a knife. Jason's thinking, so this is the first person I have to take out, to make that divine power mine. Then the system shows the rankings. Jason Miller, the Spear Emperor, rank 100. Jason was shook. Wait, has this leaderboard always been here? He's scanning the names like, huh? I'm only ranked 100th. He was feeling a little salty about that, not gonna lie. I figured an S ranker like me would at least crack the top 20, he's muttering. Hold up, this list is so whack. He's reading through these super weird entries. The number one sword king in the entire US of A is only ranked 90th. What? Just then, Master William pops up behind him, stroking his beard like he's trying to solve a puzzle. What kind of funky ranking system is this? Master William asks. Jason looks up, relieved. Okay, so I'm not the only one who's sus about this. Then it all clicked. There was only one possible conclusion. Master William speculates. If monsters like Bloodflame are on this list, then these rankings are a total joke. Jason's thinking to himself, Tron oh Tron. We better check if anyone else besides Bloodflame is on this sham list. Marcus Williams bows respectfully. Boss, we've tidied up the place. Meanwhile, up high, Somi was watching the whole thing, and girl was looking so annoyed. She's fuming. That guy single-handedly wrecked all the Emperor clan's elders. And that weapon he's got is the Sword of Destruction. No wonder Blood Flame's been ghosting everyone. Did this dude clap him, too? Then she just dips out fast. I gotta report this to Mr. Yu like yesterday. Alright, so the next morning, over at the Iron Blood clan's main compound in Beverly Hills, this hand is just tapping on a system window. John Seo runs in, totally panting, holding out a phone. Dad, you've got a call. Chen stops what he's doing and turns. Good, I've been waiting for this. He grabs the phone, and a voice on the other end says, Chen, have you seen the rankings yet? He just answers, real short, I have. The voice on the other end gets all shaky, those question marks. That's the Tron O Tron. Chen coolly fires back, don't. Tell me they're starting to make moves. The person on the other end warns, yes. And the really bad part is, the Sky Demon and the Flame Buddha have been totally MIA for days. Please, be careful. For just a split second, you could see a flash of worry on his face. Got it. And yeah, Chen was definitely bugging. Tron O Tron, huh? Looks like this whole country is about to face some serious drama. Meanwhile, across town, a news anchor is on TV with some breaking news. Early this morning, the Emperor clan's estate on the outskirts of Austin was found. Completely trashed. OMG. What do you guys think happens next? Smash that like button and subscribe so you don't miss the next part. Oh my god, you guys, the tea is absolutely scalding. All the awakened inside the Emperor's HQ on Sunset Boulevard got their cores totally shattered. A reporter shoved a mic in a witness's face. And get this? They said our boy Jason Miller from the Divine Power clan led the Celestial Kings himself. The streets are saying this is a straight-up declaration of war. Meanwhile, in the VIP basement of the Red Bull Club in downtown Miami, some guy runs up to his boss with his phone out. Like, boss, you see in this craziness? The boss just glares at the screen and grunts, I'm looking at it. And what's on the screen? 2 text messages from Jason Miller. What a power move. The Emperor's whole crew has been basically wiped out, leaving only some dude named Dwang and his kid, Man. Another guy, Injay, is all hyped, like, he actually pulled it off. But the boss, he just scowled and went dead silent for a solid 10 seconds. Elsewhere, Jason's dad was on the phone, smooth as ever. Ha, the Iron Fist clan is always welcome. Yeah, I know we've been a little distant, right? Let's get way closer from now on. But hold up, here comes Kevin Hughes. So he cuts the call short. Hit us back later. Kevin's like, the Iron Fist clan now? Jason's dad, Jonathan Miller, just calmly puts his hands behind his back, playing it cool. Yep, they used to totally curve us, only knew how to kiss up to the Steel Serpent Syndicate and the Crimson Fang crew. But now, they're literally fighting to get in line. Kevin gets it now, like, damn, this just proves how much clout young Master Jason has now. Jonathan turns away, all annoyed. Forget about them. Have you found any trace of that Dagon guy yet? Kevin has to report the bad news. So sorry, sir, not yet. By the way, a reporter is waiting to interview you. Jonathan Miller takes the business card from the Meta report. Kevin adds, that's the outlet that's been breaking all the exclusive stories about Master Jason. Every single fire article about him was written by this reporter. Jonathan studies the card for a sec and then nods. All right, patch him through. The voice on the other end of the line speaks up first. Hello, this is Chloe Kim from the Meta report. I've heard so much about you. You're the one who's been dropping all this positive press about my son, right? The purple-haired reporter, sitting at her desk, just says, nah, I only write the truth. Talk about confidence. He gives a little chuckle. Well, thanks for that, anyway. So, what's on your mind? What tea did you want to spill with me? She asks super sweetly. I just have a few questions, if you don't mind. He's all relaxed. Go for it. I'll answer what I can. Then she asks a question that makes Jonathan Miller go completely quiet for a few seconds. Were Jason Miller's actions the official will of the Divine Power clan? Kevin Hughes is standing right behind him, just watching, probably sweating bullets. Seeing him stall, she doubles down. Let me ask you again. Were Jason's actions times your time's will? Sir, as the leader of the Divine Power clan, he finally answers, real careful. Yeah, you could say Jason's moves reflect my own. I mean, hasn't the Emperor been playing the public this whole time? The reporter looks totally shook. On top of that, they straight up ambushed my son inside a gate. That obviously ticked Jason off, and honestly, I believe the Emperor crossed a major line. Hearing that, she pushes harder. So you're saying you and your son, the Power King in training, are on the exact same page? Jonathan was like, you bet. That's right. I plan to be the shadow that supports my son. The young reporter is literally breaking a sweat. Wow, thank you for being so honest. Her mind is just racing. Oh my god, this is it. This is total confirmation. Jason Miller is officially the heir to the Divine Power clan. I have so much to write about. Kevin Hughes bows, like, that's wild, sir. I really thought you were going to distance yourself from him. Jonathan just turns back, all calm. Look, it might have been a messy approach, but all the work I've put in to build this clan's rep, Jason did it in one move. How could I not be proud of that? Kevin immediately gets on board. Yes, with Master Jason leading the charge, we're going to do big things. Then, Kevin looks at his phone and is like, Sir, speak of the devil. Master Jason is waiting outside with the Celestial Kings. Should I bring you to him? Outside the Divine Power Clan's estate on Park Avenue, it's a total media circus. Reporters are just screaming questions. Where's Jason Miller? The security guards are trying their best. Everyone, chill out. Crowding the gate isn't gonna make him pop up any faster. Somebody else yells, what's the Divine Power Clan's official statement on all this? Just then, someone gasps and points behind them. Over there. The whole crowd whips around, and there he is. Walking up with his whole squad, the Celestial Kings and Jason Miller himself. A reporter sprints up to him. The survivors from the Emperor's crew say you were the one who wrecked them. Can you confirm that? Jason just stays silent, giving them nothing. The Divine Power Clan and the Emperor used to be allies. Why the sudden beef? We heard you weren't even on the same side as your own clan, but you flex your power to take down your elders. Jason just shoves his hands in his pockets. Yeah, you're right. I wasn't on their side. One of his boys, Hector, steps up. I think you should all bounce before things get physical. Jason looks totally unbothered, but things are different now. Then he yells, loud enough for everyone to hear, Hi, gatekeeper. The young guard jumps, like, why yes? Jason says calmly, tell my father his son, Jason Miller, is here, and I demand he open the gate. OOF, the nerve. And you guys, the gate actually starts opening. He just strolls inside like he owns the place. He's thinking, in my past life, they never even let me stand on this side of the line. Every step he and his crew take is just pure, unfiltered hype. But now, I can walk right in without a second thought. The reporters are absolutely losing their minds. Is that really Jason Miller? He just walked into the main house. Inside, Kevin Hughes is standing there, waiting. And bam, flashback. Back in the day, a little Jason was on his knees begging, please, just tell me what I have to do to be allowed inside. Kevin Hughes just sneered down at him, totally annoyed and looking down on him. Then he said in this ice-cold voice, your mother was just some random chick he hooked up with. And now this little bastard dares to demand entry. If you don't want to get hurt, don't even dream times about coming near this family. And then he slammed the door in his face, leaving little Jason kneeling all alone. My heart, y'all. Snapping back to the present, Jason is just fuming, looking at this dude's fake, smiling face. This two-faced snake, Kevin Hughes, the guy who runs everything for the Divine Power Clan, second only to Jason's own father, the main fixer. Kevin puts on a smile. Wow, you've really grown up since I last saw you, young Master Jason. And Jason's just thinking, this guy is the first one I have to get rid of to take this whole clan down. He just gives Kevin this dark, silent death stare. Then Jason switches back to his cool guy mode and looks at his dad, Jonathan. What brings the big boss, the Power King, himself, all the way out here? Jonathan replies, I heard you were back. Jason gives him a look. Me? This family is so extra. Yes, you. And more importantly, seeing you roll up with the Celestial Kings, does this mean you finally accepted your spot as the heir? Jason just stares at him, this cold smile playing on his lips, and asks, totally dripping with sarcasm, so what if I have? You gonna just hand over the whole Divine Power Clan to me? And Jonathan's face just falls. It gets dark. He growls, do you have any idea what being the heir even means? It means you will succeed me and lead this clan times me. Jason just looks up at his dad and drops the biggest bomb of the day. I meant the entire Divine Power Clan. Mick. Drop. What do you guys think happens next? Drop your theories in the comments and smash that like button if you're hyped. Yo, after a beat, Jason Miller's whole vibe just went dark and he goes, in my Divine Power Clan, there's no room for my old man. For real. Seeing him look all sus, Brandon Carter whispers, like, all worried, boss. But get this, when Robert Harrison heard what Jason said, he just lost it and started cracking up. Tyler Harrison, standing next to him, starts sweating bullets, giving him this major side-eye. But a second later, Robert Harrison throws his head back and laughs even harder. Like, a full-on villain laugh, you guys. He booms. The people of Divine Power always get what we want. Period. Especially when it's about divine power, you got the right to take it, even if you gotta cancel your own parents to do it. Then, after a little pause, Robert Harrison hits him with this nasty smirk and adds, but it ain't gonna be easy, fam. You gotta get the stamp of approval from every single member of the clan. Bet? Jason just shoots back, super chill. Of course. Seeing this, the old man lays it all out. Aight, get everyone on your side, and I'll step down as clan leader and hand the whole operation over to you. No cap. After that, I'm out. I won't mess with the clan's business ever again, just like you want. Jason Miller just raises an eyebrow, looking at Robert Harrison like he's a joke. You're gonna regret this. Hearing that, the old man scowls. Regret? Pfft, I've never regretted a single thing in my life. I'm the one who calls all the shots here. Take Jason Miller to the annex. As he's being led away, Jason looks back at Robert Harrison with this crazy dangerous smile. Hope you're a man of your word. The old man just smirks back. Hope you don't choke. And scene. We cut to the annex of the Divine Power Clan compound, probably somewhere on a massive estate in Beverly Hills. 90210. So Tyler Harrison says to the two of them, "This is the guest house. You'll be crashing here. It's a little janky and old, but hey, it's livable." Jason Miller looks around and just lets out this sarcastic laugh. Wow, it's been a minute? Huh. This dump hasn't changed a bit. Brandon Carter's all like, "Wait, you've been here before?" Jason turns to him, his voice low-key serious. "This place, it's packed with memories of my mom. I honestly never thought I'd be back. Someone once swore I'd never set foot on this property again." Tyler Harrison slaps on this super fake smile. "Aw, this must be so nostalgic for you. You were just a little tyke back then. Now you're back, a grown man. An old guy like me is getting all misty-eyed." Jason sees right through this BS and is absolutely seething inside. What a snake in the grass. This is the game you're playing? Oh. Tyler Harrison looks over at Brandon Carter. "Brandon, come with me for a sec. We need to talk about command council stuff." Ha. Jason cuts him off flat. "Nah, that won't be happening. From now on, the fourth branch is pulling out of all core command duties completely." The old dude looks totally shook. Whoa, why the sudden change? "Brandon, was this your call?" Brandon looks at Tyler Harrison and says, "Yeah, I'm resigning as vice commander of the core command council. I need to put all my focus on the Heavenly King's squad." Tyler Harrison asks, all curious, "Does the big boss, the clan leader, know about this yet?" Brandon just answers straight up, "Not yet." Hearing that, Tyler Harrison gets all smug. "Well, then you have to ask his permission first." But Jason just flashes this huge, fake sweet smile and shuts him down. "Nope, not necessary. The commander of the fourth branch reports to me, and only me." After a killer pause, Jason asks in this low, dangerous voice, "Tyler Harrison, if you've got nothing else to add, why are you still here?" Oh my god, the shade. The old man glares at him, totally pissed, but still forces a smile. "All right then, I'll go talk to the clan leader for you. You kids get some rest." It's true, the Awakeners in the Divine Power Clan technically follow the big boss, but they really listen to the commander of the council. Jason Miller just calmly reads his mind. "You're saying it'll be easier to get everyone's vote with the commander in our pocket, right?" Brandon looks at him and is like, "Yeah, exactly." Jason Miller just grins, looking down at his phone. "Is that it? Cool, 'cause I've got my own plan. But more importantly, I got something to tell you." Then he drops this bomb. What if the Heavenly King's squad learned the Thunder God's palm? Y'all, smash that like button if you want to see that happen. And what if times learn the Heavenly King's divine art? Brandon Carter was totally speechless, like he couldn't even process it. He just stammers, "Me? The Heavenly King's divine art?" Jason just smiles and looks up at him, like, "Yeah, you, dude. Didn't you say you were ride or die for me?" Brandon immediately snaps back with one word, "Yes." Hearing that, Jason turns and starts to walk off, saying super casually over his shoulder, "Then learn it." He thinks to himself, a weak crew just reflects a weak leader. Oof, mic drop. Besides, there are plenty of heirlooms to go around. He leaves Brandon Carter just standing there, mind completely blown. As Jason walks, he's glued to his phone, already scheming on how to kick his own dad out of the Divine Power Clan. He's thinking, I need to lock down my own squad, my own power base. Then I've got to be way, way stronger. Before this little vacay is over, I'm taking over the Divine Power Clan. And right on cue, as he thinks that, his phone rings. He gets this super satisfied grin. Perfect timing. So, Jason gets to the meeting spot like some secluded corner of Central Park in New York City, and he's looking around like, I told them to meet me here. Then some voice from the bushes, where a person is kneeling on one knee, says, Yep, this is the spot. Hearing that voice, he whips around to see who it is. And they pull off their mask to reveal the face of the nameless guest from the Shadow Guild. Han Yu be at your service, young master Jason Miller. Jason's eyes go wide with shock, because he totally recognizes her. He never, ever thought the receptionist would be the nameless guest, one of the top hitmen in the entire Shadow Guild. Even in his past life, she was the only one that Robert Harrison never managed to catch. Han Yu be gives him this huge smile and hands over a file. Here's that intel you wanted from the Shadow Guild on Tyler Harrison. He takes the file and grins up at her. I almost feel bad for your guild master. You guys couldn't take down the Sword King, but you still came through on this request. Han Yubi bows her head super respectfully. He's incredibly grateful. You are the guild's benefactor for life. Please, hit us up anytime you need anything. She pauses for a sec, then adds, and yeah, just as I suspected. He's been pocketing a times of cash. Jason is just staring holes into that file. He calmly replies to Han Yubi. Yep, therapeutic baths, training cloaks. My dude has pulled off tons of huge scams, even skimming off the building maintenance fees for the estate at 432 Park Avenue. After scanning the file for a minute, Jason asks, is there anything else? And she hands him a USB drive while she's talking. You know it. The stuff in that file is just the appetizer. The real tea is on this flash drive. I dug into why the Awakeners of the Divine Power Clan are so ride or die for Tyler Harrison.
Jason guesses, totally intrigued. Let me guess. Blackmail videos of the vice commanders. Right. Han Yubi is shocked. How did you know?
He just looks at the USB drive with this super smug look. There's always a way to find out. It was a huge scandal from his past life involving the Divine Power Clan, a USB stick holding all the vice commanders' dirty laundry. That was the thing that finally exposed why the Awakeners had no choice but to fall in line for Tyler Harrison. She looks at Jason dead serious and says, if we show this to the Fist King, you think he'll get rid of Tyler Harrison himself? He shoots back instantly. No way. This whole blackmail scheme didn't start with Tyler Harrison. It started with my father. Jason keeps going. My dad just wanted to hold their weaknesses over their heads, you know, as insurance. But Tyler Harrison took it to a whole other level and used it to build his own little empire. Oh my god, the drama. What do you guys think is on that USB? Drop your wild theories in the comments below, and don't forget to share this with a friend who loves the tea. He literally gasped, like, wait, what? Then quickly thanked her. Yo, seriously, appreciate the tea. She slid her mask back on and was like, my dad's orders. He said to give you, Jason Miller, any dirt you need. Anytime you need some backup, you just hit our line. And just like that, poof, she was gone. Jason's just standing there, watching her vanish into the night. He picks up this busted old file, thinking out loud, all right, let's see. How am I gonna start cutting off his money? Step by step. So as the sun's setting, giving off major dramatic vibes, we cut to the Syndicate's supply warehouse down by the old docks in Philly. This dude Tyson is tapping away on an iPad, with this huge line of people waiting for him. And our boy Jason, holding the file, is watching from up high, thinking, there he is. He's perched on a wall, totally spying from behind. That dude is Tyson Kong, Jonah Kong's little brother, and his name is literally all over this shady black ledger.
Jason's just staring him down, thinking. So, that's Tyson Kong. His name is basically the wallpaper in this thing.
He snapped the ledger shut, muttering, I honestly don't get how this dude is still trusted after skimming so much cash off the top. He pauses, watching Tyson flash this super fake smile and shake hands with some guy who just rolled up. Jason's still in his head, like, so he's just using his big bro as a human shield. Then, suddenly, this panicked voice cuts through the noise. Sorry, I'm late. Tyson scowls and turns to see some guy in torn-up clothes, looking like he just lost a street fight, rushing towards him. I barely made it out alive while clearing the gate, the guy panted. An assistant whispers in Tyson's ear, this is Squad 1, they're all D-listers. Tyson just glances at the new guy. You should have gotten here sooner, bro. We're closed. Come back tomorrow. The guy is still catching his breath. Sir, we're on support at the Bronx Gate tomorrow. We can't go in without supplies. Tyson just snaps back, all annoyed. Isn't Squad 1 just the cleanup crew for the easy jobs? You guys don't even handle the dangerous gigs. You really need supplies for that? The guy fires back, totally frustrated. Sending us to a gate with no gear is basically a death sentence. Then, Master William's voice just echoes in Jason's head. I can't just sit here and watch a scumbag abuse his power like this. His student, Jason, is glaring down at Tyson with some serious intensity. Asterisk, so that's how he funnels the extra gear. Asterisk. The master claps a hand on his shoulder. Looks like it's your cue to step in, my boy. Jason's lips curl into this epic smirk. My thoughts exactly. Since we caught him red-handed, we might as well make a whole show of it. Down below, Tyson is totally losing his patience. Look, I'm in charge of supply distribution, and I'm telling you, you get nothing. Zilch. The young dude was absolutely stunned. Then what are we supposed to do tomorrow? Tyson just turns away, all casual. Use your own paycheck to buy it. The guy could not believe his ears. Like, what kind of answer is that? Tyson glares down at the kid, his voice dropping low. Why do you keep talking back to me? You think the supply manager is a joke or something. But right then, Jason leaps down from the wall, perfect timing, right as Tyson is still chewing the guy out. You're just a low-level awakened. But before Tyson could even finish his lame insult, Jason slams a kick right into his head, shocking the other guy. The unexpected hit literally sends Tyson flying. LOL. Sprawled on the ground, Tyson stammered, totally dazed. What the heck was that? Jason slowly walks towards him. As soon as he recognizes his face, Tyson's eyes go wide and he yells, "Jason, young master." One side of his face is already swelling up as he starts sweating, trying to come up with an excuse. "What are you doing?" "I was just disciplining someone who wouldn't follow orders." Jason holds up the ledger, repeating his words with major sarcasm. "Wouldn't follow orders." With that, Jason takes a deep breath, totally charging up. Then he throws his head back and lets out a roar. "All awakened of the syndicate, listen up. As of right now, we are delivering punishment to those who have been stealing the family's money and plotting a rebellion." Everyone around heard the voice and just instinctively looked up, trying to figure out where it was coming from. Hearing that familiar voice, the young guy asked, totally dazed, "That voice?" Hunter immediately answered, "It's the young master's voice projection, duh." In another room, probably in some high-rise in Chicago, Derek Wong sat in his chair, his deep voice rumbling, "What the hell do you think you're doing, Jason?" Meanwhile, Tyson, with his face all puffy and his nose bleeding everywhere, is frantically trying to defend himself. "Me? Plotting a rebellion? Young master, what are you even talking about?" Jason holds up the ledger, glaring down at him. "You've seen this book, and you still have the nerve to deny it." Tyson stammered, That's... Jason's voice was just dripping with sarcasm. "You and your brother must have made a killing, right? Go on, tell me I'm wrong." Tyson lowered his head, his face a total mask of panic, his mind racing a mile a minute. Just how much does he know? He wondered. Just then, Hyun ran up to the scene. "Young master." Jason turned to him. "Ah, you made it." Hyun's eyes were wide with confusion. "I heard the voice projection and got here as fast as I could. What in the world is going on?" Jason glanced at the growing crowd, thinking, that's enough of an audience. Time to start the show. He held the ledger high for everyone to see and announced, "Looks like we have a full house. From this day forward, I will rip out the corruption within the syndicate by its very roots." The crowd started murmuring, totally confused. What's he talking about? And right on cue, Jonah Kong stepped out from the crowd to stop him. "That's enough." He frowned, putting on this big show of concern for Jason. "Young master, has the family head been told about what you're doing?" Jason shot Jonah Kong a look of pure disgust, thinking, "Speak of the devil. The biggest piece of trash in this family has arrived." Jason then said his title out loud, Commander of the Core Forces. Jonah continued, "Even for you, young master, to act without the head's permission is crossing a major line. For the sake of your own dignity as the heir, you should apologize to my little brother and let's end this here and now." Jason literally tossed the ledger down at Jonah's feet and commanded, "Read it." Jonah picked up the ledger and started reading, then asked, "Where did you get this?" Jason shot back, "Does it matter?" After he finished reading, Jonah broke out in a cold sweat and forced a laugh as he looked up. "And you expect me to believe this? Fan fiction?" He cursed to himself. How the hell did a record of my own dirty laundry end up in this brat's hands? Shaking it off, Jonah spoke up. "My brother, stealing supplies. If that were true, I would have been the first one to know about it." Jason stared him down. "So I guess being shameless just runs in the family, huh?" As the words left his mouth, Jason raised his fingers. Instantly, he channeled his power, and all the rocks and debris around them began to float in midair. It was epic. Hunter watched in awe, his mind completely blown. The Skywolf, Jason Miller, pulled out a flash drive and smugly flicked it toward Jonah. "You think I started all this drama just based on some old book?" Jonah was stunned as the flash drive flew right in front of his face. Jonah's eyes widened, turning bloodshot. He couldn't believe it, thinking, "A flash drive? What the heck is on that thing that's making him so confident?" But just then, a familiar voice cut through the tension. "Oh my God, who is it?" Drop your guesses in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more tea. You just waltz in here and set the whole family on fire. Jason Miller whips his head around, and oh my God, it's Brandon Carter. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Didn't think you'd grace us with your presence." The old dude, Master William, just strolls up like he owns the place, checking out the chaos. "I couldn't just sit back and watch this dumpster fire. What in the hell do you think you're doing to our acting commander?" Jason's just like, super chill. "It's exactly what it looks like, my dude." Mr. Kevin Smith is literally sweating bullets, looking frantically at Brandon Carter like a lost puppy. "Boss?" Then Jason puts on this whole fake thinking face. "You know, since the big boss is here, maybe I should just pop this little USB drive open for the whole family to see. What do you guys think? Drop a comment below." Hearing that, Brandon Carter's face is pure curiosity. "A USB drive, you say?" Jason points right at Mr. Kevin Smith and drops a bombshell. "You know exactly what's on this thing, don't you? Asterisk dad asterisk, OOF. You could hear a pin drop in that mansion on Rodeo Drive. The dude literally flinched. After letting that hang in the air for a second, Jason continues. Yeah, all the juicy, dirty little secrets of every exec in this family are right here. Mr. Kevin Smith totally loses it, screaming, "That's enough." And the whole room just erupts in whispers, like, "Oh my god, did he say secrets?" On that little thing, the gossip is flying. People. Sweat is pouring down Mr. Kevin Smith's face as he hisses, "What do you want?" Jason's answer is flat, deadpan even. "What do I want? I already told you. I'm here to tear this whole family down, root and stem. The only thing I want is for you and your little brother to get the heck out. For good." Hearing that, the guy just scoffs, all annoyed. "That's ridiculous. Do you have any idea how many years of my life I've poured into this family?" Meanwhile, Brandon Carter quietly picks up this ledger, flips it open, and just starts reading. Then, out of nowhere, he's like, "Acting Commander. Do what Jason says. WHHAAT. Plot twist." Mr. Kevin Smith is totally stunned, can't even believe his ears. "Boss, why?" After a beat, he tries again, desperate. "Don't tell me you're actually buying what's in that book. It's from, like, who even knows where." Brandon Carter looks up, and his whole vibe just turned deadly serious. "That USB drive. What's actually on it?" Mr. Kevin Smith is stammering, sweating like he just ran a marathon in Miami in July. Well, about that." But Brandon Carter cuts him right off. "Enough. I don't want to hear another word. I'm disappointed in you." The guy yells in a full-blown panic, "Boss." But Jason just turns his back and calls for his unit commander, cold-blooded. The unit commander immediately snaps to attention. "Yes, sir." Jason holds up the ledger like it's the Holy Grail. "This is a copy of the ledger. Track down every single executive on this list." He looks at the book, totally shocked. The commander holds the book in his hand and speaks up. "Young master, for real, if our power takes a nosedive, the other crews from Chicago to New York are gonna roll right over us. Please, reconsider." Jason just starts to walk away and drops one word, "No." Teask. He tilts his head, looks back with this sly grin and says, "Unit commander, trust me." Chills. Literal chills. Jason tilts his head at the commander and says it again, "Trust me, commander." The dude's eyes are wide, like he's just seen a ghost, but he replies, "I trust you, young master." After a pause, the commander turns to his squad. "All right, team. From this moment on, you know what to do to everyone listed in this book." Jason looks at Mr. Kevin Smith's dazed face and keeps going. "After you handle these two brothers, lock them up in the underground prison." Brandon Carter is just standing under a tree, arms crossed, totally unimpressed. "Abusing your authority the second you step foot in the family. How ridiculous." Jason just smirks, tilting his head to look at the old man. "I don't recall overstepping my authority." Brandon Carter asks calmly, but his voice is like ice. "Then what do you call wrecking all the commanders if not a total abuse of power?" Jason replies, "Doing it without a reason." "Yeah, that'd be an abuse of power. But the heir has the authority to take out anyone who's a threat to the family. No permission slip needed. I'm sure the head of the family is well aware of that." Mic. Drop. The old man goes dead silent, just frowning and giving Jason the side eye. Jason keeps twisting the knife. A guy so obsessed with training that he's clueless, his whole empire is crumbling around him. "You're not fit to be the head of this family." Dying. He went there. Okay, scene change. We're in some woods, looks like somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. Mia Rodriguez hands a book to Jason. "Here's that supplementary list you asked for." He takes it with a sneaky grin. "Thanks. The payment will be wired from my offshore account. You'll see it soon." After a sec, Jason's got a question.
"The people on this list, they got demoted for defying the unit commander's orders. Right?" She raises her hand like she's in class. "That's right."
Some even straight up quit the family. They were so disillusioned with how it was being run. Mia then asks, all curious, "But why add them to the list?" He just smiles and says, "'Cause there's a huge power vacuum right now, and I'm gonna fill it. It's like a big empty spot in the system where no one's really in charge, you know? It creates instability that leads to a whole lot of bad news." So that same night, Jason took out the acting commander and ordered him to be locked up. All the officers from the ledger got fired, too. Can you even imagine the chaos? Whole departments lost their bosses overnight. Total meltdown. Anyway, scene change. It's early morning at the Divine Power family's mansion in Beverly Hills. Inside this massive room, the commander bows his head and reports. Everyone is gathered. Jason looks satisfied. Good. Suddenly, a loud voice announces, the successor of the Divine Power family, young master Jason Miller, is entering. Jason looks inside the room, ready for his big moment. Jason scans the room, and it's like an old school reunion. The former leader of the East Side crew, the ex-boss of the Jin Kron district, the old head from the Manpum district, and even the guy who used to run the secret unit. A dude named Lee is just chilling, smoking a cigarette and giving him a quizzical look. All right, kid, spill it. Why'd you call a bunch of retired old-timers like us here? That was Lee, the former leader from the East Side. Jason sits down with this huge, charming smile. I have some important matters to discuss. The man looks genuinely surprised. Important matters, huh? Jason leans in. Right now, there's a massive power vacuum in the family. All the high-ranking awakened, including the acting commander, have been dismissed. The Jin Kron guy is absolutely stunned. Even the acting commander, who did that? Jason just gets this wide grin and says, that would be me. The Jin Kron guy's eyes are practically popping out of his skull. Lee just closes his eyes, taking a long drag from his cigarette. I've been hearing all sorts of stories about you lately, young Master Jason. You just joined the family and you've already taken down the acting commander. That's pretty damn bold. He looks up at Jason and asks, so is that why you called us here? Hearing that, Jason is inwardly thrilled. Asterisk, yes, he's getting straight to the point. Asterisk, he smiles brightly and replies, I was hoping you all would fill those empty spots. Lee, former leader of the East Side District. You were once known as the left hand of the Divine Power family, right up there with the acting commander. He was the only rival force against Kyongun. All the awakened gathered here are your people, the ones who were once on your side and got unjustly exiled by that Zeon Kongun guy. Jason is thinking, asterisk, if I can get Lee back on board, it's a safe bet the rest will follow. Asterisk. He looks up at all of them and says, and I'm not just asking you to come back for nothing. Jason holds up his hands, all sincere like, anything you want from the family, and I mean anything at all, I'll give you the best I possibly can. He's thinking to himself, asterisk, it's way better to bring back a crew that's worked together before instead of starting with new people. Asterisk. Asterisk. That way, we avoid all the unnecessary drama. Asterisk, the Jin Kron guy speaks up, sweating a bit. We appreciate the offer, but we're retired now. Jason says calmly, letting capable people like you sit idle is a total waste. Not just for the family, but for the country. After a pause, he continues. Take the former commander of the East Side District, for example. Lee just smokes his cigarette in silence, listening to Jason's pitch. Aren't your skills on par with the acting commander who just got the boot? Oh snap, he's playing the ego card. Let us know in the comments if you think it'll work. And just then, the old dude, Li, is like, Jason, my guy. I appreciate the offer, for real, but I'm so over all this clan drama. You'd be better off finding some fresh talent instead of dragging an old relic like me back into the mess. But yo, Jason Miller just straight up cuts him off. So, I heard your granddaughter is dealing with that whole 9 yin meridian blockage thing. Oh my god, the old man was shook. He literally growls. How the hell do you know that? Jason just smirks, smooth as ever, and adds, I also heard you packed up and moved to some ranch outside of Cheyenne, Wyoming, just to find a cure for her. And you can just see Jason Miller internally fist-pumping. He's thinking, yes, looks like the info my people dug up was worth every single penny. Eli just sighs, like, well, since you already know, guess that saves us the whole song and dance. I can't come back, dude. My granddaughter comes first. I've heard whispers about this thing called the Millennium Blossom, a supposed cure for the 9 yin meridian blockage that only shows up, like, once every 2 years. Jason just stares him down, dead serious, and drops the bombshell offer. If I cure her, will you come back to the clan? But Li ain't buying it. He claps back, bro, that's not something you can just fix with some Tylenol. Oof, Jason's whole vibe just got dark. He leans in. What if I teach her the Celestial King's art? That technique will 100% fix her. Hearing this, Li was absolutely floored. He's like, stuttering and everything. The Celestial King's art? For times my times, granddaughter, holy crap, that would totally cure her. But Jason cuts him off again, super chill, like, don't even trip, I've got plenty of inheritance blooms. Eli's still bugging out though. No, wait, but first we have to get the clan leader's permission for something this big. Jason just hits him with a cold. That won't be necessary. Jason holds out his hand, his voice dead serious. I only pass down my skills to my own crew and their families. The clan leader has zero say in stopping me. Yo, when he said that, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone in the room was just staring, completely shook. Eli, my dude, steps up, grabs Jason's hands, and bows his head, literally begging. I'm swallowing my pride here. I'm begging you. Please save my granddaughter. And boom, we cut to her room. And get this, the 9 yin meridian blockage? It's this messed up thing that basically clogs up all your energy pathways and takes you out by the time you're 20. The only, like, weird silver lining is that it gives the person insane inner power because of all that yin energy. Wild, right? Anyway, Jason turns to Hunter. You check out that skill book? Hunter, who's deep in the text, is like, right here, boss. A skill book is basically an item you use to transfer a martial art to someone else. And apparently, the more OP the technique, the lower the chance it actually works. So Ella's just watching from the sidelines, totally stressing. He's thinking, the Celestial King's art is an S-rank skill. Is this kid really about to give it to her? Just to get me back on his team? Jason just opens the skill book, places it on the girl, Sienna, and bam. This insane purple light just starts glowing from it. He holds out his hand to Hunter and goes, the inheritance bloom. You prepped it, right? Gimme. Hunter's on it. Yes, boss. So Jason gives the medicine to Sienna, but she immediately starts hacking and coughing like crazy, spilling some of it. Oh man, Eli looked like he was about to have a heart attack. He's just watching his granddaughter, totally panicking. But then, Jason just calmly helps Sienna sit up. She looks over at her grandpa and opens her mouth. Grandpa, Sienna says, putting a hand on her chest. That was so weird. I felt this, like, crushing pain, like I couldn't breathe. But now, I feel so light. After a beat, she gives Eli this huge smile. It feels like I've been born again. The old dude is just staring at her, finally awake and healthy, and he's completely speechless. Jason's just watching them with this little smirk. And then Sienna asks, all innocent, Grandpa, are you crying? Okay, picture this. The sun's setting, casting that golden hour glow on the porch of their place in Wyoming. Jason Miller is just sitting on the steps, vibing. After a bit, Eli comes out. Thank you so much, Jason. Jason just gives him a slight smile. Commander of the old guard. Jason kinda teases him. Yo, your eyes are all puffy. And for real, Eli's eyes were so swollen you could barely see him. He's like, it's been so long since I've seen my granddaughter look that healthy. Then he bows his head, all formal. I, Eli, pledge my loyalty to you, Jason. I'll ride or die for you. And it didn't take long for Eli to get the old crew back together. He called up all the retired big shots from Divine Power, all the dudes that used to roll with him. They played hard to get at first, but when Eli put the pressure on, they were all in. So Jason's looking at this roster, right? He points to a blank spot and asks, what's up with this? It's for the Authority Unit Commander. Hunter, standing there like a soldier, immediately goes, yes, since that's basically the clan leader's right-hand man. We left it open for you to pick carefully. Jason's like, I get it. He looks up with this massive grin and says, in that case, let's just scrap the whole Authority Unit. Hunter was shook. He's like, what? Totally panicking. The Authority Unit is like the public face of Divine Power. The clan leader is going to lose his mind. Jason just smiles, cool as a cucumber. You guys are my crew now, and I'm the next clan leader. Then, after a pause, he adds, I'm going to boot my old man out of that top spot soon enough. Oof, the drama. Drop a comment below if you think Jason can pull it off. Alright, scene change. It's early morning at the Divine Power Clan's mansion, probably some huge estate in like Greenwich, Connecticut. Jonah's sitting on the stairs, talking to himself like, what's the deal here? The whole squad's at the main house, and I see a bunch of faces I haven't seen in years. Then he starts naming names. Samson, Marcus Williams, Noah, Ronan. Then he stops. Even Eli is here. And right on cue, Eli steps up. Long time no see, clan leader. Yikes, all the retired legends are back in the building. Jonah's just thinking, Jason, what are you up to, you little schemer? Then Jason Miller steps forward and makes his big play. I already told you, I'm taking over this family my way. He's got this super smug look on his face as he says, it's time for you to step down, old man. And with that, Jonah's fate was sealed by the young master, Jason. The Junction is Team Jason. So are the Masons. The BX unit and the Warrior unit, too. Hearing this, Jonah just lets out this cold, chilling laugh. He slowly gets to his feet. In such a short time, you've managed to get all the regional bosses on your side, and you even brought back the old guard to fill the ranks. He pauses, then gives this little smirk and a sigh, staring hard at Jason. Out of all my sons, you always had the most potential. If only you'd shown this side of yourself sooner. Jason's eyes go wide, and he just snarls, you don't get to say that. Not after you tossed out your own flesh and blood like trash. Cut the speeches. Now keep your end of the deal. Jonah just looks down at him, a challenge in his eyes. Nah, not just yet. First, you gotta show me what you've got. Right here, right now. Jason gets this slick grin on his face. You wanna go one-on-one? Jonah grips his weapon, his battle aura just flaring up as he yells, that's right, show me how much of a beast you've really become. Then he screams, bring it on, Jason. Jason grabs his weapon too, ready to throw down. And he's just thinking, Jonah. His dad raises a hand, this wicked smile on his face. Well, come on, then. And a million thoughts are just racing through Jason's head. This dude is obsessed with fighting. A stone-cold leader who would literally sacrifice his own family for the clan. As Jason's thinking all this, he slips this gold ring off his finger, and poof. Master William just appears. The old master warns him, with heaven's ruin, You can only take off the Ring of Origin for 5 minutes. Otherwise, that primordial divine art inside you will totally overwhelm you. Jason's just like, got it. And with that, he launches himself into the air, gripping his spear, and charges straight at Jonah, screaming, "Today, I'm knocking you off that throne for good. Yo, smash that like button if you're hyped for this fight." Alright, so boom, we cut to the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan's mansion. And let me tell you, this place is dead quiet, like super peaceful. All of a sudden, Master Chen gets this weird vibe and looks up. A voice calls out, "Dad, your tea's ready." But he's just muttering, "Whoa, this energy." He immediately snags a jacket, like, "I gotta bounce." His son, Sam Chen, is all confused, like, "Dad?" And then poof, Master Chen just vanishes. Sam is left screaming after him, "Bro, the sun's about to set. Where are you even going?" Master Chen yells back that some seriously massive, demonic aura is rolling in hot. He's like, "The outsiders might be here." Sam just repeats, totally dazed, "Outsiders." Next thing you know, they're both landing on the ground. Sam looks at his dad. But Dad. He stops, staring at the straight-up evil vibes coming from inside, scratches his head, and is like, this is the Divine Power Clan's crib, right? Like their spot at 123 Power Lane in Miami. Master Chen is just locked onto the demonic energy. Yeah, but the aura is coming from Times Here asterisk. Something twisted is happening inside. Sam's like, "You're seriously going in?" His dad just swings the gate open and strolls in. "I have to. There's no security, not a single guard. I gotta see this for myself." And just like that, they're both inside. Yo, the second they stepped in, they got blasted by this insane energy. They walk in on this crazy battle between Alex Lee and his dad, Victor Lee, but for real, it was a total beatdown. Alex had the upper hand, no contest. Victor got slammed by Alex's spear and just coughed up a whole mouthful of blood. Ouch. Victor's just laying there, looking pathetic, clutching his arm, and he's like, "I surrender." Then he mumbles, "You've gotten way stronger. My battery ran out a long time ago." He gives this nasty little smirk, staring at Alex. "You won." Alex just turns away, all dramatic, like, "I thought I'd feel good after wrecking you. But honestly, I just feel kinda pathetic right now." Alex looks at Victor with total disgust. "To ditch us for this sorry excuse for power. You're the one who abandoned Mom and me, remember?" As he says it, you can tell he's having a sad flashback. Victor throws a hand up, his eyes wide, and kinda stammers, "But that's how you got so ridiculously OP." Oh my god, that was the wrong thing to say. A vein literally pops on Alex's forehead like his last nerve just snapped. He glares at him. His voice is like a razor. "That's right, I got the Heavenly King's divine art that you were so thirsty for. So how's it feel, kneeling before your own son? Now, step down as leader and watch the difference between the power you chased and the power I actually have." Victor suddenly speaks up, "Being the boss ain't as easy as you think." Alex goes quiet for a beat. He looks down and tells this dude, Captain Evans, escort the former Times leader down to Jin Chan. The captain behind him hoists Victor up. "Yes, sir." Watching them walk away, Alex is thinking that he waited his whole life for this. But why do I feel so freaking empty? He looks around and literally everyone is bowing to him, chanting, "New leader, new leader." It's a whole scene. And that's when Master Chen decides to chime in. Things are getting pretty rowdy in the divine power territory. Huh. Alex's head whips around. He looks at Master Chen, totally shocked, and asks, "Sword King, what are you even doing here?" The old man just gives a chill little wave. "Oh, I've been hanging around for a while." Sensed a crazy strong demonic aura nearby. Looking at the dark aura just swirling around Alex, Master Chen thinks, "So this kid is the source of all this juice." Then he asks out loud, "So, I guess you're the new head honcho of the Divine Power Clan now?" Alex is like, "You saw the whole thing. Nothing to hide." "Yeah, I'm the clan leader now." Master Chen grins and says, "My bad for dropping in unannounced. Can I ask one more thing?" He leans in. "You messing with the demonic arts?" Alex gives him this cold smirk and asks back, "Do I have to answer that?" The sass is real. Master Chen just crosses his arms with a huge smile and says all casually, "Well, you're gonna marry my Jessica Chen anyway. I gotta know if you're on Team Demon Arts or Team Good Guy Arts so I can give the elders the rundown." Alex is stunned, like, "Huh?" Sam, standing next to him, is horrified. "Dad, you didn't even ask me." Alex breaks out in a cold sweat, stammering, "Why would I marry Miss Jessica Chen?" Then an angry Sam points a finger at him. "What? You got a problem with my Jessica?" The old man acts surprised. "You don't like her? She's perfect, just like me." Alex starts imagining his wedding with Jessica, and his face turns bright red. "I'm still in school." With that, he just turns his back to leave. Lol. "That's enough. If there's nothing else, please get out." Master Chen is just beaming with a huge smile. "Just kidding, just kidding." Teasing you kids is fun. Then he puts his hands on his hips and gets serious. For real though, I came here because I felt a weird demonic vibe and it's coming straight from you. And that also answers my question. Then, Master Chen just asks Alex straight up, "You're the Spear King, ranked 100th in the world, aren't you?" Alex turns back around and says, "It's a long story, let's talk inside." So they're inside the room, Alex is in a chair, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm the Spear King." Master Chen is so hyped, "I knew it was you." He's thinking to himself, to be ranked S-class, his whole body must be S-class. Master Chen continues, "The world rankings have been absolutely chaotic lately. One of them is you, Alex Lee, ranked 100 as the Spear King. The rest of the list is just a bunch of question marks." He stares hard at Alex and keeps going. "Me and the other top dogs believe that those question marks represent the outsiders, aka the otherworlders." "You know about the otherworlders?" Alex replies, then asks, "I do. Are they the ones who came from beyond the gates?" Master Chen snaps back immediately. "Exactly. Do you know why they're here?" Alex drops the tea. "They're looking for an artifact connected to the blood god." The old man is shocked. "Is that right? What else do you know?" Alex answers, "I also know that the otherworlders are hiding out with the Emperor King clan." Master Chen literally shoots up from his seat, completely shook. "The Emperor King clan? Are you serious?" "Yup." Alex laces his fingers together, all thoughtful. "Their leaders working with the otherworlders." The old man lowers his head, gritting his teeth. "So that's what's up. So that's why you went after them." "I had a feeling something was off, but I never imagined they were borrowing power from the otherworlders. I'll deal with their leader myself." Master Chen totally agrees, and then he asks, "Let's do it. Last question. Are you connected to the otherworlders?" Master Chen pointed out that his fighting style didn't come from any of the 15 Clan Alliance crews, like he somehow mashed up the techniques of the Heavenly Demon and the Flame Buddha. After a long pause, Alex's face gets super grim. "My mother was killed by an otherworlder. I got my revenge, or so I thought, but they staged her death. We're mortal enemies. My plan is to wipe every single one of them out." The old man stands up and apologizes for bringing up a painful memory. "In that case, I have a request." Master Chen holds out his hand and lays it all out. "Share your intel on the otherworlders with my iron-blooded sword clan and with the Harrisons over at the Divine Fist clan. Guys, what do you think you should do? Drop your advice in the comments, and don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe. They're tough, but our three families can totally cook up a plan to deal with them." The two then shook hands, a solid grip, and said at the same time, "Bet." Jason Miller just bowed his head as they left, saying, "I'll swing by for a proper visit next time." Chun Shik was all for it, saying, "You got it. As a clan leader, you've got mad respect from us." Both the father and son clasped his hands super formally. The old man congratulated him on taking over the Divine Power clan. As the two of them turned to bounce, Chun Shik didn't forget to flash this sly grin and added, "And hey, remember to give my boy Brandon Carter a look." John Seob, standing right next to him, just groaned, "So over it. Asterisk, phew." Asterisk, Jason Miller let out a huge sigh of relief watching them walk away, thinking, asterisk, whoa, the Sword King just spoke to me all formal like. Guess this whole clan leader thing is for real now. It's lit, asterisk. He glanced over his shoulder and called for his captain. Hyung Run dropped to one knee, all official, and answered, "Yes, clan leader." Jason Miller gave the order, "Lock it down. Nobody hears a peep about the Divine Power Zone. From now on, the fact that I'm the new leader has to stay on the absolute down low." He replied like a true soldier, "Crystal." Jason Miller just stared out, lost in thought. The Sword King's keeping his lips sealed, and we still don't know what those outsiders are plotting. Gotta stay low-key for now. And just like that, the plan was set. Then, bam. Fast forward to early morning at Westwood High in Austin, Texas, when this super urgent announcement blasts over the intercom. A super clear voice echoed across the whole campus. "Starting today, to kick off the new semester, we will be introducing our new teachers. And for the special class, your homeroom teacher is Jason Miller." Jason looked totally stunned, groaning inside. Asterisk. "Oh, shoot, the special class. I completely spaced on that." Asterisk. Inside the Westwood High Gymnasium, up on the stage, the principal gestured to four people. "It's awesome to see you all again. I am Chairman Han Min-sung. So, did everyone have a killer summer break?" His voice boomed. "To get this new semester rolling, I'd like to introduce a few new faces to our faculty." Down in the crowd, a bunch of students started whispering, "Yo, you seeing this?" They were all staring at Jason Miller, standing on stage with two other people. "Why the heck is Jason up there? No way he got invited to be a teacher or something, lol." Standing up there, he could not stop thinking. Asterisk, man, I seriously spaced on this whole special class thing. Asterisk, holding the mic. A girl named Haley Nash started introducing herself. Hey everyone, it's so great to meet all of you. I'm Haley Nash from the DJ group, Lunar Wave. After her, a monk-looking dude also stepped up. I am Brother Jonah, sent from the Song Temple Monastery. Following them, Jason Miller walked straight up to the podium. Grabbing the mic, he took a deep breath and was like, I'm Jason Miller. I've been appointed as the rep for the Divine Power Clan. But I'm pretty sure y'all already know who I am. Let's have a good year. Hearing Jason drop that title, a few kids in the crowd looked completely shook. For real? Jason is gonna be a teacher? Dude, isn't he on the same level as, like, Kevin Owens? Suddenly, the whole gym erupted. Their faces lit up with pure hype. Oh my god, we're gonna learn martial arts from a legend on Kevin Owens' level. This is insane. Their reaction just made Jason Miller more determined. Asterisk. That's right. If we're gonna throw down with John O'Connell's crew, these kids have to be strong. I'm gonna train them into absolute beasts. Asterisk. Seeing the auditorium get a little wild, Chairman Han Min Sung grabbed the mic to get their attention. All right, settle down, settle down. Not just anyone can get into Mr. Jason Miller's class. His next words made Brandon Carter and Alex Chen smirk. Only a select few, handpicked by him, will be allowed to join the special class. Over on the side, Chloe Park could not care less, just munching on a chocolate bar. Brianna gently nudged her. Chloe, you're not supposed to be eating in here. That announcement from the chairman totally crushed the other students' vibes. They knew it was coming. It was always going to be like this. Figures. Regular kids like us never stood a chance. To save time, Jason Miller just started reading from a list. All right then, I'll announce the students selected for the special class. Hearing his name called out, Chloe Park stayed totally chill, while others were buzzing with excitement. Brandon Carter. Chloe Park. Song. The next name made Alex Chen fist pump like he just won the lottery. Alex Chen. And the last person, someone nobody saw coming, was Hector. And finally, we've chosen Hector. Hearing his name called by Jason Miller, the crowd behind him was definitely throwing shade. What? The others were all in the top 8 of the National Martial Arts Championship, so why is Hector in there too? Their next words made him hang his head in shame. He's just been sucking up to Jason lately. It's obvious he got in because he knows somebody. Hector's reaction made Jason, still on stage, shut that down immediately. Yo, get your head up, Hector. He spread his arms wide, pointing right at him. You've got the raw talent to be ranked among the best in the entire country, and I'm going to help you unlock that potential. Then he quickly added, let's work hard together, okay? Praised by Jason, Hector's face turned bright red. Yes, sir. The next morning, Jason was already at the stadium super early. Guys, if you think Hector's gonna prove them all wrong, smash that like button. All the students of the special class were gathered on the field. Seeing the hat on Jason's head, Alex Chen asked, confused, Bro, what's with the drill sergeant hat? This ain't Fort Bragg. But he got shut down real quick when Jason pulled rank. Address me as your teacher. From a distance, a girl carrying a huge crate was introduced by Jason. Now, I'd like to introduce the assistant teacher for the special class, Miss Sarah Davis. A crate full of crazy heavy weights was dropped on the ground. He then told everyone, before we begin training, everyone put on the iron rings in front of you. Brandon Carter looked at the ring in his hand. Each one weighed about 220 pounds, for a grand total of 880 pounds. He just chuckled. Ugh, this is so not my aesthetic. Couldn't you have made them a little cuter, maybe in rose gold? His words made Jason sigh and force a smile as he explained, this is a dojo, not a runway, Brandon. All right, is everyone wearing them? Seeing the whole crew had put on the iron rings, he announced the big rule. Okay, from this moment on, we will seal everyone's internal energy. What? Chloe Park heard this and immediately freaked out, turning to Jason and demanding, hold up, what do you mean, seal our internal energy? He calmly tried to explain. It's exactly what it sounds like. From now on, all training will be done without using your internal energy. Seeing that everything was set, Jason looked at Miss Davis and said, Miss Davis, let's begin. Her whole vibe switched to fiery determination. All right, listen up, maggots. On the line. Hector and Brandon, already dripping sweat, shot forward like arrows, running like their lives depended on it. The special class's training, with their energy sealed, was straight up savage. Run 500 laps around the field while wearing 880 pounds of iron rings. Alex Chen raised his arm to block a training kick from Jason, who would randomly test their progress. They would spar with Jason after their internal energy was temporarily unsealed for a bit. If Jason thought they were improving, the weight of the rings would go up. Chloe Park, with her arm slung over his shoulder, was also getting some one-on-one coaching on some insane punching and kicking combos. The weight just kept getting crazier. It was now up to 3,500 pounds, like running with a freaking Toyota Tacoma strapped to your back. During the grueling physical training of the run, Brandon Carter and Chloe Park were still trying to one-up each other, obviously. This was only possible because the special class students had awakened bodies with literally superhuman physical abilities. Standing on the sidelines, chugging water, he was totally floored. Asterisk, dude, they're running like actual freaks of nature. Asterisk, he sighed, a little exasperated by their whole rivalry. Asterisk, are they seriously racing right now? Unbelievable. Asterisk, let me know in the comments who you're rooting for. Team Brandon or Team Chloe. All right, whatever, it's finally break time. But then, Jason's mentor, Master William, just pops up behind him, holding out a water bottle. Yo, kiddo. Hearing the old man, Jason whips his head around, like, sup. Master William just side-eyes Emily Thompson, who's still over there grinding out laps, and hits him with a warning. Bro, you sure you've thought this whole thing through for her? Especially times her asterisk. She looks like she's gonna have your head on a platter when this is all over. Jason, knowing the old man is stressing, just cracks this little smirk to chill him out. Speaking of which, I've been a total monster and haven't let Emily have a single piece of chocolate this whole time we've been training. I've been a teacher for a whole month now. Maybe it's time I dip. And bam, just like that, a blue status window materializes right in front of Jason. Anyway, he starts scrolling through the stats on the squad he's been whipping into shape. After a month of grinding with those insane bracelets, everyone's stamina is, like, through the ROF. Okay, so, Miss Jennifer Brown has clairvoyance, which is kinda cool, but totally useless in a throwdown. Brandon Carter, on the other hand, has absolutely nothing. Zip, nada. Over on the track, Brandon is handing a water bottle to Emily Thompson, but Jason's thinking this whole workout montage thing ain't gonna be enough to awaken a real trait. Drink up. Jason gets all pensive, you know, chin in his hand, big brain mode. It's time to take these kids to a real deal gate. So, night starts to fall. And not far from there, deep in some creepy woods outside Denver, inside this nasty cave, there's a dude just standing there, surrounded by a whole mess of bodies. Suddenly, some guy comes sprinting in, totally bugging out, and screams a report. Boss, the Emperor clan got hit. It was Jason Miller. And yo, the old man is looking big mad. This dude, Mr. Kevin Smith, runs up but stays at the entrance, his voice all shaky as he bows his head in shame. My bad, I just got back and heard the news. Unable to hide it, the boss man Kane's eyes are literally blazing fiery red. It's giving final boss vibes, for real. He just glares daggers at his subordinate, demanding, where are the bodies? Where are our guys buried? Mr. Kevin Smith starts sweating buckets, looking like he's about to pass out as he offers, I'll take you. A little later, behind the Emperor clan's mountain compound, the three of them arrive at the graves. Scared the old man wouldn't get it, he starts explaining super fast. Look, because of all the heat on us, we had to move quick. We couldn't even recover them, so we just buried the clothes they were wearing. Oof, that's rough, buddy. Kane suddenly demands to go to the Emperor clan's main headquarters, but Mr. Kevin Smith tries to pump the brakes on that idea. Dude, the press is swarming the area right now. It's a total circus. But does the old man listen? Nope. He ignores the super valid point and just starts walking forward anyway. I don't care. So the three of them walk down the stairs and straight into a freaking paparazzi flash mob waiting for them. Are they trying to escape? They're getting away. Kane hears all the shouts but just shoots them this silent, ice-cold look without saying a single word. Oh my god, this is about to be front-page news. I can feel it. He's completely surrounded by reporters, totally boxed in. But Kane keeps his cool, holds his head high, and drops this epic line for the media. This is the very ground my clan once stood on, and I am still standing in the same spot. But hold up, his tone completely flips. My Emperor clan was turned to ash and scattered to the wind. The second he finishes talking, Kane raises his hand and, oh my god, he just permanently cancels a reporter standing right next to him. The poor guy's head went flying, and the rest of the reporters absolutely lost their minds when they saw it. The Blade King is a murderer. Placing a hand, covered in, you know what, over his heart, the old man turns to look at this kid, Theo. Son, how's that power of yours feeling? The kid just opens his palm, a wicked, cocky grin spreading across his face. I'm about to lose it. I want to use it right now. Hearing his son, Kane's eyes turn blood red again, his voice just dripping with hype. Good. I'll let you run wild. We're going to Beverly Hills, where the Divine Power Clan is based. I'll find the most precious thing to that punk, Jason Miller, and I will tear it to pieces with my own hands, right in front of him. But wait, plot twist. Suddenly, from a distance, this guy in you walks over, slow clapping to get their attention. Staring at the psycho father-son duo, he speaks in this super pleased voice. Excellent. Looks like I got here just in time. That familiar face jogs Kane's memory. You? No way. Looking at the man in front of him, he recognizes him instantly. Inu just raises a hand like, chill, and gets right to the point of his visit. I have a proposal. Concerning Jason Miller. Standing there, Inu casually glances down at all the, recently separated people on the ground. You've made quite a flashy mess here. He then looks over at a reporter trying to bolt in the distance and just raises 2 fingers. Inu gives a light flick, and in a split second, poof, the guy's head just explodes into red mist. What? Seeing that insane level of power firsthand, Kane immediately pulls himself together and greets him all formally. I've heard a lot about you, Inu. It's an honor to finally meet you. Hearing this, Inu just turns his head and gives a small smirk back. I hear you were heading to Beverly Hills. Holding nothing back, Kane stands before Inu and just spills all the tea. That's right. That punk Jason Miller destroyed the Emperor clan, and I'll get my revenge, no matter what it takes. But Inu just hits him back with one simple question. How? Right now, all your Emperor clan members are laid up in hospital beds. The few who survive had their cores totally shattered and are also in the hospital. All your top execs are pushing up daisies. Inu's brow furrows as he lays out the most critical problem, and that's not even counting the mess you just made here. The major clans in the country will hear that the Blade King went on a rampage and started taking out reporters. I guarantee you might have gotten stronger, but can you really take on all of those clans at once? Kane immediately catches the vibe and shoots back with a question of his own. What are you getting at? Seeing that Kane is picking up what he's putting down, Inu doesn't waste any more time. His eyes get wide as he makes his offer. I'll lend you my power, but there's one condition. Meanwhile, back at the academy, inside a private office, Jason Miller stood before 5 people and dropped a bomb. The special class is going to the Red Mountain Gate. And this girl Haley could not stay seated. She shot up from her chair and slammed her hand on the table. The Red Mountain Gate. Isn't that a red rank gate? And it's an uncleared gate, too. Now, Jason remembers scouting the Red Mountain Gate all by himself. And you need a raid party of at least 100 fully fledged B rank awakened just to clear a red gate. So, the million-dollar question was, how could the special class possibly raid it alone? Jason, looking totally calm, just stated his case with confidence. That gate is exactly the kind of training the special class needs right now. Yeah, it was pretty clear she was not buying it. Then the chairwoman, Mina, chimes in. After thinking for a moment, she looked a little worried but agreed with the plan anyway. I trust Mr. Jason Miller. Let him cook. So, what do the other teachers think? When Haley heard that, she completely lost it and yelled, Chairwoman, are you seriously planning to send these students on a suicide mission? John, who was just sitting there, gave his 2 cents. We all know what Mr. Jason Miller is capable of, and he's made up his mind, so I don't have a problem with it. And just like that, one by one, the others agreed. I don't object either. Then let Mr. Jason Miller do what he wants. After watching her for a moment, you could tell Jason understood how she felt. So he quickly spoke up to try and calm Haley down immediately. Man, is this a good idea or a terrible one? Let me know in the comments, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more drama. Look, Miss Hayes, I totally get that you're looking out for the students, but you gotta trust me and my crew on this one. Seeing that he was dead serious, she wasn't about to argue, just letting out a sigh like, fine, you win. All right, I won't fight it, but shouldn't we at least get a permission slip from their parents? If anything goes sideways, Musico High is gonna get absolutely dragged on Twitter. Seeing everyone was still kinda nervous, Mason, the ideas guy, chimed in. Actually, I've got a wild idea for that. The next morning, Jason's squad rolls into school on North Clark Street in Chicago, looking like they own the place. His mind was just buzzing with the plan. And just like that, the special classes raid on the Red Mountain Gate was a go. For real this time. Okay, so get this, the Red Mountain Gate was a dungeon that usually needs a whole army of like 100 or more people to clear, and this special class was about to be the first to try it with just a handful of kids. He glanced up at the drone buzzing overhead. Yeah, that's probably why this gate. He flashed back to Mason's genius idea from yesterday. Chairman Mason Hand suggested live streaming the whole raid with a drone to, reassure the parents their kids were safe. But let's be real, it was a total publicity stunt for the special class. Low-key savage. Just thinking about it was giving Jason Miller major stress lines. The pressure was insane, dude. While some of the crew looked super hyped, the look on his face totally caught Julian's eye. A little later, they were standing in front of these massive, glowing mountains of actual lava. Wild. At the Red Mountain Gate, Jason, leading the charge, turned back to the squad. Listen up. We're inside the gate now. Stay sharp and move to the center point. You feel me? The whole crew seemed to get the memo. No questions asked. Bet. Ethan Moore and Emily Thompson used the new skills Jason taught them and zipped ahead to scout. Whoa, I feel way lighter than before. Is this from all that crazy training? Suddenly, his eyes went wide, spotting something way off in the distance. Staring them down was this super slick, modern-looking mansion. Is that a house inside the gate? No way. It looks sick. Ethan Moore couldn't even hide his shock. His jaw was literally on the floor as he looked around. Dude, it's really clean inside, too. Jason followed them in and was like, yup, this is the center point. The whole house filled with oohs and ahs. Oh my god, it even has a bathroom. This is awesome. Hearing everyone gassing it up, Jason's face got all red. I, had this built for you guys. So, you like it. Well, I didn't swing the hammer myself, I had my people handle it. Looking over at the girls, Jason told them to pick rooms. There's enough space for everyone, so just grab a room. Julian immediately shot his shot. Oh, bet. In that case, I call the room next to Jason's. But Emily Thompson shot him a glare that could literally freeze lava. Noticing Axel was still being quiet, Jason nudged him. Axel, you want this one? Go on, check it out. Once everyone was settled, Jason dropped another bomb. We're gonna be posted up in this gate for the next 2 weeks, so get ready. Across the room, Ethan Moore and Bree looked over and nodded. Got it. Much later, inside the ridiculously budgy house made for the crew, the whole squad was sitting on the floor, looking up at Jason as he laid down the law. This training session in the Red Gate will last for 2 weeks. Until it's over, we are not leaving this gate, no matter what. Sucking it up is the only way we clear this. Before anyone could even ask a question, he glanced at Captain Ryan Martinez. I'll let Captain Martinez take it from here. She stepped up and started explaining to the group. There's only one drill for you guys. It's called the teamwork drill. Captain Martinez's voice echoed in the huge room. To put it simply, it's teamwork training. Bree gave Emily Thompson a surprised look. Oh, teamwork. Groundbreaking. After she finished, Jason announced their opponent would be a shadow goblin, the Abyss of Night. Yikes. The second he finished, one of the guys literally leaped to his feet. What? Tyler Chen's face was dripping with sweat as he shook his head, totally bugging out. No way, man. You gotta be at least A rank to mess with that thing. It's a crazy strong monster, only they have a prayer. Jason frowned and clapped back. This is the only way to get stronger, fast. Didn't you come here ready to put your life on the line for this? Realizing he had a point, Tyler Chen stuttered. Well, yeah, you're right. But to stop wasting time, Jason just held out his hand. A glowing magic circle lit up at his feet. Before we take on the Abyss of Night, there's one thing you all need to learn, and that's the White Tiger Chain Formation. If you master this formation, you can totally clap the Abyss of Night even at your current level. Ethan Moore looked up, his eyes glued on Jason, and quickly piped up. The chain formation is the school's standard attack pattern, right? So is the White Tiger like a glow-up version? Captain Ryan Martinez, who was standing beside them, nodded and explained immediately. That's right, mister. Jason Miller looked at the original and created a whole new attack formation. First, I'll give a little demonstration. To kick off the training, she called out some names. Axel, Bree, Cody, and Noah, step up with your weapons, please. Captain Martinez already had a whole training plan ready for them. When I attack, the 3 of you around Axel just need to block my attacks. As soon as she finished, she literally leaped down from above, sword out, and went to work. A direct slash came right for Tyler Chen, who was just frozen on his knees. Without even giving him a second to breathe, Captain Martinez swung her sword for another attack. She even managed to parry the daggers flying in from the others behind her. It was insane. Watching the fight from the sidelines, Jason kept coaching his students. The key to the White Tiger chain is to never let up on the enemy. Constant pressure. Back in the fight, Captain Martinez gripped her sword and lunged at Bree. The second the attack stopped, the whole formation falls apart. Remember that. Then, she turned her focus to Axel, who was holding a defensive stance. The 3 of you pull the enemy's attention, and the person in the center finds an opening to land a critical hit. She made sure to look right at Axel. Your position is the most crucial one. Axel gave a quick nod. Yes, ma'am. Captain Ryan Martinez launched herself into the air, with Seth and Tyler Chen closing in on her. Suddenly, something caught her off guard. Seizing the moment, Axel's eyes widened as he leaped up, sword in hand, and landed a few hits on Captain Martinez before touching down. Sheesh. After his attack, he looked down, his expression super grim, thinking, I did it. Axel glanced over at her, positive he'd landed a solid hit on Captain Martinez. One strike. Captain Martinez had a tiny scratch on her face, and Jason brought her a healing potion. Here's a healing item. Thanks. He didn't forget to praise Axel, who was kneeling on the ground. That was excellent for your first try, dude. Hearing the praise, Axel's face turned beet red. Thank you. Seeing that the whole team was starting to get it, Jason turned and announced, all right, we're gonna keep grinding until dinner. When the sun sets, we'll have the real battle, so be prepared. Everyone facing him agreed without a moment's hesitation. Got it. And just like that, the team's real test was officially starting that night. Smash that like button if you think they're ready for this. Yo, so get this. Their first night at the Red Mountain Gate was finally here. And let me tell you, As soon as the sun went down, the whole place got spooky. We're talking gloomy blue shadows everywhere, sandwiched between these massive mountains and freaky glowing red rocks. Jason Miller was leading the squad, pack on, and he shoots this look back at Marcus Williams, while Brandon Carter is trailing right behind them. All right, y'all, it's getting dark, so watch your step, Jason says. But Ashley Williams, totally over it, whines, Jason, are we there yet? How much farther is this? But Jason just lifts a finger to his lips like a total boss. Shh, he whispers, and points off into the distance. Peep this. And bam, the Abyss Siren and its little minions are just chilling in midair. Marcus Williams was instantly mesmerized. Dude was totally bugging. Whoa, is that the Abyss Siren? It's not human, but damn, she's kinda hot. Brandon Carter, seeing his boy about to risk it all, jabs him in the ribs. Yo, dude, snap out of it. That's a monster, you weirdo. All their chatter made Jason Miller step in. Ayo, quiet down, he hissed. He reached back and slowly, dramatically, unzipped his backpack. And guess who pops out? Little Lamb. Okay, first things first, we gotta handle those shadow goblins. Jason gently puts the little guy on the ground, giving him a look like, you got this, champ. It's all on you, kid. Oof, the Abyss Siren's crew totally sensed something was up. They started sweating bullets. See, Lamb's whole vibe was to freeze him in their tracks. It's like, even with monsters, there's a serious pecking order, you know? A whole food chain of scary. And with that, Lamb just zooms forward, mouth wide open, ready to chow down. Bro, when a basic red tier monster sees a red tier boss like Lamb, they just totally glitch out. Can't move, can't think, nothing. So now, it's just the Abyss Siren left, squeezing its eyes shut, probably praying to the monster gods. What a total coward. Okay, now we hit the Abyss Siren. This was the moment. The whole crew swarmed it from every direction. Team 2, hit him with the white tiger chain formation, now. Danny Garcia was gripping his sword, just waiting for the green light, looking like a total anime protagonist. The time was perfect. He unleashed this insane slash right at the Abyss Siren, but nope, it blocked it. Can you believe it? The thing used its own rock-hard arm like a shield. Seeing their boss getting jumped, the minions Lamb had on lockdown started to get all fidgety and break free. Don't let them get anywhere near the Abyss Siren. Ah, crap. I can't move. Jason, watching from the outside like a coach, started yelling orders. When the enemy attacks, everyone except Danny, form up and play defense together. The squad immediately acknowledged the order. Roger that. Just like that, the four of them boxed in the Abyss Siren, not giving it a single inch of space. Then, the rest of the special class students just went to town on the Abyss Siren for 2 straight hours. Finally, Danny Garcia found its weak spot and landed a massive critical hit. Boom. After 2 whole hours, Danny saw his chance and slammed the Abyss Siren with his demon sword. And just like that, the special class took down the Abyss Siren on their very first try. That's insane. The sword in his hand just erupted in this brilliant blue light. It was a seriously spectacular sight. Drop a like if you think Danny is the GOAT. Jason Miller's face was a whole mood. He was totally shocked, teeth clenched. The demon sword. It's finally glowing. Just then, Master William pops up next to him like a ninja. Besides Heavenly Annihilation, it's the most powerful weapon on Earth, he said. But its full potential has been locked away, until now. Not too far away, Danny was just catching his breath after a job well done. Jason kind of thought out loud. So, does that mean the sword has finally accepted Danny as its owner? Master William nodded. That's what it looks like to me, kid. To give the team a break, he walked over to them. Let's set up camp for the night, maybe grab some pizza from that place on Main Street. You all did amazing, Master William said. Leave the rest of this mess to me and Jason. Then Jason leans in and whispers, you guys see what's coming, right? There are 9 more trials waiting for us. Marcus Williams was absolutely floored. Dude, are you serious? But we just beat the Abyss Siren. 9 more trials. What are you even talking about? Seeing everyone's panicked faces, Jason lowered his voice and explained. Come on, guys. A gate this massive all the way out here near Boulder, Colorado. You think it's just gonna have one boss? The intel says there are 9 more of them. The groans were so loud. No way. I'm literally going to die. Jason just cut them off. Stop your whining, let's head back to base. And, the whole time, a little floating camera was recording everything. Spooky, right? Who do you think is watching? Let me know in the comments. So, cut to some fancy room somewhere. Chairman Myung is sitting there, watching Danny on a huge monitor. He looks over at Secretary Ju, who's sitting across from him, and asks, Secretary Ju, did they really just take down a red tier monster? She just nods. All business. It would appear so, sir. Secretary Ju starts pulling up the deets on Danny Garcia, the kid on the screen with the sword, a B-rank awaken who defeated a red tier monster. Sir, this has literally never happened before. The student with the large sword is Danny Garcia. He's a freshman. Chairman Myung was stroking his chin, looking super surprised but also kind of worried. That's the kid who's always hanging around Jason Miller. I never thought much of him, but that sword style. It looks like it's from the Imperial clan. The way he wields that blade. It just kept replaying in his mind. It was kind of similar, but way more powerful than the moves the Sword King used to pull. That has to be the Imperial Blade King's art, he muttered. The one the Blade King has been searching for everywhere. Hearing this, Secretary Ju, holding a tablet with Danny's file, basically gasped. Sir, if Danny has really mastered that technique, what does that mean? Chairman Myung turned to her, looking grave. If the Blade King is still alive, then I'm afraid Danny Garcia's life is in serious danger. Suddenly, Ju's eyes went wide as she stared at the screen. Sir, she yelled. Breaking news. The Blade King. Chairman, look at this. The latest update made Myung's jaw hit the floor. The Blade King has appeared in Long Beach, California. And oh my god, the scene cuts back to Long Beach, and there's just a crowd of people on the ground, all victims of Kangu's blade. It's a total nightmare. Kangu, the Blade King, is just surveying the chaos with this sick smirk, looking so proud of himself. From way up high, the whole city looked like it was drowning in fire and panic. I've done all this, he sneered, and the divine force still won't show its face. Hey, maybe there really has been a shakeup inside their ranks lately. The monsters he controlled were just wrecking shop all over the streets. I didn't even need to borrow troops from Inju, he bragged. This was all too easy. And not far away, on a giant screen on a skyscraper in downtown L.A., a news anchor was giving a frantic update. We're live on the scene where the Blade King's forces are randomly attacking civilians. Awaken have been dispatched from the Divine Force and the alliance of 15 families, but reports say they've also taken heavy casualties. Watching this, Taeho looked over at his father and couldn't help but question Inju's motives. But why would Inju even lend us his forces? He asked. Shinhang was just as confused. Who the hell knows what that snake is plotting? The Blade King put on a serious face, staring off into the distance, and reassured the guy next to him. All you need to worry about is getting to the Divine Force and absolutely crushing that little punk Jason Miller and his entire family. Inju gave us this golden opportunity. Let's move out and smash the Divine Force. But just as he finished his big villain speech, a voice cut through the chaos. Hey, Kangu, who did you say you're gonna smash? And the one talking smack to the Blade King was none other than Jason Miller's dad, Mr. Miller. But to do that, he said, stepping out of the smoke, you'll have to get through this old man first. Seeing him, Kangu just turned around with a nasty laugh. Well, look what the cat dragged in. The leader of the Divine Force himself came out to greet me. It's funny you should show up, Kangu mocked. I was just on my way to your place for a little chat. You know, your son owes my family a little something. Hearing this, Mr. Miller just gave this condescending smile. Please forgive him. The kid's just going through a rebellious phase. You know how it is. Ouch. The shade. Behind him, his right-hand man asked nervously, Sir, have you been able to reach Jason? The report came back instantly. He's not responding, sir. The man's face was covered in sweat. Mr. Miller gritted his teeth and gave a final order. He must still be inside that gate. Get a hold of Musago, now. Oh my god, you guys, what's gonna happen? Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Hyun bolts over to John Mew, claps a hand on his shoulder and is like, Yo, let the Heavenly King's squad handle this mess. Bro's face was dead serious, no games. He looks John Mew right in the eye and goes, We'll hold him off. Buy time until Jason Miller gets back. Just promise me you'll stay safe, man. And seeing that ride or die attitude, what could he do? John Mew had to trust Hyun with everything. Meanwhile, across the way, this cocky dude Taeho looks at his dad, Kang-gu, and is all, Dad, can I take the first shot? Lol, you could totally see the old man pause for a sec. Taeho's like, So, can I? With this smug little smirk, his face just screaming arrogance. Then he's like, Duh, of course I can. I want to see just how much of a beast I've become. Seeing his son acting all high and mighty, Kang-gu just sighs and decides to let him have a go. Probably just to see what he's really made of. Fine, whatever, I'll allow it, Kang-gu says. But you better remember, you have to take out the divine authority. No excuses. The second he gets the green light, whoosh, Taeho whips out his sword and zips forward like he's on speed dial. I know, he mutters, then raises his sword and brings it down hard on Hyun. But bam! Hyun, who was blocking his path, just smoothly dodges it. Matrix-level stuff, y'all. Taeho yanks his sword back, frowning a little but also rocking this psycho-excited grin. Long time no see, buddy. So cringe. Hyun, the divine authority, just scowls back, totally annoyed by this dude's whole vibe. Really? You think this is the time for a friendly catch-up? He says, crouching down and giving Taeho the ultimate death stare. So, are we calling this what it is? The sovereign declaring war on the divine power? Hume asks. And get this, Taeho just scoffs. You call times this, times a war? And right then, this massive monster pops up behind him, mouth wide open, looking like it's ready for an all-you-can-eat human buffet. Freaky. See, Taeho gloats. The divine power already took the L before we even started. Not going to lie, the whole scene had Hyun a little shook. What is up with these monsters? They totally came from inside the gate, and while Hyun's distracted, bam, Taeho lunges at him with a cheap shot surprise attack. Not cool, dude. Sovereign, you guys got an assist from someone, didn't you? Hyun yells, dodging. You already know the answer to that, don't you? That sneak attack totally startled Hyun, his mind going a million miles an hour. He's thinking. Okay, deep breaths. Time to unleash the power that Jason Miller trained me to have, piece by piece. He gets his cool back real quick, crouches down, and starts channeling his energy, hand raised like a total boss. I'm the shield of the divine power in this messed up war, the sovereign started. He thinks, and I'm about to give it everything I've got. Let's go. Kang-goo's just watching from the sidelines, looking super confused about where this power is coming from. He's like, wait, that's the Heavenly King's divine art. Then it's like a light bulb goes off. His eyes bug out, veins poppin' and everything. No, wait a minute. Could that be the times, Supreme Times Heavenly King's divine art? Oh my god, the plot thickens. Kang-goo immediately starts screaming at his son, Taeho, be careful. Stop being so cocky. But Taeho's just like, chill, dad, I got this. And even while he's throwing hands, Hyun is still the best team captain, shouting to the Heavenly King's squad, wipe out anyone attacking the divine power. Let's go. Just a few yards away, Hyun's whole crew is busy fighting off these gnarly monsters. But back with our boy, the main event is about to go down. It's a total showdown between Hyun and that jerk Taeho, right there at the 15 Clan Alliance HQ on Park Avenue. The drama is real, you guys. So, picture this. All the big shots from the clans are sitting around this huge meeting table. Jig is resting his chin on his hand, looking stressed AF, and asks the room, so, what's the game plan, people? Then some dude chimes in with an idea. Okay, so the Tao King is on a major killing spree. Shouldn't we just, kick him out of the alliance? Then bam, someone else slams the table, totally fed up. And what is the deal with these monsters? On the big screen, the news is blowing up about monsters running wild in downtown Chicago. They're supposed to be inside the gate, so why are they out here having a block party? Thank God Shin-jiga evacuated all the civilians, someone says. If it wasn't for him, this would be a million times worse. And they're talking about Shin-jiga, the leader of the Huey World Squad. Jiga, who's right there at the table, just gives this awkward little laugh, trying to play it cool. Oh, you guys are exaggerating. But then, out of nowhere, someone at the table just loses it. He slams his hand on the table, totally pissed. This guy, representing his clan, gets right in Jiga's face. So what now? Are you telling me we're just gonna sit on our butts and watch this dumpster fire? And get this, it's back John Seo of the Iron Blood Sword clan. Talk about intense. Before Jiga can even say a word, this dude Jigong from across the table jumps in. Look, the four great clans are one thing, but if weak sauce clans like us tick off the Tao King, you could just see John Seo's face drop. He's totally thinking, are you kidding me? These cowards are in the 15 Clan Alliance? Seriously. Unfreaking believable. He grinds his teeth and just lets them have it. Is that really all you can say? How pathetic is that? But oh no, he wasn't done. John Seo looks every single one of them in the eye and just roasts them. No filter. Right now, the damage is just racking up, and who knows how long the Divine Power clan can even last. He yells. Jigong, trying to keep everyone calm, starts explaining. Look, it's not that we don't want times to help the Divine Power clan, but his face is all pale and sweaty, and he says super quietly, it's just, the Divine Power has Jason Miller, right? They don't need us messing things up. And then, boom, the door gets kicked open, and this guy just struts in. And oh my god, everyone knew exactly who it was. It's the Sword King, Shun-sik. He frowns and booms, you're all just sitting in here wasting oxygen. The old man points a finger right at them and demands, do you have any clue how many people are dying out there right now? Preach. Chun-sik's words totally shame them into this awkward silence. This right here is why people can't stand the clans. Because you cowards only care about saving your own necks. Their whole vibe just made the old man snap, and he just roared at them. If you're supposed to be warriors, then act like it. Don't you know what you should be doing right now? Chun-sik gives his son, John Seo, a look, and John Seo is on his feet in a second. Yes, father. Without saying anything else, the old man just turns to leave. He looks back at John Seo and is like, "What are you waiting for? Let's go protect the people." John Seo hustles right after him. Yes. And just like that, the absolute legends, Chun Sik and his son, bounce from that train wreck of a meeting, totally disgusted. What a disgrace. Okay, back to the rooftop fight in Miami. The battle between Hyun and Tae-ho is getting super intense. From the side, Kang-gu is watching, actually impressed. Whoa, he's keeping up with Tae-ho? Not bad, not bad at all. But then, his eyes dart to the side like he sensed something coming. It's John Moo. He charges in, sword ready, to take on Kang-gu. Dude, seriously? Your guys are out here fighting their hearts out for you, and you don't even care about your own life. And of course, the old man couldn't resist throwing some shade at Hyun, who's busy fighting his son. That punk seems to have picked up some weird new moves, Kang-gu sneers, but he's still no match for my Tae-ho. But John Moo just smiles, cool as a cucumber, clearly still believing in Hyun. He claps back. Aren't you the one using some weird martial art? Ooh, burn. Then he grabs Kang-gu by the collar, getting all up in his personal space. This dark energy swirling all around you. What is it? Some kind of demonic art you picked up from the Sumerian lowlifes? Hearing that, Kang-gu just straight up denies it. Demonic arts? You think I'm some moron who'd mess with that junk? John Moo doesn't even say anything back. He just swings his sword hard at the old man. You're gonna deny it? He keeps his eyes locked on Kang-gu, totally convinced he's right. You didn't just trespass on divine power turf at 101 Main Street, but you also brought these freaky monsters with you. You've definitely teamed up with outsiders. The old man just roars back, veins popping on his neck, totally furious. He retorts, if you think this is some basic demonic power, then you're even more clueless than I thought. OOF. You guys, what do you think this power is? Drop your theories in the comments and don't forget to smash that like button. Yo, just as the sword was about to drop, Brandon Carter straight up ghosted right in front of Robert Harrison. Like, poof, vanished. Robert was shook, like, what the fuck just happened? Turns out, it was the old dude's teleport trick. Then, out of nowhere, bam. Brandon Carter comes flying down from the sky, slamming a giant glowy red fist right into Robert. He's like, nah, you gotta figure that out on your own, my dude. Meanwhile, back inside the Red Mountain Gate, Ashley Williams and Hanju had just wrapped up their battle. You know the vibe, blue system windows pop up, dishing out points like candy. But get this, instead of checking his score, Jason Miller is just standing there, spacing out completely. A few feet away, there's this monster that looks like a freaking giant beetle, just knocked out cold on the floor. Jason's probably thinking, man, this is like our millionth raid into this silent abyss. This better be the last run inside this gate, for real. So, Jason Miller looks over at his crew of students and yells, has anyone here still not powered up yet? Anyone still a normie? And this one kid, Hudson, looking hella sad, slowly raises his hand. That would be me. Jason just puts his hands on his hips, looking at him like he's grown a second head. Bro, how are you fat unlucky? Oop, and Hudson claps back instantly. Probably because my teacher sucks. Laugh my ass off. Can you believe the shade? Hearing his own student diss him like that, Jason Miller just gives this chill little smile and starts to walk away. Guess it's better if you never get powers, then. And Hudson is just floored by that comeback, totally speechless. Hudson's like, wait, you're just gonna dip on your student like that? Hearing that, Jason whips back around to put him in his place. Dip on you? Nah, fam. Just make sure you times don't dip when the training gets real. Then he shouts to the rest of the crew, who are all covered in mud. All right, let's head back to base. Get some rest and be ready for round 2. Roger that. Then, all of a sudden, this drone that's been recording them this whole time starts talking. Instructor Jason Miller. Instructor Jason Miller, please check your messages immediately. And yo, Ashley Williams sees this and is like, completely shook. She's like, wait, that drone gets Wi-Fi? Jason snatches the drone out of the air and holds it right up to his face, spinning the camera around. A news report flashes on its little screen. Breaking news. The Blade King has been spotted in Oakland, California, with a whole army of monsters. The current estimated casualty count is... Oh my god, Ashley Williams immediately remembers, wait, the Divine Power Clan is based in Oakland. He so glances over at Jason, but he's dead silent. He's just staring at the screen with this creepy, ice-cold smile creeping across his face. Y'all, this is getting juicy. Jason's just whispering. So this is how you want to play, huh? Then, on the screen, a picture of his DAD, Robert Harrison, pops up, and a voice comes through. Instructor Jason Miller, you there? Instructor Miller, the more I thought about it, the more I knew I had to call and spill the tea. The Divine Power Clan and all the powered-up people from every family are currently. Instructor Jason Miller, if you can hear me, Please say something. Seeing his dad's face, Jason's eyes go wide with panic. He quickly answers the call, then looks over at Kenji. Chairman, I'm here. Thanks for the heads up. She totally gets the vibe and just nods at him. You need to go. Jason, holding this thing called Lam Lam, gives his final orders to the squad. All right, guys, I gotta bounce for a bit. Keep the students training right here. As long as Lam Lam is around, the monsters won't even think about coming close. But seeing him about to leave by himself, a super worried Ashley Williams clenches her fists. Jason, I'm coming with you. And Danny Garcia, standing right next to her, chimes in, wanting to help Jason too. I'm way stronger now. I won't slow you down, for real. Let me have your back. Man, he was feeling the love, but he had to shut them down. I appreciate it, for real guys, but I got this. Class ain't dismissed yet. The training continues, even without me. And just like that, poof. Jason Miller dips from the Red Mountain Gate all by himself, leaving the students in the dust. He's thinking, this fight is personal. I gotta handle this solo. Then he activates his speed, skill, and starts parkouring across rooftops like a total beast. Jason could feel this insane power, like purple auras just swirling all over the place. The whole area was just flooded with this dark, demonic energy. He's like, whoa, a vibe this intense. Gotta be S-rank level. And as he's flying through it, the pieces start clicking into place. Oh, I get it now. That explains why he's been radio silent. Jason Miller just keeps booking it, going deeper into downtown Oakland. He can feel two massive energies just battling it out, non-stop. One was the Blade King's, and the other? Oh my god, it was his dad's. A second later, he lands on a rooftop and looks down at the street, probably somewhere like Elm Street. It's totally empty except for Brandon Carter and his dad, Robert Harrison, who's collapsed on the pavement. His dad is all kinds of messed up, covered in cuts, and Jason just thinks, this is about to be over. Standing over him, that old jerk Brandon Carter has this super smug look on his face and starts running his mouth. Hey, bro-in-law, looks like all that time in the gym was a total waste, huh? Robert Harrison is clutching his chest, realizing something seriously wrong. My body. I can't move. Dude's got blood coming from his nose and mouth. He glares up at Brandon Carter and demands, What? What did you do to me? Hearing that, the old man just holds up his hand, which is glowing with this creepy red smoke, and says all innocently, Me? I didn't do nothing. See, bro-in-law, this is some next-level demonic power. There's a reason I ditched the old-school imperial arts for this stuff. Brandon Carter then starts bragging to Robert Harrison about how he's gonna get got. I'm gonna make sure you go out as slow and painfully as I can. But Robert, just pinching his bloody nose, stays totally chill. He's just like, bet, because my son is gonna absolutely smoke you long before that happens. Brandon Carter grits his teeth, having no clue that Jason Miller is charging in from behind with a freaking spear. His son? Yup, and Jason is raising that spear, ready to end this dude's whole career. Brandon Carter glances back. Stop right there. Hearing that, Jason freezes mid-attack. Seizing the moment, Brandon screams at Jason. You take one more step, and your dad is toast. But Jason just ignores him and raises his spear anyway. The absolute nerve. Oh, for real? In that case. Zap! A massive energy blast shoots right at Chad Wilson. He had zero time to dodge and gets slammed into a wall. Totally blindsided, he screams at Jason. Jason Miller, you son of a biscuit. You actually hit me. Then Hune and another guy run over to Jason's side. Young master, captain. Seeing his crew, Jason cracks a small smile. Y'all held it down this long. Good job. My bad. I'm a little late to the party. I'm leaving the rest of these chump monsters and the evac to you too. And Hyun's eyes are just filled with total trust in his boss. Got it. I knew you'd show up. Brandon Carter looks over at his injured son, all worried, yelling his name. Chad Wilson. Miss Jennifer Brown runs over to help him up. Let me get you patched up, miss. Brown looks at Chad's injuries and literally gasps. Your arm. Chad looks down at his own arm, which is all messed up and bloody. Yeah, pretty sure it's broken from that cheap shot. That damn Jason Miller. Brandon Carter shoots a death stare at Jason and growls, Hey, punk. You see your dad lying right here under my foot? Jason just smirks right back at him. Then come over here and try me. In a split second, his face turns deadly serious. But if you do, I promise I'll wipe out every single member of your little empire who's here, and that includes you. The old dude stomps hard on Robert Harrison's chest, making him scream in pain. Oof, that's gotta hurt. All right, let's see how much of this you can take. He pushes his foot down even harder, making Robert Harrison spit up a ton of blood. That old creep's face is just full of sick pleasure. I already wrecked your dad's power source, so what are you gonna? Brandon Carter stops, completely shocked by the look on Jason's face. Wait, are you smiling? Brandon Carter is hella confused by what Jason's doing. You took off the ring. Jason just looks back at him with this ice-cold grin. I'll play whatever game you want, old man. His dad warns him, Jason, be careful. Don't let that power consume you. Y'all, smash that like button because it's about to go down. Let me know in the comments what you think is in that ring. So Jason Miller just reaches for Chad Wilson, and bam. Bro, Chad totally loses it. Can't even control his own body, and starts screaming in pure terror, like, my body. Then Jason just lifts him up into the air. Chad's eyes are bugging out with pure, uncut panic. Jason hits him with this ice-cold stare and is like, if you want to be mad at someone, be mad at your washed-up old man. So Chad screams at his dad, Dad, help me. But the old man is just standing there, completely shook, with his jaw on the floor. So Chad is just laying there on the ground, not moving. Jason speaks up, Yo, chill. I didn't send him to the Shadow Realm, yet. I just wanted to make sure his hands were totally wrecked. You know how they say a swordsman's whole career is in his hands, right? Well, you messed up my dad's energy core, so I guess this makes us even. Hearing that, Chad's dad completely loses his cool and swings his sword at Jason. The old man goes berserk, charging and screaming, I'm gonna end you. He raises his blade way up, yelling, Everyone you've ever known, I'll slice him into a million pieces. And with that, he unleashes his ultimate move, swinging hard at Jason. But then he looks and yells, he's gone. The slash creates this massive shockwave, like a huge explosion going off on the 405 freeway. Marcus Williams is over here frowning, just watching the whole thing go down. That level of insane power. Bro, that's impossible unless he's an S rank, awakened, for real. Two other dudes are just staring, completely stunned. That's not human. Is the clan head gonna be okay? Amid all the yelling, our boy Jason is struggling to block the old man's crazy attack. He's gritting his teeth, thinking, the Sword King. While he was laying low, he must have powered up like crazy. To fight this dude, I'm gonna need more of that heavenly annihilation juice. Master William calls out to Jason, all worried. My student, I know. Another slash comes flying at him, but he dodges it like it's nothing. The old man warns him again, be careful, don't let that heavenly annihilation thing take you over. Jason snaps back, I said, I already know, master. After that, he looks over at the old dude with a smirk. You were talking a whole lot of trash, is that all you got? Oof, the old man gets so ticked off and raises his sword again. You, a piece of trash, like you dares to throw hands with me? Such an arrogant punk. His sword does this crazy thing where it looks like 100 blades, but Jason's voice is totally calm. You should only say stuff like that when you're actually stronger than the other guy. Then, this freaky power starts radiating from Jason. Feeling that aura, Chad's dad breaks out in a cold sweat. This energy. This ain't just a piece of the heavenly annihilation. This is the real deal, the primordial divine art. The vibe from this thing is dominating the whole area. He roars at Jason. You act so righteous, but you've been messing with demonic arts yourself. Jason just raises his voice. Demonic arts? You serious? Jason just laughs out loud. Man, if my master heard that, he'd be on my case for a week. And poof, Master William just appears next to him, demanding, What was that? Demonic arts? Student, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and wreck that dude. So Jason starts whipping up a mist around the old man. Welp, guess my master heard that after all. The old man's eyes are bulging. I'm supposed to dodge this? He's gritting his teeth and cursing. Dang it. I'm trapped in this fog he cooked up. I can't dip. Then Jason roars, Infinite Void Art. And boom, the old man takes a massive hit. Chad's dad gets sent flying and slammed hard into a wall. He coughs up a mouthful of blood, completely in disbelief. Everyone's just staring, dazed. In like half a second, the morale of the whole crowd just skyrockets. The clan head is fighting for us. Let's do our part and beat these monsters. Let's protect our turf. Jason looks down as the old man struggles to get up. Did you really roll up to our home base just to get dropped like this? The old man grips his sword and stammers. How is this possible? I'm an S rank. How can I lose to a punk like you? The old guy watches in total terror as Jason's hand gets closer to his face. Want to hear something really fun? Jason says while grabbing the old man's throat. You're not the only one who knows how to drain people's life force. As he finishes talking, all you can hear are the old man's agonizing screams. A little system message pops up, like a game notification. You have absorbed a fragment of Ponji. The points required to unlock Ponji have been reduced to 250,000. Jason looks coldly at the sharp aura glowing in his hand. Just what I thought. Seeing this absolutely wild scene, the old man stammers and points at Jason. That's the demonic art that sucks your life force. Why? Why would you attack the Overlord? You're on our side. Jason just raises an eyebrow like he just heard the dumbest joke on the planet. On your side? Chad's dad completely loses it and screams. Didn't Dune give you that demonic art? That means you're a follower of the Overlord. Just like me. Jason shoots him a look of pure disgust. So that's the chump pulling your strings. Huh. The old man looks like he's about to have a full-on meltdown. You dare disrespect me. Jason, Jason, I'm going to end you. Even if I have to sell my soul to the devil, I'll tear you to pieces. Jason just asks him, I bet that's exactly how the people you murdered felt. They were helpless, dude. They couldn't do anything but suffer and beg for their lives. His eyes are just filled with burning hatred. Did you show them any mercy back then? The old man is just trembling, not saying a word. Jason waves his hand, summoning a freaking black dragon. I'm just doing the same thing you did, protecting my family, just like you. The old man stammers pathetically, no, I don't want this. Jason summons the black dragon and sends it charging straight at him. Everyone just watches this bizarre scene in total shock. The monsters are retreating. Mr. Kevin Smith is stunned. How is that even possible? He looks for Jason's silhouette in the distance. He had completely vanished. For a split second, his gaze locks with the red flames in Jason's eyes. Jason, what the hell did you do? Mr. Smith then realizes Jason is staring right back at him. He glances over at Chad Wilson, who is still completely knocked out. Man, this is so not good. Jason, that absolute monster, actually put his hands on him. We gotta find a way to get out of here, like, right now. Before Mr. Smith could even make a move, Jason charges straight at him with a spear. He took him down in a single hit. While Marcus Williams is still in a daze, someone next to him speaks up. The monsters are starting to fall back. In this super weird atmosphere, Marcus walks up to Jason. Sir, he happily puts a hand on his shoulder. Sir, clan head, it's all over now, my dude. He looks on in shock as Jason suddenly spins around and lifts Marcus into the air with one hand. Clan head, Master William is watching from the side. Oh no, this kid is about to get consumed by the heavenly annihilation. Master William yells right in Jason's ear. You idiot, don't you dare embarrass me. Stop this right now. Looking at the strange new scenery, Jason is totally confused. Master, where am I? I swear I just heard my master's voice. Then, all of a sudden, an arm reaches out. Someone calls out to him. We finally meet. Jason turns around and sees another version of himself just standing there. You know me? The other him replies in this deep voice. I know you very well. How do you know that? Because I am you, and you are me. That confusing answer just made Jason even more curious. What the heck? The other Jason smirks and answers. I am the huge desire that's hidden deep inside you. He reaches his hand out toward him. Your destiny is to walk with me forever. Let's go paint this town red together. What do you say? Jason replies coldly. I know who you are. You're the heavenly annihilation, right? I gotta say, I thought you'd be more intimidating, but you're actually kinda lame. He looks up with total disdain. Are you saying my drive for respect, power, or money is all because of you? That would actually be a huge pain in the butt. Jason Miller just cocks his head to the side, all casual like, dude. Master William would literally ground me for life for getting distracted. Hearing this, the whole dark and mysterious vibe of the shadow clone thing in front of him just evaporates. It's like, distracted? Bro, are you serious? I am destruction. I'm what happens when a demon gets hangry. The shadow clone roared, I know you're not easy to shake, so now I'm gonna take over your mind and your body. Let's do this. Together. And, oh my god, Jason's words made his own evil twin just short circuit. Like, record scratch, freeze frame. Wait, what? Did you not hear me? I said, let's team up, my dude. And as he said it, he holds out his hand, leaving his edgy doppelganger totally shook. The clone is like, but, didn't you just say this was trouble? Jason just scratches his head. Oh, it's major trouble. Like, if he finds out, I am so not looking forward to disappointing my master. And just like that, the whole vibe chills out, and they both just plop down on the ground. The evil twin asks, you mean that old god of war guy? Why are you so obsessed with that geezer? From what I've seen, he's always putting you through the ringer. But Jason just lets out a small laugh. That's because he actually cares about me, man. You have no idea how scary it is when someone just doesn't care at all, do you? The shadow clone turns his back, all dramatic, muttering, how would I know? I'm always the main character. And oh my god, Jason looks at him and raises an eyebrow. Bro, do you have a crush on my master or something? The clone scowls. That's why you're hating on him. If you'd ever been straight up ghosted for whole years, you would not be talking like that. Suddenly, the Annihilator gets all lost in a memory. Master William was the first person who ever even saw me. I might not get what you mean by indifference, but trust me, I know exactly what loneliness feels like. Hearing this whole villain backstory confession, Jason just smirks. Is that a fact? You know, I think we're gonna get along just fine. But the clone is like, nah, you're different from me. Jason fires back, how are we different? And holds his hand out to his other self. If you're lonely right now, I can hang with you. The Annihilator is super skeptical, like, dude, you know I'm a savage beast who's literally obsessed with unaliving people, right? So why in the world would you team up with me? Jason gets to his feet and says, dead serious, because I want to follow my master's path, and that path requires some serious, off-the-charts power. His face was 100% serious. Even in that last epic showdown, without your juice, how could I have ever beaten the Tao King? I'm telling you, we won because we were a team. And the evil twin is like, so, you're just like me, then. And he finally agrees. Fine. Let's see you try to handle this body. Jason's like, oh, I'm pretty confident I can handle you. The two hands get closer. Space itself starts to warp, and Jason's vision goes all blurry before he snaps back to reality. Talk about a cliffhanger. So, the first thing Jason sees when he comes to is that he's still holding Hyun up in the air. Whoops, Chief Hyun. He bows his head. My bad, dude. I guess I kinda lost control there for a sec. Hyun just waves a hand, trying to play it cool like he's fine. It's nothing, man. I'll just chalk this up to punishment for not getting this mess sorted before the boss got back. And y'all, the whole place was an absolute disaster zone after Jason wrecked the Tao King. All the monsters just poofed away, but legit, there were a lot of casualties. What about the Tao King's crew? Chad Wilson was barely hanging on, and as for Kim B, following Hyun's gaze, Jason saw Kim B just lying there, not moving. And Jason just went completely silent. Jason's thinking. Attacked by the Annihilator. I don't remember taking him out. Did that happen when my evil twin took the driver's seat? He makes a mental note. Okay, yeah, gotta keep the ring on from now on. Then he snaps into action. What are you all standing around for? Let's go. Clear the area and save whoever we can. And bam. Master William just pops up out of nowhere, asking Jason Miller, yo, you back in the real world yet? And Jason's like, Master, was that you calling my name? I swear I heard your voice. Master William leans in, all serious. Yeah. When my star pupil is about to get body snatched by that asterisk thing asterisk, you better believe I'm gonna drag that punk out. Jason just grins and looks up. Oh, if you mean the Annihilator, don't worry, we squashed the beef. Master William cocks his head. Well, seeing that system notification popping up in front of you, I guess that's true. And Jason is just staring, completely floored, at the pop-up. It's like a video game achievement unlocked. You have subjugated the Annihilator. Reward, 10 million contribution points. What? The Annihilator has changed the nature of the primordial divine art. Ultimate reward, infinite supreme energy. Jason's just trying to process this insane loot drop. Infinite, supreme, energy, Jason mutters. Master William is sizing him up from the side. Like, but real talk, now that you've tamed that thing, your internal energy feels way more stable. It's even stronger, right? Did the primordial divine art just hit 8 stars or something? But that killer instinct is still buzzing inside you, kid. The Ring of Genesis is helping a ton, but maybe it's time you took a little trip to the Gate of Chaos. Jason has absolutely no clue what he's talking about. Meanwhile, looking down at the destroyed city from some penthouse in Manhattan, a mystery voice says, Sumi, you were right. Indy glances over, looking hella sus. That Jason Miller kid really is the God of War's student. This is getting dangerous. Then Indy asks Sumi, how's that heaven-defying formation coming along? Thanks to the Tao King causing a massive distraction, Sumi says. A powerful formation that literally flips off the heavens, meant to control fate itself. The voice is so chill, even with all the chaos below. The conditions are met, we're good to go. And in front of them is this freaky magic circle, just waiting. Right now, it's only had a little snack, so it's still kinda small, but it'll get bigger over time. Get this, you guys, they've set up this heaven-defying formation right on Michigan Avenue in Chicago, getting ready to summon the Jade God and the Heavenly Lord into our world. Indy gets this totally wicked grin. Everything is going according to plan. But back with our boy Jason, he seems to feel something's off. He looks up at a skyscraper, like the Willis Tower, then turns to Master William. Hey, you know about those oceal things popping up out in rural Nevada, right? Master William gets closer to whisper yell. You mean those freaky blood demon-looking things? I heard some dude named Indy is pulling the strings. What in the world are those clowns plotting? Oh yeah, Master William definitely knows something's up. Maybe their prep work is already done. It's nothing. I just have a super bad feeling about this. Jason says, all serious. We need to call a major clan meeting. Like, yesterday. So a few days after the Tao King's Little Chicago rampage, all the clans were sent in to rescue people and set up shelters. The Tao King's attack left countless civilians hurt or worse. Everyone was mourning, but they were also side-eyeing the Divine Power clan. Like, hello? Weren't you supposed to protect us? Meanwhile, Jason brought the students from his special class back from the Red Mountain Gate. Huxin bursts into his sister's room, shoving his phone in her face. Sis, you have to read this article. It's basically saying that after the Fist King's core got wrecked, Jason Miller is now the #1 contender to be the next chief of the Divine Power clan. The media is all over it, asking how the Divine Power Clan is going to clean up this mess. At the Grand Hall, a server gives Jason a polite bow as he walks in. Then this huge announcement booms out, making everyone turn and stare. Announcing the chief of the Divine Power Clan, Mr. Jason Miller. Someone smiles and nods at Jason. The guy speaking up is the chief of the Poison Domain, Don Su. So the rumors are true. The Fist King's core really is toast. Peeve. No matter how good he is, he's just a kid playing chief. The shade is real, y'all. But Jason just cuts right through all the gossip about him. After the Tao King's attack in Chicago, a new player has entered the game, John Ochon. And with just that one sentence, you could literally see the shock ripple through the room. Drop a comment below if you think Jason's about to drop a major bombshell, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more drama. Alright, so get this, they're called The Chosen. And yeah, I see you all looking at me like I've lost my mind, but listen up. Think of him like some psycho death cult trying to literally end the world. I just threw down with one of their guys, and trust me, they are times not times playing around. Jason leaned in, and y'all, the vibe got times intense asterisk. He was dead serious, telling everyone the Blade King was just some puppet on a string. We still don't know their real endgame, but you could see it in Jason's eyes. He knew they were planning something catastrophic for all of us. He literally balled up his fist, trying to get through to them, like, yo, if all the Awakeners, even the 5 great families, don't get their act together and squad up, we are going to get steamrolled by the Chosen. Someone was like, are they really that tough? And Jason just nods, deadpan. This time it was Chicago, but next time, the entire US could be their next target. And you could hear a pin drop, legit. Everyone was hanging on his every word. Jason's like, okay, I'm only going to say this once. We need to band together, for real, and fight the Chosen. We got to figure out how to protect this country. Mr. Chun was the first to jump in. Ironblood's sword is with divine power. Mason was right behind him. We're in. Then another dude chimed in. Look, if it means stopping a bloodbath, count us in. We'll do whatever it takes. And then, y'all, it was like a movie scene one by one. Hands just started going up all over the room. Jason was so hyped to see everyone on the same page. He was like, all right, let's do this. We need a game plan, and we need to set up emergency shelters all over Los Angeles for people to evacuate to. I'll hit you guys up when they're good to go. So Mason was heading out, but then Jason calls after him, Chairman, wait up. One more thing. I think I gotta pause the special class for a while. And you could just see Mason thinking, asterisk, who knew this kid would become a whole clan leader so fast? Asterisk, he just let out this big sigh, laugh my ass off. He looks right at Jason and asks, is this because you're swamped with being the new boss? Or are you beating yourself up over what went down in Chicago? And oh my god, Jason's eyes were just filled with guilt. He's like, yeah, that, and I gotta be on watch. What kind of teacher am I if I couldn't even protect one city? He said it super quietly. Let's just say I need some time to process everything. Can you please tell the students for me? Mason just sighed, totally defeated. All right, kid. If that's really what you need, I'm not gonna stand in your way. But then Mason just busts out laughing and claps him on the shoulder. Hey, what's done is done. Just think of it like an extended vacation. You've earned it. Your spot will be waiting for you whenever you're ready. Don't even sweat it. He gave this big, cheerful wave with a huge smile. You're already one of us at Northwood High. Jason just kind of bowed his head as Mason walked away. And then, out of nowhere, Master William pops up, and he can totally tell something's wrong with Jason. Disciple, that dark energy is practically pouring off of you. Jason keeps his head down. Sorry. When my emotions get jacked up, that vibe just takes over. Master William's brow furrowed. That's a classic side effect. Pretty much everyone who wields annihilation deals with this. The ring can only do so much to hold it back. It's only a matter of time before you have to enter the Gate of Chaos. And Jason's just like, wait, hold up. The Gate of Chaos? Master William nodded. Yep. It's a place literally built to level up the Chaos Divine Arts. The stronger you get, the more that annihilation aura is gonna grow. If you can master the Chaos Divine Arts to 9 stars inside that gate, you'll be able to control annihilation completely. Jason was shook, stuttering, 9 stars. But then you could see the gears turning in his head. You know what? He's right. If I'm gonna go up against the Chosen, what I have now isn't gonna cut it. I have to get way stronger. That's when Master William told Jason to pull out the Blood Gods map. Suddenly, this system voice boomed. Blood Gods map unlocked. Rank SSS. Difficulty SSS. Apparently, the map leads to the Blood God's secret hideout with his followers. Blood God's map has been activated. Jason touches a spot on the map, his eyes widening. The Gate of Chaos. It's here. Mount Rainier. So Jason is just floating in the air, scoping out the scene below. He touches down near a cave, muttering. Map says the entrance should be right around here. And then, get this, the map just floats up from behind him, zips into the empty air, and this massive flash of light just erupts, opening up a freaking magic portal for him. Oh, so that's times how it works, Jason said, totally impressed. Master William just gently nudged him. Let's go inside. He reached out a hand. Yeah. Jason had to squint as this crazy bright light just blasted him in the face. The system voice came back on. You have entered an abnormal area. The Gate of Chaos. And y'all, Jason was completely floored by how insane this place looked. Whoa, this place is. He trailed off, just gawking. It looked even more epic than that cracked temple they were in before. He side-eyes his master, and with a total smirk, he's like, Master, why is this place so ridiculously huge? Did you build all this just to chill here by yourself? Master William just gave him this look like he was the dumbest person alive. This is a sect founded by the literal goats of the era. Of course, it's massive. Even dudes weaker than me have headquarters the size of mountains. So they're walking and talking, and Master William's just like, honestly, this place feels kinda small to me. You really that shocked? Jason's mind is blown. Master, you're way more of a big deal than I realized. And William just drops. That's because your vision is still too small. Jason was just speechless. Like, where do you even go from there? Lol. Alright, so what's the first move? Jason asked, trying to sound cool. Listen up before you go running off, Master William said. It's behind the biggest hall. This one? Jason followed him and peeked inside. Whoa, okay, this is way bigger than I expected. He was, once again, just floored by how bougie this place was. He's scanning the room and just blurts out, damn, who's that handsome dude in the painting? Master William, standing right next to him, does this loud ahem. So, you think he's handsome too, huh? Jason froze. No. Way. Is that you? Master William is super casual about it. Yep, that's your master. Jason is just pointing back and forth between the painting and the old dude, completely losing it. Finally, he just yells, you totally paid off the artist, didn't you? Master William shot him a death glare. You disrespectful little punk. Just admit your master was a total stud. Jason just shook his head. Nah, man, I'm just in shock. Who knew you were such a smoke show back in the day? Fine, I'm not gonna fight you on it. Then he notices something else. Hey, the faces in these other paintings are all burned out. Are those the people who betrayed you, master? And just as he said that, Jason froze. A system window popped up right in front of him. Main Quest 1, Chaos Ability, Difficulty SSS. The Chaos martial arts can be fire, water, or even nature itself. Only by mastering all of its forms can you be recognized as the true heir of chaos. Ooh, the plot thickens, people. Smash that like button if you think Jason's got this. Mission. Master all characteristics to prove you are the heir of chaos. Objective. Pass through the first gate. Reward. Ability for the second gate. Death's Breath. Jason was totally lost and just turned to look at Master William like, huh.
Fire, water, nature. What is that even supposed to mean? Master William just led him towards this huge door. Go through that gate, and you'll figure it out.
Quick pro tip. If you don't want to die, you better get ready. This is the first gate of the Gate of Chaos. The Hall of Death. Jason practically jumped out of his skin, startled by the door that literally just materialized out of thin air. Whoa, that was not there a second ago. Where'd this gate even come from? Master William explained from the side. Beat this trial, and the second gate will show itself. Jason went quiet, tightening his grip on his spear. The Hall of Death, huh? Okay, but what does that have to do with nature? Jason wondered, but then he was just hit with, it's so dark I can't see anything. This feels just like when I talked with Annihilation. His vision started to go blurry, and when he opened his eyes again, he was somewhere totally new, and this flat, robotic voice started talking. You have entered the first gate of the Hall of Death. Access limited to SSS rank Chaos Divine Arts and SSS rank Heavenly Kings Divine Arts. All characteristic effects have been nullified. All effects of the 4 great treasures have been nullified. The Azure body has been sealed. Bro, the system window just listed out a whole bunch of nerfs. This is about to get real. Let us know in the comments if you think he can still win. Oh my god, you guys. Jason Miller finally stopped freaking out about the window and started checking out the scene. And let me tell you, his jaw was on the floor. It's like, how is this place? Bigger than a freaking mansion in Beverly Hills, California, stuffed inside that tiny little building. The whole vibe in here was a total 180 from outside. Master. Jason Miller screamed, but poof. Master William had totally ghosted him. His face just fell. He couldn't feel a single ounce of energy, which meant he was flying solo. Jason put his hands on his hips, looking like a totally lost puppy. Now what? And then, bing! A light bulb went off, making him jump. The Infinite One. They actually sent someone. So, the tea is, the Reaper's Oath was finally happening. Like 3 total strangers just materialized out of thin air right in front of him. like some kind of flash mob in Times Square. The thought was on a loop in his head. The Reaper's Oath is actually, for real, going down. The Azure Dragon was like, who is this kid? Is he human? 'Cause the vibe check is failing. Jason Miller was also walking slow, deep in thought. This kind of aura. The Black Tortoise finally spoke up. We've been waiting for a hot minute. He finally came through on that old promise. He clapped back. We'll see about that. But I'm still betting on him. Jason Miller just cut in, like, hold up. What are you guys even talking about? And who the heck are you? The Azure Dragon just gave this slick smile and said, oh, you'll find out. Then he just swung his sword and charged. Time to see what you've got. Jason Miller was confused AF but instantly got into a fighting stance. Look, I have zero clue what's going on, but basically I just have to beat you guys, right? Is that the main quest? The Vermilion Bird was like, that's the gist. Just take down the 4 guardian spirits. You're Muguk's little chosen one, so you must think you're all that. He was still reeling. 4 guardian spirits, Jason Miller thought. The 4 guardian spirits. You mean like the whole fire, water, and nature squad they were talking about? Captain Planet vibes. Then a system window popped up, reading, only primordial divine arts allowed. All trait effects have been nerfed, LOL. Azure body sealed. Jason Miller was like, are you for real? I have to fight with just the basics. My vanilla moveset. But then he was like, whatever. The primordial divine arts should be enough to wreck you. The white tiger zipped up from behind. You ready? 'Cause I'm up first. The second she stopped talking, homegirl moved like a blur. The white tiger slammed this absolutely insane kick right into Jason Miller's face. He thought, whoa, her power and speed are off the charts. I blocked with Mugi and the thing just shattered into a million pieces. Based on her whole look and crazy moves, he knew this had to be the white tiger. The girl was totally hyped. Here I come again. Jason Miller thought. That literally hit like a Mack truck. So this is the power level of the 4 guardian spirits? The white tiger looked totally determined to win. He shot her a cocky smirk. Nice one. You blocked my Mugile spear with, like, nothing? The girl just laughed her head off and shot back. Laugh my ass off. Your Mugi is an absolute joke compared to Muguk's. Yo, you're being way too reckless. You've just been cruising through life on easy mode with your special powers, haven't you? The Azure Dragon commented from the sidelines. Looks like White Tiger can handle this little punk all by herself. The Black Tortoise replied, don't count your chickens just yet. Jason Miller was a hot mess, covered in cuts, but his spirit was unbreakable. Even the other guy had to admit, okay, the kid's got heart. Jason Miller's voice was kinda weak. Muguk. So you guys know my master. The White Tiger shot back, duh, Sherlock. That's literally the only reason you're trapped in this place. Wanna go again? Hope you bring something better to round 2, though. 2 days later. The fight looked like it was finally winding down. Both White Tiger and Jason Miller were totally running on fumes. The girl asked, ready to tap out yet? We've done this, like, 5,000 times. When are you just gonna give up? Jason Miller stayed dead, silent, and then bam! He whipped out a kick that totally caught White Tiger off guard. But he was still grinning, with a total challenge burning in his eyes. I've got plenty of gas left in the tank. Bring it. White Tiger was shook. Dang, your stamina is actually insane. From way up high, Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise were watching him like hawks, totally sizing him up. His form is way cleaner than when he started. He's actually leveling up. If it's really him, he might actually master the 12th star of the primordial divine art and make our wish come true. The Black Tortoise was like, yeah, I'm not expecting him to hit the 12th star, let's be real. I'm just hoping he gets to the M star of the primordial divine art and makes the Heaven Destroyer his. The Vermilion Bird just shot that whole idea down. The Heaven Destroyer? That's pointless. The kid can't even handle White Tiger. What makes you think he's got a shot at that? Okay, so the whole point of this Hall of the Four Gods, right, is to let the heir who's learned the primordial divine art get total control of the Heaven Destroyer. Perfect mastery over both the art and the weapon is basically the ultimate goal for Muguk and the 4 guardian spirits. The thoughts just kept swirling. Only when he becomes Times, the one Times, can their whole master plan finally kick off. The Vermilion Bird was getting super antsy, basically vibrating with impatience. I can't take this anymore. I'm getting in there. No way am I letting White Tiger have all the fun by herself. The Azure Dragon chimed in, tag me in. I'm going too. Looks like White Tiger's about to hit her limit anyway. This fight is getting real, you guys. A 3-on-1? Jason Miller looked a little nervous, thinking to himself, oh man, drop a comment below if you think a 3-on-1 is a totally dirty move. They're just jumping in one by one now. This is so not fair. The spear felt like it was dipped in lava from Mount Street Helens. White Tiger snapped. What do you think you're doing, old man? I'm not done with him. Go find your own toy to play with. The Vermilion Bird shot back. You get lost. It's my turn now, you little brat. he suddenly spotted an opening on the old guy's back. Azure Dragon was also throwing down some majorly heavy hits. Jason Miller stayed cool and said, totally ticked off. So you wait until I'm about to collapse from exhaustion to jump me one by one? Real classy. Internally, he was thinking, I pushed past my physical limits, like, ages ago. My inner energy is completely drained. My mana bar is at 0, blinking red. But if I just give up like this without even trying, my master is going to go absolutely nuclear on me. Jason Miller was so exhausted he couldn't even twitch a muscle. He tried to hype himself up. He might even disown me as his student. He immediately charged forward, screaming at the top of his lungs, I'm not going down this pathetically. Catching an opening, Jason Miller's attack landed, making Azure Dragon cough up blood. He was so stoked, thinking, I actually landed a hit. Let's go. Then the Black Tortoise's super creepy voice cut in. My bad, but the rules say I have to jump in too. Instantly, these gnarly vines shot out from the ground and wrapped around him super tight. Azure Dragon was surprised, didn't think you'd actually get involved. She replied, rules are rules, my dude. He said, fair enough. The kid got me good. Black Tortoise's voice chimed in. Pretty impressive, right? Even though this is our home turf and we're the 4 guardian spirits, it was a given that he'd eventually lose. White Tiger whined, it was fun, but it's kinda embarrassing he lasted this long. The Vermilion Bird added, okay, I get why Muguk picked this kid now. If only he were just a little bit stronger. The vine squeezed Jason Miller until he had absolutely no fight left in him. He was forced to give up. The Vermilion Bird spoke up again. Now I see why he chose this punk. If only he was a bit stronger. And then, plot twist. The Black Tortoise's eyes went wide with shock. Jason Miller was slowly walking out of a hazy mist in the distance. The moment he was out, he let out a huge breath and looked down. Then Jason Miller looked up, shielding his eyes from a bright light. He glanced around and was like, am I dead? Is this heaven? Or maybe just Cleveland? Jason thought for a second and just sighed. You gotta be kidding me. I didn't get taken out by some crazy monster or by John, but I died during time's training asterisk. So lame. Now, I get why my master always told me to stay on my toes. Suddenly, a voice echoed out from everywhere. How pathetic. You have the strength to kill gods, but you lost to the 4 guardian spirits. Guys, smash that like button if you can't wait to see who's talking. Whoa, hearing that voice gave Jason Miller the full-body chills, for real. He's whipping his head around like, Master William, you in here ghosting me? Bro, I swear, I was giving it my all. And this spooky voice just booms out of nowhere. You're out of time, kid. Yo, awaken the power that's been sleeping in your core. Jason's just standing there looking totally lost, like, out of time, what power? Is that a new app or something? And the voice just lets out this massive sigh, like a disappointed dad. Listen up, genius, you're literally fading out of existence. I don't have enough juice left to interfere. You are causing me way too much trouble, you foolish disciple. Jason, wandering this weird void, asks, so, like, I'm not unalive yet. The voice snaps back with so much sass. Who even told you you were unalived? How could you be chatting with me if you were 6 feet under? Enough talk, hurry up and find that power snoozing in your core. Hearing that, he immediately goes, yes sir. Jason then stops dead in his tracks, closing his eyes to vibe check his own body. The voice is basically his personal Siri, guiding him step by step. Close your eyes and focus your entire brain on your chest. Your heartbeat is slowing down. The voice gently reminds him, don't freak out, man, just focus. It's not like before, you actually know how to use the chaos divine art now. Jason puts a hand on his chest and mumbles to himself, okay, the way to channel this chaos divine art is to focus it and, give my heart a jump start. And in that moment, he can actually feel his own ticker thumping away in there. The voice is coaching him through it. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 5 cycles, and then bam, the blood in his heart starts pumping again like he just chugged 5 Red Bulls. Jason's eyes fly open in total shock, realizing his blood is literally being replaced by this crazy chaos divine energy. He's totally stunned, saying it feels like waves are crashing against his body. This bizarre feeling is like the chaos divine art is giving him a full system reboot. Then, get this, Jason's body starts to literally dissolve into flowing water and clouds of white smoke. He's going full vape god mode. What is this power? My inner strength is coming back. No, wait. It's totally overflowing now. His eyes are wide with amazement as he feels this insane change in his body. A second later, the whole scene in front of Jason glitches and turns into a bunch of different images. And a freaking system window pops up like a video game achievement. SSS rank Chaos Divine Art has hit 10 stars. All traits have been unsealed. The effects of the 4 great treasures are now active. The Azure body has been unsealed. Seeing this, his eyes bugged out in disbelief. No way. And the voice echoes again. Now, That's more like a disciple of the void god. Okay, open your eyes. A bunch of wild, chaotic images flash through Jason's mind before he snaps his eyes open. At that moment, Jason realized he was glowing with this insane golden aura and just straight up floating in midair. The others down below are looking up at him, literally shielding their eyes from the glare. That power. Dude, that's lightning energy. Vermilion Bird starts pointing fingers, demanding, Azure Dragon, isn't lightning supposed to be your whole thing? What is this? And my guy just stammers back, bro, I had no idea the Chaos Divine Art came with a lightning package. And yeah, the girl over here is also looking up totally alarmed. It's not just lightning, this power is on a whole different level than before. She hesitates, then starts thinking out loud. Wait, did he seriously just level up the Chaos Divine Art to 10 stars all by himself? Meanwhile, Jason is just staring at his own hands like he's never seen them before. Was that just a dream? No. That felt more real than my last trip to Miami. He was geeking out inside as his body overflowed with power. Jason then yells, with this power, I can take LL of you down. The girl on the other side just cracks her knuckles excitedly and says, oh, so that means we're gonna keep fighting, right? Bet. He immediately dives down to get the party started. That's right, sorry to keep you waiting. Seeing this, the girl crouches down and replies, don't be, because I'm not holding back this time. And then they just charge at each other, ready to throw down. As she faces Jason, the girl is thinking, this guy's speed is on another planet now. I'm getting stressed. My eyes can barely keep up. At that moment, Jason's legs are just a blur. Not only is he way faster, but the power he's using is just like theirs. The nerve. The four-spirit guardian, Vermilion Bird, shouts a frantic warning from the side, White Tiger, behind you. And just then, Jason teleports behind the girl and whispers, too late. He immediately rushes forward, screaming, get wrecked. His hand shoots out, and a staff materializes, slamming right into White Tiger's back before she can even react. Next thing you know, White Tiger collapses to the ground, her eyes spinning. My back. On the other side, Jason just casually retracts his staff. So cold. Seeing his teammate get bodied, Black Tortoise loses it and attacks White Tiger. Immediately, vines start shooting out to attack. Jason just raises a hand, summoning a massive tree trunk to block them, and the trunk instantly starts absorbing Black Tortoise's power. And then it just shatters into a million pieces in midair. She's completely shocked by this. No way, he's absorbing our attributes. Then Jason leaps up again, swinging his staff for another go. That's right, he says. For now, I can only absorb a small amount. He brings his staff down hard, but it's more than enough to deal with you guys. And just like that, Black Tortoise is already knocked out cold on the ground. Vermilion Bird is stunned. He took down Black Tortoise in a single blow. He immediately gets super wary of Jason. Who are you? And what even I has that power? Just then, Azure Dragon rushes over and says, Vermilion Bird, you can't fight him alone. Let's team up. He replies, got it. And just like that, the final two join forces. You got a little stronger, and now you think you're all that. Vermilion Bird charges at Jason with his weapon. Jason just stands there, calm and collected, watching him. Seeing this, the guy laughs. You fool, I just need to burn these vines. Jason looks down and sees his feet are frozen solid. He can't move. Vermilion Bird then signals Azure Dragon, who raises his weapon and says, I'll hold him down, you go first. Vermilion Bird. Jason sees this and just scoffs, ice, you say. In that case, instantly, a massive wall of ice pops up right in front of Vermilion Bird. Witnessing this scene, the guy panics. Wait a minute, Vermilion Bird hesitates. This thing isn't going to melt, is it? And y'all, as soon as the words left his mouth, the entire ice wall instantly melted, pouring right down on his head. LOL. Vermilion Bird, being made of literal fire, lost all his juice after getting drenched. Jason turns to the last guy standing. All right, now there's only one left. The man on the other side sees this and says, impressive. Not only did you absorb our powers in like 5 minutes, and at this point, all three of them have lost the will to fight. You even sent them all packing. Hearing this, Jason looks confused. Sent packing? Bro, that fire dude is just wringing himself dry over there. Azure Dragon snaps his fingers and says, if you lose the will to fight, it's game over. But whatever, in my current state, I can't face you. At that moment, the ice freezing Jason's feet shatters. So I give up. Seeing this, Jason gets this huge, cocky grin on his face. A wise move. The result would be the same even if we fought. Now then, open the gate to the next stage. But wait. Azure Dragon holds out his hand. Hold up. First, I gotta claim my reward. The absolute audacity. You guys better smash that like button, because you're not gonna want to miss this drama. Bro, you are literally the only person in history to hit 10 stars with your own power. And just then, a pop-up appeared, like straight out of a video game. Asterisk, ping. Asterisk, the mark of water has been placed in your heart. Up next, the mark of fire of nature. The SSS rank Chaos Divine Art is totally reacting to the mark. The seal of the triple azure body has been lifted. He's just staring at this, completely bugging out. What in the world is this? Mark of nature. And the azure dragon's like, chill, dude. That's the power of the 4 guardian spirits you just absorbed. From now on, you can straight up use our power whenever you want. And boom, a portal opens up and the dragon's like, you got the memo. Now hurry up and bounce through the next gate. But before leaving, Jason Miller stops and says, yo, hold up. One last question before I dip. Why are you guys even here? And like, do you know my master? The Azure Dragon just scoffs. A student asking us about his own master. Huh, you got some nerve. But, plot twist, he decides to spill the tea. Fine, whatever, got nothing better to do. I'll tell you. It's about a legend they call the Unrivaled Man. Okay, so get this. The story kicks off when he was still known by his old name, William. Back then, my dude was just a young teenager. And so the dragon starts telling the whole dramatic tale. Master William's old name was just William. When he first rolled up to Oak Creek, Colorado, he was barely over 30. He looked like some rando from the sticks, but then he walks right up to the local crew boss and challenges him to a throwdown. And get this, he won in just 5 seconds. Witnesses said he used this wild martial arts style nobody had ever seen, like something out of a movie. He was so gassed up that his style was legit. Next thing you know, he's taking down the leader of the Northside Dragons, who was supposed to be the sickest swordsman in the whole state. After that, William basically went on a nationwide tour, just honing his skills and clapping the cheeks of every top dog on the Central Plains. Then one day, down at the Viper's Den Saloon by Lake Donnelly, he bumps into this girl named Isabella who was on the run. You could see her crew in the distance, chasing her down. Ma'am, the old man's gonna flip if he finds out about this. But she's just yelling back, leave me alone, don't follow me. And just then, an arm grabs Isabella and yanks her aside. It's William. He pulls her into the shadows and is all like, don't make a sound. Then he asks if she's being chased. I'll help you out. Just stick with me. OMG, you guys, Isabella was blushing so hard when she heard that. Then she whispers, thank you. And hearing that, William couldn't help but turn red, too. Aw. The scene totally fades to this gorgeous night sky with a crescent moon. After she explains for a bit, he's totally floored. Wait, what? You ran away from your family? He looks up and sighs like, brew, maybe I shouldn't have saved you then. She hears that and freaks out. Hey, the dudes chasing me were times sent times by my family, you know. So William's like, all right, so why'd you have to run away? Isabella gets all quiet and says, it's not really running away. It's more like, I'm looking for freedom. Anyway, I have my reasons. And she looks all sad and apologizes, but I can't tell you. He didn't even push it, which is kind of sweet. He just asks if she had a place to go. Isabella said she didn't. So William just shoots his shot. So, you want to roll with me? She was totally stunned and then fired back. Oh my god, are you hitting on me right now? Hearing that, my dude panicked and yelled, no way, you idiot. And just like that, the two of them started traveling all over the country together. And you guys, the sparks started to fly. They barely knew anything about each other, but they were so happy. Until 1 year later, Isabella just vanished. The room was totally empty. When William got back to their place in Austin, Texas, Isabella was gone. All she left was a single letter. It said she was going back to her family and told him not to come looking for her. For 3 whole months, William frantically searched every corner of the country for Isabella. 'Cause, like he just knew she would never ghost him like that. No cap. Finally, William finds her home. And get this, it was the Havenwood Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. So at this point in the story, the two of them are sitting down and the dragon is spilling all the tea. The Azure Dragon explained. And this, my friend, is where the whole terrible misunderstanding started. Master William made the single biggest mistake of his entire life. Jason Miller immediately asked, what, did he go totally psycho or something? The dragon's like, nah, it was the exact opposite. He acted super polite. Hearing that, Jason was so confused. Then how was that the biggest mistake? See, back then, the Alliance leader recognized William as the dude who'd been wrecking all the leaders of the main clans. He was thinking, wouldn't it be epic to have a guy like that as a son-in-law? Wait, but the Alliance leader wasn't Isabella's dad. Jason was totally lost, but she said the Alliance was her family. Only the leader's kids get to live in the main building on 5th Avenue, right? The Azure Dragon dropped the bomb. Isabella wasn't the leader's daughter. She was the leader's times wife asterisk. Dude. What? At that time, her face was always so sad. A year ago, she had literally run away on her wedding day. Meanwhile, William just assumed the Alliance leader was Isabella's dad because the dude was so much older than her. So, he didn't back down from the leader's challenge. He even thought the old man was hiding Isabella from him. Jason leaned in. So what happened next? The result was, William won. And everything ended in a complete tragedy. He went on to defeat the leader of the Crimson Shadow Syndicate and came back to earn the title of Divine Martial God. But that was only after Isabella took her own life when she found out she was pregnant with William's child. Hearing that, even Jason Miller felt the heartbreak. So, 2 lives were lost. He finally understood why she never told his master anything. Because the righteous clans and the Syndicate were groups that could never, ever coexist. Even when he threw himself off a cliff in the Grand Canyon, or when he literally blew up all the internal energy in his body. He even destroyed his own meridians. But nothing could even scratch William's body. That was the price of becoming the ultimate martial arts master. He was cursed to never die until his natural lifespan completely ran out. And so the Azure Dragon continued. William completely lost it and went on a rampage, senselessly taking out every member of any Orthodox clan he could find. Hearing that, Jason just sighed. Yeah, based on my master's skills and personality, that makes a scary amount of sense. The dragon went on. The tragedy just kept repeating itself over and over until Master William finally locked himself away in total solitude. Jason Miller heard this and made the connection. You mean, the brothers who betrayed him? At this point, the Azure Dragon got real serious. That's why I was so shocked to see you. I never thought the Unrivaled One would ever take another student. And that's all the tea I can spill about your master. Jason Miller actually smiled, hearing that. He barely ever talks about himself. Then he stood up, all determined. Master, so that's the past you lived through. It's okay. From now on, I'm gonna take care of you. Jason looked down at his own hands. If I just think of it as the devotion I could never show my own parents, then that's enough for me. I don't know how this beef with the brothers is gonna end. Then he turned to face the second gate, the gate of mind. But now I have one more reason to face them. Let me know in the comments who you think the brothers are. In that instant, Jason Miller was zapped into another dimension. He opened his eyes and looked around. Whoa, it's just like last time. And sitting right in front of him was another version of himself. We meet again. And the trial began the second Jason stepped through that gate. Oh man, this is about to get wild, y'all. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you don't miss what happens next. Alright, so get this. The tea is that to pass the second gate, you gotta tame Annihilation. We're talking a psycho spirit that just wants to unalive everything. So it acting all chill like Jason. Nah, that ain't normal. Then, bam, the whole place lights up. He's looking around like, whoa, it's bright in here. Bet the big boss who made this gate didn't see that time's coming. Jason turns to his dark side, like, so, is the murder vibe under control now? Cause it still pops up on people sometimes, you know. And his edgy alter ego is all serious, like, long as nobody makes me mad, I can keep it on a leash. But if it's a life or death fight, bro, I'm taking everyone out. Jason's just staring, like, you mean, like that whole disaster with the Kingpin downtown. The media is having a field day, my dude. It's a bad look for the crew. The other guy just plops down on the floor, all casual. Yeah, well, what you expect? Too many people got wrecked. You can't make everyone happy. Just ignore the haters, man. But Jason keeps pushing it. I can't just do that. Having all this power and doing nothing is just straight up foolish. If it were me, I'd paint the whole world red, like yesterday. His dark side turns and asks, but you're not gonna do that, are you? Bet. Then he's like, hey, fine. I've decided I'm just gonna chill and watch your little show. They're having this intense stare down, you guys. Whatever you decide, I'll just roll with it. I'm your ride or die, for real. And then the dude points to this random gate. If you get it, then bounce through that door. Jason is totally bugging. When the hell did that door even get here? His alter ego is so chill, showed up when the lights came on. Looks like you passed the vibe check the second you walked in. Jason is literally shook hearing that. I already finished it. He's so confused, he has to ask. So what was the actual test then? But poof. His dark side just ghosted him. Jason just lets out this huge sigh. What the actual heck? You could at least say peace out before dipping. So freaking cold. Then the voice echoes in his head again. I'll just keep vibing inside you, don't trip. As this is happening, his hand is already going through the doorway. For real. Man, only the final gate left now. Then this crazy light just flashes, lighting up the whole dark gate. And yo, what Jason sees next is a whole different world. We're talking bright green grass, a pond with water so clear you could see your reflection. Then a voice calls out, you finally made it. The second he sees who it is, Jason's jaw is on the floor. Oh my god, you're... The guy looks like a super young teenager. Jason is stunned. Master? Tyler Chen just smiles and goes, yeah, this is the first time we've met with me looking this fire, right? Tyler Chen is smiling like, I built this place. Then in a flash, he's back to looking like his old self again. Apparently, he can look like whatever he wants. Jason is freaking out. Master, why are you even here? Tyler Chen is like, I've been waiting for you for a long, long time. Jason just cuts to the chase. So, the final gate is me throwing down with you, right, Master? He's like, you got it. Then he holds out his hand and all this energy starts swirling. But my student, it's not time for that just yet. Hearing that, Jason is all confused. Wait, what do you mean? Tyler Chin explains, to even think about facing me, you gotta get your chaos art to at least 12 stars. Bruh, you're only at 10. And right then, this fog starts rolling in, getting thicker and thicker. Jason's thinking, this fog is insane. I can't even see you, Master. So he yells out, so what's up with the third gate then? Tyler Chen's reply is grim. You cannot take the challenge. His face was dead serious. No jokes. When your chaos art hits 12 stars, then you can come back. Once you step through that gate, the clock's ticking. Hitting 12 stars is something you gotta do all on your own. Hearing that, he asks, so until then, are you just gonna be stuck here forever, Master? And he replies, like I said, I can't be with you forever. Oof. Jason looks so sad hearing that. He's thinking, asterisk, so from now on, you're not gonna be around anymore. If I knew this, I would have never come through this stupid gate. Asterisk, he just watches his master's image get fainter and fainter. His master just chuckles. Haha, you like your old master that much, huh? Jason's trying to wipe away a tear, playing it cool. Nah, it's just, now I don't have anyone to mess with anymore. A hand rests on his shoulder, trying to comfort him. Tyler Chen is still smiling. Don't be all lonely just because I'm not around. You've got other awesome people in your corner, right? But Jason can't hide it. He's totally emotional. But to me, Master, you're still. Okay, that's enough of that. I'm bouncing now. And then Jason starts to leave. But his master's voice echoes after him. My student, even if I'm not there, you gotta keep that smile on your face. The voice is so gentle. That's the real you get me? Jason just lets out a soft sigh. Then he smiles, turns back, and says, I get it. Don't you worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. Hearing that, his master gives this relieved smile. All right, I'll be waiting right here. Then Jason walks out of the doorway. A light flashes and he just quietly whispers his master's name. Oh, my heart. After that, his face is just total heartbreak as he watches these flower petals float by. Jason's just standing there feeling completely wrecked and alone. He really left his master behind. And when he gets back, the four guardian spirits are like, yo, homeboy's back already. Damn, he flew through that second gate like it was nothing. Azure pipes up. Looks like he totally bombed the third gate, though. Jason looks over at them and says super quietly, what's up? Then his voice gets icy cold. I'm in a seriously bad mood right now. Don't even start with me. If you got nothing important to say, then get lost. But Azure just smirks, totally unfazed, and says, don't you want to hit 12 stars, like, as soon as possible? Okay, that finally gets his attention. He asks, is there some kind of cheat code for it? He's like, you know it. And beside him, Raven jumps in too. You gotta absorb the annihilation from someone born with a body that defies fate. Jason is completely lost. A body that, what now? She's like, yeah, it's a thing. In this world, there are people born with it. Raven then starts dropping names besides the infinite one. Only his disciples Drew, JJ, and AJ have it. Jason is shook hearing those three names. If you're as shook as Jason, smash that like button right now. He's like, hold up, you're telling me they're in this time's world? Raven's like, duh, you didn't know? Their power feels kinda weak right now, but we can definitely still sense him. They were probably yeeted into this world through the Fate Breaker ritual. Jason's so confused by the name. The what now ritual? She breaks it down. It's a ritual that totally flips off destiny and the natural order of things. Basically, it's a way to pull people from another dimension into this one. And to bring over VIPs like them, somebody paid a super heavy price, in blood. Hearing this, Jason just snaps, and his eyes turn bloodshot. They kicked off that Fate Breaker ritual during the Kingpin incident. No wonder that little punk Yuri was helping the Kingpin. His face is pure rage. Their whole twisted plan was to turn Inglewood, our freaking home turf, at 1034 West 95th Street, into a sacrifice for their messed up ritual. Azure suddenly steps up to snap him out of it. Hey. Jason looks confused. Didn't you just pass the second gate? What's with the killer vibe all of a sudden? Hearing that, Jason quickly tries to explain himself. And guys, what he says next is insane, so drop your theories in the comments below. Yeah, normally I'm chill, but when I get all fired up, it sometimes just pops out, you know. I figured taking out both of them would cool him down. They peeped the ring on his hand and were like, yo, is that ring what's keeping that crazy annihilation power in check? Jason Miller was like, yeah, pretty much. He said he's just gonna watch from now on, but this is just in case, you know? He balled up his fist, staring at the ring. Man, He knew to hit 12 stars, he was going to have to throw down with Ju for real. And this time, Master William wasn't there to bail him out. Maybe jumping into that gate was a big L after all. But then, the Azure Dragon spoke up. All cool. Don't even trip. They can't make a move right away. He broke it down, explaining that to fully summon Du and Ju into this world, one little reverse summoning circle ain't gonna cut it. They're gonna keep building more in major cities like Los Angeles and Miami to get their full juice back. Hearing that, Jason was shook. Wait, you're telling me this mess is gonna keep happening all over the country? The Azure Dragon was like, you bet. But you're a beast now, you can totally stop them. Then the white tiger pops up from behind, ruffling his hair. Heck yeah, we can vouch for his strength, no cap. The kid just laughed. Dude, my back is still killing me from that hit earlier. And the vermilion bird chimed in, for real, and I'm still soaked from head to toe. Seeing his crew clowning around, Jason Miller's vibe totally shifted. You guys are right, moping around isn't gonna fix anything. We gotta bounce back to HQ and cook up a plan. He flashed them a huge grin. All right, bet. I'm gonna hit 12 stars and be back here before you know it. With that, Jason Miller turned to dip, but before he left, he added, Yo, take care of Master William for me until then, all right? The scene flips to the Rocky Mountains in Colorado, where this huge mountain pillar is covered in some seriously creepy red symbols. Indu is speaking all respectfully. Senior brother, senior sister, it's an honor to finally see you. And from inside this cave, a voice just echoes, It's been a minute. A voice just booms out of a legit blazing red flame. What is this damp, moldy dump? You went through all that trouble to call us here? He just smiled and shot back. Yeah, well, the reverse summoning circle could have been finished up in Chicago, but there wasn't enough space to set up the pillars. They glanced at the crowd behind him and asked, Are these all the followers from the demon god's cult? The other dude replied, Yep, about 2,000 people in total. The flame voice just scoffed, Pfft, that number is still way too small. He smiled all cocky. That's true, but we got a little something to compensate for that. The others were intrigued. You mean, monsters? He was like, bingo. The creatures these humans call monsters are weaker than us, but they're more than enough to cause a major distraction. Indu turns to the person next to him and says, Show Ju. Somi bows her head, and bam, a portal just materializes. The gate rips open, and it's just crawling with countless monsters inside. Seeing this, the other guy was kinda impressed. Monsters from the supreme and transcendent realms, very interesting. Just then, another voice, this time a girl's, pipes up, Ugh, good grief. You actually want us to fight alongside times them asterisk? That's so disgusting. He replied, Senior sister, they're the best option we have right now. Trust me, they alone can stir up a whole lot of chaos. The flame shot back. Humph, I suppose it could be effective. How many reverse summoning circles are left? He answered. Only 4 locations remain. If everything goes according to plan, we'll be able to bring you into this world real soon, senior sister. So the other person was like, then get a move on. 'Cause as soon as those circles are done and I set foot on that land, I can feel someone is bound in the shadows. I'm gonna resurrect him right on that soil. Oh my god, who do you guys think they're talking about? Drop your theories in the comments below. The person's eyes slowly creep open, and you just know something terrible is about to go down. On the other side, his subordinate Somi suddenly speaks up. Lord Ju and Lord Indu. Somi looked totally flustered. Please forgive me for speaking out of turn. This is super presumptuous. The flame's voice just told her to spit it out. She dropped to her knees and said, You two need to be wary of the one named Jason Miller. He's just a normal human, but he's got both annihilation and the chaos art. Indu just smirked. I've heard Ju talk about that guy. I've been keeping an eye on him. He is indeed dangerous, but there's no need to worry too much, senior brother. His voice went ice cold. Before the next reverse summoning circle is complete, I will personally take care of him. The scene cuts back to Jason Miller, and you guys, the drama is heating up. After getting back, Jason Miller immediately declared a state of emergency during the clan's strategy meeting at their headquarters in downtown Austin, Texas. Shelters were being set up in every city, district, and county, and he let all the clan leaders know that John Wei Cheon was officially on the move. A few days later, a national emergency alert blasted on every phone across the United States. The reason? Freaky red gates were appearing in Jason's territory, home of the Nongak, the Divine Power clan. The whole city went into total chaos as gates started popping up all over the country. And get this, all of them were red-level gates, just spewing out high-level monsters. It was clearly a provocation from John Wei Cheon aimed right at Jason Miller. Just then, a hole ripped open in the ground, glowing with this gloomy red light, right in the territory of the Naxio Gak Divine Power clan. Sahaijan immediately started barking orders, Vanguard squad, protect and evacuate the civilians around the buildings. They immediately snapped to it. Just then, a monster stuck out a clawed hand, growling. Seeing it, he was like, It's a Kirog, a high-level monster. Stay sharp. They instantly got into their battle stances as the monster spread its massive wings and took off. Sahai-jun charged forward, white feathers floating in the air. In a flash, he landed a straight punch right in the monster's face. The monster roared like crazy. A voice from the flames taunted, "That's useless. Your power isn't enough to extinguish those flames." Sahai-jun clenched his fist and shot back. "This is the flame of the vermilion bird, a pathetic monster like you can't put it out." So, right after they got back from the Chaos Gate, Jason Miller had taught the Vanguard squad the powers of the four sacred beasts. When they couldn't escape the flames, the monsters would try to retreat back into the gate. Sahai-jun clenched his fists, thinking, that would be way too easy, letting it run right back to the gate's entrance. He made a split-second call to charge straight for the gate, to destroy it and seal it off. On the sidelines, people were just stunned. Is that guy seriously planning to bring down the whole gate? Meanwhile, the Vanguard squad was still trying to get people out. "All right, stop staring everyone, let's get moving, we'll lead you to safety." As he slammed into the gate, Sahai-jun thought, if all the monsters inside poured out. Just then, the gate started to crumble, with chunks of rock falling down. The monsters scurried back inside the gate, and right after, the entrance was blocked off by huge stones piled up into a high wall. They just stared with their eyes wide open. Did he just block the gate entrance with his bare hands? The evacuation guide laughed nervously. "Come on, people. Please hurry up and evacuate." Just then, someone walked over and said, "Impressive. Deciding to use the power of the four sacred beasts right after returning was the right call." The newcomer was none other than Jason Miller himself. As soon as they saw him, they started yelling, "Clan leader Jason Miller." He walked over and asked, "Have you managed to destroy one of the gates yet?" Man, what an entrance. If you're hyped for what's next, smash that like button and share this with a friend. Sam came over, looking totally beat, and was like, "Yo, my bad. I'm still not strong enough." But Jason just gave him this cool smile and was like, "Nah, dude, it's cool, you went hard." Then he added, "Still, it's pretty wild they had the nerve to open a rift right on my turf. Like, the audacity." Then Jason asked, Where's the other gate?" Sam pointed. "There's another one over by the east gate." Hearing that, Jason was all business. "Go finish it off. And yo, get the whole crew together. I've got a few announcements to make." A little later, everyone's crammed into the office over on Main Street, chairs all lined up. Jason's pointing at this huge map of the US and says, "Right now, the number of gates popping up from coast to coast is, well, check it out." By this time, every single member had piled inside. He kept going. And get this. Among them are a few red-level gates we're talking the highest level there is. We have to shut them down and clear out as many as we can, as soon as possible. Then he laid down the law. All unit leaders, and that includes you, Mr. Tong, are gonna link up with the local clans to handle this gate problem together. The dude just nodded seriously, say less. Then Jason turned his head to look in another direction. And just like that, his whole squad arrived. "Thanks for coming, everyone." They were all grinning back at him. "Hey, when the teacher calls, you gotta show up, right?" Jason just chuckled. "It's been a minute since we've all been together. Gigi, what's with that look?" She was blushing, getting all emotional. "Don't you have anything to say to us?" Emily Thompson jumped in. "I saw the news about what went down in Chicago and heard from my dad that you quit teaching." Hearing that, Jason was totally busted. She kept going. "So why'd I have to hear all that from someone else? Why didn't you just tell us yourself?" Jason looked super guilty. "Sorry. I really thought I could handle everything on my own. I didn't want to drag you guys into my mess." Hearing that, Emily got heated. "A bother? Huh," she muttered, totally ticked off. "Don't ever pull that again. We face everything together, got it? So, spill. Why'd you call us all the way out here?" Jason finally dropped the bomb. "It's about the red-level gates popping up all over the country. I want you guys to take care of them." They were all shook. "Red level? Are you sure we can handle that?" Suddenly, the guy next to them spoke up. "Just leave it to us." He smirked and said, "With the skills that our teacher, taught us, they'll definitely come in handy." Hearing that, Jason cracked a smile. "Thanks, I'm counting on you all." At this point, Jane finally caved, saying, "I guess we can just think of this as, like, a follow-up to our last lesson, right?" He smiled. "It'd be awesome if you think of it that way." Then she got serious. "You have something way more important you need to take care of, don't you?" Hearing that, Jason's whole vibe darkened. "Then just leave this part to us. That's what friends are for, right?" Seeing them all smiling and trusting him like that, he just said softly, "Yeah." After that, Jason waved goodbye to them, then turned and said, "All right, then the Sky Kings and I need to find where the Chaos Array is going to be set up." Jason was thinking to himself, "First, I gotta track down Jujai and Enzo. If I remember right from my past life, the Celestial Order only ever popped up in one single place in America. Right here, the Southgate Portal. After that, he arrived at his destination. Below was this old-school, creepy-looking building. Sam came over and said, "Boss, we brought him." Jason just grinned and said, "Good work. The person who's here is Mr. Guzman, leader of the Black Society." The man was like, "Long time, no see, Jason." "No, that's not right. I should be calling you Chief now." Guzman smiled and added, "I regret not being able to meet you in person last time, so I came here myself today." Jason just played it cool. It's been a while. Then the man took out this crazy-looking item. This is the item I mentioned. This thread is called the Abyssal Thread. When you coat it with abyssal venom, it becomes totally invisible. Guzman added, "Not only that, it's also unbelievably sharp, hard, and durable." The guy on the other side took the thread, looking completely baffled. Perfect for a concealed weapon. Hearing that, Jason smiled and said, "Thank you. This is exactly what I needed." Then Jason turned to his subordinate and said, "Place it along every street corner." The guy replied, "Got it." Jason also instructed, "After you're done, move to the forest. I have something else to do." Next, Jason looked at the paper in his hand. "In my past life, the reason the Celestial Order appeared at the Southgate portal was to collect an item. As I recalled, before leaving the gate, Master William gave me a map. He said it was the reward for reaching the third gate, a gift from a master to his disciple." Just then, a circle appeared on the paper, a perfect match for the one on the map's edge. That map pointed directly to the Southgate portal. It was definitely related to the Celestial Order. Following its direction, the map shot forward, and he immediately confirmed his suspicions. Bingo! Right then, Jason looked into this crevice in the ground. Who would have thought a gate was hidden right in the middle of the road? The moment he peeked inside, his face was pure shock. Inside, there was actually a massive skeleton. It's a dragon. The scene totally changes. Now we're at LAX airport, and Enzo walked up and asked, "Have you relayed the message to the others?" The person replied, "Yes, sir." He said, "Everyone has decided to go to America through the gates. The monsters are literally moving across the ocean." Hearing that, Enzo added a reminder. "Remember, there can be absolutely no mistakes." Somi said respectfully, "Understood." Enzo's face was grim. "When we get to America, we'll immediately set up the chaos array everywhere." He looked behind him. "I can feel it." Hearing that, the subordinate next to him was confused. Enzo said softly, "Someone has found the dragon heart, and that person is none other than Jason Miller." Just then, a system window appeared. The ancient dragon's tomb has been opened. Unlock condition. A map showing the location of the ancient dragon's tomb. Jason was shocked when he heard it. The reward is a dragon heart. At that moment, the skeleton on the other side began to glow with a sick blue light. A dragon heart? That light grew brighter and brighter. Jason reached out his hand. "Whoa, I can feel a powerful energy source." Just then, a stone appeared inside the skeleton, and he quickly snatched it out. Maybe Master William wanted to pass this energy on to me. On the other side, the moment he touched it, Enzo let out a soft, creepy laugh. "Someone has awakened the dragon heart, and look who we have here." He smiled, appearing right behind Jason. The famous Jason Miller himself. Enzo smiled warmly, and y'all, it was terrifying. "I was planning on meeting you anyway." He calmly walked forward, and Jason couldn't help but be shocked. "Dude, the pressure coming off this guy is insane." Enzo spoke up. "So, how did you find this place?" Jason was immediately on guard. "Why do you want to know that?" The man just smiled and said, "Actually, that doesn't really matter. Give it to me." Jason, holding the dragon heart, asked tensely, "And why should I do that?" Enzo shot back, "What do you plan on doing with that? That thing is meant for the Celestial One. To you, it's no different than a rock." Hearing this, it finally clicked for Jason. This bastard was one of the Celestial Order. Then, Enzo suddenly leaped high into the air and dove down. "If negotiations fail, I'll just have to take it by force." As he struck, Jason also raised his hand to block the attack. "Oh my god, you guys, it is on. Drop a comment right now on who you think is winning this fight." Jason Miller looked up, totally on edge. Like, whoa, this dude's power level is off the charts. This ain't no random street fighter from Compton. He's got to be one of Master William's crew. And get this T, the 4 great sacred artifacts say Zhu and Jiju are still MIA. So Jason's like, oh snap, this has got to be Enzo. Enzo sees the look on his face and is all smug, like, took you long enough, genius? But then bam, Enzo drops the Heaven's Annihilation technique. Jason just grins back, like, hold my beer, grandpa, that's my move too. Enzo gets all salty. I should have known when Sammy spilled the beans. Then he just goes for it, yelling, you're just a dollar store version. Jason's not playing though. He instantly pops his aura armor. But Enzo's just laughing, lol, like that little shield is gonna help. And then, WHAM. The hits land, and oh my god, Jason feels it. He's sweating bullets from the pain. Legit. Then Enzo comes charging in, swinging some kind of crazy ice staff like he's straight out of Frozen. But Jason's quick. He sees it coming and whips out his own weapon to parry. Enzo's staff comes crashing down, but Jason catches the block. And after a sec, he's like, yup, I can you it. He totally clocks something about this dude's spear game from the jump. Jason's mind is blown. Dude, his style is a total carbon copy of mine. He can't help but say it, yo, not bad with the spear, so you're the guy they've been hyping up against me. Enzo just smirks. Duh. You think I've been chilling in a retirement home in Florida for the last 100 years? Suddenly, lightning starts sparking all around Enzo's spear. It's insane. He's all, my EXP is on another plane of existence, kiddo. Then the spear starts glowing so bright you need shades. Now cry me a river. Let's go, my white dragon spear. He freaking yeets himself into the sky, and a whole storm of spears starts raining down like a scene out of a horror movie. Jason's just watching this, thinking, bro, to make that many spears, his mana pool has to be, like, infinite. If you think that's insane, smash that like button right now. But Jason's gotta move too. He slams his spear into the ground, screaming, Black Dragon's Fortress. And boom, this massive golden dragon just materializes, roaring its head off and blocking Enzo's attack. Peep this. The Black Dragon had already snacked on a piece of Heaven's Annihilation, and the Chaos Divine Art cleaned it up all nice and shiny. Okay, but Jason still couldn't dodge everything, and yikes, he's bleeding from his face now. He's thinking, this dude is built different. For real, the toughest fighter I've ever faced. And as they keep clashing, it clicks for Jason. Wait a minute. We have the same master. That's why he fights just like me. Enzo is totally triggered, yelling, quit biting my style. And Jason just screams back, you're the one copying me. It's like that Spider-Man pointing meme, I swear. But for real, Jason knew deep down that when it came to spear skills, his battle IQ, his experience, he was getting schooled by Enzo. But then Jason holds up his spear, like, but I've got an ace up my sleeve that makes me stronger. He's like, forget experience. And then y'all, you are not ready for this, these insane magic circles start popping up behind him. I'm gonna wreck you with my own power. Activate world-ending wheel formation. Get this. All his stats just doubled. His lethality just went up by 100%. Then he says, all cold, primary attribute, light. And the system voice is like, you have selected light as the primary attribute. So the whole world-ending wheel formation switches to light mode. And he's not done. Secondary attribute, demonic. The system confirms it again. You have selected demonic as the secondary attribute. The effect of the world-ending wheel formation has been activated. It's getting serious now, guys. Okay. So light attacks get a plus 25% boost, but demonic resistance drops 100%. But demonic attacks get a plus 100% boost, while light resistance drops 50%. Jason's like, you might be an old-timer, but I've got Master William's moves, this demonic juice, and Heaven's Annihilation. And with that, Jason just launches himself forward. And with all that combined, I can totally smoke you. The blitz was so fast it caught Enzo completely off guard. He's bleeding. Jason's power level just went Super Saiyan. Drop a comment below if you think Jason's got this in the bag. Enzo's like, wait, did he just pop a buff or something? He's staring at Jason, but he doesn't look like he's about to explode from the power-up. He's thinking, I got a counter, but my hits are all wonky. What is this weird-ass energy messing with my flow? So Enzo just screams, what did you do to me? Jason's already on him again, yelling, who cares? This isn't the time for a coffee break in Seattle. Hearing that, Enzo figures it out. Okay, so he probably shot some demonic vibe into my system. Whatever, that's child's play for me. And just like that, Enzo's totally calm again. He clenches his fist, and with a dead serious look says, you want